1. Black fog disaster, unlimited supplies. Shani locked the dormitory door tightly with his backhand. With a click, the sound of metal colliding was particularly clear in the silent room. He took a few steps to the bed, sat down, and took out his phone. He tapped the screen quickly and posted an eye-catching advertisement in the Yamashiro University Student Exchange Group. Shani, Class 301, Foreign Languages Department, at all members, the apocalypse may be ruthless, but humanity is kind. I'm looking for girls who are short of food and water. I have unopened bottles of mineral water here, guaranteed to be uncontaminated. If you're pretty and have a good figure, contact me privately and I'll give you plenty of food and drink. As soon as the message was sent, the group exploded like a drop of water dripping into a hot oil pan. Li Yang from Computer Science Department Class 202, brother, are you talking nonsense because you have a fever? Wang Yu, the self-proclaimed grandpa of the department from the Foreign Languages Department's Class 301, fuck, Shani. Chen Xiao, from the Literature Department's Class 203, what a jerk. He's trying to coerce women just because he has 2 bottles of water. How disgusting. Does he think he can do whatever he wants just because it's the end of the world? Student Union President Zhang Hao, at Foreign Languages Department Shani, classmate, this is a special period. You should take out all your food and share it with everyone. Help each other and survive together. Su Yao from Class 203, Department of Literature, so disgusting, this filthy guy, are all the guys in the Foreign Languages Department this mean? Xin Haoran, Class 301, Foreign Languages Department, the guy above, please stop bombarding me with lies, okay? Shani and I were in the same class. He was a total loser before the apocalypse. He wasn't good looking, and his family didn't have much money. He's just been reading too many novels, so he's making such outrageous statements. We normal guys are definitely different. Even if it's the apocalypse, we still have basic moral values, like protecting women and children first. And Zhao, dormitory manager from Campus A dormitory, this student is so uncultured, objectifying women. I don't know which dormitory he lives in, otherwise I'd definitely give him a good lesson. People like him don't deserve to go to university. Liu from Art Department Class 303, where's the group owner? Quickly kick this filthy guy out. Stop polluting the group. Group member Shani from Class 301 of the Foreign Languages Department was kicked out of the group chat. Shani looked at the prompt with a calm expression, and his fingers skillfully switched to the trumpet. Since the sudden black fog disaster struck, Shani has applied for several small accounts and added them all to the campus group to prevent his main account from being kicked out of the group. Right now, it's not just the Yamashiro University Student Exchange Group that is criticizing him. As long as you pay a little attention to your mobile phone screen, you can see a striking scarlet 99+ in the upper right corner of more than a dozen campus groups. When I clicked in, I saw that the students in the group were either calling him crazy or a loser and a low-class man, mocking him for showing off when he only had a few bottles of water. But despite the outward scolding, many students still privately messaged Shani to ask for water, and some even threatened to cause trouble for him if he didn't give them. Shani replied with a stupid and blocked them directly. It's the fucking end of the world, how can I still let you bully me? Moreover, water resources are now quite precious, and it can even be said that they have become a non-renewable energy source. Just because, more than 10 hours ago, a strange black fog suddenly enveloped the world without any warning, and most of the water resources were instantly contaminated by unknown bacteria. Once people drink contaminated water, they will either suffer from vomiting and diarrhea, be in great pain, or lose their life. Only water and food that are well preserved or well sealed and have not been exposed to the black fog for a long time can be eaten. The value of water and food is constantly increasing. Just now, a rich second-generation student offered 500 yuan in the group to buy a bottle of Shui Shifu mineral water, but no one sold it. Shani stood up, walked a few steps to the window, raised his hand to wipe the stained glass, and looked downstairs through the small clean area that he had finally wiped out. The campus paths that were once bustling and full of youthful vitality were now completely engulfed by billowing black smoke. The black fog was as thick as ink, surging and rising wildly, completely obscuring all the scenes. Fortunately, the strange black fog just stopped on the 5th floor, some distance away from the 6th floor. Shani secretly felt lucky. If he hadn't caught a cold and had a fever yesterday, and hadn't asked for leave to rest in the dormitory, he would probably be trapped in the teaching building or somewhere else like the rest of his roommates right now. It's said that inhaling this strange black mist won't kill you immediately, but it will cause you to feel an uncontrollable thirst and a frantic craving for water. Without water, you'll die of thirst in just a few hours. You know, under normal circumstances, a person can barely hold on even if he doesn't drink water for 2 days with his strong willpower. But if you inhale the black mist and don't drink water for 5 or 6 hours, it will be life-threatening. However, even if the black fog really spread, Shani would not panic. Because he has endless water to drink. Just over 10 hours ago, a clear, pleasant, yet mysterious voice suddenly rang in his ears. Congratulations on unlocking the unlimited supply system. Currently unlocked supplies, Master Shui Mineral Water. Host, please work hard to unlock more supplies. Each time you successfully unlock a type of supply, you will trigger a 1-second plus 1 effect. Congratulations on unlocking the infinite system space. All the supplies you obtain will be automatically stored in the system space. You can take out or put items in it as you wish in the future. You currently have 55,165 bottles of mineral water in your system space. What shocked Shani even more was that this number was still jumping and increasing wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Every second, a bottle of mineral water will be added. 1 bottle of mineral water is added every second, which means 60 bottles per minute, 3,600 bottles per hour, and as many as 86,400 bottles per day. This number is beyond imagination. Not to mention daily drinking, it is more than enough even for taking a bath every day. With such a magical golden finger, Shani doesn't need to worry about water resources at all. However, water alone is not enough. If you want to survive for a long time in this dangerous apocalypse, you have to unlock more types of supplies. The key to unlocking supplies is to take in survivors. Every time you take in a survivor who meets the system standards, you can unlock a new type of material. Although he hasn't found it yet, though. Shani believed that he would be able to find one that met the standards. After all, there are tens of thousands of students in the entire Shansheng University. Even if only 1/3 of them are girls, and 1% of this 1/3 meets the system standards, it is enough for him to take them in and unlock the supplies. As long as he unlocks any kind of material, at the rate of +1 per second, it will be enough for him to squander. Aha! Help! Help! Someone save me! At this moment, a heart-wrenching scream suddenly came from downstairs. Immediately afterwards, there was a deafening roar, as if a giant was pounding the house frantically. The loud noises came one after another, making people's eardrums hurt. Shani was frightened by the sudden noise, and quickly rushed to the window and looked downstairs. I saw a boy, his whole body shaking violently, his hands tightly grasping the railing, his knuckles turning white from excessive force. He stared at his dormitory, his face full of horror, his eyes wide open, as if he had seen something very terrifying. Not far from the boy's feet, in the originally ordinary flower pot, it was as if a sleeping beast had awakened, and countless vines surged out at an astonishing speed. Those vines were like ferocious pythons, climbing wildly along the wall, leaving behind wet and sticky traces wherever they passed. In the dim light, they looked particularly strange. What is even more creepy is that there are eyeball-like balls growing on the vines. Those spheres seem to have life, slowly rotating and emitting a faint green light. What the hell? What the hell is this? Shani couldn't help but mutter in a low voice. A strong fear surged in his heart. He subconsciously took a few steps back, his body trembling slightly. At this moment, a sharp and piercing scream broke through the oppressive and terrifying atmosphere. Those frightened screams came from the girls' dormitory across the street. 2. Su Wanting. Because Yamashiro University was established a long time ago, the dormitory buildings are all old, so the distances between the dormitories are very close. Even though the thick black fog was blocking the view, Shani could vaguely see the girls' dormitory opposite. I just can't see what happened. I don't know why there were girls screaming. Could it be that he encountered something mutated like the boy downstairs? Shani closed the window and immediately opened the group chat to look for relevant information. After searching through several groups, he found the content. Wang Yuan, Class 201, Foreign Languages Department, holy crap. Zhang Yifeng got eaten by the cactus he raised himself. Chen Xiaoxiao from Class 203, Department of Literature, What are you talking about? Such a niche text. I can't understand it for a moment. Zhao Tianlin, Class 101, Department of Physical Education, what's going on? Can you explain in detail? Wang Yuan, Class 201, Foreign Languages Department, monster. That cactus is a monster. It's even scarier than the monsters in the movies. Can someone come and save me? Wang Yuan from the Foreign Languages Department, Class 201, shared a video in the group. Shani also clicked on the video to watch it immediately. The video is very shaky, but the content is still clear. In the picture, vines covered with strange spheres spread out from a potted plant, almost filling the entire dormitory. In the center of the vines, a motionless corpse was being dragged and swallowed into the vine's cracked mouth. It can be vaguely seen that this is a cactus, but I don't know why it has become so big, and its appearance has changed drastically. It has even grown something like a mouth and is eating. Bloody, cruel, and terrible. Zhao Tianlin, Physical Education Class 101, holy crap. What the hell is this? Are we filming a movie? The students in the group were filled with questions and were in disbelief. Someone kept tagging Wang Yuan. But Wang Yuan did not speak again. Xin Yi's heart sank. Since they haven't spoken for so long, something must have happened. The mutated cactus he had just seen was on the third or fourth floor, quite far away from him. He was safe for the time being, but he had to make preparations in advance, either move to another place or find weapons for self-defense. Just as Xin Yi was about to exit the group chat, he suddenly saw a video. In the video, a tall boy has blue lightning flashing in his hand, and he swings it hard, and the lightning shoots out like a bullet and goes straight through a can. Zhao Tao, Class 205, Department of Physical Education, brothers and sisters, if you need shelter, come to me. I'll lead the entire school. These are just mutant plants, nothing to worry about. Zhao Tianlin, Physical Education Class 101, holy crap. What the hell is this? Special effects? Or superpowers? Are you sure this isn't a movie? Zhao Tao, Class 205, Department of Physical Education, it's not a special effect. While replying to the message, Zhao Tao posted another video with lightning surging in his palms, proving that his superpowers are real, not special effects. Zhao Tianlin, from the Physical Education Department, Class 101, oh my god. Brother Tao is so awesome. He actually has superpowers. Could it be that Brother Tao is the legendary child of destiny, the protagonist of the novel? Please take him with you. Chen Xiaoxiao from the Literature Department, Class 203, wow. Brother Tao is so awesome. Please add me as your friend. Wang Yu, a student in Class 301 of the Foreign Languages Department who calls himself the grandpa of the department, please give me a +1. Is this a superpower? After watching the video, Xin Yi was surprised and envious at the same time. What he lacks now is the power to protect himself. With the system, he will not have to worry about food and supplies, but without sufficient military force, it will be useless to stockpile more food. Others are hoarding guns while I am hoarding food. Am I not becoming someone else's granary? Xin Yi was thinking about how to obtain superpowers. Could it be that it was the same as my own system, awakened after the apocalypse? My own superpower is the system? Or are there other ways to gain superpowers? He looked at the chat records carefully to see if he could get any relevant information. That's all. Another day has passed. Official rescue still did not arrive. The black fog downstairs became thicker and thicker, and seemed to be rising slowly. Although it was rising very slowly, it was visible to the naked eye that it was rising. At this rate, the black fog will reach my floor in 10 days at most. Xin Yi ate the self-heating hot pot, drank some mineral water, and looked downstairs with a slightly solemn look. After peeking at the screen for a whole day, he didn't get any information about superpowers. Zhao Tao was the only one in the group who showed off his special abilities. It seems that he is the only one who has gained superpowers. However, some girls have applied to add Xin Yi as a friend, and Xin Yi accepts all of them and lets them send photos first. But unfortunately, none of them meet the system standards. There was no other way, Xin Yi could only delete them. Then continue to use the trumpet to post advertisements in various groups. This time no one kicked Xin Yi. As time passed, rescue was slow to arrive, and the survivors who originally had some supplies became cautious. Keep Xin Yi, maybe he will be useful later. Time passed, and 2 days later. The 5th day since the black fog descended. Even though Xin Yi was quite frugal, the snacks and food reserves in the dormitory were almost finished. Not to mention others. Especially water resources. Now someone in the group has offered 3,000 yuan for a bottle of water, but no one is buying it even at this price. Many students began to have strange thoughts, and their original moral concepts were rapidly collapsing. In the face of disaster and hunger, morality is worthless. For example, many girls have started adding Xin Yi as a friend, including many who had previously called him a man with low self-esteem. Hey, male student over there, can you hear me? Suddenly, Xin Yi, who was replying to a message from a girl he had just added, heard shouting outside the window. There is no need to say much about the sound insulation of the dormitory building. It is no different from having no sound insulation at all. Shinny walked to the balcony, first confirmed that the cactus downstairs had not spread up, then opened the window and looked at the girl who was shouting next door. She was a tall and beautiful girl wearing denim shorts, revealing a pair of long, round legs. Shinny recognized the other person. Her name was Sue Wanting. She was also from the foreign languages department and was the most beautiful girl in the department. Sue Wanting's father is a diplomat. Her family is rich and has a complicated background. In addition, she is beautiful and usually very arrogant. She has never even looked at the boys in the class, including Shinny. Survivors meeting the system criteria have been detected, and detailed information scanning has begun. Name, Sue Wanting. Age, 20. Appearance, 89 points. Body, 95 points. Internal, 100 points. A blank sheet of paper. Total score, 95 points. 95 points? Shinny was a little surprised. There are more than 50 people who have added him in the past few days, but none of them meets the criteria. When Sue Wanting saw Shinny, she recognized him and continued to call out, "Hey, Shinny, do you have any water?" The two are in the same class, but they don't have much interaction in normal times. After all, one is a young lady who is the center of attention, and the other is an ordinary loser. Of course, although we didn't have much in common, we still knew each other. Yes, we have mineral water. Shinny took out a bottle of water from behind him and shook it. Shinny, I haven't had any water for several hours. Can you throw that bottle of mineral water over to me so I can drink some? I'll give you money. How about 1,000 yuan? Sue Wanting licked her slightly dry lips, her eyes shining. She had seen the message in the group about Shinny taking in girls before. She originally despised Shinny's behavior and thought that Shinny was cheating for sex. But I didn't expect Shinny to be so talented. And it's unopened, so you can tell it's not contaminated by the black mist. Although there is a thermos and a few bottles of drinks in my dormitory, I don't know if it is not sealed well enough. The water in the thermos has turned slightly black, and it is obviously contaminated by the black mist and cannot be drunk. Several bottles of drinks have been finished in the past few days. There were still quite a few snacks, and since they were sealed, they hadn't spoiled. But without water, eating dry snacks would make you thirstier, which would actually exacerbate dehydration. No, I don't want money. Shinny shook his head slightly and threw the mineral water onto the table behind him. So what do you want? 1,000 yuan is already a lot. Even if water is precious now, you can't ask for too much. Otherwise, you won't make a penny. Think about it, 1,000 yuan is enough for half a month's part-time job, right? Sue Wanting was a little angry, with a hint of disgust in her eyes. He is indeed a poor loser. If she wasn't so thirsty, she wouldn't have spent 1,000 yuan to buy a bottle of water. Shinny, this is blatant extortion. In Sue Wanting's opinion, the country will definitely organize a rescue. She has already suffered a huge loss by buying a bottle of water for 1,000 yuan, but Shinny dared to raise the price. Stop talking nonsense. If you want to drink water, come to the boys' dormitory. As long as you come over, I will give you water, free of charge. Shinny said lightly. It's the end of the world, what's the use of money? It's too hard to wipe your butt. What? You're dreaming. You think a bottle of water can make me give myself to you? What do you think of me? Sue Wanting was so angry that her teeth were itching. She could understand what Shinny meant. He asked her, a girl, to go to the boys' dormitory without having to tell him what he was going to do. Are we supposed to play flying chess? I'm not lying. As long as you come over, there's plenty of water. As Shinny spoke, he pretended to bend down to get some water, but in fact he took out 3 more bottles of mineral water from the system space. After Sue Wanting saw it, he unscrewed one of the bottles and gulped down a big gulp. Then, the remaining half bottle was poured directly out of the window. The water flowed down the balcony. When Sue Wanting saw this scene, her eyes widened. You! How could you waste water like this? Even if you have a lot of mineral water, you can't waste it now. And you'd rather pour it out than give it to me. Are you sick? Sue Wanting was really angry. These past 2 days, I wished I could divide every sip of water into 2 meals, but Shinny actually poured out the remaining half bottle of water. Is he even a man? Not a gentleman at all. Remember, I'm in dormitory 606. If you want to drink water, come here by yourself. Otherwise, forget it. Shani was too lazy to talk nonsense and closed the window directly after he finished speaking. Although he really wanted to unlock new supplies, he couldn't risk going to the girls' dormitory. Who knew if there were monsters like mutant cacti in the black fog downstairs? He had heard a lot of screams in the past 2 days. If something happens to you accidentally when you go downstairs, it will be useless no matter how many supplies you unlock. So it is safest to let Su Wanting come over. As for if anything happened to Su Wanting, Shani wouldn't care. She could either die of thirst or take a risk. At least there was hope if she took a risk. Otherwise, she would just have to wait to die of thirst. Bastard! Su Wanting stomped her feet in anger. He is indeed an uneducated poor loser. If she wasn't extremely thirsty, she wouldn't talk to such a loser. If it weren't for this disaster, she wouldn't even have had any contact with someone like Shani. It's a waste of time to communicate with this kind of commoner. But unfortunately, the only person with water that he could contact now was Shani. Most people in the dormitory were not there, and I couldn't find anyone else to help. Su Wanting also tried to contact her family, but her father and mother were both abroad, and for some unknown reason, she could not get in touch with them at all. The alarm also prompts that the line is busy. Su Wanting had no other choice but to shout loudly when she saw a figure in the boys' dormitory opposite. Who knew I would meet this guy? Just like that, while cursing Shani, several hours passed. It's getting dark. Su Wanting was so thirsty that she could hardly even produce saliva. If she continued to be so thirsty, she would die of thirst before rescue arrived. She looked across at the boys' dormitory building. Through the window, you can vaguely see Shani drinking water. As she watched, she couldn't help swallowing. Turns out there's no saliva. It's all this bastard's fault. 3. Casting a wide net, Su Wanting's determination. Shani has been very busy these days. While the network was still running smoothly, he searched for many nearby group chats, applied to join, and then posted an advertisement for a beautiful woman every once in a while. To sum it up in 3 words, cast a wide net. The system's standards for accepting girls are quite high, so this needle in a haystack approach is the only option. As long as you cast the net wide enough, you can always catch some good fish. After all, he has no ability to protect himself now, and it is impossible for him to go out and find a high-quality goddess in person. He can only find one through the internet. Shani had a hunch that this disaster would never end so easily. It is very likely to become the end of mankind. If it was just the black fog that made people hungry and thirsty, it wouldn't actually be a doomsday disaster. At most, it would just cause a shortage of food and water. But the plants in the black fog seem to be mutating. Moreover, 5 days have passed since the black fog appeared, but official rescue has yet to arrive. They just pushed messages online, asking everyone not to leave their homes, to throw their pets out, and so on. Of course, there are also precautions on how to tell if water and food are contaminated, etc. The official began to push this information 4 or 5 hours after the black fog descended. Only. At first, no one took it seriously. Even the stored supplies are not that much. Until now, the black fog has become thicker and thicker, and most of the food and water have been contaminated and spoiled by unknown bacteria. It is too late to store them. And most people don't dare to go out at all. The current black fog hides a deadly crisis. In the past few days, screams have been heard frequently from the black fog. I don't know how many people have died. At this moment, Shani was drinking water and chatting with a new girl when a WeChat message suddenly popped up. Jean Rouet, the eldest roommate. Shani, do you have any water? Bring me a bottle of water. I'm on the 8th floor of the teaching building. Hurry. Shani, is that a lie? Stupid. Get lost. After cursing, delete the friend directly. Damn, I was bullied by these stupid roommates before the apocalypse. Now it's the apocalypse, who would still swallow their anger. It is said on the internet that all the male dormitories in college are close friends who would risk their lives for each other. Maybe other people really have such brothers, but Shani was unlucky and met a rich second-generation man whose family had some money. Then, this guy just likes to order people around and bully the weak. Shani naturally didn't like being ordered around, so he had a few fights with Jean Rouet. However, the other 2 roommates took sides and helped Jean Rouet, so it was 3 against 1, and Shani had no way to stop the bullying. Shani also thought about risking his life to kill the other person, but when he thought about how his grandmother raised him and he had not yet fulfilled his filial duty, he really couldn't risk his life. I don't know how Grandma and little sister are doing today. Shani called Grandma again. We just talked on the phone yesterday. At that time, Grandma and my little sister were hiding in the cellar. Since cellars in rural areas usually store a lot of grain and vegetables, they didn't have to worry about food and drink. But Grandma and my little sister didn't dare leave the cellar either. They thought it was the neighbor's dog that was eating people. It was scary. I can't explain the specific situation, but Shani guessed that maybe the animals had mutated as well. Otherwise, domestic dogs would never eat their owners. At the same time, the other side. Teaching building, in a classroom on the 8th floor. Jean Rouet looked at the message sent by Shani and was so angry that he almost smashed his phone. Damn it! How dare Shani, that bastard, scold me? Just wait. I'll kill you when I get back to the dorm. Although Shani had fought with him before, he would never dare to scold him like that. How could Jean Rouet, who has been a bully since childhood, bear this humiliation? If he hadn't known that there was danger in the black fog, he would definitely go back to the dormitory and teach Shani a lesson. I definitely wouldn't dare to kill anyone. After all, no one knows when the national rescue will come. If I kill someone, I'll have to pay the price. But he still dared to give a good beating and break an arm. The worst that can happen is you'll just have to pay some money. Brother Jean, don't be angry. There's no need to be angry with this idiot. Shani just has a few bottles of water. Does he really think the apocalypse will never end? When the apocalypse is over, we'll teach him a lesson. Make him kneel down and apologize to Brother Jean. The two servile roommates next to him tried to persuade Jean Rouet. They also saw the message sent by Shani in the group, so they asked Shani for water. Who would have thought that Shani would become so powerful? The two were also very angry, but they had to lick Jean Rouet first. Because Jean Rouet's family is rich and has connections, maybe Jean Rouet's father will send someone to rescue them, and then they can also leave with the rescue team. All dog-licking behaviors have a purpose. The sky gradually brightened. Sue Wanting sighed. She made it through another night. He didn't drink a drop of water all night. It's not that I don't want to drink, but there's not a drop left. She couldn't even pee because she was so dehydrated. She has been without water since yesterday morning. During this period, she called the emergency number countless times and called her parents countless times, but received no response. Sue Wanting was a little desperate. If I keep waiting like this, I'll really die of thirst. Few people can endure the feeling of dying of thirst. Sue Wanting, a little girl, is even worse off. So she lowered her posture and stood on the balcony, asking Shani to throw her a bottle of water. But after calling for a long time, Shani ignored her at all. It seemed that unless she went to the boys' dormitory, nothing else could be done. Sue Wanting cursed Shani inwardly for several hours, even using swear words she had never learned before. But cursing can neither solve the problem nor quench your thirst. Then, after much hesitation, Sue Wanting finally decided to go to the boys' dormitory. In fact, this decision was easy to make. Compared to dying of thirst, Sue Wanting felt that sacrificing her body was nothing. Only those who have experienced this feeling of hunger and thirst can understand it. However, the reason why Sue Wanting was unable to make up her mind was that she still had a glimmer of hope for national rescue. What if I just compromised and exchanged my body for water, and then the rescue team came? That would be such a loss. She really didn't want to give her first time to an ordinary boy like Shani. Normally, she looked down upon ordinary people like Shani and was too lazy to even say a word to him, let alone fall in love with him or go to bed with him. In addition, another reason why Sue Wanting was hesitant was that she had heard a girl's scream coming from downstairs. Although it was far away from her floor, the scream sounded wrong. Sue Wanting speculated that there might be some monster in this black fog. Her guess was not random. Some students in the campus group also posted videos, and it seemed that many plants and animals had mutated. Even the gecko, which was originally the size of a palm, has grown several times larger, almost the size of an adult dog, which is scary to look at. So Sue Wanting didn't dare to open the dormitory door, or even make too much noise. But now, rather than dying of thirst in the dormitory, she must give it a try. Damn Shani! Can't you just throw a bottle of water over here? Why do you insist on putting me on this risk? Sue Wanting put on her white stockings and sneakers while cursing Shani. After getting dressed, Su Wanning packed the remaining snacks into her pink backpack. These were her only rations. If she had water, she could probably hold out for another 3 or 4 days, maybe even 5 or 6. But without water, it really won't work. I can't hold out for a day. Looking at the fruit knife on the table, Su Wanning hesitated for a moment and put it in her arms. Afterwards, she took out her cell phone, found Shenyi's speech record in the group, and sent him a friend request. Only. It has not been passed yet. Su Wanning waited for a while, and then looked at Shenyi's dormitory building from the balcony for a while, but she couldn't see it clearly. In desperation, she could only go out before dawn. Hope it gets through safely. Shenyi sighed. As the disaster lasts longer, more and more people are adding him. There are more men than women. But Shenyi only passed girls. In just a few days, there were no less than 200 girls who took the initiative to add him. This is the benefit of casting a wide net. And among these 200 girls, he found one who met the system's criteria. For 3 people, hundreds of minds. Bite. A survivor meeting the system criteria has been detected. Name, Zhou Weiner. Age, 18. Appearance, 90 points. Body size, 92 points. Internal, 100 points, a blank sheet of paper. Total score, 93 points. The photo on Shenyi's phone screen shows a girl wearing Lolita clothing. She looks to be about 1.6 meters tall, not very tall, and her figure is not sexy, a bit young. But she is very cute, with delicate features and fair skin. The Lolita clothes she wears add a bit of cuteness. Especially the half of her white and tender calves that were faintly visible under her Lolita skirt, covered with a pair of white socks, were even more eye-catching. All in all, this is a very cute girl. And he is a freshman this year, very young. Zhou Weiner, brother, do I have to go find you? Is there any other way? After all, the black fog is really dangerous. One of my roommates accidentally entered the black fog yesterday and never came back. Voice. Zhou Weiner, brother, please think of other ways, please. Voice. Zhou Weiner's voice is very nice, a standard lowly voice. Although it is a little bit strained, it is not obvious and her voice is well controlled. If you don't know, you might think she is the voice actor of a female anime character. Shenyi, so, you want me to take the risk and go find you? I'll give you water, food, and even deliver it to your door? Zhou Weiner, no, I mean, voice. Zhou Weiner, I absolutely didn't mean to put you in any danger. Brother, please don't be angry. I apologize. I'm sorry. Please don't be angry, okay? Voiceover. She has a soft and sticky voice and is very good at acting coquettishly. Shenyi, Campus A, Male Dormitory, Dormitory 606. If you can come, food and drinks are provided. If you don't come, forget it. After Shenyi replied to this message, he ignored this green tea girl. He wouldn't run to find someone just because the other person had a nice voice and called him brother a few times. Anyone with a little bit of common sense can understand what this girl means. Isn't it just that you feel it's dangerous and don't dare to go out? She knows the black fog is dangerous, don't I know it? Shinitsai will not tolerate this little green tea. At the end of the world, you must never let the small head dominate the big head, otherwise you will die without knowing how you died. The longer the black fog exists, the greater the demand for water. A few days ago, Shenyi would be criticized, scolded, and kicked out of the group for posting an advertisement. These past 2 days, the situation has completely reversed. From time to time, people in the group still tag him to beg for help, and the group owner has also started to be humble. In short, Shenyi has no trouble taking in girls. In the past few days, hundreds of thousands of bottles of mineral water have accumulated in his warehouse. He can't use up all the mineral water even if he washes his face and feet with it every day. That's right, wash your feet. Others might never have thought that Shenyi would waste water like this. In fact, it was not a waste for him. It was part of his normal life and he did not deliberately pour or throw it away. He had deliberately poured out half a bottle of water just to provoke Su Wanting. Under normal circumstances, he would not waste water. After all, it was his own resource. Shenyi was lying on the bed, looking through the friend requests to add himself, and found Su Wanting's friend request among them. It seems that this proud goddess can't stand it anymore. But I wonder if she has made up her mind to give it a try? While thinking, Shenyi accepted Su Wanting's friend request. Campus B, Girls' Dormitory. In a dormitory on the top floor. A cute girl and her two roommates were staring at the phone screen, looking at the chat history on it. "This guy is simply a straight man," a short-haired girl complained. "He's more than just a straight man, he's a steely straight man. He has no emotional intelligence at all. I bet he doesn't have a girlfriend." Another long-haired girl complained harshly. As for the other cute girl, the owner of the phone, Jo Warner, she was also frowning at the moment, not knowing how to reply to Shani's message. It should be said that the topic has ended here. There's nothing to talk about. The other party obviously didn't want to pull it, and didn't buy into my cute tricks at all. Obviously, it has been very useful in the past. Even just the day before yesterday, Jo Warner used this method to get a boy in the same class to bring her water, although that boy seemed to have died after walking into the black fog. But she didn't want to, and she didn't blame herself. She also hoped that the boy could come alive and bring her water. Afterwards, Jo Warner did try to contact other boys who had pursued her in the past, but she couldn't get in touch with many of them, and she didn't know if they were dead. Those who could be contacted either had no food or drink, or made excuses for various reasons, which made Jo Warner very angry. Finally, by chance, Jo Warner saw Shani sending a message in the group asking to take in a girl. Then I took the initiative to add friends. She deliberately picked out the best photo she had taken, and added a sweet voice message, hoping that Shani would bring her water and supplies. Unexpectedly, the other party completely ignored it. It was the first time that Jo Warner encountered a setback with a boy. In the past, this method always worked. It's really distressing. Xiao Mei, what do you think we should do now? The water is almost finished, and the remaining water is only enough for the three of us to drink once more today. Jo Warner asked hesitantly. She really didn't dare to go downstairs. The screams downstairs scared her so much that she couldn't sleep well these 2 days. The two roommates looked at each other, neither of them having any idea. Although they all had the habit of storing snacks, they didn't have much water left and had eaten most of the snacks. If they weren't rescued, they would soon starve. "I'll try calling the police again." The short-haired girl on the upper bunk picked up her cell phone and started dialing. At the same time, while Jo Warner and the long-haired girl were not paying attention, she quietly stuffed a bottle of drink into her bedding. With the mosquito net covering it, hidden things will not be easily discovered. "I'm going to the bathroom. Warner, please don't drink the water secretly." The long-haired girl walked out of the dormitory with a smile. She looked back and saw that no one was following her. She hurried to the bathroom next door and moved the snacks and half a bottle of mineral water she had hidden to a more hidden place. "But you must not be discovered." Seeing that her two roommates were not paying attention to her, Jo Warner quietly kicked her little feet in white socks under the bed and kicked a bottle of drink to the innermost part. She looked worried about water and food, and sighed from time to time. It seemed as if we were about to reach a desperate situation. In a small dormitory, 3 girls have hundreds of ideas. And this situation is not uncommon. As rescue efforts drag on and supplies become increasingly scarce, the survivors' moral values are rapidly collapsing. Even in some communities, violent and bloody incidents have occurred due to supplies. Disasters often bring out the evil in people's hearts. At the same time, Shani also received Su Wanting's call for help. 5 Mutated animals, Su Wanting is here. Su Wanting, save me. Su Wanting, there's a monster downstairs. There's a monster. What monster? Shani looked at the message for help sent by Su Wanting and immediately typed a question. Su Wanting sent you a video content. Shani clicked on the video, which was a short video of about 10 seconds. The picture shows thick black fog and extremely low visibility, but you can vaguely see that the scene is outside the building. In the thick black fog, there was a huge yellow dog with muscular limbs and red eyes, looking quite bloodthirsty. Its scarlet eyes glanced at Su Wanting, who was filming the video, scaring her so much that she let out a scream, but the dog did not come over. It picked up a broken corpse on the ground, turned around and walked into the black fog. I don't know if it was because of the food, but the local dog didn't attack Su Wanting. Shani recognized this local dog. Before the black fog covered the school, it often wandered around. It was a stray dog. Many college students fed it, and it lived a very comfortable life on weekdays. But for some unknown reason, its body became so huge, 3 or 4 times larger than a normal dog, with bulging muscles. Moreover, they actually eat people. Sure enough, animals have mutated too. After watching the video, Shenyi's face became solemn. This disaster was indeed more dangerous than he had imagined. In this case, what Grandma and my younger sister said on the phone about the neighbor's dog eating people is true. Animals and plants are mutating. Is it because of the black fog? I don't know if humans will mutate. Or perhaps the awakening of human superpowers is part of the mutation? Shinny was making wild guesses in his mind, and he didn't forget to send a message to Sue wanting, before the dog attacks you, go upstairs as soon as possible. Don't waste time. Sue wanting, you, aren't you coming down to pick me up? Shinny did not respond to Sue wanting's words. He had never planned to take risks, and now that he saw man eating mutant animals downstairs, it was even more impossible for him to go down. And just now, Zhao Tao, who had awakened his superpowers, added him as a friend. Shinny naturally seized the opportunity to chat with Zhao Tao, trying to find out how the other party acquired his supernatural powers. Zhao Tao from the Physical Education Department, brother, do you need protection? You should know my strength. With me here, you don't have to worry about others stealing your supplies. Zhao Tao from the Physical Education Department, in the face of disaster, we survivors should help each other. I've gathered dozens of classmates here. If you need help, bring your supplies and come find me. I'm in the gymnasium on campus A. Zhao Tao sent you a video content. The video shows dozens of students gathered together, looking quite happy. Zhao Tao from the Physical Education Department, by the way, brother, you should still have supplies, right? I saw you were just sending a message in the group. He calls everyone brother all the time and seems quite heroic. But Shinny understood what Zhao Tao meant from his words. It was obvious that he wanted his supplies. Maybe it is true that he provided protection, but in the doomsday, Shinny believed in himself more. Without absolute strength, he would not easily trust others' protection. Shinny from the Foreign Languages Department, I still have a few bottles of water. Zhao Tao from the Physical Education Department, sure. Sure, brother. Come to the gym now, and we'll team up first. There's strength in numbers, and then we'll work together to find supplies and wait for rescue. Zhao Tao from the Physical Education Department, I believe you've read apocalyptic novels, brother. The only way for us survivors to survive is unity. With my lightning powers protecting us, we don't have to fear ordinary monsters. Shinny from the Foreign Languages Department, okay, I'll pack up my supplies and go meet up with you now. But I'm a little curious, how did you acquire such a powerful ability? Can you tell me? Maybe I'll be lucky enough to awaken my own ability, and then it will be easier to fight against the mutant monsters. Zhao Tao, from the Physical Education Department, well, I can't remember exactly, but I woke up by accident. Zhao Tao from the Physical Education Department, brother, let's talk about it in detail when you come over. Don't forget the address. Seeing Zhao Tao's attitude, Shinny was too lazy to pay attention to him. If you can't get anything out of them, just delete them as a friend. As for the past relationship? Of course, I lied to Zhao Tao. Zhao Tao's ability must not be strong, otherwise he wouldn't have taken the initiative to add me as a friend and asked me to bring supplies. If he was truly powerful, he would have gathered supplies long ago. Not to mention places far away, the school supermarket should have plenty of unspoiled food and water. Shinny murmured softly, but felt relieved. He was really afraid that Zhao Tao's ability was the same as that of the Thunder King, who could summon lightning at will and kill monsters easily. If that were the case, I wouldn't have to hide. But it is obvious from the conversation that his ability is not strong, and should even be relatively weak. Otherwise, he would not be interested in Shinyi's bottles of water. This was the purpose of Shinyi's rhetoric. He needed to know how powerful the supernatural power was so that he could respond accordingly. Of course, if I could find a way to awaken my superpowers, that would be even more stable. Sue wanting, Shinyi, which dormitory are you in? Sue wanting, hurry up and reply. Sue wanting, damn it. Sue wanting sent several text messages in a row and looked very anxious. 606. Shinyi replied to the message, immediately stood up and walked behind the door, picked up a broom as a weapon, and listened quietly to the sounds outside the door. Soon, crisp footsteps were heard in the corridor. Along with the footsteps, there was also heavy breathing. It was the 6th floor, and there was no elevator in the dormitory building, but Sue wanting climbed quickly. Those long legs are not in vain. Damn you. You didn't even bother to come downstairs to pick me up. You deserve no girl to like you. Sue wanting leaned against the wall and gasped for breath, her fair forehead covered with sweat. She was already dehydrated, and she climbed to the 6th floor in one breath. She also inhaled a lot of black mist and felt like her throat was about to smoke. If there wasn't a man-eating monster downstairs, she definitely wouldn't be able to climb so fast, and she might not even be able to climb up. When Su Wanting thought about how she risked her life to come and send him off, but Shani didn't come downstairs to pick her up, she was so angry that she wanted to stab Shani a few times. If there hadn't been this damn black fog, if there hadn't been this damn disaster, she wouldn't have paid any attention to a straight man like Shani, a stinking loser. Cursing inwardly, Su Wanting quickly found dormitory 606. She knocked hard on the door while being cautious and alert in the dark corridor. The dormitory door suddenly opened. Without waiting for Su Wanting to react, a hand pulled her into the dormitory and then locked the door in an instant. "Don't move." Shani pressed Su Wanting heavily against the wall, holding her arms firmly above her head with one hand. "You, what are you doing? Let me go. Let me go now." Su Wanting was startled and struggled subconsciously. But she was already weak and hadn't had any water for a long time, so she was a little exhausted and couldn't break free at all. "I said, don't move." Shani scolded coldly. Then, he reached out and touched Su Wanting's body. "6, if you don't want to, get out. Asshole. Why, you're breaking the law. Don't touch me." Feeling Shani's hand reaching into her clothes, Su Wanting's face turned red and she struggled even harder. Shani ignored Su Wanting's struggle and searched her back carefully, finding a folding fruit knife. "Really? Be careful about the end of the world. Even if you are facing a weak woman, you must not let your guard down." If his system did not require a woman to be accepted in order to unlock supplies, he would never consider having a woman until he had the ability to protect himself. No matter how beautiful she is, he won't consider her. But there is no way. To unlock more supplies, you can only follow the system's standards. Fortunately, the system requires that the person to be taken in is a woman. Generally speaking, women can never be a match for men in terms of strength or physical fitness. As long as he is not ambushed, Shani is still confident that he can control Su Wanting. So, he searched her body immediately to make sure Su Wanting was not hiding any sharp weapons. "Give me the bag." Shani still forcibly controlled Su Wanting and looked at the pink school bag behind her. "What do you want to do?" Su Wanting protected the bag and was unwilling to give it. There were snacks in the bag that she had saved up for. If they were taken away, she wouldn't live long. Su Wanting suddenly felt a little regretful. "I knew I shouldn't have come here. Even if you come, you should hide the snacks. Why were you so stupid as to carry all the rations here? Do you really expect a boy who you don't have much interaction with on a daily basis to protect you in this situation? If Shani was really so kind, he wouldn't have threatened me with water. He probably wants to eat me up completely." The more Su Wanting thought about it, the more scared and angry she became. "Let me go. Let me go quickly, you stinky loser. Otherwise, don't blame me for calling the police." She stared at Shani with her beautiful eyes and struggled harder and harder. Su Wanting, who is 1.75 meters tall, is not much shorter than Shani. Shani is only about 1.78 meters tall. But men are naturally stronger than women, and Shani has been well fed and well drinking these past 2 days, so he is naturally not afraid of Su Wanting struggling. Regardless of how she struggled, Shani forcibly took the bag off, unzipped it, and poured out everything inside, spilling it all over the floor. Chocolate, potato chips, spicy strips, as well as lipstick, facial masks, sunscreen, and various cosmetics. Shani checked with his feet and made sure that there were no sharp weapons hidden that could threaten him, then he let go of Su Wanting. "Asshole. Stinky loser." As soon as he let go, the angry Su Wanting slapped him in the face. Shani immediately stepped back, dodging the slap and slapped back. Bang! There was a crisp slap, extremely loud and merciless. Half of Su Wanting's cheek turned red and burned with pain. She stared at Shani in disbelief. "Don't forget what you are here for. Why are you pretending in front of me? Do you still want to beat me up? If you don't want to, get out. I don't want to accept an ungrateful person," Shani said coldly. His fierce expression didn't seem like he was joking. You dared to hit me? Why did you hit me?" This was the first time Su Wanting was beaten by a man since she was a child, and it was also the first time she was treated so roughly by a man. The fire in her eyes almost overflowed. After being slapped in the face by a guy whom she usually looked down upon, Su Wanting felt a surge of anger that she couldn't suppress. "Since you are unwilling to compromise, get out. Shinny didn't care about Su Wanting's expression or psychological changes. He pushed her out of the dormitory, threw away her snacks and backpack, and then locked the dormitory door. Since Su Wanting didn't want to, he didn't force her. Otherwise, you will have a time bomb by your side and will not be able to sleep well at night. What if Su Wanting holds a grudge against me and wants to harm me at night? Normally he can handle women, but he can't stand being tricked. Instead of guarding against thieves for 1,000 days, it is better to drive them away directly. Shen Yi. You, open the door. Open the door quickly. Su Wanting looked at the dark corridor, her anger dissipated in an instant, her mind became clear, and she quickly knocked on the door. Being kicked out at this time, she had nowhere to go. Go back to the girls' dormitory? How dare she? She didn't even dare to go down the stairs. If she met that man-eating mutant dog again, Su Wanting didn't know if she could still be safe and sound. Moreover, there are not only mutant dogs in the Black Fog, but also many monsters. Shen Yi. Open the door. I was wrong. Please open the door and let me in. Su Wanting's voice began to tremble. Looking at the dark corridor, she felt as if there was a monster staring at her in the darkness. Fear. The fear of the unknown is like a giant beast. Shen Yi frowned. It would be even more dangerous if Su Wanting shouted and screamed and attracted some monster. He picked up the folding fruit knife, put it in his pocket, and said coldly to the outside of the door, "Stop yelling. If you want to come in, think it over first. If you're unwilling to compromise, then go back. If you attract monsters here, you'll be the first one to be eaten." Upon hearing this, Su Wanting became even more frightened. The voices begging for mercy also became much quieter. I do. Open the door, open it quickly and let me in. I really know I was wrong. Shen Yi didn't open the door. Let her calm down outside first. The doomsday is different from ordinary times. If it were a normal society, showing a temper would at most make people dislike you, but showing a temper in the doomsday could kill you. Su Wanting must be made obedient, otherwise Shen Yi would rather not unlock the supplies than take in this long-legged, brainless woman. Open the door, open the door. At the door, Su Wanting's body was trembling slightly, her face was panicked, and she kept looking back towards the stairs. Occasionally, strange noises could be heard from there. She didn't know if it was a mutant monster or something else. She was so scared that her legs trembled and she didn't dare to make too much noise. Su Wanting finally understood that no one would pamper her in the doomsday. If I continue to treat Shen Yi with the same attitude as before, he will really drive me away. After witnessing the mutant dog eating a person, Su Wanting's mentality changed quickly. She hadn't seen a living person for several days, so she was actually really scared. The reason why he got angry when he saw Shen Yi was because the anger caused by fear had nowhere to vent. But she didn't expect that Shen Yi would not tolerate her at all, and would directly take action against her or even drive her away. Su Wanting, who was very confident about her figure and appearance, hit a wall for the first time. She also understood one thing: Shen Yi was not like her suitors and would not indulge her. Shen Yi, I really know I was wrong. Please, let me in, I'm so scared. Su Wanting was so scared that she started crying. 7. Brush your teeth first. Just when Su Wanting was frightened and crying out loud and was about to collapse, Shen Yi opened the door and let her into the dormitory. By the way, Shen Yi also picked up the snacks and backpacks on the ground. There were indeed strange noises coming from the stairs from time to time. But this sound has existed for a long time, even before the black fog descended, so Shen Yi was not worried that it was a monster. It could be simply the aging of the windows. Close the door and lock it. Shen Yi looked at Su Wanting, who was sitting on the bed hugging her knees and sobbing softly, and had no intention of comforting her. If she can't even get over this little hurdle, she's destined not to live long. This is the end of the world. The dangers she will encounter in the future will definitely be greater than the lessons she learned today. The reason why Su Wanting cried was not just because she was slapped by Shen Yi, nor because she was kicked out. Instead, I saw a living person being taken away by a monster. The intense fear did not make Su Wanting cry out loud at that time, but when she came to a relatively safe environment, her heartstrings could no longer be held back. It collapsed all of a sudden. The fear of hiding alone in the dormitory these days, listening to the screams coming from downstairs from time to time, and seeing people being eaten by monsters with her own eyes, all brought a great shock to Su Wanting's young mind. Living in the stable country of Xia, this was the first time she saw a dead person. Actually, Not only Su Wanting was frightened, Shani was also scared when he saw the man eating monster through the video. It's just that he has a relatively strong ability to accept things and he quickly recovered. He couldn't fall down, otherwise no one would be able to save grandma and little sister. Shinyi's current idea is to get supplies as soon as possible. If he can get weapons such as guns, then he will be able to go out with confidence. He just didn't believe that the mutated monsters could resist thermal weapons. As long as it is a carbon-based creature, thermal weapons will definitely cause damage to it. Of course, Shinyi is not superstitious about firearms. After all, up to now, the country has not been able to solve the fog, nor has it sent troops to rescue, proving that the fog cannot be handled by conventional means. But having a gun in hand can give you a sense of security. Can you give me a bottle of water? Su Wanting cried for a long time, and then remained silent for a long time. She seemed to have recovered from her fear and asked Shinyi in a low voice. There were a few bottles of mineral water on the table, but she didn't dare to reach out without permission, for fear of being kicked out. Shinyi glanced at Su Wanting, whose eyes were swollen from crying, and then he felt slightly satisfied. So, he threw over a bottle of mineral water. At the same time, Shinyi also looked at Su Wanting carefully. She truly deserves to be called the sexiest beauty in the foreign languages department. With a height of over 1.7 meters, she has a pair of legs that are longer than many girls. In addition, Su Wanting is not fat, and is even a little thin, so the proportion of her legs and waist is even more perfect. Su Wanting, who was drinking water, noticed Shinyi's undisguised gaze and felt a little uncomfortable and shy. Although those boys would look at her in the past, they were all peeking or taking pictures secretly. They had never looked at her from top to bottom as openly as Shinyi. It was like looking at some goods, which made Su Wanting shy and a little uncomfortable. But thinking of Shinyi's temper, she didn't dare to complain. After all, from the moment she came to the boys' dormitory, she already knew what she was going to face. Su Wanting initially thought about relying on her charm to control Shinyi, making him take care of her food and drink while also protecting her safety. But after what happened just now, she no longer dared to have such an idea. Although Shinyi wasn't handsome and his family background was ordinary, he had no choice in the apocalypse. As long as Shinyi can take care of his own food and drink and protect himself, she will accept it. Anyway, in the doomsday, looks are not what counts, strength is the first factor for survival. Judging from how Shinyi controlled his strength earlier and the slap he gave himself, he is very strong and can protect himself. As Su Wanting was thinking this, she saw Shinyi walking towards her. Her cheeks were slightly red, her breathing was heavy, and she felt her heartbeat was inexplicably much faster. Let's brush our teeth first. Shinyi looked at Su Wanting, thinking that she had been without water for the past 2 days and probably hadn't brushed her teeth, so the smell might not be very good. Su Wanting also understood what Shinyi meant, and her face turned red. She was actually being disliked. But she looked at the only 2 bottles of mineral water left on the table and couldn't help but hesitate. There are only 2 bottles of water left. Should we be frugal? She suddenly felt a little regretful. I just drank a whole bottle of water in one breath. I should have saved some. But she was so thirsty just now that she couldn't control herself. Now there are only 2 bottles of water left, which can only last for 3 days at most. How can they use it to brush their teeth and rinse their mouths? What a waste. It's okay, go ahead and drink. I told you, there's plenty of water. As Shinyi spoke, he raised his hand and 2 bottles of mineral water appeared out of thin air in his palm. This is also a superpower. Su Wanting looked at the water Shinyi conjured up out of thin air in shock. Superpower. Su Wanting had previously seen a classmate posting a video in the group, saying that he had superpowers. At first Su Wanting didn't quite believe it, but now when she saw Shinyi creating water out of thin air, she instantly thought of superpowers. Could it be that Shinyi has also awakened superpowers? Well, it's pretty much what you understood. My superpower is that I can create food and water. So if you follow me and listen to me well, you won't have to worry about food and drink in the future. Shinyi said. He also thought about it carefully and still felt that he should show off his skills. This is the only way to make the arrogant Su Wanting more loyal. If she was forced to surrender only through violence, Su Wanting would definitely feel uncomfortable even if she didn't say it. Only by using a big stick and sweet dates can you completely tie down this proud woman. Let Su Wanting know that there is a future in following me, then she won't betray me easily. When he unlocks more supplies and has enough strength in the future, Shinyi will no longer be afraid of her betrayal. If she dares to have any other thoughts, kill her directly. Of course, Shinee would not tell anyone else about the system. Regardless of whether the system is a superpower that you awaken yourself, you cannot let others know about it. This is the bottom line. There is such a superpower, so amazing. Su Wanting was surprised, and a smile appeared involuntarily in her eyes. If I could create food and water, I would never have to suffer from hunger or dehydration again. Thinking of this, Su Wanting's eyes changed slightly when she looked at Shinee. Although he is still not handsome, he is very reliable. You should understand how important my superpower is, so don't tell anyone about my ability without my permission, understand? If I die, my superpower will be useless. Shinee warned seriously. I understand. I can't possibly tell anyone else. Not even my parents. Su Wanting nodded seriously. She is not stupid. If you are stupid, you will never be able to get into this 985 prestigious university. Shinee's words were both a warning and a threat. Well, then I'll go brush my teeth and wash my face first. Su Wanting said. 8. New supplies. Byte. Start to randomly unlock a material. Ding. Unlocked successfully. Congratulations on unlocking the item, freshly baked roast chicken. Roast chicken +1, stored in the system space. Roast chicken +1, stored in the system space. Roast chicken. When Shinee heard about the rewards unlocked by the system, his eyes lit up. Roast chicken. Chicken. Now I have food to eat, and it's meat. So cool. Within the system space, time and space are still, which means there is no need to worry about food rotting. So cool. In this short period of time, there were already dozens of roast chickens in the space. And it's still increasing. On the other hand, the supply of mineral water is also increasing. Shinee sat up, took out a roast chicken from the space, and prepared to eat it on the spot. I haven't eaten meat these past few days, and I've been living frugally, so my mouth is dry. It's time to reward yourself. Hiss, it's still hot, it really is a fresh roast chicken right out of the oven. Shinee placed the roast chicken on the table, and the aroma soon filled the dormitory. Su Wanting couldn't help but open her eyes and look over. Seeing the golden whole roast chicken, she couldn't help swallowing. Is this Shinee's superpower? So awesome. It can even produce chicken. And it's still steaming. This superpower is amazing. Do you want to eat? Shinee tore off a steaming chicken leg and handed it to Su Wanting. Thank you. Su Wanting quickly sat up and frowned because she stood up too quickly. But this little pain is nothing compared to the delicious taste in front of me. She had been eating snacks these days and still felt hungry, and she missed the taste of cooked food. It smells so good. It tastes no worse than the food I had in a 5-star hotel. Su Wanting chewed the chicken in small bites and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. It's not an exaggeration, nor is it because I'm too hungry, but the roast chicken tastes really delicious. The chicken is crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, with a little bit of juice. It is so delicious when you take a bite. Shinee also worked hard. This tastes absolutely amazing. As for why he only gave Su Wanting one chicken leg, it was not because he was stingy, but because he deeply understood that people should not be fed too much. Especially since Su Wanting had just compromised not long ago, if Shinee treated her with lavish food and drink and provided her with unlimited supplies, this woman might start to have impure thoughts again. And Su Wanting is a thin girl and can't eat that much. That's all. Shinee finished most of the chicken by himself, and Su Wanting only ate a chicken leg. After she finished eating the chicken leg, she stared at the bones on the table that Shinee had not eaten clean. If you want to eat, then go ahead. Shinee said casually as he washed the oil off his hands with mineral water. Thanks. After receiving the order, Su Wanting immediately stepped forward to look for bones, picked up the bones that had not been chewed clean and started chewing them. After just a moment's hesitation, she let go of her mysophobia. In the past, a young lady like Su Wanting would not only dislike eating bones that others had gnawed on, but would also dislike even dishes that others had only picked up with a chopstick. But now, so delicious. Shinee smiled, then stretched lazily. Eat and drink enough, feel good. Sure enough, you still have to keep unlocking new supplies to live an enjoyable life in the doomsday. Thinking of this, Shinee picked up his phone and looked at another girl who met the system's criteria, Jo Wanner. This little green tea girl is much more scheming than Su Wanting. It's not easy to trick her into coming here. But As long as she is cut off from water and food, she will definitely compromise. Rather than starving to death or dying of thirst, I believe most people would choose to compromise. Thinking of this, Shinny glanced at the rows of friend requests and began to agree to them one by one. Although such behavior is like looking for a needle in a haystack, even if there is only one person who meets the system standards among 100 or even 1,000 people, that is enough. Since I have nothing to do anyway, I might as well cast a wide net. While touching Su Wanting's long legs, Shinny replied to the friend message that had just been added. Although Su Wanting felt a little embarrassed, she didn't care because she thought that they had already done that. On the contrary, she felt a little happy deep down. Shinny likes me and my legs, so he will never abandon me. I will not have to worry about food and drink and can live a stable life in the doomsday. Thinking of this, Su Wanting even took the initiative to adjust her posture to facilitate Shinny's movements. Shinny didn't know what message he saw. He suddenly withdrew his hand, looked serious, and started typing quickly with both hands. What's wrong? Su Wanting came over puzzled. Put on your clothes. Shinny looked up and said. Of course, he just said this because he didn't want Su Wanting to see the message. Oh. Su Wanting was not stupid, and she didn't think about looking at Shinny's phone anymore. Although she felt a little uncomfortable, she understood that only if she was obedient and sensible could she avoid being abandoned by Shinny. Otherwise, if I make Shinny angry and he kicks me out, I might never be able to come back. After all, her last bargaining chip is gone. If you want Shinny to take you seriously now, you can only approach from other angles. For example, I should be more sensible and obedient. Serve Shinny well and make him reluctant to drive him away. Su Wanting thought secretly. On Shinny's side, his expression as he looked at the screen was still serious and solemn, and he typed messages quickly from time to time, as if he was talking to some very important person about a very important topic. It's an important topic indeed. Because, this is a topic about how to awaken superpowers. In other words, it is the topic of how to obtain superpowers. Shinny from the Foreign Languages Department, I can give you water and food, but how can you be sure that what you say is true? Ma Tianming from the Physical Education Department, Zhao Tao and I shared a dorm. I witnessed the entire process of him acquiring his superpowers. I can guarantee it's true. Ma Tianming from the Physical Education Department, but you have to give me water and food first, then I can tell you how to gain superpowers. Shin Yi's expression was solemn. The way to gain superpowers. If Ma Tianming had not lied to him, then his words seemed to prove that the superpowers were not awakened naturally, but were obtained through some means or something. If this is true, then it proves that I also have the opportunity to obtain superpowers. This is why Shinny was so excited. This is also the reason why he doesn't let Su Wanting look at her phone. As long as I have superpowers and my own unlimited supply system, then this doomsday game will become a simple difficulty level. Suppressing his excitement, Shinny thought for a while, then took out a few bottles of mineral water, took a photo, and sent a message to Ma Tianming. Shin Yi from the Foreign Languages Department, unopened mineral water, absolutely pollution-free. As long as your information is accurate, these 3 bottles of water are yours. At the same time, on the other side of the screen, a burly young man looked at the photo of mineral water, swallowed, then looked up at a few students in the distance, secretly raised his mobile phone to take a picture, then tapped the screen with his fingers and began typing quickly. 9. How to obtain superpowers. Ma Tianming from the Physical Education Department, how do we make a deal? I must get the water first before I can tell you how to obtain superpowers. Otherwise, what if you go back on your word? Ma Tianming from the Physical Education Department, to prove the authenticity of what I said, let me show you some photos. Ma Tianming from the Physical Education Department sent you the photo content. In the photo, there are 2 boys arm in arm. In addition, there are several photos that seem to have been taken just now, showing a tall boy communicating with several students. Ma Tianming from the Physical Education Department, the one in the red t-shirt is Zhao Tao. You should have seen his previous videos and recognized him. The other one is me. These photos prove that he and I were roommates, and we have a very close relationship. I can't lie to you. Shinny looked at the message from Ma Tianming, thoughtful. He was very skeptical about Ma Tianming's news. If Ma Tianming really knew how to obtain superpowers, why didn't he get them himself first? Unless this method is very difficult, or he is lying. But even though he guessed that there was more than a 50% chance that Ma Tianming was lying to him, he had to give it a try. After all, superpowers are definitely important for survival in this doomsday. Certainly. It's impossible for Shin-Yi to be so stupid as to go and deliver water by himself. That would be stupid. Shin-Yi from the Foreign Languages Department, if I'm not mistaken, you're in the gymnasium, which is not far from me. Shin-Yi from the Foreign Languages Department, how about this? We each walk half the distance and then we'll trade in the garden outside the boys' dormitory. I'll give you the water, and you tell me the method. Ma Tianming from the Physical Education Department, well, although the method you mentioned is reasonable, it's too risky. Shin-Yi from the Foreign Languages Department, so you want me to bring you some water? Forget it. You're afraid of danger, and so am I. Ma Tianming from the Physical Education Department, no, brother, I have another idea. Ma Tianming from the Physical Education Department, you're in the dormitory, right? Can you come to my dorm? I have a drone there, and it's the kind with a long battery life. You can hang the water on it, and we can complete the transaction without taking any risks. Shin-Yi from the Foreign Languages Department, which floor is your dormitory on? Ma Tianming from the Physical Education Department, 5th floor, room 509. There's no one in the dormitory, so you might need to pry the door open. Shin-Yi thought for a moment. This method indeed works. The method he originally proposed was to have Su Wanning go downstairs to trade without showing up himself. This way, even if something happens, he won't be afraid. But if there were drones, Su Wanning wouldn't have to take the risk. After all, Su Wanting is still very obedient now. After thinking about it, Shin-Yi replied to Ma Tianming. Shin-Yi from the Foreign Languages Department, I'll contact you once I get the drone. Ma Tianming from the Physical Education Department, no problem. Ma Tianming from the Physical Education Department, brother, remember to hurry up. I haven't had any water for over 20 hours, I'm so thirsty. Shin-Yi from the Foreign Languages Department, oh? Didn't your roommate Zhao Tao awaken his lightning ability? Why didn't you go out to find water? There should be water in the supermarket, right? Ma Tianming from the Physical Education Department, don't even mention it. His lightning can only electrocute a bird or hit a can. It's pretty weak. Shin-Yi from the Foreign Languages Department, okay, then wait for my news. After indirectly proving once again that Zhao Tao's ability was very ordinary, Shin-Yi became thoughtful. Are all superpowers so weak, or is it only the superpower that Zhao Tao awakened that is so weak? Is it a problem with the people, or a problem with the superpowers? Anyway, let us go get the drone first. Thinking of this, Shin-Yi looked at Su Wanning, who had put on her clothes and was actively cleaning up the trash, and asked, Is your health seriously affected? Can you still walk? Yes, it hurts a little, but it doesn't have much impact. Su Wanting responded immediately. She didn't want to appear too weak, as that would easily make Shin-Yi unhappy. Okay, then you pack up and let's go to the 5th floor. Shin-Yi originally wanted Su Wanning to go alone, but he thought that she might not be able to pry the door open. I can only go out by myself. Going to the 5th floor is not too risky. Okay. Su Wanting froze for a moment, secretly regretting it in her heart. If I had known this earlier, she would have said that she couldn't T-walk because of the pain. She really doesn't want to go out. Although the small dormitory is not very safe, it is at least much safer than the 5th floor filled with black fog. Shin-Yi also put on his clothes and sorted out his equipment. In fact, there is no equipment. The only effective means of attack was the folding fruit knife that Su Wanning brought. It is not reliable at all to use it to kill mutant animals or plants. But can be used to protect against people. In the apocalypse, sometimes people are more dangerous than monsters. Let's go. After packing up their things, the two walked out of the dormitory. This was also the first time Shin-Yi walked out of the dormitory since the strange black fog descended. As for how to go to the toilet before, it was very simple. Just put it in a plastic bag or something and throw it out of the window. It's the end of the world, so naturally there's no need to be so particular. Shin-Yi, what are we going to do on the 5th floor? Su Wanning grabbed Shin-Yi's arm with some fear. She had finally settled down and had enough food and drink, so she really didn't want to go out and take risks. Wouldn't it be better to just wait quietly for rescue? Yes, until now, Su Wanning still had illusions about national rescue. It should be said that most people have illusions about rescue. After all, until today, water and electricity have not been interrupted, and the network signal is normal. It's just that apart from issuing a message asking the public to be careful, the authorities have not taken any other actions. This makes some people suspect that the country is intentionally controlling the internet to create a normal phenomenon. After all, someone died, but the authorities did not make any statement, which shows that there is a big problem. Don't talk, just follow me. Shani didn't explain too much to Su Wanting. His purpose of bringing Su Wanting with him was very simple. If there was any real danger, he would be safer with more human bait. Although it may seem cruel to think this way, this is the only way Shani can think of to increase his survival rate. If possible, he didn't want Su Wanting to die. After all, it would be nice to have someone to chat with you during the apocalypse. Sometimes I can solve some problems. Walking in the quiet corridor, Shani was very careful. He guessed that the 5th floor should be safer. Otherwise, Su Wanting would not have been able to come up so easily. When he reached the stairs, Shani saw thick black fog filling the corridor on the 5th floor. Finally, I am going to come into contact with this strange black fog. He took a deep breath and walked down. Su Wanting held Shani's hand tightly and followed him nervously. Stepping into the black fog, Shani subconsciously held his breath. But after holding it in for a while, I couldn't hold my breath anymore. The black mist immediately entered the body. However, the body did not react abnormally. At most, the smell is not very pleasant. As for the effect of making people hungry, it is not that fast. Yes, if people were to become extremely hungry and thirsty in an instant, then I'm afraid more than 90% of the world's population would die. While breathing a sigh of relief, Shani began to look for the dormitory number in the black fog. Visibility is low, but not extremely low, and you can still see things within a few meters. 507, 508, 509, this is it. Shani pulled the dormitory door and locked it. But it didn't bother him. This old-fashioned dormitory door is a traditional wooden door. The door lock has not been replaced for many years, so it is very easy to pry open. You don't even need to pry it open. As long as you have a meal card, Shani can open the door locks of an entire floor. All of this was practiced in high school. Shani took dozens of seconds and opened the door lock with a creak. 10. Doomsday is also great. Quick, look around this dorm to see if there are any useful supplies. If you find any, pack them in your bag and take them away. As Shani spoke, he quickly walked towards the first bed and began to search. Su Wanting also reacted and realized that Shani was here to search for supplies, so she found a bed nearby and searched quickly. While turning over the bedding, Shani sent a message to Ma Tianming asking where the drone was. Ma Tianming from the Physical Education Department, it's under the bed, right under the first bed near the door. After receiving the reply, Shani quickly found a drone packed in a white box under the bed. It looked new. It's a DJI drone, and judging by the packaging, it's not cheap. After picking up the drone and searching for a while, Shani and Su Wanting didn't find any useful supplies, so they left. My original purpose was to get the drone, so I'm not disappointed if I didn't get anything else. Just as the two reached the stairs, they suddenly heard a bang 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 sound downstairs, as if something was knocking on the wall, and the sound was very dense. What's that sound? Su Wanting was startled and grabbed Shani's arm tightly, almost screaming. I don't know, go upstairs first. Shani had no curiosity at all and immediately quickened his pace to go upstairs. If you dare to be curious at this time, you are courting death. When he arrived at the 6th floor, Shani heard slight noises coming from some dormitories, as if there were people inside. Shani secretly noted down the 2 dormitories where the sound came from. In this situation, no one knows whether the survivors will attack others for a bite to eat. After quickly returning to dormitory 606 and locking the door, Shani finally breathed a sigh of relief. We must unlock supplies and hot pot weapons as soon as possible. We also need to find a way to awaken our superpowers as soon as possible. Only in this way can we protect ourselves at the end of the world. Shani made a secret decision. As long as you unlock any kind of hot weapon, you can stack it infinitely, and then you will never have to worry about not being able to protect yourself. After opening the box, Shani found the instruction manual for the drone and flipped through it. He had never touched a drone before and didn't know how to operate it. After looking at it for a while, it didn't seem very complicated. Do you want to play with the drone? Su Wanting asked curiously. Yeah, but I don't know if this drone can hold 3 bottles of water. If the drone doesn't work, then Su Wanting will have to go downstairs to complete the transaction. Although there are risks, it is better than taking risks on your own. Yes, this drone can lift about 5 kilograms. 3 bottles of mineral water weigh a maximum of 1.5 kilograms. Su Wanting replied. Really? Have you ever played with a drone? Shinny looked at Su wanting. Yeah, I've taken landscape and short videos before, and I have over 100,000 followers on Douyin. Shin Yi's eyes lit up. That would allow Su wanting to control the drone, so that she wouldn't have to control it poorly and it would be embarrassing if it crashed into the wall. Then you operate it and help me deliver a few bottles of water to a classmate. Shinny handed the remote control to Su wanting. Delivering water? Okay, let me see if the power is enough. Although Su wanting was curious about which classmate Shinny was going to deliver water to, she did not ask any more questions and immediately started to debug the equipment. Judging from her operation, she is quite skilled. Shiniza took out his cell phone and sent a message to Ma Tianming, asking him to choose the transaction location. Certainly. Shinny wouldn't give him water first. Otherwise, if this guy cheats me, won't I be at a loss? Although the 3 bottles of mineral water were not important to Shinny, he did not want to suffer in silence, and even more so did not want to be cheated. Shinny from the Foreign Languages Department, the drone is ready, but I only have 3 bottles of water. You need to let me know that what you say is true, otherwise I can't give you all my life-saving water. After about 2 or 3 minutes, the other party replied. Ma Tianming from the Physical Education Department, the way to gain superpowers is to eat something. As for what it is, I can't tell you yet unless you show me water first. Ma Tianming from the Physical Education Department, of course, don't even think about lying to me. If I don't tell you what it is, you definitely won't be able to find it. Don't even think about breaking the contract. Shinny from the Foreign Languages Department, the kind of thing you're talking about is hard to find, right? Otherwise, you would have eaten it long ago, and there's no way you could exchange it with me. Ma Tianming from the Physical Education Department, that's true, but I can assure you I'm not lying to you. Ma Tianming from the Physical Education Department, this information of mine is absolutely valuable right now. Even the official hasn't announced it yet, so you can trade it with others for supplies. You'll definitely win. Eat something to gain superpowers? Shin Yi frowned. What could it be? Shin Yi, it's been adjusted. The drone still has more than half of its battery left, which should be enough. Su Wanting's voice came. But the fog outside is very thick and visibility is very low. If the distance is too far, I don't know if I can deliver the water. Well, just try your best. It's okay if you can't deliver it. Shinny didn't particularly care whether he could get the water to Ma Tianming. Anyway, he has already obtained the general information. Fly towards the stadium. Okay. Su Wanting walked to the balcony and released the drone with 3 bottles of water hanging from a towel. Shinny took out his cell phone, took a picture, and sent it to Ma Tianming. Shinny from the Foreign Languages Department, the water will be delivered in a few minutes at most. Now you can tell me the answer. Ma Tianming from the Physical Education Department, wait a little longer, at least until I can see the drone. Shinny glanced at Su Wanting, who was controlling the drone with the remote control. She frowned slightly, pursed her lips, and had a serious expression. How's it going? Can we fly to the stadium? Yes, but I didn't expect the black fog to be so thick. Shinny came over and looked at the image projected by the drone camera on the remote control screen. Looking down from the drone's perspective, the entire world was covered with layers of rolling black fog. The black fog was at least 14 or 15 meters high, covering most of the low buildings. What an amazing sight! Su Wanting sighed softly. If this is not a disaster, it is quite artistic and the photos would be very pleasing to the eye. But who knows how many mutated monsters are hidden under this thick black fog? Shinny looked at Su Wanting's delicate profile and serious expression, and couldn't help but kiss her. All right. He admitted that he also likes beautiful things. Especially when beautiful things are severely ravaged. For example, this delicate face. Beauties that you could never get in touch with before can now be played with however you want. In a way, Doomsday is awesome. Su Wanting blushed, glanced at Shinny, and then continued to control the drone carefully. Shin Yi's hands were not idle. At the same time, a message was sent to Ma Tianming. 11. Death of Ma Tianming. Shin Yi from the Foreign Languages Department, it's here. If you were outside the gymnasium, you should be able to hear the drone. Ma Tianming from the Physical Education Department, I heard it. It's right above my head, come down quickly. Shin Yi from the Foreign Languages Department, don't worry, tell me the answer first. While sending the message, Shani looked at Su Wanting in his arms and said, "Lower the drone a little, but not too low, just enough so that people under the black fog can see it." Su Wanting's cheeks were slightly red, and her red lips were slightly panting. She adjusted her posture and began to control the drone to descend. In the black fog, a burly young man licked his cracked lips and stared at the thick black fog above his head. He is Ma Tianming. He made this transaction privately with Shani and did not tell Zhao Tao. Otherwise, we have to give water to Zhao Tao. Moreover, Zhao Tao was unwilling to tell others how to obtain superpowers, as he did not want others to gain superpowers. But Ma Tianming doesn't care about all that. "I'm almost dying of thirst, who will keep it a secret for you? It doesn't benefit me at all. Hurry up! Hurry up!" Ma Tianming murmured, looking back at the gymnasium from time to time. "If other people find out, it will be troublesome. Moreover, Zhao Tao said that there are monsters in the black fog. It will be troublesome if we are targeted by the monsters. We must get water quickly." Soon, the silhouette of a drone appeared in the air. There are also a few bottles of mineral water hanging below it. Ma Tianming from the Physical Education Department, "I see it. Lower it a little more. Lower it a little more." Shin Yi from the Foreign Languages Department, "Answer." The more anxious Ma Tianming was, the less anxious Shin Yi became. In this transaction, Shin Yi had the upper hand from the beginning to the end. Because he is not short of water, even if he loses a few bottles of water, it will not affect him. Most of what he said before was to make Ma Tianming think that he was anxious, otherwise he would not be able to get anything out of him. Now is the time to control him. A person who is extremely thirsty will only become more thirsty after seeing water, and may even lose the ability to make calm judgments. Ma Tianming from the Physical Education Department, "Let me get the water first. Otherwise, what if you change your mind later?" Shin Yi from the Foreign Languages Department, "I'll give you the same thing. I'll give you the water. What if you regret it?" Ma Tianming from the Physical Education Department, "Fuck you." Ma Tianming licked his cracked lips, clenched his phone in anger, and hesitated. He was really afraid that this guy would go back on his word. "But I am really thirsty." Looking up at the life-saving water source that was almost within reach, he gritted his teeth and began typing. Ma Tianming from the Physical Education Department, "I can tell you the answer first, but you absolutely cannot go back on your word. Otherwise, I'll tell Zhao Tao and have him bring people to trouble you." Ma Tianming from the Physical Education Department, "Most of us here are athletes. Even if you were lucky enough to gain superpowers, you wouldn't be a match for dozens of students." Shin Yi from the Foreign Languages Department, "Don't worry, I don't want to make enemies with you either." Although he said this, Shin Yi had already felt murderous intent in his heart. Anyone who dares to threaten me really wants to cause trouble for me. I must not keep such a person. Fortunately, I didn't tell Ma Tianming my dormitory number. The dormitory building is so big that even if he comes in, it won't be easy for him to find me. But to be on the safe side, I'll change dorms later. If Shin Yi had the ability to snipe from a distance, he would have wanted to kill Ma Tianming directly to prevent future troubles. Although he has never killed anyone, if someone really threatens his life, Shin Yi will kill the other person without hesitation. This is the determination you must have to survive in the doomsday. Ma Tianming from the Physical Education Department, "It's a colorful fruit that grows on a plant that hasn't mutated." Ma Tianming from the Physical Education Department, "I'm not lying to you." Zhao Tao ate one of those fruits, and after a few seconds, he suddenly gained lightning powers. Shin Yi, "Okay, I hope you didn't lie to me, otherwise I will tell Zhao Tao about the deal with you. I believe Zhao Tao will not keep a roommate who betrayed him, right?" Ma Tianming from the Physical Education Department. He would threaten, and Shin Yi would also threaten. Moreover, the threat is very sharp. Shin Yi looked at Su Wanting and said, "Lower the drone and give him the mineral water. As for the drone, if you can retrieve it, then retrieve it. If you can't, forget it." He also thought about breaking the contract. But then he thought again, if Ma Tianming told Zhao Tao about the transaction, there was no guarantee that Zhao Tao would not cause trouble for him in order to obtain the secret of superpowers. Judging from Zhao Tao's secretive behavior, he doesn't want others to know how he obtains superpowers. Very greedy guy. Okay. Su Wanting began to slowly land the drone. Before the drone even landed, the thirsty Ma Tianming grabbed a bottle of mineral water. Then, he unscrewed a bottle of water on the spot and started drinking it. He looked so hungry, as if he was going crazy with thirst. No wonder he was vigilant for a long time, but then let down his guard during the final transaction. Because he was so thirsty that he no longer had the energy to argue with Shani. Seeing this scene, Su Wanning couldn't help but sigh. This is probably the daily life of most survivors. There are very few people like Shani who have enough food and drink. Thinking of this, Su Wanning couldn't help but feel a little relieved. Now that I am following Shani, I don't have to worry about food and drink. I just need to wait for rescue with peace of mind. Although Shani likes to touch his legs and breasts. But actually, being touched feels pretty good. Ah! Su Wanning suddenly screamed, startling Shani, who was immersed in studying her body. Shani, you, look! Shani immediately looked at the drone screen. I saw. Suddenly, several thick vines stretched out from the black fog and tied up Ma Tianming tightly like a rice dumpling, and were about to drag him into the black fog. What's going on? Came 2 minutes ago. Ma Tianming drank a whole bottle of water in one breath, and he almost shouted out loud with pleasure. Looking at the 2 remaining bottles of water, he thought about hiding them so that they wouldn't be discovered by Zhao Tao and the others. In addition, we also have to find a way to get some more water from Shani. He didn't believe that Shani only had a few bottles of water. After all, if he put himself in his shoes, if he only had 3 bottles of water, he would definitely not give them to others. He was very sure that Shani must have many bottles of water in his hands. But how can we get the water in Shani's hand? Perhaps, he could discuss it with Zhao Tao and reveal some information to him in a subtle way. Given Zhao Tao's personality, he might not be able to resist the temptation and cause trouble for Shani. At that time, I will pretend to stand on Shani's side, force and bribe him to give me water, and then take the opportunity to deal with Shani to prevent Shani from revealing the deal with me. That's right. Take it all. I am such a genius. Ma Tianming was thinking excitedly, but he didn't notice that in the black fog behind him, vines seemed to have life and spread out, coming silently behind him. When he felt a chill on his back, he subconsciously turned around and his pupils suddenly shrank. From the reflection of Ma Tianming's pupils, countless vines instantly pounced over and wrapped around his body. It was too late to escape. Help! Help! It hurts! It hurts so much! Ma Tianming screamed and struggled violently. But the cane was extremely strong. The more he struggled, the tighter it became. Ma Tianming's skin began to turn purple, his face flushed, and he had difficulty breathing. Although he was still struggling hard, it seemed to be of no use. His body was tightened by the cane, and his face began to turn red and purple, seemingly due to a lack of blood circulation. His skin and flesh were also torn by the sharp cane, and bright red blood flowed out, staining his clothes red and dripping onto the cane. What was even more terrifying was that as soon as his blood dripped onto the vine, it was directly absorbed by the vine and disappeared without a trace. The vine seemed to be excited by the blood they had absorbed, and they tightened their grip on Ma Tianming's body, gradually cracking his body apart. Blood, flesh, and bones of various colors splattered everywhere. 12. The monster that covers the sky. Hearing Ma Tianming's screams, several people rushed out of the gymnasium. The leader was Zhao Tao, who was wearing a red short-sleeved shirt. When they saw Ma Tianming being tied up with vines, Zhao Tao and the others' faces changed drastically and they turned around and ran back into the gymnasium. Without any hesitation, he abandoned Ma Tianming. Ma Tianming also ended his life in extreme despair and pain. Shani and Su Wanning felt nauseous and almost vomited when they saw this bloody scene through drone aerial photography. Born Zhao Tao. Shani cursed with a dark expression. He was not angry because Zhao Tao did not save him. Ma Tianming's life or death had nothing to do with him. It would be better if he died. The reason he was angry was because Zhao Tao was plotting against him. That's right, Zhao Tao wanted to plot against Shani before. Knowing that there were such terrifying mutant plants outside the gymnasium, he still tried to trick me into coming here, saying that he was protecting me. Damn, Zhao Tao was really a cruel guy. Don't let me get the chance, or I'll kill you. Shani thought about it and said, let's withdraw the drone. It might be useful in the future. Just as Shani finished speaking and the drone took off from the black fog, a sharp bird cry suddenly came from the remote control screen, as if it could break a person's eardrum. In the picture, a giant bird swoops down from the sky, grabs the flying drone with its sharp claws, and takes it into the sky. Soon, the drone completely lost its image and signal. Ah! Just now, what was that bird? It was so huge. Sue Wanting couldn't help swallowing and showed a look of horror. Although I could only vaguely see a little bit of the image through the drone's camera, the feeling of it blocking out the sky, was it really a bird? Even the largest eagle on Earth today is not as big as one of the wings of that giant bird. That's definitely a mutant monster. There are even more terrifying mutant monsters in the sky. That terrifying giant bird is more terrifying and depressing than mutant dogs and mutant vines. When she thought of such a terrifying giant bird in the sky, Sue Wanting hurriedly retreated back to the dormitory and dared not approach the balcony again. Although the giant bird flies very high, if it suddenly swoops down, there will be no time to dodge. The speed was so fast that the drone was caught by it in an instant. It seems that even the birds flying in the sky can mutate. Xin Yi's face was solemn. He originally thought that only the plants and animals on the ground shrouded in black fog would mutate, but he didn't expect that even the birds would mutate. Suppressing the complicated emotions in his heart, Xin Yi looked at the chat content with Ma Tianming again. Colorful fruits growing on non-mutated plants? Xin Yi opened Douyin and tried to search for relevant information. He didn't believe that Zhao Tao was the only one in the entire Xia kingdom who had acquired superpowers, so he wanted to see what others had to say. As expected, someone actually posted a video. Family, I've awakened my superpowers. From now on, I won't eat beef. In the video, a teenager of 15 or 16 years old was making arrogant remarks. When he raised his little hand, many iron objects around him flew up and hovered in the air. He waved his hand again, and all the iron tools flew out and stuck firmly into the wall. If this pierces a person, he will be seriously injured if not killed. What kind of superpower is this? Telekinesis? Or Magneto? It feels stronger than Zhao Tao's lightning ability. Xin Yi continued to browse other videos. But there are not many people who show off their superpowers so openly. As for the keywords colored fruits, they cannot be found. I don't know if it's someone who has gained superpowers and is hiding it, or if the platform has blocked the keyword. It's a pity that the drone is gone, otherwise I could use it to go out and look for colorful fruits. Xin Yi secretly felt sorry. For now, I have to change dormitories first. Although his dormitory number has not been exposed, other women will have to come to him in the future. What if a woman comes with a group of people? Wouldn't he be in danger? So, in the future, you should give a woman a false address first, and then show up after confirming that the other person is a person. I was too naive and not cautious enough before. But after being threatened by Ma Tianming, Xin Yi's vigilance increased several times. No matter what you do in the future, you must be careful. Prudent. Careful. The 6-word principle must be kept in mind. Sue Wanting, pack your things and let's move to another dormitory. Why? Sue Wanting, who had just finished drinking water, was a little confused and asked back subconsciously. Don't ask, just pack your things. Okay, I'll clean it up right away. Seeing Xin Yi's expression change, Sue Wanting didn't dare to ask any more questions. Sometimes she would still subconsciously put herself into her previous identity. If a boy dared to talk to her like this and ordered her around in the past, Sue Wanting would be very angry and scold him. She grew up in a wealthy family, had never suffered any hardship, and was very outstanding. If she were in a normal society, she would indeed have the capital to be arrogant. But unfortunately, it's not like before. Xin Yi is not the type of person who flatters others. If Sue Wanting hadn't helped him unlock new supplies and hadn't been more obedient today, he would have abandoned Sue Wanting without hesitation. Carrying a woman with doomsday is a burden most of the time. After packing up, Xin Yi took Sue Wanting to dormitory 610, which was 3 dormitories away from dormitory 606. This place is just away from 2 dormitories where there might be people, and is close to the stairs, so you can escape from the 6th floor as soon as you encounter danger. Xin Yi was trying to pry open the door when he suddenly heard a sound behind him. He turned around to look. I found that at the end of the corridor, the door of dormitory 601 suddenly opened. He immediately became alert, holding a fruit knife and staring at the open door. Dormitory 601 is one of the dormitories suspected to be occupied. Classmate, don't be impulsive. I'm a human. A man came out of dormitory 601. He was a short boy wearing glasses. When he saw Xin Yi holding a knife, he spoke out immediately, fearing that he would be accidentally injured. Is there something wrong? Xin Yi still held the knife vigilantly. Although they lived on the same floor, Xin Yi did not know this boy. He usually has to go out to work part-time, so naturally he has no time to make friends. It's like this, classmate, do you have any water? I can exchange it with you for food, the boy said quickly. If his water wasn't almost finished, he wouldn't have wanted to risk coming out to talk to a strange classmate. In this situation, humans may be more dangerous than monsters. He is also a half otaku who has read many doomsday novels and watched many movies, and has rich experience. Are you alone? Shani looked at the door of dormitory 601 and asked cautiously. Yeah, it's just me, and I don't have any weapons, so you don't have to worry. Although the boy has read a lot of doomsday novels and watched a lot of movies, he obviously hasn't learned anything real. He revealed his true self in just one sentence. If Shani had a darker mindset, it would be enough to force him to hand over the food or even kill him. Just then, the door to room 603 suddenly creaked open. 13. Discover the supernatural fruit. Hello, classmates. Don't be afraid, I have no hostility. The door of dormitory 603 opened. He is a boy of about the same height as Shani, but a little fatter than Shani, and has dyed yellow hair. I just heard you guys chatting and I saw that you were not bad people, so I came out to form a team with you. The yellow-haired student had a smile on his face, as if he wanted to get closer to you. It's the end of the world after all, there's safety in numbers. How about it? Brothers, want to team up? Neither Shani nor the boy with glasses said anything. The boy with glasses stood at the door vigilantly, ready to run into the dormitory immediately if he encountered any danger. In this situation, who would trust strangers and team up with strangers? What a joke! Please, we are classmates in the same school, we shouldn't be so distrustful, right? Do you think I dare to kill anyone? I don't even dare to kill a chicken, I believe you don't dare to kill anyone either, right? Otherwise you will go to jail. Huan Mao said speechlessly. It is not known whether he is just so outgoing or has other intentions, but Shani will not believe him anyway. Anyone who believes it is an idiot. But the boy with glasses was obviously persuaded. 2. This is only the 5th day of the apocalypse. Most people still have a bottom line and won't go crazy enough to kill people. Do you have any water? I want to exchange food for some water. The boy with glasses asked the yellow-haired boy cautiously. The current situation on the field is that Shani has a knife in his hand, and there are 2 of them, which gives him the biggest advantage. The boy with glasses is more afraid of him, and if possible, he would rather make a deal with the yellow-haired boy. At least the yellow-haired student didn't have a knife in his hand. Well, I finished my water, so I wanted to form a team with you and leave the dormitory together. The yellow-haired man scratched his head and said embarrassedly. Is that so? The boy with glasses could only look at Shani again. The tall beauty next to this classmate is carrying a bag, maybe there is water. Speaking of which, why is there a girl in the boys' dormitory? Could it be this classmate's girlfriend? So beautiful. This figure, this leg, paired with that pair of white mid-calf stockings, it's so 2D. The boy with glasses was extremely restrained and looked away, so that he didn't stare at Su Wanning's long legs. Huan Mao also took several peeks. There's no way, this figure is too attractive to men. Shani naturally noticed the looks in the 2 men's eyes. He became even more alert and weighed the pros and cons in his mind. He felt that even if he could kill both of them with a knife, he might get injured. If you get injured in the apocalypse without medicine, there is a high probability that you will die. Then there's no need to fight so hard. Moreover, they have no hostility towards me at the moment. You can take this opportunity to develop. He originally wanted to refuse the exchange offer from the boy with glasses, but after thinking about it, he decided to agree. If I don't exchange, when the boy with glasses can't stand the thirst anymore, he might join forces with the yellow-haired boy to fight me. But if they were to switch, the boy with glasses would definitely not join forces with the yellow-haired student unless he was in desperate situation. First, divide the enemy and then defeat them one by one. Thinking of this, Shani looked at the boy with glasses and said, My girlfriend and I don't have much water. We only have 1.5 bottles left, but I can exchange half a bottle for you. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, big brother. The boy with glasses nodded excitedly. Half a bottle of water, drink it sparingly, and add your own urine, it will last at least for several days. If you're lucky, you might be able to hold on until rescue arrives. Shani walked over with a knife in hand. Su Wanting hurried to catch up. Huan Mao was very tactful and gave way. Only Looking at Su Wanting's tall back, he couldn't help licking his lips, with a hint of desire hidden in his eyes. Mad, it's so beautiful. I can play with these legs for a whole year. Of course, he was thinking these words in his heart. He saw that Shani had a knife in his hand, so he wouldn't be stupid enough to cause trouble. Entered dormitory 601. A strange smell hit me in the face. Su Wanting couldn't help but cover her nose with her hands, frowning and wanting to complain. Why does this guy stink so much? Did he poop in the dormitory? In comparison, Shani's dormitory can be described as clean and sanitary. Really? He's ugly and so sloppy. So disgusting. Su Wanting complained inwardly. Fortunately, Shani likes cleanliness. Otherwise, she really didn't know if she could bear it. Well, ahem, the dormitory isn't very clean, please don't mind it. The boy with glasses smiled awkwardly. He also knew that the dormitory didn't smell good. There was nothing he could do about it. After all, there was a lack of water these days, so he hadn't washed his feet, brushed his teeth, or washed his face. Add to that the urination and defecation, it was a bit embarrassing anyway. Especially since such a beautiful woman saw his embarrassing side, he was so embarrassed that he wanted to dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. Shani didn't say anything, because he was attracted by the potted plants on the windowsill at first sight. I don't know what plants are planted in those flower pots, but they are already blooming and look very beautiful. But what caught Shani's attention was not the beauty of the flowers, but the fact that there was a colorful fruit in the center of one of the pink flowers. The fruit is very small, about the size of a little finger, buried in the center of the flower and inconspicuous. Shani secretly retracted his gaze, pretending to look around the dormitory, not revealing his excitement, and asked, "What food do you want to exchange?" "I have self-heating hot pot, instant noodles of various flavors, bread, and spicy noodles." "What do you need?" The boy with glasses took out all his stock and placed them on the bed for Shani to choose from. "Let me take a look." Shani seemed to be choosing very seriously, but in fact he was thinking about how to get the colorful fruit. If Ma Tianming didn't lie, he would probably gain superpowers after eating this fruit. Su Wanting frowned deeply and covered her nose. She really didn't understand why Shani came to exchange for food. Since I have superpowers, can't I just transform whatever I want to eat? Why would I need to change it? Besides, this guy's food is stinky, and I don't know if eating his food will give me diarrhea. Su Wanting, who had just had a good half day, had begun to look down on junk food. "I'll have 2 packs of spicy instant noodles." Shani picked for a long time, and finally took 2 packs of instant noodles as if very seriously. "Wanting, get a bottle of water." "Aha!" Su Wanting obediently took out half a bottle of water from her backpack. The boy with glasses pretended to glance casually and found that there was indeed only a bottle of water left in the beautiful woman's bag, but there were still a lot of snacks. It seemed that this guy had not lied to him. What a real person. He obviously doesn't have much water, but he is willing to exchange it with me. This is obviously to help me. The boy with glasses' favorable impression towards Shani suddenly increased. "By the way, classmate, your potted plants look very nice. Can you give me 2? My girlfriend likes potted plants." Shani suddenly said. "Sure, no problem. They belong to my roommate anyway, he probably doesn't want them anymore." The boy with glasses didn't think much about it and generously let Shani take whatever he wanted. He couldn't keep it alive in the dormitory anyway. After all, he didn't have any extra water to feed useless flowers. "Wanting, don't you like potted plants? Go pick 2 and we'll take them back to the dormitory to grow." "Ah? Oh. Great. I love potted plants the most." Su Wanting was confused and didn't know why Shani suddenly said that he liked potted plants. But she thought quickly and realized that Shani wanted a potted plant. So he cooperated and went forward to pick it up. 14. Gained superpowers. And became more handsome. Su Wanting picked for a while and picked out 2 potted plants that were already in bloom. At least it's pleasing to the eyes. Then she looked back at Shani, and seeing Shani nod slightly, she knew that she had made the right choice. Although she didn't know why Shani wanted a potted plant, today's experience told her that if she could avoid asking, she should just be obedient. This way, Shani would like her more. "It's getting late, so let's go back first." Shani suppressed his excitement and said calmly. "Although I know that this boy will definitely not notice anything, if something goes wrong, it will be too late for me to regret." "Okay. Big brother, if you need anything in the future, just call me." The boy with glasses kept calling Shani Big Brother. Obviously, he had a very good impression of Shani. After all, he was the one who shared the life-saving water with him. Yeah. Shani nodded and turned around to leave with Sue wanting. Sudden. A boy's voice came from behind. Brother, wait. The boy with glasses touched his head and said with an embarrassed smile, Brother, my name is Wang Bingbing, how about we add each other's contact information? Okay. Shani didn't refuse and opened his WeChat to scan it. The boy with glasses also quickly opened WeChat and handed over his code. Scan the QR code and add successfully. My name is Shani. Contact me on WeChat if you have any questions. Okay. Brother Shen. Finally. Shani and Sue Wanting walked out of the smelly dormitory 601. Hey, brother, do you have any extra water? Can you give me half a bottle too? Huang Mao asked with a smile. No more, there's only one bottle of water left, and we too need to drink it. Shani refused indifferently, then left with Sue Wanting. Now he just wants to go back and study whether this colorful fruit can gain supernatural powers. As for the yellow-haired classmate, it doesn't matter. As long as Wang Bingbing does not join forces with him, and he has a knife in his hand, he believes that Huang Mao will not be so stupid as to come and die. On the contrary, you can strike first and gain the upper hand. Arriving at the door of the 610 dormitory, Shani quickly pried the door open. Because the students haven't returned, this dormitory is relatively clean and there is no strange smell. But Shani still said to Sue Wanting, go to dormitory 606 and bring my bedding over. Aha! Sue Wanting also didn't want to sleep on someone else's bedding. Who knows if it's clean or not? She is a misophobe. Seeing Sue Wanting leave, Shani immediately went up to the potted plants, observed them carefully for a while, and confirmed that neither of the two plants had mutated. Then he picked the fruit from the center of the flower. When I picked up the colorful little fruit, I felt a slight coolness spread from my fingers into my body. It's really not easy. Just from this feeling of coolness, Shani could be sure that this colorful little fruit was no ordinary fruit. Do you want to eat? Shun Yi hesitated. What if Ma Tianming lied to me? What if this fruit is poisonous? But there was only one fruit, so it was not a good idea to let Sue Wanting test the poison. If Sue Wanting awakens her special abilities and becomes the master, then I will suffer a great loss. Shin Yi pondered for a while, then took a photo of the colorful fruit with his mobile phone and started searching for images online. After searching, no relevant content was found. This proves that this kind of fruit may not have existed before, and may not have been included in the record. But the latter is unlikely. After all, it's impossible for the plants raised by an ordinary college student to be rare in the world, right? Thinking about it this way, the colorful fruits most likely appeared after the apocalypse. As to whether it is a poisonous fruit or a supernatural fruit, I can only give it a try. Although Shinny is very subtle and cautious. But if you don't have the strength, you are just hoarding food for others. He needs strength. A lot of power is needed. If he had the strength, he wouldn't have to fight with Wang Bingbing and Huang Ma classmate today. Because we don't have absolute power, we need to resort to conspiracies and tricks and calculate people's hearts. Thinking of the obscene look of Huang Ma classmate, Shinny decided to give it a try. If I could really awaken powerful superpowers, I could go back and save my grandma and little sister. After careful consideration, Shinny finally ate the fruit. Ma Tianming, Ma Tianming, don't lie to me, or I'll draw a circle and curse you to go to the 18 levels of hell. He prayed silently. The colorful fruit melts in your mouth almost instantly. I couldn't even taste anything. Immediately following, Shinny felt warm inside, as if a strange energy was constantly flowing in his body, making him feel warm all over, as if he was in the legendary spiritual water. Suddenly, his waist and legs were no longer sore, and his originally weak body was full of vitality. As this warm current continued to flow through his limbs and bones, Shinny felt more and more comfortable. His strength seemed to be increasing, and the muscles all over his body were throbbing. After about dozens of seconds, Shinny was completely immersed in the pleasure of his ever-increasing strength, especially with a burst of crisp sounds. His muscles and bones trembled, his pores opened, and a layer of dark red dirt like oil was discharged. The next moment, Shinny felt as if he had suddenly broken through a barrier, as if his entire body had been freed from some kind of restraint, and he had endless strength and energy. But when he opened his eyes and looked down at his body again, he was shocked. I saw that he, who was originally thin, now had muscles. Abs. Standard six-pack abs. He was also filled with strength, and it felt like he could punch through a wall. Then, Shani felt his face was a little itchy. He wiped it subconsciously, and ended up with a handful of red impurities, which smelled very bad. Shani frowned, took out a makeup mirror from Su Wanting's bag, and looked at his face. There were a lot of impurities on his face, but after wiping them off, his originally ordinary facial features became much more three-dimensional, and he could even be called handsome. My appearance has actually improved. What kind of supernatural fruit is this? Shani was a little surprised. Increase strength, increase appearance, increase abdominal muscles. I can't tell what kind of fruit it is. But if I eat a few more, can I continue to transform? Even significantly increase your own strength. As for appearance, although Shani thinks it is not important, he would certainly be happy if he could become more handsome. But compared to the improvement of appearance, he values strength more. In the end times, strength is the most important thing. As long as you have strength, no matter how ugly you are, beautiful women will fall into your arms. What? What if I don't throw myself into his arms? Then grab it. Otherwise, what's the point of having strength? Shani couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth in joy, wanting to reveal an evil smile. Ma Tianming really didn't lie to himself. This colorful fruit is really a supernatural fruit. Only. The supernatural power he had acquired seemed to be about improving his physical body, which was completely different from Zhao Tao's. Just as Shani was thinking this, a voice suddenly rang in his ears. 15. Physical evolution. Su Wanting's little thoughts. It is detected that the host has qualified force value, the personal panel has been opened, the host can check it by himself. Shani raised his eyebrows. Personal panel? It actually requires a certain amount of force to unlock. Open the panel. He muttered to himself. Then, a virtual screen appeared in front of him. Host, Shani. Age, 20. Force value, 10. Unlocked supplies, Master Shui mineral water, freshly baked roast chicken. Obtained superpower, physical evolution LV1. Physical evolution LV1, your body has undergone an evolution for some reason. Your strength, speed, endurance, health, etc. have all been greatly improved. Physical evolution. It turns out to be a physical ability. Although not as cool as Zhao Tao's lightning ability, Shani can feel that his strength is definitely not inferior to Zhao Tao's lightning that can split through cans. And, judging from the level symbols of physical evolution, supernatural powers should be able to upgrade their levels. The higher the level, the stronger it is. As for how to upgrade the level, Shani is not sure yet. Perhaps, I need to continue eating the supernatural fruit? Or maybe, you need to exercise yourself? Anyway, no matter what, at least we have a clear goal now. Collect supernatural fruits. I will never let him go if I see him again. As long as you have enough special abilities and they are high enough in level, you can defeat anything that runs on the ground or flies in the sky. But my body has evolved once, but my combat power is only 10? He clearly felt that his strength was overflowing. Was his strength value too low? Thinking of this, Shani looked at the bedboard of an empty bed. Then, he wrapped his hands with the pillowcase, raised his fist, and smashed it down. Bang! With a crisp sound, the bedboard was smashed through by him. Shinyi's hand was only a little numb, not even painful. The thickness of this bedboard is about 4 or 5 centimeters. Even if someone has been practicing boxing for many years, it would be impossible to break through it easily. This is enough to prove that Shinyi's strength is far beyond that of ordinary people. With this kind of strength, the system only gave itself a combat value rating of 10 points. It seems that the rating of combat power is very valuable. Come to think of it, I wonder if the supernatural fruit can be considered a kind of material? Shinyi murmured softly. If supernatural fruits could also be considered supplies, that would be so cool. The infinitely stacked supernatural fruit is simply invincible. Shani? Just as Shani was thinking, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Su Wanting, who was holding the quilt, looked at Shani with surprise, whose face was covered in dirt, and couldn't help but wrinkled her nose. A foul smell wafted from him. What's going on? I had only been away for a few minutes, how come Shani smelled so bad? Moreover, he seems to have grown taller and become more handsome. At first, Su Wanting almost thought she had seen it wrong, so she called out uncertainly. It's just right. I want to take a shower. Come and rub my back. Shinny did not explain the matter of superpowers to Su Wanting. Although he can now easily control Su Wanting, the method of obtaining superpowers cannot be easily revealed, otherwise there is no guarantee that Su Wanting will not have any ulterior motives. Well, the dirt discharged by the evolution of the physical body is very smelly and needs to be washed thoroughly. Take a shower? How do I take a shower? Su Wanting hesitated. Shinny didn't say anything, but locked the dormitory door first, then waved his hand, and nearly 100 bottles of mineral water appeared out of thin air on a bed. Su Wanting opened her eyes wide in shock. Although she knew that Shinny could produce food and water, she was still surprised that he could produce so much water at once. At first, she thought Shinny's ability had some limitations, like he could only produce a few bottles of water or a roast chicken a day. But now it seems not. This means Shinny's abilities are much more powerful than I thought. Moreover, he not only has the ability to conjure up food. This guy who suddenly became taller and more handsome must also have supernatural powers? Shinny may have more than one superpower. What are you thinking about? Come over here and rub my back. Shinny cried out after taking off his clothes. Oh, here it comes. Su Wanting's cheeks turned red and she was a little shy, but she still stepped forward with a towel. After all, they had already had sex, and they had seen everything they needed to see. But when she wiped off the dirt on Shinny's body and saw Shinny's body clearly, she was stunned. Shinny, who was originally thin, actually has abdominal muscles. There are exactly 6 pieces, and they look extremely beautiful. No, not just abs. There is even a male dog waist. Wow, what a great body. Better looking than those fitness trainers. The body shape evolved from Shinny's physical body is not the kind of bulging muscle body, but a body with graceful lines, which looks good in all aspects. The more Su Wanting rubbed Shinny's back, the redder her face became, but she also became more excited. Shinny has become more handsome and stronger, but isn't he the one who enjoys it? Su Wanting, who was originally a little dissatisfied with Shinny's appearance and figure, is now extremely excited. He couldn't help but start imagining what would happen next. Shinny, on the other hand, was holding his phone, rapidly accepting friend requests, then copying and sending the same message to each one: send a photo, as long as it meets the criteria, food and drinks are free. Having experienced the pleasure of physical evolution, he is now very excited and wants to unlock more supplies, preferably the supernatural fruit. At worst, hot weapons will do. This feeling of becoming stronger is really great, even better than having sex with Su Wanting. Speaking of this, Shinny suddenly thought of something and turned around to ask, I remember you have a few good-looking friends? Well, it's okay, but none of them are as pretty as me. Su Wanting realized something was wrong. Then contact your attractive friends and ask them if they're short of food and water. Shinny had some impression that Su Wanting had several friends who were good-looking and had good figures. One of them is even prettier than Su Wanting. But he didn't know the girl's name. He only met her once when she came to see Su Wanting and was very impressed. I think that girl should also meet the system standards. Okay, I'll ask. Su Wanting hesitated to speak. She didn't want to share food with others. I don't want to share my boyfriend with other women. But Su Wanting didn't dare to refuse Shinny, so while sending the message, she secretly cursed Shinny. He already has himself, yet he still thinks about other women. How can you be so shameless? And the person she is thinking about is her best friend. If I really let my best friend share a husband with me, wouldn't that be extremely embarrassing? Damn you philandering scumbag. Damn man. Do you think you can do whatever you want in this apocalypse? Damn it. Look, I'm going to drain you dry tonight. I'll make you think about other women again. Su Wanting cursed inwardly and rubbed her back with increased strength. If she could defeat Shinny, she would never swallow her anger. 16. Beautiful girlfriend. Time passes. Another night passed. Today is the 6th day of the apocalypse. Rescue still did not arrive. Social order is on the verge of collapse. Many survivors fought over a bite of food or a bottle of water. Burning, killing, looting, raping and pillaging, these evil deeds that would never appear openly in Xia State under normal circumstances are now almost everywhere. A little after 11, in dormitory 610. Shinny was eating roast chicken naked, and Su Wanting was watching him with eager eyes, like a child who had made a mistake. Let me see your phone. Shinny finished chewing the chicken leg in his hand, drank some mineral water, then took a few pieces of paper to wipe his hands and looked at Su Wanting. What do you want to see? Open WeChat and let me see how your bestie responded to you. Shinny wanted to do a random check to see if Su Wanting had obediently sent messages to her best friend. If she doesn't obey, it proves that she has ulterior motives. Having any ulterior motives proves that they may betray you. Shinny would not keep a woman who wanted to betray him. Even though she enjoyed serving me, now that we have entered the sage time, I have to be so rational. Only one person replied to the message, no one else did. Su Wanting unlocked her phone, clicked on the WeChat interface, and handed it over. Although she felt uncomfortable and jealous, she didn't dare to refuse again. Shinny took the phone and said, "Come over for dinner. Remember, don't have the same thoughts as last night." "Yeah. I will never make you angry again." Su Wanting nodded excitedly, then ran over to look for the bones left by Shinny, and started chewing on the meat when she found it. "It looks like he's been hungry all morning." Shinny looked through Su Wanting's WeChat. She was very obedient and sent messages to more than a dozen WeChat friends, but only a girl with the note Jiang Nanyan replied to her. Shinny clicked on Jiang Nanyan's circle of friends, flipped through a few pages, and found the photo of this girl. His eyes lit up slightly. Very beautiful. Judging from her face, she has a mature and domineering vibe. And there are no signs of PS whitening in the photos. As for why the system did not trigger the prompt. Because Shinny had tested it before, the system would not trigger a prompt just because of a photo, unless the photo was sent to Shinny by the person himself, and it must be a photo of the person himself. If there is PS editing or beauty effect, etc., the prompt will not be triggered. This also saved Shinny from being scammed by photos. After thinking about it, Shinny sent a message to Jiang Nanyan using Su Wanting's account. The little rabbit said obediently, "Well, I have water and food here, come find me." Little Bunny Guigui is Su Wanting's online name. Su Wanting was peeking at the side, feeling very depressed. My boyfriend is hooking up with my best friend, and I still have to help him. Is this considered self-greening? Jiang Nanyan, really? Wanting, where are you? I haven't eaten for almost 2 days. The little rabbit said, my friend and I are in the boys' dormitory of Campus A. It's safe here for now. Come find me. While replying to the message, Shinny deliberately took a few photos of mineral water and roast chicken and sent them to the girl. Jiang Nanyan, wow. You actually have so much water, and there's also cooked chicken. The little rabbit said obediently, well, do you want to come over? Considering our past relationship, I can take care of you. Jiang Nanyan, the boys' dormitory, it's a bit far from me. Jiang Nanyan, Wanting, if I go to see you, can I bring 2 friends with me? The little rabbit said obediently, boy or girl? We are all girls here. If you bring your boyfriend, I'm afraid my friends will mind. When Su Wanting saw the message sent by Shinny, she couldn't help but secretly despise him. It is obvious that you are very lustful, but you pretend to be innocent. Disgusting. But she only dared to complain about these things in her heart. Because she was jealous and acted like a spoiled brat last night, trying to squeeze the juice out of Shinny, Shinny punished her by not giving her any food or water this morning. If he made Shinny angry again, he might really be kicked out. When she thought of the monster outside the building and the obscene looks the 2 boys on the 6th floor had given her, she became very scared. Although Shinny is a playboy, at least he has superpowers that allow him to have enough food and drink. And now he has become more handsome and more durable. The abdominal muscles and chest muscles feel very comfortable to touch. In comparison, she didn't want to have any contact with the other 2 smelly boys. She felt sick just seeing them. Su Wanting is still as arrogant as ever, and her personality since childhood is not so easy to change. However, the object of her arrogance was no longer Shinny. Jiang Nanyan, my friends are all girls, how could I have a boyfriend? I'm also worried that boys might do something bad to us. After all, there are no laws to restrict us now. Jiang Nanyan, Wanting, why would you ask such a question? Ask this kind of question? Shinny was stunned and looked at Su Wanting. Is there some secret between the 2 of them? Or some code word? What does this mean? Jiang Nanyan is a lesbian and kind of hates men, so she definitely won't find a boyfriend. Your question just now made her suspicious. If it were me, I wouldn't ask this question. After all, I used to tease her about her sexual orientation. Su Wanting explained. Shinny understood, and then continued typing to deceive. No matter whether she is a lesbian or not, or whether she dislikes men or not, Shani is only doing this to unlock supplies. He doesn't pursue any feelings or love. In the apocalypse, who still wants to be innocent? The little rabbit said obediently, "Of course I know your orientation, but my friend is worried that you will be with boys, so I asked one more question." The little rabbit said obediently, "Since your friends are not boys, then you can bring them over. It's safe here." Zhang Nanyan, "Okay, then let's pack up and go." Shani slowly smiled. Really? Using Su Wanting's account to cheat her friends is much more efficient than looking for a needle in a haystack by yourself. The reason is simple, because the friends of beautiful women are most likely also beautiful women. In addition, they have a good relationship, so it is definitely easier to fool them than strangers. As for the friends Zhang Nanyan brought, it depends on how they look. If it meets the system standards, Shani will make a fortune. It's a buy one get two free deal. If it doesn't meet the standards, kick it out. Anyway, they are just two female college students. With Shinyi's current strength, he can easily deal with two adult men, let alone a woman. The improvement brought to him by the evolution of his physical body is enormous. After adapting for a night, he felt that he could now handle 4 or 5 adults without any problem. At the same time, on the other side, in an office in a teaching building, the 3 girls were talking while packing their belongings. "Nanyan, what kind of person is your friend? He shouldn't lie to us, right?" a chubby girl asked with some doubt. No, although she has a bad personality and is sometimes arrogant and selfish, she would not lie to her friends. Besides, what is there about me now that is worthy of her lying? A beautiful girl with delicate features sighed. To be honest, I didn't expect her to contact me and be willing to share food with us. Maybe I misjudged her before. She's not that selfish after all. A person's true character is revealed in times of disaster. Is that so? That's great. I'm starving too. Let's get going. The chubby girl nodded excitedly, then couldn't help but complain, "I just don't know why your friend went to such a disgusting place like the boys' dormitory. The thought of so many boys living there makes me feel sick. I don't know. Maybe there's some danger in the girls' dormitory?" Zhang Nanyan was actually a little confused, and vaguely felt that something was wrong with Su Wanting. But she was too hungry to think about the details. Their food had been eaten up long ago, and they had been surviving the past 2 days by starving. If Su Wanting hadn't sent a message last night, Zhang Nanyan would have been ready to take the risk and go out to find food. We shouldn't have the intention to harm others, but we must also be on guard against others. Given the situation outside, we still have to be careful. At this time, a mature woman wearing glasses next to her spoke. 17. Punishing Su Wanting. Zhang Nanyan looked at the mature woman who was speaking and nodded seriously. "Well, teacher Bai is right. Although Su Wanting and I are very good friends, we still need to be careful. Besides, it's a long walk from the teaching building to the dormitory building. There might be mutated monsters in the black fog downstairs, so we have to be careful. We can find some weapons to take with us in case we encounter danger." Yeah, we girls are weak after all, not as strong as those stinky men." The 160-pound girl agreed with what he said and angrily cursed. "Those stinky men always say ladies first, and that they'll prioritize protecting us women and children when disaster strikes. But when the apocalypse really comes, not a single man comes to protect us. A bunch of stinky scumbags. I think there shouldn't be men in this world. We girls would definitely be happier that way." Listening to the fat girl's constant chatter, Zhang Nanyan and teacher Bai looked at each other, smiled helplessly, but did not respond. Although they don't like men, they have never thought of leaving the world without men. Dislike is based on one's own orientation and has nothing to do with whether something exists or not. The 3 of them packed up their things, carefully opened the door and walked out. There were also many survivors hiding in other classrooms. Some people heard footsteps in the corridor and poked their heads out one by one. When they saw the beautiful women, many male survivors' eyes lit up. There was no rescue, the alarm was unavailable, and the food and water had long been eaten up. At this time, most of the survivors were on the verge of collapse. Now they face a moral choice, either go out and find food or steal other people's food. But it is obvious that most people dare not go out. Because most of the people who left the building in the past 2 days died in the black fog. Those who occasionally came back were also very scared, as if they had seen some horrible monster. And there are very few people who can bring back food and water alive. When food and water cannot meet the normal needs of all people, unrest begins. And because the official people did not show up for a long time, evil thoughts began to grow in some people's hearts. Since no one cares about the dead, no one will care if I do something bad. As a result, some students with bad intentions began to pay attention to girls and even started to force themselves on them. Without the constraints of morality and law, people have no bottom line. Just like Shani used supplies to shelter the girls. But compared to those murderers and rapists, he still has a bottom line. However, some survivors with no bottom line secretly followed Jiang Nanyan and others. Jiang Nanyan, we are out and heading towards the dormitory. Jiang Nanyan, I want to ask, there shouldn't be any danger near the dormitory building, right? The little rabbit said obediently, no, I have been in and out several times. There is no danger in the dormitory building, but I don't know about the distance. Jiang Nanyan, okay. The little rabbit said obediently, I'm on the 6th floor, just come up when you get there. Jiang Nanyan, okay. After Su Wanting replied to Jiang Nanyan's message, she always felt a little guilty. How could there be no danger outside the dormitory building? She saw with her own eyes a mutant dog that ate people. But in order to trick Jiang Nanyan over, she could only continue to talk nonsense along with what Shani had said before. If Jiang Nanyan was unlucky and met that mutant dog, it wouldn't be his fault. I only said that there was no danger inside the dormitory building, but I didn't say that there was no danger outside the dormitory building. Well, you continue to communicate with your friends. If you can contact a friend to come over, I will reward you with 2 roast chickens, but it must be a female friend, and she cannot be ugly. Shani said with satisfaction. Good. Su Wanting's eyes suddenly lit up. The roast chicken smells really good. But every time he could only eat what Shani left over, which was not enough and he couldn't even feel full. If you can get 2 delicious roast chickens by calling a friend, it's definitely worth it. Anyway, I can't refuse Shani's request, so why not try to get some benefits for myself? 2 roast chickens are enough to keep me fed comfortably for 2 or 3 days. So, Su Wanting immediately picked up her phone and made WeChat calls to other friends who had not replied to her message. Shani was not surprised when he saw Su Wanting working in a hurry. That's one of the reasons he controls supplies. Only if Su Wanting is not full will she be motivated to work and be obedient. If the food had spilled, she certainly wouldn't have been as motivated as she is now. Just like last night, he was actually playing tricks on me. He wants to drain me dry, and he doesn't allow me to chat with other women, or even touch other women. What a joke! Do you think we're in a relationship? And you want to restrict my personal freedom? You really take yourself seriously. How could Shani give up unlocking system resources for a tree? So, Shani punished Su Wanting for crossing the line and made her eat only the bones he had left behind this morning. Want to eat meat and other foods? No. Shani added a lot of new friends today. He needs to screen more girls who meet the system standards as soon as possible before the internet and power are cut off. According to the current situation, the network and power supply will probably be cut off soon. After all, in a doomsday disaster, if no one maintains the power generation equipment, there is a high probability that something will go wrong. And with all sorts of mutated plants and animals causing trouble, the probability of problems is even higher. To be honest, Shani was quite surprised that the network and power supply could last for 6 days without being disconnected. This may be the reason why the survivors believe that the authorities will still provide rescue. Counselor Wang Jiaxing, at Shani, is Mr. Shin here? Could you please reply? Counselor Wang Jiaxing, Student Shin, I know you can see my message. Our classmates need your help right now. I see that you have posted some messages in many groups. This proves that you should have a lot of water and food, right? So, can you give some to help your classmates and teachers? Counselor Wang Jiaxing, of course, we won't let you help us for free. I can personally contribute 500 yuan, and you can consider it as buying it from you. You have plenty of food and water anyway, so sell some to the teachers. While you're making money, you're also doing something good for social unity. School idol Lin Yu, at Shani, Director Wang is right. Shani, please help us. We are all classmates. It's understandable if you don't help others, but it's really mean of you not to help your classmates. Qin Haoran, +1, I'm also willing to give 500 yuan. If you have extra water, please sell us a few bottles. Jean Rui, at Shani, speak up. I know you're online. Wan Lily, well, I also saw the message from classmate Shani in the next group. Since classmate Shin is willing to take in girls, you must be a kind-hearted person. Can you help us? Mahon, I remember Shani used to have a good personality. He wouldn't stand by and watch someone die. Teacher Chi Associate Professor, Student Shani, although he doesn't talk much, he is indeed a good kid. This is the message in the class group. Shani also saw that someone kept tagging him, so he clicked in to take a look. It turned out that the counselor inexplicably tagged himself to buy water and food, and then all the students started to tag himself and asked for water and food, as if they had made an appointment. Shani was amused by the moral kidnapping of this group of classmates. 18. Power outage. Another beauty has arrived. Shani, don't worry about these messages in the class group. Don't pay any attention to them. They are all bastards who want to take advantage of you. Su Wanting also saw the message in the group. How could she be willing to let Shani take the risk of delivering water and food to others? It's so dangerous outside. What should I do if something happens to Shani? Although Su Wanting was essentially thinking about herself, what she said was not wrong. A bunch of bastards. Of course I can't give them food and water. Shani sneered. When Jean Rui was bullied by several of his roommates, he sought help from the counselor. However, the counselor said that they were all classmates and there was no need to quarrel over such a small matter. He also asked why his roommates only bullied him and not others. This kind of outrageous statement may seem like a joke on the internet, but it really exists in reality, and there are quite a few of them. Shani encountered it. So he had no good feelings towards this righteous counselor. On the contrary, if given the chance, he would definitely let the counselor experience why he only bullies you and not others. Thinking of this, Shani took out a few bottles of water and a roast chicken from the system space, then placed other snacks on the table, took a photo and sent it to the group. Shani, indeed, I still have a lot of water and food, but I'm just mean and don't want to give it to you. Are you angry? Jean Rui, at Shani, are you fucking sick? Why are you pretending? Just wait for me. Group member Jean Rui has been banned by the administrator for 29 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes. Counselor Wang Jiaxing said, Student Shin, please ignore Jean Rui. I've already silenced him. Here's how, I'll pay you 1,000 yuan, and if you send us the chicken and those bottles of water, I promise I won't deduct any more credits from you. School Hunk Lin Yu, holy crap. There's chicken? It's still steaming hot, is it fresh out of the pot? Shen Yi, brother Shen. Give me some. I haven't offended you in the slightest, I've always treated you like my big brother. Wang Lily, Jean Rui is really bad. Shen Yi, ignore her. Wang Lily, can I have some of that chicken? I can come find you. Xin Haoren, Shen Yi, I believe you are different from poor students like Jean Rui. You help me now, and when my dad comes, I will pay you back tenfold. My dad is the director, I won't lie to you. Su Wanting, shut up, Shen Yi will never give you food. Wang Lily, Su Wanting, what does this have to do with you? You should shut up. Classmate Shen Yi is not as selfish as you. Ma Hong, Su Wanting, it doesn't matter how pretty you are for someone as selfish as you, without morals, you are destined to live a short life. Xin Haoren, that's right. Su Wanting was so angry. Seeing that Shen Yi had no objection, she sent intimate photos of herself and Shen Yi to the group, proving their close relationship. A group of outsiders actually dared to scold me. She can't stand it. Wang Lily? Su Wanting, you're actually with Shen Yi? Ma Hong, this photo, are you two in a relationship? Sun Bowen, I didn't expect Shen Yi to sleep with the beautiful girl in our class with just a few bottles of water. It's really a bargain. I'm afraid she has been played with for the past few days, right? School idol Linyu, at Sun Bowen, stop barking. What does it have to do with you who my big brother wants to be with? Sun Bowen, you licks the dog. School Hunk Linyu, damn. Don't think I don't know you're with Jean Rui. Are you trying to help Jean Rui disgust my brother Shen? Haha, who's the lickspittle? I think you're Jean Rui's lickspittle. Group member Sun Bowen has been banned by the administrator for 29 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes. School idol Linyu, at Shen Yi, brother Shen, don't take that idiot Sun Bowen's words seriously. If you run into any trouble in the future, I'll definitely be the first one to help you. School Hunk Linyu, at Su Wanning, sister-in-law, please talk to brother Shen and ask him to help us classmates. Xin Haoren, +1, brother Shen, please take me with you. Teacher Chi Associate Professor, Student Shen, please help me out because of my age. I have children to take care of at home. Shen Yi ignored this group of fence-sitters and left the group directly. Especially Qin Haoren and Ling Yu, these two idiots used to stand on the moral high ground and criticize me in other groups, but now they have changed their faces. How cheap. Instead of wasting time with this bunch of trash, you might as well add a few more friends as soon as possible. Maybe you can unlock 2 more kinds of supplies. However, judging from the drastic changes in the expressions of these classmates, the survivors are having a hard time now. In order to get a sip of water and a bite of food, he began to beg me humbly, almost kneeling down. Even the usually serious and stern teacher Chi looked like this. All I can say is that everyone is equal in the face of disaster. In the blink of an eye. More than 2 hours passed. During this period, Shinny added dozens of friends, but they were either men using female accounts to deceive him, or they were miniature tanks. None of them met the system's standards. The most outrageous thing was that there was a guy dressed as a woman who actually posted a photo of himself in women's clothing, saying that if you don't mind, he can bring his own lubricant. Damn it! Shinny cursed him and blocked him directly. The world is going downhill. All kinds of monsters and demons are coming out. There are even many people who ask about their address openly or secretly. Of course Shinny is not stupid, and he didn't have a deep chat with them. He just blocked and deleted them. What a bunch of idiots. What's the point of trying to trick me? Just for a few bottles of water? If you have the time, can't you just go to the supermarket and look for it yourself? Shinny cursed and deleted another guy who tried to trick him into giving him his address. He just couldn't understand, do these people have no brains? What's the use of getting your address? Instead of coming here to bother me, you might as well go to a supermarket or convenience store. There are bound to be uncontaminated drinks and snacks there. But I don't know what these guys are thinking, they insist on using their own addresses. It can be seen that on the 6th day of the apocalypse, people's IQ has dropped significantly. It's been so long, why hasn't your friend come yet? Shinny looked at Su Wanting and asked in confusion. Even if it's on another campus, it should take an hour to walk here. Could something have happened? I'll call her and ask. Su Wanting said and started dialing. Shinny continued to agree to friend requests. But, while they were busy, the light that was originally on suddenly went out with a click. The phone that was originally charging suddenly stopped charging. Is there a power outage? Shinny and Su Wanting looked at each other, both of them looking unhappy. Power failure. This means there will be no light at night. What is even more frustrating is that nowadays, once the battery of a mobile phone runs out, it can no longer be recharged. No, there is a way, but it is much more troublesome. Ding ling ling. Sudden. A cell phone rang outside the door. Su Wanting glanced at her phone, then looked at Shinny and said, "It seems like they are here." Hang up the phone first. Shinny walked to the dormitory door, quietly opened a crack and looked outside. 19, boxing? This is boxing. In the dark corridor. 3 figures huddled together, walking cautiously in the corridor, relying on the dim light of their cell phones. Since Shinny did not let Su Wanting tell Jiang Nanyan the exact dormitory number, they were contacting Su Wanting while looking for a dormitory. This also gave Shinny time to observe secretly. There should be 3 girls, but why is one so fat? How the hell does that even meet the system's standards? Shinny complains secretly. Although the corridor was dark due to the power outage, the outline could still be vaguely seen. There were 3 women, indeed, but one of them was too fat. The other 2 are pretty good, especially one of them, with a curvy figure like a ripe peach. After confirming the gender, Shinny said to Su Wanting, "Tell them their dormitory number and ask them to come over." Su Wanting responded and began to reply to Jiang Nanyan. At the same time, she also secretly thought that it would be best if Shinny did not fall for Jiang Nanyan and then drove them away. She doesn't want to share a man with others, let alone share food and water with others. Even if this person is a best friend, it's not allowed. Jiang Nanyan was actually not wrong before. Su Wanting is such a selfish person. Especially in the end times, her selfish character becomes more obvious. Certainly. In fact, when faced with a doomsday disaster, most people would not be willing to share food and water with others, which is normal. It would be strange if someone shared it for free. This is where Jiang Nanyan felt strange before. Why was Su Wanting so kind to them, willing to share food and water with them, and willing to provide them with a safe shelter? In fact, if she thought about it carefully, she would be able to detect the loopholes in Su Wanting's words. At the very least, she would realize that Su Wanting's purpose in calling her over was not that simple. At 6:10. Jiang Nanyan received news from Su Wanting. At this time, she had already noticed something was wrong. But I still can't tell what's wrong. However, since we have already risked our lives to come here, we can't go out again, right? They almost died outside just now. As soon as they left the teaching building, several boys followed them and wanted to do something bad to them. Fortunately, they hid in the black fog in time, otherwise if they were caught by those boys, Jiang Nanyan didn't dare to think about it. Afterwards, they finally managed to escape those hungry wolves, only to encounter mutated plants that frightened them so much that they tumbled and scrambled all the way. If they hadn't run around in the black fog and lost their way, it wouldn't have taken them more than 2 hours to find their way back. The three of them followed the dormitory number and found dormitory 610. The door of the 610 dormitory was actually open. There was also a rich aroma of meat wafting out. It's the aroma of chicken. The three women swallowed subconsciously, excitement flashing in their eyes. Jiang Nanyan stretched out her hand cautiously and gently pushed the door open. The person who appeared in front of her was her best friend, Su Wanting. This made Jiang Nanyan secretly relieved. She was really afraid that when she opened the door, some monster would pounce on her. Xiaoyan, welcome. Su Wanting came up to her warmly with a smile on her face. Wanting, long time no see. Jiang Nanyan pulled the corners of his dry mouth and forced a kind smile. She was already hungry and thirsty, and had just stayed in the black fog for more than 2 hours, so her body was extremely dehydrated. Fortunately, I finally met my bestie and was able to replenish my water immediately. It seems that my best friend really has no shortage of food and water. Her face is as smooth as before. Obviously, she has eaten and drunk well in the past 2 days. Hey, why is there a disgusting man here? Suddenly, the fat girl frowned and spoke. Jiang Nanyan was stunned, and only then did she notice Shani sitting on the bed. There really is a boy. How come there is a boy? Didn't Su Wanting say that she and her friends are all women? What did you say? Shani frowned and looked at the fat girl with cold eyes. The fat girl was startled and subconsciously took a step back. However, when she thought about the fact that there were 3 people on her side and she was a woman, she immediately regained her confidence and glared at Shani and shouted, "What's wrong? I just said a few words to you. As a grown man, do you really want to hit a little girl like me? Do you have any manners? You're already broken? Really, disgusting." Before the fat girl could finish her words, Shinyi's fist had already landed on her fat face. With a bang, the fat girl flew out of the dormitory and hit the wall heavily, letting out a wail. In the corridor. Hearing the footsteps, Huang Mao and Wang Bingbing, who had secretly opened the dormitory door to observe, were stunned when they saw the scene. What kind of power is it to send someone flying with one punch? Not to mention hitting girls, even if you hit them, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. Hiss, why do I feel like this guy has grown a lot taller and become more handsome after not seeing him for one night? The yellow-haired man thought secretly. Is this secondary development? What's going on? Why are you growing so fast? And why are there 3 more girls coming to the boys' dormitory? Who is this for? Hey, there are 2 girls who are really pretty. It seems like I can try to win them over, so that I can find a girlfriend and have more helpers. Well, the one with the mature lady style is good, and the mature woman with the mature taste is also good. Let's wait and see what happens. See if I can take advantage of this opportunity to win over one. Wang Bingbing didn't think as much as Huang Mao. When he saw Shani taking action, he immediately closed the door and hid in the dormitory, not curious about what was happening outside. The most important thing is to stay alive. You, how can you just hit someone like that? Jiang Nanyan looked at Shani in disbelief. The mature woman hurried to check on the fat girl. Seeing that her face was covered in blood and she had fainted, she looked anxious and quickly tried to find a way to stop the bleeding. Didn't this fat pig say that my defense was broken? That's right, my defense was broken. Shani twisted his fist with a faint expression. He had just restrained his strength, otherwise he should have been able to kill this foul-mouthed fat woman with one punch. It's the end of the world, and you still dare to fight. Now let me tell you what real boxing is. Although the 2 girls in front of him both meet the system standards, but that doesn't mean Shani has to compromise. If they really fell out, Shani wouldn't mind kicking all 3 of them out. Bite. Survivors meeting the system criteria have been detected, and detailed information scanning has begun. Name, Jiang Nanyan. Age, 20. Appearance, 92 points. Body, 94 points. Internal, 100 points. Unexperienced. Total score, 96 points. Evaluation: after taking in a guest, you can unlock a random item. Bite. Survivors meeting the system criteria have been detected, and detailed information scanning has begun. Name: by Cine. Age: 29. Appearance: 90 points. Body: 96 points. Internal: 100 points. Unexperienced. Total score: 96 points. Evaluation: after taking in a guest, you can unlock a random item. That's right, another MILF also meets the System S criteria. Her appearance is not much worse than Jiang Nanyan's, and her figure is quite amazing, extremely mature, like a ripe peach. If the system panel had not been triggered, Shini would have even thought that this woman was a young woman. But unexpectedly, she was actually a 29-year-old virgin. You've gone too far. How could you be so harsh on a girl? The mature woman by Cine looked at Shini. Although she was a little afraid of this violent man, she still bravely spoke up for her students. I went too far. This fat pig came in and started scolding me. Why didn't you stop her? You don't think she went too far, but you think I, the victim, went too far? Shini sneered. But even if that's the case, you can't beat her like this. Bai Cine felt a little embarrassed by what she said, but Shini said that he was a victim, which was simply nonsense. How could a victim send the assailant flying with just one punch? This beat the man so hard that he passed out. Wanting, he is your boyfriend? Didn't you say your friend is a girl? Jiang Nanyan couldn't help but question Su Wanting. She realized she was being cheated. Moreover, this man was so brutal and violent right from the start, which frightened her. 20. Dream of a big house. Cheyenne, don't you want food and water? My boyfriend has plenty here. As long as you are willing to stay here, my boyfriend will take care of all your food and drink in the future. Su Wanting was not embarrassed at all. Instead, she picked up the mineral water and a whole steaming roast chicken on the table and extended an invitation to Jiang Nanyan. If you keep this best friend, you can get 2 roast chickens. Although Su Wanting didn't want to share her boyfriend with other women, she knew she had no power to change Shini's mind. Shini will definitely not be alone in the future. Since she knew she couldn't stop it, Su Wanting decided not to stop it. Otherwise, if she made Shini angry, she would starve or even be kicked out. It is better to unblock than to block. So she changed her mind. This way, at least I can get a reward, and if Shini is happy, I might get even more rewards. The most important thing is that even if Shini has other women in the future, as long as she is the most favored, she can become the first wife. Water? And meat? Jiang Nanyan's Adam's apple moved and he swallowed subconsciously. But my mouth was dry and I couldn't produce any saliva. Her body's instinct made her want to rush over and grab the water and meat, but her reason made her restrain herself. If I really rushed over, I would probably be punched away. You might even be killed with one punch. She is very thin and can't take much beating. Nan Yen. Don't be fooled. Let's go. Let's go now. Bai Cine hurriedly spoke out to stop them. Although she was very hungry and thirsty, she would never sell her body and soul for a bite of food. The woman in front of them had tricked them here, clearly to find a mistress for her boyfriend. This is too shameless. How could there be such a shameless woman? Jiang Nanyan also thinks Su Wanting is shameless. I even wanted to scold her harshly. How could you lie to your bestie? I treat you as a friend, what do you treat me as? You actually want me to be your boyfriend's mistress? But the chicken tastes so good. It smells so good just by smelling it. If you take a bite of it, would you be able to ascend to heaven? The more Jiang Nanyan thought about it, the more she wavered. It seems that she would rather sell her body and soul than die of starvation and thirst. If 2 days ago, someone asked Jiang Nanyan whether to choose between starving to death or selling her body, she would definitely humiliate the other person severely and then show off her noble soul and body. But after 2 days of hunger and 1 day of thirst, her noble soul was completely corrupted. Especially when she saw the liquid flowing in the bottle, she felt that every cell in her body was craving for food. She has fallen. Teacher Bai, I'm sorry, I can't walk anymore. After saying this, Jiang Nanyan's delicate cheeks turned slightly red, and then she ran to Su Wanting, wanting to drink water and eat meat. Su Wanting didn't give her water right away. Instead, she asked with a smile, Xiaoyan, you should understand what drinking this bottle of water means, right? Humiliation, absolute humiliation. I understand. Jiang Nanyan glanced at Shani. Although she felt extremely embarrassed about being humiliated in front of her teacher, her physical hunger and thirst overwhelmed the shame, and she still answered Su wanting. Even if I have to do that, it doesn't matter anymore. At worst, just think of it as a bite from a dog. And this dog looks pretty handsome, not at all annoying. Okay, since you understand, then take it and drink it, my good sister. Su Wanting handed a bottle of water to Jiang Nanyan with a smile, as if giving alms. Thank you. Thank you. Jiang Nanyan excitedly took the mineral water, and her hands were shaking as she twisted the bottle cap. She had been hungry and thirsty for too long and she no longer had much strength left. Even screwing on a bottle cap was difficult. Oh, what a young lady, you're just like a dog. Looking at Jiang Nanyan who compromised so easily, Su Wanting secretly despised her but also felt a little happy. She used to be very annoyed with Jiang Nanyan, a guy who always pretended to be cool. She always looks cold, as if she is so noble. The key point is that there are so many boys pursuing Jiang Nanyan, more than the boys pursuing herself, which makes Su Wanting even more jealous. But since Jiang Nanyan's family conditions were no worse than hers, she couldn't afford to offend her. But now, it feels great to see the woman you once envied surrendering to you in front of you. Su Wanting suddenly felt that helping Shani was actually quite enjoyable. In the future, I will be the first wife, and I can order Jiang Nanyan, the mistress, to run errands for me. It's so cool. Anyway, it's the end of the world, and no one will dare to laugh at me. Many women will definitely envy me for having enough food and drink. If I had known it would be so nice, why did I throw a tantrum last night? Su Wanting suddenly felt a little regretful. Because of my temper last night, not only did I not eat enough today, but I also caused Shani to feel alienated from me. I have to change my mindset and not be like before, otherwise I won't have a good life and may even be overtaken by newcomers. Su Wanting thought secretly. If I were to be overtaken by a newcomer and become the second wife, that would be such a joke. I was the first one to follow Shani. Moreover, Shani's first time was broken together with him. She should be the eldest wife. In order to become the eldest wife, she must first gain Shani's favor. Then, he had to suppress the other women. Shani didn't know that Su Wanting's mind had completely changed after seeing Jiang Nanyan compromise. Of course, this change is a good thing for him. You will be able to enjoy better service in the future. Nanyan, how could you compromise? Baisini looked at Jiang Nanyan who was drinking water with big gulps, with disappointment in her eyes, and angrily denounced her depravity. Does the knowledge and morals you learned previously allow you to do such a thing? Don't forget what your dream is. How could you do this? Baisini's tone sounded quite angry. But Jiang Nanyan was so busy drinking water that she didn't even bother to reply. It was not until she finished the whole bottle of water in a few breaths that she felt like a fish returning to the sea, regaining her vitality. Licking his lips and looking at Baisini, Jiang Nanyan felt a little hesitant and embarrassed. After all, it was he who brought the teacher and friends here, but he was deceived by Su Wanting. I have a great responsibility. But she really doesn't want to die. Just when Jiang Nanyan felt guilty and didn't know how to speak, Shani suddenly came over, put his arms around her slender waist and pinched it. Jiang Nanyan's face turned red and she subconsciously wanted to struggle. But then he thought of something, and his struggling movements gradually slowed down and became quiet. Don't worry, follow me, I won't let you go hungry in the future. After Shani finished speaking, he looked at Jiang Nanyan who had come down obediently and nodded with satisfaction. Then he looked at Baisini who was supporting the fat pig and said, My beautiful teacher, if you are willing to stay, I can also guarantee your 3 meals a day and your safety. Of course, the prerequisite is that you send this fat pig who scolded me away. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that I can resist beating her to death. Shani has been very restrained. The fat pig started cursing at him as soon as he entered the room. He didn't kill the fat pig directly because he had never killed anyone before and couldn't make up his mind for a while. Otherwise, that punch just now would have blown the fat pig's head apart. Don't even think about it. Even if I, Baisini, die of hunger or thirst, I will never sell my body. And I will never abandon my students. Shameless men like you are the ones I despise the most in my life. Baisini cursed coldly. Immediately, she looked at Jiang Nanyan again. Nanyan, you really won't go with me? Teacher Bai, yes, I'm sorry. 21. Was Shini reborn before the apocalypse? Teacher, bye, I'm sorry, I can't go with you. Jiang Nanyan turned her head away guiltily, not having the courage to face Bai Sini's disappointed expression. Actually, Bai Sini is not only her teacher. He is also her ambiguous object. Yes. Ambiguous object. Both of them actually have lesbian tendencies, so they naturally came into contact with each other. It's just because of age and identity issues that the relationship has not been confirmed. But if we continue to get along, we may be together soon. However, a doomsday disaster struck. Everything has changed. There is no time to talk about love and romance. The most important issue now is how to survive. Compared to staying alive, issues like misogyny are not a problem at all. Just like now, being held in the arms of a man named Shini, Jiang Nanyan, who usually hates men, didn't feel disgusted at all. On the contrary, she felt more secure because she smelled the scent of meat on Shini's body. In the end of the world, being well-fed and well-watered is the greatest sense of security. Compared to living, all the joys, sorrows, anger and happiness of human beings are not worth mentioning. Ha, I understand. Bai Sini smiled. But that smile was very pale and weak. But she still didn't say anything to blame Jiang Nanyan, but instead helped the fat pig away. Shini naturally did not stop him. He offers a price, and even if the other party doesn't accept it, he won't force them. No need. She is not missing a woman. Anyway, I have gained something today. And Jiang Nanyan in his arms is much more sensible than Su Wanting. After she made her choice, she no longer had any rebellious thoughts, at least not on the surface. Unlike Su Wanting, who has been full of little thoughts from the very beginning. Even today, there are still many little thoughts. Locked the dormitory door. Shini let go of Jiang Nanyan and said, "Let's go eat first." Thank you, thank you. Jiang Nanyan's cheeks turned slightly red. After all, this was the first time she met Shini. Jiang Nanyan, who was arrogant and had never been in love, was a little shy and couldn't help but feel her heart beating faster. But no matter what, she had to eat first, she was so hungry. At this time, Shini was also looking at Jiang Nanyan. This woman is even more beautiful than Su Wanting. Her facial features are very delicate and her skin is very smooth, revealing a natural radiance. Although her face may be a little dusty because she hasn't washed it in the past few days, she still looks very beautiful overall, especially her straight and delicate nose, which makes people want to kiss her. Jiang Nanyan has a good figure, and she is thin where she should be thin. However, the areas that should be fat are not particularly fat, just a cup, very flat. However, her delicate face makes up for her shortcomings in figure. And the temperament of Jiangnan cigarettes is very good. It's hard to describe her temperament, but just one look at her gives you the feeling that she has a different vibe. Shini didn't have this feeling when he looked at Su Wanting. Although Su Wanting is also a rich and beautiful woman, she has no temperament at all because of her bad and arrogant personality. Temperament is nothing more than rich people eating well, dressing well, getting a good education, and even receiving training in their sitting and walking postures since childhood. Otherwise it would not be possible. To sum up, Shini is still very satisfied with Jiang Nanyan. He was not stingy with the reward and gave Su Wanting 2 roast chickens. Only by doing what you say can you motivate your subordinates to work for you. To Shini, women are also considered subordinates. Thank you, honey. Su Wanting kissed Shini happily. And for the first time ever, she called him husband. I guess he wanted to show something in front of Jiang Nanyan. The Shura field has quietly unfolded. Shini naturally didn't mind. As long as the two women don't hurt each other, he can accept a little jealousy. Where did you take the chicken out from just now? Jiang Nanyan, whose mouth was full of oil, looked at Shini in shock. She just watched Shini move his arm, and 2 roasted chickens appeared on the table. What kind of magic is this? While being shocked, Jiang Nanyan continued to stuff meat into her mouth. It's really delicious. She didn't know if it was because she had been hungry for too long, but the taste of this chicken made her feel like it was the most delicious thing she had ever eaten in her life. This is our husband's superpower. He can create food in water. Isn't it amazing? Don't tell anyone else, otherwise my husband and I will not let you off. Su Wanting instructed seriously, with the air of a first wife. The fox is taking advantage of the tiger's might. Shini didn't mind. Jiang Nanyan was surprised and said, "Superpower? There is actually such a superpower?" Of course. Why do you think my husband can keep us well fed? As long as you're obedient, he can make you anything you want to eat. So that's how it is. Jiang Nanyan seemed to be lost in thought. Now that she is well fed and well watered, her IQ has returned. Is this really a superpower? Creating food out of thin air should count, I guess. After all, magic is not that powerful. But she always felt that this superpower was a bit strange. It's understandable that chicken can appear out of thin air, but how can the chicken be cooked and steaming? It's not like a superpower, it's more like storing cooked food and taking it out when you need it. Thinking of this, Jiang Nanyan suddenly had an idea. She thought of a doomsday novel she had read before. Could it be that this man, like the protagonist in that novel, was reborn? Then he also has an infinite supernatural space. Before the doomsday comes, he stored a lot of food and water in the space in advance? Because there is no concept of time in the supernatural space, anything put in it will not rot. This would explain why the chicken was cooked. But this guess was just a guess, and Jiang Nanyan didn't dare say it out loud. What if she guessed right and he wanted to kill her to silence her? Seeing Jiang Nan finished eating, his mouth and hands were covered in oil, Shani said, "Go brush your teeth, rinse your mouth, and wash your face." Well, isn't the tap water contaminated? Jiang Nanyan was stunned. Isn't the water in the boys' dormitory polluted? You are so stupid. Can't you just wash it with mineral water? Su Wanting took out a few bottles of mineral water from under the bed. Using mineral water to wash your face? This is such a waste. Jiang Nanyan was surprised. If I hadn't said it before, this is the end of the world. Mineral water is so precious. How can I use it to wash my face? It's okay, my husband is here, we won't lack water. Su Wanting smiled faintly. Seeing that there wasn't much mineral water left, Shini waved his hand and took out a dozen more bottles from the space. He then said to Jiang Nanyan, "Wash your hair while you're at it. I don't want to get all greasy." What an amazing superpower. It can even create mineral water. While Jiang Nanyan was shocked, she also felt in her heart that her previous guess might be true. This man might really be the reborn character in the novel. But this is better. Following a strong man who has been reborn, at least you don't have to worry about starving to death. Moreover, maybe I can even have a chance to visit my parents and family. Thinking of this, Jiang Nanyan looked at Shani with a strange look in her eyes. No matter how you look at it, it seems like you haven't lost out. Unless the end of the world ends now. 22. Type 54 pistol. Byte. Start to randomly unlock a material. Ding. Unlocked successfully, congratulations on unlocking the item, Type 54 pistol. Type 54 pistol +1, stored in system space. Type 54 pistol +1, stored in system space. 54. Hearing the system prompt, Shani was stunned at first, and then he was overjoyed. Type 54 pistol. Guns. Hot weapons. So cool. This is really cool. With a gun in hand, where can you not go? Although Shani has never used a gun, it's not too late to practice now. What's more, sometimes there is no need to fire a gun, as long as the gun is exposed, others will be afraid. This is the deterrent power of thermal weapons. Thinking of this, Shani glanced at Jiang Nanyan and felt unusually good. But there is still one thing to confirm. That is whether there are bullets in the gun. If there are no suitable bullets, it would be too troublesome to unlock the bullet supply separately. Shini's mind moved, and he took out a Type 54 pistol from the system space. The gun is indeed quite heavy. After weighing it for a few times, Shani confirmed that the safety was not on and there was no risk of accidental discharge, and then he took out the magazine to check. Fortunately, I brought bullets. And it was a full magazine of bullets. Shani took out all of them and counted them, there were a total of 8 bullets. A gun carries 8 bullets, and I have countless guns, so I don't need to worry about bullets at all. You don't even need to change the magazine. After using it, you can just throw it away. At critical moments, changing guns is much faster than changing magazines. It's a pity that there is no rating function, otherwise I would give the system a 5-star rating. Shani played with the pistol happily. This system is very considerate and thorough. That SA gun. Jiang Nanyan secretly opened her eyes and accidentally saw Shani conjure up a gun out of thin air. She was immediately frightened and almost screamed. Gun. Although she had seen her father playing with a pistol before, she had not had much contact with it, so she couldn't help but feel awe. The lethality and deterrent power of thermal weapons are indeed terrifying. His ability is definitely not to conjure up food. Zhang Nanyan became more certain of her guess. If he could only produce food, then why could Shen also produce a gun? This is totally unreasonable. Either Shen really has an infinitely large supernatural space and has stored these supplies in advance, or his abilities are probably even more terrifying than Su Wanting knows. Su Wanting, Su Wanting, you are so stupid. You are as gullible as before. Zhang Nanyan glanced at Su Wanting, who was sleeping soundly on the bed next to her, and smiled inwardly. How could she not see that Su Wanting was using Shen Yi's identity and her own power to suppress her? She had just arrived here and was not very familiar with Shen Yi. She didn't know how good the relationship between Shen Yi and Su Wanting was, so she didn't dare to offend Su Wanting easily. But now it seems that the relationship between the two is not particularly close. Otherwise, Su Wanting doesn't just know that Shen Yi's special ability is to create food. Since Shen Yi doesn't completely trust Su Wanting, he still has a chance to prove himself. A chance to surpass Su Wanting. Zhang Nanyan, who is arrogant and smart, is unwilling to be the youngest even if she is the third. She was secretly thinking in her heart that starting from tomorrow, she would get closer to Shen Yi and make Shen Yi trust her more than he trusted Su Wanting. First of all, she needs to figure out what Shen Yi likes. The fastest way is to start with your preferences. He should like beautiful women more, right? Zhang Nanyan thought of herself and her face turned slightly red. Without much thought, she was certain that Shen Yi liked women, especially beautiful women. So, since Su Wanting could trick herself into coming here, why couldn't she trick others? Teacher Bai. Teacher Bai's figure suddenly flashed through Zhang Nanyan's mind. Although Teacher Bai is a little older, she has a great figure. Shen Yi should like her, right? Teacher Bai, I'm sorry. Time passes. A night passed. The next day, the sun slowly rose. And in the boys' dormitory 606, the fat girl who was knocked unconscious gradually stopped breathing and died. Although Shen Yi's punch had reduced some of its strength, it was still enough to kill someone if it hit the head. Bai Sini looked at the body of her student and couldn't help crying. Guilt, sadness, fear, and all kinds of emotions intertwined together caused this well-educated teacher to have an emotional breakdown. Yes, Bai Sini did not leave the boys' dormitory. She was tired, hungry, and had a student who had fainted with her, so she had no strength to leave. Then, Bai Sini found that the door of dormitory 606 was not locked, so she moved in with her students. However, she never expected that her student would die. If I had known this would happen, I would have taken the students to the hospital even if it meant risking my strength. Teacher Bai, why are you crying? Who bullied you? At this moment, a familiar voice suddenly came from the door. Zhang Nanyan walked in with half a bottle of water and a chicken leg. You, why are you here? Bai Sini looked up at Zhang Nanyan and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, not wanting to show her weak side in front of her students. I'm here to bring you some food. By the way, I'd like to ask if you want to leave the dormitory today. My husband and I are leaving together. Zhang Nanyan handed over the chicken leg and water. Husband? Bai Sini was stunned. It's only been one night, why is she calling me so intimately? And it doesn't seem contradictory at all. Bai Sini then looked at Zhang Nanyan carefully. She found that Zhang Nanyan not only did not resist, but her whole body seemed to be radiant, with color on her face. She seemed to have a bit more femininity than before and looked better than before. The most important thing is that Zhang Nanyan actually washed her hair and put on makeup. Where does this water and cosmetics come from? Yes, actually my husband is a very nice person. Zhang Nanyan smiled, without a trace of shyness in her eyes. Bai Sini couldn't believe it. It's only been one night. With Zhang Nanyan's rational personality, how could it turn out like this? Little did they know. It is precisely because Zhang Nanyan is very rational that she can weigh the pros and cons more quickly and make the most advantageous choice. And her choice, naturally, was to hug Shen Yi's thigh. Now Shen Yi has a gun in his hand. Even if there are mutated animals and plants outside, guns are enough to deal with them. He's not bad? He even killed someone. And you still say he's not bad? Bai Sini asked in disbelief. Zhang Nanyan glanced at the fat girl's cold body and frowned. She was also a little afraid of the dead, but she still said, if Wang Mimi hadn't been so talkative, why would my husband have taken action? And my husband has already held back. Otherwise, if he really wanted to kill Wang Mimi, she would have died long ago. After all, Shin Yike didn't use a gun. Otherwise, after one shot, how could Wang Mimi live another night? Well, don't blame Shin, it's all Wang Mimi's fault. If she hadn't been so careless with her words, she wouldn't have been killed. 23. Humiliating by Sini. Crazy. Jiang Nanyan, you are absolutely crazy. Bai Sini looked incredulous. She couldn't believe that Jiang Nanyan, who was always smart and rational, would say such a thing. Actually exonerating a murderer. Jiang Nanyan smiled faintly and said, Teacher Bai, I know you are a good teacher, but you should know Wang Mimi's character. It's okay if she was just throwing tantrums before, but what era is this? She's still the same as before. Isn't she just asking for trouble? It's the end of the world. So many people are dying outside and no police are taking care of them. Even yesterday, when we were leaving the teaching building, we were followed by a few boys. Teacher Bai, can't you see the lewd looks in their eyes? If we were caught by them, our fate would definitely be worse than Wang Mimi's. In this day and age, Mr. Bai, do you still want to use the old morals and laws to restrain my husband? Even if my husband didn't kill Wang Mimi, she would have been killed by someone else sooner or later, or starved to death. What's more, my husband only punched Wang Mimi. The real cause of her death was not seeking medical treatment in time, and this is definitely not my husband's fault. This is the fault of Doomsday, the fault of this world. Listening to Jiang Nanyan's well-reasoned analysis, Bai Sini's pale and cracked lips moved, but she couldn't utter a word of rebuttal. Wang Mimi's personality is indeed very bad. In the past, during peacetime, she often posted online to curse men, but at that time there were laws to protect her. But now. Well. Although she didn't want to admit it, Bai Sini no longer had the courage to refute. At most, we can say that Wang Mimi's crime does not deserve the death penalty. But she is already dead, what's the point of saying all this? Bai Sini felt that what the man said yesterday was right, and everything was her fault. He killed his own students. If he could control Wang Mimi, she would not have said such rude words, and would not have died. Jiang Nanyan looked at the lost Bai Sini and sighed softly, forget it, let's not talk too much. Teacher Bai, do you want to eat this chicken leg? I only asked my husband for a chicken leg because you took good care of me before. If it were someone else, I wouldn't waste time like this. Thanks. Bai Sini pursed her lips and took the chicken leg. Although Jiang Nanyan sold her body, she was still a good person at heart. In fact, selling one's body just to survive doesn't seem like a big deal. While gnawing on the chicken leg, Bai Sini's mentality was slowly changing. Mineral water. Jiang Nanyan placed a half-empty bottle of water in front of Bai Sini, watching her eat quickly, and continued, Teacher Bai, we're leaving soon. Do you want to leave with us? The boys' dormitory isn't safe. I just heard someone in another dormitory in the hallway. If you stay here alone, you might be targeted. Bai Sini swallowed the meat in her mouth and couldn't help asking, can I join you? She had offended that man yesterday, and given his cruel and selfish character, he might not be willing to take her with him. Of course, as long as Teacher Bai is willing, I can say a few good words to my husband. He actually has a very good personality and won't mind Teacher Bai. After all, Teacher Bai, you are also trying to protect your students. Jiang Nanyan noticed that Bai Sini was moved and said immediately. Before she left, she promised Shani that she would trick Bai Sini back and make Teacher Bai obedient. If she can do that, she'll get an extra reward. Otherwise, with Shinyi's personality, he would definitely not bring Bai Sini with him. Even if she starved to death, Shinyi didn't care. Marrying a disobedient woman would only add to the burden. Okay, thank you for your help. Bai Sini always felt something was strange. But that chicken drumstick is really delicious. Then Teacher Bai, please come with me. When you meet my husband, you must not make him angry, otherwise I will be punished too. Jiang Nanyan reminded. Okay, I won't get you into trouble. Bai Sini nodded seriously. The two returned to the 610 dormitory. Shani and Su Wanning also packed up snacks, chargers, and other things and prepared to leave. There are nearly 100,000 pistols in the system space, and with the strength of his evolved body, Shani is able to protect himself. Even if he encounters that mutant dog, he can kill it with his firepower coverage. Teacher Bai, aren't you very noble? Didn't you say you wouldn't sell your body? Why are you following me like a dog again? When Su Wanting saw Jiang Nanyan bringing Bai Sini back, she started to act sarcastic. Because she felt a sense of crisis. This sexy woman surnamed Bai has such a great figure and has a good relationship with Jiang Nanyan. If she stays, her position as the eldest wife will be in jeopardy. What nonsense are you talking about? Bai Sini's face flushed, feeling embarrassed and annoyed. But there is no way to refute it. She had just finished making some bold statements yesterday, but today he followed her again. She felt embarrassed and ashamed. Am I talking nonsense? I don't know who was standing at the door yesterday and said that he would rather starve to death than sell his body and would not abandon his students, but now he abandons his students? Su Wanting was sharp-tongued and very aggressive. Apart from not daring to show displeasure to Shani, she was also very hostile towards everyone else. Bai Sini's face turned red after being confronted by her, and for a moment she even had the urge to kill herself on the spot. Su Wanting, don't go too far. Teacher Bai just wants to take care of her students. She doesn't want to go against her husband. Jiang Nanyan interrupted Su Wanting's attack and said, as for Teacher Bai coming here now, it's because she has thought it through and is willing to be my husband's mistress. Do you want to refuse on my husband's behalf? Do you want to make the decision for him? Don't talk nonsense. I didn't say I would make the decision for my husband. I just can't stand this shameless bitch. Su Wanting quickly retorted, fearing that she would upset Shani. Then don't say so many cold words. After all, we will be a family from now on. We should live in peace and not have conflicts. Jiang Nanyan said calmly, as if she had already thought of the words. Humph. Su Wanting snorted coldly, but had no reason to speak again. In this confrontation, it was obvious that Jiang Nanyan crushed Su Wanting. At this time, the most confused person on the field was Bai Sini. When did I say I wanted to be Xinyi's mistress? When did we become a family? Why didn't she understand a single word Jiang Nanyan said? She wanted to speak up and refute several times, but Jiang Nanyan and Su Wanting's tit-for-tat quarrel made it impossible for her to get a word in. Okay, time to go. At this time, Shani, as the head of the family and the biggest beneficiary after the women's quarrel, spoke. He deliberately allowed Su Wanting to belittle and insult Bai Sini. This woman made Shani very unhappy yesterday, so he asked Su Wanting to scold her to vent his anger. Moreover, for a woman with a strong self-esteem, you must first shatter her self-esteem and severely insult her personality so that you can accept it better. If Bai Sini couldn't stand the insult and chose to leave, Shani wouldn't care. Anyway, she is not missing a woman. It was Jiang Nanyan who made Shani look at her with a higher regard. This woman is really smart. With just a few words, he played Bai Sini into his hands and also scolded Su Wanting. As soon as she woke up in the morning, Jiang Nanyan started calling her husband, and she did it very naturally, without any awkwardness, as if they were an old couple who had been together for many years. Moreover, she offered to help him get Bai Sini, and would make Bai Sini obedient and not have any ulterior motives. Hearing this, Shani naturally did not refuse. He wanted to see Jiang Nanyan's strength. 24. Leave school, scary mutant plants. As Shani spoke, Su Wanting and Jiang Nanyan didn't dare to argue anymore. Bai Sini's words of explanation were stuck in her throat. She really wanted to say that she had no intention of being a mistress. No, it should be said that she doesn't want to be Xinyi's woman at all. But she didn't say this in the end. Because she was afraid of implicating Jiang Nanyan. Jiang Nanyan had said before that if she made Xinyi unhappy, she would also be punished. Jiang Nanyan was kind enough to help me and gave me food and water. If I caused Jiang Nanyan to be punished, am I still a human being? Then, Bai Sini could only remain silent in frustration. If she had known this would happen, she would rather starve to death in the dormitory than follow him. But it was not her character to give Jiang Nanyan anything in return after receiving help. Just like that, Bai Sini followed Shani and the others silently. In order to prevent Jiang Nanyan, who had been helping her out of kindness, from being punished, she did not even refute Su Wanting's words calling her a bitch. Little did they know. The simple-minded Mr. Bai had long been used by Jiang Nanyan as a pawn in her quest for favor. Hubby, someone is following us. Jiang Nanyan approached Shani and quietly reminded him. Yeah, I see. Let him follow. If we get into danger later, we can use him as a human shield. After saying that, he touched the gun at his waist and continued to go downstairs. Even without a gun, Xinyi's physical strength was enough to deal with the yellow-haired man following them. That's right. The person following them was none other than Huang Mao. Huang Mao had finished his food and water yesterday, and he was already hesitating whether to take the risk and go out to look for supplies. As a result, he happened to see Shen Yi and his companions about to leave. He had an idea and felt that this was the opportunity. If you encounter any danger, with these people walking in front, you can escape safely. Maybe, if Shen Yi died in an accident, he could take the opportunity to get the woman. On the seventh day of the apocalypse, Huang Mao's mentality had changed drastically. Anyway, no one is watching over me, and no police will come to arrest me, so why not just do whatever I want? If I can kill Shen Yi, then these 3 women will be mine, right? You can play however you want then, maybe even have a threesome. When he thought of this, Huang Mao became extremely excited. But he didn't dare to do it himself. After all, the scene of Shen Yi knocking someone away with one punch yesterday was still fresh in his mind. It would be great if there was a monster that could eat him. The yellow-haired man stared at Shen Yi's back and thought secretly. Where are you going? Bai Sini hesitated for a long time and asked cautiously. She wanted to go back to her home. But it's not easy to speak directly. Let's go to my house first. It's an upscale residential area and it will be safer and more comfortable to live there. Jiang Nanyan replied. This was what they had discussed in the morning. Shen Yi's most accurate goal was to go back to the countryside to find his grandmother and younger sister, but the countryside was 70 or 80 kilometers away from the city, and it was definitely unrealistic to walk back directly, so he needed to find a place to stay first, and then figure out how to get home. Bai Sini hesitated and said, can I? Honey, there seems to be a noise outside. Before Bai Sini could finish her words, Su Wanning suddenly spoke. At this time, they had arrived at the first floor of the dormitory. The black fog has submerged this layer, and visibility is only a few meters. Everyone stopped and listened carefully. There was indeed a sound, like something was crawling on the wall outside the building, very strange. The sound is some distance from the door. Let's go out first and don't make too much noise. After his body evolved, Shen Yi's hearing was also enhanced. After listening for a while, he made a decisive decision. He took out the pistol from his waist and led the way out. When Bai Sini saw the pistol, her eyes narrowed slightly. He actually has a gun. This student, what on earth did he do before? In Xia country, a country with extremely strict gun control, it is impossible for ordinary people to buy guns. Jiang Nanyan and Su Wanting were not too surprised because Shen Yi had already shown them the gun in the morning. In this way, several people walked out of the dormitory building cautiously. During this time, the subtle sound still existed, but it did not attack them. Instead, it seemed to be crawling upstairs. Shen Yi and his companions subconsciously looked back and saw that the dormitory building shrouded in black fog was actually covered with dense ivy vines. Those vines were extremely thick, the thinnest ones were as thick as an adult's thumb, and they seemed to have life, constantly climbing around. Several people were shocked. The ivy that was so small before has now become so dense. And it grows so fast. If I and others had left the dormitory a few days later, these ivy might have climbed to the 6th floor and covered the entire building. By then, I'm afraid I won't be able to leave even if I want to. This simply violates the law of conservation of energy. How can the ivy grow so fast without any food and water? Bai Sini murmured, very shocked. Shen Yi looked at it for a while and said, Jiang Nanyan, turn on the navigation and we'll go to your house first. If you come across a supermarket on the way, go in and search for supplies. Yeah. Jiang Nanyan quickly located the navigation. There is no time to be surprised and study the mutated ivy. We have to hurry on our way before daybreak. Although the visibility is very poor during the day due to the black fog, at least there is still some vision. If it is night, you can hardly see the road. Several people quickened their pace and walked carefully along the way. Period. They also vaguely heard other people moving around in the black fog. They didn't know whether they were students looking for supplies or students who wanted to escape from the school. However, as they walked, Shen Yi and his companions suddenly heard cries and screams coming from the black fog. Those sounds were obviously not monsters attacking, but people attacking people. You can even hear the unbearable sounds of men and women having sex. Someone is actually doing that kind of thing in the black fog. Also, it sounds like there are several men forcing the girls. This world is completely messed up. Jiang Nanyan and Su Wanning heard the screams and pleas for mercy from the girls in the black fog, and they both approached Shen Yi in fear, fearing that they would also be abducted. They suddenly felt a little relieved that they had found a man who could protect them. Otherwise, I'm afraid they are no better than the girls who were forced in the black fog. Shani bit her lip tightly, as if she wanted to help the helpless girl, but seeing that Shani didn't care at all, she suppressed her kindness. We can't implicate Jiang Nanyan. But she still couldn't understand. It had only been a few days. How could these students who usually abide by the law become like this? Forcing girls in broad daylight is just like being an animal or a beast. Shani just listened a few more times and didn't meddle in other people's business. The strong prey on the weak, this is the law of survival now. It took more than 10 minutes for Shani and the others to walk out of the school. When they saw the scene outside, they were also shocked. I saw many unmanned vehicles parked on the main road outside the school, and all those abandoned vehicles were entangled by dense mutant plants, and the entire road was also covered with plants. On both sides of the road, the rows of trees that were originally only a few meters high have now grown to more than 10 meters high, with lush branches and leaves that cover the sky. Ah, there is a monster! Su Wanting suddenly shouted. A giant mutated orange cat appeared not far away. It opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and made dangerous sounds, as if it regarded Shani and the others as prey. Without hesitation, Shani immediately raised his gun, aimed at the orange cat and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The gunshots were extremely loud. Although Shani's marksmanship is not good, he can always hit the target if he shoots so often. After 7 or 8 shots, a bullet hit one of the orange cat's front legs, causing it to let out a shrill scream and immediately jump onto the tree trunk next to it. Although it has mutated, it still retains its living habits from its previous life, and will hide in high places as soon as it encounters danger. Shani changed the gun from the system space, took aim again, and prepared to cover the fire. But at this moment, several branches suddenly stretched out and pierced the mutant orange cat's body, causing it to scream in agony, and all kinds of fluids and internal organs flowed all over the floor. The orange cat struggled with its limbs and tried to run, but because its body was pierced, it soon lost its movement. Seeing this scene, Shani couldn't help swallowing. These mutated plants seemed to have life and were even more ferocious than mutated animals. Shani looked up and saw that some branches were still covered in the corpses of dead mutant cats, dogs, and other animals. Faintly, you can still see human corpses. The air was filled with a faint smell of blood. Deep and scary. Shani observed for a while and saw that these plants had no intention of attacking them, so he took out a bottle of water from the space and threw it out to explore the way. The mineral water bottle hit the ground, making a noise, but the mutated trees on both sides of the road did not react at all. He threw another bottle of water onto the branch of the tree. The moment the bottle touched the branch, several thick branches pierced through it. Really? The mutated trees, like the mutated ivy outside the dormitory building, have no desire to attack. Only if you touch it will you be attacked. Understanding this, Shani secretly breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Don't leave me too far, keep going." The 3 girls followed with nervous expressions. The mutant orange cat just now scared them a lot. The big tree that killed the orange cat scared them so much that they trembled all over. If Shani hadn't stood in front of them with a gun, the 3 women would have been scared and ran around screaming. Now they deeply understood the danger in the black fog and no longer had any doubts. They followed Shani closely and did not dare to slow down even a step. Shani didn't even dare to mention going home again. If I leave Shani, I might not even be able to last 10 minutes. However, they had not walked far when Shani, who was leading the group, suddenly stopped and grabbed Su Wanting, who was about to fall into the pit. I saw. On the road beneath their feet, there was a pitch-black crack that was more than 10 meters wide, with no end in sight and no bottom in sight. And from this crack, thick black mist was slowly spewing out. 25. Get the second superpower, teleportation. What is this? Why is there such a wide crack in the road? Is the black fog coming from this crack? Su Wanting cried out in shock. This deep crack seems to have no bottom and no one knows how deep it is. Dark, endless, terrifying. Shani stared at the crack for a while and said, "Be careful where you step, don't miss a step, and keep going." Even though he knew that the black fog came from the cracks and that the end of the world might be caused by the cracks, he had no ability to explore the cause. How can individuals solve a problem that even the country cannot solve? Compared to studying the cause of the end of the world, it is more important to find a safe shelter first. Anyway, if the sky falls, there are tall people to hold it up, and it won't crush you to death in a short time. On the way to Jiang Nanyan's house, Shani was surprised to find that the crack on the ground had spread for hundreds of meters. And there are cracks one after another, and there is a long crack every few meters. All the cracks were bottomless and spewed out black mist. But one amazing thing is that all the cracks only exist on the roads or in relatively open spaces, and do not spread to places like houses. No buildings were damaged by the cracks. That's strange. If these cracks appeared naturally, why would they deliberately bypass the house and the mutated plants? But if it didn't happen naturally, then who was controlling it? Being able to control terrain changes means he is no longer an ordinary person. If a country possessed such a perverted weapon, it would have unified the world long ago. We've arrived at the community ahead, Zhang Nanyan said after looking at the navigation. Because the black fog is so thick, you must use a navigation system to find your way, otherwise it is easy to get lost. Keep going, walk faster. Shini looked back and suddenly spoke. The women were stunned for a moment, then immediately sped up. Because they also heard the sound coming from behind. That's a lot of chaotic footsteps. Without caring about anything else, they quickly ran into the residential complex and, led by Zhang Nanyan, soon arrived at the door of a unit in a high-rise building. This tall building was also covered in plants, but they showed no hostility. Zhang Nanyan hurried forward to perform facial recognition. Shini gripped his gun tightly and glanced around vigilantly. The community may be more dangerous than outside. Sudden. His eyes were drawn to the garden not far away. Along the way, there was lush green everywhere, and all the plants had mutated, becoming tall and strong, or aggressive. Even the weeds that can be seen everywhere on the roadside have grown several times larger and thicker. But in this small garden before him, all the weeds and flowers had not mutated at all. They were still the same size and color as before the apocalypse. These flowers seemed to be roses, and in the center of one of the roses, Shini saw a colorful fruit. To make sure he was not mistaken, he went closer to the garden to take a look. Sure enough, it was a colorful fruit. It was exactly the same as the supernatural fruit he had eaten before. Shini was instantly excited. I don't know if it's because I'm lucky or because most people don't know the function of colored fruits, but I encountered the second supernatural fruit so soon. While no one else was paying attention, he stepped into the garden and picked the colorful fruits. It turns out that plants that grow supernatural fruits won't mutate. Why is that? Shini seemed to be lost in thought. There must be a reason for this. Now that I know the reason, maybe I can also cultivate supernatural fruits. Husband? Zhang Nanyan called out cautiously. She had opened the door of the unit a long time ago, but Shini had not come in yet, which made her a little worried. Here I come. Shini came to his senses, put away the fruit, and went into the building. Then he locked the unit door. So, the yellow-haired classmate who had been following quietly behind was locked outside. Each unit in this high-end community requires a password or facial recognition to enter, so outsiders obviously cannot enter. Open the door. Please, open the door. Huan Mao knocked on the door hard with both hands, almost crying in anxiety, as if someone was chasing him from behind. Shini gave him a kind smile through the glass window, then hugged Zhang Nanyan and went upstairs. Want to take advantage of me? I want to kill you. You don't even need to do it yourself to kill the yellow-haired guy. In the black fog, 7 or 8 men holding various weapons walked out with grins on their faces. Their weapons were stained with dark red blood, and it was obvious that they were not good people. Boy, if you have anything to eat, bring it out. Tell me, are you a rich man living here? Hurry up and open the door for me, I want to play with some rich women today. Damn, the last 2 days I've only played with old women, they're too loose. Ha ha ha. Brother Wang is right, rich women are well maintained, and it's fun to play with them. When I came to fix the toilet before, I saw several young women in this building. I must taste them today. Brother! Spare me. I am not a resident here. I am just a college student. The yellow-haired man was scared and cried, and quickly knelt down to beg for mercy. These people were full of foul language and holding knives and sticks. They looked like they were not someone to be trifled with. Damn Shini, why did you lock me out? Why didn't you let me in? You're not a resident here, huh? Then find a way to open this door for me, or I'll chop you to death right now. The leading strong man threatened viciously. Their goal today is to rob this neighborhood where rich people live. The house I couldn't afford to live in before, the woman I couldn't afford to play with before, today I will play with her to my heart's content. Because of the power outage, Shini and others could only climb the stairs. On the 20th floor, the women who climbed were panting and their legs were shaking. Shani didn't feel tired at all, he just warmed up. The level 1 physical evolution is so strong. Shani was surprised. My current endurance is completely inhuman. Climb 20 floors without even taking a breath. If it were to level up a few more times, wouldn't it be possible to evolve into Captain America? Or even Homelander? Of course, the greater the strength, the greater the corresponding consumption. Shani's appetite is 3 or 4 times larger than before. But these are all trivial matters. After all, I have infinite supplies and I can't finish them all. The upper limit of my superpowers is much higher than I thought. However, how to increase the level is a problem. Shani was thinking. I couldn't help but look at the fruit I had just picked. I wonder if I can gain new superpowers by eating another superpower fruit. Or is it possible to evolve and upgrade your physical body? Jingle. With the sound of the password lock unlocking, the door opened. Several people entered Jiang Nanyan's house. Shani looked around the large flat. Since the black fog has not yet reached the 20th floor, you can still enjoy the long-lost sunshine by standing in front of the window. The room has a space of 200 square meters and is decorated in a simple and stylish way, exuding a sense of luxury and sophistication everywhere. Shani remembered that the housing price in this high-end community was 30,000 to 40,000 yuan per square meter. In other words, the total value of this large flat including decoration is more than 6 million. If it were before the end of the world, Shani would never have dared to think that he could afford such a house in his lifetime. The gap between people is bigger than that between people and dogs. But now these are all mine. Shani sat comfortably on the sofa like the owner of the house, enjoying the expensive sofa that might be worth hundreds of thousands of dollars. This is what a shelter should be like. The dormitory building is far from it. Oh, what a pity. All the cakes in the refrigerator have gone bad. Only these fruits wrapped in plastic wrap seem edible. Jiang Nanyan was standing in front of the refrigerator and taking something out. Su Wanting pretended to help. Bai Sini, on the other hand, looked at the apartment curiously, feeling the impact of the money. Although she knew that Jiang Nanyan's family was rich, today was the first time she saw it with her own eyes. She couldn't afford this house even if she worked her whole life. I sighed inexplicably in my heart. However, now is not the time to think about these things. Would it be inappropriate for me, an outsider, to continue staying here? Bai Sini felt a little uneasy. Hubby, eat some oranges first, and I'll go wash the other fruits. Jiang Nanyan brought a plate of oranges and placed it on the table. Shani responded casually while replying to WeChat messages. It's news about the green tea girl Zhou Wan. She couldn't hold on any longer today and wanted to eat. Shani didn't waste time talking to her. He gave her the address of Jiang Nanyan's house and asked her to come over by herself. Zhou Wan, aren't you in the boys' dormitory at Campus A? Why did you change your location? It's so far away. Shani, it's up to you whether you come or not. I might not be in the city in a few days. Shani, by the way, if you are planning to come over here, remember not to get close to the trees on the roadside. Zhou Wan, not in the city? Where are you going? Is there any shelter? Shani did not respond to Zhou Wan's question. The first 2 sentences were enough to give her a sense of crisis and force her to come over as soon as possible. If she still can't make up her mind, Shani will have no choice but to give up on her. Shani has more important things to do now. Eat the supernatural fruit. He was looking forward to whether he could gain new abilities by eating the new fruit. So, while pretending to eat the orange, he also ate the supernatural fruit. As the fruit entered his stomach, he felt a sense of refreshment in his head. And then, it was gone. Compared to the changes after eating the first supernatural fruit, this fruit is simply not cool at all. What kind of ability is this? Isn't it very weak? Shani immediately opened his personal panel to check. Teleport LV1, you can teleport up to 20 meters. Since teleportation is a spatial skill, you can ignore any terrain, control, or binding skills during the movement. As long as you have enough stamina, you can teleport continuously without any restrictions. What the hell? When Shani saw this special ability, he was completely shocked. Teleport. It can also ignore the terrain and any control and restraint. This is definitely a god-level ability. And the most invincible thing is that teleportation can be activated continuously. As long as he has enough physical strength, he can teleport all the way. As luck would have it, Shenyi's first superpower was the evolution of his physical body, which just happened to improve his endurance. And endurance means physical strength. Therefore, the combination of physical evolution and teleportation is simply invincible. Cool. It's so fucking cool. With this ability to teleport, even if I can't defeat the enemy in the future, no one will be able to stop me from running away. 26. Crazy Thug. Having acquired new superpowers, Shenyi was in a good mood. Now, he finally has the real power to protect himself in the doomsday. The maximum distance of teleportation is 20 meters, no one can catch up with me. As long as you react fast enough, you can dodge the bullet. And teleportation can be further upgraded. Honey, did a lot of people follow us into the community just now? Jiang Nanyan washed the fruit, sat next to Shenyi, and asked worriedly while peeling an apple for him. Well, they followed us all the way. Shenyi's hearing was much better than Jiang Nanyan and the other girls, so he had noticed someone was following him a long time ago. Of course, the person who was following was not Huang Mao, but someone else. Perhaps it cannot be said to be tracking. They suddenly appeared. Maybe their original destination was also this community, but they happened to run into Shenyi and others, and then had bad intentions. There is no order anymore. The school is in chaos. The society outside will only become more chaotic. Then will they be hiding downstairs waiting for us? Will they attack us when we come downstairs? Jiang Nanyan fed the peeled orange to Shenyi's mouth. Shenyi leaned back on the sofa, ate an orange, and said, if they weren't good people, they wouldn't be waiting for us downstairs. Instead, they would have tried to break in. Then, aren't we in great danger now? Although the unit doors in this complex have a certain degree of protection, they certainly can't stop a group of thugs. Bicini couldn't help but worry. When she came out of the school earlier, she saw students killing each other and realized that social order had collapsed. If a group of thugs really rushed into the building, everyone would be in trouble. She really wanted to call the police, but the call was not going through. Su Waning's focus was different. When she saw Jiang Nanyan serving Shenyi, she immediately reacted, cursed inwardly, then put down the half-eaten orange in her hand, and immediately came over to massage Shenyi's shoulders. The two women were jealous, and the one who felt comfortable was naturally Shenyi. This is also the reason why he did not stop Shura Field. Honey, it's just as you said, they are breaking the door. Jiang Nanyan looked at the phone with a serious expression. The picture displayed on her mobile phone screen was a group chat in the community. A resident on the first floor sent a video. In the video, a group of men armed with various weapons are violently attacking the unit door. The glass windows were smashed and the door was deformed. These guys are making such a huge noise, as if they are not afraid of attracting monsters. Jiang Nanyan noticed this and couldn't help wondering, are there no mutant animals in our community? Or are these people capable of dealing with mutant animals? I think they are simply crazy. A bunch of lunatics definitely don't know fear. Su Waning snorted coldly while massaging Shenyi's shoulders. She was not worried about this group of lunatics rushing in. After all, Shenyi had a gun in his hand. Even if they rushed in, they couldn't use the knives and sticks in their hands to deal with the gun, right? Madmen are not fools. They are also afraid of death. Otherwise, they would have committed suicide long ago. Why would they waste their time living? Jiang Nanyan retorted, and then frowned slightly, always feeling that there was something wrong with this group of people. They dare to make such a loud noise and are not afraid of attracting mutant monsters. They probably have confidence. Why has it been so long and there is no rescue? There is not even a policeman on the road. Bicini was very frightened. She longed to return to the peaceful times of the past. She can't adapt to or accept this doomsday world without laws and rules. Shenyi looked at Bicini, the mature woman. Today, try to unlock her reward as well. Thinking of this, Shenyi said, I'm hungry. Let me eat first. After dinner, I'm going out for a while. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and 5 bottles of mineral water and 3 steaming, fragrant roast chickens appeared on the table. He is now in a strong physique, and although he doesn't get tired easily, he needs to eat a lot to replenish his energy. You two should eat too. Only after receiving the order did Su Wanting and Jiang Nanyan dare to eat. As for Bicini, she was in a state of shock. What just happened? Shenyi just raised his hand, and how come food and water appeared out of thin air? Is this some kind of magic? Why aren't Jiang Nanyan and Su Wanting surprised at all? Am I the only one shocked? Bicini was very shocked, but she didn't dare to ask. She could only sit quietly in the distance and pretend to look in other directions to divert her attention. Her stomach was growling. She only ate a chicken leg these 2 days and was not full at all. Especially now that she smelled the aroma of the chicken, she felt her stomach growling wildly, urging her to eat. But Bicini was too embarrassed to ask for food. After all, she is not Xinyi's woman. He's not even friends with Xinyi. Honey, what are you doing outside? Are you going downstairs to deal with those thugs? Jiang Nanyan swallowed the meat in her mouth and asked with concern. No, why should I deal with them? They can't threaten me. Xinyi's expression was indifferent. He is just so cold. When he was bullied before, no one helped him. So, now he won't help others. Of course, there is another more important reason. He can use these thugs to create crises for the survivors, making his subsequent actions more convenient. Jiang Nanyan also thought it made sense. She and the others were on the 20th floor. Even if the thugs rushed in, the first to suffer would be the residents downstairs. Besides, even if the thugs came to the 20th floor, there were guns to deal with them. Then what are you doing outside, husband? Is it dangerous? Su Wanting was a little worried that something might happen to Xinyi. If Xinyi died, these women would be completely helpless and would most likely end up like those girls who were bullied in school. She doesn't want to become like that. Rather than being insulted by so many people, it would be better to commit suicide. It has nothing to do with you. Don't talk so much while eating. Xinyi continued to eat meat, too lazy to explain. Oh. Su Wanting was a little unhappy, feeling that Xinyi treated Jiang Nanyan better than herself. Then, she glanced at Bicini, who was standing in front of the window and pretending not to be hungry, and she felt relieved again. Humph. This hypocritical bitch deserves to starve. It would be best if she couldn't stand the hunger and died. Su Wanting wanted to vent all her negative emotions on Bicini. After eating and drinking, Xinyi was ready to go out. When I'm not home, remember to lock the door and don't open it to anyone. If those thugs break into the building, please contact me immediately and I will rush back. They won't be able to break through this security door in a short time. Xinyi warned. As for why he didn't leave the gun behind, it was mainly because he didn't completely trust Jiang Nanyan and Su Wanting. If the two women had any ill intentions towards him, Xinyi would be vulnerable to the guns. 27. Crazy shopping. Shared power banks. Watching Xinyi leave, Jiang Nanyan and Su Wanting looked at each other, neither of them wanting to chat with each other. Once a good friend, now an enemy. Jiang Nanyan felt somewhat resentful. After all, Su Wanting had deceived her. Although she gained protection because of this, she also lost her innocence. It would be a lie to say that she had no hatred. But in fact, it's not that she particularly hates Su Wanting. The main reason why she ignores Su Wanting is because she and Su Wanting are competitors. Su Wanting wanted to be the first wife, and she wanted to be the first wife too. And now, her chances of winning are even greater. Because she has Teacher Bai as her assistant. As long as Teacher Bai also becomes Xinyi's woman, it will be 2 against 1 in the future. With Su Wanting's silly personality, she will be at his mercy. Teacher Bai, what are you thinking about? Jiang Nanyan came to Bicini and asked with concern. My father is home alone. I don't know how he is doing now. Bicini looked at the world downstairs shrouded in black fog and was very worried. Teacher Bai, do you want to save your uncle? Jiang Nanyan suddenly said. Bicini looked at her suspiciously. Jiang Nanyan smiled and said, the world outside is so dangerous now. Teacher Bai, you definitely can't go back alone. But if you are willing to serve my husband and be his woman, then he will definitely not ignore your family. With my help, you will be able to save your uncle. Bicini blushed slightly and pursed her lips. I wanted to say no, but then I thought about it and it seemed to be true. Xinyi has a good physique, a gun, and magic-like superpowers. If he is really willing to protect himself, there is a great hope that he can go home and save his father. Otherwise, with her own strength, she wouldn't be able to go home, let alone deal with the thugs downstairs. Besides, Teacher Bai, do you really want to go on without eating? As long as you follow your husband, you can eat the meat and drink the water we just ate. Jiang Nanyan came behind Bicini, put her head close to her earlobe and whispered softly. Her voice seemed magical and full of temptation. This is the whisper of the devil. by Cindy, who was originally determined, also began to waver. She subconsciously glanced at the gnawed chicken bones on the table. I couldn't help swallowing. When Shinny went downstairs, many people were rushing upstairs. Some of them were carrying large and small bags, as if they were moving house. Hurry up and leave. If those thugs break in, who knows if they'll steal our money? I'm afraid they didn't just rob money. I saw blood on the weapons in their hands. I'm afraid they've killed someone. What? Come on, let's go upstairs and ask the neighbors upstairs to take us in first. The residents who went upstairs saw the thugs breaking down the door, became scared, and wanted to hide in high places. Someone saw Shinny going downstairs with a puzzled expression, but they just passed by each other and there was no intersection. The residents of this building have not lost their bottom line and are still friendly to each other. Or perhaps it was because there were not many residents in this building and there were sufficient food reserves, so this situation could be maintained. During this time, Shinny also took a look at other floors. Not everyone was running upstairs, most residents chose to hide in their rooms. Of course, Shinny didn't care whether these people were running up or down. He just wanted to see if there were any duties that met the system's standards. But unfortunately, it was not found. Not many residents showed up, and he was too lazy to knock on every door to check. Anyway, once the thugs break in, these scattered residents will definitely be forced to unite, and it will be easier for them to find people then. There's no need to waste time now. Shinny thought about it and looked at the building number. This is the 14th floor. He was just about to continue climbing the stairs when he suddenly stopped. Wait, since my teleportation can ignore terrain, can I also go straight down the building? Thinking of this, Shinny began the test. Looking at the corridor below him, he moved his mind and his whole body disappeared in an instant. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in the corridor on the 13th floor. It really works! Damn, I'm such a genius. Shinny immediately began to use teleportation to travel. The speed suddenly became much faster. In just a few seconds, he reached the first floor. This is teleportation. Awesome! Shinny felt great as he experienced the feeling of coming and going without a trace. Of course, there is consumption. After using teleportation more than a dozen times in a row, and having to control the distance each time so as not to get stuck in the wall, he felt that at least 1/5 of his physical strength had been consumed. In other words, with his current physical strength, he could teleport at least 70 times a day. After 70 teleportations, you should be able to escape from any powerful monster you encounter. Moreover, the used-up physical strength will slowly recover, so in reality it is not possible to teleport 70 times a day, but it is possible to teleport 70 times in one breath. If you take into account the recovered physical strength, you can teleport hundreds of times a day. So cool! Shinny glanced at the thugs who were frantically smashing the unit door, ignored them, walked to the wall behind, and teleported out directly from the wall. In the blink of an eye, he appeared outside the building, took out his cell phone, searched for the nearest supermarket nearby, and started navigating. Shinny did not use teleportation all the time to travel, but walked most of the time. Teleportation is faster for passing obstacles, but if it is used all the time to hurry, then his physical strength recovery speed will not be able to keep up with the consumption. If he encounters a monster, he will not even have the strength to resist. In this way, Shinny rushed to the supermarket he navigated to in a straight line. If you encounter obstacles or mutated plants on the way, use teleportation to avoid them. It took him less than 10 minutes to arrive at the door of a medium-sized supermarket. The supermarket door was closed. I don't know if there is anyone inside. But Shinny didn't waste time observing and teleported in directly. No matter if there is anyone there or not, just take the supplies first. There are no police around now anyway. The black fog in the room was lighter and the view was wider. But because of the power outage, it was still quite dark. Shinny took out a fully loaded pistol from the system space and scanned the first floor vigilantly. No one was seen and no sound was heard. After confirming it was safe, he went to the shelf and started shopping. Most snacks such as instant noodles, spicy strips, bread, sausages, etc. that are well packaged are not contaminated. Shinny directly stored all of them into the system space. There are also shampoo, shower gel, etc., all put in there. Check and collect along the way. He even collected all the pots, pans, slippers, towels and other utensils. Given the current social situation, these are non-renewable resources and will become less and less available in the future, so it is necessary to reserve more. Unfortunately, this supermarket is too small and there are not many things. and some of the food and drinks were contaminated. So Shinny didn't gain much, and he was a little dissatisfied. After collecting the items and preparing to leave, Shinny saw the thing he needed most. Shared power bank. Without hesitation, he unplugged the power supply and put all the shared power banks into the system space. There are dozens of power banks, and most likely they all have power, enough to last for a while. Just as Shinny packed his things and was about to leave, a voice suddenly came from behind. It was the sound of something heavy hitting me. Shinny's reaction was also extremely fast. The moment he heard the sound, he used instant movement to dodge the sneak attack. 28. Murder to silence witnesses, a person with superpowers. Shinny used teleportation to avoid the sneak attack and saw clearly who was attacking him. This is a man in his 30s. He was holding a baseball bat in both hands and looking at Shinny with horror. How is this possible? You actually have superpowers too. Shinny, who was about to shoot the man to death, paused for a second when he heard this. Do you have superpowers too? This person actually knows about superpowers? Then would he know about the colorful fruits? Shinny pointed his gun at the man and asked coldly, have you ever seen anyone else with superpowers? I've seen it. I've seen it. Don't kill me. The man swallowed in horror and nodded rapidly. He didn't know whether the gun in the man's hand was real, but when he saw that the other party had superpowers, he knew he couldn't beat him. Who is he? What special power does he use? Shinny continued to interrogate. Maybe I can get information about supernatural fruits from other supernatural users. She is a policewoman. The man answered with some fear. Police? Have you ever seen a policeman? Shinny frowned. This was the first time he heard of the police after the apocalypse. Logically, the authorities should have launched a rescue operation long ago, but until now, he hasn't even seen a policeman. He even suspected that this doomsday was not real, otherwise why would the police and the army not care about the lives of ordinary people? Yes, I saw a lot of police officers the other day. The man nodded quickly and explained, on the first day the black fog appeared, there was a fight next door, and I called the police. They came right away to handle it, but it seemed like there were a lot of people calling the police that day, so they came for a while and then left. In the following days, I often heard sirens and even helicopters on the street. I was curious and went out to see what was happening. They were 2 police helicopters with machine guns mounted on them. They looked like they were shooting at something, but they were too far away for me to see clearly. Seriously, I'm not kidding. Then a helicopter suddenly exploded in the sky, and its wreckage fell near the Wangfujing department store. If you don't believe me, you can go and see it. I'm absolutely not lying to you. As the man explained, he slowly retreated towards the stairs to the second floor. Shinny frowned. So, it's not that the authorities didn't want to rescue, but that the authorities took action at the first opportunity and then were destroyed? The helicopter was shot down. What kind of monster did we encounter? Even the machine gun couldn't kill the enemy. Shinny couldn't help but think of the giant bird he saw at school 2 days ago. If it's that terrifying bird, it seems like it can really shoot down a helicopter. As for whether it can withstand machine gun bullets, Shinny is really not sure. Logically speaking, a mortal body couldn't be this tough. But thinking about his own physical evolution ability, it was only at level 1, and it was already so abnormal. If it reached level 10, or even level 100, maybe his body could even withstand bullets. It seems that the doomsday world is more dangerous than I thought. I have to be more cautious in the future. Shinny didn't think he could deal with the giant bird or any mutant monster as strong as the giant bird, so he shouldn't be too arrogant just because he had a pistol. Where is the policewoman with superpowers you just mentioned? Is she still alive? Shinny asked again, not paying attention to his boss's small movement of retreating. Well, I don't know either. She just came to my place the day before yesterday to buy some food and water. As the man spoke, his eyes moved cunningly, as if he was looking towards the second floor, conveying some secret code. Shinny approached the man and asked, what is her special ability? She can turn her hands into steel. She's incredibly strong. The man said as he stared at Shinny, who was approaching step by step. She seemed to be expecting him to approach. Only. After Shinny took a few steps, he suddenly stopped and looked at the man. Then, one last question. Have you ever seen colorful fruit? Colored fruit? What is that? I've never seen it before. The man's eyes were obviously a little flustered. He definitely saw it. Understood. Shinny nodded, and the next moment he pulled the trigger. With a clear bang sound, a bloody hole appeared on the man's forehead. He fell down with an expression of disbelief on his face and died. Die with eyes open. He didn't expect that the gun in Shinyi's hand was a real gun. I didn't expect Shinyi to shoot directly. After killing the man, Shinyi's body instantly disappeared from the spot. Time passes. About 10 or 20 minutes later, another man poked his head out from the stairs and looked at the first floor cautiously. Gone? The man breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the head-exploded body on the first floor. Damn, who is this guy? He actually has a gun. Could he be a policeman? Or someone in the army? But it seems there are no troops stationed near our mountain city. Besides, this guy actually has superpowers. Boss, your death is well deserved. As he was muttering to himself, the man turned his head and his eyes widened in horror. There was actually a person standing in the shadow behind him. What the hell? He subconsciously swung his fist and hit him. His fist turned into an iron fist the moment it was swung. The body is also rapidly turning into steel. This is obviously a superpower. Only too slow. Bang! Shinyi pulled the trigger, and at such a close distance, there was no doubt that he shot the man in the head. Before the man's head could completely turn into steel, it pierced his head. To ensure that the man was killed, Shinyi fired 6 more shots, each one hitting the head, emptying the gun's bullets and smashing the man's face. You must be cautious when dealing with people with special abilities. This was Shinyi's first time fighting against a person with superpowers, and he was very nervous. Just now when he was on the first floor, Shinyi noticed that something was wrong with the middle-aged man. He kept trying to lead him to the stairs to the second floor. So Shinyi guessed that there might be an ambush on the second floor. Then, he strikes first and would rather kill someone by mistake than let them go. After killing the middle-aged man, Shinyi immediately teleported to another place and waited quietly for the person on the second floor to appear. I waited for more than 10 minutes. When the man on the second floor couldn't help but show his head, he teleported behind the man, listened to the man talking to himself for a long time, and then shot him dead. If Shinyi didn't want to hear if this man could tell him some useful information, he wouldn't have wasted his time. As for the fact that the man was a person with superpowers, Shinyi was not surprised. From the very beginning of his conversation with the man on the first floor, he noticed that the middle-aged man knew a lot about superpowers. Shinyi thought that the middle-aged man was a superpower user, so he deliberately approached the man to ensure that he could kill him with one shot. After all, Shinyi had little experience with guns, so if the distance was more than 10 meters, there was a possibility that the shot would miss. The gun is not that easy to control. Call. The first time Shinyi killed someone, he only felt his heartbeat quicken and his adrenaline surge. But he was not afraid, but more excited. Perhaps, he is not an honest and peaceful person at heart. He glanced at the man's body on the ground. With his death, the iron on his body disappeared and his supernatural powers were lifted. After confirming that the other party was dead, Shinyi changed to a fully loaded gun and began to check the room on the second floor. Since you have decided to kill, just kill him and leave no trouble behind. Shinyi heard a sound coming from the room at the end of the corridor, so he walked over with a gun in hand. He opened the door cautiously. Only. The scene in the room made him frown and put down his gun. 29. Poor woman, policewoman. Carefully push open the door of the room on the second floor. Only then did Shinyi see it. There was actually a male corpse inside, and a middle-aged woman who was naked, covered with scars, and tied to the bed with a dog chain. The young woman was obviously tortured severely and her breathing was very weak. Those two guys are not the owners of the supermarket. Shinyi had actually guessed it a long time ago. Because a normal store owner would not kill a stranger right away when there is plenty of food. Even if the stranger stole something from his store, he would not kill him. Just like Shinyi didn't kill the fat pig that insulted him. How can an ordinary person kill someone just by saying so? Only those who have killed others or done evil things can be cruel and ruthless. For example, now that Shinyi has officially killed someone, if he were to face the fat pig who insulted him again, he would definitely kill her without mercy. Once the shackles of morality are removed, it will be difficult to be bound again. These two guys are probably criminals or desperados or something like that. They have no moral compass. No one knows how they got into the supermarket, but they killed the real boss, took over the store, and even took possession of the boss's wife. Shinny walked up to the proprietress, who was still unconscious, untied her chains, left some snacks and water, and left. Even if this poor woman could wake up, she probably wouldn't live long. Her body was covered with cigarette butts and stick wounds, and one of her arms was broken. She could only be saved if she was sent to the hospital for emergency treatment. But Shinyi's kindness was limited to helping her untie the shackles. As for the rest, he was too lazy to care. He felt sorry for the woman, but he wouldn't be too kind to her. He is not a good person. After all, at the beginning, when he was not sure whether the middle-aged man was the owner of the supermarket, Shinyi was prepared to kill him after stealing the things. But he didn't expect that he would kill two bad guys. As for whether the information this bad guy told him was accurate, Shinyi was not sure. But I can believe it about 70% to 80%. For example, when the black fog first appeared, the police came out to maintain order and dispatched helicopters to fight some monsters. This may all be true. If you want to confirm the truth of this statement, you can take some time to go to Wangfujing department store to see if there is any wreckage of the crashed helicopter. But it is most likely to be true. After all, there was no need for him to make up so many things to deceive himself. As for the policewoman with special powers, she might be fictional. Because the ability to turn the body into steel is the ability of the man on the second floor. However, this information has little to do with me anyway, so it doesn't matter whether it is true or false. I'll just treat it as collecting information. As soon as he walked out of the supermarket, the phone in Shinyi's pocket suddenly vibrated. He took it out and saw that it was a call from Jiang Nanyan. After the call was connected, Jiang Nanyan's voice was heard. "Husband, the thugs broke in and are breaking down other residents' doors." "Okay, I see. Anything else?" Shinyi doesn't care about the safety of others. "Yes, I have convinced Teacher Bai, and she is willing now." "When will you come back, husband?" "I asked Teacher Bai to wait for you." Jiang Nanyan's tone was smart, as if she wanted to be praised. "I'm on my way home. Let her take a bath first. There's no need to save water. Just wash it clean." "Okay, husband, be careful." After hanging up the phone, Shinyi thought of Baisini and couldn't help feeling hot. New items can be unlocked again. In addition, Joe Warner, who will be delivered to your door soon, can unlock 2 kinds of supplies at once. However, this speed is still too slow. Shinyi was thinking, now that he had the ability to teleport, could he go out and pick up beautiful girls? After all, the internet is full of mixed people. In addition, there was a power outage recently, and most people probably have no place to charge their mobile phones. It is not easy to continue looking for a needle in a haystack online. Let's see what supplies Baisini and Joe Warner can unlock. If there are any special fruit or other hot weapons, then I will take some risks and go out to take in the girls. Shinyi thought secretly and quickened his pace to rush back. Along the way, he also saw some survivors who went out in groups to look for supplies. But unfortunately, they had no decent weapons and were soon targeted by a mutant rural cat, leaving them with almost no chance of survival. Home and supermarket. That was the supermarket that Shinyi had just cleared out. At this time, several figures appeared at the entrance of the supermarket. They all had weapons in their hands. Especially the 2 leaders, a man and a woman, both had guns in their hands and were wearing police uniforms. They are the police. Behind the 2 policemen were several men holding weapons such as sticks, but these men obviously had no combat experience and had fear on their faces. "Wait, there's a smell of blood. Everyone be careful." As soon as she arrived at the supermarket entrance, the policewoman spoke immediately, opened the safety of her pistol, and pointed it at the supermarket door. Another male police officer immediately stepped in front of the crowd, alert to the possibility of an attack from all around him. At the same time, he asked the female police officer, "Captain Sheen, what should we do? Should we retreat?" Policewoman Qin Xiang twitched her nose slightly, sniffing the air. She peered inside the supermarket window for a moment, frowning and saying, "We're running low on food. We have to take the risk and go in. Wang Jiqiang, you take the others and stand guard outside. I'll go first and check the supermarket. You can come in after we confirm it's safe. Captain Sheen, I can go in and help you. I can't let you take this risk alone." Male police officer Wang Jiqiang quickly requested. "No, you have to stay. Your responsibility is to protect the safety of the people." Xin Xiang refused seriously, then said in a slightly softer tone, "Don't worry, with my ability, I won't be in danger. Besides, I've been to this supermarket once before. The owner is very reliable. Maybe the smell of blood isn't a dangerous sign." Okay. Wang Jiqiang nodded in agreement. He knew that protecting the people was the most important task. Then, Xin Xiang walked to the door of the supermarket and knocked. However, after waiting for a long time, there was no response. She frowned slightly. Did something really happen? Thinking of this, Xin Xiang no longer cared about damaging people's property. He looked at the locked supermarket door, took a deep breath, and punched out. I saw that the locked door was smashed through. The people behind him were all shocked when they saw this scene. What a terrifying power! She looked like a beautiful and slim woman, but she possessed terrifying strength that was totally disproportionate to her body. Xin Xiang walked into the supermarket holding a gun. Soon, he saw a body on the first floor. Moreover, the corpse was shot in the head and died with his eyes open. It was the supermarket owner's body. Is this a gunshot wound? How could someone have a gun? Could it be other surviving colleagues? No, this can't be a colleague. Xin Xiang frowned, his expression solemn. Because if it was one of my colleagues, I would never shoot at civilians. Even if they had to shoot, they would not shoot the head, but other parts of the body. This is the code they learned after joining the police force. The only people who would shoot someone in the head are thugs and evil people. 30. Xin Xiang's guess. Damn it! Could it be that some dangerous person found a colleague's gun? Xin Xiang frowned deeply. The area was shrouded in black fog, and animals and plants mutated. Many colleagues lost contact on the day they went on duty, and no one knew whether they were dead or alive. Later, the remaining police and special police received orders from their superiors that huge mutant plants had appeared in the city and were wreaking havoc. They were growing at an extremely fast rate and had already knocked down several buildings, and needed to be stopped as soon as possible. As a result, all police forces participated in the operation to eradicate the mutated plants. But then, the mission failed. The entire city, an area of dozens of kilometers, and more than a dozen residential areas were completely occupied. Most of the police officers who went to participate in the rescue also died in the rescue, and even their bodies have not been found to this day. If a civilian happened to come across the body of a dead colleague, it is indeed possible that he could take the colleague's gun, which would be troublesome. As she thought about it, she walked towards the second floor where the smell of blood was even stronger. As soon as I went upstairs, I saw another body. This is a corpse with its head smashed. Another gunshot wound. He actually has so many bullets. Xin Xiang looked grim. It is not difficult to judge from the scene that the other party fired at least 7 or 8 shots. Every shot hits the head. I just don't know if the other party still has bullets in his gun. Hopefully no bullets. Otherwise, it would be too dangerous to have guys like this who shoot and kill people at will wandering around outside. The city is already in chaos right now. If more guns leak out, it will only exacerbate the chaos. Xin Xiang deeply understood how terrible it would be for people without legal constraints to obtain guns. Help, help! Suddenly, a faint sound came from the room at the end of the corridor. Xin Xiang was stunned. He walked over quickly. When she opened the door, she immediately saw a corpse and a seriously injured and dying woman. Hold on. Don't close your eyes. I'm a police officer. I will definitely find a way to save you. Xin Xiang hurried forward to check the woman's injuries. Serious, very serious. And most of the scars were obviously caused by abuse. Damn it! Who is it? Xin Xiang clenched her fists in anger. In a flash, Xin Xiang suddenly caught a glimpse of the group photo on the bedside table. That photo was clearly a picture of the woman in front of him and the man next to him who had been dead for a day or two. In other words, the supermarket owner I met the day before yesterday was not the owner of this supermarket. This poor woman and the dead man are the real bosses. She understood everything. Damn it! Xin Xiang was so angry that he punched the ground hard, creating a hole. Her anger had nowhere to vent. She figured everything out quickly. It was those two bastards pretending to be the boss who imprisoned the woman and killed the innocent boss. They are the bad guys. No wonder his colleague shot and killed another bastard, and even blew his head off. Even if it was her, she would do the same thing after seeing this scene. These two beasts don't deserve to live. Maybe the person who killed the two beasts was not necessarily his colleague, but he must be a good person, otherwise he would not have let the innocent woman go. But Qin Xiang didn't have time to think about it now. She covered the woman with a quilt, then picked her up and quickly went downstairs. No matter whether it can be saved or not, we must try. As long as she is still breathing, it proves that she doesn't want to die. Wang Jiqiang, you take the others in to get the supplies. I'll take the wounded back to the shelter first. Remember to be careful. Qin Xiang hurriedly said something and left quickly. She wasn't sure how much longer the woman could hold out. Their temporary shelter has a doctor who was rescued 2 days ago. Maybe he can save the woman. Wang Jiqiang received the order and took the rest of the people to quickly raid the supermarket. After a quick sweep, they found that almost all the remaining snacks and things were contaminated. It's like someone has already swept through it beforehand. Only a few bags of instant noodles and a few sausages were barely edible. How so? Wang Jiqiang frowned, then looked towards the second floor and said, "Everyone, go to the second floor and take a look. Be careful, don't touch the bodies on the ground." Shani returned to the building and ignored the thugs who were smashing doors from house to house. He teleported directly upstairs. Let them cause some damage first and scare the residents in this building. It would be best if everyone could be gathered together, which would save you the trouble. In just a few breaths, Shani arrived at the 20th floor. He didn't need to knock on the door and teleported directly into the house. Zhang Nanyan, who was playing with her cell phone, suddenly heard a sound and subconsciously looked up. Seeing Shani appear out of nowhere, she was startled and almost dropped her cell phone. "Husband? How did you get in?" She looked shocked. At the same time, hearing the sound, Su Wanting from the bedroom also ran out. "Husband, you're back." "Well, that was my new superpower just now." Shani nodded and explained to Zhang Nanyan. He was very satisfied with Zhang Nanyan's attitude towards doing things, so he treated Zhang Nanyan better. A new superpower? Su Wanting was surprised when she heard this. Can superpowers be obtained? If there's a chance in the future, I can also let you gain superpowers. Shani casually drew a pie in the sky. He already had this idea. Let your woman be able to protect herself. However, his current strength is not strong enough, so he has to give priority to improving his strength. When I am strong enough, I can help women become strong too. Really? I can get superpowers too. Su Wanting suddenly looked excited. Zhang Nanyan couldn't help but get excited. Superpower. Superpower. If I could have superpowers, wouldn't I no longer have to be afraid of the monsters out there? Well, I already know how to obtain superpowers. Ordinary people can also obtain them, but it's more difficult, so it takes some time. Upon hearing this, Su Wanting and Zhang Nanyan became even more excited. Ordinary people can also gain superpowers. Husband, Teacher Bai is in the bedroom. Zhang Nanyan came back to her senses and said quickly. This is her chance. Well done. I'll give you a credit first. Shani nodded and walked towards the bedroom. Upon hearing that she was commended, Zhang Nanyan smiled excitedly. I feel like I'm one step closer to gaining superpowers. Seeing this, Su Wanting, who was standing by, cursed her inwardly as a bitch, then immediately took out her cell phone and started contacting her best friend whom she had finally managed to get in touch with. She must not fall behind Zhang Nanyan. At the same time, on the first floor, violence was also taking place. 31. New supplies. Brother Wang, this security door is too damn hard, it can't be opened at all. The yellow-haired classmate cursed and swore. He has joined this gang of thugs. Although he was severely beaten, he was protected by this small group after crying and begging for mercy. He also drank half a bottle of water and ate a small piece of dried meat from an unknown animal. Although the half bottle of water has turned a little black and the dried meat has a bit of a strange smell. But at least there is food to eat. Many people want to eat this kind of meat but can't find it now. Keep smashing. I don't believe I can't break open this broken door. Whoever breaks open the door first will be rewarded with 2 extra pieces of meat, and he can be the first to play with the woman in the room. Brother Wang, whose arms are covered with tattoos, said viciously. When the thugs heard this, they immediately roared excitedly and banged on the door even harder. Although the security doors in this community are of good quality, they are still no match for a group of armed and frenzied thugs. At this time, The yellow-haired man's eyes darted around, and he suddenly leaned close to the burly man. Brother? Don't get so close to me. The sturdy man slapped the yellow-haired man in the face with his backhand, making him dizzy. Yes, sorry brother, I forgot. It took Huang Mao a long time to recover, but he didn't dare to talk back at all. He knew how brutal this gang leader was and that he was not someone he could afford to offend. What do you want to say? Brother Wang glanced at him. It's like this, big brother. I followed a few students from our dormitory out here. There were several female college students among them. And each one was prettier than the other. Those long legs, so thin and long, and their butts were so perky. Their faces were also very pretty. Huang Mao described it excitedly. He had already begun to imagine what it would be like to have those beauties. Bang! The sturdy man slapped the yellow-haired boy again with his backhand, making him see stars and interrupting his fantasy. Big brother, why did you hit me again? Why did I hit you? Didn't you say you came from the boys' dormitory? How could there be female students in a boys' dormitory? Are you bullying me because I haven't been to college? The sturdy man glared at the yellow-haired man fiercely, as if he was about to attack again. No. Brother, I really didn't lie. Those female college students are not from our boys' dormitory. They came in from outside. They are another boy's girlfriends. The yellow-haired man explained hurriedly with a swollen face. This brother's emotions are not stable at all. It's like he's mentally ill. He hits people at every turn. And his IQ is extremely low, no wonder he never went to college. But he didn't dare say this out loud, otherwise he would be beaten to death. Bang! Suddenly, the strong man raised his hand and slapped him again. The yellow-haired guy was stunned by the beating and even his big teeth were almost knocked out. Big brother, why did you hit me again? There's something wrong with your eyes. Are you cursing me in your heart? Are you upset that I hit you? No, no. Big brother, I am innocent. Bang! The sturdy man slapped him again without saying anything. How dare you talk back to me? I'll hit you if I want to. Don't you agree? I give in, the big pot is lifted. Huang Mao's face was so swollen that he couldn't even speak clearly. Tell me in detail, what's going on with those female college students? I haven't slept with any female college students yet. If what you said is true, I'll reward you with a piece of meat. The burly man patted the yellow-haired man's shoulder carelessly and almost knocked him down with a slap. Yes. The yellow-haired student's mouth was swollen, his vision was black, and he was stuttering intermittently. Are you fucking mute? I told you to speak. The sturdy man was so angry that he slapped the yellow-haired man hard again, knocking him unconscious. Grass. You're fainting already? College students are so weak. The strong man spat fiercely. Someone, wake him up for me. Don't waste water, use urine. Everyone else, hurry up and break down the door. I remember there's a newlywed woman in this house. Whoever breaks down the door first gets to have sex with her first. The thugs didn't care why Huang Mao was beaten and continued to bang on the door. Especially when they heard the words newlywed wife, they felt full of strength. Other people as newlywed wives are so fragrant. At this time, in the smashed room, a couple, a man and a woman, were shivering. The man held the kitchen knife tightly in his hand and held his cell phone in his other hand, constantly dialing the police. The young woman was scared and sent a message in the community group asking for help. Only. Some people say they care, but no one actually offers help. The newlyweds could only look at the banging security door in despair and fear. Final. After several hours of agony, the door lock was broken and the door was broken open. 6 or 7 men walked in with grim smiles. Bite. Start to randomly unlock a material. Ding. Unlocked successfully, congratulations on unlocking the item, 5 egg rate steak. 5 egg rate steak plus 1, stored in system space. 5 egg rate steak plus 1, stored in system space. 5A. 5A steak? Shinny took out his cell phone and searched for relevant information. 5A steak, the highest rated steak, costs between 1,500 and 6,000 yuan per kilogram, depending on the region. The 5A grade steak has a high fat-to-meat ratio, which is more evenly distributed. The meat is tender and tastes great even when fried with just salt. Thousands of dollars per kilogram? That's damn expensive. Shin-yi was also very emotional. He used to work part-time and only earn more than 2,000 yuan a month. A month's salary can't even buy a kilogram of steak. That's outrageous. I'd like to try how delicious this steak that cost thousands of dollars is. Shin-yi's mind moved, and he took out a piece of steak from the system space. The beef has clear stripes, alternating fat and lean meat, and is very fresh. But it is raw. Shin-yi was speechless for a moment. You have to fry it yourself, which is too troublesome. But raw meat is more convenient to handle. If you don't want to eat steak, you can also fry it or boil it. Shin-yi's current meal only consists of chicken. Although it tastes good, he will get sick of it if he eats too much. An extra steak would be nice too. As for frying steak, of course it should be left to women. Now that I have someone to do my bidding, I can't always cook by myself, right? Well, can I have a bottle of water? Baisini asked in a low voice. Shin-yi glanced at Baisini, casually took out a bottle of mineral water from the system space and threw it to her. Thank you. Baisini quickly took the water and drank it. Come out for dinner later. Shin-yi said, put on his clothes and walked out of the bedroom. Honey, the door of a house on the first floor was broken open. Those thugs not only defiled the woman in that family, they also filmed it and posted it in the group chat. Seeing Shin-yi coming out, Jiang Nanyan hurriedly reported the situation. She had been keeping an eye on the news about this building complex, as instructed by Shin-yi. 32 Residents unite. Let me see. Shin-yi took Jiang Nanyan's phone and looked through the chat history in the group. Then I clicked on the video. The video content shows several naked men torturing a young woman. The insults, screams, and pleas were unbearable to hear. In the video, there is a young man who was beaten with a black eye and swollen face, several pieces of flesh cut off from his body, and then tied to a chair. What's even more outrageous is that this group of thugs even put the newlyweds' wedding photos in front of the woman. After watching the video, the residents in the group were filled with indignation, and some even cursed the thugs for being inhumane. But the thugs didn't care and instead threatened all the residents. Let the other residents go downstairs quickly, otherwise when the door is broken, all the women will end up like this. Arrogant and domineering. Lawlessness. But this is the end. The group was silent. All the residents were afraid of these thugs. They were just ordinary people, at most a little richer than ordinary people, but they had never seen such a bloody and cruel scene. It wasn't until the account used by the rioters was kicked out of the group chat that people in the group started sending messages. 0501 resident, these lunatics. They are absolutely crazy. They have no bottom line at all. 0501 resident, where are the police? Where did they go? Why is no one answering the police call? Can you get through to the police? 0201 resident, I can't get through. I haven't been able to get through in the past few days. 0901 resident, what should we do? Everyone, come up with a plan. If we are really overtaken by this group of thugs, we will be dead. Resident 1001, where's the management? Come out. And the security, where are they? Come out and protect us. They're only getting 4,000 to 5,000 yuan a month, and this is how they do things? 0901 resident, if I'm not mistaken, there were 2 security guards among the thugs, and they were wearing security uniforms. Resident 1001, these bastards took my money and are trying to harm me. Damn it, when the police come I'm going to file a complaint against these bastards. Resident 1001, and this group of thugs, they're all just a bunch of poor people. As expected, the poor are the most uneducated, all they do is steal and rob. So disgusting. Resident 1402, the property management disappeared a long time ago. We haven't been able to contact them since they delivered supplies to us the day before yesterday. 0902 resident, huh? Why can't we contact the property management? We've run out of food and water. What should we do now? Where can we get supplies? 0801 resident, the guy upstairs, how come you finished so quickly? The property management distributed 3 days' worth of supplies to each of our households the day before yesterday. 0902 resident, I have a large family, and didn't the property management company say they would deliver supplies every 3 days? Who knew they wouldn't do that? Now we have nothing to eat, what are we going to do? 0801 resident, what else can I do? I'll just starve. It's the end of the world, and instead of saving food, I'm still thinking of relying on others. 0902 resident, are you crazy? 801? Did I offend you? What's wrong with me eating my own food? You're really nosy. 0501 resident, can everyone please stop arguing? Let's find a way to stop the thugs downstairs first. Resident 1402, I have a suggestion. Every household in our building can send one person to fight the thugs together. There's strength in numbers, and those thugs won't dare to confront us head on. What do you think? 1501, But I'm the only one in my family, and I'm a woman. Resident 1502, what's wrong with being a woman? Men and women are equal. Every household must send at least one person. Otherwise, when the thugs break in, we won't protect your family. We won't protect other families who can't contribute manpower either. Resident 1502, if you want to be protected, then unite. Don't make excuses, don't try to take advantage. Resident 1001, second. 0801 resident, then my family will also have a man. Resident 1402, since everyone is willing to contribute, let's gather on the 18th floor. Remember to bring weapons, baseball bats or golf clubs will do, anything that can be used as a weapon will do. Resident 1402, we are an entire building, are we really going to be bullied by just 6 or 7 people? We must subdue them. 0501 resident, alright. I'm fired up. We have to take them down. Let these guys know how powerful we are. The residents of Building 6 began to organize a counterattack. In order to protect your family and your own safety, you have to stand up no matter how timid you are. The thugs were so crazy, especially the bloody videos they released, which scared everyone. The original purpose of the thugs posting the video was to threaten the other residents and force them to surrender voluntarily. But little do people know that even the most timid person will fight desperately when the safety of their family and themselves is threatened. Therefore, the gory videos of the rioters had the opposite effect. No wonder there is no chaos in this community. It turns out that the property management company distributed supplies to every household 3 days ago. They are a good property management company with great service. Sue Wanting murmured. She remembered that the school ran out of food the next day, which led to the riot. In this community, people still maintain moral bottom lines and even help each other. But that was before. Now the property is missing, 3 days' food is about to be consumed, and coupled with the attack by mobs, I am afraid that the last bottom line will collapse. Not to mention other residents. Even Su Wanting and Jiang Nanyan, who were protected by Shani, were frightened by the brutal behavior of the thugs. That woman is so pitiful. Fortunately, they made the right choice and followed Shani. Seeing the miserable state of the other women, the two women's eyes looking at Shani obviously changed, with a bit more dependence in their eyes. Although Shani threatened them with material things, he was not mean to them and did not abuse them. And they provide them with food and water every day and protect their safety. And he also promised to help them gain superpowers. Thinking about it this way, Shani is not just being nice to them, he is simply being too nice to them. Thinking of this, the two women couldn't help but come to Shani's side, and took the initiative to massage Shani's legs and feet and serve him. What they should do is to serve Shani well, instead of engaging in intrigue every day. Jiang Nanyan and Su Wanting looked at each other subconsciously, and felt a little relieved in their hearts. Su Wanting didn't want to hate Jiang Nanyan anymore. After all, they are a family now. If Shani is not at home, they will have to help each other. Compared to the group of brutal thugs outside, the hatred between them is really nothing. Jiang Nanyan also felt that there was no need to hate Su Wanting. Although she was deceived by Su Wanting, it now seems that this is a good thing. Otherwise I would have starved to death long ago. Or maybe I was bullied by those boys in the teaching building. As she thought about it, her hatred for Su Wanting gradually dissipated. Who among you knows how to fry steak? Shani suddenly asked while enjoying the massage from two pairs of delicate hands. The two women were stunned, looked at each other, and then began to stammer. Obviously. None of them know how to do it. After all, before the end of the world, they were all young ladies who had never done housework. I can fry steak. Suddenly, a soft voice came from the direction of the bedroom. It was by Cindy with a slightly blushing face. Now that she has joined this big family, it is natural for her to contribute. Well, let's fry a few pieces for dinner. Shani said, taking out 7 or 8 steaks from the system space. One piece weighs about half a pound. Well, if there's a power outage, will we be unable to fry? Sue Wanting said uncertainly. Yes, I just checked and there is gas available. Bai Sini said. She didn't have much hostility towards Sue Wanting. After all, it was he who cheated on Sue Wanting. Bai Sini felt a little embarrassed. Okay. Sue Wanting was embarrassed. She knows nothing about the kitchen. I felt embarrassed in front of Shani. Will this make Shani like me even less? No, this can't be done. Seeing Bai Sini walk into the kitchen, Sue Wanting immediately followed in. She wanted to learn cooking. Jian Nanyan knelt on the sofa and massaged Xinyi's thighs. Xinyi is very satisfied with the harmonious family. He is under a lot of pressure outside, so he wants to relax at home. Especially after killing someone today. 33. Failure, I will fuck you along the network line. This so-called 5A grade top quality steak tastes really good. Xinyi felt that this beef was more delicious than any beef he had ever eaten before. Perhaps it was because the beef produced by the system was of higher quality. Also, Bai Sini's cooking skills are also very good. Every steak is fried until crispy on the outside and tender on the inside. It is perfect and very fragrant. For this dinner, Xinyi ate 5 steaks. Maybe it's because I've been using teleportation all day and consumed too much physical strength, so I need to replenish a lot of energy. But it doesn't matter. What we have the most is supplies. All you can eat steak. After eating and drinking, Shani replied to Joe Warner's message. Yes, Joe Warner sent a message. She finally made up her mind to come over. He also said he wanted to bring 2 roommates along. Shani naturally did not refuse. The more women come, the better, so that he can unlock more supplies. After replying to the message, Shani took out a few power banks and distributed them to the 3 women, asking them to fully charge their phones and not use them carelessly so that they could contact each other later. Otherwise, when I leave home sometimes, he won't know what is happening at home. After finishing these trivial matters, it was already late. Due to the power outage, Shani and his friends went to bed early to prepare for sleep. Before going to bed, Shani took a look at the messages in the building number 6 group. The residents have already gathered on the 18th floor in a threatening manner. Well, with this group of people supporting me, I can sleep more peacefully tonight. Tomorrow is the time to deal with the thugs. Good night, husband. Sue Wanting squeezed into Xinyi's arms and said something in a daze. Well, good night. This night, Xinyi slept very comfortably. Even before the end of the world, he had never slept so comfortably. Perhaps, people like him are really suitable for the end of the world. But in contrast, other people in the building are having a hard time. A group of residents gathered on the 18th floor. There were more than 20 of them, most of them were men, with only a few women. They were armed with various weapons including golf clubs, baseball bats, and kitchen knives. For a moment, everyone actually felt confident. Although the thugs were brutal, there were only 6 or 7 of them, while their side had twice as many people as the enemy. This time, the advantage is on my side. Then, led by a middle-aged boss in a suit, the crowd went downstairs aggressively to negotiate with the thugs. That's right, negotiation. Of course, no one wants to fight to the death if possible. If a fight breaks out, people will die. But unfortunately, this group of thugs had no bottom line. They took advantage of the negotiation time to suddenly launch an attack. Caught off guard, more than 20 people were beaten to the point of screaming and howling like ghosts, and their army was immediately routed. More than 20 people were chased and hacked by 6 or 7 people. The final result of the battle was that 3 residents were killed, 2 were seriously injured, 2 were captured, and nearly 10 were slightly injured. None of the thugs died, and no one was even seriously injured. They only suffered minor injuries. A crushing defeat. How could these people who wear suits and ties and sit in offices all year round be a match for the desperados? Just one encounter and he completely lost his resistance. As for this information, Shani also learned about it through the chat records in the group. Some residents who lost their family members cried in the group, while others whose family members were captured begged others to save their families. But this time, no one dared to speak. The thugs had killed their momentum last night. Now everyone just wants to protect themselves, no one dares to fight, and no one even dares to go out. Ordinary people are no match for those desperate criminals. That group of thugs are unreasonable and really dare to kill people. Resident 1501, does anyone have any gauze or medicine? My leg hurts so much. The wound I got chopped last night is bleeding intermittently. Please help me. I beg you. 1501 resident sent a picture. Shani clicked on the picture and found that the injured resident was actually a woman. Of course, the reason why Shani clicked on the photo was because the first thing he saw in the photo was a photo of long white legs that looked very tender. Although most of her legs were stained with blood due to the knife attack, it was still possible to see that her legs were in good shape. I just don't know what I look like and whether I can meet the system standards. Seeing that no one paid attention to 1501's request for help, Shani replied in the group using Jiang Ningyan's account. Resident 2001, I have medicine. If you need it, please private message me. But you must first send a full body photo of yourself, without beauty filters. Resident 1501, send photos? What do you want my photos for? 0901 resident, what else can we do? Isn't the meaning obvious? 0901 resident, wait, resident on the 20th floor, didn't you come to the meeting last night? Resident 1401, the 20th floor really didn't contribute last night. Everyone, remember the 2001 resident. Such selfish people don't deserve our help. 0501 resident, at 2001 resident, get out. It's all your fault. You killed my man. What qualifications do you have to be in this group? 0501 resident, asshole. Trash. Uneducated trash. Get out of this group. You don't deserve to live. You deserve to die. You selfish trash. 0501 resident, your whole family should be killed. Resident 1401, well done. Such a selfish person shouldn't be in the group. Resident 1602, wow, my husband died when we went out with you yesterday. You must protect us, an orphan and a widow. For a time, Shani, who had not contributed anything, became the public enemy of the entire building. It seemed as if all these consequences were caused by his absence. Some people are like this, they don't dare to face the strong, but dare to bully the weak. However, Shani is not the weakling they think he is. Shani used teleportation to directly come to room 501. At this time, inside the room, a middle-aged woman in pajamas was sitting on the sofa, constantly tapping on her phone and insulting Shani in the group chat. It seemed that only by venting in this way could she vent the pain of losing her man. She was so absorbed in venting her feelings that she didn't even notice Shani's arrival. It was not until Shani deliberately made a sound that the woman looked at him, her face suddenly filled with horror. Who are you? Why are you in my house? Shani glanced at her phone screen and confirmed that it was her who was scolding him. I admit that you are in pain after losing your man. After all, he was your only support. But, Shani said lightly, raised his hand, and a pistol appeared in his palm. When the middle-aged woman saw this scene, her face was filled with horror. A pistol appeared out of thin air. Is this still a human being? But what does this have to do with me? If you dare to curse my family, I will kill you. Shani pulled the trigger directly and shot him in the head. Until she died, the woman never understood how she had provoked a monster. After killing the people who insulted his family, Shani felt happy and teleported back to the room. As for the other people in the group who called him selfish, Shani ignored them for the time being. After killing the thugs, we will slowly deal with them. Don't think I'm easy to talk to. If you make me angry, I'll fuck you through the internet. Coincidentally, at this time, the resident of 1501 also added him as a friend. Resident 1501, my phone only has 1% battery left, so I can't take pictures. Resident 1501, if you have medicine, could you please send it to me? I have photos at home. After saying these two sentences, the other party suddenly disappeared. I guess my phone is out of battery. Shani thought about it and felt that he could go. Anyway, I don't have anything to do. If the residents of 1501 meet the system standards, I can unlock new supplies. Even if it doesn't meet the requirements, it's just a matter of effort and no big deal. Think of this. Shani used teleportation to disappear from the room. Ah! Shani. Shani disappeared out of thin air. By Shani, who had just come out of the bedroom, screamed when she saw this scene. Then, regardless of the danger, she rushed to the place where Shani disappeared, and looked anxiously at the gap in the sofa. How could a living person disappear out of thin air? And he disappeared right in front of me. Teacher, bye, don't be anxious. Jiang Nanyan and Su Wanning couldn't help laughing at Bai Sini's funny behavior. How could Shen, such a big man, hide in the crack of the sofa? They knew that this was Shen Yi's new superpower, so they were not too surprised. By the way, I also explained it to Bai Sini. After hearing the explanation, Bai Sini blushed immediately and thought to herself that she really couldn't adapt to the doomsday world. 34, he must be my Prince Charming. Shen used teleportation and arrived at the 15th floor in a few seconds. Since this kind of high-end community has 2 households per elevator, 1501 is not difficult to find. He came to the door and knocked politely. He would first take a look at the appearance of the resident of 1501. If he did not meet the system standards, Shen would just turn around and leave. After waiting for a while, the electronic lock rang and the door was opened. Even if the power goes out, the electronic lock can still be used for a long time. It has a power storage function. It is not a bug. A girl wearing a mint green short-sleeved shirt and light blue high-waisted denim shorts appeared at the door with a pale face. The girl is very beautiful, with long, smooth chestnut hair styled into slightly curly waves. One side is tucked behind her ear to reveal a small pearl earring, while the other side falls naturally to shape her face. Her legs are long and straight, with smooth muscle lines, giving her a healthy and energetic temperament. It's obvious that she exercises regularly. Only. Now that beautiful left leg was almost stained red, and even if it was tied with a cloth strip, it couldn't stop the bleeding. In other words, this situation happened because the girl didn't know how to treat the wound. Perhaps because of excessive blood loss, the girl's face was very pale, and even her lips were a little white. At this time, system trigger. Bite. Survivors meeting the system criteria have been detected, and detailed information scanning has begun. Name, Zhu Xiaoxiao. Age, 24. Appearance, 91 points. Body, 95 points. Internal, 100 points. Rich personal experience, no actual combat experience. Total score, 96 points. Evaluation, after taking in a guest, you can unlock a random item. Shen looked towards the inner evaluation. This is the first time such an evaluation has appeared. Rich personal experience. It turns out to be the movie-watching sister? But no matter what, she meets the system standards. You are the resident of 2001? Zhu Xiaoxiao asked cautiously. She also confirmed from the peephole that Shen was not the thug downstairs, so she opened the door. Well, your leg is bleeding again. Stop the bleeding first. Shen said, picked him up and walked into the room. Zhu Xiaoxiao was confused. At this moment, she even forgot to resist. It was because Shen movements were so natural, as if they were a couple. But it only took a moment for Zhu Xiaoxiao to react. She immediately blushed and struggled, repeatedly refusing. You shouldn't do this. We just met. Besides, I'm still injured, I can't tremble. If you really want to, at least wait until I'm healed. In fact, Zhu Xiaoxiao felt that Shen was very handsome and tall at first sight, which quite met her standards for choosing a partner. Now is the end of the world, it's not bad to find a man to rely on. However, Zhu Xiaoxiao couldn't accept having to exercise right after meeting. At least we should introduce each other's names first? Shen did not explain, but put the daydreaming Zhu Xiaoxiao on the sofa, then took out the gauze and white wine he had obtained from the supermarket from the system space, and began to disinfect and bandage her. The reason why Shen did not explain was because Zhu Xiaoxiao was already feeling a little unwell due to excessive blood loss. There are no good medical conditions in the doomsday, and if any complications arise from excessive blood loss, it will be troublesome. Shen was still counting on her to unlock the supplies. You can't just make a wasted trip and waste a roll of gauze and white wine bar, right? Especially the liquor. Shen searched the supermarket but only found 2 bottles of high-purity liquor that was not contaminated. He originally wanted to keep them for disinfection if he got injured in the future. After all, the apocalypse is different from the past. There are no doctors if you get injured. Shen was also thinking about going to the hospital again in the next 2 days to get some medicine in advance to avoid getting sick accidentally in the future. His Zhu Xiaoxiao frowned in pain, subconsciously grabbed Shen thigh tightly, and screamed. Even Shen thigh was hurt by the scratch. Use white wine for disinfection. This kind of pain is not something that ordinary people can endure. However, although Shen movements were rough, they were very fast. After disinfection, her wound was tightly bandaged with gauze to stop the bleeding. Okay, you should have a good rest now. I will come to help you disinfect and change the gauze tomorrow. After Shinny said this, he prepared to leave. This woman is so badly injured, there's no way she can unlock the reward now. Then keep it for 2 days. Anyway, it won't consume much supplies. Shinny left a roast chicken and then used instant teleportation to leave. No requests were made, and no demands were made for anything. Because he has already decided that Chu Xiaoxiao is his. Naturally, no explanation is needed. What? What if Chu Xiaoxiao refuses? Then give me back my life. If Shinny hadn't saved her, she would have died today. Moreover, Chu Xiaoxiao also sought his special abilities. If he is unwilling to surrender, he must be silenced. Shinny didn't want his teleportation to be leaked, otherwise it would be troublesome if he was targeted in the future. This is what is called, all gifts from fate are secretly marked with a price. When Shinny rescued Chu Xiaoxiao, she had only 2 choices. Either surrender or die. Is he the Prince Charming sent by God to save me? Chu Xiaoxiao lay weakly on the sofa, blankly recalling the scene where Shinny treated her wounds and left her food. As she thought about it, her face gradually turned red. She saw Shinny wave his hand and gauze, white wine, and food appeared. Moreover, after helping herself, this man didn't ask for anything and just left. If this isn't Prince Charming, what is this? Is it a god? Chu Xiaoxiao thought that she had to marry him to repay his life-saving grace. In the end, the other party didn't want anything. This made Chu Xiaoxiao feel a little disappointed. However, he said he would come to change my medicine tomorrow. Does that mean we will meet again then? Chu Xiaoxiao couldn't help but look forward to it again. She was so weak and powerless that she even thought about getting dressed up and being in the best condition to welcome her Prince Charming. It smells so good. Chu Xiaoxiao turned over gently and looked at the steaming roast chicken on the table. She remembered that this chicken was conjured up by her Prince Charming with ease, as if it were a divine act. He really is the Prince Charming of my dreams. While thinking about it, Chu Xiaoxiao happily started eating the chicken. After leaving Chu Xiaoxiao's house, Shinny went straight to the first floor. It's time to deal with this mob. Their role has ended. When Shinny appeared on the first floor, he saw several thugs barbecuing meat. The meat they roasted was actually cut from the corpse. No wonder these people didn't starve to death. Instead, they were full of energy and even had the strength to break down the door. Who is it? Brother Wang, there's a pretty boy. Sudden. The thugs discovered Shinny. Someone immediately picked up a knife and stared at him viciously, with the ferocity in his eyes like a wild beast. Shen-Yi. It's actually you. Sudden. In the corner, a yellow-haired classmate with a swollen face walked out and looked at Shen-Yi with resentment. It is because Shen-Yi abandoned me that I have become like this. It's all because of Shen-Yi. It was Shen-Yi who harmed me. 35. Slaughter the thugs and mutate the black spider. Brother, it's him. He's the bastard I told you about who was with several female college students. The yellow-haired man immediately said to the tattooed strong man. I have suffered so much and endured so much pain, I must make Shen-Yi suffer it all. Hearing this, the tattooed man looked at Shen-Yi with interest. He looked him up and down. Who am I, this? The sturdy man spitted a word, then said viciously, Huzi, break one of his legs and force him to tell us which floor he lives on. Then we can go to his house and have sex with his woman. Good. A tall, thin man in a security uniform responded and walked over with a baseball bat. The other thugs didn't take Shen-Yi seriously at all. Just an ordinary person with no power. They killed several people last night. But in the next second, a deafening gunshot suddenly rang out. The man in the security uniform stood there in a daze, his body fell straight down, with a bloody hole on his forehead. Without stopping, Shen-Yi raised his gun and fired continuously at the other thugs who had not yet reacted. The sound of gunfire continued to echo throughout the first floor. After using up all the bullets in one gun, Shen-Yi immediately switched to another. In just one encounter, 4 thugs were shot to death. No nonsense. He is here to kill people. So, after confirming the number of thugs, he just opened fire. Damn! How could he have a gun? Run! 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 The surviving thugs now felt only fear. The reason why they are arrogant and cruel is simply because they have not met anyone stronger than them. This is only the beginning of the apocalypse, and most people have not yet become desperate criminals and dare not fight with the thugs. This also led to the thugs thinking that they were very powerful and invincible. But now they were being slaughtered unilaterally by Shani, and they finally experienced what fear was. The fear of death. No matter how cruel or how brave they are, one bullet is enough to take their lives. Damn it! Huang Mao, you bastard! Didn't you say he was just a student? Then how the hell did he have a gun? The tattooed burly man hid in the room immediately and was venting his anger at the yellow-haired man. Gun! This is a fucking gun! It is because they know that guns are banned in Xia country that they dare to kill people so unscrupulously. If you know someone has a gun, only a fool would cause trouble for him. With just these few broken swords in our hands, what good are they? Huang Mao was already frightened. Hiding behind the closet and shivering. Shani actually has a gun. And he shot and killed without hesitation. Is he really just an ordinary college student? Huang Mao was so scared that he peed his pants. What to do? What to do? I have already offended Shani. If I wait until everyone else is killed, I will definitely die too. Soon. The gunfire outside stopped. There was no sound at all. There was not even a scream. It seemed that everyone had been killed. The tattooed burly man held the knife tightly and hid behind the door, beads of sweat appearing on his forehead due to nervousness. Only one chance. Only when the opponent enters the door and is off guard can you deliver a fatal blow. The tattooed man held his breath and stared at the door. But he didn't notice that someone suddenly appeared behind him. When the yellow-haired man saw Shani appear out of nowhere, his eyes widened instantly. He pointed at him in disbelief and tremblingly said, Big brother. He's coming in. The tattooed man was stunned and subconsciously tried to turn his head, but the gun in Shani's hand had already fired a bullet, directly hitting the back of his head. Afterwards, Shani fired several more shots, killing the burly man with fear in his eyes. Have mercy. Big brother, have mercy. Please. Let me go. Let me go. We are classmates in the same school. The yellow-haired classmate knelt on the ground and begged for mercy with tears streaming down his face. However, Shani slowly changed a gun from the system space and shot him dead. In the room, there was a man tied to a chair, already breathless. There was also a naked woman huddled in the corner, shivering. This woman's mental state had completely collapsed. Even when she saw Shani killing someone, she was still immersed in her own fear and had no reaction. Shani raised his hand and shot her, ending her pain. Walk out of the room. Shani saw that a gangster who had been shot 4 or 5 times by him was still alive. He had already struggled to climb out of the building. Shani was not in a hurry. He just stood there, aimed his gun at him and shot. The first shot missed. TSK, it seems my marksmanship is really bad. I can't even hit such a big target. Shani said this while continuing to pull the trigger. He used the thug who was struggling to survive as a target for shooting practice. Shani's marksmanship has always been poor, which is why he always gets within 10 meters of the enemy before shooting. But he has a lot of bullets and guns, so he can improve slowly. Just like that, from a distance of 30 or 40 meters, Shani kept shooting at the thugs crawling out with his gun. It takes 4 or 5 shots to hit the target. That's terrible. This thug was really tenacious and had a strong desire to survive. He actually crawled out of the building despite the gunshot wound. Shani changed his gun, slowly approached, and aimed again. This time he aimed for the head. Just as Shani was about to pull the trigger. Sudden. A thick white line shot out and actually stuck to the thug's body, then lifted him up into the air. Shani was stunned for a moment, and immediately looked upwards vigilantly. What the hell? He observed for a while, but because the upstairs was covered with plants and the black fog was thick, he couldn't see anything. Shani remained alert. He picked up the body of a thug and threw it out of the building. As a result, just as the body fell to the ground, a thick white line exactly the same as the previous one shot down and snatched the body away. What the hell? What the hell is this? Shani was shocked. He had always thought that this building was safe, but it was obviously not. There's a monster upstairs. I don't know if they were attracted by the gunshots or the corpses. No, we must figure out what this thing is. Otherwise it will be dangerous to go out in the future. Shani picked up another corpse and threw it out of the building. At the same time, he immediately used teleportation to come outside the building and stared at the building. I saw. In the black fog, a huge black spider about 2 or 3 meters in size, covered with black hair and with many legs, crawled down from the upstairs. A white line as thick as an arm spurted out of its callicerous mouthparts, which immediately stuck to the corpse and dragged it up. Shani seized this opportunity, raised his gun, aimed at the mutant black spider and fired 7 or 8 shots. This monster must be destroyed. Otherwise, it will be very dangerous to travel in the future. But what shocked him was that the bullet only penetrated the black spider a little bit, not causing much damage to the black spider, but instead angered it. The mutated black spider dropped the corpse and suddenly opened its mouth toward Shani, spraying out a thick white spider silk. 36. A policewoman who meets the system standards. Shani was well prepared and used instant movement to hide 20 meters away, avoiding the black spider's attack. Damn, even a pistol can't kill him. Shani cursed inwardly. His most powerful attack method couldn't do anything to this mutant spider. At this time, the black spider locked onto Shani's position again. It seemed that because it was hurt by the pistol just now, it held a grudge against Shani. Several hairy legs moved quickly, jumped down from the upstairs, and pounced toward Shani. A huge spider of 2 or 3 meters rushed towards him, making Shani feel creepy. He quickly used teleportation to lead the black spider away. But the black spider only chased for a few dozen meters and suddenly stopped. Its pitch-black eyes stared at Shani, and it made strange noises from its mouth. It turned around several times in the same place, and then turned back. Why didn't this beast chase me? Shani frowned. He thought for a while, then followed carefully and found that the black spider had crawled back upstairs. By the way, he also took away the bodies of the thugs on the ground. Shani's face looked grim. It's obvious that this black spider wants to stay here and not leave. Shani just wanted to use teleportation to lure the black spider away, but the other party didn't fall for it at all. Damn it! I finally found a satisfactory shelter, but now I encounter this kind of thing. Shani wanted to curse. If I don't deal with this black spider, not only my woman, but even I might get caught in it accidentally. But it is not easy to solve it. After all, even a gun can't kill it. How could a spider mutate into such a horrible form? Shani frowned deeply and thought for a while. He took out his cell phone and contacted Joanna. If Joanna was out now, I could go pick her up. Otherwise, even if she managed to walk into the community alive, she would be killed by this black spider. Shani, where have you been? Joanna, we just left the campus. It's so dangerous outside, brother. Shani, how much battery is left on your phone? Joanna, it's almost full. I have a power bank. Shani, share your current location. Joanna initiates location sharing with you. Shani joined the location sharing and saw the distance between himself and Joanna. It was more than 800 meters, which was not far. If Shani didn't have the ability of teleportation, he would definitely not go to pick up Joanna. It was too risky. But with teleportation, he can be sure of his own safety even if he encounters some mutant monster. On the premise of ensuring his own safety, Shani naturally doesn't mind doing things that are beneficial to himself, such as searching for supplies and finding women who meet the requirements of the system. Walking on the street filled with black fog, Shani was always careful about his surroundings. The mutated black spider greatly increased his vigilance. Some mutant animals cannot be killed by pistols. These trees along the road seem to have grown taller and thicker. At this rate, human activity areas will likely be squeezed very small in a while. Although plants will not actively attack people, if they grow too large, they will sooner or later pose a threat to people. There were also these cracks in the ground. Although they hadn't grown any larger, they were still spewing out black mist. I didn't know where all this black mist came from underground. Shani really wanted to jump down and find out what was going on, but it was just a thought. If you really jump down, you will definitely die. When I'm strong enough, I can go down and find out what's going on. Shun-Yi thought secretly. Then, he continued to follow the navigation and approached Joanna. But from the location sharing, Shun-Yi discovered that Joanna had actually stayed in the same place. This made him frown. This little green tea knew that I was coming, so she actually started waiting there? Not even a movement. Shun-Yi walked a few hundred meters and found that Joanna's position had not moved. He looked very unhappy. This kind of unruly woman is so annoying. If he hadn't already walked a few hundred meters, Shun-Yi would have wanted to turn around and go home. Forget it, let us unlock the rewards first. If Joanna is really that scheming, I'll kill her after getting the reward. Shin-Yi continued to walk forward, and the surroundings gradually became quiet. He looked at the navigation and found that Joe Warner was located in a convenience store in front, motionless. Shin-Yi took out his gun and walked over slowly. Although the convenience store is not big, it has a lot of supplies. It's a good opportunity to search for them, so it's not a wasted trip. As soon as he approached the convenience store, Shin-Yi noticed something was wrong. He smelled the strong smell of blood in the air. Because he had killed people frequently in the past 2 days, Shin-Yi immediately smelled the scent of human blood. And there were a lot of dragging marks on the ground not far away, and a woman's shoe was also dropped there. Judging from the scene, someone must have just died here. Shin-Yi reacted instantly. He immediately became alert to his surroundings. However, no mutant monsters were seen. What you can't see is actually more dangerous. So, Shin-Yi no longer hesitated and used teleportation to come to the door of the convenience store, and then teleported in. Then he looked at the map and saw that Joe Warner was very close to him. Joe Warner? Shin-Yi looked towards the dark convenience store and called out tentatively. I don't know if she is still alive. If he died, then I would have made this trip in vain. Shin-Yi? Is that you, brother Shin-Yi? A voice came from a small room at the back of the convenience store. Then the door opened and 3 figures walked out cautiously. There were 3 women, the tallest of whom was wearing a police uniform and holding a gun. The policewoman was walking in front, and when she saw that the person coming had a gun, she immediately raised her gun and became alert. Shin-Yi was more vigilant than her. This policewoman actually has a gun in her hand. He immediately prepared to leave by teleporting. Damn, Joe Warner didn't say she was with the police. Not to mention the police had guns. Otherwise, Shin-Yi would not come to pick her up no matter what. After all, guns can threaten your own safety. Brother Shin-Yi? Is it really you? You actually came to pick me up. Woo, Warner is so touched. Joe Warner, who was petite and cute, was very excited and even pretended to cry. But she did not approach Shin-Yi immediately, but hid behind the policewoman. She said she was touched, but her body didn't believe Shin-Yi, this little green tea. Shin-Yi didn't even bother to pay attention to her. Comrade, are you also a police officer? Or a soldier? The beautiful policewoman looked at Shin-Yi pointing the gun at her and asked carefully. No. Where did you get your gun? I found it. Okay, then could you please put the gun away first? I have no hostility. Seeing that Shin-Yi didn't look like a bad guy, the policewoman put away her gun to show her goodwill. Seeing this, Shin-Yi lowered the gun, but did not turn off the safety. Even though the other party was a policeman, he did not relax at all. It's the end of the world, who knows whether the police are good or bad? There might even be bad guys disguised as police officers. In short, Shin-Yi will not fully trust anyone or any monster that poses a threat to his safety, unless he has the ability to detect the other person's thoughts. But what Shin-Yi didn't expect was that this policewoman also met the system standards. 37. A childlike face with a huge body, a terrifying tree in the city center. Bite. Survivors meeting the system criteria have been detected, and detailed information scanning has begun. Name, Soo-Yun. Age, 27. Appearance, 88 points. Body, 94 points. Inner, 100 points pure and flawless. Total score, 90 points. Evaluation, after taking in a guest, you can unlock a random item. 90 points is the lowest score a woman can get that meets the criteria currently triggered by the system. But even with the lowest score, this policewoman's appearance is still at the level of a great beauty among ordinary people. It was a level that Shin-Yi had never been able to reach before. Especially her heroic temperament, which is very different from other girls. As for the long-haired girl next to Joe Warner, although Shin-Yi felt that she was not ugly, and could even be described as pretty and attractive, she did not trigger the system prompt. It seems that the requirements for unlocking supplies are not met. Hello, comrade. My name is Soo-Yun. I work at the Municipal Public Security Bureau. I wonder how you got in. Soo-Yun asked seriously after introducing herself. In her opinion, although Shin-Yi may not be a policeman, he should not be a bad person, otherwise he would not risk going out to save people during such a special period. My name is Shin-Yi. Shin-Yi paused, then glanced at the door and said, You just walked in like that, what's wrong? Hearing this, the policewoman was stunned. Joe Warner and the long-haired girl were also stunned, and even couldn't help but shout out, "Brother Shani, you just walked in like that." Well, what's wrong? Shani naturally would not reveal his cards to a stranger who had not yet become his woman, so he pretended to say that he had just walked in. "Brother Shani, you are so lucky. There is a big snake outside that can become invisible, and it didn't attack you." Jo Warner patted her chest, as if she was relieved, but the shaking movement was quite attractive. This is the type with a baby face and big breasts. Jo Warner is also good at taking advantage of her advantages. Seeing Shani looking at her, she secretly thought that she was right. If I can capture Shani and make him protect me, I will be much safer in the future. Moreover, it also allows Shani to go out to find food and water. A snake that can become invisible? Shani's heart skipped a beat. No wonder I only saw drag marks and blood, but no one. Now even mutant animals have superpowers. It can actually become invisible. What the hell is this human doing? That shouldn't be a snake. I see it has 4 legs. It should be a gecko, the long-haired girl explained. Policewoman Soo Yun also nodded in agreement. Yes, it's a gecko, but it's over a meter long, longer than a typical snake. And its invisibility isn't really stealth. It simply changes its body color to match the surroundings. Plus, because of the black fog, it's not easy to spot. The few survivors I rescued were all killed by this color-changing gecko, so I know it very well. Changing color? Isn't this the ability of a chameleon? Shani looked strange. Hybrid? Or is it simply because of mutation that the gecko acquired this ability? I also suspected that it might be a mutated chameleon, but from what I have seen, it seems more like a gecko, said Soo Yun. This policewoman is quite capable to have survived the apocalypse. Shani was in deep thought. Whether it's a chameleon or a gecko, anything that can change color is difficult to deal with. If I hadn't used teleportation to get in, I might have been caught off guard and was ambushed by it. No wonder the 3 women hid in the small room of the convenience store in fear. It was simply because they couldn't deal with the gecko. Comrade, if you had not been attacked when you came in just now, it might have left. You should take this opportunity to leave as soon as possible, lest it come back again. This gecko is very cunning. Soo Yun suggested. Jo Warner and the girl with long hair nodded quickly. Their roommate was killed by this insidious gecko. If Soo Yun had not happened to pass by and shot the gecko away, they might have died too. Later, through conversation, they learned that the policewoman Soo Yun was not just passing by, but had been chasing the gecko. This gecko ate several people, including the child that Soo Yun had saved with great difficulty, so Soo Yun would fight it to the death regardless of her own safety. Wait a little longer. I heard a strange noise when I came in just now. It might still be wandering around. Shani made up an excuse. He could leave any time he wanted, but it was not easy to take Jo Warner away. As for the policewoman Soo Yun, Shani has not thought about recruiting her yet. Unless Soo Yun is willing to hand over the weapon to him. Or he could ensure her absolute loyalty. Otherwise, there would be a time bomb next to him, and Shani wouldn't even be able to sleep well. I see. Soo Yun frowned. After thinking for a while, she said, "How about this? I'll go out first and try to lure it away, and then you guys leave." Ah. Sister Soo Yun, what if you encounter danger? Jo Warner asked worriedly. I'm a police officer, and it's my duty to protect you. Soo Yun replied seriously, and then a trace of hatred flashed in her eyes. She said coldly, "Besides, I must kill it. Even if it costs me my life, I will never let it harm innocent people again." As she spoke, she began to check the bullets in the gun, preparing for action. This is a decisive woman. Sister Soo Yun, you are such a good police officer. Jo Warner and the girl with long hair looked at Soo Yun with emotion. But he was just touched and had no intention of stopping it. Shani was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that this policewoman had such noble character. But this is also a good thing. With the help of a female police officer, the gecko was led away, and he was able to take Jo Warner away safely. After a few seconds of hesitation, Shani looked at Soo Yun and asked, "Officer Soo, is there any help available in the city right now?" Hearing this question, Soo Yun's face turned grim and her voice became low as she said, "Although I shouldn't say this, there probably won't be any help. A few days ago, all my colleagues at the Municipal Public Security Bureau where I worked were killed. I'm not sure about the situation at other police stations, but I imagine it's similar. There may be surviving police officers, but probably not many. On their own, they cannot fight this disaster, nor can they rescue the people of this city. As Soo-yoon spoke, her mood gradually became depressed. Hearing this, Shin-hee felt relieved and asked curiously, what happened? Why did so many people die? Logically speaking, ordinary people could survive, so how could the police, who were trained and equipped with firearms, die so quickly? That doesn't make sense. Alas. Soo-yoon sighed deeply, frowning. After seeming to hesitate for a moment, she explained, this matter is highly confidential and shouldn't have been leaked. But now it doesn't matter whether it is leaked or not. On the first day of the apocalypse, a huge, strange tree appeared in the city center. It seemed to have life, growing incredibly fast. In just a few hours, it reached dozens of meters tall. And it continued to encroach on the surrounding land. And as it grew, it knocked down 2 high-rise buildings in the city center, killing thousands of people. A few dozen meters? Jo Won-er and the long-haired girl exclaimed at the same time. Shin-hee also showed a look of surprise. It can grow to dozens of meters in height in a few hours, which is much more terrifying than those mutated mutant trees on the streets. And it has been almost 10 days since the doomsday outbreak. If it is still growing at this rate, how terrifying would it be now? What would happen if it were allowed to grow? Will the entire mountain city be enveloped by it, or even overturned? P.S. Please ask for more updates and free rewards, you can add more. 38. It has wisdom, the thoughts of little green tea. Soo-yoon looked at the shocked expressions on their faces, feeling exactly like herself when she heard the news. She couldn't help but sigh. Some experts speculate that if this tree continues to grow at its current rate, it will cover half the city in just 3 months. So, in order to protect the mountain city, most of the police force was mobilized to deal with the tree. It turns out that this tree has life. It will fight back and kill anyone or any animal that gets close to it. Even helicopters were shot down by its branches. Then why not use fire attack? Trees should be afraid of fire, right? Jo Won-er asked curiously. Well, some experts do recommend attacking with fire. Soo-yoon nodded, but continued, it's just that the tree is rooted in a densely populated area in the city center. If we use fire to attack it, there will be a lot of innocent casualties. So, since there was no order from above, we could only use fire attacks after the people were evacuated. But it's too late. It's growing so fast. In just one day, its size grew many times larger than before. When we started using fire, no one expected that the tree would actually break off part of its own branches to put out the fire, and it would extend its branches to attack weapons that posed a threat to it first. Soo-yoon said this with a helpless look on her face. Only those who witnessed the battle in person could understand the horror of that tree. It actually has intelligence. Jo Won-er and the girl with long hair were both shocked. Break off branches to survive. Identify the enemy. Is this the intelligence a tree can have? Soo-yoon sighed and nodded, her eyes filled with sadness. It was too late to think of other solutions after that, because most of the police officers were sacrificed in that operation. After Shin-hee heard this, an unprecedented tension appeared in his eyes. If this giant tree continues to grow wildly, it will cover the entire mountain city in half a year at most. By then, everything in this city will become nutrients for this tree, including humans. Shin-hee thought for a moment with a serious expression, then continued, is there no army coming to rescue? If we use weapons like missiles, we should be able to solve it, right? I'm not sure. I only know that someone up there has contacted the military, but it seems the military is also dealing with some mutants. Soo-yoon shook her head slightly. After all, she is not a high-ranking official and doesn't know much. But just this information made Shin-hee feel a huge crisis. Currently, the most dangerous thing in the entire mountain city is the growing tree in the city center. If you don't get rid of it, no matter how well you survive, you will be devoured by it sooner or later and become its nutrients. But solving it is almost impossible. The police mobilized countless manpower, even using helicopters and armored vehicles, but they still couldn't solve the problem. All they had was a small pistol, which was useless. It seems that we need to make plans early and leave the mountain city as soon as possible and go to other cities. Although this doomsday covers the entire world, I think there shouldn't be such terrifying trees in other cities, right? Otherwise, human beings will really be extinct. Moreover, since the army did not come to rescue the mountain city, they must have rescued a closer or more important city. For example, Magic City, Imperial Capital. These two economic and political capitals of the Xia Kingdom will definitely be given special protection. With the army's firepower, at least they can protect a few cities and establish a safe zone, right? If he didn't have these, Shinny really didn't know how to protect himself. Unless I can unlock more supplies, and these supplies must include supernatural fruits, and then I can gain some awesome supernatural powers. Then maybe I can solve the problem of the growing tree. Thinking of this, Shinhee couldn't help but look at Su-yun. Now it seems that I have to take her reward as well. Before, Shinhee just wanted to survive, not worry about food and drink, and be able to lie down and rest. But now, the fire was really burning on him, and he also felt the urgency. Even if you can't gain the power to deal with the tree, at least you must have the ability to protect yourself. Although teleportation is powerful, a distance of only 20 meters is still too close. Are you all ready? I'll go open the door now. After I lure the gecko away, you must leave as soon as possible. Don't waste time. Su-yun pulled out her gun and prepared for battle. Sister Su-yun, you have to be careful too. Jo Wanner and the girl with long hair were a little reluctant. Although they have selfish thoughts, they are also truly grateful for Su-yun's efforts. Su-yun knew that she had a high probability of not surviving, but she still nodded in response to the two little girls. Then she looked at Shinhee and said seriously, "Comrade Shinhee, I hope you can take care of them. In this world today, we humans can only survive by helping each other." I know. Then get ready. Leave as soon as you hear the sound. Don't waste time. After Su-yun finished speaking, she walked to the door and carefully opened the door of the convenience store. There was only thick black fog and the sound of wind outside, and no danger was visible. Su-yun took a deep breath, walked out cautiously, and observed her surroundings. No sign of geckos was found. Once this color-changing monster hides in the black fog, it is difficult to observe with the naked eye. Su-yun looked back at the convenience store, then walked into the black fog, deliberately making noises with her feet in an attempt to lure out the gecko. Brother Shinhee, should we go out now? Jo Wanner asked hurriedly. The girl with long hair also held her backpack tightly, ready to run away at any time. Shinhee glanced at her and said, "You continue to hide in the room inside. Come out when I call you." Why? Sister Su-yun leads that monster away. Can't we just leave as soon as possible? Jo Wanner said anxiously. Shut up. If you don't want to listen, you can leave now, but don't follow me. Shinhee was too lazy to talk nonsense and walked out of the convenience store after he finished speaking. If Jo Wanner is obedient, I don't mind saving her life. If she is disobedient, that would be a way to her death. Jo Wanner was scolded so much that she didn't dare to speak. She didn't stamp her feet in anger until Shinhee left. Damn it! This stinky straight guy. After venting their anger with a few harsh words, Jo Wanner and the long-haired girl looked at each other, and finally closed the door and hid in the storage room honestly. Without someone to protect them, there is no way they can survive in such a dangerous world. Although I don't understand what Shinhee means, I can only obey him now. After all, Shinhee has a gun in his hand, and only by following him can we have hope of survival. Although Jo Wanner is shy, she is not stupid. Clatter! 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 In the black fog, Su-yun held the gun in both hands and walked slowly with her long legs, deliberately making noises with her feet. She looked around very vigilantly, not even daring to breathe. She knew very well that the mutant gecko might attack her at any time. She had to react immediately. Even if you are attacked, you must kill this monster. Su-yun walked slowly and loudly. This undoubtedly gave the mutant gecko the desire to hunt her. At this time, in the black fog, a pair of cold vertical pupils were staring at Su-yun quietly. The owner of the vertical pupil, its body almost merged into one with the black fog. It stayed there quietly without moving. It is waiting for its prey to come to it. Su-yun, who was walking slowly towards it, was its prey. Silence. Silent. Just when the prey was only about 2 meters away from it, it moved. The color that originally blended in with the surroundings was exposed the moment it moved. This is a giant gecko. It is extremely fast, and even if the prey has reacted at this distance, it will not have time to launch an effective resistance. Not to mention, Su-yun was facing it sideways and couldn't notice it at all at the first moment. By the time she realized it, it was too late. Bang 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 bang. Sudden. Several gunshots rang out in the black fog. Su-yun was startled and turned around suddenly. She saw a giant gecko lying just a few dozen centimeters away from her. There were several bullet holes on the gecko's body, bleeding, and its breath was extremely weak. Soo-yun did not hesitate and fired 2 more shots at the gecko's head, killing the mutant gecko completely. Then, she suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and breathed deeply. Her back was already covered with sweat. The hand holding the gun was also shaking slightly. She almost died just now. It would be a lie to say that you are not afraid. She is also a human being. However, once she puts on this dress, she has to live up to the responsibility that the dress represents. She couldn't and shouldn't retreat. If she could avoid death, she wouldn't want to die. She really didn't want to die. Thank you. Soo-yun looked at the gunman who walked out of the black fog, her eyes flashing with gratitude. 39. Supernatural fruit. The person who shot and saved Soo-yun at the critical moment was naturally Shin-hee. Shin-hee left the convenience store right after Soo-yun. As for Soo-yun, the policewoman who can unlock supplies, Shin-hee's idea is to save her if possible. You can also unlock one more item. Certainly. If this gecko could really become invisible, Shin-hee wouldn't waste time, he would just use teleportation to escape. However, this gecko actually revealed such a big flaw when attacking its prey. Shin-hee naturally would not be polite. He teleported behind it and shot it a few times, killing it directly. The mutant gecko may seem dangerous, but it can't actually stop bullets. If there were no black fog, this gecko would just be a larger animal. The main reason is that the thick black fog greatly reduces people's vision, so this color-changing gecko is so difficult to deal with. Comrade Shin-hee, thank you. Soo-yun looked at Shin-hee gratefully. She didn't expect Shin-hee to risk his life to save her. You know, if he fails to lure out the mutated gecko, Shin-hee will most likely become the gecko's primary target of attack. So, Shin-hee is using his life to help himself. Soo-yun was really grateful and touched. Compared to the people he saved some time ago, Shin-hee is much better. Some of those people abandoned me and ran away at the critical moment, some left secretly because they didn't want to share food, and some even coveted my body. In short, in just a few days before the end of the world, Soo-yun had already witnessed the evil nature of human nature. That's why she was so moved when she saw Shin-hee disregarding his own safety to save her. The gap between people is really huge. Just a verbal thank you? Shin-hee looked at Soo-yun and asked. Ah? Soo-yun was stunned. I don't understand what Shin-hee means. Does he want money? Shin-hee was speechless when he saw Soo-yun with a silly look on her face. I didn't expect that the policewoman couldn't even understand such an obvious hint. No wonder she is still pure and innocent in her 20s. I mean, do you want to repay me for saving your life by marrying you? Shin-hee said directly. Ah. This. Soo-yun's cheeks suddenly turned red and she stammered, unable to utter a complete sentence. Even though she was usually very open-minded, she was too embarrassed to look at Shin-hee for a moment. You, how old are you? I'm almost 30, how can I? When Soo-yun said this, she felt her face burning hot. So shameful. It's so depressing to discuss this kind of thing with a boy who is so much younger than me. We're only a few years apart in age. Besides, in today's world, do we really need to care about age? Shin-hee said as he came in front of Soo-yun. He reached out and wanted to hold Soo-yun's hand. We might die in an accident tomorrow. Don't overthink it. Living in the present is the most important thing. Soo-yun's face turned even redder. She subconsciously dodged Shin-hee's hand, then turned her head away and said, No. No way. We just met, how can this be possible? Although she was very grateful to Shin-hee for saving her, she also had a certain liking for Shin-hee. But this affection is not love, but a favor based on comparison with other heartless people in the doomsday. But she still felt it was too fast for her to suddenly start dating Shin-hee. The age difference is one reason, but the main reason is that it happened too fast. They've only known each other for less than an hour. Soo-yun, who is conservative at heart, finds it hard to accept such a quick change of heart. But Shin-hee didn't care about that. Besides, you can't let yourself waste a few bullets, right? Seeing that Soo-yun's resistance didn't seem that strong, he took the initiative to hug Soo-yun and kissed her. Soo-yun was stunned for a moment. Sudden. It's so sudden. So much so that she even forgot to resist for a moment. Me, my first kiss. While kissing her, Shin-hee quietly took the gun from Soo-yun's waist to prevent the woman from shooting him in a rage. But he seemed to be overthinking it. Soo-yun had no intention of resisting. She just struggled a few times symbolically, and then actually hugged him back. Sure enough, the more conservative a woman is, the more passionate she becomes once she lets go. This is the sense of contrast. But she must not have brushed her teeth in a long time. It tastes very bad. So Shinny didn't hesitate and used teleportation to an empty shop while holding Soo-yoon. Bite. Start to randomly unlock a material. Ding. Unlocked successfully. Congratulations on unlocking the item, Superpower Sensing Fruit. Superpower Sensing Fruit +1, stored in the system space. Superpower Sensing Fruit +1, stored in the system space. Superpower? Fuck. The moment he heard the system prompt, Shinny excitedly sat up from the ground. Supernatural fruit. I actually unlocked the supernatural fruit. What's wrong? Soo-yoon looked at the excited Shinny with a red face. Why is he so happy suddenly? Could it be because he knows he has never been in love before? Thinking of this, Soo-yoon's face turned even redder. I never thought that after being so reserved for so many years, I would end up with a boy who is so much younger than me. Is this considered an old cow eating young grass? Of course it counts. Although she was reluctant, Soo-yoon didn't really mind it. Otherwise, even if Shinny was reluctant, it would not be possible for him to get her so easily. After all, Soo-yoon is a policewoman who has received professional training. If she really fights for her life, she is not weak. Nothing, just happy. Shinny kissed Soo-yoon happily. It seems that my idea of taking risks was right. Soo-yoon actually unlocked a supernatural fruit. And it can be stacked infinitely. Damn, so many fruits, it's simply invincible. Moreover, this also proves that the supernatural fruit is indeed a kind of material. In the future, as long as you unlock enough types of materials, you will definitely be able to unlock other supernatural fruits. You are so bad. Although Soo-yoon was shy, she didn't resist too much since the matter was done. What Shinny said before was true. In today's world, don't think too much, don't think about the future, maybe they will die in an accident tomorrow. The most important thing is to live in the present. She leaned in Shinny's arms, her fingers slowly drawing circles on his body, and asked softly, "What is your relationship with those two girls?" "The girl who called you brother Shinny seems to have a special relationship with you. Women who have just had sex are very sensitive, even the bravest policewoman." Shinny was really a little hesitant about what to say. He had not originally thought of accepting Soo-yoon, but in this situation, it can only be said that he was impulsive at the moment. Although the result is good. But if I can't handle it well, considering Soo-yoon's character of fighting a mutant gecko to the death, I'm afraid I will have to use ruthless means to destroy the flower. To be honest, he was a little reluctant to do such a thing as destroying a beautiful woman. If they had not had sex, Shinny would have abandoned Soo-yoon without hesitation, or even killed her. However, he was a little hesitant in this situation. Certainly. If Soo-yoon really follows me, then everything will revolve around me. Otherwise, even if they had sex, he would still do it without mercy. This is the end of the world. So, it all depends on what Soo-yoon chooses next. What would you do if I told you I had other women? 40. Obtain the third superpower, telepathy. What would you do if I told you I had other women? After Shinny said this, he looked at Soo-yoon quietly. Unexpectedly, Soo-yoon was not surprised at all. She just sighed softly, "I knew it. You're such a young boy, yet you're so skilled at kissing me. You can tell from the looks of it that you've had many girlfriends and are very experienced. If you had dared to use force before, I would never have let you succeed. No, I would have broken your third leg." Soo-yoon said this, and bared her teeth at Shinny in a deliberately vicious manner. "But it's not scary, it's kind of cute." Then, Soo-yoon sighed and said helplessly, "But in this world now, there are no laws, let alone morals. The fact that you've lived this long and dared to go out and save people proves that you have a certain level of strength. If you want women, there must be many women willing to follow you. So, I'm not surprised at all when you said you had other women. I just feel a little uncomfortable. After all, I thought you belonged to me alone." Soo-yoon said this, but she still looked at Shinny with a bit of hope and asked, "Judging from your frank attitude, you should not be willing to abandon other women and only be with me, right?" "Yeah." Shinny didn't lie, and there was no need to lie. Not only will he not abandon other women, but he will also take in more women in the future. There's nothing we can do about it. If you want to unlock more supplies and survive the doomsday, you must do this. Of course, Shinee didn't mean to put the blame on the system when he thought this way. He himself had the same idea in his mind. Who doesn't like the wonderful life of having many wives and concubines? Only, the world is too dangerous right now. Not to mention the giant mutant tree in the city center that is powerful enough to destroy the entire city. He can't even deal with the mutant black spider in the community. Damn! Becoming stronger is the most important issue right now. Therefore, he was destined not to abandon a forest for Su-yun. I knew it. Su-yun lay helplessly in Shinee's arms, then closed her eyes and murmured softly, "But if you really abandon other women for me, I will look down on you even more. Because, if that were the case, you might just dump me for another woman." Shinee didn't say anything, but just patted Su-yun's shoulder gently. The advantage of a mature woman is that she doesn't need to explain so much. She understands many things. Even if you don't understand, you can figure it out. The two of them were affectionate for a while, then they got dressed and prepared to go back to the convenience store to pick up Jo Warner and the other girl. As for the use of teleportation just now, Shinee naturally explained it to Su-yun. Another reason why Su-yun did not resist immediately was because Shinee took her to the shop in an instant, which scared her. And this is the superpower. When Su-yun learned that humans could acquire superpowers, her eyes lit up. If everyone could obtain such magical abilities, the possibility of survival would be greatly increased. What Shinee thought was that it was a good thing that the first superpower he obtained was the evolution of his physical body. Otherwise, he would have been drained of energy in the past few days of unlocking, so how could he have the energy to fight the mutant monsters? Back to the convenience store. Shinee first scanned the goods. It's a pity that this is just a small convenience store. There are not many things in it, and most of them are contaminated, so there is not much to eat. Something is better than nothing. The biggest gain of this trip is Su-yun. Because of Su-yun, Shinee was able to unlock the supernatural fruit. Is this another one of your abilities? Su-yun looked at Shinee in amazement. She saw that he could take away a lot of supplies with just a wave of his hand. Shinee responded. Then, he called out Jo Warner and the other girl who were hiding in the storage room. These two girls are really shameless. Even though Shinee and Su-yun came back and made a noise, they didn't come out immediately. Before, when Su-yun said that she was going to lure the gecko away, the two girls looked very touched, but in fact they hoped that Su-yun would sacrifice herself. They only think about preserving themselves. Too cowardly. Comparable to Shinee. That's great. Brother Shinee, Sister Su-yun, I'm so glad you're okay. Jo Warner patted her chest, her face full of relief. The girl with long hair doesn't talk much, and she doesn't have as many thoughts as Jo Warner, the little green tea girl. Well, let's go. Shinee said lightly. Then, he suddenly thought of something, took out two guns loaded with bullets from the system space, gave them to Su-yun, and asked her to use them for self-protection. Su-yun's character is trustworthy. Even more trustworthy than Su Wanting and Jiang Nanyan. There are huge differences in people's personalities. Although Shinee knew Su Wanting and the other girls earlier, he did not trust them half as much as Su-yun did. He actually has a gun. When Jo Warner saw Shinee conjure up two pistols out of thin air, she was shocked and her eyes rolled around. She thought to herself that she must capture Shinee and make Shinee like her and fall in love with her, so that she could survive the doomsday. Su-yun felt warm in her heart as she held two brand new Type 54 pistols. She knew that this was a sign of Shinee's trust in her. The four of them walked out of the convenience store and moved forward cautiously. After experiencing the sneak attack by the color-changing gecko, Shinee had to be more careful. Some mutant animals have very strange abilities, and you may even fall into their trap if you are not careful. Thinking of this, Shinee silently took out a supernatural fruit from the system space and put it into his mouth. Let us get new superpowers first, maybe it can improve my fighting power. When the fruit enters your mouth, a slight coolness spreads throughout your body. But it was only a moment. Except for the first time he ate the physical evolution fruit, which made him feel a huge change in himself, the effects of the other two supernatural fruits were very small. I don't know if it's because my body has evolved stronger, or because it's the first time I've eaten the fruit. But the probability is the latter. After all, in Shinee's opinion, the ability of teleportation is definitely not worse than the evolution of the physical body. As he thought about this, he had finished digesting the fruit in his mouth. He immediately clicked on the panel to check. Host, Shinee. Age, 20. Force value, 30 excluding any external bonus. Unlocked supplies: Master Shui mineral water, freshly roasted chicken, Type 54 pistol, 5 grade steak, supernatural fruit telepathy. Abilities obtained: Physical evolution LV1, teleportation LV1, telepathy LV1. Physical evolution LV1, your body has undergone an evolution for some reason. Your strength, speed, endurance, health, etc. have all been greatly improved. Teleport LV1, you can teleport up to 20 meters. Because teleportation is a spatial skill, you can ignore any terrain, control, or restraint skills during the movement. As long as you have enough stamina, you can teleport continuously without any restrictions. Telepathy LV1, you can sense all hostility and kindness within 20 meters around you through your mind. You can also see all scenes within 20 meters without using your eyes, and without being hindered by any obstacles. 41. Unlimited fruit, continuous upgrade, go home. Is this telepathy? It's truly magical. As soon as Shani finished reading the skill introduction, he tried it out himself. In the state of telepathy, even if he closed his eyes, he could clearly see everything within 20 meters around him, including buildings, various plants, etc. And it's viewed from a 360 bird's eye view, even the black fog can't block it. This is simply a perspective cheat. Moreover, in this state, Shani could also see white aura flowing around the 3 women beside him. Although there was no written explanation, Shani could understand what it meant the moment he saw the white aura. White represents trust and loyalty to oneself. The whiter it is, the more loyal it is. Suyun's body was as white as flawless white jade. Zhou Wanner and the girl with long hair were dressed in a light white color, with nearly half of it mixed with gray. Gray represents neutrality, which means lack of trust. Within 20 meters around Shani, there were many pure gray objects. For example, the mutated trees on both sides of the road, the grass and trees on the ground, etc., all have a gray temperament. In other words, as long as Shani does not take the initiative to provoke these plants, they will never attack him because they have no hostility towards him. As for black, there is none at the moment. Black represents absolute hostility. If a person has a black aura, it means that he is ready to attack Shani. As long as a hostile person appears within 20 meters of Shani and is hostile to Shani, no matter how he hides, Shani will be able to sense it at the first time. This is fucking cheating. Furthermore, Shani discovered that telepathy combined with instant teleportation was simply the ultimate cheat. Telepathy can provide 360 bird's eye view plus perspective plus accurately lock the enemy's position, and then teleport directly to the enemy. The combination of these two abilities can produce an effect of 1 + 1 being greater than 2, which is simply amazing. With this ability, even if I encounter an enemy like a chameleon gecko who likes to launch sneak attacks, I will be able to detect it in the first place. Shani was very excited. This supernatural power is so great. You don't have to worry about people or monsters attacking you from behind anymore. Besides, if the woman around him showed hostility towards him, Shani would be able to detect it immediately and avoid being stabbed in bed. Although the current sensing distance is only 20 meters, it is enough. Besides, there are a bunch of perception fruits in the system space. If eating fruits can increase the level of supernatural powers, then he will be able to maximize the level of telepathy soon. The bird's eye view is an active skill that requires me to activate it, while the perception of kindness and hostility is a passive skill that can be activated passively. Not bad. It's really convenient. Shani was very satisfied. In this way, as long as an enemy approaches you and shows hostility, you will be able to detect it instantly without having to keep the god's perspective on all the time. Otherwise, it will also consume physical strength. Yes, releasing active skills will consume physical strength. If Shinyi's physical physique was not strong enough, he really would not be able to withstand the simultaneous consumption of these two skills. Physical evolution is very important. It seems that releasing most superpowers consumes physical strength, just like the mana bar? Shinyi seemed to be lost in thought. Only then did he understand the versatility of the supernatural power of physical evolution. Physical evolution can improve physical fitness and increase the upper limit of physical strength, while other superpowers will consume physical strength. If the physical strength is not enough, no matter how strong the superpower is, it will be limited. Just like the bug-level ability of teleportation, if Shinyi's body had not been strengthened, it would be amazing for him to be able to use teleportation 10 times in a row. Not to mention using teleportation in combination with telepathy, which would consume even more physical energy, and I'm afraid it wouldn't be enough after 7 or 8 times. This shows the importance of the ability of physical evolution. So, the reason why Xiao Tao's lightning ability isn't strong enough, besides being at a relatively low level, is probably because he doesn't have enough physical strength to sustain continuous releases. Thinking about it this way, Shini understood the reason. Others may not be able to figure out the reason even after years of searching. My strength has tripled from 10 to 30. That's pretty good. It seems that teleportation combined with telepathy can really significantly increase combat power. Shini looked at the panel, and he also found that this force value did not take into account any external objects. In other words, if you use a gun, your combat power value can be increased a lot, but it is not calculated. Next, it is to test whether the supernatural fruit can be upgraded. Shini closed his eyes, activated telepathy to lead the way, took out a handful of supernatural fruits from the space, and stuffed them into his mouth one by one like eating beans. Regardless of whether it can upgrade your superpowers, once the fruit enters your stomach, your internal organs and limbs will feel chilled, and it feels like an electric shock, which is really great. Even if eating the supernatural fruit cannot upgrade him, Shini doesn't mind taking it as medicine. Anyway, this medicine has no side effects, it just feels good. Especially when several supernatural fruits enter the stomach at the same time, it feels better than the moment when they are released. I feel numb all over. Bite. Your telepathy has been upgraded to level 2. Telepathy LV2, you can sense all hostility and kindness within 40 meters around you through your mind. You can also see all scenes within 40 meters without using your eyes, and without being hindered by any obstacles. Shini didn't know how many supernatural fruits he had eaten in one breath, but he suddenly upgraded. The distance of telepathy doubled to 40 meters. Now, he can see a richer environment and a broader vision. The number of fruits can indeed upgrade superpowers. After getting this answer, Shini was even more generous with the supernatural fruit, constantly feeding it into his mouth, experiencing the dual pleasure of physical fitness and upgrading. Anyway, one supernatural fruit is added every second, so I can't eat them all. Bite. Your telepathy has been upgraded to level 3. Bite. Your telepathy has been upgraded to level 4. Bite. Your telepathy has been upgraded to level 5. When Shini brought the 3 girls back to the community, he had already reached level 5. But it seemed that because he knocked too much in one breath, he felt a chill in his internal organs. My limbs are icy cold. Damn, it seems I need to slow down before cracking the fruit. Although cracking the fruit is very enjoyable, I can't crack too many in one go. Shini, whose hands and feet were cold, thought so and temporarily put the fruit in his hand into the system space. Telepathy LV5, you can sense all hostility and kindness within 250 meters around you through your mind. You can also see all scenes within 250 meters without using your eyes, and are not hindered by any obstacles. An extremely long perspective distance of 250 meters. It's like cheating. Moreover, because he had been upgraded to level 5, Shini discovered that the amount of physical strength he consumed when he actively activated his skills actually decreased slightly. It stands to reason that the higher the skill level, the higher the cost, right? But its cost has decreased. This is great, as it proves that Shini can use it more unscrupulously without worrying about excessive physical exertion. Thinking so, Shini stopped and scanned building number 6 in front of him with telepathy. Soon, he found the dangerous mutant black spider. 42, too tired to breathe. The thick black fog that filled the air was completely visible from the telepathic perspective, without any hindrance. From a bird's eye view, Shini quickly locked onto the location of the mutated black spider. It is on the middle floor of building number 6, and under the cover of various mutated plants, it has woven a large web, as if it lives there. Around the spider web, there are several long objects wrapped in white spider silk. From its long, strip-shaped shape, it can be seen that it is a human corpse. Why does it feel like this black spider is a little bigger than before I left? Is it an illusion because I saw it too clearly with my telepathy? Shini frowned slightly. I'm not sure if it's because of the line of sight, after all, there was black fog blocking it before. Brother Shini, what's wrong? Zhou Wana hid behind Su Yun and spoke cautiously. Shini had just walked into the community when he suddenly stopped. The surroundings were filled with strange black fog, and the occasional chirping of animals in the darkness made the 3 women very nervous. It's okay, let's go. Shini observed the black spider for a while, and seeing that it was eating in the middle of the building, he decided to test it. At a distance of more than 10 meters, as long as you don't make too much noise, the black spider shouldn't be able to hear it. The reason why Shani didn't use teleportation was that he wanted to test the attack range of the black spider so that he could respond more easily. Walk faster and don't make too much noise. Shani turned around and reminded the three women. If anyone were to commit suicide and attract the mutant black spider, Shani wouldn't be afraid, as he could just use teleportation to run away. But they were out of luck. Shani's teleportation can only carry one person at most. Maybe the level of teleportation is too low. Moreover, if you bring one more person, his physical energy consumption will be tripled, which is far more than the physical energy consumed by teleporting alone. Although Shani has plenty of physical strength, generally speaking, he still doesn't like to lead people. Soo-yun and the other two girls nodded heavily, not daring to be careless in the slightest. Even the sound of breathing should be kept as quiet as possible. That's all. The four of them entered the building safely without attracting the attention of Black Spider. Shani also got the answer. The mutated black spider would not attack people entering or leaving the building when it was in the spiderweb position. The premise is not to make too much noise. But when she walked into the building and saw blood all over the floor and several corpses, Soo-yun was so frightened that she immediately raised her gun and turned on the safety. Shani, there was a conflict here. These bodies are covered with gunshot wounds, and there are many bullet holes on the walls. At least 3 or more gunmen fired shots. Soo-yun made a judgment based on her rich experience in criminal investigation. Because the bullet holes on the first floor were everywhere, with no pattern. After hearing this, Jo Wanner and the long-haired girl hugged each other's arms in fear and followed Soo-yun closely. Don't worry about it, let's go upstairs. Shin-yi's face was calm as he walked towards the stairs. Soo-yun was stunned, and her eyes changed slightly. She vaguely sensed something from Shin-yi's attitude, but did not speak. Did you kill those people on the first floor? While climbing the stairs, Soo-yun couldn't help but ask this question. Yes. Soo-yun was silent. Obviously, she felt that Shin-yi was not a bloodthirsty person. But that bloody scene just now. Soo-yun pursed her lips, feeling extremely complicated at the moment. When they heard Shin-yi admit to the murder without hesitation, Jo Wanner and the long-haired girl were frightened and their eyes changed when they looked at Shin-yi, with a hint of fear and awe. Judging from the bloody scene on the first floor, Shin-yi actually killed several people by himself, and he didn't suffer any injuries at all. He even looked at the dead without changing his expression. What kind of psychological quality is this? Is he really just a college student? Jo Wanner and the girl with long hair were extremely nervous. But as they climbed down 20 floors, all their thoughts were drowned out by fatigue. I'm so tired that I can't breathe. The elevator doesn't work and living on a high floor is such torture. As soon as he reached the 20th floor, Shin-yi frowned. He saw 2 men wandering stealthily in front of his door. Moreover, the aura of these 2 men was mostly black, neutral yet hostile. The 2 men's attention was immediately attracted by Soo-yun in police uniform. They were immediately surprised and came over immediately. Police. Finally the police came to rescue us. Officer. I want to call the police. I want to call the police. There's a murderer downstairs. Officer, please handle this quickly. Arrest those thugs. The 2 men complained to Soo-yun excitedly. Thugs? What's going on? Soo-yun asked in confusion. Those are the cannibal thugs on the first floor. Officer, didn't you encounter them when you came up here? They are worse than beasts. The 2 men immediately began to tell the story of the evil deeds of the thugs. Rape, looting, murder, kidnapping, cannibalism, he's simply a demon. Jo Wanner and the long-haired girl turned pale when they heard this. Soo-yun's expression was even more solemn. I didn't expect that there would be such thugs less than 10 days after the apocalypse. Immediately, she suddenly reacted and subconsciously looked at Shin-yi. So this is the reason why Shin-yi killed those people? Because they are thugs? Really? Shin-yi is indeed not the kind of evil person who has no bottom line and kills indiscriminately. As Soo-yun heaved a long sigh of relief, there was a hint of love in her eyes as she looked at Shin-yi. If there were no outsiders here, she would have wanted to hug Shin-yi and give him a big kiss. Are you done? If you're done, get out of here. Don't block my door. Shin-yi didn't care about Soo-yun's expression and glanced at the 2 men indifferently. Why are you telling us to get out of here? We need the police's help, too. We can't let you monopolize the rescue resources. This police officer is supposed to be serving all of us. You have no right to be so overbearing. The man wearing gold-rimmed glasses was not afraid of Shinee at all. Instead, he thought that Shinee drove them away in order to monopolize the rescue resources. Yes, in the eyes of the two men, the female police officer Soo-yun was here to rescue their community. The thugs downstairs have all been eliminated, you are safe now. Also, I am not here to serve you. I am not the one who eliminated the thugs. You must leave here immediately. Soo-yun's tone was cold, and her attitude towards the man with glasses changed immediately. Not to mention whether she should serve everyone, just this man's attitude towards Shinee made her very unhappy. Shinee is her man, he is just an outsider. If she were not a police officer, she would have scolded the man with glasses mercilessly based on the tone he used towards Shinee. Soo-yun, who finally found a boyfriend, is very protective of him. She was afraid that Shinee would suffer because he was too young. Little did they know. If she hadn't spoken, Shinee would have drawn his gun. Suffer a loss? There's no way he'd suffer a loss. Judging from the fact that these two strange men were loitering at the door of his house with a hint of hostility, they definitely had no good intentions. So Shinee wouldn't feel the slightest bit of guilt about killing them. It's the end of the world. As far as Shinee is concerned, there is no such thing as a crime that is not punishable by death. If you dare to covet my house, I will kill you. You, how can you say such things as a police officer? Are you and him boyfriend and girlfriend? Great. As a police officer, you don't save us ordinary people, but protect your man instead. How can you be worthy of the clothes you wear? From Soo-yun's attitude, the man with glasses seemed to have noticed the relationship between her and Shinee. He immediately became furious and condemned her from a moral high ground. Yes. Officer, you can't just ignore us. We are all taxpayers, and your salary is paid by us taxpayers. How can you abandon us ordinary people when something happens? Another man in a suit also stood up and spoke. You should protect us, be responsible for our safety, and provide us with food and water. This is your job as police officers. 43. Angry Soo-yun, the way to death. The two men did not dare to speak loudly in front of the mob, but they were brave enough to face the police, and even threatened to force Soo-yun to serve them. You can't mess with bad guys, but you can with good guys. Because the good guys won't shoot them. Soo-yun's face suddenly turned cold. After experiencing this period of doomsday, her personality has changed a long time ago. Especially when she chose to sacrifice herself to save Jo-won and others, and then was rescued by Shinee, her mentality changed even more. I have already paid enough. Since the first day of the apocalypse, she has been rescuing people in distress. In the past few days, she has saved no less than 100 people. But what about herself? I didn't have enough to eat every day, and I had no water to drink. I was even almost eaten by monsters several times. The more Soo-yun thought about it, the more uncomfortable she felt. She doesn't want to take any more responsibility. I don't want to sacrifice myself just because of a word of responsibility. She has sacrificed enough. She has a family now, she doesn't want to die. Soo-yun grew up in an orphanage. She has no parents or relatives and has always been alone. She has never felt safe or secure. This is also the reason why she doesn't want to find a boyfriend. She was afraid that she would finally find a boyfriend, but they would break up for various reasons. She couldn't bear the pain of separation. Rather than breaking up, it would be better not to be together from the beginning. If it weren't for the doomsday, it would be almost impossible for Shinee to pursue Soo-yun, let alone win her over after just 1 or 2 hours of meeting her. But Soo-yun's personality seems cold, but in fact she is warm-hearted. Once she identifies someone, she will treat the other person as a family member and will not hurt her family member no matter what. Otherwise, with Soo-yun's sense of responsibility, how could she have no reaction after learning that Shinee had killed someone? If it were her old self, she would have arrested Shinee without hesitation. But she obviously didn't do that, and didn't even ask Shinee why he killed people. It was not until the two men said that those killed on the first floor were unforgivable thugs that she breathed a sigh of relief and even wanted to give Shinee a big kiss. Because Shinee did not kill innocent people, even if he went against the justice that he had always upheld in his heart, he did nothing wrong. Your man is not a bad person. Even though his methods were cruel, he killed those who deserved to be killed. Based on all this, after Soo-yun heard the two men's moral blackmail, she raised her gun, pointed it at their heads, and shouted coldly, "Shut up! You're right, he and I are boyfriend and girlfriend, he's my man, and I have to protect him, what's wrong with that? It's taxpayers' money. I earned it with my own ability. What does it have to do with you? If you dare say another word, I'll shoot you. Soo-yeon is not just a simple white flower. With her aura fully unleashed, she actually frightened the two men so much that they were trembling all over. It was not until a gun was pointed at their heads that they realized that the policewoman in front of them was no longer the hard-working little policewoman before the apocalypse. If you dare to talk back again, the other party might really shoot. Although they felt aggrieved and angry, the two men never dared to use moral blackmail again. I get it. Let's go now. The man with glasses said this and quickly pulled the man next to him away. Soo-yeon snorted coldly and didn't bother with them. Of course, she was trying to scare the two men. Although she was very unhappy, Soo-yeon's basic moral concepts still prevented her from killing people casually, especially ordinary people like him who were not considered bad. Soo-yeon is still too naive. In Shin-ye's eyes, the aura of the two men was obviously darker. Although they fled in fear, the seeds of resentment had already been planted in their hearts. The way to death. When did they get together? Jo Won-er secretly looked at Soo-yeon and Shin-ye. Hadn't they only known each other for a few hours? How did they become boyfriend and girlfriend? And didn't Shin-ye come to find me? How did he end up with a policewoman? For some reason, she felt a little uncomfortable. It's like being cheated on. At this time, Shin-ye also knocked on the door. It was Soo Won-ting who opened the door. Husband, you're back. Husband? Hearing this name, Soo-yeon was stunned and her face suddenly became uncomfortable. She had just sworn that Shin-ye was her man, but then a beautiful woman turned around and called Shin-ye her husband. This is so embarrassing. Although I had known for a long time that Shin-ye had other women and was prepared to meet them, it was still very awkward when they actually met. I don't know who was green with whom. Soo Won-ting didn't care about the thoughts of the three women outside the door. Instead, she put the slippers at Shin-ye's feet and wanted to help Shin-ye change his shoes. She is gentle and generous, a good wife and mother, and she embodies her role to the fullest. She knew that being jealous was useless, so she tried her best to show her virtue instead of arguing with the new woman, which would only make her look inferior. Soo Won-ting's approach is indeed very effective. Her generosity made Soo-yeon even more embarrassed. For a moment I felt like a rat in a gutter. He was clearly number 3, yet he still followed Shin-ye to the house. And before she went there, she had been thinking that she must not show weakness after meeting Shin-ye's woman. If the other party scolds me and disagrees with me and Shin-ye being together, I must not lose the upper hand and must fight back at the critical moment. Soo-yeon thought a lot and came up with many plans, but she never expected that when they met for the first time, Soo Won-ting did not make things difficult for her at all, and even the look she gave her was not hostile. Everything is just my own overthinking. Jo Won-er also felt embarrassed. But after all, nothing happened between her and Shin-ye, so she wasn't particularly embarrassed. You guys go in first, I'm going to take care of something. Shin-ye said, turned around and teleported downstairs. He was going to deal with those two guys. If someone dares to covet my home and harbors strong hostility towards me, I will definitely not let him go. Dear sisters, please come in. Don't be too restrained. Just treat it as your own home. Seeing Shin-ye leave, Soo Won-ting still invited the three women into the house in a graceful manner. Even Shin-ye would be surprised by her gentle and generous attitude. In just a few days, Soo Won-ting transformed from a jealous and arrogant young lady into a gentle wife. Thanks. Although Soo-yeon and the other two girls were a little embarrassed, they still changed their shoes and walked into the room. As soon as they came in, they saw two beautiful women sitting on the sofa, eating fruit and playing with their mobile phones. These two women, no, it should be said that these three women, were all washed clean, without even a speck of dust on their bodies and faces. How can they look like they are experiencing the end of the world? On the other hand, Soo-yeon and her two daughters had not washed their faces and hands for a long time due to lack of water. In addition, they were chased by geckos, so they ran in a mess and fell down, and their bodies were dirty. Even my hair is stuck together. It was like three village girls coming to the city and seeing the eldest lady, and they suddenly felt an uncontrollable inferiority complex. Let's go take a shower first, my husband likes to be clean. Jang Nanyen looked at them for a while and spoke. Hearing the word husband, Jo Won-er and the girl with long hair were shocked. This beautiful girl is actually Shin-ye's woman. Could that other mature woman sitting on the sofa also be? In other words, this room is full of Shin-ye's women. He actually has so many women. Moreover, he was able to raise 3 women so well. To be honest, besides being shocked, Jo Warner found herself more envious. I envy this kind of life where you don't have to worry about food and drink, and you can also wash yourself clean. Shower? How much water does that require? Soo-yoon couldn't help but frown. What a waste of water. Even if Shani has special abilities, it is still dangerous to go out to look for supplies. If you can save, you should save. It's okay. There's plenty of mineral water in the bathroom. Just go and wash. If it's not enough, I'll tell my husband. Jang Nanyan said lightly. As the first to arrive, she must of course show some of the airs of a big wife. But I can't let these women who come later stand above me, and I can't let them look down on me. Bathing with mineral water? Soo-yoon and the other two girls were immediately filled with disbelief. This is such a waste. Even if we have plenty of mineral water, we can't stand such waste. Although they were shocked, they finally went to the bathroom to wash up under Soo-woning's guidance. As women, they certainly like to be clean and want to take a bath every day. But water resources are so precious now, there is not enough to drink. Who would be willing to use it for bathing? It was not until the three women walked into the bathroom and saw the full bottle of mineral water that they were stunned. Many. Which large supermarket did Shani clear out all the mineral water? No wonder the woman asked them to take a bath with mineral water. With so much mineral water, there was no need to worry about it running out in a short time. These mineral waters should be drinkable, right? The long-haired girl said cautiously. Jo Warner had already opened a bottle of water and started drinking it. 44. Systematic selection, renovated house. Shani used teleportation to catch up with the two men. Without any nonsense, he shot them to death and threw the bodies out of the building. After the mind is clear. He then used teleportation to return to the room. Husband. Jang Nanyan and Baisini were startled when they saw Shani suddenly appear, but they soon became happy. Soo-woning also hurried out from the kitchen to greet them. Shani glanced at the three women and saw that they all had a very white aura, so he nodded with satisfaction. It's good as long as there is no ulterior motive. After a brief greeting, Shani sat on the sofa, took out his mobile phone, opened Gaota Map, and searched for his hometown. Now that I have the power of telepathy, I don't have to worry about the dangers hidden in the black fog and can go home to pick up my younger sister and grandma. My little sister's phone may be out of battery, and I haven't been able to contact her for several days. But Shani was not particularly worried. Because my younger sister is very smart and grandma is not a pedantic old woman. Given my younger sister and grandma's personalities, nothing will happen in the short term unless they encounter any force majeure. 73 kilometers is not far, but I need to find a car and fill it up with gas first. Shani looked at the distance displayed on the navigation and made a plan. This time when I go out, I can also search for some supernatural fruits. Honey, are you going here? Jang Nanyan asked curiously when she saw the navigation on Shani's phone. Honey, an ordinary car won't be able to drive on the road right now. At least a very powerful off-road vehicle will be needed, Jang Nanyan analyzed. What do you think? Shani looked at Jang Nanyan. From what she said, it seemed like she had something to say. Jang Nanyan pinched Shani's shoulders and said, "Here's the thing, husband, I have a friend who modifies cars. She also has a house in our neighborhood and a few modified cars parked in the garage. We can drive her car out." She was talking about us, not me. She wants to go too. This woman is indeed very smart. She knows that following Shani is the safest way. Shani didn't care about Jang Nanyan's little thoughts. As long as she could help him, it was fine. He continued to ask, "Can you contact your friends now?" Jang Nanyan shook her head, "I can't get in touch with her. Maybe her phone is out of battery, or maybe she is already. But it's okay, I know which building her house is in. We can just go over there, get the keys and drive." Okay. Shani asked what the previous sentence meant. His original intention was to see if Jang Nanyan's friend was pretty and whether he could unlock some supplies by the way. However, since I can't get in touch with him, the most important thing is to get the car and go home first. As long as you have a car, it's only a few hours to go back and forth for about 70 kilometers. After we bring grandma and my younger sister over, we can find a safer place to build a shelter. Yes, Shani has the idea of building a shelter. Otherwise, you can't be like a homeless person, having no fixed place to live and changing residence every day, right? Moreover, if a shelter is built, it will be easier to find beauties and unlock more system supplies. Just as Shani was thinking about this, the bathroom door suddenly opened. 3 women, freshly dressed and wearing pajamas, came out. Shani took a few glances and nodded. As expected of a strict system selection, both the appearance and the figure are outstanding. If this happened before the end of the world, both Jo Wonner and Soo Yoon would be considered goddess-level beauties. Even this long-haired girl who does not meet the system standards can be called a little beauty. Let's eat first. Shani ran outside for several hours today and was a little hungry. Immediately, he waved his hand and took out 10 steaks and several buckets of instant noodles from the system space. I haven't eaten instant noodles for a long time. Today I'm going to have some instant noodles with steak. Sister Bai and I are going to fry steak. Soo Wanting was very sensible today and actually took the initiative to find something to do. Shani glanced at her and felt satisfied. Soo Wanting is still very cute when she has no ulterior motives. The steak was fried and the instant noodles were soaked. Shani then took out 3 roast chickens and 2 large bottles of Coke. Let us eat. Now that there are more women, more supplies are consumed in one meal. Of course, it is still a drop in the bucket for Shani. Steak, chicken, so much variety. Looking at the delicious food on the table, Soo Yoon, Jo Wonner and the 3 new women kept swallowing their saliva. Since the apocalypse, they haven't eaten fresh food, let alone fresh meat. Shani was so generous to take out so many fresh foods. Was this specially prepared to welcome him and others? But, looking at other people's expressions, why aren't they excited at all? This is all meat. Of course, Soo Yoon and the other 2 girls didn't know that this meal was very precious to them, but to Soo Wanting and others, it was just a normal daily meal. Although Shani did not provide unlimited supplies, he would not let his woman starve. Whatever you eat, women will eat too. So, Soo Wanting and Jiang Nanyan have gotten used to meat in the past 2 days. A delicious and hearty lunch was finished. Shani took Jiang Nanyan out. The 2 came to building 13. Jiang Nanyan looked at the tall building in front of her and said, "Honey, my friend's house is on the 15th floor." Shani immediately activated his telepathy and scanned the entire building to eliminate any possible hidden dangers. This is... Shani suddenly raised his eyebrows. As he scanned each floor, he unexpectedly discovered that something was wrong with the 18th floor of the building. The lights are on the 18th floor. In other words, the family on the 18th floor actually has electricity. Dynamo? Or some other power generation device. Moreover, when looking inside from the outside, you can't see anything clearly through the glass on the 18th floor, as if they have been specially replaced with privacy glass. Moreover, its outer walls have been reinforced with special materials, making it look like a steel barrier. It's most likely a doomsday shelter built by some doomsday enthusiast, and it just happened to be used. Shani was not too surprised. He had come across many related videos before, and even saw a rich second generation spend hundreds of millions to renovate a doomsday villa. Shani himself also fantasized about building a doomsday safe house, but unfortunately it was something only rich people could afford, so he just thought about it. But now there is a ready-made safe house in front of you. With electricity, great privacy, and high security, it's a perfect house. I like. It will be mine soon. Honey, I forgot the password. Jiang Nanyan tried several passwords in front of the unit door, but none of them were correct. Shani didn't expect her to open the door, so he walked forward, hugged Jiang Nanyan, and used instant teleportation to enter the building. At the same time, 18th floor. Behind the extremely private glass, there was a tall and agile figure. She was holding a snow-white fox in her arms and staring downstairs. Her red eyes seemed to be able to see through the black fog, staring at the place where Shani disappeared. After looking at it for a long time, her expression became solemn, her eyes flickered, and her red lips moved slightly. Space-type mutant. 45, Morong Shui, the reborn one. At this time, a person with spatial abilities actually appeared outside my building. How is this possible? I remember that in my previous life, there were no people with superpowers in our community. The fastest person I met who gained superpowers didn't appear until more than half a month later. Could it be that my rebirth has caused some kind of butterfly effect around me? On the 18th floor, in the only large flat with lights on, a lady with a curvy figure and beautiful face was muttering to herself with a serious expression. Her name is Morong Shui, and she is a reborn person. That's right, the kind of reborn people in doomsday novels. In her previous life, the end of the world came suddenly, and Morong Shui was not prepared at all. She even didn't believe in the so-called doomsday theory at first, thinking that rescue would arrive soon. The result was no rescue. Because she did not make any preparations, she went hungry for 9 meals in 3 days and had to be on guard against the male neighbor in the building at all times. She had struggled to survive for more than half a year in the apocalypse and lived a relatively stable life, but suddenly a huge tree that blocked out the sun swallowed up the entire mountain city. Morong Shui was also swallowed up in that disaster with resentment and anger. Unexpectedly, when he opened his eyes again, he found himself reborn 1 month before the end of the world. At first Morong Shui thought she had just had a nightmare about the end of the world, until she later confirmed through some things that it was not a dream. So she started preparing in advance. Sell the company's properties, sell all real estate, and then spend a lot of money to renovate your house, install solar panels, install generators, and stockpile a lot of food and water. They also stockpiled a large number of weapons of various types. At first, when she did these things, her close friends and even her family did not understand, and some even thought she was crazy. Her parents were furious and cut off all ties with her, and several of her best friends also stopped associating with her. But none of this matters, because Morong Shui knows the disgusting side of her besties and friends. In my previous life, I took them in with great kindness, but they actually betrayed me and almost killed me. So, she was no longer a saint in this life. On the first day of the apocalypse, she tricked her best friends over and killed them directly. Killing is nothing to her. Having struggled for more than half a year in the apocalypse in her previous life, she had long been accustomed to killing. In this way, Morong Shui stockpiled supplies and killed enemies in this life, and lived an extremely comfortable life after the end of the world began. Moreover, because of her experiences in her previous life, she knew about many opportunities and had seized them in advance. For example, this beautiful white fox in my arms has a special ability that can help me at critical moments. For example, supernatural fruits. From the beginning of the apocalypse, Morong Shui first obtained the supernatural powers of her previous life, and also stockpiled some plants that had not mutated and had a high probability of producing supernatural fruits. These plants were transplanted by her based on her memories of her previous life, but she didn't know when they would bear supernatural fruits. The time it takes for supernatural fruits to mature is different. According to Morong Shui's plan, her home had water, electricity, food, and various entertainment facilities. She didn't need to go out and take risks. She just had to wait patiently for the supernatural fruits to mature, gain more supernatural powers, improve her strength, and escape from the mountain city before the terrifying tree covered the city. She had even decided on the city she was going to. But I don't have enough strength at the moment and can't go out, otherwise I might die on the way. But all these plans were disrupted when a person with special abilities suddenly appeared in this space and set his sights on him. Yes, Morong Shui has discovered that Shani is peeping at her. Because her special ability can see through the black fog, and because her mental power has been amplified, her perception has become much stronger. If someone is spying, she can easily detect it. This is also the reason why she wants to obtain this ability as soon as possible. In the Doomsday, her special ability is extremely life-saving. She was able to live so long in her previous life because of this special ability. I hope he doesn't come to my house. I don't want to go up against a person with spatial abilities. Even if he's just gained spatial abilities, he's still very difficult to deal with. But if you really dare to come, I won't be afraid of you. Morong Shui sat on the sofa, the scarlet color in her eyes faded. She gently stroked the head of the white fox in her arms with her delicate hand and said softly, "Xiao Bai, you have to be prepared too. If that person dares to come in, let him know how powerful you are." The white fox moved its tail, and it was not known whether it understood or not, but it just called out obediently. Although Morong Shui was a little nervous, she was not particularly nervous, because although the space-based psychics were difficult to deal with, the end of the world had just begun. She was sure that this spatial ability user was definitely not strong. How strong can a guy who just got superpowers be? He might not even know what his superpowers are for. But as a reborn person, with combat experience, weapons, and traps set up, how could he fight? As for whether this space-based mutant has other abilities, Morong Shui feels that he definitely doesn't. Because even I, a reborn person, have only gained one superpower so far, despite having memories of my past life. How could anyone else surpass me? At present, most people don't even know what supernatural fruits are. Taking a step back, even if this person was lucky enough to obtain 2 superpowers, he couldn't use them casually. Morong Shui knew very well that the stronger the supernatural power, the greater the energy consumption when using it. With a spatial ability like teleportation, ordinary people will start to breathe heavily and consume most of their physical strength after teleporting a few times. If they use other abilities, they will probably die of exhaustion before they can hurt the enemy. With comprehensive judgment, summary of various experiences, and the combination of several powerful traps she designed in the room, Morong Shui was not panicked at all, but very confident. Because the advantage is mine. The white fox in this woman's arms hasn't mutated. It seems not all animals mutate. Hey, she actually has so much rice, flour, and oil stored in her room, as well as all sorts of canned fruit, drinks, and red wine. Great, all of these are mine. There's even a dedicated entertainment room? Wow, you're truly a serious doomsday enthusiast. This house is beautifully renovated. Oh, there are so many traps? There's even a crossbow trap at the door. An ordinary person would definitely fall for it. In the room on the 15th floor, while Jiang Nanyan was looking for the car keys, Shani was using telepathy to observe everything in the room on the 18th floor. I have to say, this woman is definitely a professional doomsday enthusiast. The house she renovated, plus the various food reserves, are enough to safely survive the doomsday for more than half a year, or even longer. Shani likes it especially. At this time, the system was triggered as he expected. P.S. Please give a 5-star review, thank you. 46. Strong and abnormal. Bite. A goddess that meets the system standards has been detected, and detailed information has been scanned. Name, Morong Shui. Age, 32. Appearance, 98 points. Body, 97 points. Inner, 100 points pure and flawless. Total score, 98 points. It really meets the system standards. Shani was not surprised, because this woman was really beautiful, had a top-notch figure, and had an extraordinary temperament. I'm so lucky today. Not only did I find a top-level shelter when I went out, but I also found a beautiful woman who can unlock rewards. Damn, this is so cool. Get it, must get it. Honey, I found the car keys. At this time, Jiang Nanyan walked out of the bedroom. Well, let's go home. Shani withdrew his telepathy. It's getting late today, so there is no need to rush to find this woman. Go home and unlock Zhou Wanner's reward first. Then, after I pick up my younger sister and grandma tomorrow, I'll come and take this woman down. Anyway, with this carefully renovated house, Morong Shui will definitely not leave the community. Husband. Jiang Nanyan took the initiative to lean on Xinyi's arms. Xinyi put his arms around her and left the building using teleportation. At the same time, Morong Shui on the 18th floor suddenly felt that the feeling of being spied on disappeared. They left? Morong Shui breathed a sigh of relief, but remained vigilant. This feeling of being spied on, is it that girl's ability? It's really strange. It's only been a few days since the apocalypse, and I've already encountered 2 people with superpowers. The butterfly effect is truly terrifying. It seems I still need to be more careful in the future. It's best to disguise myself as an ordinary person. Otherwise, too many things will change and I might lose the advantage of my memory from my past life. Morong Shui seemed to be talking to herself, but also seemed to be talking to the white fox in her arms. But the white fox was too lazy to pay attention to her. But Morong Shui was not angry. Instead, she picked up the notebook on the table, opened it, and started to check. In the notebook she recorded some major events that would happen in the future, as well as the most dangerous mutated animals and plants in various regions. In order to prevent herself from forgetting what she had learned over time, she would review her notebook every once in a while to deepen her memory. The most eye-catching thing on the notebook is rows of names. These people were famous and powerful people with special abilities in their previous lives. Each of them has special abilities or strong personal strength. Certainly, Morong Shui didn't see all of it with her own eyes, and most of it was hearsay, so the authenticity remains to be confirmed. Among them, the name ranked first and specially marked with a red pen was a powerful psychic that she had seen with her own eyes. No, it cannot be said to be powerful, it should be said to be abnormal. Morong Shui even speculated that even if the terrifying giant tree destroyed the entire mountain city, it would not be able to kill her. Because her abilities are extremely abnormal. It's a pity that after I was reborn and investigated for a month, I found that there was no such person in the city, and I couldn't find her in a short time. Otherwise, if I had established a good relationship with her in advance, I wouldn't have to worry about the problem of the giant tree. Morong Shui lamented. However, the impact is not significant. As long as she doesn't change too many things, she will come to Yamashiro University in 2 months. Then I will have a chance to get close to her. Use the memories of the past life to become friends with her. Thinking of this, Morong Shui looked at the name carefully again and remembered it deeply. Shen Su. Shen Yi and Jiang Nanyan returned home and briefly talked about going out tomorrow. The girls were a little worried. Especially Su Wanting, Bai Sini, and Su Yun, they all wanted to follow Shen Yi. But Shen Yi rejected them all. He was going home to pick up his family, and it was inconvenient to bring a group of women with him. If they encountered any danger on the way, they would be a burden. In the end, Shen Yi decided to take Jiang Nanyan alone. Because Jiang Nanyan is quite smart and can drive, it is quite useful to take her out. As for Su Yun, she has the highest fighting ability among all the girls, and she can also use a gun, so naturally she will stay to protect the family. Judging from the two men wandering around his doorstep yesterday, Shen Yi guessed that the residents in the building might have some evil intentions towards his home, so he still had to be on guard. Husband, you must be careful on the road tomorrow. More than 70 kilometers is a long way. Su Wanting said with concern. The other girls also said some caring words accordingly, except Zhou Wanner and the girl with long hair. After all, they are not Shen Yi's women, so it is not easy for them to get involved in Shen Yi's family affairs. Shen Yi briefly responded to the girls, then looked at Zhou Wanner and said, "We'll sleep in the same room tonight. As for the others, you can make your own arrangements, but please leave one room empty. I have arrangements for tomorrow." Zhou Wanner was stunned, her cheeks suddenly turned red, and she lowered her head in shame and couldn't speak. She didn't expect Shen Yi to be so direct. He actually said that he wanted to share a room with her in front of so many women. This is too embarrassing. But the other women were not angry or disgusted. They might have thought of something, and felt a little embarrassed and envious. After all, they all understood Shen Yi's purpose in bringing Zhou Wanner back. Anyway, it can't be playing flying chess. On the contrary, if Shen Yi simply saved Zhou Wanner out of kindness and gave her food and drink for free, the women would be a little unhappy. Because they all paid a price to get protection. If Zhou Wanner could get the same treatment as them without having to pay anything, they would feel unbalanced. What worries us is not the lack of wealth but the inequality of wealth. This is human nature. Nanyan, let's share a room. I want to talk to you about something. Seeing Shen Yi and Zhou Wanner enter the room, Su Wanning also called Jiang Nanyan away and went to talk in private. They used to be good friends, and their relationship has eased recently, so naturally they are closer than others. Bai Sini looked at the remaining two women, hesitated, and said to Su Yun, "Officer Su, if you don't mind, can we sleep in the same room tonight?" "Sister Bai, you don't have to call me Officer Su, just call me Su Yun." Su Yun quickly shook her head, feeling that the name was too strange. In fact, it's not a matter of name, but because of their current relationship, it would seem strange to call them this. Just like when Shen Yi called her Officer Su in bed, it was just for fun. Bai Sini and Su Yun entered a room and they also had topics to talk about. The house has 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms, which means that there is only one empty room and a girl named Lu Yeye. Lu Yeye is the girl with long hair who does not meet the system standards. The reason why Shen Yi didn't drive her away was because of Zhou Wanner and Su Yun's face. In addition, he didn't lack food, so he temporarily protected her for a few days. After all, she was the person Su Yun saved at the risk of her life. If she drove her out directly, it would also chill Su Yun's feelings. Although Shen Yi has a cold personality, as long as her bottom line is not touched, she will take care of the feelings of her women. Especially a woman like Su Yun who was very loyal and obedient to him. Lu Ye also knew that she had not yet joined this family, and she remembered what Shen Yi had just said, that an empty room should be reserved, so she slept on the sofa all night very sensibly. Although it's just a sofa, compared to the dangerous world outside, it's already a very safe and comfortable place. 47. Rich Lady. The second day. After waking up, Shen Yi and the girls had breakfast, left some food for half a day, and then set off with Jiang Nanyan. Before leaving, he specifically told the girls not to go out no matter what. Don't even go outside the building, because there are mutated monsters outside that even you can't deal with at the moment. The girls were startled and obeyed obediently. After, Shen Yi used telepathy and instant movement to avoid the hidden danger and brought Jiang Nanyan to the underground garage. It took a few minutes to find the garage of Jiang Nanyan's friend's house. Here, Shen Yi saw 3 cars. 2 modified off-road vehicles and a modified red sports car. I have to say, Jiang Nanyan's friend is really rich. In the garage of any house there are 3 luxury cars worth tens of millions. Fortunately, it's mine now. Shinny chose the Mercedes-Benz G-Class, which has a higher chassis and better performance. This Mercedes-Benz G-Class has obviously been extensively modified. The entire exterior is made of aluminum alloy, and even the interior seats seem to have been replaced, not to mention hardware such as the engine. In short, Shinny got in the car and felt it for a few minutes, and was quite satisfied. He has a driver's license, although he has only had it for a few months and his skills are not very good. But the situation in the outside world nowadays is that as long as you don't drive into the wall, you should be able to drive however you want. You don't have to worry about being caught by cameras or being chased by traffic police. The tank is full, alright, let's go. After Shinny confirmed everything, he stepped on the accelerator and drove out. He drove out of the community in one breath and onto the main road. The road is now full of black cracks and various mutated plants, but Shinny avoids them one by one through the 360 bird's eye view of telepathy. With a perspective comparable to that of a god, there is no need to worry about car accidents. It's so fucking awesome. Shinny increased the speed of the car to over 100 miles per hour, turning left and right all the way and rushing around recklessly. Jiang Nanyan's face turned pale with fright. She even regretted coming out with Shinny. Who would have thought that Shinny, such a steady and cautious person, could drive so crazily? Driving in such thick black fog, and with cracks appearing on the road from time to time, what if you fall down while driving so fast? But in fact, Jiang Nanyan was overthinking it. She just didn't know that Shinny had a god's perspective, so she thought Shinny suddenly became reckless. In fact, Shinny saw the road conditions clearly. He wouldn't risk his life. Jiang Nanyan was also getting more and more scared, and gradually she felt surprised. Because no matter how fast Shinny drives, he can accurately avoid obstacles and cracks on the road. Even if a few abandoned cars suddenly appear occasionally, he will avoid them directly as if he had predicted it in advance. Jiang Nanyan's heart gradually calmed down. Just say it. Shinny shouldn't be such a reckless person. She breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Shinny, who was driving seriously. It shouldn't be my illusion. Shinny might really be able to see through the black fog. Otherwise, dodging obstacles once or twice could be considered a coincidence, but being able to dodge them every time in advance is not a coincidence, but rather a result of long-term preparation. Seeing through the black fog, is this another new superpower he acquired? Jiang Nanyan thought about it and couldn't help feeling moved. If I guessed correctly, it proves that Shinny has probably mastered the method of obtaining superpowers. Thinking of this, Jiang Nanyan's heart couldn't help but start pounding. Excited. Expect. If Shinny fully masters the method of obtaining superpowers, then he will have a greater chance of obtaining superpowers. After all, she is the only woman who has been credited with a merit by Shinny. Jiang Nanyan let out a light breath, suppressed her excitement, and then looked at Shinny, her beautiful eyes flashing. Shinny glanced at Jiang Nanyan. He couldn't help but feel surprised, but then his expression gradually turned to joy. Good, good, good. Shinny felt a sense of accomplishment. Being a cool and aloof young lady from a wealthy family really gives one a sense of accomplishment. Shinny was so excited that he almost got into a car accident. Fortunately, he has a god's perspective and can clearly see the situation outside even with his eyes closed. It was a wise decision to bring Jiangnan cigarettes on this trip today. With emotion, Shinny stepped on the accelerator. 3 hours later. The off-road vehicle slowly drove to the entrance of a relatively remote village. Shinny slowed down. Although he didn't encounter any major troubles along the way, there were still many minor troubles, which affected his driving speed. For example, because the vehicle makes too much noise, it attracts many mutant animals to chase it from behind, or even block it in front. But Shinny didn't tolerate it and stepped on the accelerator to crash the car to death. Parking is impossible. When parking in the wild, even if he had telepathic powers, he was afraid of encountering scary monsters like the mutated black spider. Anyway, it's a modified car, so as long as you don't encounter any particularly fierce mutant monsters, you can break through directly without having to stop. So, it took him more than 3 hours to reach his destination. My hometown, Xinjia Village. However, the originally bustling Xinjia Village was now silent. There is no human habitation at all, and except for the occasional chirping of insects, the entire village looks like a deserted village. The grass and trees around the village are also quite lush, and some of the grass even grows to 2 or 3 meters high. Shinny drove the car slowly towards the east end of the village, which was the direction of his home. When you enter the village, you can occasionally hear noises coming from some people's homes. Perhaps the living villagers are hiding inside. But Shinee didn't pay attention to these. He drove all the way to his doorstep. Then scanned the surroundings with telepathy. After looking around, the only thing that could be considered a threat was a mutant big yellow dog lying in the yard of the neighbor next door. Stay in the car. Don't come out unless I call you, Shin-Yi warned. Aha! Jiang Nanyan licked the corner of her lips and nodded seriously. Immediately, Shin-Yi used instant teleportation to leave the car and rushed to his backyard. The cellar is in the backyard. If my younger sister and grandma are still alive, they must be hiding in the cellar. At the same time, while Shin-Yi was away, Jiang Nanyan quickly opened the window for ventilation. Her face flushed slightly, and she thought to herself, what I learned online is really useful. According to the current progress, the first person to obtain superpowers must be myself. However, my top priority now is to tidy up my clothes and get into the best condition possible. Because, I am about to meet Shin-Yi's family. She was a little excited, but also a little uneasy and nervous. I don't know if Shin-Yi's family will look down on me, or if they will hate me. It was the first time that Jiang Nanyan experienced the anxiety of meeting her boyfriend's parents. At the same time, Shin-Yi teleported into the cellar and saw his sister Shin-Su and his grandmother, who was over 60 years old, who were making a fire and roasting potatoes. 48. Unlock new supplies. Grandma, I think I saw my brother coming back. Am I hallucinating from the smoke? No, I must be dazzled. My brother is not that handsome. Shin-Su stared at Shin-Yi blankly, blinking in disbelief. Although she said she didn't believe it, her eyes were already red. When the grandmother heard the voice, she subconsciously wanted to speak to comfort her, but when she turned around, she saw her grandson who had appeared out of nowhere. At first glance, she also thought she was hallucinating. Because compared to before, Shin-Yi is now taller, his skin is whiter, and he has become more handsome. Xiaoyi? Is it Xiaoyi? Grandma stood up, somewhat unbelieving. Grandma, it's me. Shin-Yi smiled and walked over. Grandma has lost weight. They must have not eaten well or slept well these days. Brother, you are finally back. The petite Shin-Su rushed over and threw herself into Shin-Yi's arms, hugging him tightly, her voice trembling slightly. She cried. I cried with excitement. Shin-Su could no longer remember how many days had passed since the black fog appeared. Because her cell phone was out of battery and she couldn't contact her brother, she was always worried that something had happened to him. If her grandmother hadn't been around, she would have left the village to find Shin-Yi long ago. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Grandma just kept repeating this sentence with a kind smile on her old face. Brother, tell me quickly, how did you get back? Aren't all the buses out of service? Also, brother, how come you suddenly become so handsome? And it seems you even have abs, let me touch them. After a warm moment, Shin-Su couldn't help her curiosity and even started touching Shin-Yi's body. I drove back. Shin-Yi touched his little sister's head and explained with a smile, as for the abdominal muscles, it may be because I often exercise at school, so they have developed a second time. Driving? Bro, you actually bought a car? What car? Shin-Su's eyes lit up. She has always wanted to buy a car for her family so that it would be very convenient for her to go out. As for the secondary development, Shin-Su simply ignored it. Anyway, as long as my brother comes back safely, none of that matters. Yes, I bought it, an off-road vehicle. Shin-Yi agreed without thinking. This girl is obviously not stupid, so why would she ask such a question? Well, come to think of it, my younger sister has been staying in the cellar all the time and has never been outside. She doesn't know about the huge changes in the outside world, so naturally she still retains the 3 views she had before the end of the world. If you need something, you have to spend money to buy it. Little did they know. Now if you want a car you don't even need to buy it, you can just buy it for free, there are cars everywhere on the streets. But Shin-Yi didn't need to tell these to his family, as it would only add to their troubles. Xiaoyi, you must be hungry after walking all the way. Come over and have something to eat. Grandma said as she peeled the baked potato, revealing the golden inside. The golden potatoes were steaming and smelled delicious. Shin-Yi took the baked potato and took a bite. Wow! Grandma, you are biased. Those are the potatoes I baked. You gave my baked potatoes to my brother and even peeled them for him. I haven't been taken care of like this by your grandma in these days. Humph. I'm jealous. Shinsu puffed up her cheeks with an aggrieved expression. But in fact, she was not jealous at all, she just simply liked to act coquettishly and show off in front of her grandma. This girl was like this when she was little, she loved to show off. Susu, good girl, can grandma bake 2 more for you? Then I want to eat the ones that grandma peels. Okay, grandma will peel it for you after it's baked. Grandma smiled kindly and cooperated with her granddaughter's antics. As if she had received a satisfactory answer, Shinsu gave Shini a boastful smile, as if to say, see, grandma still dotes on me more. Shini smiled helplessly. Seeing that grandma was about to roast potatoes again, he stopped her and said, Grandma, don't roast them for now. I have other food here. As he spoke, he took out 2 self-heating hot pots, a steaming roast chicken, and several bottles of mineral water from the system space. The self-heating hot pot is a resource that was unlocked from Joe Warner last night. Bite. Detected that you have successfully taken in a goddess. Start to randomly unlock a resource. Ding. Unlocked successfully, congratulations on unlocking the item, self-heating hot pot with luxurious ingredients. Luxury self-heating hot pot +1, stored in the system space. Luxury self-heating hot pot +1, stored in the system space. Luxury. The self-heating hot pot unlocked by the system is different from the one sold in stores. Because the ingredients in this self-heating hot pot are very rich, there are several kinds of fresh meat rolls, fresh seafood, and various fresh vegetables, as if they were just picked. If this self-heating hot pot were sold outside, it would cost at least several hundred yuan. Wow! When did you learn magic? That's amazing. You can actually make food appear out of thin air. Shinsu showed a shocked expression and looked Shini up and down, as if trying to find where on his body he could hide so much food. Grandma was also surprised. She had lived for so many years, but this was the first time she had seen such a miraculous method. Immediately, Shini briefly explained the matter about superpowers. Of course, most of it was made up. The general content is that I am lucky and I have obtained the ability to create food just after the end of the world. From now on, our family will never have to worry about food and drink again. Grandma was very relieved after hearing this. Shinsu was very excited after hearing this and kept calling her brother awesome. Then, Shini heated up the self-heating hot pot and let his grandmother and younger sister eat it first. He took some time to go out and kill the mutant yellow dog from his next-door neighbor's house in advance, and then threw the body away so that his grandmother would not be scared when she came out later. Eat and drink enough. Shini then took his grandmother and younger sister out and explained that he would take them to the city. In Shinyi's opinion, life in the city is more convenient. Because all kinds of plants and animals have mutated, the countryside is now more dangerous than the city. Grandma and my little sister naturally did not resist. After all, home is when all the family members are together. Shall we? Wait a moment, Grandma will go in and pack the bedding and clothes. Grandma thought of bringing the bedding from home so that she wouldn't have to spend money to buy new ones when she went to the city. Shini quickly stopped her and said, Grandma, you don't need to take the bedding and clothes. I bought new ones. If you have any valuable jewelry, you can wear them. You really don't need anything else. Otherwise, the new ones I bought will be wasted. This. Grandma hesitated for a moment. Finally, I agreed. Although my grandmother also came from that era, she is not pedantic at all and is able to listen to children's opinions and ideas. Seeing Grandma enter the room, Shinsu suddenly looked around, and like a thief, she leaned close to Shinyi's ear and whispered, Brother, I actually have superpowers just like you. What? Shinyi was stunned, looking at my sister with some surprise. I didn't expect that the second person with superpowers I met would be my own sister. What happened is this. 2 days ago, I slipped out of the cellar while my grandma was sleeping, intending to return to my room to charge my phone. As I was passing by the yard, I saw a colorful fruit growing on a blade of grass. It glowed and looked very pretty. I took a closer look and discovered that it was not only beautiful, but also delicious. So, I couldn't resist picking it up and eating it, and then I gained superpowers. Listening to Shinsu's explanation, Shinyi couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Glowing colorful fruit? And it also smells good? This seems to be different from the 3 supernatural fruits he has eaten. So, what superpower did you gain, Susu? 49. Sister Shinsua's superpowers. Hey, my superpower is that I can run incredibly fast. I feel like I'm several times faster than our school's 100-meter sprint champion. And I can tell this isn't my top speed. If I run at full speed, I'll be as fast as the Flash in the movies. From now on, I'll be here, so just lie down. Shinsu raised her little head proudly, like a child waiting for praise. She was obviously very proud of her powers. As for being the same as the Flash, that is of course an exaggeration, otherwise her abilities would be too abnormal. An ability to increase speed? That's not bad. Shini touched his little sister's head and gave her affirmation. Sure enough, it's another new superpower. Could it be that because of different abilities, the fruits will also be slightly different? For example, it can glow and emit an attractive fragrance? Well, it's just that I don't know what's wrong with my superpower. Every time I run for a while, I will feel very tired and thirsty. So I dare not use this superpower casually, nor do I dare to run at full speed. I'm afraid that I will be exhausted to death. Shinsu said here, pouting, a little distressed. It's like owning a mountain of gold but not being able to spend it. He clearly has superpowers, but he can't use them as he pleases. Shini understood that this was because his younger sister's physical strength was too poor, so she couldn't even use her newly acquired speed ability to its full potential. In this case, you can either be lucky enough to get a physical evolution fruit and increase your upper limit, or you can improve the level of your superpower. Maybe if the level of your superpower is higher, the physical energy consumption of using it will be reduced. Don't tell anyone else about your superpowers, Shini warned. Of course. I'm not stupid, and most of the time, I'm very smart. Shinsu smiled. If you weren't my brother, I wouldn't have told you. After all, this is a superpower, just like in the movies. If the bad guys found out, I would definitely be captured and sliced up for research. Okay, you're the smartest. Shini rubbed the girl's head and said, when there's a chance in the future, I'll see if I can help you solve the problem of being too tired from using your supernatural powers. Can this be solved? Shinsu, who was originally enjoying the head pat, stared at Shini with bright eyes when she heard this. Shini nodded and said, yes, but it requires a certain amount of luck. The problem can only be solved by finding the fruit of physical evolution, but this is like looking for a needle in a haystack and does require a lot of luck. Or find the same type of speed-related fruit that my younger sister has eaten and increase the level of her ability. But according to Shini's estimation, it would take at least 7 or 8 fruits to reach the next level. That's even more difficult. Not to mention finding 7 or 8 fruits of the same type, it is even difficult to find 7 or 8 fruits of different types. Great! I believe you can do it, brother. Shinsu happily hugged Shini's arm. This girl. Shini shook his head. At this time, Grandma also finished packing her things and came out. I didn't bring much luggage, just a small bag, and I don't know what was in it. Shini didn't ask and walked towards the car with his grandmother and little sister. But, just as he walked out of the yard, he saw several old men and women gathered around his car. They looked like thieves, but also seemed curious. Seeing Shini and his companions coming out, these elderly men and women quickly greeted them with a smile. Grandma Shin, is this your relative's car? It looks really nice. Are your relatives from the city? Grandma also replied kindly, saying that after all, we were all neighbors and we would see each other every day. However, the grandmother still emphasized that this was her grandson's car and that it was bought by her grandson. He even took Shini aside to introduce him a few words. For the elderly, the ability of their younger generations is something worth praising and showing off. Because Shini had changed so much, several neighboring aunties and uncles did not recognize him at first. It was not until his grandmother introduced him that they recognized him and immediately greeted Shini. Shini heard that his grandmother and younger sister were in a good mood, so he responded relatively gently. So, several neighbors continued to speak. Hey, Shinwazi, are you going back to the city? If you go back to the city, can you take my grandson with you? I heard it's safer in the city now. And my grandson, his parents are both in the city. Could you please help send them there, Shinwazi? The neighbors were talking at once, all of them asking for favors. Shinsu frowned, looking a little unhappy. These neighbors usually like to take advantage of others, but I didn't expect that they would want to take advantage of others now. It's already this late, and they still want their brother to take the risk to help them send their child off. There were even some neighbors who went too far and wanted Shini to take their entire family to the city. What kind of people are these? Our relationship isn't that good. Even if they are relatives, you can't be so excessive, let alone just neighbors. Grandma's complexion was obviously not very good. At this time, Shani said calmly, "There is no room in the car, and I can't take anyone." After saying that, he pushed through the crowd, opened the back door, and let Grandma and little sister get in first. But one sharp-eyed villager noticed that there was still plenty of room in the back of the car, so he squeezed in with his 10-year-old child in his arms and said, "Shin, there's still room in the back of your car. Just take your uncle and your nephew with you and let's squeeze in. We're all from the same village. Now that we're in trouble, we should help each other. When your father was alive, your uncle had a very good relationship with him. I even held you in my arms when you were a child. You can't forget your roots. Get out of the way." Shani glanced at the other person coldly, pushed him away, got into the car and started it. The villager who was scolded was stunned, and then pointed at Shani and started cursing. Knowing that they could not gain any benefits, they stopped acting. A few sensible villagers knew that they could not get a ride, so they went home early. But more villagers were scolding Shani's family for being heartless. They said they had been so kind to Shani in the past, but now that he had a car and could take refuge in the city, he didn't help his neighbors. At the end of the world, the ugliness of human nature is fully revealed. Shani's eyes turned cold and he was about to draw his gun. Suddenly, he sensed a strong hostility. With his telepathy activated, Shani instantly saw an extremely strong black aura in the grass 200 meters away. It was a mutant snake that was more than 10 meters long. And it's approaching fast. Shani directly put the car in reverse gear, stepped on the accelerator, and quickly reversed away. If anyone dares to stop the car, just hit them to death. As Shani sped away, several villagers were still standing there, scolding him. They didn't notice at all that a big snake had crawled out of the grass. By the time someone noticed, the mutant snake had already launched a fatal attack on the crowd. The man who was holding his son and cursing the most fiercely was the first to be targeted by the snake. The mutant snake opened its mouth, which was bigger than a human, and swallowed the two living people in one go. It chewed hard and swallowed them quickly. Ah! A giant worm. There's a giant worm. The villagers screamed in fear and ran home. But the mutant snake was faster than them, and it spewed out clouds of green poisonous mist from its mouth, instantly engulfing all the villagers, causing them to scream. Shani could no longer see the tragic situation here. But he could probably guess. The size of that mutant snake alone made him astonished. It was definitely not something an ordinary person could fight against. Even he wasn't sure he could fight back. Sure enough, the mutated animals in the mountain village are more dangerous than those in the city. But, speaking of danger, the atmosphere inside the car is actually the most dangerous. Because, after my younger sister got into the car and saw a beautiful woman in the passenger seat, the smile disappeared from her cute face. 50, I'm a brother complex, that's normal. Grandma, little sister, hello, my name is Jiang Nanyan, and I'm Xinyi's girlfriend. Jiang Nanyan subconsciously smoothed the hair by her ears and introduced herself very cautiously. She was very nervous and worried that Xinyi's family would dislike her. Xinyi has many women. If his family doesn't like me, then my relationship with Xinyi will definitely be affected. When Jiang Nanyan greeted him, her palms were sweating with nervousness. So she's Xiaoyi's girlfriend. What a beautiful girl. Grandma was a little surprised. However, after a brief surprise, Grandma also gave Jiang Nanyan a kind and gentle smile. Thank you, Grandma, for the compliment. Jiang Nanyan breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Very good. Grandma likes me and even recognizes me as her granddaughter-in-law. So, from now on, I will be the legal wife certified by Xinyi's family? Happy. Then, Jiang Nanyan looked at Shinsu, who had a delicate face like a doll. There was a flash of surprise in her eyes. Xinyi's sister is so cute. Even though she doesn't dress up much, her natural beauty is still hard to hide. Although he is still young, his face still looks a bit childish. But she will definitely be a great beauty when she grows up. However, what puzzled Jiang Nanyan was why Xinyi's sister had a blank expression on her face after getting in the car. Is this his natural personality? It's completely different from Xinyi. These two siblings have very different personalities. Not only their personalities, but even their looks don't seem like siblings at all. While thinking, she smiled and greeted, "Hello, sister, what is your name?" Snort. Shinsu snorted lightly, turned her head to look out the window, and ignored Jiang Nanyan's words. This distant attitude made Jiang Nanyan a little embarrassed. She didn't know what she had done wrong. Why would Xinyi's sister dislike her? Grandma shook her head inside, but didn't say anything. Naturally, Shinyi was too lazy to speak for Jiang Nanyan. In his eyes, his sister is more important than Jiang Nanyan. He also knew the reason why his sister was unhappy. Brother control, that's how it is. It will be fine when you grow up. The SUV was on its way home. While driving, Shinyi ate fruits and scanned the plants on both sides of the road with telepathy to see if there were any special fruits among them. Pity. The car drove for dozens of kilometers, but Shinyi didn't find a single supernatural fruit. Of course, the main reason is that most of his attention is focused on driving, and he is not observing his surroundings carefully enough, so there may be some fish that slip through the net. After driving for another half an hour, Shinyi felt a little urgent to pee, so he found a safe place to park and go to the toilet. If you guys need to go to the bathroom too, don't stray too far from the car. It could be dangerous in the dark fog. Shinyi gave some instructions and got out of the car. Brother, wait for me, I'm going too. Shinsu opened the car door and followed Shinyi. In the car, Jiang Nanyan was chatting awkwardly with her grandmother. Although Jiang Nanyan has a high IQ, her EQ is not that good. Especially since she had never been in a relationship and had never interacted with her boyfriend's elders, she didn't know how to start the conversation. Instead, Grandma asked indirectly and asked a lot of questions about Jiang Nanyan's family affairs. Stinky brother, when did you get a girlfriend? Why didn't you tell me? As soon as Shinyi opened the floodgates to release the water, he heard his sister's unhappy grumblings not far behind him. Susu, what are you doing? Shinyi quickly finished peeing, shook himself twice, and pulled up his pants. At this time, Shinsu also walked out of the black fog with puffed cheeks. Her cute face was full of unhappiness and grievance, and she was almost crying. Shinyi sighed helplessly and wanted to reach out and rub Shinsu's head, but then he remembered that he had just finished peeing and had not washed his hands yet, so he retracted his hand. But when Shinsu saw this scene, her eyes instantly turned red. She felt that her brother had completely betrayed her. Regardless of Shinyi's objection, she stuffed her head into Shinyi's palm and rubbed it several times. Brother, can you break up with her? Shinsu raised her head, pouting, with red eyes, and looked at Shinyi pitifully. Susu, don't be so petty. Shinyi frowned and spoke in a serious tone. Shinsu's face puffed up in grievance, but seeing that there was no smile on Shinyi's face, she didn't dare to throw a tantrum anymore. Even though my brother used to dote on me, whenever he showed this expression, he was definitely serious. I understand. Well, I have several women in my family. Susu, please help me keep it a secret from Grandma when the time comes. Shinyi reminded again. By the way, I also wanted to let my younger sister know in advance so that she wouldn't get angry again. What? Shinsu was stunned for a moment. He looked at his brother in disbelief. What does it mean that there are several more women? My brother actually has several women in real life? Shinsu thought that such shocking things only happened in novels. It actually happened right next to me, and the person was my own brother. Shinsu was still in shock and disbelief until she got back to the car. She glanced at Jiang Nanyan in the passenger seat and couldn't help but look strange. Although I don't want to admit it, this woman is indeed very beautiful and knows how to dress up. She is obviously a rich lady from the city. But why would such a rich lady be with her ordinary brother? And I don't mind my brother having a harem. Could it be because of the black fog outside? Shinsu was in a complicated mood for a moment, and her young mind was greatly shocked. She found it hard to accept. And it's very uncomfortable. But when Shinyi's car drove into the city, Shinsu saw the miserable scene in the city, and her young heart was hit hard again. The once bustling mountain town now has almost no people on the streets. Only the occasional shrill screams could be heard from the black fog. While the off-road vehicle was driving, there were actually mutated animals that tried to pounce on the vehicle from time to time. Weird, absurd, and scary. Shinsu couldn't help swallowing. Is this the end of the world? Why aren't there any police officers or soldiers to save people? During this period, Shinsu had been hiding in the cellar with her grandmother and had almost no knowledge of the situation outside. She just thought that this disaster was like an earthquake or flood, and the country would resolve it after a while. But now it seems that it is impossible to solve it in a short time. Lianshan City, a new first-tier city with a population of more than 30 million, has actually fallen. It's just like the end of the world in the movies. It's likely that there will be no rescue. Jiang Nanyan replied to Shinsu's question softly. She no longer has any hope of state rescue. After all, even the policewoman who had just joined their big family yesterday said that there was no rescue. There is no point in dreaming of rescue now. Fortunately, she is currently safe and has no worries about food and drink. Apart from being a little worried about her parents' safety, Jiang Nanyan doesn't think there is anything wrong with her current life. It's just that there are fewer entertainment activities. While chatting, Shani also drove back to the community. Along the way, he saw through telepathy that there were still many survivors on the road. After all, the mountain city is a big city with a population of tens of millions. Even if more than 2/3 of the people died in these days, there are still at least tens of millions of survivors. After driving the car into the community, Shani parked the car back in the parking space of Building 13. This is the building where doomsday enthusiast Morong Shui lives. 51. Telepathy upgrade to level 7, nervous Morong Shui. After parking the car, Shani asked his sister and Jiang Nanyan not to get out yet, while he used teleportation to take his grandmother upstairs first. After all, it is the 15th floor. It would be impossible to ask a 70-year-old grandmother to climb the stairs. Yes, Shani did not bring his grandmother back to his own home, but arranged for her to stay at Jiang Nanyan's friend's home. Anyway, her friend's life or death is currently unknown, and the house is empty anyway, so it might as well be left to her grandmother and younger sister. Wait until I deal with the woman on the 18th floor in the next 2 days, and then let grandma move in. That's all. Shani went back and forth twice and moved his grandmother and younger sister to the 15th floor. I also told my grandmother that I lived in the next building, not far away, and that I would come over often to look after her. She could contact me by phone if she had any questions. But, brother, my phone is out of battery. Shinsu really wanted to live with Shani. But then I thought that I couldn't let my grandma live alone, so I didn't mention it. Shani took out a few power banks from the system space and let his younger sister use them. Immediately. He also left some mineral water and food, enough for grandma and little sister for 3 or 4 days. This is also to avoid the situation where I am away for a day or two and don't have time to deliver supplies. As for bedding and other things, they are all in this suite and they are all new. Afterwards, he reminded his younger sister not to go out casually, as the neighbors in the building might not be safe. Even if she wanted to throw away garbage, she could just throw it directly from the upstairs, and not go out, let alone go downstairs. Now most of the residents in this community have been cut off from water and food. For the sake of food, they will definitely not stick to their bottom line anymore. Before leaving, Grandma also reminded Shin-Yi to be careful. Although she knew that her grandson had abilities that she could not understand, the old lady was always worried. Shin-Yi agreed with a smile, reassuring his grandmother, then he teleported away and returned to the car in the underground garage a few seconds later. Husband. What's wrong? Shin-Yi saw that Jiang Nanyan seemed to be in a bad mood. The internet is down. The phone can't be reached either. Jiang Nanyan's voice was a little low. The internet is down? Shin-Yi was slightly stunned. Although it was expected, it still felt a bit sudden. It might have been disconnected a few hours ago, but I hadn't been checking my phone and didn't notice. Jiang Nanyan had a hint of sadness between her brows. Without the internet, the only possible way to contact my parents is also cut off. Well, let's go home first. Shin-Yi took Jiang Nanyan back to the house. It was already afternoon. Just a few minutes after sitting down, Shin-Yi suddenly remembered something. Chu Xiaoxiao from 1501. Her leg was cut, and Shin-Yi had originally promised to change the dressing for her this morning, but he was busy all day and forgot about it. Thinking of this, he used teleportation again to go to 1501. After using teleportation continuously along the way and bringing people with him 3 times, Shin-Yi began to breathe slightly. We need to find a way to improve our teleportation ability, reduce our energy consumption, or improve our physical evolution. While thinking, Shin-Yi ate a few more supernatural fruits. The only way he currently knows to upgrade his ability level is to eat fruits of the same type. In addition to this, there may be other ways to upgrade superpowers. But he was not clear about this method. As for the telepathy fruit, Shin-Yi has been eating it these 2 days. Since eating too many of these fruits at once can easily cause chills in the internal organs, Shin-Yi eats a few whenever he has time and gradually upgrades. There's no rush anyway. After he had eaten hundreds of fruits today, the system prompt sounded again. Your telepathy is upgraded to level 7. That's right, it's already level 7. I took level 6 yesterday. Telepathy LV7, you can sense all hostility and kindness within 1,000 meters around you through your mind. You can also see all scenes within 1,000 meters without using your eyes, and are not hindered by any obstacles. 1,000 meters. A full kilometer away. Shinny activated the 7th level of telepathy and suddenly felt that his perspective was raised a lot. It feels like standing in the sky, overlooking the entire community and even the scene outside the community. As far as the eye can see, everything within a kilometer is within sight. Moreover, as long as Shinny concentrates, he can check any individual within this kilometer. From a building to a person or a bug. For example, Morong Shui, the doomsday enthusiast in Building 13. For example, the women living in Building 6. For example, there are several survivors outside the community walking vigilantly in the black fog. Everything is at your fingertips. This feeling of seeing through everything is so cool. Putting away his telepathy, Shinny couldn't help but murmur excitedly, level 7 gives me a 1 kilometer field of view. If I continue to upgrade, can it be expanded to 10 kilometers? 100 kilometers? If that's the case, then I'd be invincible. With this plugin that can see through the entire map, he will no longer be in the dark about information. No matter if someone wants to plot against him or he wants to plot against others, this ability is invincible. As for the supernatural fruits needed for future upgrades, Shin-Yi has no shortage of them. There are already more than 200,000 in the warehouse. Prince Charming? You're here. Shin-Yi was thinking about something when a surprised voice came from behind him. It was Chu Xiaoxiao who limped out of the bedroom. Well, take off your pants and I'll change your dressing. At the same time, in room 1801 on the 18th floor, Morong Shui was holding a crossbow with a vigilant look on her face, looking around her house. Just now. She was about to take a shower when she suddenly felt someone was peeping at her. Morong Shui immediately guessed that it might be the space ability user from yesterday who brought another female ability user to attack her. Then, she immediately grabbed her weapon and searched the house for any sign of the intruder. Only after a thorough search and finding no trace of the intruder did Morong Shui slowly put down her weapon. She looked very unhappy. Because the feeling of being spied on has disappeared. What on earth do these two guys mean? Why are you spying on me all of a sudden? Did they find out there's electricity in my house and target me? Morong Shui's expression kept changing. She was actually prepared for being targeted. After all, in the apocalypse, everyone else has no electricity, and only your own house has lights on, which is extremely conspicuous at night and is likely to attract the attention of people with ulterior motives. It wasn't that Morong Shui was trying to turn on the lights, but according to her memories from her previous life, there shouldn't be any people with special abilities in the community at this time. Therefore, as the only person with superpowers in the community, she is not worried about being targeted by ordinary people even if she uses electricity, because her weapons and equipment are enough to deal with greedy ordinary people. In the end, who knew it would attract the attention of a superpowered person? Moreover, this psychic peeped at me twice in a row. It was obvious that he was targeting me. No, I have to set up some more traps just in case. Also, I must hurry up and upgrade my ability to level 2. Even if it means taking some risks, I must do it. After finally being reborn, Morong Shui doesn't want to die again. So she hurriedly began to set up new traps in the room. As long as there are enough traps, even those with special abilities can be killed. After all, it's only the early days of the apocalypse, and the psychics aren't that strong yet. 52. Reward Su wanting stability fruit. Shin-Yi had no idea that because he casually glanced at Morong Shui, this sensitive woman would start to make trouble again. Even the original plan to upgrade superpowers has been brought forward. Of course, even if Shin-Yi knew, he wouldn't care. At this moment, he had just finished changing Chu Xiaoxiao's medicine. The two had a brief conversation, and Shin-Yi realized that Chu Xiaoxiao was actually a big anchor in the two-dimensional area of B Station. She also bought this large flat with her own loan. However, I don't have to repay the loan now. This is also the only benefit that the Doomsday brings her. Although Chu Xiaoxiao earns 700,000 to 800,000 yuan a year, it is still very stressful for her to support a house worth 600,000 to 700,000 yuan. After chatting about some trivial matters, Shin-Yi left some food and water and left. He originally wanted to unlock the supplies, but seeing that Chu Xiaoxiao's calf injury was still very serious, he held back for the time being. This is to avoid making too big movements when unlocking supplies and tearing open the wound that has just healed a little. We still have to go to the hospital to get some medicine. If there is medicine, the wound will definitely heal faster. Well, it would be better to bring back a doctor. That way it would be easier to treat if you get sick or injured in the future. On the way home, Shin-Yi thought deeply about it. I decided to go to the affiliated hospital of Yamashiro University tomorrow. The affiliated hospital is not far from this community. Although it is not a large tertiary hospital, it is not small either. It has all the necessary medicines and can even perform many surgeries. Therefore, Shin-Yi decided to go to the affiliated hospital to search for medicines tomorrow. Look for some supernatural fruits along the way. As the apocalypse gets longer, there will definitely be more and more people with superpowers. By then, more people will definitely know about the supernatural fruit. If you don't collect the fruits now, it will only be more difficult later. With level 7 telepathy and a 1 kilometer wide God's perspective, Shin-Yi's search area has been greatly increased. If I could find a powerful supernatural fruit, maybe I could deal with that mutated black spider. Although the black spider posed no threat to him, how could he allow a monster to sleep soundly beside his bed? There is only a thief who steals for 1,000 days, but there is no such thing as being on guard against thieves for 1,000 days. Back home. After dinner. Because of the power outage and internet outage, everyone prepared to go to bed early. Shin-Yi chose to have Su Wanting accompany him today. Su Wanting's personality has changed a lot in the past 2 days. Regardless of whether she was pretending or not, her performance made Shin-Yi very satisfied. Then, after a battle, Shin-Yi rewarded her with a supernatural fruit. If you eat it, you will gain superpowers. Good. Su Wanting, who was originally a little tired, instantly became energetic. She excitedly took the colorful fruit and ate it directly. No doubt. This attitude made Shin-Yi even more satisfied. Su Wanting has gone from being arrogant at the beginning to being obedient and sensible now. She is as loyal to herself as Su Yun. The whole body is as white as jade. Whiter than Jiangnan cigarettes. This is also the reason why Shin-Yi rewarded her with the supernatural fruit. Ability is one thing, but Shin-Yi prefers loyalty. As long as she doesn't betray him, he doesn't mind keeping her even if she's just a vase. Moreover, he has the ability to increase the value of the vase. Is this a supernatural power? It's amazing. After Su Wanting digested the supernatural fruit, she looked at Shin-Yi in surprise and found that there was a white aura flowing around Shin-Yi's body. Through her natural perception, she knew that this was a sign that Shin-Yi was kind and liked her. She was delighted and liked Shin-Yi even more. Su Wanting always thought that Shin-Yi hated her, but she didn't expect that he would have such a good impression of her. Little did they know. Shin-Yi didn't really like her before, at most he didn't dislike her. But in recent days, her performance has greatly increased Shin-Yi's favorability towards her. Su Wanting has been learning cooking from Shin-Yi recently, and has also been instilling ideas on how to serve Shin-Yi to other women. She's like a completely different person. I don't know how she figured it out. In short, Su Wanting is doing pretty well now. Close your eyes again and try to concentrate. Shin-Yi gave Su Wanting some guidance on how to use her supernatural powers. Su Wanting's obedience test. Then, she discovered that she could actually see around the room with a 360 view, and even see through things. But if you turn on the perspective, it's very difficult. Wow! This is amazing! Su Wanting was excited and surprised. I didn't expect this ability could be used like this. If an ordinary person who has just acquired superpowers has no one to guide him and relies solely on self-exploration, it will take some time for him to fully develop his superpowers. But Shin-Yi is different. He can understand the full effects of superpowers through the system and then develop them easily. Of course, he also saw these things through Su Wanting's performance of acquiring supernatural powers. This is also another reason why he rewarded Su Wanting with the supernatural fruit. I want to see the whole process of other people gaining superpowers. That's all. Su Wanting, who had just obtained superpowers, was very happy and liked Shin-Yi even more. At the same time, in the living room, Lu Yeye tossed and turned and couldn't sleep tonight. She originally thought that it would be her turn tonight. After all, it was Joanna last night, so today it should be me. Lu Yeye even dressed up carefully for this occasion and changed into bold underwear that she had never worn before. As a result, Shin-Yi didn't want me. Why is this? Could it be that Shin-Yi looks down on me? Lu Yeye was very anxious and couldn't sleep at all. She was afraid that if she didn't become Shin-Yi's woman, she would be kicked out. Once I lose this safe haven, I will have no ability to survive. Anxious, nervous, and uncomfortable. A night passed. The next day, Shinny also slept until after 9 o'clock, which was rare. He used to be full of energy and would get up at 6 or 7 o'clock. But lately it's been getting later and later. I have to improve the level of my physical body's evolution, otherwise I really can't handle it. Shinny rubbed his kidneys and threw a supernatural fruit into his mouth. It feels so good to crack fruit, it makes me feel refreshed immediately. Moreover, if you take more, you can increase your ability level, which is really killing two birds with one stone. Finished washing up. After breakfast, Shinny said hello to the girls and went out. First go change the gauze for Chu Xiaoxiao, and then go to search the affiliated hospital. This is his plan for today. And at home, Su Wanting was happily playing with her special abilities and showing off to other women. Su Yun and the other girls were shocked that Shinny could give ordinary people superpowers. They then curiously asked about the process of Su Wanting obtaining superpowers. Jiang Nanyan was a little envious, even a little jealous. She had thought she would be the first woman Shinny would gain superpowers, but she hadn't expected it to be the stupid Su Wanting. He is obviously stupid, dumb, and arrogant, so how can he be better than me? While Jiang Nanyan was feeling uncomfortable, she also asked Su Wanting why she was able to obtain superpowers. Was it because she had won Shinny's favor? That's all. The women in the family became active again because of the special fruit that Shinny rewarded them with. Especially the little green tea girl Zhou Wanner, her eyes were rolling around cunningly, and I don't know what she was planning. At the same time, outside the affiliated hospital, a tall female police officer in police uniform is leading a male police officer against a mutated golden retriever. The originally docile golden retriever. At this moment, his pupils were filled with hostility, his blood-stained sharp teeth were exposed, and he made a dangerous sound. This mutated golden retriever is 3 meters long and weighs several times more, comparable to an adult tiger. Wang Jiqiang, you go to the hospital to find medicine first, I will stop this mutant dog. Policewoman Qin Xiang immediately made the most reasonable arrangement. Yes. The male police officer carried out the order without hesitation. He knew that if he stayed he would only be a burden to the captain. When the mutant golden retriever saw a prey trying to escape, it immediately pounced on him. But Qin Xiang reacted faster and punched the mutant golden retriever. Her fist hit the golden retriever, and with one punch, the 3-meter-long mutant golden retriever flew several meters away. But the mutant golden retriever had thick skin and flesh, and it quickly stood up again. It shook its head vigorously, stared at Qin Xiang with a ferocious face, barked twice viciously, and continued to pounce on her. Qin Xiang's expression remained unchanged. The moment the mutant golden retriever pounced on him, he pulled out the pistol from his waist, aimed it at the dog's head and pulled the trigger. Bang 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 bang. Several bullets pierced through the mutant golden retriever's head, causing it to fall heavily to the ground, its eyes wide open in disbelief. As more air was taken in than exhaled, the mutant golden retriever soon died completely. Until its death, it never thought that the human in front of it could use a gun. It's totally against the rules. I thought there would be a thrilling hand-to-hand fight. While changing the magazine, Qin Xiang walked forward and kicked the golden retriever in the head. Only after confirming that it was completely dead did he breathe a sigh of relief. The mutant animal's vitality is really strong. Even after being shot several times in the head, it still has the strength to struggle. Just as Qin Xiang put away her gun and walked towards the hospital gate, a series of rustling sounds suddenly rang out in the black fog behind her. 53. Policewoman Qin Xiang, 2 supernatural fruits. Rustle, rustle. The strange sound immediately made Qin Xiang turn around to look. Suddenly, a mutant cockroach as big as an adult's palm flew out of the black fog. No, not one. There are a lot of them. Countless, it's impossible to count how many there are in a short time. At least more than 100. These mutated cockroaches vibrated their wings, making a harsh rustling sound. They had a clear division of labor. One part went to devour the mutant golden retriever's corpse on the ground, while the other part flew towards Qin Xiang, making sharp sounds from their mouths. Qin Xiang's face changed drastically the moment he saw the mutated cockroach. She didn't expect that the cockroaches she used to hate the most had also mutated, and so many of them appeared at once. So disgusting. Qin Xiang immediately raised his gun and aimed, then quickly retreated while shooting. Bang! 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 Xin Xiang's shooting skills were extremely accurate, and almost every shot hit the cockroach's head. But what shocked her was that after the mutant cockroach that was killed fell to the ground, its body oozed yellow liquid, and then its entire body cracked open, and more than a dozen small cockroaches swarmed out from it. Although these new cockroaches were small in size, their number was astonishing. They quickly gathered together and pounced on Xin Xiang again. If this continues, the cockroaches will only increase in number. Xin Xiang's face looked grim. He didn't dare to shoot again and waste bullets. He turned around and ran into the hospital gate and immediately locked the door. But the cockroaches outside had no intention of leaving and were banging against the glass door frantically. There were even small cockroaches trying to get in through the cracks in the door. Xin Xiang's face was solemn. While stepping on the small cockroach that had crawled in, he was anxiously thinking of a solution. If she and her subordinates didn't get rid of these mutant cockroaches, they would definitely die in the hospital today. It might even harm the survivors in the hospital. Although she didn't know if there were any survivors in the hospital. What a disgusting cockroach. Shani used his telepathy, and before he even entered the hospital, he saw from a god's perspective a heroic policewoman fighting a mutant golden retriever alone, and then fighting a group of mutant cockroaches. I have to say, these mutant cockroaches are very difficult to deal with. After they are killed, a bunch of little cockroaches will hatch instantly. This is so disgusting. Shani didn't want to meet these mutated cockroaches, so he chose to take a detour into the building. If the medicines weren't in this building, Shani wouldn't have wanted to come over. It's not that I'm afraid of mutated cockroaches, I just feel disgusted. But he looked at the policewoman battling wits and courage with the horde of cockroaches from a god's perspective, lost in thought. This female police officer is so strong that she was able to send a mutant golden retriever over 3 meters long flying with one punch. Could this also be a supernatural power? Shani made a reasonable guess. After all, considering this policewoman's weight of 115 pounds, it is impossible for her to have such terrifying explosive power. The reason why Shani endured his disgust towards the mutant cockroaches and watched the battle for so long was because of the special nature of this policewoman. And she triggered the system prompt. Bite. A goddess that meets the system standards has been detected, and detailed information has been scanned. Name, Xin Xiang. Age, 29. Appearance, 93 points. Body, 96 points. Internal, 100 points uninvolved. Total score, 95 points. Evaluation, after taking in a guest, you can unlock a random item. 29-year-old policewoman. If it weren't for the system prompt, Shani wouldn't have realized that this policewoman actually met the system standards. Because the policewoman's face was very dirty, and her hair was also messy, she had almost no looks at all. On the surface, it just means having a good figure and strong fighting ability. Who would have thought that her appearance score is as high as 93, which is already goddess level? If she survives, I'll meet her again. Shani murmured something and no longer paid attention to the policewoman. Go search for medicine first. I don't know if the black fog has any effect on medicines. She used her telepathy to scan the entire building and quickly found the warehouse where the medicines were stored. She teleported over and began to collect them into the system space. No matter whether it is a familiar medicine or an unfamiliar medicine, as long as it has not mutated, take it all away. While collecting the medicine, Shani also used telepathy to scan the entire building, trying to find a doctor to take back. But for some unknown reason, there was not a single doctor or nurse in the entire building. There were only dozens of patients who might be hospitalized, trapped in the ward on the top floor. This made Shani feel a pity. If there is no doctor in your team, it will be very troublesome if you get sick or injured. Let's go to the city hospital in a couple of days. Maybe there are still doctors there. Shani thought to himself as he collected the medicines. After looting an entire warehouse of medicines, Shani teleported away. When he got to the 3rd floor, he packed up some medical equipment as well. Although these devices require electricity, they can be used normally as long as there is a generator. After searching thoroughly and scraping almost all the ground in the hospital clean, Shani left the building with satisfaction. Then, he used telepathy to find the location of the policewoman. The female police officer and another male police officer had left the hospital and were running in the black fog. Behind them, there are hundreds of mutant cockroaches tracking them. They actually lured the mutant cockroaches away. Are you afraid of implicating people in the hospital? That's too kind. I'm not having a good life myself, and I still have the mood to care about people who are not related to me. Shinny followed the two of them from a distance while cracking some fruit. Anyway, he has telepathy, so as long as the distance is within 1 kilometer, he can lock onto the policewoman's location. While following the policewoman, Shinny was also observing the plants within a kilometer, looking for supernatural fruits. He discovered that the number of supernatural fruits was indeed very rare, and it was difficult to find one. If you have to eat a lot of supernatural fruits to increase your supernatural power level, then it will be almost impossible for others to upgrade. After all, it took me nearly 10 fruits to upgrade my telepathic ability from level 1 to level 2. Upgrading to level 3 doubles that. The higher the level of the superpower, the more fruits are needed. Given the rarity of superpower fruits, it's already quite impressive for an ordinary person to raise their superpower to level 2, let alone level 7 or 8. Shinny was speechless when he thought about it. If he didn't have a system that could unlock the supernatural fruit, he would be just like an ordinary person. Perhaps, in addition to upgrading by eating supernatural fruits, there are other ways to upgrade, but they are definitely not as convenient as eating the fruits directly. Because eating supernatural fruits to upgrade has almost no side effects. For example, the only side effect of the telepathy fruit is that it makes you eat slower. As long as you don't eat too much at one time and take it easy before continuing to eat, it will have no effect on your body. This is? Shinny followed the policewoman for 2 kilometers, and suddenly discovered through a god's perspective that on the road that the policewoman had to pass, there were more than a dozen ordinary people with weapons, besieging 2 mutant rural cats. Among them, the leading man had a pistol in his hand. Why would these people risk their lives fighting mutant animals? Is it just to eat their meat? Shinny was confused. Can the meat of mutant animals be eaten? He wasn't sure either. Maybe it is possible. But as the distance gets closer, Shinny found that he might have guessed wrong. Because, from his god's perspective, he saw that behind the 2 mutant rural cats, there were several normal plants. And on the rhizome of that normal plant, there were 2 colorful fruits. It's a supernatural fruit. And there are 2 of them. While Shinny was surprised, he immediately realized that this group of people had a complicated purpose. 54, Flame Power User. Do these people also know about the supernatural fruit? Shinny seemed to be lost in thought. But through the god's perspective, he found that these dozen people did not seem to be ordinary people. Among them, there was a young woman who could create fire out of thin air and control it. Psychic. Sure enough, this makes sense. They must know the effect of the supernatural fruit, so they fought with the mutant rural cat. But now that I have seen it, the fruit is mine. Shinny immediately hid his figure and walked over quietly. At the same time, policewoman Qin Xiang and policeman Wang Jichun finally got rid of the mutant cockroach. After walking cautiously for a while, they vaguely heard a sound in the black fog ahead. And a faint smell of blood. There's someone here, be careful. Qin Xiang immediately drew his gun and took off the safety. It's not necessarily safe to meet people in the apocalypse. Especially this kind of bloody sound. Captain Qin, I seem to hear some fighting. Could the people ahead be fighting among themselves? Should we intervene? Wang Jiqian's sense of justice made him want to stop the fight. After all, in the apocalypse, humans have to help each other to survive. Internal strife will only waste energy. No. They shouldn't be fighting with humans. I heard the sound of a cat. It might be a mutant animal. Qin Xiang listened carefully for a while. Her hearing is very strong and she can hear many sounds that Wang Jiqiang cannot hear. What? If it's a mutant animal, then Captain Qin and I should help. Wang Jiqiang said immediately. Qin Xiang nodded and said, let's sneak over first and see what the situation is like. If there's any need, we'll help. Yes. Even at the end of the world, Qin Xiang and Wang Jiqiang still insisted on their duties as police officers. Rescue ordinary people and protect ordinary people. They have saved many people during this period. I came to the hospital today to look for anti-inflammatory drugs, also to treat the seriously injured woman who was rescued 2 days ago. Bang! Just as Qin Xiang and the other person were moving forward, they suddenly heard a loud gunshot. Gun! They actually have guns. Qin Xiang and Wang Jiqian looked at each other subconsciously, with a look of high vigilance in their eyes. Gunshots mean danger. But in addition to being vigilant, Wang Jiqian also has some expectations. Is it possible that it was other surviving colleagues? Be careful. No matter who it is, it's dangerous if they have a gun. Qin Xiang said seriously. Yes. Wang Jiqiang also gripped his pistol nervously. The two slowly approached the source of the sound. The closer we got, the clearer the sounds of fighting became. There was also the sound of a cat screaming. There are many stray cats and dogs in the city, so after the end of the world, mutant cats and dogs are also the most common mutant animals. Only, for some unknown reason, the mutated cats and dogs are no longer docile, but start attacking and eating people. Even mutated pets will attack their owners immediately. Who is it? Come out. Suddenly, someone discovered Qin Xiang and Wang Jiqiang. Suddenly, several people with weapons looked over. Because of the influence of the black fog, the two were discovered only when they were very close. You are the police. Everyone was originally furious, but when they saw the police uniforms on Qin Xiang and Wang Jiqiang, their expressions suddenly changed. Seeing that they were just a group of ordinary people, Wang Jiqiang relaxed his guard and said with a smile, "Yes, we are from the Xia criminal police team. We are here to rescue you." But when everyone heard the word criminal police, their expressions suddenly changed. Some of them even began to tremble for no apparent reason, with panic in their eyes. There's something wrong with these people. Qin Xiang is experienced. When he saw the changes in everyone's expressions, he realized that there was definitely something wrong with this group of people. If an ordinary person sees the police at the end of the world, his first reaction will definitely be to ask for help, rather than trembling and being afraid. Qin Xiang quietly opened the safety of his pistol and prepared to deal with the enemy. Wang Jiqiang relaxed his guard somewhat, and even asked with a smile if anyone needed help. Bang! A sharp gunshot suddenly pierced the air. Before Wang Jiqiang, who was full of enthusiasm, could react, the bullet pierced his chest mercilessly. He looked down at his uniform, which was quickly soaked with blood, his eyes filled with disbelief. As his strength drained away, his body slowly fell down, as if time was stretched at this moment, and everything around him became blurry and distant. Asshole! Qin Xiang cursed angrily and kept pulling the trigger in the direction of Wang Jiqiang, who was attacking him in the black fog. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets kept firing, but not a single one hit the target. The person who fired the gun in the black fog is very cunning. He fired a shot and then hid. Wait until Qin Xiang emptied a magazine and quickly reloaded it. Suddenly, a loud roar erupted from the black fog. Damn it! What are you all standing there for? Quickly, beat this bitch to death. If she escapes, we'll all die. Don't forget, there are lives on your hands too. Following the instigation and threat of this voice, the originally frightened people suddenly stared at Qin Xiang with murderous intent in their eyes. Everyone, come at us together. At such a close distance, a gun is definitely not as fast as a knife. Someone shouted and rushed forward with a kitchen knife in hand. Others were also encouraged and besieged Qin Xiang from several directions with various weapons. During this time, Qin Xiang had also changed the magazine. She immediately raised her hand and fired a shot. Bang! The first man who rushed over aggressively was shot through the cheek. After struggling for a few times, he fell to the ground and died. The others were immediately frightened. Qin Xiang did not continue shooting, but hid behind a wall immediately. Because there was a gunman in the black fog staring at him. If she hesitated for even a second longer, she might be ambushed by the other party. Damn bastard! Qin Xiang glanced at Wang Jiqiang, who was spitting blood in the distance, and clenched his fists in anger. These beasts! Killing someone over a disagreement. He is simply a desperado. Qin Xiang and Wang Jiqiang still underestimated the viciousness of people's hearts at the end of the world. They came to help out of kindness, but they also thought about the dangers they might encounter and were always vigilant. But he never expected that the other party would suddenly shoot in the dark. Without a word of communication, a sudden gunshot made Wang Jiqiang, an upright policeman, lose his ability to resist. Come on, don't be scared. I have a gun too. If this bitch dares to show her head again, I'll beat her to death. A man's voice was heard again in the black fog. It was the one who fired the sneak attack and was obviously the leader of this group of desperate criminals. Qin Xiang gripped his pistol tightly and observed the surrounding terrain. She only had 4 bullets left. If she can't deal with the gunman in the black fog, she won't be able to exert her full strength. Must kill him first. Wang Jiqiang, you must hold on. Qin Xiang said something secretly, then quickly retreated and disappeared into the black fog. When the other desperados finally mustered up the courage to rush over, there was no one behind the wall. "Boss, she's gone. Boss, this policewoman actually ran away. Boss, should we chase them?" The desperados reported to the black fog behind them in a flurry of voices. And not far from them, a middle-aged man and a young woman looked at each other. "Brotherly, we must give chase. We must kill this female police officer to be safe. Otherwise, if she goes back and finds help, we will be in danger." The woman made the suggestion with a sinister look in her eyes. The middle-aged man nodded and agreed, "That's right, since we have done it, let's do it to the end." Then, he shouted to his fellow thugs in front of him, "Chase her. Don't be scared. I'm right behind you. If that bitch dares to show her head, I'll beat her to death." 55. This woman is not human. The younger brothers did not dare to disobey the boss's order and immediately checked the surroundings carefully. At this time, Qin Xiang, hidden in the black fog, locked onto the direction of the gunman through the sound. She lowered her steps, made a big circle, bypassed the other gangsters, and circled towards the gunman's position. "Lily, do you think this bitch is hiding in the black fog, waiting to attack us?" The middle-aged man suddenly stopped and cautiously analyzed the situation with the young woman next to him. The woman was stunned for a moment, then frowned and said, "She shouldn't dare, right? Besides, as long as we follow these brothers, we will be able to detect any danger immediately." "That's right, as long as we keep a good distance, she won't be able to find us." The man nodded in understanding. That's how he ambushed and killed a policeman just now. Moreover, after the sneak attack, he immediately hid behind a building, so even if the other party shot him, they would not be able to hit him. With the black fog blocking the way, it is safe to do bad things. After looking at the male policeman who was still breathing on the ground and glaring at him fiercely, the middle-aged man raised his gun and shot, sending Wang Jiqiang away completely. "Damn it! You stinky detectives used to chase me every day. And you even dared to arrest my big brother." After killing the person, the man spat fiercely, seeming to be very resentful. The young woman looked at the policeman's body, frowned, and said, "Brotherly, you're wasting bullets. You could have just used a knife." "It's okay, I still have more than a dozen bullets here, enough?" The middle-aged man didn't care. But he didn't know that because of the shot he just fired, Qin Xiang in the black fog completely locked onto his position. More than 10 meters away. Qin Xiang raised his gun, listened to the sound and determined the location, then shot without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive shots all hit the target, and screams of men and women were heard. Even without vision, at a distance of more than 10 meters, Qin Xiang's rich experience allows him to determine the direction of a person by sound. Seeing that there were no footsteps in the black fog, Qin Xiang slowly walked over with a gun in hand. Her footsteps were so light that they made almost no sound. Until she saw 2 bodies lying on the ground. It's a man and a woman, for sure. The man was shot twice in the chest, blood was constantly coming out of his mouth, he was breathing more in than out, and couldn't even lift his hands. He had a gun in his hand, and it was obvious that he was the gunman who attacked Wang Jiqiang in the black fog. "Li Batian? Damn it, it's you, a murderer." When Qin Xiang saw the middle-aged man's appearance clearly, she was so angry that she stepped forward and kicked him hard, killing him directly. This Li Batian is a wanted fugitive. Before the end of the world, he was suspected of robbery and murder, but he was very cunning and had never been caught. And there was more than one person who followed Li Batian to commit crimes. There are at least 3 people in his gang, and they are all desperate criminals who have killed people. After confirming Li Batian's death, Qin Xiang looked at the woman who had also been shot, was breathing weakly, and was lying on the ground pretending to be dead. She drew the dagger from her waist and prepared to move forward to finish off the opponent. Because there is only 1 bullet left and it cannot be wasted. However, at this critical moment, the young woman who had been pretending to be dead suddenly turned over and stood up. A ball of blazing flame suddenly condensed in her hand and rushed straight towards Qin Xiang's face. Although Qin Xiang remained highly alert, the sudden fire attack still caught her off guard. She quickly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding most of the flames, but a few tongues of fire still grazed her body, leaving burning marks. A mutant. Qin Xiang's eyes narrowed. I didn't expect that this young woman was actually a person with superpowers. At the same time, because of the gunshots just now, other desperate criminals around have gathered around. Brother? Are you still behind? Brother, was it you who fired the gun just now? The young woman heard the voices of the younger brothers and quickly shouted, I'm here. Come here quickly. Qin Xiang's eyes became fierce, and he threw the dagger in his hand like lightning, accurately piercing the woman's neck. Blood gushed out. The woman opened her eyes wide, struggled in pain for a few times, then fell down powerlessly, and the flame that had just condensed in her hand dissipated. At the same time, the desperate criminals around them quickly surrounded them, holding various weapons. Qin Xiang did not hesitate at all. He raised his hand and fired a shot, directly killing the bandit who was rushing in front. Then she took a quick step forward and kicked another gangster in the chest. There was a crisp crack sound, and the man's chest collapsed instantly. He flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, fell heavily to the ground, and was silent. Killing a living person with one kick. Is this guy still a human? The other gangsters were frightened and stood there in a daze, their faces filled with horror. The boss is dead. Even the eldest sister who possessed superpowers was killed. This policewoman is so scary. She is not human. Definitely not a human. With almost no hesitation, the bandits turned around and fled into the black fog just as Qin Xiang was about to attack again. Qin Xiang frowned. If she had run out of bullets in her gun, she would have killed all of them. If we let such a group of desperate criminals with no bottom line live, we don't know how many ordinary people will be harmed. Immediately, she quickly came to the front of Wang Jiqiang, who was shot, but found that Wang Jiqiang was completely dead because of another bullet wound in the head. Qin Xiang looked sad. Another colleague has passed away. He is also a young colleague with a strong sense of justice and kindness. Now, I might be the only survivor in the entire criminal police team. But she couldn't die yet, because there were still many survivors waiting for her. Qin Xiang took a deep breath, suppressed the grief in her heart, and took out all of Wang Jiqiang's gun and bullets. Then she came to Li Beixian's body and took out all the guns in his hands and bullets on his body. This is actually a police pistol. Qin Xiang frowned. Could it be that other colleagues were also killed by Li Beixian? But this kind of problem was destined to have no clue, so she could only calm her mind, pull out her dagger from the female mutant's neck, prepare to bury Wang Jiqiang's body as soon as possible, and then leave. Because there are many corpses around, the bloody smell emitted by these corpses will definitely attract mutant animals. It will be troublesome then. Just when Qin Xiang was about to dig a hole, suddenly, she moved her ears and heard faint footsteps coming from the black fog ahead. Who is it? Qin Xiang immediately became alert and held the dagger in his hand in a defensive position. The footsteps appeared very abruptly. It's like it suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Relax, I'm not in the same group with them. A magnetic voice came out. Then, a handsome man came out. Shinny also just arrived not long ago. He did not use teleportation to travel the entire time, otherwise it would consume too much physical energy, which would be very dangerous in this scenario. But he watched the entire scene from a god's perspective. Qin Xiang and his colleagues were ambushed by this group of desperate criminals, but Qin Xiang then turned the tables and carried out a perfect counterattack. I have to say that Qin Xiang is indeed very powerful. In addition, she is suspected of having supernatural powers. Even if she is unarmed, as long as the enemy has no guns, a group of desperate criminals are no match for her. Shinny weighed the pros and cons briefly and felt that without a sneak attack, he might not even be Qin Xiang's opponent. Therefore, he could only show up. Because the two supernatural fruits were in the young woman's pocket. Yes, the fruit has been picked by that woman. However, before she could eat, she was killed by Qin Xiang. 56. Get new ability, Shadow Binding. Who are you? Qin Xiang frowned, not letting down his guard at all. Even the safety of the gun in her hand was off. My name is Shinny. She stole something from me, so I came here to find her. Shinny pointed at the young woman's body on the ground and made up a story. Qin Xiang frowned even deeper, obviously not quite believing it. After all, this kind of thing is too coincidental. I just killed a woman, and this man appeared and said he was looking for her. But she took a closer look and found that the man in front of her had no gun or other weapons, so he did not pose much threat to her. Go get it yourself. Qin Xiang said this and took a few steps back, leaving a safe distance. Thank you. Shinny nodded, then stepped forward and took out two supernatural fruits from the dead woman's pocket. He did not hide it from Qin Xiang, but deliberately let Qin Xiang see it. I just want to test whether Qin Xiang is a person with superpowers. If she is a psychic, she will definitely recognize the psychic fruit. Of course, while doing this dangerous action, Shani was also ready to use teleportation to escape at any time. If the policewoman Qin Xiang becomes greedy for the supernatural fruit and wants to attack him, he can also ensure that he can leave the battlefield as soon as possible. Fortunately, Qin Xiang is a very honest policeman. Although her expression changed greatly after she saw the supernatural fruit, she had no intention of killing or stealing the treasure. "Is this thing yours?" Qin Xiang asked hesitantly. "Well, this is the supernatural fruit I discovered a long time ago, but this woman relied on her numbers to steal my things, so I came here. Speaking of which, I also want to thank you, officer, for helping me kill her." As Shani spoke, he took out 3 bottles of mineral water and 2 boxes of self-heating hot pot from the system space and placed them on the ground. "This supply is a token of our gratitude for your generosity, officer." After saying this, he used teleportation to leave the scene. Once you have the item, you won't take any risks. As for recruiting this policewoman, it is not possible at the moment. Because I might not be able to beat her. If he were to marry a woman who was more capable than himself, not to mention whether she was willing or not, Shani himself would not be at ease. So, it's better to keep a good impression first and then make a decision when you become stronger. If the policewoman is still alive by then, we can just come find her again. If she didn't have the ability to survive, Shani wouldn't think it was a pity. After all, he only paid a small material price. Qin Xiang looked at the place where Shani disappeared, with shock in her eyes. This man is actually a psychic. Moreover, his ability is so strong. If this man had had ill intentions towards me just now, I might not have been able to react. Qin Xiang couldn't help swallowing. She felt cold sweat for the first time. I didn't expect that there would be such a mysterious supernatural power in the world. Fortunately, this person is a good person. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to go back today. Qin Xiang was wary of this young man who suddenly appeared from the very beginning. Especially when she saw that the other person was very calm when seeing the corpse, and not afraid or disgusted at all, she knew that this person was no simple person. Until she saw the other party take out 2 supernatural fruits from the woman's pocket. Because Qin Xiang had also eaten the supernatural fruit, she recognized the fruit. That is a fruit that can allow ordinary people to gain superpowers. No wonder this man would risk showing up. As to whether what the other party said was true, Qin Xiang was not sure, but she felt that it was probably true. Otherwise, how could he take the fruit out of the corpse's shirt pocket so accurately? Moreover, if this man was a bad guy, he could easily use his elusive ability to sneak attack and kill himself. There's absolutely no need to reason with yourself. Thinking of this, Qin Xiang also looked at the 2 supplies left by Shani. Especially the self-heating hot pot with a large packaging box. This box is enough for 2 or 3 people to have a meal. This man named Shani is indeed quite good. Qin Xiang didn't hesitate and put everything into her backpack. There is a shortage of supplies recently. After, she dug a hole to cover Wang Jiqian's body, made a simple mark, and left quickly. Because she had heard the sounds of several mutant animals approaching. Shani found a safe place and watched Qin Xiang leave from a god's perspective. Shani didn't look away until she disappeared from his sight. Then, he took out the 2 supernatural fruits he had just obtained. This is such a pleasant surprise. Shini's original purpose was just to see if there was a chance to unlock Qin Xiang's supplies, but he unexpectedly obtained 2 supernatural fruits. Without hesitation, Shani ate one on the spot. When the fruit enters the stomach, a warm feeling rises in the body. But it disappeared very quickly. Shani immediately opened the panel to check his newly acquired abilities. Shadow Binding LV1, within a 20-meter range, you can control the shadows of up to 2 targets, thereby binding them. As long as the target's shadow is under your control, the target cannot perform any action. The stronger the target, the more stamina you consume. The weaker the target, the less stamina you consume. Damn! This ability is a bit perverted. Shani read the introduction carefully twice and couldn't help showing a look of surprise. Control the shadows of any 2 targets. As long as you control the target's shadow, you can restrict all of the target's actions. Isn't this just a low-level version of the time-stopping ability? Shani, who was a little excited, immediately used telepathy to find the nearest mutant animal and then teleported over. This is an ordinary family's house. There is a mutant teddy dog in the living room, which is 6 or 7 times larger than a normal teddy. There was blood on its mouth, the room was filled with the smell of blood, and on the ground lay the mutilated remains of a woman. The moment this mutant teddy dog saw Shani, it barked wildly and pounced on him, extremely aggressive. Shani did not move, but looked at the shadow of the teddy dog cast by the light from the window. Immediately, Shani just had a thought in his mind and then he fixed its shadow. Suddenly, the mutant teddy dog that was about to rush over was forcibly controlled to stay in place, like a statue. No matter how wildly it barked or how fiercely it got, it couldn't move. It's indeed a very powerful control skill. Shani was very satisfied. With this shadow binding ability, even if he meets a psychic with rich combat experience like Qin Xiang, he can still defeat the opponent. Then, Shani continued to test this ability. He found that shadow binding was not very restrictive. For example, even if the target's shadow is incomplete, with only the shadow of an arm or a leg, Shani can still restrain the opponent. Moreover, during the period of binding the target, Shani can move around freely, or take out weapons to attack the target. He will not be affected in any way, and at most he will consume some physical strength. It was like restraining a mutant teddy dog, and it didn't take much of a toll on him. From this we can conclude that Shani can easily restrain ordinary mutant animals. Feeling very satisfied with the strength of the shadow binding, Shani used teleportation to return to the safe top floor. Then, he took out another supernatural fruit and ate it. 57. A fully armed army. Another fruit went into the stomach. Shani felt his internal organs and limbs were warm. It feels like the whole person is immersed in a hot spring. He vaguely felt that his body's strength seemed to have increased a little. This comfortable feeling is like the first time I ate the fruit of physical evolution. Shani whispered softly. He clicked on the panel to check. As a result, no new abilities were added. Host, Shani. Age, 20. Force value, 45 excluding any external bonus. Unlocked items, Handsome Master Mineral Water, Freshly Roasted Chicken, Type 54 Pistol, 5A Grade Steak, Supernatural Fruit Telepathy, Deluxe Self-Heating Hot Pot. Abilities obtained, Physical Evolution LV1, Teleportation LV1, Telepathy LV7, Shadow Binding LV1. Physical Evolution LV1, your body has undergone an evolution for some reason. Your strength, speed, endurance, health, etc. have all been greatly improved. Teleport LV1, you can teleport up to 20 meters. Because teleportation is a spatial skill, you can ignore any terrain, control, or restraint skills during the movement. As long as you have enough stamina, you can teleport continuously without any restrictions. Telepathy LV7, you can sense all hostility and kindness within 1,000 meters around you through your mind. You can also see all scenes within 1,000 meters without using your eyes, and are not hindered by any obstacles. Shadow Binding LV1, within a 20-meter range, you can control the shadows of up to 2 targets, thereby binding them. As long as the target's shadow is under your control, the target cannot perform any action. The stronger the target, the more stamina you consume. The weaker the target, the less stamina you consume. No new powers. But Shani could feel that his strength had increased significantly. In other words, the second supernatural fruit he ate was the fruit of physical evolution that he had always wanted to find. It's a bit of a waste. If I give this fruit to my younger sister, it will solve her problem of lack of physical strength. Although it also had an effect when he ate it himself, his physical strength even increased by about 1/10, allowing him to use teleportation and other superpowers more times. But if you want to evolve your physical body to level 2, you need to eat at least 8 or 9 fruits of the same type. That's why he felt a little regretful. The main reason was that before eating it, Shani couldn't tell what special abilities the fruit had, so he couldn't keep it on purpose. But overall, the results are good. Shani's combat power increased by 15 points in an instant. That's enough. Today's harvest is already very good. Shani was very satisfied. So, he turned on his telepathy and searched for possible supernatural fruits on the road from a god's perspective while rushing towards home. He deliberately took a different route that he had never taken before, just to look for the supernatural fruit along the way. But after walking for several kilometers, he didn't find the supernatural fruit, but he saw a group of soldiers resting in a building. That's right, soldiers. They were a team of more than a dozen people, all wearing dark military uniforms and holding powerful firearms such as rifles and submachine guns. There are also pistols, grenades, etc. on his waist. This is definitely an elite force. Although the number of people is small, the firepower is ridiculously strong. In addition to this team of soldiers, Shani also saw several very old men, several young men, and several women. These non-combatants, protected by the soldiers, seemed very important. Where did these soldiers come from? Didn't they say there was no rescue team? Shani raised his eyebrows and observed curiously. Anyway, the distance between us was nearly 1 kilometer, and I was hiding in the dark, so these people couldn't possibly discover me. It's a pity that telepathy can only see the visual field, and there is no way to hear what they are saying. Shani looked at the people who were communicating, and vaguely felt that the identities of these old men were not simple. Otherwise, how could there be such a small team of fully armed soldiers protecting them when the mountain city was almost captured? There is a problem. Shani observed for a while, and seeing that it was getting late, he prepared to leave. This team should be planning to stay here tonight, and we will check on their situation tomorrow. As for why you have to come tomorrow. The first is curiosity about the identities and purposes of these people. The second reason is that there was an intellectual woman wearing a white coat and glasses among these people who triggered the system prompt. Bite. A goddess that meets the system standards has been detected, and detailed information has been scanned. Name, Lin Jiwei. Age, 31. Appearance, 91 points. Body size, 92 points. Inner character, 100 points pure and apathetic. Total score, 93 points. Evaluation, after taking in a guest, you can unlock a random item. 31 years old, yet so pure. However, after seeing the additional introduction of frigidity, Shin-Yi could understand why this woman was pure. After taking a quick look around and noting down the nearby locations, he left. At the same time, the soldiers inside the building are deploying their defenses. There was a soldier who looked like an officer, and his face was slightly flushed as he was talking to several old men. Mr. Wang. Mr. Zhou. My mission is to escort you out of the mountain city safely. Nothing else is more important than your safety. The middle-aged captain had a serious expression, as if he was not willing to negotiate. No. I won't leave. The precious research materials and samples in the laboratory are very important. Many people paid the price of their lives to preserve them, and they must be taken out. Otherwise, I won't go with you. You can leave me alone, and I will stay in the Shancheng laboratory. A stubborn old man said angrily. Mr. Wang, as long as you survive, the research can continue, but if you die, no matter how much information you have, it will be useless. Captain Zhao advised earnestly. Humph. You don't understand the importance of those research samples at all. Old man Wang did not back down. At this time, another old man spoke gently. Captain Zhao, we understand your good intentions. Professor Wang isn't angry with you, but the research data is truly important. If you don't bring out those research materials and samples, it will be useless even if you rescue all of us so-called experts and professors. We need those samples, and so does the country. They are the genetic samples of the earliest mutant animals and plants in the mountain city, including the most important genetic sample of mutant number 001. Only by bringing these samples back can we continue our research. Otherwise, when mutant number 001 fully grows, it will kill tens of millions of people in this mountain city. We can't let this happen. These are the lives of tens of millions of people. Hearing Mr. Zhou's almost pleading words, Captain Zhao also frowned. The death order given to him from above was to rescue these scientists and virus genetic experts. But if you venture to the research institute now, there will undoubtedly be great risks. Captain Zhao was a little hesitant. How to choose between the life and death of tens of millions of people and the life and death of a dozen professors and experts? If it were in the past, he would definitely choose the former without hesitation. But now is the end of the world, and these dozen or so leaders in their respective fields are obviously more important to the future of all mankind. I have to go back to the institute. I want to go too. At this time, an extremely rational female voice with almost no emotional fluctuations was heard. Everyone subconsciously looked at the person who spoke. An intellectual woman wearing a white coat and glasses. But, your safety. Captain Zhao hesitated. I said, we must go back. The woman's tone left no room for doubt. 58. Ideas for building a shelter. Dr. Lin, my order is to protect your safety. Nothing else is more important than your safety. Captain Zhao still wanted to stop it. And I want the senior professors to help persuade him. After all, Dr. Lin was one of the people who had been specifically ordered to be brought back safely. Who knows? The old professors actually all agreed with Dr. Lin's words. Captain Zhao even had a vague feeling that these old professors seemed to respect Dr. Lin very much, just like her students. But how is this possible? Although Dr. Lin has a good resume, it is definitely far inferior to other senior professors. For example, Mr. Wang and Mr. Zhou, these two old professors have a certain reputation all over the world. But at this moment, the two highly respected old professors were very well behaved. Even the stubborn Mr. Wang nodded silently. Captain Zhao couldn't help but recall that when he received the mission, his superiors had specifically issued a death order, saying that Dr. Lin Jiwei's safety was very important, and Dr. Lin must be protected, and no coercive means must be used. If necessary, you can request fighter jet assistance. In short, you must rescue Dr. Lin. It seems that Dr. Lin's identity is not simple. So, under pressure, Captain Zhao had no choice but to agree to go to the research institute again. But he refused to bring all the experts and professors with him, otherwise if they were wiped out, it would be a loss for the entire Xia country and even all mankind. So, the troops were divided into two groups. A team led by Captain Zhao went to the research institute to obtain genetic samples and research data. The other team stayed behind to protect the safety of the old professors. Only Lin Jiwei also wants to take the risk and go to the research institute. Even though Captain Zhao tried to persuade him several times, it was of no use. Captain Zhao felt helpless against this powerful Dr. Lin. The key point is that the other old professors also stand on Lin Jiwei's side. Whenever he said no, the other senior professors would get anxious before Dr. Lin could even react. I was right yesterday. This mutant black spider is really growing. It's even bigger today than it was yesterday. After Shani returned to the community, he subconsciously used telepathy to look at the black spider lurking on the 6th floor and found that its size had grown larger. Yesterday he thought he was seeing things. But obviously not. The mutated black spider is growing, and growing very fast. It becomes a circle bigger in just one day. The growth rate of this black spider is too terrifying. Is it because of the constant eating? Or is it because of the mutation? Shani frowned. It seems we need to find a way to solve it as soon as possible. Otherwise, if this black spider continues to grow, it might really threaten my safety. Look away. Shani used teleportation to go to Building 13, visited his grandmother and younger sister, and left some food and water. Afterwards, Shani returned to the 6th floor and first went to 1501 to help Chu Xiaoxiao change the gauze and apply medicine. I found a lot of medicines in the hospital today, including some that can treat external injuries. While changing the dressing, Shani took the opportunity to ask Chu Xiaoxiao if she knew any other residents in the building. But Chu Xiaoxiao said that she had just moved in not long ago, and she usually stayed at home to live broadcast and rarely went out, so naturally she didn't know her neighbors. I don't even know my next door neighbor's name. So, Shani didn't ask any more questions and used teleportation to go home. Husband, you're back. The women in the living room were no longer as surprised as before when they saw Shani appear out of nowhere. Instead, they greeted him enthusiastically. The girls' enthusiasm today was even greater than usual. Because Shani gave Su wanting superpowers. They all wanted to gain superpowers, so naturally they started to find all kinds of ways to please Shani. This is also what Shani wants to see. However, after running around outside all day, he was a little tired, and he had to get up early tomorrow to find those soldiers, so Shani planned to have a good sleep. If we can get the submachine guns and grenades in those soldiers' hands, maybe we can kill the mutant black spider. Originally, Shani was simply curious about what those soldiers were doing, but after feeling the threat of the black spider again today, he started to think about taking the soldiers' weapons. The pistol can't break the mutated black spider's defense, but at least the grenade can't do the same, right? Shani was lying on the bed thinking about tomorrow's plans when there was a knock on the door. Husband, are you asleep? It is the sound of Jiangnan smoke. Not yet. Come in and tell me if you have something to say. Jiang Nanyan pushed the door open and walked in, closing it behind her. Honey, I have a friend who also wants to seek asylum, so do you think you can take her in? Jiang Nanyan said. Female? Shani frowned. Yeah. And she's very pretty and has a great figure. Jiang Nanyan emphasized her friend's appearance. Shani's brows relaxed, as he understood what Jiang Nanyan meant. This feeling is not a result of a heart full of chastity, but a desire to find a woman for himself. Really? Because Sue wanting gained superpowers, the other women couldn't sit still. It's also within expectations. After all, Jiang Nanyan betrayed her teacher from the very beginning in order to gain his favor. This kind of healthy competition among the concubines is naturally a good thing for Shani. He thought for a moment and asked, "Isn't the internet down now? Can you still contact your friend? I've talked to her before and know where she is now." Jiang Nanyan replied. If possible, she didn't want to take the risk of picking up her friends. But when she thought about Sue wanting having acquired superpowers, she felt a little unwilling. "Honey, I can drive to pick her up, there shouldn't be any problem," Jiang Nanyan added. Shani pondered for a moment. It's a bit risky to let Jiang Nanyan go to answer it. Shani is not sure whether the unlocked supplies will stop being distributed after the woman dies, so he doesn't want Jiang Nanyan to take risks. It is becoming more and more dangerous outside. Even Shani needs to use the perspective cheat at all times when going out, let alone ordinary people. Not to mention, a husband and wife are bound by 100 days of grace, and there is no need to let Jiang Nanyan die for no reason. As long as the woman is not a traitor to him, even if she is just a vase, Shani does not want to kill her casually. After all, he has enough resources to support a woman, and they have some emotional foundation. Unfortunately, apart from his own woman, Shani has no other subordinates to order around, and he wouldn't feel bad if they died. Etc. Why can't we have subordinates like this? Absolutely. Even ordinary people can have a bunch of younger brothers working for them. As long as you take out a little bit of supplies, you can take in a bunch of people to work and risk their lives for you, right? And I have no shortage of supplies. The water and food in the warehouse add up to millions. The more I think about it, the more it makes sense. What's more, Shani now has the ability to see through hostility. If any of his subordinates have any ulterior motives, he can just kill them. You can recruit people to help you without worrying about betrayal. You can't do everything yourself, right? Even if such a subordinate died, he would not feel too sad. After all, they were just doing normal business. I give you food and water, and you work for me. Thinking of this, Shani looked at Jiang Nanyan and said, I've recently had an idea to set up a shelter to accommodate the survivors. Given the current situation, national rescue efforts are definitely not going to come. We can take in some of the survivors, especially the female survivors, to help us. Yes, there is another benefit to setting up a shelter, and that is to accommodate female survivors. Let the female survivors come to us themselves. Otherwise, asking Shani to find female survivors who meet the system standards one by one would be too slow. But if you have a shelter, and everyone serves you and helps you find women who meet the system standards, then the speed will increase immediately. Assembly line engineering is definitely faster than one person. Honey, if you make a decision, I will start preparing tomorrow, Jiang Nanyan said immediately. She now really wants to do something for Shani so that she can also get the reward of the supernatural fruit. Well, you can start preparing tomorrow. First, count the residents in this community. We will use this community as the initial base to build a shelter, Shani said. There are enough houses in this community, and they are all large flats with a wide view, making them suitable as a base. But we have to get rid of that mutated black spider first. Think of this. Shani took out several supernatural fruits from the system space. 59. After investing for so long, it's time to reap the rewards. If you eat it, you will gain superpowers. Shani took out the supernatural fruit and said, if Jiang Nanyan is asked to do something, he must be given a certain reward. In addition, Jiang Nanyan also made a contribution by deceiving by Shani, so giving her a few more supernatural fruits can be regarded as compensation. For those who have already acquired superpowers, eating a few more fruits will not have much effect. Superpowers will only transform every time they are upgraded. Thank you, husband. Jiang Nanyan's eyes lit up when she saw the 5 supernatural fruits and she quickly took them. I didn't expect that my husband would give me so many supernatural fruits. That is 4 more than Sue wanting. As expected, I still need to collect women for my husband to make him happy. Jiang Nanyan, who thought she had found the trick, now wanted to do a good job in setting up the shelter, taking in more female survivors, and then picking out beautiful women for her husband. This way you can get more rewards. While thinking this, he had already taken several supernatural fruits. Suddenly, a cool feeling, like an electric shock, flowed through her body. It felt so good. Is this what it feels like to gain superpowers? Afterwards, Shini also taught Jiang Nanyan how to use her supernatural powers. And he also told Jiang Nanyan that superpowers can be upgraded. For example, if she has eaten 5 supernatural fruits now, if she eats about 5 more, her supernatural power level will be 1 level higher, and her supernatural power will become stronger. Jiang Nanyan showed a surprised expression when she heard it. No wonder she felt that every time she ate a fruit, her superpowers would increase slightly, but the feeling was not obvious. It turns out that you need to upgrade. Suddenly, she became more determined to work hard. Only by working hard can you obtain more supernatural fruits and improve your supernatural power level. As long as my ability level is higher than Su Wanting and other women, then I will have the most say. Moreover, the higher my ability level, the more valuable I am to Shini, and the less likely he will abandon me. Jiang Nanyan thought so and already had a clear goal. It doesn't matter who gets the superpower first, what matters more is who has a higher level of superpower. After all, as Shini said, the effect of the ability will double with each level up. Level 2 abilities far outweigh level 1 abilities. Seeing Jiang Nanyan's eager expression, Shini was very satisfied. Use the level of supernatural powers to continue to paint a rosy picture, so that women will have the motivation to strive, so that they can also enjoy better services. Anyway, telepathy is not a combat ability. Even if all his women are upgraded to level 7 or 8, they will not pose a threat to him. On the contrary, it can help yourself. For example, when recruiting survivors, telepathy can be used to screen out those who are hostile, have bad intentions, etc. In short, as long as Jiang Nanyan works hard, Shini is prepared to let her become the first person besides himself to upgrade to level 2 superpowers. Jiang Nanyan's ability to do things is very reliable, and her current level of loyalty is catching up with Su Wanting, so she is very worthy of training. Hubby, I. After mastering the supernatural power, Jiang Nanyan was very excited and took the initiative to kiss her. Shini wanted to refuse. But it's human nature. I'm destined not to be vegetarian tonight. Let me explain this in 2 ways. Lu Yeye was in a difficult situation. Her mind was full of messy thoughts and she couldn't sleep again tonight. Shini didn't want me again tonight. Why? Do you really despise yourself so much? Although she knew that her looks were not as good as Shini's other women, she would not admit that she was ugly. From junior high school to college, she had many suitors. If she hadn't devoted herself to studying, Lu Yeye felt that she could easily have 10 or 8 handsome boyfriends. I am definitely not ugly, I am beautiful. Only the girls around Shini are all goddess level, and she is much inferior in comparison. In fact, the main reason is that sleeping with Lu Yeye will not unlock supplies. So naturally Shini had no interest in it anymore. Otherwise he would have taken action long ago. As for the reason why Lu Yeye was kept, it was because Shini had long thought about setting up a shelter and felt that someone might be needed to do odd jobs, so he kept her. Otherwise, you can't do everything yourself. The next day, after waking up, Shini had breakfast with the girls and talked about his idea of setting up a shelter. This idea immediately gained everyone's support. Since the girls followed Shini, they no longer had to worry about food and drink, nor did they have to worry about safety. Every day they just ate and slept, and they were bored to death, so they wanted to find something to do. And once a shelter is established, they can mobilize the shelter's personnel to search for their families. As for asking Shini to help them find their families, none of the women had ever thought about it. If they make Shini unhappy, they will be in trouble. Of course, in addition to the small thought of finding family. More importantly, they heard that Jiang Nanyan was rewarded with 5 supernatural fruits at one time, and they also learned that supernatural powers can be upgraded. As a result, the enthusiasm of all the girls was aroused. They also have to work hard to obtain supernatural fruits. Regarding the number of people the shelter will admit, as well as issues such as food and accommodation, you should discuss and come up with a reasonable plan, and then show it to me. Shini said. He doesn't want to worry about these trivial matters. What's more, he doesn't understand management. In comparison, Jiang Nanyan, whose family runs a company, should have more experience. At least he has more experience than me. Leave professional matters to professionals, and you just need to be a hands-off boss. Anyway, the final decision-making power lies with you. If you are not satisfied, you can just veto it. After roughly arranging the trivial matters, Shini left home. Before leaving, she left 5 more guns and asked Su Yun to be responsible for the management and distribution of the weapons. Since we need to build a shelter, it is necessary for our women to have weapons, otherwise we will not be able to deal with bad guys if we encounter them. Hubby, don't worry, leave the safety of the home to me. Su Yun nodded seriously. Although she was still not very happy about Shin-Yi having a harem, Su Yun's loyalty to Shin-Yi did not waver at all. Shin-Yi also trusts her. He even gave Su Yun an extra reward of a supernatural fruit. The supernatural fruit was unlocked from Su Yun, so giving her the reward would not be unfair to other women. What's more, Shin-Yi doesn't care about fairness or not. He rewards whomever he wants. If any woman resents herself for this kind of thing, she deserves to die. Leave home. Shin-Yi first came to 1501 to change the gauze for the two-dimensional anchor Chu Xiaoxiao. After a few days of rest, her wounds healed a little. It seems that it is time to do some simple exercises. After investing for so long, it's time to see the returns. 60. Ability upgrade, Giant Mutant Dog. Don't go to bed too early tonight. I'll come find you. Remember to wash it clean. After Shin-Yi changed Chu Xiaoxiao's medicine, he left dozens of bottles of mineral water and some food, then used teleportation to leave. He also had to hurry to find the soldiers he saw yesterday, otherwise it would be difficult to get high lethal weapons like grenades after the soldiers left. As for Chu Xiaoxiao, let her recover for another day, and the investment will be recovered tonight. If Shin-Yi hadn't had to worry about food and drink, he would have fought bloody battles and wouldn't have cared whether Chu Xiaoxiao was injured or not. But after all, it has not reached the point where they are out of ammunition and food, and Shin-Yi still maintains his bottom line. What do you mean by coming to see me tonight? Chu Xiaoxiao lay on the sofa, murmuring seemingly ignorantly, but her cute face gradually turned red. Of course she understood what Shin-Yi meant. Finally, we're getting to that step. In fact, Chu Xiaoxiao has been feeling anxious these past 2 days. She was looking forward to it, excited, but also a little scared and worried. What if Prince Charming no longer cares about me after we break through the last step? What if he abandons me? But given the kindness of the Prince Charming, he shouldn't be a heartless man like Chin Shimmy, right? But no matter how she imagined it, she seemed to have no reason to refuse, nor the ability to refuse. Well, now that things have come to this, let's clean ourselves up first. Chu Xiaoxiao looked at the dozens of bottles of mineral water that Prince Charming had left for her, which were enough for her to wash her body carefully. According to his memory, Shin-Yi quickly arrived at the place where the team of soldiers stayed yesterday. While eating the supernatural fruit, he observed secretly and thought about how to obtain grenades and submachine guns. Murder and robbery? Not very stable. Although he could teleport, he could still sneak attack and kill a few soldiers by surprise. But there are more than a dozen people on the other side after all. If they are all experienced in combat, then I might be able to do it too. The risk and reward are not proportional, so Shin-Yi decisively gave up this risky idea. Then we can only trade. Exchange food and water for submachine guns and grenades. As long as these soldiers are short of water and food, they will definitely be willing to exchange. Certainly. Even exchange has risks. What if these soldiers see that I have abundant supplies and want to rob me? In the apocalypse, not all soldiers can be trusted. Shin-Yi felt a little tricky. If only there was a monster that could kill them all, and I could reap the benefits. I think so. Unfortunately, after Shin-Yi searched around, he found no particularly ferocious mutant monsters within a kilometer. Are they leaving? Shin-Yi was silently thinking about the plan when he suddenly noticed that 7 or 8 soldiers, along with 2 men and 1 woman in white coats, were about to leave the building. Act separately? Although he didn't understand what these soldiers meant, Shin-Yi realized that this was his chance. He cracked some fruit, hesitated for a moment, and then chose to follow the soldiers who were leaving the building. The first is to observe what their purpose is and see if there is any chance to get their weapons. Secondly, Shin-Yi saw that the intelligent mature woman who triggered the system prompt was also among the group of soldiers leaving the building. If I'm lucky, maybe I can capture both the weapons and the people. Your telepathy is upgraded to level 8. Telepathy LV8, you can sense all hostility and kindness within 3,000 meters around you through your mind. You can also see all scenes within 3,000 meters without using your eyes, and are not hindered by any obstacles. Finally upgraded again. Shin-Yi had just finished eating a piece of fruit when a system prompt suddenly rang in his ears. The higher the level of the ability, the more difficult it is to upgrade. From level 7 to level 8, he felt like he had eaten 200 or 300 fruits. Even more. If it were an ordinary person, he might not be able to find so many supernatural fruits in his lifetime, right? So Shun-Yi was really curious, could the abilities of other psychics be upgraded? Or, is there any other way to upgrade? Level 8, 3 kilometers of vision, awesome. Shun-Yi sensed it and found that his field of vision had expanded twice as much. But there is also a downside, that is, if he wants to look at the target at the farthest distance, he will consume slightly more physical strength. But the impact is not big. With Shun-Yi's current physical strength, it is still enough to cope with it. As long as he doesn't use teleportation all the time to travel, the energy he consumes can be recovered even if he uses telepathy all the time. The direction they're heading in, damn. Downtown. Shun-Yi suddenly frowned. Through the god's perspective, he found that this team of soldiers was actually heading towards the city center. City center. Shun-Yi remembered Su-Yun saying that there was a terrifying mutant tree in the city center, and that the tree seemed to have intelligence. Shun-Yi doesn't want to meet this tree. His current strength is simply not enough. Let's keep following them from a distance. If they really want to cause trouble for that big tree, I'll just watch from a distance and leave if I see something's not right. Shun-Yi thought so. Now I have a 3-kilometer field of vision, which allows me to leave a large safe distance. Don't worry about being implicated. That's all. One in front and one behind, maintaining the maximum distance of telepathy, Shun-Yi followed the group of soldiers for another 7 or 8 kilometers. The fighting power of this group of soldiers was indeed very strong. They shot to death all the mutant animals they encountered along the way. Moreover, they collected the corpses of some mutant animals. I don't know if it's for eating or what. Shun-Yi watched all the actions of this group of soldiers as if he was watching a movie. Until the soldiers arrived at the gate of a virus research institute. Shun-Yi raised his eyebrows. So these people in white coats are not doctors, but virus researchers? No wonder there are so many heavily armed soldiers protecting it. Shun-Yi understood. From watching the battle along the way, Shun-Yi knew that this group of soldiers were definitely not ordinary soldiers. Their reaction ability and reaction speed are very strong. He should probably be an elite in the army, a special forces soldier or something like that. Fortunately, I didn't take the risk to attack them before, otherwise something might have happened. But what's going on in this institute? There are so many mutated animals and plants. Could it be that since the beginning of the apocalypse, these mutant plants and animals have been studied here? Shun-Yi just took a quick glance and saw many mutated animals and plants in the institute, as well as the mutilated bodies of many researchers and security guards. In other words, as soon as this group of soldiers goes in, they will soon be attacked by mutated animals and plants. Although they should be able to cope with it in the short term with their weapons and equipment, if it drags on for too long, something big will definitely happen. Because Shun-Yi saw through X-ray vision that in a room underground in this research institute, there was a 5 or 6 meter tall, very strong mutant green dog lying down. Yes, a green dog. The hair on its body is as green as leaves. If you don't look carefully, you might think that this mutant dog is covered with leaves. Something is wrong, there is something wrong with this mutant dog. Even if other animals mutate, at most they will become larger in size, stronger in appearance, and more ferocious. But this mutant dog's hair and appearance have also mutated. And it's also ridiculously large. Just as Shun-Yi was looking carefully again. Sudden. The mutated green dog opened its eyes. Its eyeballs are also green. It seemed to have sensed something, looked around, and made dangerous sounds. Shun-Yi was shocked. No way? Could it be that this mutant green dog could actually sense me watching it from kilometers away? If so, it is too dangerous. At the same time, soldiers have entered the institute. While killing the mutated animals and plants, they quickly came to the elevator and took it underground. Their target seems to be this mutant green dog. 61. Crisis. Because the Virus Research Institute has its own independent power supply system. So even if the whole city loses power, it still has electricity. All lights are working normally and the elevator is functioning normally. At this time, inside an elevator, Lin Jiwei, who had been very quiet along the way, suddenly said to the soldiers, "Put away your weapons." Her tone remained strong. The soldiers were stunned and frowned subconsciously. The research institute is so dangerous, yet we still have to put away our weapons. Isn't this just seeking death? Even Captain Zhao, who had been very cooperative along the way, was unwilling to listen to Lin Jiwei at this moment. After all, this concerns everyone's safety. With your weapon sheathed, your reaction to an enemy will be several seconds slower. Most of the time, a few seconds can determine a person's life or death. Captain Zhao then said to the soldiers, "Everyone, concentrate. Don't accidentally fire your weapons. There might be something important in the underground lab." Yes. The soldiers obeyed the order, and the discomfort in their hearts subsided slightly. You can be careful not to fire accidentally, but it is impossible to put away your weapon. Otherwise they feel insecure. Dr. Lin, you can rest assured about my soldiers. No one will accidentally fire their weapons. Captain Zhao explained to Lin Jiwei. Because Lin Jiwei didn't say anything, he thought that there might be some precious genetic samples in the underground laboratory, so he needed to put away the gun to prevent it from being damaged. But Captain Zhao believed in his soldiers. They are all professionally trained and it is impossible for an accidental discharge of the gun under such circumstances. Captain Zhao's solution was a moderate one, neither standing on the side of his own soldiers nor on the side of Lin Jiwei. "No, I'm not worried about the genetic sample." Lin Jiwei adjusted his glasses, looked at the soldiers, and said without any emotion, "I'm worried about you." The soldiers were confused. Worried about us who are fully armed? Many people even wanted to laugh. If they had enough ammunition, they could have swept through this virus research institute. Ordinary mutant plants and animals, who can withstand rifle fire or grenade bombardment. The reason they were cautious was mainly because of insufficient firepower, not because of fear. Bite. It was at this time. The elevator stopped on the third floor underground and the door opened. What comes into view is a long corridor. The corridor is tall and wide, and the white light is a bit dazzling. The soldiers immediately raised their guns vigilantly and scanned the surroundings. I saw. The walls were covered in dark red blood. There were also a lot of bloodstains dragged on the ground. But there are no corpses or mutant monsters to be seen. All soldiers immediately became alert. This situation often means that the danger level is very high. 2 soldiers were the first to walk out of the elevator to check. Then, before they could report the situation, Lin Jiwei followed out. She was as fearless and unafraid as ever, as if everything was under her control. "Dr. Lin." Captain Zhao's face changed and he quickly chased after him. Lin Jiwei didn't say anything, but walked towards the laboratory at the end of the corridor. Seeing this, the soldiers could only catch up quickly. Captain Zhao's face didn't look good. This Dr. Lin is so reckless. I didn't take their arrangements seriously at all. If a mutant animal really appeared, they would not have time to rescue Lin Jiwei. Come to the laboratory door at the end. Lin Jiwei stood in front of the password door, looked at the soldiers behind him, and said again, "Put away your guns and don't show any hostility, otherwise I can't guarantee your safety from now on." She spoke very little, but her words were very informative. But it didn't sound very pleasant to the soldiers' ears. Is it safer to put away your gun and not show hostility? Sorry, we only trust the guns in our hands. So no soldier listened to her. Captain Zhao, please ask them to put away their guns, otherwise it will be really dangerous. There is a very powerful mutant animal in here. Ordinary weapons can't hurt it at all, and will even anger it. A male researcher in a white coat hurriedly advised. Dr. Lin is just quiet and not good at expressing herself. Actually, she is doing this for our own good, another male researcher also explained. They understand Lin Jiwei's character and know how smart she is. Don't think that Lin Jiwei is incompetent just because she is a woman and relatively young. Dr. Lin is a genius who is highly respected even by other senior professors. When they first came to the institute, they looked down on Dr. Lin because she was a woman. As a result, a considerable price was paid for this. Captain Zhao frowned when he heard what the 2 male researchers said. Like his soldiers, he believed more in the sense of security that the gun in his hand brought him. But he didn't want to displease Dr. Lin and the other 2, so he ordered the soldiers to lower their guns and not to fire unless absolutely necessary. Although he didn't put away the gun directly, he still gave Dr. Lin face. I think it should be okay. Lin Jiwei ignored Captain Zhao's little thoughts. After reminding everyone for the second time, she started to enter the password, and then performed a series of processes such as facial recognition and pupil recognition to unlock the laboratory door. As for what will happen next, she has already hinted. Crack! With a crisp sound, the heavy laboratory door slowly opened. An unpleasant smell emanated from inside, causing everyone to subconsciously frown and become alert. Woof! Suddenly, a deep and powerful dog barking sounded from the laboratory. The sound was so harsh that it made the soldiers raise their guns as if by muscle memory and prepare for battle. Lin Jiwei frowned. Wrong. How did it wake up? Obviously, this door has never been opened, so no one should have come in. Lin Jiwei murmured, then immediately closed the laboratory door that had just been opened and turned around and said, "Hurry up. Get out of here." Everyone was stunned and didn't understand what was going on. "Dr. Lin, what's wrong?" "There's a problem with the experimental subject. I'm the only one who can handle it. Leave the lab immediately." For the first time, Lin Jiwei's voice sounded urgent. But Captain Zhao gripped the gun tightly in his hand, staring at the laboratory door, with no intention of retreating. He had to cover the retreat of Dr. Lin and the two researchers first. "Dr. Lin, you can't take any risks. Take the two researchers and retreat first. The rest of you, prepare for battle." Captain Zhao stood in front of Lin Jiwei and gave orders in an orderly manner. The soldiers opened the safety and stared closely at the closed gate. At the same time, inside the laboratory, heavy gasping sounds continued to be heard. What followed was a vibration that seemed to shake the entire laboratory. Something got up and moved toward the door. The soldiers looked solemn. "This movement, I'm afraid it's not an ordinary mutated monster." Bang! Suddenly, the heavy iron door of the laboratory was hit hard and became dented and deformed. The soldiers' pupils suddenly shrank. Such a thick iron door was deformed by being hit. What kind of power is this? Bang! Bang! After two consecutive heavy blows, the heavy iron door was about to collapse. The soldiers clenched their guns and became nervous involuntarily. What kind of monster is this that has such terrifying power? Moreover, what is the function of this iron gate? There is no way to stop this monster. Bang! Another heavy blow. The iron gate couldn't bear the weight and was smashed open. Then, a huge green monster appeared in front of everyone. Shot! Without a second's hesitation, Captain Zhao gave the order and pulled the trigger of the submachine gun in his hand at the same time. Lin Jiwei, who was blocked at the back, wanted to speak, but it was too late. Countless bullets quickly hit the green monster. 62. All mankind has entered a new era. Bang 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 bang. Bullets from submachine guns and assault rifles poured out at a rate of 20 to 30 rounds per second, and the dense rain of bullets pierced the green monster's body. Blood spurted out of the monster, splattering on the walls and the ground. Bullets can hurt it. Suddenly, all the soldiers were cheered up and hope lit up in their eyes. As long as the gun can hurt the monster, it proves that it can be killed. There's nothing to fear about monsters that can be killed. The soldiers quickly split into two groups, firing crossfire with almost no interruption. They expertly reloaded their ammunition while steadily advancing, trying to force the monster back into the laboratory or kill it outright. At the same time, as the gunshots rang out, crackling sounds were heard from several laboratories on both sides of the corridor. It seemed as if something was struggling, as if startled by the gunshots and trying to break out. "Dr. Lin, hurry up and leave." Captain Zhao pulled the trigger and took the time to turn around and shout. But he saw that Lin Jiwei's expression was extremely complicated. Her face was a mixture of surprise, confusion, and even a hint of surprise. This was the first time Captain Zhao saw such a rich array of emotions on Lin Jiwei's face, which was always calm and composed, as if in control of everything. Why did she have such an expression when she saw this huge monster? Before Captain Zhao could think about it, suddenly, a shrill scream came from the front. He turned his head suddenly and his pupils suddenly contracted. The huge green monster rushed out in the dense rain of bullets, and knocked the two soldiers in the front away with one claw. The blood instantly dyed the ground red. The other soldiers were also shocked by this scene, and the guns in their hands could not help but stop. So many bullets were fired into this monster's body, and it was still able to fight back. What's even more terrifying is that its speed seems to be even faster than before. At this time, the green monster's eyes glowed scarlet, as if it had fallen into a bloodthirsty frenzy, killing anyone it saw without mercy. "This damn beast, everyone, retreat immediately." The moment Captain Zhao saw his soldiers being killed, he was furious and immediately ordered a retreat. At the same time, he quickly took out a grenade from his waist, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. Upon hearing the order, the surviving soldiers and researchers immediately turned and rushed to the elevator, their footsteps echoing in the corridor. Captain Zhao seized the opportunity, pulled the safety of the grenade, threw it hard at the green monster, then turned around and ran. Boom! There was a deafening explosion, and the entire laboratory shook violently. The corridor was instantly filled with dust, several lights were blown out, and the vision became blurred. This grenade is even more powerful than what's shown in the movies. Is it specially made? Shani, who had already arrived outside the research institute and was watching the battle from a distance, couldn't help but show a surprised expression when he saw the scene. The power of this explosion was too strong. If I had this grenade, I could easily kill the mutated black spider. This mutant green dog is still alive? How is this possible? Shani frowned, a hint of disbelief flashing in his eyes. Because the lights were blown out and the dust was everywhere, he couldn't see the specific condition of the mutant green dog, but he could vaguely see a dark mass in the dust that exuded a strong hostile aura. Such strong hostility must be caused by the mutant green dog. Only living things can emit such a scent. But after being bombed like that, it's still alive. Shani felt incredible. First there was intensive fire from submachine guns and rifles, followed by a fierce bombardment of grenades. How the hell could he still be alive? What kind of heaven-defying vitality is this? If these mutant creatures are everywhere in the world, it seems understandable why the country cannot provide rescue in a short period of time. Shani found a secluded place, continued to hide, and watched the battle silently. He wanted to see how resistant this mutant green dog was. At this time, Captain Zhao returned to the ground floor, clenched his fists, and his face was terribly gloomy. Although the mutant green dog was killed by the explosion, but his squad also lost 4 brothers. The other surviving soldiers were also grief-stricken, their eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. The looks they gave Lin Jiwei and the other 2 researchers became complicated, even with a hint of blame. If they hadn't insisted on coming back to take the risk, perhaps there wouldn't have been such a huge sacrifice. Although rationally speaking, as a soldier, sacrifice is inevitable. But emotionally, they still find it difficult to accept. Dr. Lin, we have obtained all the other information, but I'm afraid we can't retrieve the information underground. Can we leave now? Captain Zhao suppressed his emotions and asked in a tone as calm as possible. You guys go back. Lin Jiwei didn't even raise his head, and the pen in his hand was recording quickly in the notebook. His tone was calm as if nothing had happened. Suddenly, Captain Zhao almost broke through the defense. What does "you guys go back" mean? We sacrificed so many people to protect you, and you won't leave? Then what exactly are we sacrificing for? Dr. Lin. What do you mean? Captain Zhao couldn't help but raise his voice, with suppressed anger in his tone. Lin Jiwei remained focused on the notebook in his hand, and without looking up, he replied, My research has made significant progress, and I need to further refine it. As long as I can complete it, it will prove that my previous research direction was correct. No, perhaps it can be proven now, because Era is alive again, and still retains a strong vitality. This is a relatively benign evolution. Experiment? Evolution? Captain Zhao was stunned. He seemed to have grasped some key information. Could it be that the giant mutant monster on the 3rd floor is an experimental subject? This woman created this experimental subject. Captain Zhao, you guys take the information back first. I'll stay and help Dr. Lin. If Dr. Lin's research direction is correct, then all of humanity will usher in a brand new era. A male researcher said excitedly, with fanatical light flashing in his eyes. Captain Zhao looked at the 3 scientists immersed in their research, feeling mixed emotions. They seemed to have completely ignored the tragedy that had just occurred, and only had eyes for the so-called research progress. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. Dr. Lin, we can't joke with your life. We hope you can leave with us. The helicopter that's coming to pick us up will arrive in 5 hours at most. If you miss this flight, you may never have the chance to leave the mountain city again. Captain Zhao tried to persuade her in a heavy tone. Lin Jiwei finally raised his head, his eyes calm and without any ripples. Science is never easy. Death is certainly painful, but if my research can bring enough value, then all deaths are worth it. So, I won't leave the mountain city, and you shouldn't waste your time trying to persuade me. Instead of trying to persuade me, you should take the others and leave as soon as possible. Captain Zhao was silent. He looked at the surviving soldiers around him, then at Lin Jiwei and the 2 fanatical researchers, and finally gritted his teeth. Our mission is to protect you. Since you don't want to leave, we won't evacuate. We will stay and protect you, even if we die in battle. Lin Jiwei ignored Captain Zhao's righteous words and continued to immerse herself in her notebook. Her expression changed from time to time, and no one knew what she was thinking. It's like a robot without any emotions. Captain Zhao sighed silently, turned around and directed the soldiers to begin setting up a defense line. His mood was extremely complicated. On the one hand, he understood the scientist's persistence. On the other hand, he could not accept this almost crazy adventure. However, after calming down, he thought carefully about what the male researcher said and felt that there was something unusual. What does it mean to usher all of humanity into a new era? Captain Zhao frowned. If the monster in the basement was created by Lin Jiwei, what does that prove? Proves that she has the ability to stir up trouble? Or prove that she has the power to change the world? Seeing Captain Zhao's bewildered expression, another male researcher explained, the mutant monster you saw on the third underground floor was actually a husky, or a dog. Husky? Captain Zhao and other soldiers recalled that the monster did make dog barking sounds, but its size and shape were completely unlike those of an ordinary dog. Yes, it was originally a pet dog raised by Dr. Lin, but it mutated after the apocalypse. The male researcher paused and continued, Dr. Lin injected this mutant pet dog with a special gene extracted from gene sample 001, causing it to undergo a secondary mutation based on its original mutation. No. It should be said that it evolved. So, it evolved into what you see. However, it should have been dormant. After all, the amount of sedatives injected was 5 times the usual amount. But the strange thing is that it woke up early. As the male researcher spoke, he became confused himself and couldn't help but mutter to himself, why did it wake up early? This doesn't make sense. Could it have undergone a new mutation and become immune to the sedative? Or did someone wake it up? But the laboratory door is locked, who can get in? That's strange. Captain Zhao's doubts deepened after hearing the explanation, but he was more concerned about another question. What did you mean by if the research is conducted in the right direction, all of humanity will enter a new era? 63. There is a fine line between genius and madness. I don't know the specific details of the research. Only Professor Wang and Professor Zhou, as well as Dr. Lin, who is in charge of this research, know these details. But I am certain that Dr. Lin's research can alter some of human genes, allowing humans to gain strength, speed, and vitality comparable to mutant animals. As the male researcher spoke, he turned his gaze to Lin Jiwei, who was recording data, his eyes full of reverence and admiration, as if he was looking at a god. If Dr. Lin really succeeds, she will undoubtedly become a god who changes the destiny of mankind. Captain Zhao and the surrounding soldiers were completely confused. Changing human genes? Why can such a conclusion be drawn through experiments on a mutant dog? Can dogs and humans have the same genes? But at least they understood the literal meaning. If this research is successful, ordinary people will gain power comparable to that of mutated animals. If this is true, it is indeed enough to bring all mankind into a new era. Suddenly, the looks of all the soldiers looking at Lin Jiwei changed. This doctor is simply a monster. Imagine if you and others could possess the strength and speed of mutant animals, coupled with modern thermal weapons, then the mutant animals and plants would pose no threat at all. Even if they could have the strong vitality of the mutant monster in the underground laboratory, and be able to withstand submachine gun and rifle bullets without dying, they would be invincible. Superman is no more than that. Bang bang. Sudden. There was another loud knocking sound from underground. It was like something was trying to come up from underground. The soldiers were stunned and subconsciously looked towards the elevator. What's going on? It's still alive. The genes of the 001 mutant can indeed fuse with living things. Lin Jiwei stood up and stared at the elevator excitedly. Captain Zhao was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized, Dr. Lin, you mean, the noise was made by the mutant dog in the basement? His tone was full of disbelief. How could it still be alive after such an explosion? Even if he was still alive, he couldn't possibly have such terrifying strength. Lin Ji closed his eyes, sensed for a moment, and then slowly said, yes, that's it. Its injuries have mostly healed. What a strong vitality. Lin Jiwei's expression showed no fear or terror, only excitement. But the other soldiers looked unhappy. Not only did the monster not die, but it recovered? Doesn't that mean we have to start all over again? It would be a lie to say I wasn't afraid when faced with a monster like this. But even though they were afraid, the soldiers did not retreat. Dr. Lin, what should we do now? Captain Zhao quickly asked Lin Jiwei for his opinion. Before, he only trusted the weapon in his hand. But after experiencing the battle in the underground laboratory just now, where 4 soldiers died because of his wrong command, he also realized his mistake. Professional matters should be done by professionals. You leave the institute, and I will tame it alone from now on. Lin Jiwei did not explain the reason. Or rather, she was too lazy to explain. Just like before in the basement, she had advised everyone to put away their guns, but it was just a few words of advice. If they didn't listen, then just die. Dr. Lin, how are you going to tame that monster? Captain Zhao was incredulous. Lin Jiwei adjusted his glasses and said calmly, it's my pet. But it's mutated now. What if it doesn't recognize you? Then I'll be shot to death like everyone else. Lin Jiwei replied indifferently. There was no fear of death, only an almost crazy desire in her eyes. This. Captain Zhao hesitated. Dr. Lin himself was not completely sure. The risk is too great. If Dr. Lin dies, then they will really lose a lot on this trip. Bang! Sudden. There was another loud crash from underground, and the mutant dog seemed to have come to the elevator shaft. Lin Jiwei looked back at everyone and said, leave as soon as possible. You can't help me here, and you will only make it go berserk. Captain Zhao was silent for a moment, then finally nodded and said, Dr. Lin, we'll wait for you outside the institute. If anything happens, you must call us immediately. Lin Jiwei did not answer, but walked towards the elevator. Captain Zhao looked deeply at Dr. Lin's back, then turned and said, retreat. Take them with you. Yes. The soldiers received the order and forcibly carried away the 2 male researchers who did not want to leave. At the same time, a deafening roar was heard. The mutated green giant dog used its brute force to forcibly carve a passage through the elevator shaft. The entire elevator was completely destroyed and debris was scattered all over the ground. When the people who had just walked out of the research institute heard the huge noise, they couldn't help but look worried. Huff! Huff! The mutant giant dog gasped heavily, its body covered with wounds of varying sizes, but these wounds were healing slowly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its eyes were red and emitted a fierce light. Although it was limping, it still walked towards Lin Jiwei. One of its front legs was blown off, and it was a bloody mess, but you could vaguely see new granulation tissue slowly growing. The mutant giant dog panted and finally stopped in front of Lin Jiwei, lowered its head and stared at her. Xiao Ha. Lin Jiwei stood where he was, showing no fear nor retreating, but just staring at the giant dog quietly. A few seconds later, the mutant giant dog slowly raised its claws and pressed down towards Lin Jiwei. Still not working. Lin Jiwei sighed softly. The next second, the giant claw that was about to press down suddenly stopped in mid-air, hanging above Lin Jiwei's head, as if it was firmly controlled by some invisible force. Is this a superpower? Seeing this scene through telepathy, Xin-Yi was thoughtful. It seems that this woman has a big secret. If you dare to face the giant mutant dog alone, you must be confident, right? Who knows? Just as Xin-Yi thought of this, the next second, the mutant giant dog seemed to be enraged, opened its big mouth and bit Lin Jiwei fiercely. Lin Jiwei's face changed. She realized that Ara was still furious at the moment. Is the only way to kill it is to detonate a bomb? No, no. This is the only successful experimental subject. It cannot die. In a flash, Lin Jiwei had made his choice. He would rather die himself than allow his experimental subjects to die. Because she saw some possibility in this experimental subject. To put it bluntly, it's not for the country, it's not for humanity, and there's no greater cause. Lin Jiwei simply doesn't want his scientific research results to disappear. There is a fine line between genius and madness. Lin Jiwei is obviously crazy now. She gave up on detonating the bomb in the laboratory and gave up on destroying the mutant monsters she created. She closed her eyes and waited quietly for death to come. She believed that her research direction was correct. Even if the monsters she created did not have stable thinking, she felt that she was not wrong. Even if she had to do it again, she would still do it. Moreover, she will integrate several more genes into the mutant giant dog to make it evolve stronger. Lin Jiwei waited for several seconds, but found that he was still alive, so he opened his eyes. I saw. A huge dog's head was hanging above his head. The dog's mouth was very big, and it looked like it wanted to eat itself, but it was suddenly frozen in midair, motionless. Lin Jiwei was stunned for a moment, then looked at a figure that appeared about 10 meters away. A man. Was this done by him? 64. Shin Yi's request. You have special abilities too? Lin Jiwei adjusted her glasses and stared at Shin Yi with shining eyes. Although she was asking, her tone was firm. Shin Yi raised his eyebrows. This woman seems to have something. She was almost bitten to death, but not only was she not afraid, she was able to talk to herself calmly. Lin Jiwei stepped closer to Shin Yi and asked, "What kind of supernatural power do you have?" "You can actually control mutated animals. Besides mutant animals, can you freeze other things? Like vehicles, airplanes?" Shin Yi was stunned. He had never thought about this question before. He frowned and thought for a moment before saying, "I haven't tried it either, but it should be possible." He remembered the description of the shadow binding ability, which said it could immobilize any two targets, but it did not emphasize whether the targets were limited to living creatures. In other words, as long as there is a shadow, even an airplane can be stopped? When I think about it this way, the effect of shadow binding is even more awesome than I thought. Etc. What am I here for? Why am I discussing my powers with this woman here? I was led astray without realizing it. Shin Yi reacted and looked at Lin Jiwei, whose face was full of curiosity, and was a little speechless. This woman is too curious. Shin Yi felt the energy in his body being consumed rapidly, and asked directly, "Do you want to live?" Hearing this question, Lin Jiwei was not surprised, but asked in return, "What price do I need to pay?" Shin Yi raised his eyebrows. Very smart woman. As expected of a researcher. Strong comprehension ability. Know that there is no free lunch in the world. He also replied directly, "Your body." Only the body? Lin Jiwei frowned and asked back, as if he thought the price was too small. And you still have to be loyal, don't betray me. If you want to leave, you can tell me, I won't force you to stay, but if you betray me, I will kill you. Shin Yi continued. Yes, I can promise you that I will never betray you and will provide you with all the help I can, but I hope you can also agree to two conditions. Lin Jiwei agreed without much hesitation. This really surprised Shin Yi. This woman doesn't seem to be afraid of death. Why would she exchange her own body in order to survive? But he didn't have time to think about it. Using shadow binding on this mutant giant dog would consume a lot of physical strength, and he couldn't waste too much time. Tell me your conditions. Shin Yi said. If the conditions were something like providing food and drink, Shin Yi would naturally agree to it. But if the conditions are very difficult, Shin Yi will simply let go of the mutant giant dog. First, I've never done that kind of thing, and I'm not interested in it, so I hope to do it once a month. I don't want to waste my time on that kind of thing. Lin Jiwei stated his request. No problem. Shin Yi had no reason to refuse this condition. Not to mention once a month, you don't have to do it at all as long as you unlock the rewards. Anyway, he has many women, so he has no shortage of Lin Jiwei. Besides, Shin Yi had already known through the system prompts that Lin Jiwei was sexually apathetic, so he could understand it. Second, I want to study your genes, and I want to continue my own research and experiments. You can't stop me. If necessary, I hope you can provide me with some help. Lin Jiwei said this and immediately added, as compensation, you have the first right to know and use all the genetic drugs I develop. I won't give it to anyone without your permission. In other words, as long as you provide me with research samples, my people and research results will all be yours. Shin Yi thought about it and felt that this condition was not difficult, so he agreed. The reason why he came forward to rescue Lin Jiwei was, firstly, to unlock supplies, and secondly, he was interested in her genetic research. Shin Yi wanted to set up a shelter, so naturally he had to recruit talents in scientific research. I just don't know if the woman in front of me has this ability. Shin Yi didn't know that the mutated giant dog in front of him was created by Lin Jiwei, otherwise, he would definitely not have this question. He would not agree to support Lin Jiwei in genetic research. What if a monster appeared in your own home? Wouldn't that be a disaster? All I can say is that telepathy cannot hear sounds, so the information he obtains is not transparent enough. He thought Lin Jiwei was just a simple researcher, at most a bit smart. But Lin Jiwei is not only smart, he is also a madman. Then let's go. Shin Yi said, and prepared to use teleportation to leave. He didn't want to meet the soldiers outside. As for why he believed that what Lin Jiwei said was true, it was naturally because Shinee did not sense any hostility from Lin Jiwei's aura through telepathy. That proves that although she is smart, she is not scheming. Otherwise, Shinee would not have wasted so much energy and time. Wait a moment, I need to get some documents first. Lin Jiwei said this and turned to get the documents from the table. If she could avoid death, she certainly didn't want to die. The reason why I didn't run just now was simply because I couldn't run away under the gaze of the mutant giant dog. In addition, the reason why she agreed to trade with Shinee was because she was interested in this man's abilities and body. Lin Jiwei observed that this man's body had a very powerful force, completely different from that of a normal human. Their physical fitness is even much stronger than those of Special Forces soldiers. This is a sample that is very worth studying. Okay, how do we leave? Lin Jiwei came to Shinee with a pile of documents and a notebook. She wanted to know how Shinee would avoid the soldiers outside and take her away. If Shinee doesn't have this ability, then the soldiers can control him and study him thoroughly. Shinee did not use teleportation immediately, but suddenly asked, "Why don't you run now, or call for the soldiers outside to come in and rescue you? You won't let me get away." Lin Jiwei looked at Shinee quietly, locked eyes with him, and said calmly, "If I hadn't agreed to your terms just now, you might have killed me directly, or you might have let Era go and let it kill me. As long as you understand, don't have any more small thoughts." Shinee smiled faintly. This is a very smart woman. So, Shinee was also very direct with her. Either obey or die. Shinee is not good at plotting and scheming. Era, is that its name? Before leaving, Shinee glanced at the mutated giant dog. Well, it's my pet dog. Lin Jiwei looked at the mutant giant dog, his eyes full of pride. Shinee frowned, thinking that he might have seen it wrong. What's there to be proud of if you raise your pet dog to be like this? Immediately, he walked forward, hugged Lin Jiwei, used teleportation continuously, and left the research institute. As for the mutant giant dog, Shinee didn't deal with it, and couldn't deal with it. As for Lin Jiwei, she had no intention of dealing with it. She had deliberately let the mutant giant dog survive, and she planned to come back and study it later. Of course, I won't tell this to anyone else. When Shinee left, the shadow binding lost its effect, and the mutant giant dog instantly regained its ability to move. It immediately let out a wild howl and destroyed the shelter crazily, as if to vent its emotions. The soldiers waiting outside the shelter heard the sound of the mutant giant dog losing control and realized that something might have happened. Two fanatical male researchers wanted to rush in to save Lin Jiwei, but he was forcibly restrained by the soldiers. Captain Zhao's expression changed, and he could only give the order to retreat. He knew Dr. Lin failed, and he paid the price with his life. Are you teleporting? What an amazing power! What does it feel like when you use it? Do you ever enter another dimension when you teleport? Or even a wormhole? Also, how many superpowers do you have? As soon as he left the shelter, Lin Jiwei started asking a bunch of questions. Her desire for knowledge is so strong that it even surpasses her desire to survive. Moreover, she had a strong insight and immediately knew that Shinee was using teleportation. Shinee looked at the intellectual beauty who was pestering him as if she were a research subject, and suddenly felt a little regretful. Shouldn't I have saved her just now? Too talkative. And they always ask questions about everything, which is very annoying. Is this a common problem among scientists? I just hope Lin Jiwei has some ability and can come up with some research results. Otherwise it's a waste of your time. Shinee paused and said, "Before I answer your question, let me ask you a question first. What's the problem? We can exchange." Lin Jiwei did not hesitate. 65. The influence of black fog, the upper limit of supernatural power. Looking at Lin Jiwei, who had a certain level of scientific research and was very smart, Shinee asked a question that had been on his mind for a long time. Ever since the apocalypse, I've been curious about something. Since you're a professional, please explain it to me. When the black fog appeared, animals and plants all underwent varying degrees of mutation, but why didn't we humans mutate? When humans inhale the black mist, they only feel hunger and thirst. Other than that, there don't seem to be any other symptoms. At least, none of the humans I've seen so far have mutated. Lin Jiwei barely hesitated when he heard this question and answered, because humans and animals have different genes, the black mist may have been modified to only be effective against animal genes, and has little effect on human genes. Of course, a low effect doesn't mean there is no effect. What we can confirm at the moment is that the black fog does have an impact on our human body, but the impact is very small and can be alleviated by drinking more water. I see. A question that had been bothering Shani for a long time was finally answered. Then, he continued curiously, why do animals attack humans after they mutate? Even loyal pets eat their owners? That's the second question. Lin Jiwei first gave a reminder before continuing to answer. First of all, mutant animals don't just attack humans, they also attack each other. This is why we rarely see multiple mutant animals living together in groups. Of course, it's possible that social animals or insects might mutate collectively and stop cannibalizing each other. But I haven't studied that yet, so I can't comment. As for why the mutant animals lost their minds, it's because they were hungry. Hungry? Shani was stunned. He hadn't expected this answer. Because it's too simple. It was so simple that Shani ruled it out without even thinking about it. Yes, it's because they're hungry. Lin Jiwei nodded and continued, after animals mutate, their bodies become larger, their cells divide faster, and they consume more energy. Now, most food and water sources are contaminated and inedible, so when the mutant animals are extremely hungry, they will attack their owners and their own kind. If mutant animals want to survive, they must replenish the energy they rapidly consume due to the mutation. Otherwise, they will starve to death due to energy depletion. And the way to replenish it is to eat. Of course, besides being hungry, the mutated animals' thinking will also change. They may even fail to recognize their owners, or even refuse to recognize their owners. For example, my pet dog sometimes recognizes me and sometimes doesn't. So that's how it is. Shani suddenly realized again. It is indeed convenient to have an expert. Although Shani had thought about these questions before, he had no idea how to solve them. Now I understand. Maybe what Lin Jiwei said was not necessarily the truth, but at least it sounded like it. It seems that the faster the mutant animals mutate, the better. Because as long as there is not enough food for them, they will kill each other sooner or later or even starve to death. Who would have thought that the way humans win is so simple? Just stay safe and wait for the mutant animals to die off on their own. After all, animals can't farm or grow vegetables, let alone produce grain, so the food will be eaten up sooner or later. As for the mutated plants, judging from what Shani has encountered so far, it seems that except for a few exceptions, most of them will not actively attack people. Certainly. It sounds simple, but it may not be that easy to wait for all the mutant animals to die. If the mutant animals mutate again and adapt to hunger or the environment, humans will be in even greater trouble. Can you answer my question now? How many superpowers do you have? How did you obtain so many superpowers? Lin Jiwei stared at Shani, his eyes full of desire, a desire for knowledge. If Captain Zhao saw this scene, he would be terrified. When he was with them, Dr. Lin didn't want to say a word. But at this moment, he was able to answer a bunch of Shani's questions, and even kept pestering Shani like a chatterbox. Actually, this is mainly because the questions Shani asked were all about scientific research. Coincidentally, Lin Jiwei was interested in this issue. She is a chatterbox when it comes to things that interest her. But if it is something she is not interested in, she will be concise and say almost nothing. If you don't know her, you might think she is a person with high IQ and social anxiety. In fact, she is just too lazy to pay attention to you. I now have 5 superpowers. Shani said. This is a lie, and it is not a lie. There are 4 superpowers. But if the system is also considered a superpower, then there are 5. 5. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Lin Jiwei suddenly showed an expression of disbelief. How can a normal person's body possibly contain 5 superpowers? What do you mean? Am I not a normal person? Shani frowned. He didn't understand what Lin Jiwei's incredulous expression and tone meant. What's wrong with me having 5 superpowers? Let me confirm first, you also gained the superpower by eating a colorful fruit? Lin Jiwei answered the question irrelevantly. That's right. Shani nodded. At the same time, he thought to himself, this woman really knows about the supernatural fruit. Yes, being able to work as a researcher in a genetic research institute that imprisons mutant animals proves that she understands the end of the world better than ordinary people, and naturally she also knows about the existence of supernatural fruits. So how many of those fruits did you eat in total? Lin Jiwei stared at him and asked. About 6 or 7 fruits, some of which had duplicate superpowers, so I only got 5 superpowers. Shani lied without hesitation. Anyway, I'm not familiar with Lin Jiwei, so you can make up whatever you want. Impossible. According to my personal experiments, the genes of a normal person can accommodate a maximum of 3 different superpowers. If there is one more superpower, the body will be unable to bear it and will collapse directly. That is to say, when you eat the 4th fruit, your body will have a rejection reaction, and you will instinctively not want to eat it. Lin Jiwei muttered to herself, her beautiful eyes constantly looking at Shani. She began to wonder if her research direction was wrong. Or maybe there's something wrong with my genes. No, it's definitely not my fault. My research has been verified by multiple. There's something wrong with this man in front of me. There is something wrong with his body and genes. What did you say? Shani was slightly startled. Normal people can only obtain 3 superpowers at most? Will my body collapse if I eat the 4th one? He also thought that as long as people ate the fruit, their supernatural powers would continue to accumulate without any upper limit. At most, the physical energy consumed will increase. Perhaps, everyone's genes are different. Some people's genes may have mutated due to the black fog, so they can accommodate more superpowers. For example, you. Lin Jiwei said, staring at Shani with burning eyes. That burning look clearly showed that he wanted to dissect Shani for research. This woman is indeed an unstable person. You promised me before that you would let me study your genes. Don't worry, I only need your blood and hair, and a little bit of flesh. Lin Jiwei noticed Shani's resistance and immediately emphasized. Shani raised his eyebrows, but did not refuse. He had a vague guess in his mind. Perhaps, the reason why he could hold so many superpowers was not because of the mutation of the black fog, but because of the fruit of the evolution of his physical body. The physical body evolved into superpowers, perhaps even Xinyi's genes had changed, so that he had acquired 4 superpowers and was still able to handle them with ease without any discomfort. If my guess is correct, then physical evolution is the superpower that humans must obtain. The two talked as they walked home. As for the matter of seizing soldiers' weapons, let's put it aside for now. There are several supplies to be unlocked. Shani plans to go back and unlock the supplies first. Maybe there will be some useful weapons. The first one. Let us start with Lin Jiwei, an intellectual beauty who is interested in her body. See what supplies this clever female researcher can unlock for herself. 66. Spiritual connection. On the way home, Lin Jiwei kept asking what Xinyi's 5 special abilities were. Xinyi was getting a little impatient with the question. I really want to beat up this curious woman. In the end, he just replied, let us talk about it later. Then, Lin Jiwei fell silent. Shani originally thought that the woman was shy. Who knows? She actually asked if she could go to sleep quickly. Shani was speechless. So, after returning to the community, Shani took Lin Jiwei directly to Chu Xiaoxiao's house. Bye. Shani, why are you here so soon? Chu Xiaoxiao was lying on the sofa, thinking about what might happen tonight. As she was thinking, 2 people suddenly appeared in the room, which scared her. She suddenly felt as embarrassed as if she had been caught watching a porn movie. But when Chu Xiaoxiao saw that Shani was actually with a beautiful woman, she subconsciously swallowed her saliva and her face turned even redder. Could it be the legendary 3? No. How can this be? How can I play so extravagantly? As she thought about it, Chu Xiaoxiao's face turned as red as a cherry. But I didn't mean to refuse. Just continue sleeping and don't worry about us. Shani replied to Chu Xiaoxiao and took Lin Jiwei into the bedroom. It's like going back home. This level of shamelessness stunned Chu Xiaoxiao. What's the meaning? Without me? She was dumbfounded. It turns out it's not what I thought. But soon, Chu Xiaoxiao realized that something was wrong. Why did my Prince Charming bring a strange woman into my bedroom? Am I being cheated on? Or was he cheated on in his own home? In an instant, Chu Xiaoxiao's various fantasies about Shani as a Prince Charming all collapsed. This is not a Prince Charming, this is a black-hearted businessman. No, worse than a black-hearted businessman. Even if I'm not your girlfriend, you can't bring a strange woman to my house and use my bedroom, right? Why does this scene resemble some movies I've seen before? Chu Xiaoxiao never expected that the plot in the short film would actually happen to her one day. Green hemp. And in the bedroom. Lin Jiwei sat on the bed, looked at Shani and asked, "Aren't you afraid that your girlfriend will be angry?" "She's not my girlfriend." Since that was the case, Lin Jiwei didn't ask any more questions. In her opinion, the relationship between her and Shani was just a transaction, and there was no emotional connection between them, so she naturally had no intention of interfering. On the contrary, she was more curious about Shani's body and genes than those. She wanted to know what kind of mutation had occurred in Shani's genes. Chu Xiaoxiao in the living room started out gritting her teeth, then blushed and even secretly pricked up her ears. She felt more and more that this scene was exactly the same as in the movie. Damn it! If I had known I wouldn't have watched so many movies, at least my thoughts wouldn't be so distorted. Chu Xiaoxiao was depressed and angry. I don't understand why Shani did this. Why bring other women into your home? And let yourself see it. Even if you want to find a mistress, at least act a little. Can't you come secretly? Chu Xiaoxiao pouted angrily and kept scolding Shani. But she was also a little moved when she heard the voice. She secretly took out her phone, opened Xuanlei, and clicked on the stock she had downloaded. Byte. Start to randomly unlock a material. Ding. Unlocked successfully. Congratulations on unlocking the item, Supernatural Fruit Spiritual Connection. Superpower Spiritual Connection Fruit +1, stored in the system space. Superpower Spiritual Connection Fruit +1, stored in the system space. Superpower? Holy crap, another supernatural fruit appeared. Shani sat up excitedly. I didn't expect the second supernatural fruit to be unlocked so quickly. Immediately, he took out a spiritually connected supernatural fruit from the system space and put it into his mouth. The fruit is digested instantly once it enters your mouth. A slight coolness spread through his brain, stimulating him and making him feel refreshed. Cool. It's so fucking cool. This is probably what the feeling of intracranial orgasm is. Shani immediately opened the panel to check the new ability. Spirit Link LV1, you can establish a spirit link with others, communicate messages, and share vision. Currently, the maximum number of people in a spirit link is 3, and the maximum distance is 50 meters. If you connect with a target with the spirit link ability, the maximum distance is doubled, and the number of people connected is not counted. Conveying information and sharing perspectives, isn't that what the internet is for? Shin-Yi murmured. Although he felt that this ability was not too powerful, it was very practical. Because the internet and electricity are cut off, Shin-Yi has no way to contact the women at home every time he goes out. If his house was robbed, he might not even know it. So, having an ability like this that can convey messages and share vision is very convenient. It's like carrying a mobile phone with you. And there is no need to charge or pay phone bills. The practicality is beyond words. As for the fact that the current farthest distance is only 50 meters, it doesn't matter. As long as the level is increased, the distance will definitely increase. And the range of this ability can be doubled. Just let your women gain the ability of mental connection. I have to say, this ability came at a very opportune time. It just so happened that Shani was planning to build a shelter and was still thinking about what method of contact to use. We can't rely entirely on manpower to convey messages, right? That's too much effort. So, spiritual connection is practical. Even if the network is restored in the future, this ability will still be useful. Because messages are conveyed through spiritual connection, there is no need to worry about being eavesdropped. This alone is enough to satisfy Shani. In short, he must raise the level of this ability. As long as your level is high and the connection distance is long, you can keep track of everything even if you are not at home. What's more, eating this fruit can give you a cerebral orgasm, which is really great. While thinking, Shani took out a dozen fruits and started cracking them one by one. He remembered the lesson from last time and decided not to knock too much at once to avoid damaging his brain. You actually have so many supernatural fruits. Lin Jiwei, who had just recovered, was stunned when she saw Shani stuffing precious supernatural fruits into his mouth. Even in their research institute, there are only a few supernatural fruits. Lin Jiwei has always wanted to study the supernatural fruit in detail but has never had the chance. Because this thing is so rare. But Shani actually ate the supernatural fruit as candy beans. Lin Jiwei didn't understand. Where did Shani get so many supernatural fruits? Is this also his special ability? Obviously. Shani must have lied to him before. It is absolutely impossible that he has only eaten 6 or 7 supernatural fruits, because he now eats more than 6 or 7 casually. Based on this reasoning, he must have more than 5 superpowers. He hid a lot of secrets from me. Lin Jiwei stared at Shani with burning eyes, as if she wanted to dig out all the secrets from him. Would you like to eat one? Shani took a fruit and handed it to Lin Jiwei. Although this woman is very talkative and always wants to dissect herself, but her kindness to herself was not low. Especially after taking her first time just now, Lin Jiwei's kindness inexplicably increased a lot. It seems that even the smartest woman still has weaknesses. I already have 3 superpowers, and I can't accommodate any more. Lin Jiwei said that it could not accommodate other superpowers, but he took the superpower fruit without hesitation and looked at it curiously. You have 3 powers? Shani raised his eyebrows. Very surprised. You tell me that an ordinary person who was not dead has gained 3 superpowers in just 10 days? How can you embarrass a fool like me? Well, after our institute discovered the existence of the supernatural fruit, we sent all the police officers to search for it. We searched almost all 2 districts and only found 5 supernatural fruits. Lin Jiwei said, looking at Shani who was still tapping the supernatural fruit. He ate so many supernatural fruits, but his body didn't have any rejection reaction at all. How many superpowers does he have? I see. Then Shani could understand. They have gathered the strength of the entire department, perhaps tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people, to search for the supernatural fruit. I am alone and have not searched seriously, but I have 5 superpowers. In comparison, I am indeed lucky. After a pause, Shani suddenly looked at Lin Jiwei and said, What are your 3 superpowers? 67. Gravity manipulation. Although he sensed that Lin Jiwei had no hostility towards him, but she had 3 special abilities, which still made Shani slightly alert. If one of the 3 superpowers is very aggressive, you have to be careful to avoid any setbacks. But Shani was alert but also a little surprised. If their entire research institute only found 5 supernatural fruits, but this woman ate 3 of them by herself, then it proves that this woman's status in the research institute is not low. One person occupies 3/5 of the resources. Could it be that I accidentally picked up a treasure? Originally, Shani didn't have much hope for Lin Jiwei's research, as long as she didn't let him down. But now it seems that this woman really has something. Thinking room. While eating fruit, Shani's mental connection ability has been upgraded to level 3. Your spiritual connection has been upgraded to level 3. Spiritual link LV3, you can establish a spiritual link with others, communicate messages through the spiritual link, and share vision. Currently, the maximum number of spiritual links is 9, and the maximum connection distance is 300 meters. If you connect with a target with a spiritual link, the maximum distance is doubled, and the number of connected people is not counted. The distance is 300 meters, and if you double it, it would be 600 meters. After a few more levels, the distance can be matched with that of ordinary walkie-talkies. How about I tell you about my special ability and you tell me about yours? Lin Jiwei adjusted his glasses, looked at Shani calmly, and proposed to exchange ideas. She should be the only woman who does not feel awe or fear towards Shani. Because Lin Jiwei is not a dependent, and she is not afraid of death. Even if Shani drives her away, she won't leave. It's not that Lin Jiwei is afraid of death, but she wants to dig out the secret of Shani. She wants to study Shani. After just a few hours of contact, Lin Jiwei discovered that Shani had far more secrets than she had imagined. The sheer number and strength of the powers shocked her. In comparison, the mutant giant dog he created seemed nothing. This man's research value exceeds that of a mutant giant dog. Okay, you go first, Shani said. Of course he didn't mind exchanging secrets. He had many special abilities anyway, so he could just mention a few. As for what would happen if Lin Jiwei found out that he had lied to her? Of course it doesn't matter. Could it be that Lin Jiwei still dares to kill? Then Shani will deal with her first. Okay, in order to verify what we said is true, we have to use each superpower once, Lin Jiwei emphasized. She obviously guessed that Shani would lie to her again. Shani did not refuse. Then, Lin Jiwei closed his eyes and said, My first ability is that I can see the surroundings within 100 meters without using my eyes. Even without lights, I can see clearly, probably the same as animals' night vision, but clearer than night vision. Right now, on the sofa in the living room, your girlfriend is watching that kind of movie, and her pants are already taken off. Lin Jiwei seemed to have no shame and spoke in a serious manner about what he saw through his perspective. Shinny raised his eyebrows and subconsciously used telepathy to take a look. It is true. This Song Xiaoxiao is worthy of being called a movie-watching sister. You can defend yourself in this situation. But let us get back to the topic. Lin Jiwei's special ability is a bit like telepathy, but different. Telepathy does not have night vision capabilities, but it has an additional function of being able to see the target's hostility or kindness. Shinny still felt that telepathy was more practical for him. Certainly. The night vision capability is also very good, especially when combined with the perspective, which is very practical even in the dark. Don't you need to go out and take a look to verify my ability? Lin Jiwei opened his eyes and looked at Shinny. No need, I just used another ability of mine, which is the same as yours, perspective. However, my perspective does not have night vision ability, but correspondingly, I can see the target's hostility and kindness. Shinny also roughly explained his ability. There is no need to hide it, because she will reward other women with this ability one after another, and it will be impossible to hide it. Can you see hostility and kindness? What's the principle behind this? Is it based on certain substances secreted by the body? Lin Jiwei became thoughtful after hearing this. Continue to talk about your second ability. Shin-Yi interrupted her. It's really tiring to communicate with people who like to ask questions. As soon as she caught a glimpse of something, she became curious and wanted to find out more. The key point is that Shin-Yi doesn't understand the principles behind it and can't explain it clearly. When he was with Lin Jiwei, Shin-Yi always felt like he was in class. She can talk about all kinds of complex knowledge at will. Even Shin-Yi, who had good academic performance, felt like an illiterate. All I can say is that there are differences among geniuses. My second ability is gravity manipulation. Lin Jiwei said this and pointed at the supernatural fruit in Shin-Yi's hand. Then, the fruit slowly flew up. It seems to be floating in the air without being bound by gravity. Moreover, as Lin Jiwei controlled the fruit with her fingers, it actually flew into her hands. Etc. You can manipulate gravity, but you still steal my fruit? Shinny raised his eyebrows and asked, that's it? The area and weight I can currently control are limited. If it were before you tormented me, I should be able to control your entire body to float up, just like in outer space. But now, I don't have enough physical strength. Lin Jiwei explained, but had no intention of returning the stolen fruit. Shinny said he understood. This ability is still very awesome. The upper limit of gravity manipulation is definitely more than this. As for a stolen fruit, it doesn't matter. It only takes a second, and it will be gained back in a second. The purpose of Lin Jiwei, this woman, wanting the supernatural fruit is also for research. If she can research something, Shin-Yi will also benefit. As for my third ability, I can't demonstrate it, but it increases my mental strength, grants me insight, and boosts my IQ. Lin Jiwei paused and explained in detail, I now have a photographic memory. My memory is excellent. Even things that happened when I was 1 year old, I can clearly recall now. At the same time, my observation skills have also become stronger. The simplest and most direct manifestation is probably that I can tell whether you want to kill me, as well as other people's various emotions towards me, such as hate, like admiration, infatuation, etc. Shinny raised his eyebrows. Although this ability is an auxiliary ability, it is also very awesome. Very practical. And Shinny also wants to improve his mental strength. He always felt that his mental strength seemed to be weak. Because physical evolution is mainly reflected in the physical body, although there are also improvements in the spiritual aspect, the improvement is not as strong as the physical aspect. At most, it is just better than ordinary people. When encountering some people with enhanced mental abilities, Shinny is not sure if he can compete with them. To sum up, Lin Jiwei's 3 abilities are all good. Especially considering her work and hobbies, the third ability is a perfect match. So, can you tell me about your other abilities now? Lin Jiwei stared at Shinyi's face, as if wanting to see if he was lying to her again. No rush, let's get down to business first. Shinyi said, extending his hand towards Lin Jiwei. Lin Jiwei was stunned for a moment, but did not resist, and was even very obedient. She originally thought this was a waste of time, but after experiencing it, she unexpectedly found it very comfortable. Although it is a waste of time and energy, it is still okay to relax occasionally. 68. Gene Evolution Potion. It was approaching dusk. Shinitsai came out of the bedroom. Lin Jiwei had fallen asleep. She was so tired that she didn't have the energy to pester Shini with questions about supernatural powers. Lin Jiwei, who was originally indifferent, has obviously become addicted to it. Women, you say one thing and mean another. Shin Yi chuckled. Today I used up several months' worth of quota in one go. Immediately. Shini looked at Chu Xiaoxiao, who was blushing and secretly watching a short video on the sofa. The movie-watching sister obviously hadn't noticed that Shini had come behind her. Shini walked over and hugged her from behind. Ah! Why did you come out? Chu Xiaoxiao was startled. Seeing Shini, her face flushed and she quickly turned off the screen. But the video that was still playing on the phone made an unbearable sound. It's okay, let's watch it together. Shini also became interested. Chu Xiaoxiao blushed slightly and wanted to reject Shini harshly. But somehow, I didn't say anything in the end. After all, this man saved her and was her Prince Charming. Bite. Start to randomly unlock a material. Ding. Unlocked successfully. Congratulations on unlocking the item, right? Black watermelon. Black watermelon +1, stored in the system space. Black watermelon +1, stored in the system space. Dark skin. Shini lay on the sofa, looking at the reward, feeling okay. The supplies I got before were all meat, so having some fruit would make the nutrition balanced. And Shini remembered seeing news about black-skinned watermelons online. It seemed that only dozens of them were produced in a year in the world, and a single watermelon was once sold at a high price of several $1,000s. Judging from the fact that the system always rewards the highest quality, this black-skinned watermelon must be the best among all watermelons. Crack! The bedroom door opened and Lin Jiwei walked out barefoot, yawning. He glanced at the girl who was still pretending to sleep on the sofa and said directly, "Go to the bedroom and rest. I have something to talk to Shini about." Chu Xiaoxiao, who originally wanted to get away with it by pretending to be asleep and didn't want to face the embarrassing scene, had no choice but to wake up at this moment. She glanced at Lin Jiwei, her face flushed and her heart beat fast. She felt that this woman had no sense of shame at all. She had just done that, and there was a stranger like me around, so why wasn't she shy at all? Chu Xiaoxiao is not as shameless as Lin Jiwei. She can stay in the same room with Lin Jiwei without any concern even though she just used the same one. She immediately ran into the bedroom shyly, covering her clothes. Lin Jiwei didn't care about that. Wearing only thin underwear, she sat next to Shini and said seriously, "I've been thinking about one thing. Your genes must have undergone some kind of benign mutation, so you can accommodate more superpowers. Didn't you faint from pleasure just now? How are you thinking?" Shini immediately grasped the key point. Lin Jiwei glanced at him, her eyes clearly speechless, but she still replied, "Even if I'm sleeping, I can ensure that my mind is clear and I can think about problems normally, so that I don't waste time resting. My body needs rest, but my mind doesn't. As long as my body is well rested, I can continue to work." Congenital physique of an ox or horse. These words instantly popped up in Xinyi's mind. But there are actually people who can stay awake while sleeping. Is that so awesome? It's okay once or twice, but if it happens every time, won't you drive yourself crazy? Let's get back to the topic. If your genes really have a benign mutation, then you might be able to use a gene evolution drug that I developed before. Lin Jiwei said seriously. The genetic evolution potion you're researching? What kind of genetic evolution potion? Shunyi immediately became interested. It hasn't been long since the apocalypse, and this woman has actually developed a genetic evolution potion. Is she that awesome? Is it because of her third ability? Her IQ has improved, so she has this ability? Or maybe this woman is just smart. In short, Shini is very interested in genetic drugs. If Lin Jiwei could really come up with some awesome genetic evolution potion, then her value to herself would be greatly increased. Yes, but the medicines are all in the research institute, so we have to go there again to get them. Lin Jiwei nodded. What I mean is, first tell me what the effects of the genetic drug you developed are, and what its side effects are. You don't want to use me as a guinea pig, do you? Shini stared at Lin Jiwei. No, my genetic medicine has been tested on living subjects many times and has shown initial results. Live experiment? Tell me more. What you've seen is my mutant pet dog. It's a very successful experimental subject. Lin Jiwei's expression was serious, and there was even a glint of pride in his eyes. Shen Yi? Are you fucking telling me that that was a successful experimental subject? How on earth did that thing succeed? That's a fucking monster. Etc. So that monster was created by you. Shen Yi's eyes suddenly changed when he looked at Lin Jiwei. This woman is so dangerous? At first, Shen Yi thought she was just an unstable person who might just be interested in scientific research. It turns out you really have the ability to create monsters. Shen Yi thought of the many science fiction movies he had watched before. Most of the disasters in them were caused by these crazy scientists. This made him alert. After evolving, my pet dog has a stronger physique, greater strength, and powerful recovery ability and vitality than when it first mutated. Now, even if it's severely injured by submachine gun fire or a grenade explosion, it can recover in a very short time. Don't you want to gain such power? Lin Jiwei noticed the change in Shen Yi's expression and immediately began to speak passionately. Shen Yi seemed to be lost in thought. Really? That giant mutant dog is far more powerful than ordinary mutant animals in both size and strength. Especially the abnormal vitality and recovery ability, which can be called immortality. However, although I envy such strong recovery ability. But what if after injecting Lin Jiwei's potion, my body also turns into a green monster? Who can bear this? Although Shen Yi doesn't particularly care about my appearance, he can't turn me into a monster. The current situation is not so dangerous that we need to risk everything. I just have 2 questions for you. Shen Yi stared at Lin Jiwei and slowly said, First question, after being injected with your gene potion, will my appearance become like your pet dog? Of course not. Lin Jiwei answered immediately and emphasized, You are a human, how could you turn into a dog? But if your genes are affected by gene 001, your appearance will definitely undergo some minor changes, such as becoming larger and growing leaf-like green hair. You are so damn rigorous. Shen Yi resisted the urge to punch Lin Jiwei and continued, Second question, what is the success rate of injecting your genetic evolution potion? At least 30%, no, now at least 45%. Lin Jiwei said this with great confidence. It seems like the probability is very high. Considering the short research time from the beginning of the apocalypse to now, her 45% success rate is indeed not low. But who is Shen Yi? King Go. Be as cautious as a goat. Without a 100% probability, there is no need for him to gamble his life. But this genetic evolution potion still aroused his strong interest. 69. It's just genetics. Although Shen Yi would not gamble with his life, he also did not want to inject genetic drugs and turn into a monster. But the effect of this genetic medicine is indeed very tempting. After the injection, the vitality and strength become abnormally strong. Such a potion can indeed be considered a miracle drug for ordinary people who have no special abilities or powers. Of course, if Lin Jiwei could optimize the genetic medicine and eliminate these side effects, Shen Yi would also like to inject it himself. With such abnormal recovery ability and vitality, I will not be afraid of getting injured in the future. It's like having an extra superpower out of thin air. I have to say that Lin Jiwei is a very capable woman. Although what she created in the end was a monster, it also proved that she had the ability in this area. If you train it well, maybe you can really make some powerful genetic medicine for yourself. Of course, while training her, we also have to keep a close eye on her. If you don't keep a close eye on a guy like this who is smart, capable, and has excellent hands-on skills, he might create a few mutant monsters in his own home. You'll be in real trouble then. Shen Yi looked at Lin Jiwei with both love and hate. Love that she is indeed capable, smart enough and worth cultivating. I hate that she always wants to dissect me, study me, and test drugs on me. Even before in the bedroom, after taking off her clothes, she actually touched Shen Yi's body and studied it for most of the day, which made Shen Yi very angry. This woman's mind is full of curiosity, which is very dangerous. How about it? Do you want to try it? Lin Jiwei stared at Shen Yi with burning eyes and continued to ask questions. Shen Yi said expressionlessly, Don't you have special abilities that allow you to see into people's hearts? You see through me now, do you want to see if I want to? Lin Jiwei glanced at him for a few seconds, then subconsciously stepped back and said, I think you want to hit me. You're really good at judging people. Shen Yi twisted his wrist, but still held back. In other words, this woman did not act smartly and give herself the medicine directly, but discussed it with herself. Otherwise, I wouldn't want to hit her, but just kill her. As long as she continues to cooperate like this, Shani doesn't mind keeping her, and even provides some materials to train her. This genetic evolution potion of mine is really good. Considering your physical condition, the success rate is still very high. Lin Jiwei still had some hope. It seems like I have to get beaten up. Shani glanced at her and said, the success rate is too low. I can provide you with what you need. You can continue your research. As long as the success rate can reach over 80%, I can find someone to test it. As for who to look for, it is definitely not one of our own. Wait until the medicine has 100% no side effects, then inject it yourself. Reasonable. I believe that many people in the doomsday are eager for such an opportunity to evolve. Although you will die if you fail, if you don't have the strength, your death will only be more miserable. Okay. Lin Jiwei felt a little sorry. After an in-depth discussion, she believed that only Xinyi's body could withstand her genetic evolution potion. The average person's body definitely can't do that. Even without trying it, you can be sure it won't work. Speaking of which, did you know that superpowers can be upgraded to higher levels? Xinyi suddenly changed the subject and asked. Level up? Do you mean to increase the effectiveness of the ability? Like leveling up by defeating monsters in games? Lin Jiwei's ability to understand was indeed very strong, and he understood it immediately. That's about the same. This is the first time I've heard of this, but I did have this suspicion before. Superpowers might be able to be upgraded in some way. For example, by eating the same type of fruit to increase the number of superpowers, or by constantly honing the limits of superpowers and breaking through one's own limitations. Lin Jiwei expressed his guesses in reasoning. It's just that I was busy researching genetic drugs and didn't have time to test my hypothesis. After listening to Lin Jiwei's words, Xinyi couldn't help but sigh. What a smart woman. Your speculation is correct. Superpowers can be upgraded, and as long as you eat the same type of fruit, you can upgrade. As Xinyi spoke, he cracked another spiritual connection fruit. Lin Jiwei's eyes lit up. No wonder she saw Xinyi eating the supernatural fruit all the time. I see. So, Xinyi's ability level is far beyond that of ordinary people. This man is indeed worth studying. Lin Jiwei stared at Xinyi, the heat in her eyes barely concealed. Xinyi ignored her gaze, ate the fruit, and continued, as for what you said about honing the limits of superpowers and breaking through one's own limits, I don't know how to do it, so I haven't tested it. Okay, it's getting late. You should rest for the night. When you're well again tomorrow, we'll go to your lab and retrieve the genetic medicine. Xinyi said this, left some food and water, and then left decisively. Don't give Lin Jiwei any chance to ask further questions. The room fell silent instantly. Lin Jiwei looked at the steaming roast chicken and fruits on the table, and for some reason she suddenly felt a little bored. In the past, when she was bored, she would study problems that she couldn't solve. But now. I don't know why, but I always think of what happened with Xinyi in the bedroom. Thinking about the experience we had together. Although there didn't seem to be any unforgettable experience, she just couldn't forget Xinyi's body in her mind. Women's genes are really strange. He's my first man, so my body instinctively remembers him. Lin Jiwei seriously used scientific methods to explain this phenomenon. This proves that he has no feelings for Xinyi. It's just genes. Xinyi used teleportation to return to Building 6. In the room, the women were busy. Su Yun is teaching Su Wanting and Bai Sini how to use a gun. Jiang Nanyan was in the study with Zhou Wanner and Lu Yeye, huddled together, looking at something unknown. Husband, you're back. The first ones to see Xinyi were Su Yun and the other two girls who were playing with guns in the living room. They all came over to greet him. Well, Wanting, go cut us some watermelon. Xinyi was sitting on the sofa and talking, and he took out 2 black-skinned watermelons from the system space. Su Wanting responded and went to the kitchen to cut the watermelon. Soon, he cut it into pieces and brought it over on a plate. Xinyi picked up a piece of watermelon, took a bite, and started chewing. Well, it tastes really good, very delicious. The firmness and crispness are perfect, and its sweetness is simply unmatched. Products produced by the system are of high quality. You guys eat too. Xinyi said to Su Yun and Bai Sini, who were standing next to him. The 2 girls then reached out and took the watermelon to eat. Su Wanting naturally didn't hesitate. This watermelon is so sweet, crispy, and delicious. Su Yun quickly finished one piece and took another one. Eat more if you like. There's plenty of watermelon today. Today, another kind of supernatural fruit was unlocked. Shani was in a good mood, so he naturally didn't care about eating a bite. Hubby, you're so nice. Soo-yun smiled and kissed Shani. While others are still living in hunger, I have no worries about food and drink and have even achieved watermelon freedom. This feeling of comfort is so good. At this time, the three women in the study heard the sound and came out. Honey, I've already written the preliminary plan for the shelter. Can you take a look and see if there's anything that needs to be modified? Jiang Nanyan walked over with a gray notebook. While eating melon, Shani took the notebook with one hand and started flipping through it. Jiang Nanyan's plan is really good and very detailed. First, the shelter will admit the first group of people, about 50 people. Don't be old, weak, or sick. I want young people, especially young and beautiful women. This point was specially set up according to Shani's hobbies. After, the issue is about finding jobs for the 50 people we recruited. Since we have hired people, they must work, otherwise it is impossible to give them food for free. So, these 50 people can be divided into 5 teams. 2 of the teams are responsible for patrolling and security issues. Each person can receive 3 bottles of water and 1 meal per day. As for why they were given 3 bottles of water, it was because they had to patrol in the black fog and would easily become hungry and thirsty, so water was a necessity. The remaining 3 teams can be assigned tasks at any time, such as going out to search for supplies, doing things that Shani doesn't want to do, etc. In a nutshell, the entire shelter and all the survivors exist to serve Shani. If you don't want to, just leave. This is tyranny and dictatorship. But the reason is very simple, because Shani has to provide supplies for everyone. If you don't serve him, then why should he provide supplies? I have to say that Jiang Nanyan is very smart and can figure this out. So the entire plan she made was written around Shani, and even the entire shelter was established to serve Shani. Shani was very satisfied after reading this paragraph. This is also the reason why he chose Jiang Nanyan to make the plan. If he asked a kinderwoman like Soo-yun or Baisini to make the plan, they might consider the life and death of other survivors. But Jiang Nanyan is even more cold-blooded, or you could say she is an extremely selfish person. As long as I can benefit, other people's life or death doesn't matter. We can increase the number of people, for example, we can recruit 100 people first. Don't worry about the supplies, I can provide them. As for accommodation, as long as you don't go to the 20th floor, you can stay on the other floors below. Shani put down the melon rind he had eaten and ordered 2 more. Yeah. Jiang Nanyan nodded immediately and remembered it. Baisini, who was standing by, took out a tissue and wiped the watermelon juice from the corner of Shani's mouth. Then, Shani specifically warned, remember, no one in our shelter is allowed to go up to the 20th floor. Anyone who disobeys and dares to go up to the 20th floor will be shot to death. By the way, clear out all the residents on the 20th floor and the floors above us. From now on, the 20th floor and above will be where we live. Other people live below the 20th floor. 70. Shelter program begins. Shinyi's decision was very overbearing. But no one objected. He has the final say in this family. Not to mention, Shani requested that the floors above the 20th floor be reserved for his own people to live in and that no one else be allowed to come up. The women did not object at all and were very happy instead. They were originally worried that if any survivors had intentions towards them, wouldn't that be very dangerous? But by isolating them directly in this way, the risk factor is greatly reduced. It makes sense for strangers to live on the lower level and for family members to live on the upper level. Even Soo-yun, a former policewoman, agreed with Shinyi's decision. In the end times, people's hearts are treacherous, so living like this is safer. Soo-yun has also been teaching Shinyi's women how to use pistols these past 2 days, just in case. It doesn't matter how accurate their shooting is, as long as they can hit the person. By then, with a gun in hand and combined with my special powers, I can easily subdue criminals even if I encounter them. Okay, honey, I've got it all down. Jiang Nanyan nodded seriously. Then, she paused, pointed to the contents at the back of the notebook and said, honey, do you think this pension arrangement is appropriate? Shinyi continued to look back. The so-called pension probably means that if any member of the shelter is injured or dies while on patrol or in the performance of a mission, they can receive certain material compensation. Of course, the recipients of compensation are naturally the families of the sacrifice team members. According to Zhang Nanyan's plan, the first batch of survivors admitted to the shelter must have at least one relative. This way you don't have to worry about the other party betraying you easily. With family and loved ones around them, they will work harder. If the person is single and has no family or lover, especially a man, you must not hire him. Because this kind of people have no ties and no constraints. Maybe he is loyal 1 second and will betray you the next. Moreover, people who feed their entire family by themselves will definitely slack off and cheat at work. They are the most unstable type of people. After reading Zhang Nanyan's analysis, Shen Yi couldn't help but look up at her. This woman really has the potential to be a capitalist. I understand so well. No, she seems to be a small capitalist. Zhang Nanyan's parents run a company, and it seems to be a very large company, so it is not a problem to say that she, a rich second generation, is a small capitalist. When it comes to exploiting people, Shen Yi is not as ruthless as Zhang Nanyan. But I have to say that Zhang Nanyan's plan is very well done and the plan is perfect. The survivors recruited under this plan are basically not desperate criminals. They will work hard to protect their families and earn food for them, even at the cost of sacrificing oneself. In this way, the order in the shelter will be relatively stable and internal unrest will be unlikely to occur. After all the survivors have family members living in the shelter. Even if someone wants to cause trouble, he has to consider his family instead of himself. Moreover, if the shelter encounters any danger, these survivors will desperately protect the shelter in order to protect their families. This way of controlling people is much more effective than simply threatening them with violence. Well, there's no problem with the pension. Let's just finalize it. As for the details, you can continue to refine them. Shen Yi made the final decision. The so-called details are roughly about the punishment and reward mechanism. For example, if someone asks for leave, is lazy, etc., how should they be punished? Or, if someone finds supplies or performs a dangerous mission, how should they be rewarded? Only clear punishments can make the survivors work harder. In short, it is easy to set up a shelter, but it is not easy to manage a shelter well and make it develop healthily. This is also the reason why Shen Yi is unwilling to manage and unwilling to put in the effort. Anyway, I have a lot of women, and some of them know about management, so I can just leave it to the women. As long as I have absolute military power, even if someone really wants to make some small moves, I can suppress them directly. All that remains is to enjoy the convenience that the shelter brings. As long as the shelter can develop healthily and the population continues to increase, it will be easier to find women who meet the system standards in the future. Otherwise, as the world's population becomes smaller and smaller, it is not easy for Shen Yi to find a woman who meets his standards in all aspects. Finally, everyone ate fresh watermelon and chatted for more than an hour, and then Shen Yi went back to his room to rest. Today he held the policewoman Su Yun in his arms and slept peacefully. The next day, as usual, I had breakfast at home. Shen Yi took another look at the plan that Zhang Nanyan had completed overnight and gave a satisfactory answer. Then, amidst the envious gazes of the girls, he rewarded Zhang Nanyan with 2 telepathic fruits and told her to go ahead and do it. The first step is to recruit all the survivors in this building. If someone doesn't want to join, that's fine. No coercion, no pressure. Just use material temptation. Of course, if anyone wants to steal the supplies, let Suyin shoot them to death. No need to hold back. Shen Yi deliberately left a few guns for the women to use to protect themselves and deal with trouble. As for Shen Yi himself, he would not get involved in these matters. If Zhang Nanyan is unable to control the survivors in the building even with the assistance of policewoman Su Yun and 6 or 7 guns, then it can only be said that she is too useless and unsuitable to manage the shelter. Shen Yi will have to consider cultivating other women. Of course, the reason why he made such arrangements was because he knew that the residents in this building were very timid, so he let Zhang Nanyan come to practice. A few days ago, 6 or 7 knife-wielding thugs were able to control this building. Now Zhang Nanyan has a gun and supernatural powers to help him, so he is no weaker than those thugs. It all depends on whether she dares to kill people to establish her authority. First establish your authority, then offer material inducements. I believe that most of the hungry and thirsty residents will choose to compromise, or even be grateful. After arranging everything, Shen Yi also gave each woman a spiritual connection fruit. This ability belongs to the communication category, so there is no need to use it as a reward. As long as the woman is loyal and does not betray him, he will let her obtain it directly. The mental connection ability is very simple to use. As long as Shani leaves a mental connection port similar to an interface in the target's mind, then as long as they are within the mental connection distance of each other, they can communicate without obstacles, share vision, etc. Of course, this interface can be retained without the other party's consent. In other words, Shani can forcibly connect to anyone, unless the other party's mental strength is stronger than his, in order to break free from his control. This ability is also unexpectedly domineering. After finishing everything, Shani came to choose Xiaoxiao's house and took Lin Jiwei to the Virus Research Institute again. There are two goals today. One is to obtain the genetic evolution potion, and the second is to take out the guns and bullets of the soldiers who died before. Then, come back and deal with this mutated black spider. Now that the shelter project has begun, the black spider must be eliminated, otherwise everyone's activities will be confined to this building. That's so stupid. Shen Yi's target is not just a building. At least one community must be mastered first. Then slowly expand outwards. Watching Shen Yi leave, Jiang Nanyan clenched the supernatural fruit in her hand and took a deep breath. Excitement, nervousness, all kinds of emotions intertwined in her heart. She knew that this was a test from her husband. If you don't achieve any results, it will be difficult to get rewards in the future. Although he will definitely not be kicked out, he will definitely fall out of favor. Therefore, she not only has to do this well, but also do it beautifully. If I can do it well, my status will definitely be higher than other women in the future. And you can also get more rewards of supernatural fruits. Jiang Nanyan could feel that her ability was not far from upgrading. Sister Su Yun, I'll trouble you from now on. Jiang Nanyan turned and looked at Su Yun. My husband specifically asked Su Yun, a former policewoman, to assist him, which proved that he tacitly allowed me to use a certain amount of force. Now, even in the end of the world, we must use force. Su Yun nodded without saying anything more. She thought it was a good idea for Shen Yi to build a shelter. Although the starting point may be for one's own enjoyment, at least it can shelter some survivors, which can be considered a good thing. So Su Yun, who has a sense of justice, is also willing to contribute. As long as he didn't kill innocent people, rape or plunder, she would stand behind Shen Yi without hesitation. Even if Shen Yi really did something bad, Su Yun felt that she might not be able to do anything to Shen Yi. Now she has completely taken on the shape of Shen Yi. Nan Yen, let me help you too. I have also learned how to shoot recently. Su Wanting said proactively. Seeing Jiang Nanyan becoming more and more favored, and even being rewarded with a supernatural fruit, it would be a lie to say that I am not envious. So, she also wanted to contribute. She doesn't know how to manage survivors, but she can still assist Jiang Nanyan. After all, she is a student from a prestigious university, so she is not stupid. Jiang Nanyan naturally did not refuse Su Wanting. No matter how much she competes for favor, Su Wanting is still one of her family. From now on, all survivors admitted to the shelter will be outsiders. In comparison, our own people are definitely more trustworthy. At least Su Wanting would definitely not harm herself, let alone make things difficult for her work. Otherwise, her husband will not forgive her. 71. Lin Jiwei, you want to kill me? Shen Yi, if possible, can you bring Xiaoha home as well? If Xiaoha were here, my research would progress even faster. After all, Xiaoha is the only successful experimental subject, and there's a lot we can learn from him. On the way to the Virus Research Institute, Lin Jiwei tried to communicate with Shen Yi. Impossible, unless you can make it obedient and never attack anyone. Shen Yi refused without even thinking. How could Shen Yi possibly stay with such a dangerous mutant monster? It even wants to eat its owner, let alone other people. Unless Lin Jiwei can completely control the mutant giant dog, Shen Yi might consider taking it in. Maybe it can even increase the combat power of your own shelter. But obviously, she doesn't have this ability. Lin Jiwei didn't speak, but was lost in thought, as if he was really considering the feasibility of Shen Yi's request. Soon, they came to the vicinity of the research institute. Shen Yi first scanned the area with telepathy, and was relieved when he didn't see the soldiers from yesterday. However, the mutant giant dog is still in the research institute. It seemed to have eaten all the other mutant animals in the institute. Shen Yi looked around the entire institute but didn't see a second mutant animal. He remembered seeing about 20 to 30 mutant animals yesterday. This mutant giant dog is such a big eater? Shen Yi couldn't help but murmur. Could it be that after its second mutation, its appetite also increased greatly? After hearing this, Lin Jiwei explained, its appetite isn't particularly large. Of course, it's larger than that of other mutants, but the reason it eats more is because it's injured. Recovery requires energy, and that energy needs to be obtained through eating. Understood. During the chat, Shen-Yi used teleportation to bring Lin Jiwei to the underground laboratory and collected all the weapons and ammunition from the soldiers who died in the corridor yesterday into the system space. He also unexpectedly found 2 grenades and put them into the space. Shen-Yi, can you use your spatial ability to bring back some equipment and generators from the research institute? I will need them for my future research. Lin Jiwei said. Can. Shen-Yi had originally planned to make a big move in the research institute. Take away everything that can be used. Anyway, the system space is very large, so putting it in 1T affect anything. That's all. Starting from the 3rd floor of the underground laboratory, under the guidance of Lin Jiwei, Shen-Yi collected various experimental equipment one by one. During this period, he also obtained the genetic evolution potion that Lin Jiwei mentioned. This is a pure green liquid that seems to be alive and is shaking slightly in the special test tube. According to Lin Jiwei's explanation, the main ingredient in this genetic medicine was extracted from mutant number 001, which is why it has such strong vitality. What is mutant number 001? Shen-Yi wondered. It's a mutant plant with extremely strong vitality, a large, continuously growing tree. It appeared in the mountain city before the apocalypse, so we named it Mutant 001. Unfortunately, its growth rate is too fast, and obtaining its genetic sample is now very difficult. Lin Jiwei mentioned mutant number 001 with a look of regret on his face. Shen-Yi was stunned for a moment, then suddenly thought of something. A mutant tree? Could it be the tree in the city center? Have you seen it, too? No, I just heard it from other people. Shen-Yi shook his head slightly. He was just surprised. He didn't expect that just the genetic sample extracted from the mutant tree could create such a powerful mutant monster like the mutant giant dog. If it is the real body of the mutated tree, how terrifying would its recovery ability and vitality be? No wonder the police force has failed to eradicate it. Certainly. Judging from the current situation, I'm afraid the country does not want to destroy the tree at the first time, but wants to do research. Eventually it got out of control. Otherwise, if we concentrated our firepower on destroying the tree as soon as it started growing, we might be able to kill it. If you can help me get some genetic samples of mutant number 001, perhaps my research can go further. Lin Jiwei said seriously. Shen-Yi was too lazy to answer her and went to the system space to collect the generator. With a generator, we will be able to use electricity in the future. Speaking of electricity, it's time for that doomsday enthusiast living in Building 13 to take down his. As for asking Shen-Yi to get the genetic sample of the mutant tree, it is simply impossible. According to Shen-Yi's guess, the genetic sample certainly could not be obtained by just taking a branch of a big tree. Most likely, it would require close contact with the core of the mutant tree, or even taking something from the core. This risk is not small. Let us wait half a year before we talk about it. After half a year, if you have acquired a lot of superpowers and are strong enough, you can try to create a wave of mutant trees. If the mutated tree could be eliminated, Shen-Yi would not want to leave the mountain city. But if his strength is not strong enough after half a year, Shen-Yi will have no choice but to leave the mountain city. In short, Shen-Yi's plan is to survive and develop while there is plenty of time, and never fight to the death. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Shen-Yi and Lin Jiwei were busy in the underground laboratory, intensive gunfire suddenly came from above. It sounds like a submachine gun. It's them? Why are they back again? Shen-Yi scanned with telepathy and found that the team of soldiers who were exchanging fire with the mutant giant dogs in the research institute were actually the same team from yesterday. But there are more of them today, and they seem to be preparing to force their way into the institute. What's going on? Could it be that he is here for the genetic evolution potion as well? Shen-Yi turned his head and looked at Lin Jiwei, who was sensing with his eyes closed. Lin Jiwei has the ability of clairvoyance and has already seen this scene. Could this woman be turning against us at the last minute? But it won't make any difference if she turns against us now. Anyway, the reward has been unlocked, and the genetic evolution potion is in my hands. If she dares to betray him, Shen-Yi will kill her immediately. After all, this woman knows too many of his secrets. It would be very troublesome if they met up with the army and then came to capture me. Shen-Yi always uses the dirtiest guesses to gauge people's minds. Even if the possibility is very low, he will not leave any hidden dangers. They're here to see me. Lin Jiwei opened her eyes and looked at Shani. I came to see you today? To help you collect your body? Shani raised his eyebrows. Captain Zhao must have returned yesterday after receiving a mandatory order from above, which is why he came back. He has no idea how important I am. Lin Jiwei spoke thoughtfully and continued, perhaps it's not just Captain Zhao who came today. There should be other support, such as fighter jets or helicopters and other powerful weapons. Wipe. Shani was shocked when he heard this. Is this woman so important that she actually dispatched fighter jets? It has been almost half a month since the outbreak of the apocalypse, and Shani has never seen any military rescue planes. This shows that even if there are still intact planes, they should be very few, or they cannot take off at will. But now, in order to rescue Lin Jiwei, not only did they dispatch a fully armed special forces team, they even sent out fighter jets. If they find out that I kidnapped the person they are looking for, they will probably kill me, right? Shani stared at Lin Jiwei. He realized that in addition to her own talent, this woman was more likely to have an impressive background and a distinguished identity. It actually caused such a big commotion. You want to kill me? Lin Jiwei and Shani looked at each other, her red lips moved slightly, and her tone was calm. Only. There was an inexplicable emotion in her eyes. 72. Nuclear threat. Yes, Shani just had murderous intentions. He killed Lin Jiwei directly in the underground laboratory and disposed of the body. In this way, even if the army really finds him through some channel, he will not panic at all. But if the military finds out that Lin Jiwei is in their hands, it is unclear what means they will use to snatch her away. What Shani was most worried about was not that Lin Jiwei would be found and brought back, but that Lin Jiwei would expose her secret after returning. For example, his body can accommodate more than 3 superpowers. This will definitely be coveted by many people. Although Shani has a system and some very good superpowers, he is not arrogant enough to think that he can compete with the army. However, he quickly gave up the idea of silencing the witness. Compared to the value that Lin Jiwei could bring if she were alive, it would be a bit of a loss if she died. So Shani said, I don't want to think about it now. Lin Jiwei glanced at him, said nothing more, and turned to pack her documents. Shani also knew that Lin Jiwei might be unhappy, but he didn't care. The two had only known each other for one day and did not have a deep relationship yet. Even because Lin Jiwei always wanted to be a test subject, Shani didn't have a very good impression of her. Lin Jiwei doesn't care about his life or death, so naturally he doesn't care about Lin Jiwei's life or death either. If Lin Jiwei hadn't had such high self-worth, Shani would have chased her away long ago if she hadn't dared to have so many messy thoughts. It may be heartless, but it's the end of the world, so where is the time to slowly fall in love? Be rational, and let's all work together as a community of shared interests. Just like Shani does not require women to have deep feelings for him, as long as they do not betray him or stab him in the back, they can still enjoy abundant supplies and a safe shelter. If you want to talk about feelings, you have to wait until you have absolute power. After the two men finished collecting the things in the basement, the gunfire upstairs stopped. Through telepathy, Shani saw that the mutant giant dog was forced to flee into the black fog and escape to other places due to the powerful firepower of the soldiers. It seems that no matter how strong the recovery ability is, it is not enough under the firepower attack of a special forces team. Then, the soldiers entered the institute and began searching. Shani used teleportation to take Lin Jiwei away from the research institute in time. With the black fog as cover, Shani would not panic even if there really was a plane in the sky. Come to think of it, did the army also encounter something? Is that why they couldn't launch a rescue? Shani took Lin Jiwei to hide in a shopping mall, took out mineral water to drink, and asked her. Considering Lin Jiwei's possibly not so simple identity, she must know more than Su Yun, a low-level policewoman. Yes. Lin Jiwei nodded and continued. Before the black fog appeared, the ground cracked first, causing many roads and bridges to collapse. The army was unable to launch rescue operations in time. Later, many birds mutated, and those mutated birds could easily shoot down aircraft, making it difficult for aircraft to take off and fight. Of course, the main problem was that the army encountered many powerful mutant monsters when assembling, resulting in the loss of many weapons and soldiers. Those mutant monsters are no weaker than mutant number 001. Some are even so powerful that they have already caused the fall of some small cities. The army that went to rescue them has lost all contact. As a result, the number of troops currently in existence is at least 2/3 smaller than before. The remaining troops that can be mobilized are basically scattered across the country, making it almost impossible to carry out effective rescue operations across the country. Speaking of this, she glanced at Shen and continued, besides, the remaining troops are not all united. In the end times, it is inevitable that there will be dissenting thoughts. In addition, some troops have to guard against other countries and cannot carry out rescue missions. Although this disaster is global, no one can be sure whether other countries will take advantage of it and do something unreasonable. For example, the United States, at the beginning of the disaster, sent a message to the world: if an irreversible disaster occurred on the US mainland, the United States would launch a nuclear strike against all hostile countries because they suspected that the disaster was caused by other countries. Shen frowned when he heard this. I didn't expect there was such a thing behind this disaster. No wonder the rescue took so long. Not to mention that there are a large number of mutated animals and plants in every city. We must also guard against the threat from hegemonic countries alone. Who knows if the United States will really go crazy and launch a nuclear attack on Xia country? After all, Xia and the United States have been in opposition in recent years, and the United States' remarks are clearly a threat to Xia. This is not surprising. Because at the beginning, when many Xia people saw the disaster, they might think that it was the work of the United States. Vice versa, the United States may also think that it was some kind of incredible weapon developed by Xia country and deployed on their territory. Currently, the strongest military forces in the world are the United States in the West and the Xia Kingdom in the East, and other countries are not yet qualified. People's hearts are so complicated. Even at the end of the world, they're still fighting among themselves. Shen doesn't think that this doomsday disaster will be easy to overcome. If humans cannot keep up with the mutation speed of mutated animals and plants, they may really be wiped out. However, despite all the complaints, Shen was more concerned about the fact that other cities also had mutant monsters as terrifying as the mutant tree. So where the hell am I going to go in half a year? If you choose the wrong city, you might as well stay in a mountain city. Shen frowned deeply. Judging from the current situation, I need to speed up the process of unlocking supplies. It seems that the shelter needs to be built as soon as possible. With a shelter, you can unlock supplies like an assembly line. Even if he unlocks 30 kinds of materials every month, as long as one of them is a supernatural fruit, Shen's development speed will far exceed that of everyone else in the world. Moreover, the most important thing is that other ordinary people can only accommodate 3 superpowers at most. But Shen has no limit. He can stack the number of superpowers, and the levels of superpowers can also be stacked. You know, most superpowers are not particularly strong when used alone, but if you can find a suitable superpower to use together, the strength will instantly increase several times. Even if it is a very powerful ability in itself, if it is combined with an even stronger ability, the actual effect that can be displayed will be far greater than the ability itself. For example, teleportation is a very powerful ability with a lot of bugs in itself. When combined with the invincible vision of telepathy, it is no exaggeration to say that its strength has doubled. If it is combined with a powerful attack ability, the strength can be multiplied several times. Shen withdrew his thoughts and his physical strength had almost recovered. He scanned the surroundings with telepathy and saw that the soldiers had already evacuated. He said, "Let's go too." Etc. Lin Jiwei suddenly called out to Shen, and in his puzzled gaze, she asked seriously, "Can I try to tame Xiaohua again? I feel like now is a good opportunity." 73. Search the market and try to tame. How confident are you? Even if we tame it now, can you guarantee it won't go crazy and attack us again? Shen asked back. He had seen with his own eyes before that the mutant giant dog was about to eat its master Lin Jiwei. Even if Lin Jiwei can tame it in a short period of time now, it will still be a hidden danger in the future. Believe me again. I saw that Xiaohua was seriously injured, and the bloodthirsty desire in his eyes has subsided. He must have regained his normal thinking. I am very confident that I can tame him now and prevent him from attacking people casually. Lin Jiwei spoke seriously, paused, and then said seriously, "I can't guarantee that it won't go crazy, but I can live in the same building with it. That way, even if it goes crazy and attacks people, I can respond immediately and ensure that it won't harm you. Also, I want to improve the genetic evolution potion to increase the success rate of injections and eliminate side effects. I also want to use Xiaohua's living genes for research. As long as you agree, I can promise you that within 10 days, I can give you an upgraded gene potion." Listening to Lin Jiwei's solemn promise, Shen raised his eyebrows slightly. If what she said was true, then it was acceptable. Shen himself was not afraid of the mutated giant dog. Although he couldn't kill the mutant giant dog, it was still easy for him to escape. He was just worried about threatening the safety of his other women. But if what Lin Jiwei said was true and she could tame this giant mutant dog, there would be many benefits. Not to mention that it can speed up Lin Jiwei's research progress, but he can also have an extra powerful bodyguard. With the mutant giant dog here, you don't have to take action yourself when you encounter ordinary mutant animals in the future. After pondering for a while, Shen looked at Lin Jiwei and asked, "If you can tame it, can you make it obedient? For example, if I want it to kill someone, it will do it." This is just the most basic instruction. Of course, there's no problem. The evolved husky is much smarter than before and can understand most instructions. Lin Jiwei answered immediately. Also, as long as you feed it regularly, there's a high probability that it will listen to you. In this case, Shen agreed. He is still willing to try such a low-risk experiment. Especially now I have a small problem that needs to be solved. Mutated black spider. If the mutant giant dog can really be obedient and get rid of the mutant black spider, then Shen thinks it is a good deal. If it can't do that, then it's pure waste and there's no need to waste food to feed it. Then Shen used telepathy to scan the surrounding 3 kilometers and found the mutant giant dog in a remote corner. It was lying in the corner, licking the bullet wound on its body, looking quite pitiful. "Can you find it?" Lin Jiwei asked curiously. It also knew that Shen telepathic ability was much farther than its own perspective. If Shen can't find it, it will be a bit troublesome. "We've found it, but don't worry, let's search this mall first." Shen looked towards the shopping mall. This mall mostly sells items like brand name bags and clothes, but not much food, so there are no survivors hiding here. Shen immediately started shopping from the first floor. Men's shoes, shirts, t-shirts, pants, various coats, etc. Put everything together with the hangers into the system space. You don't have to worry about changing clothes anymore. There are also women's high heels, underwear, long skirts, trousers, shorts, stockings of various colors, etc., which are also collected together with the hangers. After sweeping 4 floors and clearing out the entire luxury goods mall, Shen was satisfied and left with Lin Jiwei to look for the injured mutant giant dog. On the way, Lin Jiwei couldn't help but be curious. "Shen, how big is your supernatural space?" "I don't know. I can't see the end at a glance. Maybe it's infinite," Shen said. "Infinity? How is this possible?" Lin Jiwei fell into silence in shock. Ever since the strange black fog appeared, most of the scientific theories she had previously known had been destroyed. Some supernatural powers can barely be explained by scientific theories. But some supernatural powers have completely gone beyond the scope of science and are comparable to theology. Like Shen's teleportation, this involves space travel, which is absolutely impossible with current human technology. But he only needs a thought to travel through time and space. It doesn't make sense at all. And this black fog. It's also extremely strange. Lin Jiwei studied it for a long time and found that the black mist did not belong to any known substance on Earth, and it was even a substance that she could not understand. Or this is a higher dimensional technology. Or this is theology. But Lin Jiwei is very rational. When she finds that she can't figure out something no matter how hard she tries, she won't waste time thinking about it, nor will she be discouraged by it. Just pretend that you haven't discovered this theory. When I have enough research data and my own abilities are strong enough, I will come back and solve this mystery. Otherwise, if you keep going on a rut, you will gain nothing and will only waste your time and energy. 10 minutes later. The two came near the mutant giant dog. Shen put away his telepathy in advance to avoid alerting the giant mutant dog. He remembered that when he used telepathy to spy before, he was noticed by the mutant giant dog. This proves that the mutant giant dog must have strong perception. But most of the time, it's just dumb and doesn't respond at all. For example, Shen kept staring at it all the way, but it didn't react at all. I don't know if it's because of the injury that my perception has decreased. I'll go over and try it. As long as Xiao Ha can recognize me, I can make it obedient. Lin Jiwei said. Be safe. Shen was also prepared to use teleportation and restraint to save the situation at any time. Lin Jiwei's expression didn't change much, and she seemed not surprised by Shen's concern. Although they had only spent a short time together, Lin Jiwei had already understood Shen's character through her strong insight. He is a very sophisticated, selfish and sensitive person. For his own safety, he can kill without hesitation, even if it is a woman with whom he has had a relationship. As long as his safety is threatened, he will strike without mercy. But he is not so cold that he has no feelings. He just suppresses his emotions very deeply and will not be swayed by them. In other words, as long as he doesn't threaten Xinyi's safety, he is actually a good person. Can you give me some food? I want to use it to tame Xiaoha. Lin Jiwei said. Xinyi took out 2 raw steaks from the system space and gave them to her. Immediately, Lin Jiwei walked into the alley with a steak. In the alley, the mutant giant dog that was licking its wounds heard footsteps, suddenly raised its head, and looked at the person coming with a pair of emerald green eyes. When it saw who was coming, its eyes flickered slightly, as if there were some emotional fluctuations. 74, dog training? I don't know, but I have experience training people. Xiaoha, come here. Lin Jiwei stood in place, holding a piece of steak in his hand and gently shook it towards the mutant giant dog. The giant dog moved its nose and stood up shakily. There were many wounds on its huge body that were bleeding. A lot of flesh was torn by bullets, revealing the white bones. If it were an ordinary mutant animal, it would have died from such serious injuries long ago. A strange emotion flashed in Lin Jiwei's eyes. She also has some little thoughts. She raised this husky since it was a puppy, for more than 6 years, and has a deep affection for it. If Xiaoha can still retain normal thinking and remember herself, she doesn't want to abandon it. The mutant giant dog limped towards Lin Jiwei, making a low whimpering sound, as if it was squeezed out of its throat. Hearing this voice, Lin Jiwei's eyes lit up with joy. This is the sound Xiaoha used to make when he was acting coquettishly. It actually recognized me. Xiaoha, do you want to eat? Lin Jiwei walked forward slowly with a steak in his hand. Xinyi watched quietly, ready to use teleportation to save the situation at any time. This woman is really brave. For the sake of experiment, she is not afraid of death at all. Very smart, but also a very simple and pure person. Lin Jiwei's cleverness is not reflected in playing with people's hearts or calculating against others. But I am solely focused on research. Actually, the threat she posed to Xinyi was small, because Lin Jiwei had no intention of vying for favor and power, nor did she have any ambition. Her thoughts were simple, she was simply curious about Xinyi's body and wanted to dissect him and study him thoroughly. In comparison, although Jiang Nanyan is not as smart as Lin Jiwei, she prefers to scheme against others. Of course, Jiang Nanyan is very loyal and sensible. Even if he has many thoughts of vying for favor, he will not delay the work assigned to him by Xinyi, nor will he make Xinyi unhappy. This is also the reason why Xinyi tacitly allowed her to compete for favor. It seems like it can be tamed, but I'm not sure if it will go crazy again. Xinyi used telepathy to quietly look at the mutant giant dog without any hostility. Now, it was lying in front of Lin Jiwei, chewing steak and letting Lin Jiwei touch its head. 2 pieces of steak are not enough to fill the huge mutant dog's teeth. Especially now that it is seriously injured, the faster it recovers, the more energy it consumes. Xinyi looked at it for a while, and then decided to show up and test it. See if this mutant giant dog will attack him. If this beast is still hostile to him under Lin Jiwei's control, he must not be allowed to stay. He is such a double standard in his behavior. Drink! As soon as Xinyi appeared, the mutant giant dog immediately turned its head and stared at it, making a low warning sound in its throat. The aura around it also became slightly darker. Obviously, it is hostile to Xinyi. It should be said that they are hostile to strange creatures. But when Lin Jiwei patted its head, it suppressed its desire to attack and just stared at Xinyi vigilantly with its pair of green eyes. That's right, be vigilant. It seemed to still remember that Xinyi had once immobilized it in the research institute. Then, the mutant giant dog still feels scared when he thinks about the feeling of being unable to move even after trying his best. Yes, just be rational. Xinyi looked at the mutant giant dog, which was a little hostile to him but had no intention of killing him, and expressed satisfaction. Although this was because Lin Jiwei stopped it, it was already very good that it could resist attacking itself. After all, they are animals and cannot be treated as humans. But the method of taming animals is actually similar to that of taming humans. It's the same combination of sticks and sweet dates. Make it respect you while also making it depend on you. Thinking of this, Xinyi took a step forward and instantly appeared next to the mutant giant dog, scaring it. The mutant giant dog subconsciously wanted to stand up, but a flashlight shone on it, reflecting a shadow, and then its body, which was about to stand up, was instantly frozen. It's that feeling again. The mutant giant dog struggled hard, its green eyes staring at Shani, who was so close to it, and it was obvious that there was a hint of fear in its eyes. Maybe it was in a sane state now, and coupled with being severely injured, it felt the threat of death. If Shani kept shooting at its vital points with his gun at this time, he might be able to kill this giant mutant dog. Judging from the feedback of the physical strength consumed by the shadow binding, the mutant giant dog at this time was obviously much weaker than yesterday, and the physical strength consumed to immobilize it was 2/3 less than yesterday. It seems that while this gene's resilience is strong, it's not insurmountable. I think those special forces just don't want to take risks, otherwise they would definitely be able to kill the mutant giant dog. As for how to use shadow binding in the black fog, it's very simple. Without a light source, he just carries one with him. There are many flashlights in the supermarket, and there is system space, so you can use them whenever you want without any trouble. Thinking of this, Shani saw that the shock had almost subsided, so he took out a roast chicken from the system space, looked at the mutant giant dog and said, "From now on, treat me as your master. As long as you are obedient, I will ensure that you have meat for every meal." As he spoke, he threw the roast chicken next to the mutant giant dog. Smelling the aroma of chicken, the mutant giant dog became obviously excited, making constant howling sounds, and couldn't wait to eat the chicken. At the same time, its hostility towards Shani was also eliminated by more than half, and the aura on its body turned into neutral gray and a faint benevolent white. Yes, very sensible. Shani nodded in satisfaction and released the shadow restraints. Although the mutant giant dog could not understand human language, it knew that it could not attack Shani. Otherwise, you will either be immobilized and unable to move, or there will be no delicious food. It glanced at Shani cautiously, then immediately lowered its head and ate the roast chicken on the ground in one bite. A roast chicken, it was gone before I could even taste what it was like. Then, it looked at Shani eagerly again. After hesitating for a moment, he limped towards Shani. Shani was ready to use shadow binding at any time, and instead of dodging, he stretched out his hand. The mutant giant dog seemed to understand what to do. It lay down in front of Shani and lowered its head to make it easier for Shani to touch its head. The hostility of the mutant giant dog also completely dissipated, and there was a lot more white aura of kindness. Immediately, Shani took out a dozen roast chickens and 20 or 30 steaks, and threw them to the mutant giant dog one by one. If you throw it all away at once, it won't feel tamed. Let your pet know that it can only eat what I give it to you. You can't eat what I don't give you, and you can't steal it. This is also Shani testing the mutant giant dog. If it can't resist the temptation of food and attacks itself, it proves that it has a rebellious nature and should be turned into dog meat soup. But the mutant giant dog did have some sense. It stared at the food beside Shani. Although it was anxious and wanted to eat it, it did not snatch it away. Instead, it waited for Shani to throw it to it. It was obviously in awe of Shani's ability to hold it still. Final. After some feeding, the mutant giant dog became much more friendly towards Shani. Although she is not as loyal as Su Wanting and Su Yun and other women, at least she will not suddenly attack me. Generally speaking, there is a process for goodwill to turn into hostility. This process was enough time for Shani to react. I didn't expect you to be quite good at dog training. Lin Jiwei breathed a sigh of relief and a rare smile appeared on his face. Xiaohai is not only her first successful experimental subject, but also her pet for whom she has invested a lot of affection. Now that she can rescue him, she is very happy. Dog training? I don't know much about it, but it feels similar to training people. I have a lot of experience training people. Shani touched the head of the mutant giant dog and looked at Lin Jiwei. 75, Rain, subdue the mutant black spider. Training people? Lin Jiwei always felt that this man seemed to be pointing at her. But she didn't take it to heart. After all, this is not good for you, and keeping it in mind will only affect your future performance. Okay, let's go home. Shani said this, looking at the mutant giant dog whose injuries had recovered a lot. It seems that as long as there is enough food, its recovery speed will be faster. What a powerful and abnormal ability. If Shani had this ability, he would be invincible. The thing Shani has the most right now is food. When he's injured, he can recover just by eating. It's so cool for him. If he wasn't worried about turning into a monster, he would really like to inject a tube of genetic evolution potion. Come to think of it, mutant animals don't seem to feel particularly thirsty after inhaling the black mist for a few hours like us humans do. Walking on the way back to the community, Shani was drinking mineral water and suddenly glanced at the mutant giant dog. Although the mutant giant dog also needs to drink water, it is not like Shen Yi and Lin Jiwei, who need to replenish water after a while. Yeah. Lin Jiwei nodded and explained, according to my previous research, most mutant animals won't feel hungry or thirsty all the time in the black fog. But after they mutate, their water intake will also increase accordingly. As for the mutant animals' method of replenishing their water supply, it seems they drink the blood of their prey. Then can they drink contaminated water? Shen Yi asked. Most mutant animals can't drink it, but some will. But according to my research, if they drink contaminated water for a long time, even mutant animals will be affected to a certain extent. So, water is indeed the most important thing right now. It's very important to all living things. Shen Yi whispered softly. Fortunately, the first item he unlocked was mineral water, otherwise he wasn't sure if he could survive. If you don't inhale the black fog, you can survive for a while longer. But if you live in the black fog all the time, you probably won't be able to survive without 3 or 4 bottles of water a day. If I think about it this way, I'm afraid many more people will die next. The mountain city is slightly better because of its terrain, there are many tall buildings, and people can temporarily avoid the black fog. In some plain cities, if there were no national rescue, more than 80% of the people would probably die. If possible, Shen Yi didn't want so many people to die. It would be of no benefit to him if all human beings died. Because he doesn't have a large population base, it will be difficult for him to find a woman who meets the system's standards in the future. But as long as the survivors dare to go out and look for water, there is a high probability that they will find some drinkable water, right? Shen Yi has never studied this aspect because he has no shortage of water. But people who lack water will definitely unite to find uncontaminated water sources, such as mineral water in supermarkets, groundwater, or well water. I just don't know if the groundwater is polluted. Logically speaking, the black fog emerged from the cracks in the ground, that is, from underground. Then the groundwater must have been polluted long ago. But this is just a guess, Shen Yi cannot be sure that the ground is underneath the crack. To be metaphysical, he even suspected that there might be other dimensions or dimensions underneath the crack. After all, this black fog is too strange and mysterious. It's not like the Earth can produce it on its own. Of course, these are just guesses with no real basis. I can only wait until I have the strength to go down into the crack and take a look myself. It looks like it's raining. Shen Yi and Lin Jiwei had just walked back to the gate of the community when a light drizzle suddenly began to fall from the sky. This is the first rain in the mountain city in nearly half a month. And the rainwater does not seem to be contaminated in the first place and is drinkable. Of course, Shen Yi would not take the risk to try it. But if the rain was a little heavier, ordinary people would have a better chance of survival. Speaking of which, if the rainwater wouldn't be contaminated in the first place, then wouldn't the rescue method used by other cities be artificial rainfall? Shen Yi seemed to be lost in thought. It's not impossible. He even suspected that the sudden rain in the mountain city might be artificial rainfall. But it's just speculation. Now it's time to get down to business. Arrived at the door of Unit 6 in Building 6. Before Shen Yi could speak, the mutant giant dog suddenly stopped, staring at the upstairs with its green eyes, and making a vigilant sound in its throat. Obviously, the stupid husky, whose injuries had recovered a little, was now able to sense the potential danger. There might be mutant animals upstairs. Lin Jiwei looked at the building in front of him and then turned on the perspective. Soon, she saw a large spider web in the middle of the floor, and on the spider web, there was a large mutant black spider. Even though Lin Jiwei had seen many mutant animals, he was still shocked by the size of this black spider. How could an ordinary spider mutate to such a large size? Could it be that he has also undergone a second mutation like Xiaoha? Lin Jiwei murmured in surprise. She was eager to study this mutated black spider. If it is also a secondary mutation, then the research value is very high. Xiaoha, find a way to capture it alive. Lin Jiwei warned the mutant giant dog seriously. Era tilted his head, probably not understanding what was meant at all. Although there is wisdom, it is not much. I'll lure it down, and you can command Xiaoha to launch a sneak attack later. Shen Yi said. Good. Research fanatic Lin Jiwei nodded immediately. She will not let go of such good research material. Even if Shen Yi didn't say it, Lin Jiwei would find a way to capture him or kill him. The corpses of mutant animals are also very valuable for research. Then, Shani teleported to the door of the unit, took out a Type 54 pistol from the system space, aimed at the resting mutant black spider through telepathic vision, and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. All the bullets hit the mutant black spider, and most of them did not cause much damage. But one of the bullets happened to hit one of the black spider's eyes, and a ball of sticky liquid burst out instantly. The mutated black spider immediately let out a strange cry, perhaps out of pain or anger. It moved several legs at the same time and moved quickly downstairs. Shani deliberately waited until the mutated black spider saw him, attracted all of its hatred, and then used teleportation to pull it back. The mutated black spider seemed unaware of the husky in the black fog, and chased after Shani aggressively, as if it was determined to kill him. Xiao Ha. Now, go ahead. Lin Jiwei seized the opportunity and immediately waved his hand to give orders. The mutant giant dog, which was already eyeing the spider with eager eyes, pounced on the unsuspecting mutant black spider after receiving the order. With one claw, it pressed it heavily to the ground. No matter how the mutant black spider struggled, it could not escape from Era's big claws. The power of the mutant husky completely crushes the mutant black spider. If the black spider's body wasn't so hard, this claw would have smashed it into a ball. Seeing this, Lin Jiwei immediately stepped forward to study the mutated black spider up close. This was the first time she encountered a secondary mutated animal. Xiaoha doesn't count because it's a man-made product. Who knows? At this moment, the mutated black spider struggled with its several legs, suddenly opened its mouth, and violently spit out a white silk thread like a sharp arrow, shooting towards Lin Jiwei, who was completely unprepared. 76. Too fucking domineering. White silk suddenly spurted out of the mutant black spider's fangs, and Lin Jiwei had no time to react and no idea at all. Because normal spiders do not shoot spider silk from their mouths. The main place where spiders spray spider silk is the silk glands on their abdomen. Spiders secrete liquid proteins through these glands, and when this liquid protein comes into contact with air, it quickly solidifies into spider silk. Therefore, when the mutant black spider's abdomen was pressed to the ground by Era, Lin Jiwei did not deliberately take precautions. But she didn't expect that this mutated black spider was completely contrary to common sense. Its spider silk is sprayed out from its chelicerae. Lin Jiwei wanted to hide, but it was too late. That white silk is extremely fast. And just like a sharp arrow, if it hits the flesh, it will penetrate instantly. At this critical moment, Shani teleported over, grabbed Lin Jiwei, and pulled her into his arms. The white spider silk brushed past Lin Jiwei's arm, leaving a deep bloody wound, which was even a little corrosive. But fortunately, it was only an arm injury and he was fine. Woof! The mutant dog saw its master injured and barked angrily. Then it raised one of its large claws and smashed down hard, directly smashing the mutant black spider's head. Various liquids flowed all over the ground. The head exploded, and the mutant black spider's body struggled for a while before slowly losing movement. Shani then retracted his gaze and glanced at the injured Lin Jiwei in his arms. He frowned and scolded, "Why are you so reckless? Use your brains. Even the weakest mutant monster can easily take our lives. You're also a researcher. You should understand mutant animals better than I do and be more vigilant." I understand." Lin Jiwei covered his injured arm with one hand. For some reason, he was a little afraid to retort. "It's not that I'm afraid of Shani, but I have a very strange feeling in my heart." Is this what it feels like to be in love? This sentence suddenly appeared in Lin Jiwei's mind. Even though she had just brushed shoulders with death, she still didn't feel much fear. Instead, she was able to think calmly about her own experience. "Go inside the building first and get your arm disinfected and bandaged." Shani glanced at the bloody wound on Lin Jiwei's arm. The spider silk was actually corrosive. Although it wasn't very corrosive, a lot of the flesh on Lin Jiwei's arm was corroded away, making a sizzling sound. Despite such a serious injury, this woman didn't even say a word. Her patience is too strong. The two men entered the building, but because the mutant giant dog was too big, they couldn't get in, so they could only lie down at the door. It stared at the corpse of the mutated black spider, as if it wanted to eat it. But before entering the building, Lin Jiwei repeatedly warned it not to eat the black spider. I don't know if Era understood it, but it didn't eat it at that time. "Come into the building." Shani discovered that the first floor had been cleaned. The blood on the walls and the bodies on the ground were cleaned up. It seems that Jiang Nanyan's shelter plan is very good. It's only been half a day and they've already started cleaning the building. Good. Shani still prefers a clean environment. He took Lin Jiwei to sit on the sofa, cut the clothes on her arms with medical scissors, and began to disinfect Lin Jiwei with iodine. Fortunately, I went to the hospital before and found a lot of medical equipment and medicines. Otherwise, if Lin Jiwei's injury is not treated, she might not be able to save her arm. Once infected, you may even lose your life. Be more careful next time and don't be so reckless. As long as the person is alive, you can do whatever research you want. It's being held down by Xiaoha, and it can't possibly escape. Why are you so anxious? While using a cotton swab dipped in iodine to disinfect, Shani chattered on and on to teach Lin Jiwei his own way of survival. He would never do such a risky thing. No matter how weak the opponent is, as long as I attack, I will kill him with the power of thunder. Lin Jiwei quietly watched the man who treated her wound and bandaged her body without saying a word. Only. There was a rare ripple in her calm, unperturbed eyes. It's bandaged. Take care of yourself from now on to see if it gets infected. If it does, I'm afraid you'll need to find a doctor to perform surgery on you. After Shani bandaged Lin Jiwei's wound with a bandage, he glanced at her calm expression. This woman is so patient. During the whole process of bandaging, he didn't say a word and was in a daze the whole time. I don't know what he was thinking. I guess he's thinking about how to study that mutated black spider. What a research maniac. A research maniac who doesn't even care about his life. I see. Lin Jiwei glanced away slightly, without meeting Xingyi's gaze. Okay, now that the mutant black spider has been dealt with, you can rest today. Tomorrow we will choose a suitable building for you and install the generator and the experimental equipment you need. Xingyi planned. But with a fuel-powered generator, you need a lot of oil, and then you have to go to the gas station to get more gasoline. Husband. At this moment, suddenly a voice came from behind. It was Jiang Nanyan, Su Yun, Su Wanting, and 8 or 9 survivors who looked like residents. Shani had naturally seen them through telepathy a long time ago, so he was not surprised. Similarly, when they reached a distance of 20 meters, the 3 women also confirmed Xingyi's identity through telepathy. Hubby, all the residents in this building have completed their registration, and they are all willing to join our shelter. Not counting their families, we have already taken in 12 survivors. While reporting, Jiang Nanyan glanced at the beautiful woman sitting next to Shani. Is she your husband's new woman again? He's actually injured? She didn't know why, but she felt uncomfortable looking at this new woman. It's not jealousy or enviousness, it's just a very uncomfortable feeling. It was as if when he looked into the eyes of this woman, all his little thoughts were seen through in an instant, making Jiang Nanyan feel as if he was naked. This feeling is very uncomfortable. The other survivors who followed were all shocked when they heard Jiang Nanyan call the man in front of her husband with a very respectful attitude. Turn out to be, this man is the one who really calls the shots. So, the survivors secretly looked at Shani, wondering why this pretty boy could make such a fierce female devil obey him. They saw Jiang Nanyan shoot someone to death with their own eyes. That cold expression, as if he regarded human life as worthless, frightened the other male survivors. But such a beautiful and cold-blooded woman actually called this young man husband and was quite respectful in her attitude. It completely refreshed the survivors' 3 views. But then, what refreshed their 3 views was that the other 2 beautiful women with guns in their hands also called the pretty boy husband. Suddenly, all the survivors were stunned. These 3 beautiful women are actually the women of this pretty boy. How is this possible? Isn't this illegal? Well, that's good. Let's continue. As soon as possible, find the residents of other buildings in this community and see if they are willing to join our shelter. If not, then kick them out. This community will be the base of our shelter from now on. No outsiders will be allowed. After giving the order, Shani paused, glanced at the survivors, and said, if anyone dares to cause trouble, just shoot them to death. Don't save bullets. I have plenty of bullets here. Upon hearing this, the survivors' faces changed and they were suddenly frightened. This man is so fucking domineering. This is a house that the residents bought themselves, and they are actually going to kick them out? Survivors who still retain some moral bottom line will inevitably feel uncomfortable. But at the same time, they were also a little relieved. Fortunately, I agreed to join the shelter. Otherwise, faced with the threat of a pistol, they were actually driven out of their home. As expected, being able to make a group of cold-blooded women obey him, this pretty boy will only become more brutal. 77. Awe and security, you have to know how to lick. Xin Yi's show of force was very effective. The survivors looked at him with fear in their eyes. Yes, he said this on purpose in front of these survivors. The purpose is to make the survivors in awe. Only awe can scare them and let them know how terrible the consequences of betrayal are. Certainly. To rule the sanctuary, fear alone is more than that. So, after some knocking, Xin Yi waved his hand casually, and more than a dozen bottles of mineral water and bags of instant noodles appeared on the ground. He looked at the survivors and said, "You are the first survivors to join the shelter. These water and food are rewards for making the right choice. At the same time, as long as you can attract more survivors to join the shelter, you will receive more food and water as rewards." As Xin Yi spoke, his eyes swept over the survivors who were in awe, shock, and fear. Judging from telepathic perception, these people have no hostility towards him, at most they are neutral and he does not want to provoke them. That's right, Xin Yi has a gun in his hand, only a fool would be hostile. There are few residents in this building who dare to fight to the death. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been chased and hacked by 6 or 7 thugs. But people who are afraid of death are actually easier to control. Anyway, they don't need to have super powerful combat capabilities, as long as they can do their general work well, that's enough. When necessary, I can just serve as cannon fodder. Okay, let's divide up all this food and water. As Xin Yi spoke, a group of survivors rushed forward to get water, and some even thanked Xin Yi with gratitude in their eyes. Very polite. Xin Yi gave him a bottle of water. This attracted the attention of other people, and I secretly hated myself for not thinking of saying thank you. As expected, you have to know how to lick at any time. The main reason was that they were shocked by Xin Yi's ability to create food and water out of thin air. Their brains froze for a moment and they were unable to react. These survivors have never seen superpowers, let alone the existence of superpower fruits. They just felt shocked and unbelievable. With just a wave of his hand, more than a dozen bottles of water appeared. Is this a superpower? This man actually has superpowers. No wonder these 3 murderous female demons were so obedient. No wonder he could have a harem with so many beautiful women in the apocalypse. Because of the end of the world, it seems that the emergence of superpowers is not particularly difficult to accept. So while the survivors were shocked and awed, they also quickly accepted the existence of superpowers. Xin Yi glanced at the crowd and used telepathy to check. Surprisingly, none of these survivors had any greed for his special abilities. He also wanted to make an example of someone else to scare the monkeys. As a result, this group of people didn't give me a chance. Whatever. There will be a chance sooner or later. And with Xin Yi's promise, these survivors were also very excited. As long as you invite people to join the shelter, you can get food and water as rewards. This is an opportunity. By now, even those residents who had food stored at home have already eaten it all. If Jiang Nanyan hadn't knocked on the door today to tell them that the thug was dead, they might have stayed at home until they couldn't stand the hunger anymore, and then they would have risked going out. And now, they don't need to take any particularly big risks, nor do they need to fight for their lives. As long as they recruit people to join the shelter, they can get food and water. It's so easy. With more people in the shelter, everyone can stay together for warmth and it will be safer. Therefore, these survivors, out of our cowardice, had no other intentions. No ambition, no big desires, just being able to survive is enough. Honey, I'll take people to other buildings to search for survivors. Jiang Nanyan responded immediately. She now also enjoys the feeling of being second to none and above everyone else. Although I don't have 10,000 people under my command yet, as long as the shelter keeps developing, there is still a lot of hope in the future. This feeling of being in power is great. I'm a little addicted to Jiangnan cigarettes. Well, come out with me, Xin Yi said as he led the way out of the unit door. I have to warn the husky first to prevent these people from being eaten by the husky when they enter and exit the unit door. At this time, the mutant husky lying at the door waiting saw Xin Yi and immediately came over, wagging its tail desperately as if asking for a reward. Ah! There's a monster. A female survivor was frightened by the huge size of the husky and screamed, subconsciously dodging backwards. Even some male survivors were so frightened that their faces changed drastically. They retreated repeatedly and almost ran away. Don't expect this group of survivors to fight at all. But seeing the giant mutant dog, even Jiang Nanyan and Su Yun and the other girls subconsciously gripped their guns tightly, their faces filled with tension and fear. But when they saw that Shani did not retreat but walked in front of the monster, they did not hide in the building like the others, but watched the scene curiously. Since my husband is not afraid, it proves that I can definitely deal with this mutant monster. Then they don't need to be afraid. The three women trust Shani's power very much, even to the point of being superstitious. The mutant giant dog might have been full, or it might have sensed that these survivors posed no threat to it, or it might have been because of Lin Jiwei's teachings. In short, it did not take these survivors seriously, nor did it show any hostility. Certainly. If Shani wasn't in front of it, it would probably be another bloody scene. Well, that's a good performance. Remember, don't attack them next time. Shani touched Era's head, pointed at Jiang Nanyan, Su Yun, and Su Wanting, and gave it instructions. Although Era may not be able to understand human language, it can still understand the general meaning. The mutant giant dog glanced at Su Wanting and the other two girls with its green eyes, as if it had remembered them. Honey, what is it? Su Wanting swallowed and asked cautiously. It's my pet, its name is Shoha. As Shani spoke, he casually took out a few pieces of steak and threw them to Era. As long as you are obedient, you will be rewarded. Pet. Su Wanting, her two daughters, and other survivors were stunned. He actually kept a 5 or 6 meter long monster as a pet. This monster just lying there looks like a small hill, it's scary to look at. Normally it won't eat people, but you should try not to get close to it to avoid any accidents. Shani gave a reminder, just in case. Several women quickly agreed. Even without warning, they didn't dare to get close to this monster. If Shani hadn't stood in front of them and touched the monster's head, they would have shot directly. Although a pistol probably can't kill this mountain-sized monster. Honey, then, can we go out now? Jiang Nanyan looked at the mutant monster cautiously. Even if one has telepathic abilities and can sense that the mutant giant dog has no hostility towards him, any normal person would be scared by such a huge monster lying at the door. Well, go ahead. Shani nodded, and casually put the headless corpse of the mutated black spider on the ground into the system space. Immediately, Jiang Nanyan and a group of survivors carefully walked past the mutant giant dog. They breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that the mutant giant dog had no reaction. The survivors discussed in low voices with lingering fear. How was such a terrifying monster subdued? I think it can flatten a van with just one claw? This kind of monster can actually be kept as a pet. Damn. What a pervert. The people who were already in awe of Shani, who possessed supernatural powers, now had no desire to resist. Not to mention how powerful Shani's superpowers are, even this pet he raised could easily beat them to death. But then I changed my mind. The boss of our shelter is so awesome, and he has such awesome pets, so if we just do our job well in the future, won't we be safer too? At least I don't have to worry about encountering thugs like before. If any more thugs dare to come to our neighborhood, the boss's pets will eat them. This is also the effect Shani wants. It is necessary to make people who join the shelter feel odd and safe. Only in this way can the shelter develop healthily and serve itself better. 78. Morong Shui Shock. Take a rest today. Tomorrow I'll see if the wound on your arm gets infected. If it doesn't, I'll help you install the experimental equipment. Shani sent Lin Jiwei to Chu Xiaoxiao's house, gave her a few instructions, left some anti-inflammatory drugs and gauze, and left. Although he wanted Lin Jiwei to be his slave, he also had to recover from his injuries before he could be his slave. Chu Xiaoxiao looked at the injured Lin Jiwei, a little hesitant, but still concerned. How did you get hurt? Does it hurt? Although the relationship between them is rather awkward. But now it's the end of the world, so this kind of thing is not particularly difficult to accept. As a 2D anchor, Chu Xiaoxiao has also read a lot of doomsday harem anime and novels, so relatively speaking, she can accept this kind of thing quickly. The most important thing is that she does not have the qualifications and power to reject Shani. It was scratched by spider silk. Lin Jiwei replied concisely. Spider silk? Is it a spider? Chu Xiaoxiao was stunned. Lin Jiwei hummed, not knowing what he was thinking about and had no interest in chatting. Seeing that the woman was so cold, Chu Xiaoxiao said oh and stopped trying to please her. She got up and went to wash up. Shani is a bit of a germaphobe and likes cleanliness very much, so he provides each of his women with mineral water for daily washing. Leave Chu Xiaoxiao's home. Shani used telepathy to go straight to the home of Morong Shui, a doomsday enthusiast. This is the highest rated woman so far. Whether it's figure, appearance, or temperament, they are all the best Shani has ever seen. Therefore, he has been coveting Morong Shui's shelter for a long time. If Shani hadn't been busy unlocking Lin Jiwei and Chu Xiaoxiao's supplies and emptying the Virus Research Institute these past 2 days, he would have taken action against her long ago.
Ha! This woman is not at home?
Shani scanned the area with his telepathy and found that there was no one in the lighted room on the 18th floor.
Where did this woman go? It's the end of the world, and you still dare to go out and have fun?
He focused his mind and scanned the entire building, looking for Morong Shui. This woman, please don't waste her time.
Otherwise Shani would suffer a great loss. Shani looked around and suddenly showed an unexpected expression. He found Morong Shui.
Only. This stranger Morong Shui is actually with his younger sister. The two were chatting and seemed to have a good relationship.
I've only been away for a day, why does it feel like so much has happened? Shani frowned. Does this woman have any bad intentions by approaching my younger sister and grandma?
He didn't think that a woman who had set up traps all over her house would become friends with his younger sister without any precautions.
Thinking in his mind, Shani used teleportation to come to the door. Instead of entering the room directly, he knocked on the door. Brother, you're finally back.
When the door opened, Shinsu immediately rushed over happily, hugged Shinyi's arm tightly, and pulled him into the house. Entering the room, Shinsu immediately introduced herself to Morong Shui. Sister Morong, let me introduce you, this is my brother, Shinyi.
Hello, Mr. Shin. Morong Shui stood up and gave Shani a kind smile.
Only. Her heart suddenly contracted. The space-related mutant that he had seen before turned out to be Shinsu's brother.
She was stunned. The changes in this life are too great.
Shinsu showed up in the mountain city early, and inexplicably moved into her own residential complex.
Obviously, Shinsu in the previous life would not appear until more than 2 months later.
Moreover, her brother should have disappeared in her previous life. Shinsu came to the vicinity of Shansheng University in order to find her brother, and even the reason why she never left Shansheng University was also to find her brother.
But in this life, her brother is still alive.
Morong Shui almost thought that Shinsu was also a reborn person.
This is also the reason why she approached Shinsu.
However, through conversation, she discovered that Shinsu had no memory of her past life, proving that she was not a time traveler.
So, in other words, everything that is happening now is a butterfly effect?
But how could the butterfly effect be so huge? Although I have done some things that have affected the trajectory of my life, it is impossible for them to affect Shinsu.
And the impact is so profound.
Without mentioning Morong Shui's brainstorm at the moment, Shinsu was happily introducing Morong Shui to Shani. Brother, this sister is Morong Shui.
When you were away before, the neighbor next door kept banging on our door. I listened to you and didn't open the door or pay any attention to him.
But that person would bang on the door every once in a while, and my grandma and I were very scared. Then, Sister Morong Shui showed up and drove that bad neighbor away.
Shani frowned slightly.
Then he released his telepathy and glanced at the neighbor's house next door.
Result?
The neighbor had died tragically in his home.
He had a crossbow bolt stuck in his head.
That crossbow arrow was exactly the same as the one in Morong Shui's home. Shani withdrew his telepathy, glanced at Morong Shui in surprise, and said calmly, "Thank you.
It's just a small favor, nothing." Morong Shui smiled with a kind attitude.
But she was extremely nervous.
Not only nervous, but also shocked and unbelievable.
Because during the conversation just now, she clearly felt the strong fluctuations emanating from Shani again. It turns out that the person who used his perception ability to spy on him earlier was not that woman, but Shani.
In other words, this man actually has 2 superpowers. Morong Shui was shocked. He actually gained 2 superpowers at the beginning of the apocalypse. What kind of lucky person is this? With such incredible luck, why did he die so quickly in his previous life? Or, he didn't die in his previous life, but just left the mountain city early? That doesn't make sense.
If he left the mountain city early, he should have gone back to find his family.
It's impossible for him to disappear out of thin air.
Otherwise, Shinsu wouldn't have come all the way to find him.
It's unreasonable, very unreasonable.
Morong Shui's brain was brainstorming, but she couldn't make sense of it for a while.
Miss Morong, I won't say any more polite words. If you need any help in the future, you can come to me,
Shani said with a smile. He was once again certain in his heart that this woman Morong Shui must be no simple person.
Before, Shani just thought that the other party was a serious doomsday enthusiast. But I didn't expect that the other party would dare to kill people. A woman who built a doomsday shelter, stockpiled a lot of food and water, prepared a lot of weapons, and dared to kill people. Why does she feel so much like a character in some novels? Shani seemed to be lost in thought. Then, the three of them chatted for a while, and Morong Shui left on her own initiative, using the excuse that she was a little tired. Susu, take these supernatural fruits and eat them. Shani took out a handful of supernatural fruits from the system space and gave them to Shinsu. They are all telepathic supernatural fruits. This ability is very practical. Although I don't need to go out and generally won't encounter any danger, I can still keep this ability as a backup. As for why it wasn't given before, it was because of the upper limit of supernatural powers. Shani originally wanted to give his younger sister 2 more powerful superpowers. Although telepathy is practical, it is still a little weak and has little combat power, so there is no need to occupy a supernatural space. But other supernatural fruits are not easy to find, so let us arrange the telepathic power first. I'll think of other ways later to see if I can break through the upper limit of my supernatural powers. Wow! Bro, where did you dig up a tree with supernatural fruits? There are so many supernatural fruits. Shinsu's face was full of surprise. Shani smiled, and then explained to his younger sister how to use telepathic abilities, and how eating more supernatural fruits would allow one to level up. Then, he left some food and water and then left on the pretext of having something to do. Walk out the door. He went straight to Morong Shui's house on the 18th floor. 79, Shani, are you a reborn person? Shani was almost certain that this strange woman Morong Shui definitely intended to approach his younger sister. As for the purpose, he had no idea. But since the hidden danger has been discovered, we must nip it in the bud. Or get rid of Morong Shui. Or he could subdue her and find out her purpose in approaching his family. Through a telepathic perspective. When Shani saw Morong Shui hurriedly returning home, he immediately picked up his crossbow and opened all the traps in the house, preparing for battle. There's something wrong with this woman. She actually predicted that I would come to find her. Shani didn't play any tricks with Morong Shui and teleported directly into her bedroom. There is only one trap in this room, which poses no threat to me. At this time, Morong Shui sat in the living room with an open view, holding a crossbow in her hand, with a white fox lying on the sofa, looking as if she was facing a great enemy. She could feel that the power that was spying on her was always there. I'm being targeted. That man finally came. Come out and talk about whatever you want. Morong Shui looked around and said in a cold voice. Her attitude was completely different from before in front of Shinsu. As kind as he was then, he is as cruel now. Shani stared at Morong Shui, and an idea came to his mind. This woman must have special abilities. She could sense her snooping. But she couldn't seem to see where she was. But this woman is very smart. The reason she sits in the living room with a wide view is obviously to guard against her own teleportation sneak attack. No matter from which angle Shani suddenly attacked, this woman could counterattack immediately. What a keen combat awareness. What was her previous identity? Furthermore, he even noticed the maximum distance of my teleportation. Shani frowned, as if thinking about something. Although judging from Morong Shui's aura, she did not have any strong murderous intentions towards him, he could not let his guard down. Then, Shani was in the bedroom, and he spoke to her through the door. Morong Shui, who are you? Morong Shui was startled and quickly looked towards the bedroom. She subconsciously tightened her grip on the crossbow. People with space abilities are indeed difficult to deal with. And this person with spatial ability actually also has the ability of perception. The combination of these two superpowers simply doesn't make sense. Originally, there were so many mechanisms and traps in his room that even if someone with spatial abilities broke in without vision, they could still plot against him. But if the opponent has a perceptual ability, then these traps will be useless. Morong Shui gripped her crossbow tightly, staring at the bedroom, and said coldly, I don't understand what you mean by this. What exactly do you want to say? If possible, she really didn't want to fight with this kind of cheating guy. Especially since the other party is actually Shinsu's brother. All of this was completely beyond Morong Shui's plan. Then let me ask you bluntly, why would you renovate a shelter like this in advance? Who told you there would be a disaster? Shani asked. He even wondered if some high-level officials knew about the doomsday disaster before it happened. But this speculation was quickly overturned. Because even someone with a strong background like Lin Jiwei didn't know that the end of the world was coming, how could Morong Shui, an ordinary person who seemed to be alone, know about it? So there's definitely something wrong with her. I'm just a doomsday shelter enthusiast. I didn't know there would be a doomsday disaster, and no one told me. As for renovating this house, I just did it for fun because I had money, and I didn't expect it would be useful. Morong Shui replied. This was the only reasonable explanation she had thought of a long time ago. Although it sounds a bit ridiculous, it is better than revealing the secret of your rebirth. She didn't dare tell strangers about her rebirth. Yeah. However, Shinny didn't believe Morong Shui's reason at all. It's totally untenable. Let me guess, are you a reborn person who came back from the apocalypse like in the TV series? As Shinny spoke, he carefully observed the changes in Morong Shui's expression. When he said the 3 words reborn, Morong Shui's eyes suddenly shrank, but she tried her best to restrain herself from showing any strange expression. But just this one detail is enough to confirm it. He's actually a reborn person. Shinny was immediately shocked. Someone can actually be reborn. Is this Destiny's daughter? Or some rare supernatural power? Shinny had a lot of thoughts in his mind, but he was mostly excited. If you can master the secret of this reborn person, you can avoid many dangers and gain many opportunities. But at the same time, facing a reborn person, Shinny dared not underestimate him. Who knows if the other party has any powerful trump cards? If he wants to fight with me, it will be troublesome. Then, Shinny directly used the mental connection, forcibly connected to Morong Shui, and teleported away from the 18th floor. It's always better to be careful. Through spiritual connection, remote communication is possible. Is this a psychic ability? Morong Shui suddenly felt an unfamiliar mental force invading her mind, and was startled. She quickly gathered her own mental strength and forcibly eliminated the external force. Damn it! She gritted her teeth secretly, showing an expression of disbelief. He actually possesses 3 superpowers. How is this possible? As a reborn person, Morong Shui has only obtained the 2nd superpower so far. Her expression changed constantly, and her eyes then fell on the white fox lying on the sofa. Xiao Bai, it seems. I can only rely on you. At the same time, Shinny frowned when he realized that his mental connection was instantly erased. This woman's mental strength is so strong? He thought to himself, it seems that her ability should be to strengthen her mental strength. After thinking for a moment, Shinny once again initiated a spiritual connection with Morong Shui, and added a short message. Don't be so quick to refuse. I just want to talk to you. Shinny's voice rang in Morong Shui's mind. She frowned slightly, hesitated for a moment, but did not cut off the connection again. She could feel that this mental power was weak and harmless, and was obviously only used for communication and not offensive. It seems his psychic ability is of auxiliary type, and its level is not high. It can only be used for communication. Morong Shui felt a little relieved. If this guy who possesses spatial and perceptual abilities also possesses powerful mental abilities, then he would have absolutely no chance of winning. How could someone who died long ago in his previous life be so powerful in this life? Who is the reborn one? Morong Shui's heart was filled with shock and confusion. Suddenly, she remembered that Shinny had easily guessed her identity as a reborn person, and her heart suddenly tightened. Etc. Could it be that he is also a reborn person? Otherwise, why would he guess his identity? Thinking of this, Morong Shui asked Shinny directly through the spiritual connection. Shinny, are you a reborn person? 80. I want to sleep. Me? A reborn one? Shinny was stunned. How does this woman come up with this idea? They actually thought I was reborn. After thinking about it, he replied, I'm not, but you are. Shinny also completely confirmed the other party's identity as a reborn person from Morong Shui's question. All doubts turned into certainties. Morong Shui also obviously realized that her identity was exposed, so she immediately cut off her spiritual connection with Shinny. Let us stop talking. The more you talk, the more mistakes you make. Now she just needs to be prepared for everything. If Shinny really wants to hurt me, then even if he is Shinsu's brother, I will never tolerate it. The worst that can happen is that both the fish and the net are destroyed. At this moment, Shani, who was hiding in the black fog, also frowned, hesitating whether to take action. He always felt that Morong Shui had a very powerful trump card. For example, her special ability. Or maybe, the white fox? Shani's telepathy stared at the white fox, looking at it carefully. The size of this white fox is no different from that of a normal fox. The only difference is that it has 3 tails. This is also a mutated white fox. Moreover, it might be a very powerful mutant white fox. Otherwise, Morong Shui, a reborn being, wouldn't have spent resources to support it. If I am not careful, I might suffer at the hands of this fox. How can we take her down without getting hurt? Shin-Yi fell into deep thought. A direct assault would definitely not work. He doesn't want to take any risks. There is another way. That is to teleport in, throw 2 grenades directly, kill Baihu and Morong Shui, and be done with it. But that's a bit of a waste. Wasting grenades, wasting unlocked supplies, and even more wasting the value of a reborn person. Although I can't use a grenade to blow her up directly, I can use it to threaten her. If she's not afraid of my threat, then it proves she can protect herself from grenades. So I'll hold off on her for now and wait until she's developed enough before I give her a hard time. If she's scared, then I'll just push it further. Shin-Yi quickly made a plan to test it with a grenade. He once again forced a mental connection with Morong Shui, adding a warning, I have grenades. If you don't want to fight to the death, don't refuse to communicate. After his mental connection was repeatedly erased, Shin-Yi felt that his mental energy was greatly depleted. If he takes the initiative to cut off the connection, the consumption will be very small, but if it is forcibly erased by the other party, the loss of mental power will increase exponentially. That's right, the ability of mental connection relies on mental power. Although Shin-Yi did not obtain the ability to enhance his mental strength, his physical evolution ability made his mental strength far exceed that of ordinary people, which enabled him to continuously and forcibly connect with Morong Shui. On the other side, Morong Shui was about to erase the connection again, but she heard what Shin-Yi said. Grenade. She looked incredulous. How could Shin-Yi have a grenade? No. Impossible. He must be scamming me. How could an ordinary college student have a grenade? This is ridiculous. However, despite her doubts, Morong Shui did not decisively cut off the connection this time. Although she was confident that she could survive the grenade explosion, the risk was still great. What's more, if the opponent has more than 1 grenade, then my situation will be even more dangerous. We have no grudges against each other, and I even helped your sister, but you threaten me like this? Morong Shui asked coldly, with a hint of anger and confusion in her tone. Shin-Yi seemed to have not heard her question and continued to speak. My grenade was picked up from a dead Special Forces soldier. It is specially made and has a much greater explosive power than ordinary grenades. If it exploded in your house, one would be enough to raze it to the ground. Morong Shui was silent. This bastard. Listening to what he said, it didn't seem like he was trying to deceive me. Does he really have a grenade? Morong Shui took a deep breath and tried to calm herself down. I'm not afraid of your grenade. Don't think that I can't do anything to you just because you have spatial abilities. Since you know I'm a reborn being, you should be able to guess that I must have my own life-saving trump card. She paused, her tone softening slightly. I don't want to fight you to death. We have no grudges against each other, there's no need to hurt each other. Morong Shui personally admitted her identity as a reborn person. And it was obvious that she was not just saying this casually, but was determined to die together. Shin-Yi pondered for a moment. Indeed, there was no animosity between them. But can this kind of logic be applied in today's era? Those thugs had no grudges against Shin-Yi before. Didn't Shin-Yi kill them too? The threat posed by Morong Shui is much greater than those thugs. She is a reborn person, hiding a huge secret, and deliberately getting close to her family. There was no way Shin-Yi would ignore her. What if Morong Shui grows up quickly with the memories of her previous life, and the situation is reversed? I will be the one in the passive position. Although this was just Shin-Yi's speculation, he always assumed the worst of others. In this world, only power can decide everything. Whether you are a good person or a bad person, strength is always the most important thing. Therefore, Morong Shui, the unstable factor, must be resolved or controlled. At least make sure she can never threaten him. Only in this way will Shin-Yi feel at ease. I don't want to be your enemy either. Shin-Yi replied. Hearing this answer, Morong Shui's tense heart relaxed slightly. She really didn't want to fight to the death. Only those who have died once know how precious life is. Of course, the main reason is that my current strength is not strong enough. If Shinee was strong enough, he wouldn't dare threaten me like this. She just killed Shinee directly. Negotiation? I'm talking about Nima. Morong Shue's heart was boiling with rage, and she wished she could cut Shinee into pieces. But she still resisted the urge. After being reborn, she thought she could get rid of the frustration of her previous life and no longer be bullied by anyone. But he never expected that after only half a month, his identity as a reborn person would be discovered, and he was even threatened. What bad luck! If I were to be reborn again, I would definitely find this bastard and kill him right away. Morong Shue thought with gritted teeth. In this life, she has already become decisive, cruel, and ruthless. She would no longer be indecisive like in her previous life, but learn to solve problems with the most direct means. However, faced with Xinyi's threat, she had to temporarily suppress her anger and respond calmly. Now is not the time to be impulsive. When I become strong enough, I will settle the score with you. She warned herself secretly, with a cold light flashing in her eyes. Suppressing her anger once again, Morong Shui asked through the mental connection, "Since you don't want to be my enemy, then what exactly do you want to do by keeping an eye on me?" "Sleep you." Xinyi did not hesitate. 81. The spiritual connection is upgraded. Is he really my brother? Morong Shui was dumbfounded. Stunned. She didn't expect Xinyi to be so straightforward and direct. No, it's the end of the world now. Why are people still thinking about this kind of thing? You're still thinking about women when you can't even get enough to eat? Morong Shui was stunned. She always thought that Xinyi was spying on her and monitoring her for the sake of food for his family, or for the secret of his rebirth. Turns out, he just wanted to sleep with me? Do you have to be so vulgar? Morong Shuerin was stunned. She rubbed her forehead and couldn't help but complain, "Your vision is so narrow that I never thought you would do such a dirty thing." Yes. It's the end of the world, can't we have a bigger picture? Even if you say it's to become stronger, it's fine. You make such a big fuss just to sleep with a woman. In fact, I almost died for it. Morong Shui was both amused and angry, and for a moment she didn't know where to start complaining. Of course. She also knows that she has a good figure and looks, so it's normal for men to be attracted to her. However, Morong Shui always felt that Xinyi was very capable and cautious, and that he was able to detect her identity as a reborn person through just a few words, which showed that he was also very smart. Such a smart and cautious person is either a hero or a tyrant. Turns out, he's a pervert. Xinyi also knew the reason why Morong Shui was speechless, but he still replied calmly, "I never said that I have a big vision. You just made it up in your imagination. I only have one request, I want to sleep with you." Morong Shui remained silent. Naturally, she would never agree to such a thing. Although Xunyi's strength is not bad and his appearance is just acceptable. But Morong Shui was not in the mood to talk about love. Now is the end of the world. It's the end of the world, what's the point of talking about feelings? Besides, feelings are the most unreliable. In the previous life, even his biological mother and stepfather betrayed him. So, she will never believe in any feelings again in this life. As long as you don't get involved in emotions, you can live a comfortable life. When you are strong enough, leave the mountain city. So, Morong Shui replied indifferently, "Change the conditions. I only have this one request. If you don't agree, you'd better sleep with one eye open from now on. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that a grenade won't suddenly appear at your bedside." Xinyi threatened shamelessly. You are so shameless." Morong Shui cursed angrily. How could there be a man with a small head controlling a big head? The key is that he actually has 3 superpowers. If Xinyi was a weakling, Morong Shui would never say a word and would kill him directly. It just so happens that this old pervert has very strong supernatural powers and incredible luck. I really can't afford to offend him at the moment. She took a deep breath, suppressed her anger and said, "Change your conditions, even if it's just for supernatural fruits, I can find a way to help you find a few." "No, I only ask for one thing, to sleep with you." Xinyi was not moved at all. "Anyway, as long as I capture her, all the supernatural fruits be mine?" And Morong Shui's words further strengthened Xinyi's idea. She actually found a few supernatural fruits. It seems that this woman has quite a lot of opportunities. If she can promise me a few supernatural fruits casually, then she must have hidden more. You! Morong Shui was so angry at Xing Yi's stubborn attitude that she trembled. How could there be such a shameless man? Have you never seen a woman? Morong Shui didn't know that Xing Yi had a system that could unlock supplies, so she felt that Xing Yi's behavior was incomprehensible and unreasonable. I can give you some time to think about it, but not too long. Xing Yi said generously. Consider? Morong Shui sneered angrily, and then said, Aren't you afraid that I will stab you to death when you sleep in the same bed with me? I'm afraid, but I have a way to solve it. For example, you can take sleeping pills and knock yourself out. Xing Yi was naturally prepared. Among the pile of medicines he had looted from the hospital, there were hundreds of bottles of sleeping pills. Anyway, there is enough medicine. Morong Shuiren was dumbfounded. How did this shameless guy come up with such a shameless idea? How can he say these words without any shame? Let me take sleeping pills myself? Why don't you tell me to tie myself up again? Morong Shui felt that in her second life, she had seen all kinds of ugly human nature. But this was the first time she had seen someone as obsessed with women and so shameless as Xing Yi. Refreshed my cognition and gained new insights. She took several deep breaths to suppress her anger. The defense was almost broken. The white fox tilted its little head, as if it was the first time it saw Morong Shui so angry. Well, have you thought about it? After about 10 minutes, Xing Yi, while eating fruit, sent out another invitation for double rowing. At the same time, his spiritual connection was also upgraded again. Your spiritual connection is upgraded to level 6. Spiritual Link LV6, you can establish a spiritual link with others, communicate messages through the spiritual link, and share vision. Currently, the maximum number of people in a spiritual link is 40, and the maximum connection distance is 1,500 meters. If you connect with a target with a spiritual link, the maximum distance is doubled, and the number of people connected is not counted. It has been upgraded from level 3 to level 6, and the distance has exceeded 1 kilometer. This distance is no worse than that of ordinary walkie-talkies. If you continue to upgrade, a 100 kilometers run shouldn't be difficult. With a connection distance of hundreds of kilometers, it will be very convenient to keep in touch when you go out. I've thought it over. I refuse. I don't want to fall in love in the apocalypse. Morong Shui also gave her own answer at this time. She did think about it for a few minutes. But, no matter how she thought about it, she felt it wasn't worth it. If I am reborn and have to rely on selling my body to survive, then wouldn't my rebirth be in vain? I didn't say I wanted to date you. If you don't want to, we can just have one time together. Xing Yi said. Unlock the rewards first. See what supplies this reborn can unlock for himself. Maybe the reward is extraordinary. Morong Shui was stunned when she heard Xing Yi's answer, and said, So, you came to me just to do that kind of thing? She thought Xing Yi wanted to fall in love with her, and then rely on the relationship to live in her shelter and share her food. But she found herself thinking Xing Yi was too smart. Feelings, there are only those dirty things in his mind. How much dirty shit is in this head to do something like this? No wonder he died so early in his previous life. He must have died from this. Is this guy really Shin Su's biological brother? Their brain circuits are completely different. 82, you are not a man at all. So childish. This guy Xing Yi is so childish. How could a normal person, in a doomsday world, not think about ways to get food and water, not improve his strength, but think about women? It's so childish. And being childish is not scary. The scariest thing is that such a childish person has the ability to overturn the table. This made Morong Shui speechless. Do I really have to compromise with a childish guy like Xing Yi? Otherwise, you can't really sleep with one eye open every day, right? Morong Shui had also thought about using Xing Yi's family to threaten him. But as soon as this idea came to her mind, she rejected it. Xing Yi has spatial and sensory abilities, so it is easy for him to move his family. Not to mention, Shin Su's special ability is not simple either. If the threat fails and instead forces Shin Su into a corner, that would be real trouble. So annoying. Morong Shui grabbed her hair impatiently. If Xing Yi wanted to fight her to the death, she wouldn't be so conflicted. The key is, the conditions Xing Yi proposed prevented her from risking her life, but she couldn't easily accept them. Choosing to compromise means not having to fight to the death. But this is hard to accept for Morong Shui, who was reborn and has a proud character. But if he chose to fight to the death, Shinee would not confront him head-on, but would hide behind him and attack him. This is even more uncomfortable. Just like now. Although the two had been talking on the phone, Morong Shui was still unable to determine Shinee's hiding place. This guy is incredibly cautious. Whenever he dared to appear in her sight, Morong Shui would consider giving it a try. Looking at the anxious Morong Shui, Shinee remained calm. Now that the initiative is in his hands, he must seek the greatest benefit. Sleeping with Morong Shui is just the first step. Once she really knocks herself out from the drug, Shinee can plunder her stored supplies. This is cognitive bias. In Morong Shui's opinion, Shinee behaved like a sex-hungry ghost. Let's talk it over. Can't we change the terms? Morong Shui said tentatively, adding, besides, how do I know if you're lying to me? What if you kill me while I'm knocked out? I doubt your character. I can't trust you. Her suspicions were justified. Judging from Shinee's current behavior, he is really not a good person. After all, Morong Shui had helped his family, but he still wanted to attack Morong Shui. This is also one of the reasons why Morong Shui is unwilling to compromise. I never thought of killing you, Shinee replied calmly. After all, you are a reborn being, and the information you know is the most valuable resource for me. Killing you directly would also be a loss to me. At this moment, Shinee really had no intention of killing Morong Shui. Your loss? Morong Shui's cheeks twitched slightly, and she wanted to curse. Today is definitely the day when her defenses are broken the most. Met such a shameless person. Take a deep breath. Morong Shui directly cut off the mental connection. Since we can't reach an agreement, let us fight. She just didn't believe that Shinee would really fight her to the death over something like this. It's no good for anyone if the fish die and the net is broken. Hang up again? Shinee raised his eyebrows. Since you are unwilling to compromise voluntarily, I will help you voluntarily. Shinee glanced down at a stone at his feet and picked it up. The next second, he teleported to Morong Shui's residence and threw the stone at her. In the back. Morong Shui keenly noticed the movement behind her, turned around quickly, and shot the crossbow arrow instantly. However, this arrow missed. She only saw a flying stone, and Shinee's figure had disappeared without a trace. Instant movement without CD restrictions cannot be captured by the naked eye. The stone approached Morong Shui rapidly, but at the moment it was about to hit her, it strangely hovered in the air. Morong Shui gripped the crossbow tightly and couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. I didn't expect Shinee's sneak attack to come so quickly. This guy turns against me at the drop of a hat. No hesitation at all. This is obviously a warning to myself. This time he threw stones. What about next time? Maybe it's a grenade. Morong Shui clenched her teeth, her face so gloomy that water seemed to drip out. What kind of supernatural power is this? It's a bit like Lin Jiwei's gravity manipulation. Shinee looked at the stone he threw suspended in mid-air, lost in thought. If it is just gravity control, it will definitely not be able to stop the explosion of the grenade. But since Morong Shui is confident that she is not afraid of grenades, it shows that the strength of her supernatural powers is far more than that. Shinee took out a bottle of mineral water, drank it all, then took the empty bottle and teleported again to launch a sneak attack. He wanted to see who could last longer. Damn bastard. Morong Shui once again blocked the mineral water bottle that suddenly appeared and couldn't help cursing inwardly. She already understood Shinyee's intention. This guy wants to consume his mental energy. Shinee didn't give Morong Shui much chance to breathe. The unexpected sneak attacks followed one after another. Empty water bottles, stones, and even various debris would fly over from a certain angle from time to time. However, no matter which direction the attack comes from, Morong Shui can always block every attack accurately, without any flaws on her body. Only. As she continued to release her supernatural powers for defense, beads of sweat began to appear on Morong Shui's forehead. Obviously, using her superpowers over and over again consumes a lot of energy for her. As for Shinee, he had probably consumed about 1/6 or 1/7 of his physical strength. This woman must be reaching her limit. He exhaled lightly, observed the sweaty Morong Shui through telepathy, and made a judgment in his mind. I have to say, this woman has strong abilities in combat awareness. There was no flaw on his body. No matter from which angle he attacked, he couldn't break through her defense. But when it comes to a protracted war, Shinee doesn't think he will lose. He teleported into the room again, threw out a piece of debris, and continued to consume Morong Shue's energy. After several consecutive sneak attacks, Morong Shue was so tired that she was panting and her face was slightly pale. Seeing this scene, Shani once again forcibly established a mental connection. This time, the connection was successfully established easily. It seems that using her supernatural powers consumes her mental energy. Her abilities are probably psychic. Through the mental connection, Shani sensed that Morong Shue's mental strength was obviously much weaker, and he secretly speculated in his heart. Then, through the spiritual connection, he said calmly, "How long can your mental strength last?" "Surrender obediently." "Shut up. If you're brave enough, come out and fight me head on. What's the point of constantly attacking by surprise?" Morong Shue responded coldly, with suppressed anger in her tone. Xinyi's attack method is so disgusting. The perception ability combined with the space ability is simply cheating. What's that skill? Soon you'll be able to experience my abilities firsthand. Xinyi didn't care. As he spoke, he suddenly launched another sneak attack. No martial ethics at all. Morong Shue was so angry that she almost exploded. It's not that Xinyi's sneak attack is so powerful. The objects he used for the sneak attack were just some garbage bags or something like that, which didn't do any harm when they hit him. But Morong Shue did not dare to be careless. What if it's a garbage bag this time, a stone next time, or even a grenade? This disgusting tactic even forced the usually calm Morong Shue to break down. She started cursing. "Asshole. You're not even a man. Come out if you can. As long as you can beat me head on, I'll lie right here and let you do whatever you want." 83. It's time to end the farce. If you have the guts, don't use your supernatural powers to defend yourself. Try to withstand my grenade with your physical body. If you can withstand it, I'll leave now and never embarrass you again. Xinyi said lightly. He was not angry at all because of Morong Shue's insults. After all, he didn't know what Morong Shue's trump card was, so he naturally wouldn't be stupid enough to run out and confront her head on. What's more, the white fox that had been lying motionless on the sofa also made Xinyi cautious all the time. If you fail because of showing off, you will be really stupid. Shameless. Morong Shue's face was pale, obviously due to overuse of her supernatural powers. But she knew in her heart that Xinyi was right. This isn't a child's game. If Xinyi really comes out to fight me head on, that would be stupid. Morong Shue originally wanted to provoke Xinyi and make him reveal his flaws. However, this guy was extremely vigilant. Every time he threw something, he would teleport far away, making it impossible for him to capture his position. If she could lock onto Xinyi's position, she wouldn't be so passive. I'll give you one more chance to think about it. If you still won't compromise, I might throw a grenade next time. Xinyi issued another warning. As for why not use a pistol for a sneak attack? The reason is simple: shooting requires aiming, and there will be a delay of several seconds. It would be dangerous if Morong Shue caught me because of these few seconds of delay. There's no need to risk a full few seconds. In comparison, the current sneak attack method is safer. You can escape from the battlefield in an instant without any worries. It doesn't matter even if I can't sneak attack her. It is enough to keep Morong Shue in a state of mental tension at all times and use her supernatural powers constantly. At this time, hearing Xinyi's warning, Morong Shue, who was already nervous, tightened the crossbow in her hand even more nervously. Her face was covered in sweat and pale as paper, but her eyes were still as sharp as a knife. It was like a vicious wolf ready to pounce and bite Xinyi at any time. This woman's willpower is too strong. He is indeed a reborn person. Even Xinyi had to marvel at Morong Shue's tenacity. She is incredibly strong, both physically and mentally. If it were an ordinary person, faced with such a desperate situation, he would have compromised long ago. But Morong Shue was still holding on. My spirit is already at its limit. But she still refused to surrender and would rather die than surrender. A heroine. Fortunately, I'm not a good person, otherwise I really wouldn't be able to do it. Xinyi murmured in a low voice. He has always been a decisive person. Once he makes a decision, he will carry it through to the end. Changing your orders every day will only lead to mistakes. Since he had already offended Morong Shue, it was impossible to ask for peace. Either she compromises today, or get rid of her completely today. Otherwise, if Morong Shue leaves with hatred, there will be endless troubles in the future. Even your own family may be in danger. Through telepathy, Shinyi could clearly see that the aura emanating from Morong Shue's entire body was pure black. This strong hostility and murderous intent, if she is given even a chance, she will definitely fight to the death with me. Because of this, it is even more impossible for Shinyi to let her go. During the conversation, Shinyi's sneak attacked Morong Shue twice more. At this time, Morong Shue's face was as pale as paper, and she had to hold onto the sofa to barely stand. Obviously, she had already reached her limit. Damn it! If this continues, my spirit will collapse. Morong Shue was breathing heavily, her face as pale as paper. Because she has squeezed her mental strength to the limit, her supernatural powers have broken through to level 2. This is overdrawing mental power to upgrade. It's the dumbest way to level up. But even so, it was of no use to her after the breakthrough. Because her mental strength is no longer enough to support her to continue releasing her supernatural powers. Bang! Sudden. A bottle of water hit Morong Shue. She couldn't defend against this sneak attack. Shinyi's eyes narrowed. The opportunity has come. He quickly pulled out a grenade, but before he did anything, he asked again. Have you thought about it? This is the last chance. Shinyi didn't want to take any more risks. If Morong Shue still refuses to compromise, then we have no choice but to solve this problem completely. Although the loss is a bit large, at least a major threat can be eliminated. Consider? I'm testing you. Even if I let you come now, would you dare to sleep with me? Morong Shue leaned on the sofa and cursed coldly. Originally she was just entangled and hesitant. But being teased by Shinyi like this, she was really angry. Don't fight for the bread, fight for your dignity. If she doesn't vent her anger today, her rebirth will be in vain. I am so pissed off. Shinyi didn't waste any words, but teleported over and threw a bottle of sleeping pills. Morong Shue subconsciously defended herself, but when she saw that it was sleeping pills, she clenched her fists in anger. Asshole! Come out if you can. Let me beat you up. As long as you're willing to stand there and let me beat you up, I'll agree to your request. And I don't take medicine. Her words were a disguised compromise. Just want to vent my anger. But Shinyi didn't care whether she was angry or not. He had no intention of putting himself in someone else's shoes. Isn't it enough to just make yourself happy? It's the end of the world, and you're still worrying about whether others are happy or wronged all day long. Life would be too tiring. As a human being, you have to have double standards to feel good. It's impossible to beat me up, forget it. If you're willing to compromise, then let me see your sincerity. Shinyi remained calm. Although he had used his supernatural powers frequently today and had consumed a lot of his physical strength, he found that he had become more proficient in teleportation. Really? You still need to use your superpowers more often to improve them. He can now even teleport dozens of meters into the sky continuously. As long as you use the second teleport immediately before falling, you can add distance. In other words, as long as you react fast enough, you can really go to heaven. Even though it's useless. Now. In the mental connection, Morong Shue cursed very vulgarly. It was so dirty that Shinyi almost cut off the connection unilaterally. Good job. I didn't expect that such a beautiful and elegant lady could swear such dirty words. It seems that he is really angry. Come to think of it. If Shinyi was teased like this by the bad guys, he might have a heart attack. Fortunately, I am a bad guy. What a relief. Morong Shue cursed for a long time until her mouth was dry and she stopped. It seemed like she had released a lot of energy in one breath, and even the black energy on her body dissipated slightly. She simply plopped down on the sofa, no longer on guard against sneak attacks, and didn't say a word, just sitting there. But Shinyi did not dare to be careless. Who knows if Morong Shue is using herself as bait to lure him into the trap? He glanced out the window. The rain is getting heavier. It's time to end this farce. Shinyi held the grenade and used teleportation again. P.S. Please support me with some free tips. Just watch the ads. It doesn't cost any money and will give me more motivation to update. If you don't mind, please give me some 5-star reviews. 84, Innate X Holy Body? Kill me if you dare. If I could be reborn again, I would definitely settle the score with you first. Morong Shue noticed Shinyi's appearance, but did not resist and just lay defenseless on the sofa. Just start. But Shinyi did not let down his guard. He still kept a very long distance from Morong Shui and was ready to use teleportation at any time. The closer we get to the final moment, the more we must not let our guard down. Okay, if you can be reborn, then you can take revenge on me as you please, even abuse me. I won't mind. I'll wait for you. Shinyi's tone was indifferent. He only looks at this world. Whether it's the next life or the next life, don't even think about scaring me. Since I dare to kill you, I'm not afraid of any damn retribution. Hearing Shinyi's words, Morong Shui's beautiful eyes moved and she looked at him. Although I really want to kill this bastard with one knife. But I have to say, this bastard has a really good mentality. If you want to survive in this increasingly desperate world, you must at least have this mentality. Although Morong Shui hated Shinyi, she never said anything bad about him. Why? Because she herself is not a good person. She had also killed people. After living her life again, Morong Shui deeply understood that only those who are cruel and bad enough can live longer. This is the law of survival in the doomsday. If we don't talk about the hatred between them, she actually admires Shinyi's character. Cut the grass and root it out, be free and do whatever you want. This is the perfect person that Morong Shui imagines herself to be. She did the same in this life. As long as you take action, you will definitely silence them. Do whatever you want. For example, before the end of the world began, she borrowed more than 100 million yuan through various channels and built a doomsday villa, but she never thought about paying the money back. Those creditors had contacted her before, wanting to seek refuge there, but Morong Shui was too lazy to reply to them and simply blocked them all. Anyway, it's the end of the world, so let the deadbeats be deadbeats. Do they really dare to block my door? If they really dare to come, just kill them all to prevent future troubles. After a few minutes of silence, Morong Shui suddenly asked, "Have you gained any physical enhancement abilities? Want to know? Become my woman and I'll tell you." Shinyi was still considering whether to throw a grenade. Because he saw that Morong Shui's hostility suddenly dissipated a lot. The black air slowly turned into gray air, even mixed with a hint of white air. What's going on? For some reason, he's no longer hostile to me. A congenitally masochistic holy body? The mood changes so fast, it's weirder than Cthulhu. You've already used 3 abilities, which proves that you can't possibly have any physical enhancement abilities. Could it be a drug that can temporarily increase your stamina? Morong Shui looked at Shinyi and analyzed thoughtfully. This scene doesn't give any sign that the two were fighting for their lives just a few minutes ago. You mean, everyone only has 3 powers? Shinyi frowned, catching the key information. He had already known this information through Lin Jiwei, but Shinyi always believed that as long as he obtained the ability to evolve his physical body, he would be able to accommodate more abilities. It's the same for everyone. But from what Morong Shui, the reborn one, said, it seems that the upper limit of superpowers for humans in the previous life was also 3? Could it be that no one ate the fruit of physical evolution in the previous life? Since Morong Shui mentioned that there is a physical enhancement ability, it stands to reason that physical evolution should also be included. If other people also eat the physical evolution fruit, they should be able to accommodate more than 3 superpowers. Unless the fruit of physical evolution is so rare that even Morong Shui, a reborn person, has never heard of it. Of course, there is another possibility, that is, Morong Shui was too useless in her previous life, and she may not have come into contact with any strong people at all, so she doesn't know much information. This possibility is very high. If she was very powerful in her previous life, she probably wouldn't be reborn. Morong Shui didn't know what Shinyi was thinking at the moment. She remembered clearly that the most powerful person in her previous life could only obtain 3 superpowers at most. Some people have tried to obtain the 4th superpower, but their bodies exploded. Therefore, Morong Shui was very sure that humans could only have 3 superpowers at most. At least that's what she knew. Shinyi has currently demonstrated perception, mental and spatial abilities, which makes 3 abilities in total. If he has another ability to strengthen his physique, then he will have 4 abilities. This is absolutely impossible. Then there is only one other possibility. Shinyi raised the level of his spatial ability, and it reached at least level 5 or 6, so the physical energy consumption was reduced and he could use it without hesitation. But this is also incredible. Morong Shui was forced into a desperate situation and overdrew her mental strength before she managed to upgrade her ability to level 2. However, upgrading the spatial ability is several times more difficult than upgrading one's own ability. The stronger the ability, the rarer it is and the more difficult it is to upgrade. Especially in the space and time systems, it is very difficult to upgrade to the first level, let alone to the 5th or 6th level in just half a month. It's impossible to level up so fast even with cheats. If it were really so easy to upgrade rare and powerful superpowers, humans wouldn't have almost become extinct. Morong Shui remembered very clearly that the famous psychics in her previous life all possessed very common elemental powers. Because the public's supernatural powers are easier to upgrade. At a higher level, you can use numbers to crush space and time abilities. For example, ice-type abilities. High-level ice-type ability users can freeze hundreds of meters of space with ease. Ordinary space ability users can only teleport dozens of meters, and are no match for ice ability users. Because of this, Morong Shui didn't understand what Xin Yi's current situation was. Since he already has 3 superpowers, it is impossible for him to obtain a 4th physical enhancement superpower. It is even more impossible to raise the level of spatial ability so quickly. So now there are only 2 possibilities. First, there is a recovery or enhancement type of psychic who is restoring his strength and enhancing his abilities. This possibility is very low because Morong Shui did not sense any other people with special abilities nearby. Then there is only the second possibility left. Xin Yi should have taken some medicine or fruit that can increase his physical strength for a short period of time. She had actually heard of this kind of item in her previous life. It is also a relatively rare resource, and it only gradually appeared more than 2 months after the end of the world. And as soon as it appeared, it was controlled by those powerful psychics in the shelter. If Xin Yi already has this kind of fruit or medicine now, then he is too lucky. Who is the reborn one? I have lived a new life and know so many opportunities, but I am not even as strong as an ordinary and unknown person in my previous life. Could it be that this guy wasn't actually dead in his previous life, but was just hiding his abilities? He is actually a very powerful person? As she thought about it, Morong Shui's gaze toward Xin Yi became strange. 85. Favorability is higher. Morong Shui originally planned to fight a protracted battle with Xin Yi. She planned to rely on her powerful mental strength to slowly consume Xin Yi's strength and wear him out. After all, the stronger the superpower, the more it consumes. Xin Yi has been using spatial and perceptual abilities. Logically speaking, his consumption should be much greater than mine. However, Morong Shui never expected that Xin Yi's physical strength would be so amazing. Not only did he not show any signs of fatigue, but he pushed himself into a desperate situation. It was this abnormal situation that made Morong Shui realize that things were not simple. Even if his rebirth brought about some butterfly effect, it would not make Xin Yi, an ordinary and unknown person in his previous life, become so powerful in this life. Unless he already possessed great strength in his previous life. However, he never revealed his true strength, but hid in the dark and remained silent. Judging from Xin Yi's cautious and cunning behavior when he attacked him, this possibility is very high. Only in this way can we explain why he is so powerful in this life. That's right. A person can only have 3 superpowers at most. At least I've never heard of anyone having a 4th superpower. Amidst her thoughts, Morong Shui answered Xin Yi's question. This is the advantage of being reborn, she knows more. No matter how strong Xin Yi is, he has to ask her for advice. Thinking of this, Morong Shui couldn't help but feel a little proud. Xin Yi seemed to be lost in thought, his gaze falling on Morong Shui. Since you knew I already possess 3 superpowers, why did you give me the superpower fruit before? You want me dead? That's right. Morong Shui admitted it without any reservation. Since you threaten me, why can't I plot against you? Xin Yi couldn't help but laugh. This woman is indeed not a good person. In this case, I won't have any psychological burden for my subsequent actions. Although he never felt guilty. Then, Xin Yi suddenly teleported, closing the distance between him and Morong Shui. At the same time, he directly activated the shadow binding, freezing Morong Shui and Bai Hu in place. It just so happened that the lights were on in Morong Shui's house, which met the conditions for shadow binding. Morong Shui, who was frozen, widened her eyes and looked at Xin Yi in disbelief. What's going on? This is another supernatural power. The 4th superpower. He actually has 4 superpowers. Rather than fear, Morong Shui was more shocked and unbelievable. She had just vowed that each person could only have 3 superpowers at most. As a result, Xin Yi used his 4th supernatural power. What the hell is going on with this guy? Although your calculations are good, they are useless in the face of absolute strength.
Shani said lightly.
After completely restraining the man and the fox, he felt much more at ease.
But
what surprised Shani was that the energy consumed by restraining the white fox was twice as much as restraining Morong Shui.
This shows that this white fox is much stronger than Morong Shui.
Really? This woman's trump card is related to this fox.
But I don't know what the white fox's abilities are. Shani stared at the white fox for a while, then turned to Morong Shui. In this situation, can you still turn the tables?
As he spoke, he was still ready to teleport away at any time. If Morong Shui can break free from her restraints, even though she is powerful, I will not provoke her today.
Certainly.
The reason why Shani dared to close the distance was because he sensed that Morong Shui had very little hostility towards him, and even had a hint of goodwill towards him. Especially now that she was tied up by me, her favorability towards him actually increased a little.
The more you are abused, the higher your favorability, right? At this time,
although Morong Shui was unable to move, her heart was in turmoil.
Why does this man have 4 superpowers? How did he do it? Even stronger than me, a reborn person. I can't understand it, I can't understand it at all. No wonder I am no match for him. No wonder this guy is so physically strong. He might actually have the ability to strengthen his physical constitution.
Since I can break through the human body's limit and obtain the 4th superpower, it is possible to obtain the 5th. Thinking of this, Morong Shui looked at Shani with a little more passion in her eyes. If I could also break through the upper limit of the human body and gain a 4th, 5th, or even 6th superpower, then my strength will definitely increase dozens of times. The reason why Morong Shui has only obtained 2 superpowers so far is not because she can only find 2 superpower fruits, but she didn't want to awaken some useless superpowers and limit her own abilities. Morong Shui's goal is to raise her upper limit and become stronger than she was in her previous life, so she selectively chooses powerful superpowers to obtain.
But if Shani can help me break through the upper limit, then I don't have to be restricted and can just stack all kinds of superpowers. Anyway, having one more superpower is definitely not a bad thing.
Thinking about it this way, having a relationship with Shani is no big deal.
Even living together is fine.
Morong Shui can accept any man as long as he can make her stronger.
There is nothing wrong with her sexual orientation, nor does she dislike the opposite sex.
The reason why she doesn't have a relationship is simply because her standards are too high and there's no man she likes. Especially after her rebirth, Morong Shui's vision has become higher. She looks down on ordinary men, even those men in her previous life who possessed powerful superpowers and status.
As long as she wants, she can easily kill those people. This is why Morong Shui doesn't want to find a burden. In her opinion, finding a man is just finding a burden for herself, right?
But the strength shown by Shani made her change her mind.
Fuck. Morong Shui, you masochist.
Shani looked at Morong Shui and found that the hostility in her had almost completely disappeared, replaced by a neutral gray aura. And in the gray, there is also a lot of white. In just a few tens of seconds, her favorability towards him increased rapidly. I didn't do anything and was even prepared to use violence, but Morong Shui became more and more fond of me.
There is a problem. This woman has a big problem. The harder you are to her, the more favorable she will be to you, right? Do you want to try slapping her a few times?
Shani pondered for a moment, then teleported backward while freeing himself from the shadow's restraints.
He wanted to see what Morong Shui was thinking.
Given Morong Shui's current friendly attitude, she shouldn't suddenly attack.
As for the white fox, he still controlled it. To prevent the fox from attacking him by any means. I agree to your request, you can sleep with me.
But after sleeping with me, you have to help me gain more superpowers. As soon as the restraints were released, Morong Shui immediately stood up and stared at Shani with fiery eyes.
As long as I can improve my strength and become the king in the doomsday, what does being slept with matter?
The body is also the capital for becoming stronger. Morong Shui is no longer a naive little girl of 16 or 17 years old. The reason why she has never had a boyfriend is simply because she feels that they are not worthy of her and cannot bring her enough benefits.
If she needs money, she has it.
She is not bad as long as she has status.
There is absolutely no need to depend on men.
After the apocalypse in her previous life, although she had a hard time, she was able to survive with her own strength without relying on men.
So I haven't found a man. She didn't want to look for it in this life.
But the secret of Shani made her change her mind.
Being with Shani can make you stronger.
That's enough. Shinyi was silenced by Morong Shue's words. He is indeed worthy of being a reborn person. As long as there is enough interest, everything can be negotiated. Even if you want to kill me 1 second, you'll be willing to sleep with me the next. Through telepathy, Shinyi was very sure that Morong Shui was not plotting against him. She is really willing to trade her body. 86. Modify cognition, time ability. As long as you can help me gain more superpowers, I will be your woman from now on. I will also use the secret information I learned in my previous life to help you become stronger. Morong Shui said seriously. As long as we are strong enough, we will have the final say in the mountain city from now on. No, it's not just the mountain city. We can call the shots for the entire Xia kingdom, and even the entire world. Are there any kings, princes, generals, or ministers who are not of the same race? Morong Shue's eyes were filled with passion and enthusiasm. Obviously, she is not a person who is content with what she has, and she is not just trying to survive. Her ambition is even greater than Xin Yi's. She wants to be the king in the doomsday, become the overlord, and even control the whole world. Xin Yi finally understood why Morong Shue's attitude suddenly changed. Because what she values is not herself, but her power to break through the upper limit of superpowers. What Morong Shui wants is power, not emotion. Rule the world? You are such a middle school student. Xin Yi complained in his heart, but held back and didn't say it out loud. In the apocalypse, it seems not surprising to have such thoughts. Especially since Morong Shui is a reborn person and has experienced the suffering of doomsday, it is normal for her to have ambitions. But he didn't expect that her ambition would be so big. Don't you want to? Morong Shui looked at Xin Yi calmly. If Xin Yi had no ambition and just wanted to live a miserable life like he did in his previous life, then she would really look down on him. A man without ambition can be thrown away after use. Or, when my strength surpasses his, I can keep him in captivity and just provide him with food and drink every day, which can be considered as a way to repay him. Well, this method works. After all, I am not a heartless woman, and I can be more tolerant towards my first man. In a short period of time, many ideas emerged in Morong Shue's mind. The aura around her was also constantly changing, eventually becoming dominated by white and gray. Xin Yi saw this scene and confirmed that Morong Shui had no intention of taking action. He then slowly said, "First, tell me what your special ability and trump card are." Morong Shui hesitated for a moment, glanced at the white fox still pinned on the sofa, and then spoke, "My ability is telekinesis, and my mental power has also been strengthened. I can passively sense danger and can also detect the prying of perception type abilities. Also, I can release my telekinesis to protect my body and block all attacks. If I unleash my full mental power, I can block bullets, and even grenade explosions can't hurt me." So strong? Xin Yi raised his eyebrows, secretly surprised. Morong Shue's special ability can both attack and defend, which is very comprehensive. It's no worse than his own teleportation. No wonder she was so confident in saying she wasn't afraid of grenades. But Xin Yi didn't think this was Morong Shue's trump card. As a reborn person, it is impossible for her to have only one superpower. What else? Xin Yi continued to ask. Morong Shui paused and said, "My second ability is also spiritual. I can change a person's cognition and thinking through my eyes." Xin Yi was suddenly shocked. Oh shit. Is there such a shameless ability? If he fell into the trap accidentally, he might become Morong Shue's puppet or slave. And I'm totally unaware of it. After all, cognition is modified. This is much scarier than the hypnosis in the movies. Suddenly, Xin Yi looked at Morong Shui with a much more vigilant look. He really is worthy of being a guy who has lived a second life. Morong Shui noticed Xin Yi's attitude and explained, "Don't worry, the level of my ability is very low. It's almost impossible to directly change a person's thinking, unless the other party does not resist at all. Currently, I only use it as a sensory ability. For example, I can focus my powerful mental energy on my eyes, which allows me to penetrate the black fog and obstacles and sense the existence of objects. Of course, the premise is that this object has spiritual fluctuations." As she spoke, Morong Shue's eyes slowly turned into a charming red, looking extremely strange. Xin Yi immediately looked away and didn't meet her gaze. He was not sure whether Morong Shue's words were true or false. After all, there was no real trust between them. You can even say there is hatred. After all, Xin Yi almost forced Morong Shui to death before. She also knows that superpowers can be upgraded. It seems that in the previous life, this was no longer a secret. Shinee was curious about how other psychics improved their ability levels. But he wanted to know more about Morong Shue's trump card. Although these two abilities are powerful, they are definitely not all her trump cards. Otherwise, why would she dare to think of ruling the world? So what's your trump card? Don't tell me you don't have one. Shinee asked. The enchanting red in Morong Shue's pupils faded. She looked at the white fox on the sofa and said, Xiaobai, it is my last resort. Shinee also looked at the white fox. He had previously guessed that this white fox was no ordinary person, but he was not sure what abilities a fox could have that could be used as a trump card by a reborn person. Xiaobai, its ability is time-related, just like your space-related ability. It's very rare, and in some ways, it's even stronger than the space-related ability. Facing Shinee's gaze, Morong Shue explained in detail, Xiaobai can manipulate time to a certain extent. For example, it can make your body's time flow faster, thereby consuming your lifespan. Shinee was shocked. This ability was simply incredible. How could a fox possess such incredible power? Is this reasonable? I feel like he is even stronger than me who is cheating. Also, Xiaobai's time ability isn't just that, it can also pause a person's time, similar to the ability you used to freeze Xiaobai and me just now. However, after Xiaobai pauses time, the person being frozen won't feel the passage of time. When the pause ends, they will still think they are in the same place a few minutes ago. Morong Shue paused and continued, of course, the time system's abilities are more than just that. When Xiaobai mutates to a stronger level, it can also reverse the flow of time for a person. For example, if you were seriously injured or even died, but if you could just rewind your body to the time before your death, you would be resurrected. Wipe. Shinee frowned. This is fucking cheating. It's so shameless. Being able to attack, control, and assist, this is too comprehensive. Fine. Fortunately, this ability definitely has great limitations. Or maybe, the white fox is currently unable to use this ability. Otherwise, Shinee would have been caught long ago. Fortunately, Shinee was always very vigilant and did not give the white fox any chance. Understanding Shinee's shock, Morong Shue explained, although the time ability is very powerful, it also has great limitations. At least Xiaobai has to touch you before he can use his ability on you. Besides, because time ability is so powerful, even if you don't use it, it consumes a lot of physical strength and energy. Xiaobai is resting and recovering almost every moment, otherwise he would have died of exhaustion. This is the price Xiaobai has to pay for his weak abilities. If he upgrades a few more times, Xiaobai's body won't be able to withstand it. Really? You know, the stronger the ability, the greater the restrictions. It's like teleportation, which consumes a lot of energy. Even if ordinary people obtain teleportation, they cannot use it as frequently as Shinee. Even an adult with a strong physique can only teleport 7 or 8 times a day at most. What's the point? It's so hard to escape. But if the level is raised, the time and space abilities will be very powerful. Especially the time ability, maybe there is no need to touch, it can directly freeze a person's time and waste a person's time. It's outrageous. 87. How to upgrade spatial abilities. Shinee looked at the white fox with only vigilance, not envy. Although its time ability is indeed powerful, the cost is too high. If I had acquired this ability from the beginning, I might not even be able to leave the dormitory building. I also have to worry that my body won't be able to hold on and will break apart at any time. Not worth it. What's the difference between having powers that can't be used casually and having no powers at all? Just like now, Shinee can kill the white fox at any time. It doesn't even have the power to resist. The development cycle is too long. Not suitable for Shinee. I will think about this powerful ability when my physique is strong enough. And Shinee doubted whether there was any time-related supernatural fruit. Even if there is, it may be a split-time ability like his own teleportation, and it is impossible to be as comprehensive as the white fox. You know, the directions of mutation in animals and humans are completely different. Morong Shue is very frank. At least the cards she revealed really shocked Shinee. Even if Shinee is very cautious, he might still fall into the trap. If it were any other person with superpowers, they might have been tricked without even realizing it. What other cards do you have? Tell me all of them in one breath. Shinee looked at Morong Shue. He didn't believe that Morong Shue had no other cards. No, if you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Morong Shui looked helpless and didn't seem to be lying. Certainly. I also know where some supernatural fruits will appear in the future. This can be considered my trump card. Shen Yi didn't quite believe it. He didn't believe that Morong Shui had told him all her cards. She definitely has a secret. But the aura of Morong Shui was whiter than before, and there was obviously no hostility or calculation in her. Even if she really has a secret, it probably isn't to plot against me. In that case, Shen Yi didn't ask any further questions. The information he had learned so far had already shocked him. If I didn't have the system, I would definitely not be a match for Morong Shui, the reborn person. Even with the system, if Morong Shui really had a trump card and was determined to fight to the death, Shen Yi was not sure he could take her down without getting hurt. Fortunately, there is no need to fight to the death now. As long as he develops well, Shen Yi is confident that he can surpass Morong Shui. Because she has a limit to her abilities. But I don't. Although I don't know the specific reason, this is an opportunity. Amidst his thoughts, Shen Yi asked a question he had been curious about before. How do I upgrade my superpowers? You do not know? Morong Shui was stunned and looked at Shen Yi in confusion. Judging from the strength of the supernatural power displayed by Shen Yi, it is definitely not at the first level. Just the psychic ability that was communicating with me was definitely not level 1, otherwise the communication distance would be very close and I could easily capture it. But Shen Yi's call distance was over 100 meters, or even farther. This cannot be achieved by a first-level supernatural power. I only know one way, which is to eat fruits of the same type to level up. As Shen Yi spoke, he casually took out a handful of fruit from the system space and started eating. Eat some fruit to calm down first. By the way, let Morong Shui, this arrogant woman, know that she has the ability. Sure enough, Morong Shui showed a surprised expression. So many supernatural fruits? All of the same type? How did you get them? Even if there were plant-type psychics who could cultivate it, it's impossible. She was stunned. Who is this guy Shen Yi? Be perverted. Seeing Morong Shui's stunned expression, Shen Yi was very satisfied and continued, answer my question first. Morong Shui looked at Shen Yi deeply, and then said, eating the same type of supernatural fruit can indeed increase the level of supernatural power. But this is the hardest and best way to upgrade. The difficulty lies in the fact that similar supernatural fruits are very hard to find. After all, supernatural fruits are a very rare resource. Even after a few months, they are still rare. There are advantages, too. That is, you can eat the supernatural fruit to level up, without having to worry about anything else. Other questions? Shen Yi was puzzled. Yeah. Morong Shui nodded slightly and said, just like just now, the reason why my mental power was able to upgrade was because I overdrew my mental power, even overdrew my vitality, and almost lost half my life, so I barely managed to upgrade it. This type of upgrade carries significant risks, and each upgrade is more dangerous than the last. It's easy to lose your life during the upgrade process. Furthermore, this risky upgrade method is also prone to leaving behind sequelae and side effects. Of course, it's also because my telekinesis ability is relatively rare and powerful, so it's difficult to upgrade. If it were other elemental abilities, it would be slightly easier, but it's definitely not easy. At least it's much harder than eating the supernatural fruit directly. In other words, similar to honing oneself to the extreme, one's supernatural powers can be upgraded? Shen Yi pondered. This upgrade method is very similar to what Lin Jiwei had speculated before. There's something about that crazy woman. Almost. Morong Shui nodded. Besides this, are there any other ways to upgrade? I don't know how to upgrade all the superpowers, because each superpower has a different upgrade method. Morong Shui shook her head slightly and explained, for example, fire-type Esper. I heard that to level up, you need to increase your affinity with flames, such as close contact with flames? Or something like that. Anyway, in my previous life, I heard that a fire-type Esper burned himself half to death in order to increase his level. The only known way to level up is to eat fruits of the same type and push your own abilities to the limit, breaking through between life and death. However, I also heard a piece of news in my previous life. It seems that the United States has gathered the world's top scientists to develop a genetic drug that can help people with special abilities evolve. But it also has certain side effects. I don't know if it's true. After all, I never left the mountain city in my previous life. Shen Yi understood. So that's how it is. Other upgrade methods are much riskier than directly eating fruits to upgrade. Fortunately, I have a material system, so I can upgrade by eating fruits without getting hurt. However, the United States actually gathered the world's top scientists to develop genetic drugs? It seems that this woman Lin Jiwei did it all by herself. Is she so perverted? So what happened to her in her previous life? Why didn't TU help Xia country develop genetic medicine? Have you heard of the name Lin Jiwei? Shunyi asked tentatively. No, who is she? Morong Shui was puzzled, it sounded like a woman's name. Really? Since she is not famous, either Lin Jiwei's identity is kept absolutely secret, or she had an accident in her previous life and died in the research institute, and was unable to make any contribution. In this life, it might be because Shunyi happened to appear that she was able to survive. Come to think of it, given this woman's madness and her obsession with genetic research, even if she is smart, it would be easy for something to go wrong. If you dodge it once, but can't dodge it a second time, you will die sooner or later. Even with Shunyi's protection, she almost got herself killed today. Putting these things aside for the moment, Shunyi continued to ask, do you know how to upgrade your spatial ability? Are there any other ways to upgrade besides eating the same type of fruit? If the level of teleportation can be raised, both the means of saving lives and attacking can be improved. Otherwise, you would have to pause every time you teleport. If you encounter any powerful mutant monster, this pause of less than 1 second could cause something bad to happen. 88. Morong Shui was shocked again. I don't know either. Morong Shui shook her head and explained, space abilities are extremely rare. Even though I lived in the apocalypse for more than half a year in my previous life, I've only heard of 2 or 3. And they weren't very strong, and they were nowhere near as disgusting as you. As for the upgrade method, I have never heard of it. But the upgrade method for spatial abilities must be extremely difficult. After all, its strength far exceeds that of other abilities. Only by experiencing it yourself can you know how unstoppable Shunyi's teleportation is. Although its destructive power is not strong, its strength is definitely not low. Even if there is a brief pause between each teleportation, how many people can catch that gap of less than a second? After hearing Morong Shui's answer, Shunyi felt sorry. Although my teleportation is very powerful now, if it remains stuck at level 1, its strength will gradually fail to keep up with the times. I can only hope for system rewards to see if I can unlock the fruit of instant teleportation. As for the method of upgrading by pushing his own limits, Shunyi did not want to try it. If you go too far, it will be more trouble than it is worth. However, Shunyi caught a key point. You only lived for half a year in your previous life? It's more than half a year. And even half a year is still impressive. Morong Shui emphasized this point, then argued forcefully, the mountain city originally had over 30 million people, but 6 months later there were less than 4 million left. This shows how cruel this doomsday was. Do you think there will be military rescue in the future? Nothing. Nothing. All the survivors of the mountain city can only rely on themselves to survive. At this point, her expression suddenly grew serious, and she added, also, there's a particularly terrifying mutant tree in the mountain city. In half a year, it will devour the entire mountain city. That disaster is why I died. Otherwise, even in the worst conditions, I can still survive for at least 3 to 5 years. Listening to Morong Shui's words, Shunyi raised his eyebrows. It was that big tree again. Sure enough, it is a huge threat. So, you never left the mountain city in your previous life, and the space ability users you have heard of are only in the mountain city? Shunyi asked. Well, although there will be ways to communicate with other cities in the future, communication is not convenient, so there is basically no communication between major cities. I don't know much about other cities either. The underlying meaning of her words is that, although not much, it is there. Don't treat me like trash. Shunyi nodded slightly, then asked doubtfully, since you knew that the mountain city would be swallowed by the tree in the future, why didn't you leave in advance? Does Morong Shui have any other means to fight against the mutated tree? Or can they avoid the crisis of destruction? I don't know the situation in other cities. If I go there early and encounter stronger mutant monsters, it will be even more troublesome. Morong Shui had also considered moving early. But the idea was quickly rejected. After all, the mountain city was the city where she had lived for most of the year in her previous life. She knew exactly where many mutant monsters appeared and could easily avoid them. She also had a rough idea of the locations of some supernatural fruits. As long as you have these supernatural fruits in your hands, you will be able to train your subordinates more easily in the future. If you go to another unfamiliar city, you will have to start from scratch. Maybe my life will be even worse than my previous life. After all, even the city that she thought would be safer in the future is still in turmoil and is not safe. Peace will only come when humans unite and eliminate most of the mutated monsters. Anyway, it's dangerous everywhere out there right now, no matter which city it is, and it's not just the mutant animals and plants that are dangerous, humans are just as dangerous. Morong Shui finished her words and looked at Shani. She herself encountered Shani, a dangerous human being. If Shani had not coveted his body and had not killed him, I'm afraid one of them would have died and the other would have been injured. Even dying together is not impossible. Shani is not a good person, and Morong Shui is even less so. The two people's personalities are very similar in some ways. Whenever they have the chance, they will eradicate the problem and solve the future problems. Don't give me any hints. Shun-Yi didn't feel ashamed. Then, he glanced at the white fox on the sofa and asked, "Can you control it after I let it go? If it doesn't work, I'll kill him." "Yes. Xiao Bai is very smart and can understand what I say," Morong Shui said immediately. Xiao Bai's ability is one of the most important aids in his future, and he must not give up easily. Shani glanced at the white fox and realized that it did not have any strong hostility, so he loosened the shadow restraint. The white fox stood up and looked at Shani vigilantly, but did not approach him. Obviously, it was also afraid of Shani. So smart? Shani was a little surprised. He actually saw a human expression in the eyes of a fox. Well, Xiao Bai is very smart. Morong Shui walked over, picked up the white fox, and gently stroked its head. The white fox also lay very relaxedly in her arms, without struggling, closing his eyes and beginning to rest again. This fox is like a sickly person, without any vitality at all. This is the side effect of the powerful time-related ability. It seems that animals mutate in more ways than just their bodies. Shani seemed to be lost in thought. The mutation of this white fox is more like another kind of evolution. It has acquired superpowers, can maintain its sanity, will not attack people at will, and has a very high IQ. This type of mutation is still very rare. Shani has only seen the white fox so far. Well, let's get down to business then. Shani looked at Morong Shui and spoke. It's not that he is simply attracted by beauty, although Morong Shui's appearance and figure are indeed the most perfect he has ever seen. But Shinyi's main purpose was to unlock the system reward before Morong Shui became hostile to him. Morong Shui is a woman whose mood changes very quickly and she is extremely ambitious. Such ambitious people, whether men or women, are very dangerous. Shani would definitely not bring her back to his home easily in the future, and would not trust her easily. Morong Shui has the ability to change people's thinking and cognition. If she plots against other women or family members, it will be impossible to defend against her. Can you come back later? Morong Shui paused, looked at Shani and explained, "Let's go to Shancheng University first. I know there's a supernatural fruit that will mature in the next 2 days. If I were to do something like that, I'm afraid I wouldn't have the physical strength to deal with the dangers of the black fog." If Morong Shui hadn't recovered some of her mental strength during the chat, she would have had difficulty even standing up at this moment. Even so, her current condition is not very good. Although this battle with Shani upgraded her abilities, it also consumed a lot of energy. Shani also consumed a lot of energy, especially since he had been using shadow binding to immobilize the white fox, and his physical strength was constantly being lost. Okay, let's eat something first. Okay, I'll get some canned meat. Morong Shui said this and stood up to get the food. Shani raised his hand to stop her, and then took out 3 roast chickens and 2 large bottles of white silk cola from the system space. Canned meat can't compare to the aroma of fresh roast chicken, especially with a carb drink. Shani had consumed a lot of energy today, so he was really hungry and had a strong appetite. The ability to store food? You actually have 2 space-related abilities. Morong Shui suddenly looked surprised. 89. If you compromise once, you will compromise countless times. Space-related abilities are extremely rare. In her previous life, Morong Shui lived for more than half a year, but she had only heard of it and had never even seen it. But the end of this world had only just begun half a month ago, and Shani had already obtained 2. Morong Shui was completely numb. Numb with shock. How can someone be so lucky? As for the special abilities that Shani has shown so far, even in half a year, they will still be very rare and very practical. With so many special abilities, and the ability to use them freely without worrying about exhaustion, it's no wonder he wants women. When life is comfortable and there is no worry about food and drink, apart from the supernatural fruit, only women can make a normal man's heart beat, right? Survival of the fittest and liking beautiful things are both human nature. Those superpowers who lived a better life in their previous lives, who didn't have several women? Some powerful female psychics even keep several men. In the doomsday world, the strong are respected. If you have the ability, you can do whatever you want. The only thing that can limit desire is too weak strength. Shinny didn't explain anything to Morong Shui, he just ate roast chicken and drank Coke. It feels so damn good to overeat when you are hungry. In addition, he would soon get another supernatural fruit, which made Shinny even more satisfied. This is one of the benefits brought by Morong Shui. Future information, material information. If you kill her directly, there will definitely be no such benefits. Morong Shui didn't hesitate to pour herself a glass of Coke and took a chicken leg to eat. In her opinion, she and Shinny are in a cooperative relationship. Moreover, he could provide a lot of food, so eating Shinny's chicken was not considered a bargain. It smells so good. It feels like I haven't eaten such fresh and delicious chicken in a long time. Morong Shui couldn't help but sigh while biting the chicken leg. Almost everyone who has tried fresh roasted chicken says it tastes great. Shinny also thinks so. I always feel that the supplies unlocked by the system are completely different from those bought from restaurants. Leave all your supplies with me, Shinny said casually while eating chicken. If Morong Shui is not polite to him, he will not be polite to Morong Shui either. As long as you control all her supplies, you will have to take this woman into consideration even if she has ambitions. All right. Morong Shui hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed. She remembered that the spatial ability to store items seemed to prevent food from rotting and spoiling, and would not be affected by the black fog. Although I live on the 18th floor and the black fog won't grow that high, it's better to be prepared. Being able to use space power to store food is something that many people envy. And Shinyi's tone didn't sound like he was discussing something with her. It's no use if she disagrees. After the two of them ate and drank their fill, Shinny put all the food and equipment stored by Morong Shui, including drinks and various alcoholic beverages, etc., into the system space. By the way, he also scanned the room again with telepathy to confirm that nothing was missed, and only then was he satisfied. Morong Shui didn't say a word the whole time. But Shinny also discovered that there were many potted plants in Morong Shui's house. There are some in the bedroom, in the living room, in the kitchen, and there are even several on the balcony. Before, Shinny just thought that Morong Shui, a doomsday enthusiast, liked to grow some flowers and plants. But now that I know she is a reborn person, these flowers and plants are definitely not simple. In particular, Shinny took a closer look and found that all the flowers and plants were normal plants, and none of them were mutated. That is to say, these plants may all produce supernatural fruits. It can be seen that Morong Shui definitely collected these plants specifically. Thinking of this, Shinny looked at Morong Shui and asked, "How many supernatural fruits do you have now?" "Just 2, not many. Most of these plants haven't grown mutant fruits yet, and you might not know that not all unmutated plants will produce mutant fruits." Morong Shui naturally noticed Shinyi's gaze and explained. Immediately, she urged, "It's getting dark, let's leave as soon as possible." "Yes, but before you leave, give me all the supernatural fruits you have stored." Shinny reached out and asked for it. Respect? Human rights? Equality? None of them exist. This family just needs someone to make the decision. Morong Shui frowned immediately. "We are just partners. You haven't provided me with any help yet, but you want everything from me?" All the stored supplies were taken away, and she was already feeling a little uncomfortable. Now he wants his own supernatural fruit. This is a bit too much. "Give me." Shinny didn't waste any words and just looked at Morong Shui. Morong Shui didn't say anything, just stared at him. The two looked at each other, and the atmosphere gradually became cold. The white fox seemed to have noticed something was wrong. It opened its beautiful eyes and stared at Shinny vigilantly. But Shinny didn't pee on it at all. It's just a beast. If you can't tell the difference between a big king and a small king, just kill it. Although he was wary of the white fox's time ability, it didn't mean that Shinny was afraid of it. The time ability has huge limitations and is not as practical as binding your own shadow. Certainly, Shinny didn't completely believe the information revealed by Morong Shui. Perhaps the white fox's special ability could also be released over a long distance. But even if Morong Shui lied to him, Shinny would be able to dodge it in the first place, because he always kept a certain safe distance from the white fox. From the beginning to the end, he never completely trusted Morong Shui, because Morong Shui is very similar to herself. The same cruelty, the same recklessness, the same villains succeeding. Shinny often lamented his own insidiousness, so he deeply understood that Morong Shui, who was very similar to him, was also insidious and he had to be extra careful. Final. After the confrontation between the two, Morong Shui finally made concessions. Once you compromise for the first time, there will be a second time, a third time. From the moment she decided to make a deal with Shinny, it was her first compromise. I can give you a superpower fruit first, but you have to tell me how you broke through the limits of the human body and obtained more than 3 superpowers. This was also the condition of my previous deal with you, Morong Shui said as she took out a supernatural fruit from her sleeve. No one knew how she hid herself. Shinny couldn't find her even with his telepathic clairvoyance. This woman must have many secrets. The more ambitious a person is, the more secrets he has. Shinny first took the supernatural fruit, and then said, "Give me the other one, and I will tell you." You. Morong Shui was a little angry. This bastard. How can you be so unreasonable, so shameless, and so shameless? Even more shameless than those businessmen he had fought against in the business world before. It's a shame that this bastard doesn't become a peopless entrepreneur. Take a deep breath. Morong Shui suppressed her temper, took out another supernatural fruit from her sleeve, and said, "Okay, I'll give it all to you. But you must eat both supernatural fruits in front of me now. I want to see with my own eyes that you are not lying to me." 90. Skin hardening, transfiguration. Morong Shui wanted to see with her own eyes how Shinny obtained more than 3 superpowers. Otherwise, she was afraid that she had paid so much but was cheated. Shinny naturally did not refuse. He took the second supernatural fruit and threw it into his mouth. It's digested before you can even taste it. Then, the body skin feels slightly warm. It seems that this supernatural fruit is an ability to strengthen the body. Shinny clicked on the panel and took a look. No one else can see the system panel, so there is no need to worry that Morong Shui will notice it. Hardened skin LV1, your skin can become as hard as stone, resisting a certain degree of attack. Ah. That's it? Shinny was speechless. He finally understood why Morong Shui didn't eat the supernatural fruit. It's indeed a rubbish ability. But it's better than nothing. After obtaining the 6th superpower, Shinny still did not feel any rejection reaction from his body, proving that he could continue to gain superpowers. Then, he also ate the other supernatural fruit. A cool feeling flowed through my body, as if it was a new supernatural power. Transformation ability LV1, you can transform into any person or animal you have seen and remember. The transformation will continuously consume your stamina, and the stamina consumed by transforming into an animal will be doubled. You are currently unable to transform into a large animal that is much larger than you. This ability seems interesting. Looking at the system introduction, Shinny seemed to be lost in thought. I feel that this transformation ability has a lot of room for operation. For example, if you turn into a mosquito or a sparrow, can you fly? It is equivalent to having an additional flight reconnaissance capability while also being able to camouflage. However, this kind of supernatural power is actually more suitable for one's woman to use, so that she can be a scout. If you eat it yourself, at most it will just cause more deformation, which is not very useful. After all, when it comes to investigative capabilities, telepathy is the best. And there isn't much risk. Of course, being able to transform into anyone you've ever met is a pretty good disguise. Immediately, Shinny checked his current personal panel. Host, Shinny. Age, 20. Force value, 55 excluding any external bonus. Unlocked items, handsome master mineral water, freshly roasted chicken, type 54 pistol, 5A grade steak, supernatural fruit telepathy, deluxe self-heating hot pot, supernatural fruit spiritual connection, ripe black watermelon. Abilities acquired, physical evolution LV1, teleportation LV1, telepathy LV10, shadow binding LV1, spiritual connection LV6, hardened skin LV1, transformation ability LV1. Physical evolution LV1, your body has undergone an evolution for some reason. your strength, speed, endurance, health, etc. have all been greatly improved. Teleport LV1, you can teleport up to 20 meters. Because teleportation is a spatial skill, you can ignore any terrain, control, or restraint skills during the movement. As long as you have enough stamina, you can teleport continuously without any restrictions. Telepathy LV10, you can sense all hostility and kindness within 8,000 meters around you through your mind. You can also see all scenes within 8,000 meters without using your eyes, and are not hindered by any obstacles. Shadow Binding LV1, within a 20-meter range, you can control the shadows of up to 2 targets, thereby binding them. As long as the target's shadow is under your control, the target cannot perform any action. The stronger the target, the more stamina you consume. The weaker the target, the less stamina you consume. Spiritual Link LV6, you can establish a spiritual link with others, communicate messages through the spiritual link, and share vision. Currently, the maximum number of people in a spiritual link is 40, and the maximum connection distance is 1,500 meters. If you connect with a target with a spiritual link, the maximum distance is doubled, and the number of people connected is not counted. Hardened Skin LV1. Transformation Ability LV1. Increased force value by 10 points. Not bad. It proves that if these two abilities are used properly, they can make you fight more powerfully. It's a pity that I don't have the infinite fruit to upgrade myself, otherwise if the level is raised, these two abilities should be able to exert unexpected power. Currently, Shin E's highest level is Telepathy. It's already level 10, and the maximum viewing distance has reached 8,000 meters. A full 8 kilometers. And it can continue to upgrade. A distance of 100 kilometers does not seem to be a dream. Anyway, there is no limit to the amount of fruits. Just pick dozens when you have time. Upgrading is not difficult at all. Just don't take it too hard and kill yourself. The only downside to eating fruit to level up is that you shouldn't eat too much at once. You need to eat slowly before eating. You actually gained 2 more superpowers so easily? Morong Shui stared at Shin Yi with an expression of disbelief. There wasn't even a hint of rejection. Before he could even react, Shin Yi had already eaten the 2 supernatural fruits. She also wanted to observe carefully to see what changes would occur in Shin Yi's body. Normal people will experience slight differences when they first acquire new superpowers. But Shin Yi didn't change at all, not even his expression. Morong Shui couldn't help but wonder whether this guy had eaten the fruit just now. Could it be that I was just faking it to deceive myself? 2 superpowers, one is the ability to harden the skin, and the other is the ability to transform. Shin Yi said. As soon as the thought came to mind, the body began to change rapidly. In just a few seconds, his appearance changed into Morong Shui's. 1-to-1 reproduction, even the height and voice are exactly the same. The only difference is probably that the clothes and shoes on the body cannot change together. But it's already outrageous. Morong Shui looked at Shin Yi and widened her eyes in shock. It's actually true. He can actually stack superpowers infinitely. Transfiguration ability? It's actually this ability. She murmured softly, seeming surprised. Huh? You don't know what the abilities of these 2 supernatural fruits are? Shin Yi raised his eyebrows slightly. Morong Shui nodded and said, as a matter of course I don't know. It's impossible for me to remember every fruit clearly. At most, I can remember the approximate locations where a few more powerful supernatural fruits might appear. If we can find a plant-type mutant, it will be easier to find mutant fruits in the future, and we can even identify the abilities of the mutant fruits. Also, can you change back to your own appearance first? Otherwise, it always feels weird looking at the other me. Shin Yi thought about it and changed back. He found that the ability to transform was quite physically demanding. It consumes more energy than using telepathy. It could also be because the level of telepathy is high, which reduces the physical exertion. But the experience after the transformation is very good. It felt like I had completely turned into a woman, without any discomfort at all. The voice and the structure of the body have all changed from the inside out. This is not a simple disguise, but a complete transformation. Looking at it this way, the ability to transform seems quite impressive. Shin Yi suddenly became thoughtful. If you are seriously injured and on the verge of death, you can immediately transform into an animal with excellent injury resistance. So does that mean the injury has changed from serious to minor? For example, if I transform into a mutant animal,
can I gain the mutant animal's special abilities? 91. Test, results, new fruits. If you can transform into a mutant animal, can you gain the mutant animal's special abilities? Try it if you think of it. You can only be sure by experiencing it yourself. Shani looked at the white fox on the sofa, and then his body began to shrink rapidly, and soon he turned from a human into a white fox. Then, Shani felt his empty body and couldn't help but sigh in disappointment. Did not obtain the white fox's time ability. 2. If one can obtain the target's superpowers by transforming, then when he turned into Morong Shui just now, he should have been able to obtain her superpowers. But it didn't. Even though her appearance and body structure had completely changed into Morong Shui's, she could not acquire her supernatural powers. From this perspective, the ability to transform doesn't seem very practical. Something is better than nothing. Okay, let's go. Shani also stopped the experiment, changed back to his normal appearance, and put on his clothes. The white fox on the sofa saw Shani changing so much, and his big eyes were full of shock. For a moment just now, it almost mistook Shani for itself. A copy of myself. You haven't told me yet how to break through the limitations of the human body and gain more superpowers. Morong Shui stared at Shani with burning eyes. From the scene just now, she was sure that the deal between her and Shani was correct. This man. He can actually obtain superpowers without any restrictions. The number of superpowers can be stacked infinitely. In this situation, even a pig can become invincible. I'm not sure of the specific reason, but there's a researcher in my shelter who said that my genes might have mutated in some way because of the black mist, which is why I'm able to break through the limitations of the human body and accommodate more superpowers. Shani paused deliberately at this point, his tone carrying a hint of temptation. That researcher is studying my genes. If her research is successful, others may also be able to break through the limitations like me. Morong Shui was skeptical and was not easily deceived. She suspected that Shani was not telling the truth. But this is also easy to verify. Can I meet this researcher? Morong Shui asked. Not now, let's talk about it later. Shani would not easily let Morong Shui see his other women. Especially Lin Jiwei, a woman who has mastered the technology. It would be troublesome if Morong Shui used her supernatural powers to modify her cognition. Although Lin Jiwei's mental strength has been strengthened, he should not be easily controlled. But it's better to be careful. Well, we also have to keep Morong Shui away from my sister and grandma. Shani even suspected that Morong Shui might have tampered with his sister's thinking. He planned to go back and discuss with Lin Jiwei to see if there was any way to test whether his sister's cognition or thinking had been modified. However, Shani guessed that Morong Shui should not have done anything to her sister, otherwise she would not have directly stated that she had the ability to modify cognition. This is tantamount to a self-destructing truck. Morong Shui is not that stupid. Then, the two of them went out. No white fox. Because it always looks weak and sleepy, bringing it with you will only waste time. This rain is heavier than before. Walk out of the building. Shani took out 2 umbrellas from the system space and handed one to Morong Shui. He had casually put this into the system space in the supermarket, but he didn't expect it to come in handy. At this time, it was already evening. Although because of the black fog, the boundary between day and night becomes blurred. But the absence of the sun still had some impact on Xin Yi's telepathy. Although telepathy can penetrate black fog and see through things, it still cannot see clearly if it is in absolute darkness. In situations like absolute darkness, Lin Jiwei's night vision ability is more practical. However, the night is not completely dark, there is still moonlight and starlight, which, although slightly affected, is not a big problem. What's wrong? Is there any danger? Morong Shui saw Shani frowning and guessed that he might have sensed some danger. The advantage of having perceptive abilities is that they have sufficient information and can foresee dangers in advance and avoid them. It's okay, let's go. Shani collected his thoughts. He had indeed seen several very powerful mutant monsters just now, but they were all 7 or 8 kilometers away and in the different direction of the school, so he would not encounter them this time. Level 10 telepathy, with a field of view of 8 kilometers, is really fun to use. However, Xin Yi's brain is not a super brain after all, and it cannot capture all the information within its field of vision instantly, so he needs to look carefully. After all, within a distance of 8,000 meters, there is too much information about various buildings, mutated plants and animals, survivors, etc. If you don't take the time to check, you may miss something if you are not careful.
Shinny also sorted out the route to school in advance and found the nearest road without mutant monsters. Then, he and Morong Shuehua arrived at school in less than 10 minutes. The supernatural fruit might be near the cafeteria in Campus A, but I don't know if it's ripe yet, Morong Shui said. Then go and take a look. Shinny once again scanned the cafeteria of Campus A with telepathy. There were actually a few survivors inside. Instead of going to higher places, they hid in the black fog. I don't know what he was thinking. Immediately, Shin-Yi and Morong Shui walked towards the cafeteria. Along the way, Shin-Yi was also using telepathy to check on the survivors in the school to see if he could find any girls who met the system's standards. Compared to a dozen days ago, the school is obviously much quieter now. The number of survivors was also much smaller. But there were a lot more corpses. Some died of thirst, some died of starvation, and some were killed, but more students must have fled the school. As to whether he encountered any danger on the way to escape and whether he could return home safely, it is unknown. What are these students cooking in the cafeteria? Do you still have cooked food? Shin-Yi frowned. There was no light in the cafeteria, it was very dark, and Shin-Yi couldn't see the food in the pot clearly. However, it is normal for living people to cook. Although food will spoil quickly when exposed to black fog, as long as you eat it quickly enough, you can still finish it before it spoils. Shin-Yi was not interested in the food in the cafeteria. If it is a large shopping mall or supermarket, he will go in and buy a lot of things. After all, there are many things he can use. Clothes, shoes, and even various jewelry will become non-renewable resources in the future. Although it is possible to unlock your own system. But taking in a woman can unlock one kind of supplies, and who knows when you will be able to unlock what you need. This is also the reason why Shin-Yi raids supermarkets and shopping malls from time to time. Even if it is junk food, you may not be able to eat it in the future. So collect as much as you can before it expires. Anyway, the system space is unlimited, so you don't have to worry about taking up space. What is the ability of this supernatural fruit? When they were about 100 meters away from the cafeteria, Shin-Yi turned his head to look at Morong Shui. 92, found that meets the system criteria. I have no idea. Morong Shui shook her head slightly and explained, I also joined a shelter in my previous life. I heard from the survivors that the third in command of their shelter was a college student from Shanchang, and that he acquired his supernatural powers near the cafeteria. His ability is quite strong, so I subconsciously remembered it. So, the person who gained this ability might be one of these students in the cafeteria? Shin-Yi raised his eyebrows. I don't know. I've never met him. I joined the shelter and quit within 3 days. A lot of the information Morong Shui knew was hearsay, and she wasn't even sure if it was true. If it weren't for Shin-Yi, she wouldn't have risked coming to school to check for possible supernatural fruits. But Shin-Yi is very powerful, and coming to school is not a risk, so even if he can't find the supernatural fruit, it won't be a loss. At most it would be a wasted trip. Immediately, Shin-Yi released his telepathy and began to carefully examine all the plants around the cafeteria. Although the vision is not very clear at night, plants that have not mutated are still easy to identify. After searching around, Shin-Yi saw a small patch of unmutated weeds behind the cafeteria. Among the weeds, there are a few blooming flowers. The raindrops as big as beans kept hitting the flowers, making them shake. And in the center of a yellow flower, there grows a colorful fruit. If you don't look carefully, you won't be able to find it at all. Found it. Shin-Yi teleported over and picked the supernatural fruit. He casually put it into the system space and teleported back to Morong Shui. A series of actions are completed in about 10 seconds. Morong Shui looked at Shin-Yi, who suddenly left and reappeared quickly, and couldn't help but sigh, the space ability is really useful. Her original idea was to obtain a spatial ability. But he was also worried that the consumption of spatial abilities would be too great and it would be difficult to upgrade the levels, which would in turn slow down the speed at which he could improve his strength. Certainly. There is another more important reason. That is, Morong Shui also didn't know where the fruit of space ability would appear. All the information she had about the supernatural fruit so far was from hearsay. If it weren't for her strong mental strength and enhanced memory, and if she didn't subconsciously remember some important information, otherwise, even if she was reborn, she wouldn't be able to find a few supernatural fruits. Not to mention the rare space-powered fruit. Go home now? Morong Shui looked at Shin-Yi. She was ready to give herself tonight. Perhaps. Only by becoming Xinyi's woman can you gain his true trust and get his help.
No hurry, I just have something to do.
Through telepathy, Xinyi discovered that there were many survivors gathered in the school supermarket.
Among them were his classmates and roommates. I didn't expect you all to be alive. You're so lucky. Xinyi whispered softly. Since you are all alive, I will help you get rid of it myself. Otherwise, my thoughts won't be clear. Besides, Xinyi also found a girl who met the system's standards. Bite. Survivors meeting the system criteria have been detected, and detailed information scanning has begun. Name, Han Ruashi. Age, 21. Appearance, 91 points. Body, 96 points. Internal, 100 points uninvolved. Total score, 96 points.
Evaluation: after taking in a guest, you can unlock a random item.
This is a girl with a very good figure.
She was wearing a tight white sportswear, which looked like it hadn't been washed for a while, and her face was a little dirty, which didn't show her 91-point beautiful face. Through perspective, Xinyi discovered that the girl even had a few muscle lines on her thighs and abdomen. He seems to be the type who exercises regularly.
No wonder the figure score can reach 96 points.
As expected, a large population base is good. It's easy to find women who meet the system's standards. There were 70 or 80 survivors in the supermarket, half of whom were girls. Among them, only a sporty beauty like Han Ruashi meets the criteria.
Under observation.
Xinyi and Morong Shui avoided the mutated plants and the black fog and came to the supermarket entrance holding umbrellas. The supermarket door was locked. There were also several armed boys guarding the door. It looked like a small shelter had formed in the supermarket.
But building a shelter in the black fog would waste a lot of drinking water every day.
In other words, the school supermarket has a rich supply of supplies, otherwise the shelter would have collapsed long ago.
Just innocent college students don't have enough survival experience. Let me break the door open. Morong Shui said.
Her mental strength has recovered a little, and she can now use telekinesis. In Morong Shui's opinion, Xinyi's purpose of coming to the supermarket must be to search for supplies.
That's exactly what she meant.
Since Xinyi has a supernatural space, he must fill it up. No, we can just go in directly.
Xinyi glanced at Morong Shui.
The woman knew there were survivors inside, but she still tried to break the door violently. It seemed as if he didn't take the other survivors seriously at all and wasn't worried about accidentally hurting them.
Immediately,
Xinyi grabbed Morong Shui's arm with one hand, teleported several times, avoided the students at the door, and came into the supermarket. There was only a dim light in the supermarket. It was the flashlights and candles that the students turned on. But because of the spread of black fog, the field of vision was only a few meters, and no one noticed that Xinyi and Morong Shui entered. So, Xinyi began to sweep the supermarket shelves, storing all the snacks and uncontaminated carbohydrate drinks he liked into his system space. He didn't buy everything, as Xinyi didn't even look at things like instant noodles and self-heating hot pot. Just give these survivors a chance to live.
There is no need to do things to the extreme. After all,
only if the human race does not become extinct and the population base is large enough can he find more women who meet the system standards. Leaving a way out for others is also a disguised investment in yourself.
Is your ability space full? Morong Shui couldn't help but wonder when she saw this scene. No. Then why don't you finish these instant noodles? And these snacks here? Morong Shui didn't understand. She didn't want to leave anything for the other survivors. Who can have too much food? Now is the end of the world. Food and water are almost all non-renewable resources.
If you give others a chance to survive, you may starve in the future.
And
even if you don't eat junk food yourself, you can give it to your subordinates as a reward. After all, Morong Shui has the ambition to build a shelter and become the emperor of the doomsday. If you want to be a local emperor, supplies are naturally important. As for the life or death of strangers,
it's none of my business. Morong Shui didn't care at all whether these students would starve to death.
Xinyi also knew this woman's character, so he was too lazy to explain to her. I also picked out some of my favorite snacks and put them in the space.
Then,
through telepathy, he found Jean Rue, the counselor, and others who were chatting.
Former classmates and teachers. Now they are all in a mess.
Even drinking a bottle of water requires sharing among several people. Although there are plenty of mineral water and beverages in the supermarket, they certainly dare not squander them, otherwise they will not live long. Only when he inhaled too much black fog and was extremely thirsty would he drink a sip to hold on to his breath. "You are so pitiful." Shinee walked out of the black fog and spoke lightly. Hearing a sudden sound, the people sitting around were stunned and subconsciously turned to look at the person who came. When he saw that the person coming was Shinee, the burly Jin Rui stood up suddenly, pointed at him with a murderous look on his face and cursed. "Shen-Yi! How dare you show up? I couldn't find you in the dormitory before, so I thought you had already run away. I didn't expect you to actually show up at my door. Today I will let you know the price of talking big. P.S. Please give me a gift." 93. Reflect on yourself. Why did I only hit you? Shinee, today I'll let you know the price of talking nonsense online. Jin Rui clenched his fists, his knuckles making a low crackling sound, his face covered with a thick murderous aura, and he approached Shinee step by step. His hatred for Shinee was just the fuse. "The real reason is that I have been feeling depressed for a long time recently. I can't contact my family, I don't have enough to eat or drink every day, and I am always in fear of death. I am extremely depressed." The negative emotions accumulated in his chest needed a thorough release. Coincidentally, Shinee ran into his gun. Other students, including classmates and counselors, had no intention of stopping them. Shinee's previous attitude of showing off food in the group also made some people resentful. In addition, there are no laws and no police to enforce the law now, so even if Jin Rui teaches Shinee a lesson or even kills him, it won't be a problem. Human nature is no longer bound by laws. People's moral values have also declined a lot. Bang! Suddenly, a loud noise suddenly broke through the air. Everyone watched in shock as a figure suddenly flew backwards and crashed heavily into the thick black fog. Then a shrill scream was heard, and then silence fell. "It's Jin Rui." All the students and teachers opened their eyes wide, with disbelief written all over their faces. What's going on? Why did Jin Rui suddenly fly out? Obviously, no one touched him. In everyone's sight, Jin Rui was walking towards Shinee with great momentum, but before he took a few steps, he flew backwards without any warning. What was even more shocking was that he seemed to have fallen so hard that he lost consciousness and might even have died. He didn't even make a sound. This is like a supernatural event. No, that's not right. This is a superpower. The same superpower as Jiao Tao. Suddenly, a quick-witted student exclaimed, his voice filled with shock that was difficult to conceal. When the other students heard this, they were so frightened that they stood up and stepped back one after another, looking at Shinee with eyes full of fear and disbelief. Shinee, he actually has superpowers too? How is this possible? Some were shocked, some were horrified, some were terrified, and some could not accept it. Shinee ignored everyone's reaction and looked at Morong Shui coldly. Who asked you to take action? Why, do you still care about our friendship as classmates and don't want to kill this person? Morong Shui frowned slightly. She had just used her mental power to destroy the brain of the boy who provoked Shinee, and he died the moment he flew out. But Shinyee's questioning made her a little unhappy. I help you, but you are mean to me? And it's the end of the world, why are you still caring about your feelings? Shinee said expressionlessly, I don't want him to die so easily. Morong Shui was silent for a moment. So that's what he thought. It seems that I am meddling too much. Although she noticed some conflicts between Shinee and the boy, she didn't expect the hatred to be so deep. Well, Shinee is not a soft-hearted person. How could he let go of someone who insulted him just for the sake of friendship? Don't act rashly next time. Shinee warned coldly, but did not blame him too much. Although Morong Shui's behavior made him a little unhappy, her original intention was to help him, so there was no need to get angry about it. Immediately, Shinyee's gaze swept over the students whose faces were filled with fear. Student Shinee. This has nothing to do with us. It's Jin Rui. It's Jin Rui who has a grudge against you. We have no grudge against you, you don't kill us? Counselor Wang Jiaxing spoke tremblingly, his voice full of panic. Seeing this, the other students also began to beg for mercy, their voices filled with tears. It was not until this moment that the survivors suddenly realized a problem. When did this man and woman come in? How did you get in? Why hasn't there been any news from the gatekeeper? Could it be? Thinking of this, a chill surged in everyone's heart, their bodies trembled involuntarily, and the sense of fear became stronger. Most of the survivors who have survived to this day have witnessed death, and even witnessed those crazy students killing innocent people. Therefore, they didn't dare to bet whether Shen-Yi would attack them. At this moment, a large black star pistol suddenly appeared out of thin air in Shen-Yi's hand, and then he aimed it at the counselor Wang Jiaxing's thigh and fired 2 shots. Bang! Bang! The bullet instantly penetrated Wang Jiaxing's thigh, and blood gushed out. The intense pain made him scream miserably and he rolled on the ground holding his legs. Pistol! And superpowers! When the timid students saw this scene, they were so scared that their legs went weak and they cried and begged for mercy, fearing that they would be the next. Students in other corners of the supermarket heard the noise and rushed over with weapons such as knives and sticks. However, when they saw the gun in Shen-Yi's hand, they were so scared that their faces turned pale and the weapons in their hands almost fell to the ground. No one dared to speak up for Wang Jiaxing. Ah! It hurts. It hurts so much. Shen-Yi, why did you hit me? Why? Wang Jiaxing wailed in pain, his face full of tears. He doesn't understand. I don't understand why Shen-Yi has a gun. I don't understand why Shen-Yi would shoot himself. I don't understand why I was the only one being attacked. There are so many people around, why me? Shen-Yi looked at Wang Jiaxing who was struggling in pain, and a smile appeared on his lips. Think about it carefully, why did I hit you and not others? Reflection? Wang Jiaxing was stunned. This sentence is so shameless. What do you mean I should reflect on this? I am a victim. Resentment, grievance, pain, and all kinds of emotions filled Wang Jiaxing's mind. He covered his bleeding leg, his voice filled with despair. I don't know. I can't figure it out, please. Don't kill me. I know I was wrong. Since you know you were wrong, try to be a better person in your next life. Shen-Yi stopped talking and raised his hand to shoot, ending Wang Jiaxing's life. Treat others as you would like to be treated. His mood became light and his thoughts became clear. So cool. Where are you going? Immediately, Shen-Yi turned his gaze to several students who were quietly retreating and trying to escape. One of them was his roommate's son Bowen, and the others were classmates. Several people trembled all over, and one girl fell to her knees in fear, crying and begging for mercy. Shen-Yi, I have never scolded you before, please don't kill me. I really have never scolded you. Some people begged for mercy, while others took the opportunity to rush into the black fog, trying to escape Shen-Yi's pursuit. Don't worry, I'm not some murderer, why would I kill you? Shen-Yi glanced at the girl and didn't have a deep impression of her. He just remembered that they were classmates. Thank you. Thank you. The girl cried with joy and thanked him repeatedly in excitement. Several other students who did not dare to escape also quickly knelt down and begged for mercy. Even those unfamiliar students who did not know Shen-Yi and had no grudges against him did not dare to move at all and stood still obediently. Some boys even secretly hid their weapons behind their backs, fearing that Shen-Yi would see them and bring them to death. No one is stupid enough to think that a knife is faster than a gun. Faced with a ruthless guy who has a gun and dares to kill people, the simple college students have no idea of resisting. Shen-Yi glanced at the crowd, then turned to Morong Shui and ordered, "Go and kill those people who just escaped." Morong Shui did not hesitate and walked straight into the black fog. Kill people if you don't agree with them. When the other students saw the scene, they were so scared that they trembled all over. Even those students who thought they had no grudges against Shen-Yi quickly dropped their weapons and knelt down like the female students begging for mercy. What does dignity mean to survive? Even kneeling doesn't look bad. 94. Be my woman from now on. Shen-Yi's eyes swept over the kneeling students, and naturally he had no intention of continuing to take action. As long as no one is smart enough to attack me by surprise, there is no need to kill them. The reason why Morong Shui killed those escaped students was simply because 2 of them had a grudge against him. One is my roommate's son Bowen, who had disgusted me before with Jean Rue. Every time there is a conflict between Jean Rue and me, this guy always takes sides. Those who like to take sides must die. The other one was called Qin Haoren, who had previously righteously belittled and insulted him in the group. And more importantly, from the moment Shen-Yi appeared, Qin Haoren's hostility was extremely strong, even stronger than Jean Rue's. In other words, this little bastard has always been holding a grudge against me. Just because I didn't give him food and water. If this narrow-minded person is not eliminated, if he becomes capable in the future, he will definitely cause trouble for himself. As for the other students, Shani had no intention of killing them. They don't have much hostility towards themselves, but more fear. And Shani felt that these college students were quite suitable for admission to the shelter. Because most of them just need to be slightly intimidated and then they will obey. These timid college students who just want to survive usually don't do anything weird. Moreover, college students have relatively simple thoughts and are easier to educate and manage than adults in society. In the apocalypse, adults will only work hard if they are bound by family, while college students will behave themselves as long as they are given food and drink in a relatively safe environment. Of course, you can't eat too much, otherwise it will easily lead to a lot of troubles and problems. After thinking for a moment, Shani looked at everyone and said, "I have built a shelter. Is there anyone willing to join? First of all, I want to emphasize that I'm not forcing you to join. If you don't want to, I won't force you. But if you join my shelter and dare to betray me in the future, I will never let you go." As he spoke, Shani exhaled and wiped the big black star in his hand. The students looked at each other, their hearts filled with fear. If we don't agree, will he kill us? Looking at the corpse lying on the ground with its eyes open and still bleeding, all the survivors shuddered. Yes. He will. This guy kills without blinking an eye. I do. I'd like to join your sanctuary. The first person to speak was the female student in the same class who had begged for mercy before. Shani glanced at her. This girl seems to be called Mahon, and her academic performance is pretty good. She has an ordinary appearance, not ugly, but not outstanding either. After being looked at by Shani, Mahon was a little scared, but she still remained firm in her choice. Because she saw that Shani and the woman next to him all had superpowers, and Shani had a gun in his hand. In the doomsday world, survival must be guaranteed by force. Otherwise, these 60 or 70 people would not have been intimidated by Shani's gun. Fortunately, I met Shani, at least he doesn't kill innocent people. If you meet the group of students who killed people crazily in school before, you may not survive even if you beg for mercy. Those lunatics even abuse girls. Mahon was scared just thinking about it. The other students hesitated for a while, and most of them expressed their willingness to join Shani's shelter. Only a few people remained silent, obviously expressing their rejection. Shani took a quick look and saw that Hanruwashi, a girl who met the system's criteria, was also willing to join, so he ignored the others. His main target was Hanruwashi, and as for the others, he just recruited them. Boss, do we need to take all the supplies from the supermarket with us before we leave? Or should we set up our shelter right here in this supermarket? A thin boy came over and asked. This boy is braver and smarter than others. He spoke at this time, obviously wanting to leave a good impression in front of Shani. Moreover, he took the initiative to take away the supplies, which also attracted the hatred of other students who were unwilling to join the shelter for Shani. Sure enough, when the other survivors heard what the thin boy said, they all looked over. Especially those students and teachers who were unwilling to join Shani's shelter, glared at the thin boy fiercely, as if they wanted to stab him. This bastard. They actually want to divide our supplies. They didn't dare to complain to Shani, so they could only vent their anger on the thin boy, thinking that it was all his fault for what he said. Shani glanced at the boys and said calmly, "Take as much supplies as you can. Whoever brings back supplies today will own them from now on and won't need to hand them in." Okay. Boss, I got it. The thin boy immediately responded excitedly, and then asked everyone to pack the food. The college students were happy with Shani's attitude. Whoever takes something today owns it and doesn't need to hand it in. It seems like joining the shelter is not a bad thing. But those students and teachers who originally did not join the shelter were now anxious. Although there are quite a few snacks and drinks in the supermarket that have not spoiled, they will not survive long if a large part of them are taken away. Some fence sitters immediately changed their minds and wanted to join the shelter again, but Shani directly refused. Do you really think you can add to my shelter whenever you want? If you don't seize the opportunity, there will be no second chance. The fence sitters were immediately annoyed, but they did not dare to bear a grudge against Shani, so they could only direct their hatred towards the thin boy again. It's all this bastard's fault. If he hadn't spoken, Shani might not have taken the supplies from the supermarket at all. Boss. Something bad has happened. I noticed that a lot of food and drinks on the shelves disappeared out of thin air. There might be a thief. The thin boy suddenly ran over in panic to report. Don't pay attention to it, just continue to take your things. Shani said calmly. The thin boy was stunned for a moment, then seemed to have guessed something, but he sensibly stopped asking questions and turned away. As he walked, he shouted to the others, "Everyone, hurry up and pack more high-calorie food and mineral water. We're leaving soon." Thin boys are really good at reading people's expressions. Shani didn't mind his little desire to get promoted. He was too lazy to get involved in the specific affairs of the shelter. He only values loyalty and ability. Although the thin boy had some thoughts, he did not show any hostility. And he also knows how to attract hatred for himself, which is very sensible. Although Shani didn't care about the hatred of these people, he naturally didn't mind taking advantage of sensible subordinates. Immediately, Shani used telepathy to scan the people who were packing food and quickly found Hanruwashi, who was wearing a white sportswear. He walked straight over. Hanruwashi was holding a school bag at this time and stuffing snacks and water into it. There were two boys next to her who looked like her suitors, or more like bootlickers, rushing to help Hanruwashi take things from the shelves. Hanruwashi, who was busy, looked up and saw Shani coming. She was so scared that she dropped the drink in her hand and stammered, "Boss." She didn't know how to call Shani the devil, so she could only imitate the thin boy and call him boss. When the two lickers heard Hanruwashi's voice, they quickly turned around. After seeing Shani, he was also frightened and quickly shouted, "Boss." Although everyone is of similar age, Shani's aura is obviously much stronger than theirs. Aura sounds vague, but after Shani killed someone, his aura seemed exceptionally powerful in the eyes of others. Fear made them feel that way. Shani ignored the two boys and looked directly at Hanruwashi, asking, "Do you have a boyfriend?" Hanruwashi was stunned for a moment, then replied fearfully, "Does an online love partner count? Have you met?" "No." Ever since the power outage and internet disconnection, Hanruwashi has never chatted with her online lover again. They had originally agreed to meet in person next month. Only this apocalypse disrupted all plans. "Well, that's fine. Be my woman from now on." Shani spoke naturally. 95. It turns out that you can pursue goddesses in this way. Ah. Hearing Shani's unreasonable request without any concealment, Hanruwashi was stunned for a moment, and her originally nervous mood collapsed at once. So direct. He didn't even ask my name, but directly made such an excessive request. Is this a hidden rule for me? Hanruwashi swallowed and instinctively wanted to refuse. After all, she had just met this man and hadn't even spoken a few words to him. She had no idea what kind of personality this ferocious man had, whether he was a bad guy or not. It's too fast to be together suddenly. The two boys who were pursuing Hanruwashi suddenly changed their expressions after hearing Shani's words. But when they saw the gun in Shani's hand, they all tacitly chose to remain silent. Although they liked Hanruwashi very much, they didn't want to lose their lives for it. Hanruwashi glanced at the two silent boys secretly, feeling anxious. She wanted to reject Shani, but she was worried that if she did, this man would shoot her to death without hesitation. "Have you thought about it?" Shani asked. He didn't care about other people's reactions at all. As long as you don't have hostility towards yourself, it doesn't matter what others think. Can I refuse?" Hanruwashi whispered tentatively. But just after she finished speaking, she was worried that Shani would get angry, so she quickly added, "We just met and are not familiar with each other yet. Maybe you don't like my personality, or my looks and figure. So, we can try to get to know each other first. If we like each other in the future, we can be together again, okay?" "Can't." Shini's answer was clear and concise. He doesn't care about Hanruwashi's personality. If she really has a lot of ideas, just unlock the supplies and let her go. As for her appearance, although it was hard to tell whether she was beautiful or ugly because her face and hair had not been washed for a long time, the system's evaluation told Shani that she was definitely not ugly. Not to mention her figure, Shani saw it clearly. Hearing this, Hanruwashi's heart sank. She turned her head and looked at the two boys who had originally pursued her with a hint of help, hoping that they could say a word for her. However, the two boys lowered their heads, said nothing, and didn't even dare to look at Shani. Compared to the woman he loves, his own life is obviously more important. What's more, Hanruwashi is not their woman. It's just that the object of their pursuit has not yet been obtained. Therefore, even when they saw Hanruwashi being forced, the two did not feel any guilt. Hanruwashi was desperate. She looked at Shani, knowing full well that if she offended this man, even if he didn't beat her to death on the spot, she would definitely be tortured and abused if she entered his shelter in the future. Even He might just force himself. But I have a boyfriend. Do you really not mind? Han Ruwashi tried to struggle. She didn't know why this man fell in love with her at first sight. Obviously, I look ugly now, and I smell bad. I haven't washed or cleaned up for more than 10 days, and there is a faint sour smell on my body. Normal people would never associate their current self with being good looking. It's just an online crush. I think you'll get over him soon. Shun-yi naturally didn't mind. After all, Han Ruwashi and her online boyfriend had never even met in person, and the system also rated her inner qualities as 100%, proving that her body was pure. That's enough. As long as she doesn't think about other men in the future. Otherwise Shun-yi would mind. He can accept that his woman doesn't like him, but if she dares to be fickle, betray him, and cuckold him, he will never forgive her. I understand. Han Ruwashi lowered her head in humiliation. Compared to the possibility of death after refusing, she is still willing to sell her body. At least this man has strength. I should be able to protect myself in the future. Unlike these two suitors, who used to be so attentive to me, now when I'm really in danger, they don't even dare to say a word to help me. If I really stay with such a useless man, I might be abandoned at any time. Moreover, they are unable to protect themselves. Demons, at least, have great power. The two boys were stunned when they saw this scene. It turns out that you can pursue a goddess this way? No. This is not pursuit at all. This is the unspoken rule in the movie. They felt a little uncomfortable when they saw that the goddess they had pursued for a long time but had never even held hands was won over so quickly by a strange man. But inexplicably, it's actually a bit exciting. Shun-yi, now that everyone has been dealt with, is it time to leave? At this time, Morong Shui also walked out of the black fog. When Han Ruwashi and the other two heard this, they were so frightened that their hearts trembled. Are all resolved? In other words, those students who escaped just now were all killed? Several living people were killed just like that. This woman is so cruel. There was a hint of fear in the eyes of the three people when they looked at Morong Shui. She is not only ruthless, but also very powerful. A woman can actually kill several boys. Well, let's go. Shun-yi was also quite satisfied with the gains of this trip. A special fruit, some supplies in the supermarket, a woman who can unlock the supplies, and many subordinates. A very rich harvest. After, dozens of people carrying large and small bags of supplies gathered at the entrance of the supermarket. Only. Looking at the black fog outside the supermarket, no one dared to step in easily. The black fog is not that scary. What's scary is the various monsters hidden in it. Let's go. Shun-yi took out a black umbrella from the system space. Holding an umbrella, he took the lead and stepped into the black fog. The others hurried to follow. And in the supermarket, there were only about 10 people left. They are survivors who are unwilling to join Shun-yi's shelter. Most of them are teachers. The reason these teachers are reluctant to join the shelter is that they don't want to be inferior to others. In the school supermarket, they are teachers, they can command students, control supplies, and enjoy power. But when you go to someone else's shelter, you have to listen to what they say. Having enjoyed power, they are unwilling to live under someone else's roof. Only. Seeing that less than 1/5 of the edible supplies were left, everyone's faces looked grim. These greedy bastards. It seems like they can't wait to empty the supermarket. If they had known this, they would have joined the shelter just now. At least there's someone to protect me. Now the people are gone, the supplies are gone, and even most of the weapons have been taken away. If they encounter any mutated monsters, they will not have the ability to resist. No, we can't do this. We have to find some more students and set up a shelter. A middle-aged teacher spoke up. The others looked at each other and agreed. Boss, is the shelter we're going to Deep A1? After walking out of the school gate, the thin boy looked at the route and asked cautiously. Because Shinwan number 1 is the most upscale residential area nearby, if you want to occupy the most land, this community is definitely the most suitable one. Boss, we're going to pass by a residential complex later. Can you wait for me for a while? I want to go home. My sister and mom are still at home. I want to bring them to the shelter as well. The thin boy hesitated for a long time, but finally uttered words of pleading. Shun-yi was about to refuse. Morong Shui suddenly pulled his arm. Shinny glanced at Morong Shui, then opened a spiritual connection and asked, "What's the matter?" You can agree to his request. Why? Morong Shui shouldn't be such a kind person unless there is profit to be made. Did she know this skinny boy? I met him in my previous life. Although he didn't have superpowers, he was quite capable in other areas and was very sentimental. In his previous life, someone saved his family, and he kept working for that person. In the end, he died trying to save that person. So, you only need to provide him with a little help in exchange for his loyalty. After hearing Morong Shui's words, Shinny seemed to be thinking about something. In that case, that's fine. Anyway, for me, waiting for this boy is just a piece of cake. And what if this skinny boy's sister meets the system's criteria? Then we can kill two birds with one stone. 96. Wu Qingqing, shiny white. May I have your name? After cutting off the mental connection, Shinny looked at the thin boy who was soaked by the rain. Boss, my name is Wu Yu. The boy answered quickly. Then he looked at Shinny eagerly, hoping that he would agree to wait for him. Otherwise, even if he could return home safely and bring his family out, he would not be able to survive the apocalypse. He is very clear about his own strength. Only by following a superpowered person like Shinny can he have hope of survival. This is why he took the risk to show up in front of Shinny and win his favor. Only by relying on the strong can you live longer. Let me know when we get to your neighborhood. Shinny agreed to his request. Since Morong Shui said that Wu Yu is sentimental, let's try to win him over. Anyway, you don't need to take any risks or pay any price. It's just something I do casually. Thank you. Thank you, boss. Wu Yu thanked him repeatedly with excitement. When the other survivors saw the scene, they also looked envious. They also want to bring their families over. But their homes were far away, and they didn't know whether their family members were still alive, so they didn't dare to speak up. After walking for a while in fear, Wu Yu vaguely recognized the location of his own residential complex and quickly said, "Boss, it's the one on the left, only a few hundred meters away." Which building and which floor is it on? Shinny asked. Building 12, 29th floor, 2903. Wu Yu answered immediately, muttering to himself, "My mom and sister must still be alive, because we spoke on the phone before the internet was disconnected. We still had food and water at home. As long as we eat sparingly, it should be enough to last us 10 days, half a month. That's for sure." He was very nervous and uneasy. Although this analysis makes sense, it can be seen from the repeated words that he actually has no confidence. After all, surviving in the apocalypse requires more than just food and water. There are also various dangerous mutant monsters to deal with, as well as perverted murderer and robber. This is also the reason why Wu Yu did not dare to leave school and went home early alone. Even though they walked out of the school, they didn't encounter any danger along the way. This was entirely because Shinny was leading the way and avoiding the mutated animals and plants in advance. And also avoided some murderous thugs. Just now everyone heard screams coming from the black fog, not only from humans, but also from animals. That sound was so miserable and painful. If Shinny hadn't been walking in front, this group of people would have been scared and fled in all directions. They were able to suppress their fear and come over only because they knew that Shinny had superpowers and firearms like pistols, so they could fight back even if they encountered danger. No one will find this journey easy. The oppressive atmosphere made everyone afraid to even breathe loudly. At the same time, Shinny activated his telepathy and began to search for Building 12. The residential complex where Wu Yu lives is a densely populated high-rise complex, and there are still many survivors. After spending some time, Shinny found Building 12. Then, room 2903 on the 29th floor was locked. Telepathic pinpointing. Then look through perspective. Although it was difficult to see clearly due to the darkness, I could still see two people in the room. Judging from their body shapes, they are all women. That's when the system prompt suddenly sounded. Bite. A goddess that meets the system standards has been detected, and detailed information has been scanned. Name, Wu Qingqing. Age, 18. Appearance, 89 points. Body size, 89 points. Inner, 100 points. No emotional experience. Total score, 90 points. Evaluation, after taking in a guest, you can unlock a random item. It actually meets the standards. Because of his vision, Shani couldn't see Wu Yu's sister's appearance clearly, but her score was definitely the lowest among the women who currently met the system's standards.
Certainly. This is not to say that Wu Qingqing is ugly.
As long as they can trigger the system prompt, they must be a beautiful woman picked from hundreds. It's just that maybe he is too young and hasn't opened yet.
Shani subconsciously glanced at Wu Yu's appearance.
Although he is a little thin, he has a pretty face.
I don't think his sister can be ugly.
Thinking of this, Shani said, "You are right, your sister and your mother are still alive."
Ah?
Wu Yu was subconsciously stunned. He didn't understand why the boss answered him at first. But after just a little thought, he vaguely guessed something.
Could it be that? Could it be that the boss has another superpower, that he can see his family remotely?
Otherwise, why would he tell me that my family was still alive less than 2 minutes after I just asked for my home number?
As a modern college student, Wu Yu has been exposed to various novels, online dramas, etc.
His thoughts are not so rigid, and he can easily come up with a bunch of answers in his mind.
Suddenly, he got excited. My sister and mother are still alive.
This is the best news for him. Some of the other college students were confused, but some smart ones quickly guessed that Shani might be able to use his supernatural powers to detect that the other person was still alive through the name or address, so they also became excited. They all have families and want to know what is happening with their families. If the boss really has this kind of superpower, then they will have hope of finding out about their family members in the future. Shani glanced at the crowd with different emotions, and deliberately did not explain, just to let them imagine.
The sense of mystery is all created by the imagination. Boss, thank you. I will definitely repay you in the future.
Wu Yu came back to his senses from his excitement and expressed his gratitude to Shani immediately. Although when they first met, he felt frightened and scared when he saw Shani killing people indifferently. But after spending some time together, he felt that the boss was not that cold-blooded after all.
At least the boss doesn't kill innocent people indiscriminately.
He only kills students who have grudges against him. Moreover, the eldest brother was willing to generously let the students share supplies. Although those supplies were from the supermarket, even when this group of students and teachers lived in the supermarket before, they had to listen to the teacher's distribution and could not eat anything casually. Shani is the leader of the group and has absolute military power, but he did not force them to hand over the supplies. It can be seen that the boss has a very broad mind. Even if we don't hand over the supplies just this once, it will be enough to make them remember the kindness.
And
the eldest brother was also willing to accept his family and let them join the shelter.
These actions are enough to make Wu Yu grateful.
Shani saw that Wu Yu's aura had completely turned pale, even paler than Murong Shui's, and he was sure that he was a person who valued feelings and knew how to repay a favor, so he said,
"Take 2 people with you to pick up your family.
There's no danger in your building, but don't go to the wrong building or enter other buildings."
Okay. Boss. Wu Yu nodded heavily.
He didn't expect that the boss would help him check for dangers and even send people to help him. As a result, Wu Yu's aura became a little paler.
Shiny white.
He directly surpassed Jiang Nanyan and caught up with Su Yun and Su Wanting.
P.S. I didn't want to explain this separately, but there are so many readers who, I don't know if they're just pretending or just plain stupid, I'll just explain.
All the scenes in this story are fictional, and the plants and animals are also mutants, not normal. Just like the first Spider-Man, after his mutation, his body can shoot spider silk, which is a kind of mutation.
You certainly wouldn't ask why humans can shoot spider silk?
The same goes for many of the plants and animals in this story.
Do you think they're different from normal animals?
That's right. If they were the same, how could they still be called mutations? I don't deny that there are definitely some shortcomings in the writing, and there are quite a few errors that have been revised after being pointed out by readers, but the general setting of the worldview is based on the author's setting.
97. High ponytail girl. Wu Yu took the 2 boys and quickly ran into the community according to the route pointed out by Shani, heading straight for their own building. He had no doubt that there would be any problems with the route Shani pointed out. Although he is quite smart, he is also naive and easily believes Shani. But even if Wu Yu didn't believe it, he had no other choice. He has no superpowers or extraordinary abilities. If he were to explore the way on his own, he might not even know how he died. At the same time, Shani observed this densely populated community from a god's perspective through telepathy. At present, there is no large-scale group in this community, and no one has stepped forward to integrate resources.
The surviving survivors were scattered across the buildings, each acting independently and forming many small groups. In the end of the world, humans will subconsciously huddle together for warmth. In addition, Shinny also saw dozens of mutant animals through telepathy. They were also scattered throughout the community, some were gnawing on corpses, while others were licking rainwater from potholes. These mutated animals have different shapes, some are huge, and some are extremely agile. They have obviously adapted to the environment shrouded in black fog. Among these mutated animals, the most eye-catching one is a giant mutated snake that came from nowhere. It was entrenched under a building. Its body was extremely strong, thicker than a bucket, and its length was estimated to be 5 or 6 meters. Its scales glowed coldly in the faint moonlight, and its tongue moved out from time to time, as if sensing the surrounding environment. This giant snake has apparently become one of the overlords of this area, and other mutant animals seem to stay away from it. It seems that the situation in this community is even more complicated than the one where I live. Shinyi was thinking in his mind. He decided that after unifying the Xinhuan No. 1 community, he would let Jiang Nanyan quickly formulate a detailed expansion plan to expand to Wu Yu's community. There are far more survivors in this community than in Deep Bay No. 1, and there must be many women among them who meet the system's standards. If it wasn't too late today and Morong Shui and Han Ruoshi were waiting to be unlocked, he would have been ready to search for beauties in each building. As for why Shinyi didn't personally help Wu Yu rescue his family, the reason was very simple: he was not a fool. Even if he had nothing to do, he would not do such a stupid thing. He established shelters and recruited followers for his own convenience and to serve himself. If the situation becomes one where you serve your subordinates, then what do you want your subordinates to do? And if you help out from time to time, your younger brothers will think that you have a good temper and can order you around at will. Gradually, they will lose their respect for you and will not take you seriously. Good people are easily pointed at with guns. There are very few people like Wu Yu who are grateful. Most people will forget their roots once they seize the opportunity. Therefore, Shinyi could show some goodwill appropriately, such as giving Wu Yu some advice, or rewarding his younger brothers with some supplies. But he would never do the work himself. In fact, if Wu Yu's sister had not met the system standards and could unlock supplies, Shinyi would not have bothered to wait for him. I was trying to win Wu Yu's favor just for his sister. Using telepathy to plan a route for him was more to ensure that he could bring his sister back safely. Otherwise, an ordinary person is not worth Shinyi wasting these dozens of minutes. Even if Wu Qingqing just unlocks a random item like fruit or vegetables, it's not a loss. Shinyi whispered softly. About half an hour later, Wu Yu arrived with his family. The distance was only a few hundred meters, very close, but they wasted most of their time climbing the stairs. After climbing nearly 30 floors, several people were breathless and their calves were trembling. Especially Wu Yu's sister and mother, although they were just going down the stairs, they were so tired that they could hardly walk. However, only this kind of tiredness and exhaustion can make them understand that hard work pays off. Boss, I followed the route you told me, and I didn't encounter any danger along the way. Wu Yu panted slightly and reported to Shinyi gratefully. Just as he walked into the community, he heard screams not far away from him. Although he couldn't see what happened, he was sure it must be very dangerous. If we don't strictly follow the boss's route, we might be the ones in danger. It was also through this round trip that Wu Yu guessed that the boss must have superpowers like clairvoyance or radar. Able to see through the black fog. This is absolutely awesome. Wu Yu increasingly felt that his previous decision to take the risk and join the shelter was the right one. Following a boss like this, as long as you don't do anything stupid in the future, there will be no problem surviving safely. So, along the way, he kept praising Shinyi to his mother and sister, saying that it was because of the eldest brother that he was able to return home safely and pick them up. Of course, this is not entirely exaggerated. It's just that he used some words that exaggerated Shinyi's mythology, which made the two boys who went to help feel embarrassed. Although Shinyi is not bad, he is not as divine and glorious as Wu Yu said, right? When he first came to the supermarket, he shot and killed people without hesitation, and also asked the woman who followed him to kill several students. It is no exaggeration to say that he is a murderer. I really don't know how Wu Yu could say so many brilliant words with such admiration on his face. It was so damn embarrassing that they all got goosebumps. Only a fool like Wu Yu would think that Shinyi is a simple good person, right? However, after hearing the flattery, Wu Yu's mother and sister felt heartfelt gratitude towards Shinyi. Having saved their loved ones, they should be grateful. Thank you for saving my brother. Wu Qingqing took the initiative to step forward to thank him, and looked at Shinyi quietly, with a bit of curiosity and shyness in her eyes. This is an 18-year-old girl in puberty with a high ponytail. She looks very much like the person many teenagers would pursue and secretly love in high school. You're welcome. Shinny replied casually, looking at the girl with a high ponytail, a little surprised. Because this girl has a very high liking for him. Taller than Morong Shui. Not only the girl, but even Wu Yu's mother has a great liking for him. It seems that Wu Yu has said a lot of good things about himself to his family along the way. He is indeed a person who can see the situation clearly and values feelings. It's worth wasting my energy helping him. After Wu Yu's mother also said a few words of gratitude, and everyone left. Strange noises could be heard from the black fog from time to time. Even with Shinny leading the group, the crowd was still in a state of panic. Fortunately, we didn't encounter any danger along the way and returned to Xinhuan No. 1 community safely. Arriving at Building 13, Shinny contacted Jiang Nanyan through a spiritual connection and asked her to arrange accommodation and work for these newcomers. As for management matters, they were all left to Jiang Nanyan. Okay, husband, I'll come over right after I finish dealing with things here. Jiang Nanyan responded. Yeah. Shinny replied briefly, severing the mental connection. He then said to everyone, just wait here. Don't run around. Someone will come over to make arrangements later. Okay, boss. You go and have a rest, and leave the things here to me. Wu Yu agreed immediately. After receiving his family, he was eager to repay Shinny, make some contributions, and let the boss see his abilities. Shinny didn't say much and left with Morong Shui and Han Ruoshi. As for Wu Yu's sister, don't worry for now. After unlocking the rewards for Han Ruoshi and Morong Shui tonight, I will find her alone. With the girl's good impression of him, it would be easy to win her over. Brother, does our benefactor also live in this upscale community? Will we be able to see him again in the future? Wu Qingqing looked at Xin Yi's back as he left, and only after his figure completely disappeared did she couldn't help but ask her brother Wu Yu. Wu Yu glanced at his sister, and as if sensing her thoughts, he said, the boss must live in this neighborhood. Maybe the entire neighborhood has become his territory. Wow! My benefactor is so amazing. I remember the houses in this neighborhood were very expensive. In today's world, money has long lost its value. The boss must have controlled this community through physical strength, but I don't know how many people and weapons he has under his command. Wu Yu wants to contribute to the shelter and repay his boss, but he doesn't know where to start. Is that so? Then he's still very powerful. Very powerful. He. Wu Qingqing looked in the direction where Shinny left, and smiled with a crescent moon in her eyes. Whenever she thought of Shinny's face, she felt her heart beat faster. I don't know if it's because her brother kept praising Shinny along the way, but the first time she saw Shinny, she thought he was so handsome. Moreover, that group of people all obeyed his orders and revolved around him. That aura immediately attracted Wu Qingqing, a girl in the fantasy stage of adolescence. The girl, who had no experience in love, inevitably fell in love at first sight. Wu Yu looked at his sister, who was grinning foolishly, and said subconsciously, Qingqing, are you in love with the boss? 98, treat me as a disposable tool? How is this possible? Wu Qingqing suddenly woke up from her fantasy, and her face instantly turned red like a ripe apple. She turned around and said stubbornly, brother, don't talk nonsense. Otherwise, I will ignore you from now on. Wu Yu. Okay, that's confirmed. My younger sister really likes the older brother. This should have been something to be happy about. If my sister could be with a strong man like the boss, she would definitely be much safer in the future. But the problem is that the boss already has a woman who is more beautiful than his sister, and that woman seems to have superpowers. Maybe she is the boss's girlfriend. Thinking of this, Wu Yu could only sigh in disappointment and said to Wu Qingqing, Qingqing, the boss might already have a girlfriend. If you like the boss, I'm afraid there's no hope. Hearing this, Wu Qingqing was stunned for a moment, and her shy expression disappeared instantly. She subconsciously turned her head to stare at her brother and asked, girlfriend? Is that the beautiful woman who just left with him? I guess so. That woman seems to have a close relationship with the boss, so Qingqing, you'd better give up as soon as possible. Wu Yu advised. He didn't want his sister to get deeper into trouble, as it would only hurt her more. It would be better to nip it in the bud as soon as it appears. Moreover, it would not be good if the relationship between the eldest brother and his girlfriend was affected because of the younger sister. The boss has done a favor for my family, I can't repay him with evil. I get it. I didn't say I liked him, you just made that up. I'm ignoring you, you idiot. Wu Qingqing replied stubbornly, turned around and ran towards her mother, pretending to be angry and feeling wronged. Wu Yu shook his head slightly. Then he began to think seriously about how to help Shen Yi and repay the boss's kindness. Go take a shower and clean yourself up. Building 13, 18th floor, Morong Shui's home. Shen Yi looked at the dirty Han Ruoshi and didn't know where to start. Bath? Han Ruoshi, who was already shy, was stunned when she heard this. She only brought a few bottles of water in her bag, how could that be enough for a bath? She couldn't even bear to brush her teeth. Morong Shui, who was resting on the sofa, glanced at Han Ruoshi. Although she was a little unhappy about the appearance of this woman, she still said, "There is water in the bathroom, just use it sparingly." When she built this shelter, she naturally took into account the problem of water for daily washing, so she stored a large amount of water resources. Several sealed water tanks filled with purified water are also installed on the roof. In addition, she also installed a rainwater collector. It happened to rain today, and a lot of water has been collected, which is enough for taking a bath. Ah, okay. Han Ruoshi glanced at Morong Shui and felt inexplicably ashamed. She didn't know what the relationship between this beauty and Shen Yi was, but she always felt that she shouldn't be here. Does this count as a mistress? Although I wanted to refuse. But why is there electricity in this apartment? Is it a generator? And there's hot water. Han Ruoshi walked into the bathroom and looked at the bright lights and hot water. She felt a little dazed for a moment, as if she had returned to the time before the end of the world. There is water and electricity. Everything seems to be normal. But she knew that this was just an illusion. Because this is the only apartment in the entire building that has electricity. Everywhere else it was pitch black. Occasionally I could see a little light, but I didn't know if it was a flashlight or a candle. Those are the realities. It's more like a utopia here. Did Shen Yi build all this? He actually has such a strong ability, so amazing. Thinking of Shen Yi, Han Ruoshi's cheeks turned slightly red. After taking a shower, he won't want me tonight. If he insists, should I refuse? But wouldn't it seem too fake to refuse now? As Han Ruoshi thought about it, her face turned even redder. I don't know what that kind of thing feels like. Looking at her perfect figure in the mirror, which she was usually proud of, she didn't know what kind of baptism of fire she would have to endure that night. Meanwhile, in the living room, Morong Shui hugged the white fox and glanced at Shen Yi, who was eating, with some displeasure. She said, "Don't you think you've gone too far? You just went out today and you brought back a wild woman. If I go out more often in the future, will I have to find 6 or 7 wild women?" Although I know that Shen Yi is not a man who is content and loyal. But Morong Shui still found it hard to believe that he was so fickle. He said he wanted to sleep with me 2 hours ago, but he turned around and found another woman. And even brought it to his home. This is simply a face-to-face output. This is too much. Shen Yi ate some snacks, glanced at Morong Shui, and said lightly, "You don't think we are in love, do you? Even if we're not in a relationship, you can't go this far." Morong Shui frowned. Although she knew it was normal for a strong man to look for a woman. Even before the end of the world, which rich and powerful businessmen didn't have a few women? There are very few, almost none, men who are truly rich, powerful, and loyal. But she still felt a little uncomfortable when this happened to her. Although it was just a transaction between her and Shen Yi, Morong Shui also hoped that he could respect her. At least, you will feel guilty about yourself and comfort yourself with a few words, even if it is fake. At the very least, don't bring a wild woman in front of you. But Shen Yi had no such intention at all. He was even too lazy to explain if he hadn't taken the initiative to speak. "What do you think of me, Morong Shui? Tool? Disposable item? If you can't accept it, you can go wait outside and come in after it's done," Shen Yi suggested. He didn't care about Morong Shui's emotions. "I will not fail to unlock the supplies just to consider her feelings. The system is your biggest hang-up. If I give up my cheat just for Morong Shui's feelings, I would be really stupid. You are indeed a shameless bastard." Morong Shui was speechless. Even a little angry. "This is clearly my home, but they asked me to wait outside. Why don't you let me kneel at the door and listen? How about I help you push from behind?" Too much. That's too much. Unfortunately, she couldn't do anything to Shani. This man really seemed to just want to sleep with her, had no feelings for her, and didn't even consider whether she would be jealous. Morong Shui was very angry, but at the same time she admired this bastard a little. Such a heartless guy is destined to go further than those survivors who fall in love in the doomsday. She was certain that if she encountered danger beyond her control, Shani would abandon her without hesitation. Of course, the same goes for me. So while she was depressed, she had nothing to say and could only curse to vent her feelings. Niranchu, I hope you won't talk to me in this tone again. Shani took out 2 tissues and wiped his mouth. He looked at Morong Shui, his tone calm but with unquestionable indifference. Before, you scolded me a few times to vent your emotions. I can understand. But from now on, I don't want to hear you scold me anymore, understand? Morong Shui subconsciously wanted to say something, but when she saw Shini's calm eyes, her words instantly got stuck in her throat and she swallowed them hard. She admitted that she was a little afraid of this heartless bastard. Because he really dared to do that to himself. Final. Morong Shui didn't say anything, which was considered as her agreement. Shani nodded with satisfaction, then took out the supernatural fruit he had picked near the school cafeteria from the system space and put it in his mouth. 99. Gain new ability, high temperature ray. You can actually gain superpowers. Morong Shui watched Shani swallow the supernatural fruit again, her eyes full of shock. 3 superpowers in one day? This speed is too outrageous. How can others live? If you give me a few more supernatural fruits, I might be able to try to break through my limits. Shani turned his gaze to Morong Shui, guessing that she might still have some supernatural fruit hidden on her body, but was unwilling to hand it over easily. I really don't have any left, so don't keep staring at me and trying to snatch it all away. Morong Shui was speechless. In just half a day today, she had already paid a lot but received nothing in return. This guy Shani is all talk and no action, he just paints a rosy picture for himself. She thought about it carefully and found that the only thing she gained was eating a chicken leg and drinking a glass of white silk cola. It's gone. No more. Other than that, nothing. The more Morong Shui thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong, and she felt that she might have been deceived by Shani. He has been getting something for nothing by just making a few promises. They took my supplies, snatched my fruits, and even took over my body. Hold on. Now is not the time to turn against each other. Morong Shui suppressed her dissatisfaction and stared at Shani. Now she just wanted to know how Shani managed to continuously acquire supernatural powers. Compared to her children's personal affairs, power is what she really cares about. As long as Shani can give him enough benefits, it doesn't matter how many women he finds. Anyway, I don't like Shani. She had only one request at most, that is, don't bring the wild woman into her home, don't bring her in front of her. Otherwise she will be unhappy. What's your new ability? Morong Shui sat up holding the white fox, looking Shani up and down with her beautiful eyes, trying to find some clues from him. At this moment, after Shani swallowed the supernatural fruit, he felt his eyes slightly warm, even a little hot. He guessed that this ability might be related to the eyes. Immediately, he opened the panel to check. High temperature ray LV1, your eyes can emit extremely high temperature rays. The current maximum range is 30 meters, capable of easily melting steel. The stronger your physique, the higher the temperature of the high temperature rays. As long as you have enough stamina, you can release high temperature rays continuously. Similar to Cyclops' abilities? Xin Yi's heart moved, and he thought of the superheroes in the movie. But his own high temperature rays are more practical than Cyclops. He can freely control whether to launch them or not, and the upper limit is higher. Introduction to superpowers: the stronger your physique, the higher the temperature of the rays. This means that as long as you continue to improve your physical fitness, this ability will continue to become stronger. Even if you don't increase your ability level, you can still become stronger. Moreover, if the level of superpowers is raised, the power and range of high temperature rays will definitely be enhanced based on physical fitness. This means that there are 2 ways to increase the power of this ability. Shani was secretly delighted. This was undoubtedly his strongest attack method at the moment. The high temperature rays can easily melt steel, are as powerful as a pistol, and can be released continuously. As long as he has enough physical strength, Xin Yi's eyes can continuously emit high temperature rays. A sustained attack is definitely more destructive than a one-time attack. More importantly, the rays do not need to be aimed deliberately, they can hit the target accurately as long as the sight reaches it. Although the current maximum range is only 30 meters, you have to know that the effective killing range of the pistol in his hands is only about 10 meters. If the shot is more than 10 meters away, Shen Yi will easily miss the target. But high-temperature rays do not have this disadvantage. Within 30 meters, shoot wherever you see. So cool. This ability, combined with telepathy and instant movement, makes Shen Yi almost invincible within 30 meters. If combined with the defensive ability of skin hardening, it would be like cheating. The only drawback is probably that using so many superpowers at once in battle would consume a lot of energy. After all, his physical evolution ability is currently only at level 1. Even though his physical strength far exceeds that of ordinary people, it is still stressful for him to use 4 or 5 abilities continuously. Of course, there is pressure, but it is no problem to kill dozens of fully armed people in seconds. If I meet that Special Forces team again, I can definitely defeat them without any injuries. Shen Yi thought to himself. He always seeks to defeat the enemy without taking any damage. If there is any risk, Shen Yi will give up immediately. After all, his golden finger is of the development type. As long as he stays alive and develops, he will be invincible sooner or later. There is no need to take the risk and give up. If you win, you will gain very little, but if you lose, you will get injured or even lose your life. It's not worth it. I wonder if that policewoman from before is still alive. If I run into her again, I can capture her this time. Shen Yi thought back to the extremely powerful policewoman Qin Xiang, and felt a little excited. The reason why I didn't take action last time was because I was not sure if I could defeat the opponent without getting hurt. The policewoman had extremely rich combat experience and was much stronger than the young policewoman Su Yun. Even when her teammates were killed, she was able to fight a mutant and a dozen thugs almost unscathed, and even seized a pistol. She's simply a fucking god of war. Shen Yi would definitely not marry a woman like this if he wasn't sure enough. Certainly. As to whether it was possible to kill the other person before, 99% of the time it was possible. But what Shen Yi wanted was not to kill, but to capture. Just like dealing with Morong Shui, you have to be able to unlock supplies steadily after capturing her. If the purpose was simply to kill, then even if 5 policewomen Qin Xiang were tied together, they would not be a match for my previous self. Not to mention now. With the powerful attack ability, it is not difficult to complete the kill. The new ability is an offensive ability. It should be more powerful than a grenade. Shen Yi looked at Morong Shui, his eyes slightly warm, and he had an urge to try shooting. I don't know if Morong Shui's level 2 telekinesis ability can block the high temperature rays? Attack ability? Morong Shui was stunned for a moment, then she said in shock, "You now have spatial abilities, sensory abilities, and an additional powerful attack ability. Teleport, information bit, attack, this configuration is simply rogue. Are you going to let other people live?" The key is that Shen Yi's upper limit is more than this. He can continue to stack more superpowers. Morong Shui was a little confused for a moment. I feel like I may never be able to turn the tables and become the master. Crack! Just then, the bathroom door was gently pushed open, and Han Ruoshi walked out wrapped in a bath towel. Her skin was still slightly damp, her wet hair stuck to her neck, and her long, athletic legs were faintly visible under the bath towel, making her particularly eye-catching. I didn't bring any change of clothes. She lowered her head slightly, her cheeks flushed, and her voice was soft, with a hint of shyness and embarrassment. 105 color leaks. Shen Yi's gaze fell on Han Ruoshi, sizing her up. Her clean face looks particularly delicate, with beautiful features, but what is even more outstanding is her figure. Perhaps because of years of exercise, her legs are smooth and firm, and the muscles in her thighs and calves are clearly defined but not exaggerated. She looks neither bulky nor sturdy, but full of healthy beauty. The proportions of her legs are also very well proportioned, from thigh to calf to ankle, very graceful and natural. Shen Yi teleported directly in front of Han Ruoshi, picked her up, and teleported away with a scream. Starving ghost. Morong Shui curled her lips and complained harshly in her heart. She really couldn't understand why Shen Yi, who was so powerful, was only interested in women. If I had such power, I would never think about any crappy man, but would first unify the mountain city, then send troops to other cities and control the entire country. After that, destroy the island nation, conquer the West, and unify the world. This is the vision and ideal that a strong person should have. Xiao Bai, it would be great if you could use your abilities freely, so I wouldn't have to compromise. Morong Shui gently stroked the white fox in her arms and whispered softly. The white fox opened its beautiful eyes, glanced at Morong Shui, then closed them again and continued to rest.
Bite. Start to randomly unlock a material. Ding. Unlocked successfully. Congratulations on unlocking the item, a bundle of 5 colored aphrodisiac leeks. 5 color leek plus 1, stored in system space. 5 color leek plus 1, stored in system space. 5 colors? Aphrodisiac leeks?
Shini raised his eyebrows, his expression a little strange. He took out a bunch of leeks from the system space and weighed them a few times. This bundle of chives weighs about 1 pound, is brightly colored, generous in size, and very fresh. Adding a pound of leeks in just 1 second, you can't finish it at all.
But how can you unlock something like this? Shini shook his head. Although I feel I don't need it.
But the leeks were still thrown back into the system space.
The next morning, it was just dawn.
In the living room, Morong Shui opened her eyes drowsily and found that she had slept on the sofa all night and felt uncomfortable all over. She frowned and looked towards the bedroom, somewhat displeased.
He didn't come out all night? Do you like wild women so much?
I was waiting for him last night, but I didn't see Shini until I fell asleep.
You'd better not come to me.
With a somewhat displeased snort, Morong Shui stood up, stretched, walked into the bathroom and started washing up. Washing her face, brushing her teeth, and putting on simple makeup are her daily routine. Despite being in the apocalypse, she has enough stored water to maintain a relatively normal life. Just as Morong Shui was brushing her teeth, the bathroom door was pushed open.
Shini walked in yawning, went straight to the toilet and opened the valve to drain the water. You!
Morong Shui was stunned, her cheeks slightly flushed.
This bastard's behavior is too natural. How come you don't feel ashamed at all?
It was as if the two of them were an old married couple, which caught her off guard and almost gave her a sty.
Can you cook? Shini asked casually while running water.
Morong Shui turned her head and continued brushing her teeth facing the wall, answering vaguely, I can do a little, but I'm just average.
As long as it's cooked, it's fine. Fry some leeks for me later and steam some rice. I haven't eaten rice in a long time. Shini said.
He originally had no rice, flour or oil, but Morong Shui had stored a lot. It's just right to relieve the greasiness and have a staple meal.
I didn't eat staple foods before, mainly because there was no food. I happened to unlock some leeks yesterday, so I can stir-fry some. By the way, try to see if the aphrodisiac 5-color leeks produced by the system are effective. Then,
Shini also washed his face and brushed his teeth. After washing up, he came to the living room, took out a few steaks and a few bundles of leeks from the system space, and asked Morong Shui to cook. Unfortunately, there are too few types of vegetables unlocked, only leeks, which are not enough to make 3 dishes in one soup. Although there were some vegetables stored by Morong Shui in the system space, Shini didn't feel they were particularly fresh, so he had no desire to eat them. I don't want to eat self-heating hot pot, I just want to eat some home-cooked meals. Where did you get such fresh chives? And they're so clean, you don't even need to wash them before putting them in the pot. Morong Shui looked through the leeks and found them extremely fresh, as if they had just been picked.
And it's a pretty rare species. Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. Hurry up and cook. I'm a little hungry.
Shini was too lazy to explain and urged directly.
Morong Shui couldn't help but roll her eyes, feeling a little unhappy. How can this bastard order me around so confidently? Do you really consider me your wife?
But she still went to cook and steam rice obediently.
Life with electricity is indeed much more convenient.
At the same time, Han Ruwashi also walked out of the bedroom. She was wearing Morong Shui's pajamas and looked a little uneasy, and her walking posture was a little unnatural. When she arrived in the living room, Han Ruwashi's eyes immediately fell on Morong Shui who was cooking. She wanted to speak, but didn't know what to say. After all, her current identity is very embarrassing.
Is she considered a mistress?
Morong Shui raised her head and glanced at her, frowning slightly. Who asked you to wear my pajamas? I'm sorry, I washed my clothes last night and they're not dry yet, so I borrowed your pajamas.
Sorry.
Han Ruwashi lowered her head and explained weakly, not daring to refute at all. She knew that her status in this family was lower than Morong Shui's. Especially since Morong Shui had superpowers and could kill her in an instant, so she didn't dare to offend her in the slightest.
This is Xiao San's enlightenment. Wash it and put it back for me after dinner. Morong Shui said coldly. She doesn't like others using her things, especially her underwear.
If it weren't for the fact that Han Ruoshi was Xingyi's woman, she would have killed this wild woman directly.
Yeah. Han Ruoshi nodded quickly and obediently. Xingyi did not intervene in this matter. He usually doesn't stop such Shura-field behavior.
If he needs to train every woman himself, then he won't have to do anything else in the future because he won't be able to manage all the women he wants every day.
Xingyi chose to let them do what they wanted and let the women handle their relationships on their own.
As long as the Shura field did not go too far and there were no casualties, he would not care. But if a woman dares to go too far because of jealousy, she will be considered a black sheep and will be killed immediately. A very simple and crude management method.
Xingyi, let me massage your shoulders.
I learned massage from my grandma.
Han Ruoshi sat next to Xingyi and took the initiative to show her goodwill.
She knew that apart from her figure and looks, she had no other advantages, and she had to try her best to please Xingyi in order to gain a foothold here.
If I make Xingyi angry and get kicked out, I'll be finished.
Her most precious thing was gone last night, and now she had no right to bargain.
She doesn't want to be kicked out.
There is water, electricity, a sense of security, and plenty of food here.
It's just like heaven.
Han Ruoshi wanted to stay there and live in heaven forever.
And this? It takes effort. Well, try harder.
Xingyi did not refuse. He closed his eyes and felt the soft little hands wandering around his shoulders and neck.
Han Ruoshi's massage technique was much more professional than Su Wanning and Jiang Nanyan's, which made him feel relaxed.
While enjoying the massage, Xingyi continued to eat the supernatural fruit, and at the same time remotely reply to Jiang Nanyan's message through the mental connection. In my mind, Jiang Nanyan's voice came clearly, with a hint of expectation.
101, there are more than 100 people in the shelter.
Hubby, this is the current situation. The total number of people in our shelter has exceeded 100.
Should we continue to expand and recruit more survivors?
Jiang Nanyan contacted Xingyi mainly to report on the progress of the shelter. At present, she has checked 4 buildings and has recruited 43 people, not counting the survivors brought back by Xingyi yesterday.
Since this community has 2 households per floor, there were not many residents to begin with. In addition, many people were not at home when the disaster occurred, so the actual population was even smaller.
According to Jiang Nanyan's estimation, even if he controlled all 15 buildings in the community, he could only recruit a maximum of 300 survivors.
And this number will only decrease, not increase.
Because in the past few days, many people went downstairs to look for food, and various accidents happened.
The already scarce number of survivors is dwindling. So, what Jiang Nanyan meant by asking was whether they should take in all the survivors in this community?
Anyway, there are only 300 people at most. Even if we add the dozens of people Xingyi brought back yesterday, the number would definitely not exceed 400. To guard such a large community, 400 people are not a lot, or even too few. After all, some of these 400 people are women, children, and the elderly, and less than 1/3 of them are truly capable of fighting.
According to the original plan, Jiang Nanyan was not planning to take in the elderly, the weak, women and children.
But after thinking about it, she felt that women and children were also important for a shelter to develop well. If Xingyi has sufficient supplies, he can consider keeping them. At most, he can give them less food, as long as they can survive. In the future, if there are any odd jobs, such as cleaning, mending clothes, etc., they can be handed over to these women and children.
Well, let's do as you say.
Xingyi thought about it for a moment and agreed to Jiang Nanyan's proposal. Now that leaks have been unlocked, supplies are more abundant, and we can definitely expand the size of the shelter and build a larger one.
And Xingyi's goal is not just to control the Shenwan number 1 community.
There are also several neighboring communities that need to be taken over. The more survivors there are, the easier it is to find women who meet the system's standards.
Moreover, as long as the shelter develops healthily in the future, even if the women of this generation don't meet the standards, the next generation will be able to, right? Or the next generation will do. Anyway, Xingyi is still young and can wait. It's always right to take a long-term view. After all, you have more than enough food to eat, so you don't have to worry about wasting it. The only problem is the mutant tree in the city center. But it doesn't matter.
If his strength is not enough to deal with the mutated tree after half a year, he can just abandon the entire shelter and leave with his woman.
Xingyi built the shelter just for his own convenience, not to devote his life to others.
Okay, husband, I will try to finish the statistics of our community within 3 days.
Jiang Nanyan replied immediately.
Well, I'll go home later and give you some supplies. You can take care of the arrangements then. There is still a lot of junk food in Shani's system space, so there is no problem using it to develop the shelter temporarily. After forming a special supply search team, Shani may not have to provide supplies anymore, and may even be able to make a profit from it. Finished arranging the shelter. The meal is ready. Shani ate 7 bowls of rice in one go, accompanied by fried pork with leeks. I still feel a little unsatisfied. So he took out another roast chicken from the system space and continued to feast on it. Morong Shui and Han Ruoshi were both stunned. This is too much to eat. One person's appetite is equivalent to 6 or 7 of them. If you eat so much in the apocalypse, won't you starve to death? This is Han Ruoshi's simple idea. Morong Shui seemed to be thinking about something. She was almost certain that Shani must have some ability to enhance his physical fitness. Because this type of psychics usually have a big appetite. In the previous life, not many shelters were willing to accept people with special abilities like this. Because people with enhanced physical abilities generally don't have much strength, but the supplies they consume are several times, or even dozens of times, more than that of other people with abilities. Who can afford this? Even if I can afford it, I don't want to raise it. After all, the input and return are not proportional. However, space-related abilities consume a lot of energy. Perhaps it is precisely because Shani has physical enhancement abilities that he can produce such a strong effect. Morong Shui never underestimates any supernatural powers. Even the physical enhancement ability that others think is useless can exert extremely strong power as long as it is properly matched. The main difficulty lies in matching. The supernatural fruit itself is very rare. In addition, many people cannot distinguish the supernatural powers of the supernatural fruits, and it is easy to make mistakes in matching them, resulting in mediocre strength. Finished breakfast. Han Ruoshi was very sensible and took the initiative to wash the dishes. Even if she felt a little unwell, she didn't dare to be negligent or complain. He's quite sensible. Morong Shui glanced at Han Ruoshi and felt less disgusted with this wild woman. At least I have a servant to serve me. Not bad. Go and take a rest. Shani finished the drink in the cup and looked at Morong Shui. Morong Shui nodded, although she really wanted to complain. It's still broad daylight, why don't you go out and search for supplies? Well. She felt that the word hungry ghost was not enough to describe Shani. Is there anyone in the apocalypse who can work, sleep, eat when they wake up, and work again after they are full, without the need to find supplies or become stronger? Don't you have any sense of crisis? Little did they know. Shani was anxious because he had a sense of crisis. But this kind of thing must not be told to Morong Shui. Some things can be said, and some things cannot be said easily. For example, the system. Especially to ambitious and unstable elements like Morong Shui, the existence of the system cannot be revealed casually. Otherwise, this woman might have some bad ideas. Certainly. Maybe she'll help you unlock more supplies. But Shani doesn't like to gamble on a possibility. Even if the success rate is 90%, he is not willing to take the risk. Unless absolutely necessary. Well. Final. Morong Shui sighed and stood up. Han Ruoshi was washing dishes with her thoughts flooding in her mind. It's unbelievable. Is this still the end of the world? If Han Ruoshi hadn't been able to see the black fog downstairs through the window, she would have thought she was in some strange place. If it were her old self, she would definitely despise herself now. Because I am just like a maid, with no dignity at all. Not only do they have to sacrifice their bodies, but they also have to contribute their labor in a humble manner. Not even as good as a mistress. Of course, we are talking about mistresses in peacetime. The mistress in the doomsday world might be worse than me now. You can eat, drink, and even take a shower. Most of the survivors outside can't even get enough to eat, let alone take a shower with clean hot water. Thinking back to the hard days she had at school a few days ago, Han Ruoshi felt that she was so happy now. It's just washing dishes, what's the big deal? Even if you ask me to clean the house every day, I will do it. As long as I can live here and have enough food and drink, I will be happy even if I become a mistress. She didn't want to go back to her previous hard days. I haven't taken a shower in more than 10 days, and I haven't even washed my face. Not only are you always hungry and thirsty, but you also have to worry about monsters or murderers all the time. That's simply not a life for a human being. Even though I was being manipulated. I feel like it's actually an opportunity. Han Ruwashi thought seriously while washing the dishes. Shani is also very nice to me. No beating, scolding, or insults. No violence was used. At most, I just like pinching my legs. This is actually a good thing for Han Ruwashi. Shani likes his legs, which proves that he won't abandon him easily. As long as you work harder, your life will get better and better. I have to keep exercising and stay in shape, especially my legs. I have to train them more. They're my only advantage. Han Ruwashi was planning secretly. She believes that she has a very good appearance and figure, and even among the tens of thousands of students at Shancheng University, she can proudly say that she is very outstanding. But compared with Morong Shui, she is almost a level lower. Morong Shui's appearance is so perfect. She has a great temperament too, I can't compare to her at all. Fortunately, my legs are unique and look good. Shani likes it very much too. This is your only advantage, you must seize it. Seize the future. At the same time, Shani also successfully unlocked new supplies. P.S. The update is so fast, why don't you hand over your gifts, brothers? 102. Solution to the supernatural fruit frost condensation. Bite. Start to randomly unlock a material. Ding. Unlocked successfully, congratulations on unlocking the item, supernatural fruit frost condensation. Frost condensation fruit +1, stored in the system space. Frost condensation fruit +1, stored in the system space. Frost? Fuck. Another psychic fruit unlocked. Shani sat up in surprise. You know, there are more than millions of types of supplies. And with a probability of millions, you can actually unlock the supernatural fruit. I have to say, my luck is really awesome. Shani couldn't help but look at Morong Shui and kissed her hard. He is worthy of being the reborn person that I spent so much effort to deal with. It really can bring surprises to myself. Fortunately, I spent some more energy before, otherwise if I had killed Morong Shui directly, it would have been a huge loss. In just 2 days, he had already obtained several superpowers from Morong Shui. And they are very practical. Even the skin hardening ability, which Shani previously thought was the most useless, he found to be very effective. Because skin hardening can be done on any part of the body. And even after hardening, the senses still exist. How can I describe this feeling? It cannot be described or described with simple words. In short, it's awesome. Ugh, what are you doing? You're hurting me. Morong Shui turned over, slapped Shani's hand away, and muttered something uncomfortably. She was so tired that she wanted to take a nap, but Shani went crazy for no apparent reason. It's okay, just continue sleeping. Shani also rarely treated Morong Shui in a nicer manner. He is willing to give a certain amount of respect to anyone who can help him. He has intuition and can get a lot of good things from Morong Shui. Reborn, that's awesome. Awesome in every sense of the word. Immediately, excited Shani took out several newly unlocked supernatural fruits from the system space and examined them. It feels so cool. Shani picked up a fruit, and a cool touch passed into his body through his fingers. This icy feeling was even colder than the first time he came into contact with the supernatural fruit. Could it be an ice-related ability? If it's an ice-related ability, it would be very practical. Thinking of this, he casually put a frost-condensed fruit into his mouth. As the fruit entered his mouth, it seemed to turn into ice water and instantly flowed into his body from his throat. In the blink of an eye, it flows through every limb of the body. An extremely cold feeling was running through the body. But Shani didn't feel cold. On the contrary, he felt great. How to describe it? He knew that this energy was cold, but he felt very close and comfortable. It's like the energy belongs to you, without any rejection. But Shani could clearly sense that if this icy energy were placed on someone else, they would definitely be frozen into popsicles in an instant. This is the ice power. Morong Shui was stunned when she saw Shani was eating the supernatural fruit right after he finished. This guy actually has a supernatural fruit. And there is more than one. She felt unbelievable. Where on earth did Shani find so many supernatural fruits? In just 1 day of spending time with Shani from yesterday to today, she saw him eat no less than 50 supernatural fruits. Even if these supernatural fruits are of the same type, it is still outrageous. With so many supernatural fruits, it would be difficult to take them out easily even in a large shelter half a year later. Where did Shani pick him up from? Throughout the entire mountain city, Morong Shui had never heard of a place that was rich in supernatural fruits.
Could this guy really have some kind of cheat?
Morong Shui doesn't read novels, but only occasionally watches movies and TV series, so she knows little about things like plug-ins.
But she is not stupid.
Xin Yi's ability to easily produce supernatural fruits must be hiding a big secret. It might be even bigger than the secret of my own rebirth. Morong Shui sat up without hiding anything, staring straight at Xin Yi and said, I am your woman now.
Isn't it time for you to tell me something?
Xin Yi glanced at Morong Shui, ignored her, and continued reading the introduction to superpowers.
Frost condensation LV1, you can create ice from thin air, controlling its hardness and shape.
You can manipulate ice for ranged attacks or close-range defense, with a current maximum range of 20 meters. You also gain increased resistance to cold temperatures.
However, the more ice you create and the larger the area, the more stamina you consume.
Wipe.
This ability is pretty cool too. Although it is a relatively common elemental ability, its effects are very comprehensive. It can defend, fight, and even eat. That's right, you can eat it. Because Xin Yi can control the hardness of ice.
He can create a high-hardness ice wall defense. It can also create high-hardness ice cone attacks.
You can also make crispy little ice cubes to cool down. Damn, it's so omnipotent.
The most important thing is that the frost ability can be upgraded by eating fruits without any mindlessness.
As long as you raise your level, you can use it to suppress some extraordinary abilities. For example,
the White Fox's time ability.
The first level frost ability is not as good as the time ability, so can the 10th level or 50 level ones crush it? Absolutely. Think of this. Xin Yi started to crack the fruit of frost power to level up first.
This ability has a wide range of uses and is very practical. And it also comes with a passive ability.
Can improve low temperature resistance. This is a magical skill. In the future, if I encounter a low temperature environment or in winter, I may be able to walk naked in the snow without being affected. Although you may not use it often, it's better to have it than not. Anyway, superpowers can be stacked infinitely. As long as you stack enough passive buffs, no one can kill you even if you stand still. Xin Yi. You haven't even pulled up your pants yet, and you're already turning your back on me.
When Morong Shui saw that Xin Yi ignored her completely, she immediately became furious. My body has been played with all over, but this bastard's attitude is still so distant, as if he has no feelings for me at all.
Is it really just for sleeping?
Even though Morong Shui said that she didn't want to fall in love after having sex, she still had some feelings for Xin Yi.
After all, no matter what, he is the first man in his 2 lives.
As the saying goes, a husband and wife for a day is 100 days of grace.
No matter how hostile they were before, there will be some feelings between them now.
Xin Yi glanced at the angry Morong Shui, casually threw a few supernatural fruits to her, and said, These are elemental supernatural fruits, the effect is quite good, it depends on whether you want to eat them. After saying that, he got out of bed naked, put on his clothes, and walked out of the bedroom.
He ignored Morong Shui.
When staying in the same room with this woman, Xin Yi needs to be alert at all times and dare not relax his mind at all, for fear of being tricked. So, he never thought about having pure love with Morong Shui. Morong Shui stared blankly at Xin Yi's back, then lowered her head to look at the several supernatural fruits on the bedding, and suddenly a feeling of humiliation came over her.
Asshole. What kind of woman do you take me for? 103, an ignorant wild woman.
Even though I had already walked into the living room, I could still hear Morong Shui's scolding coming from the bedroom. This time Xin Yi didn't care about her words. Let this woman vent her anger verbally.
Just don't do it.
As for the frost fruit given to Morong Shui, just treat it as prostitution money. At the same time, it was also to appease the woman. After all, Morong Shui is a reborn person with great strength. In addition, she knows a lot of information about the future, so she will be of great use in the future. It is not appropriate to make enemies now.
Xin Yi, are you okay? Do you want me to go in and comfort Sister Morong, or let her scold me to vent her anger?
Han Ruoshi also heard the scolding in the bedroom and asked with some concern. She guessed that it might be because of her that Morong Shui was angry, which made her worry that she would be kicked out. If it were her, and her boyfriend brought another woman home and did that in front of her, she would feel uncomfortable and even angry. So Han Ruoshi could understand Morong Shui's anger, but she didn't want to be driven away because of it. Understanding is one thing, but it doesn't mean you can empathize with others. especially when it comes to self-interest. It's none of your business. Shini said, taking out the spiritual connection fruit from the system space, handed it to Hanruwashi and said, "Eat this, and then you can stay here temporarily. I will also provide daily food and drink in the future."
Yeah. Thank you.
Although Hanruwashi didn't know what this colorful fruit was used for, she still ate it obediently. She guessed that this might be a way to control herself. Just like the poison in the novel, to prevent yourself from betraying others, you need to take the antidote regularly to be fine. However, Hanruwashi never thought of betrayal, so she ate it without hesitation.
Shini was satisfied with her attitude.
Hanruwashi can be said to be the one with the fastest change of mind among all the women currently. Moreover, she had no intention of competing for favor, she simply wanted to live here and enjoy the safe and warm shelter.
Desire is very low.
What you just ate was a supernatural fruit. Then, Shini explained the function of the supernatural fruit to Hanruwashi, and told her that what she ate was the mental connection power, which could be used for long-distance conversations.
Of course, the most important purpose is to be able to communicate with yourself in time when encountering an emergency.
And facilitate daily communication. After explaining the superpowers, Shini gave Hanruwashi a handful of spiritual connection fruits, asking her to eat them slowly to upgrade and facilitate future contact.
After arranging these trivial matters, Shini used teleportation to leave.
He also wanted to go and see how badly injured that crazy woman Lin Jiwei was.
If the wound gets infected, the situation will be very troublesome.
Lin Jiwei plays a very important role now, and nothing can happen to him. He also hoped that the crazy woman could develop a genetic drug to train the people in the shelter and improve his own strength.
Ah!
Hanruwashi was startled when she saw Shini suddenly disappear from her sight, but she quickly calmed down. She knew yesterday that Shini had superpowers, but she didn't expect that he could disappear out of thin air.
So amazing.
It's even more powerful than the superheroes in the movies.
Perhaps, it's not bad to be dominated by such a powerful man.
Hanruwashi couldn't help but smile happily as she felt the superpowers she had just acquired.
I can actually gain superpowers.
Although it's not a particularly powerful superpower, being able to talk without a mobile phone and see other people's vision is already very magical.
How can I not be happy when I got superpowers for free? Although I am a mistress, Shini is still very good to me.
Hanruwashi happily studied her new ability to see if it had any other uses. At the same time, she did not forget to continue eating the supernatural fruit to upgrade.
At this moment, Morong Shui, wearing pajamas, walked out of the bedroom.
Seeing dozens of supernatural fruits in front of Hanruwashi, she was stunned for a moment, and her face suddenly turned ugly. "Did that bastard give you this?"
Aha! Hanruwashi quickly stood up and asked cautiously, "Sister Morong, do you want to eat?
What kind of power does this fruit have?"
Morong Shui did not answer directly, but asked instead.
Shini said this is called spiritual connection, which can be used for long-distance calls.
It's amazing. Hanruwashi looked excited.
Heh, rubbish ability. Morong Shui snorted coldly, disdain flashing in her eyes. She simply despises this kind of rubbish ability. But for Hanruwashi, an ordinary person who didn't even know what a superpower fruit was, she was very excited and thrilled to come into contact with superpowers for the first time, even if they were not very powerful.
She doesn't think it's trash at all.
This is Shinyi's care and love for himself.
Then I'll eat alone?
Hanruwashi asked cautiously, afraid of angering Morong Shui.
Now that Shini is not here, if he makes Morong Shui, who has superpowers, angry.
If I beat myself up or kick myself out, that would be it. So Hanruwashi didn't dare to speak loudly, for fear of angering Morong Shui.
If you want to eat, just eat. Why are you asking me?
I don't even care about this kind of rubbish. Morong Shui snorted again, then said, "Don't be idle either. Go wash the sheets in the bedroom.
Don't waste water and electricity.
Wash them by hand and make sure they are clean."
Aha! Of course Hanruwashi didn't dare to refuse.
She quickly put away the supernatural fruit on the table and went to work. Morong Shui looked at Hanruwashi's back with a bit of contempt in her eyes, and said proudly in her heart,
"What an ignorant wild woman! A piece of rubbish superpower makes you so moved? The power fruit Shini gave me is elemental, much stronger than this rubbish power that can only communicate."
A wild woman is a wild woman, she has no vision and is not presentable. The wound has become infected.
If it's not treated quickly, I'm afraid this arm will be useless. Shini frowned and looked at Lin Jiwei's arm.
He had just left Morong Shui's house and went to visit his grandmother and younger sister, leaving some supplies. Then he went to Chu Xiaoxiao's house and checked Lin Jiwei's injuries as soon as possible. It turned out that the wound she had been scratched by the spider silk yesterday had become infected and even began to ooze pus and emit a faint foul odor.
Without an arm, it will be inconvenient to do many experiments in the future.
Although gravity manipulation can compensate for this, it will still be a bit troublesome. Lin Jiwei looked at his left arm and frowned rarely.
Chu Xiaoxiao looked shocked.
This woman's way of thinking is really different. Her tone and expression were as if she were discussing a tool, not her own arm. Moreover, her arm was rotten and oozing with pus, but she didn't even cry out in pain. She remembered that she had been stabbed on the leg a few days ago. She cried for a long time at home because of the pain. Especially during the 2 days when Shani helped her disinfect, she was in so much pain that she couldn't sleep well. It wasn't until the wound scarred over the past 2 days that it started to feel a little better.
104. People blocking the road, city hospital. There are 2 options now.
The first is amputation to save your life, which has the lowest risk.
Second, let's go to the city hospital and see if we can find a doctor to treat the infection.
But given the situation out there right now, it's hard to say if there are any living doctors left.
Shani looked at the infected wound on Lin Jiwei's arm and said with a frown,
I didn't expect the wound to get infected so quickly.
The situation is a bit tricky. When do we leave?
Lin Jiwei made his choice almost without hesitation.
She doesn't want to become disabled.
Even if there are no doctors or nurses in the hospital, she can treat the wound herself as long as there are medical equipment. At worst, you can just scrape off the rotten flesh with a knife, bandage it, and wait for new flesh to grow out.
Simple and crude, but should work.
Lin Jiwei could feel that his arm still had feeling, which meant that the infection was not particularly serious and could still be saved.
Then let's go now. Shin Yi didn't delay either. He also didn't want Lin Jiwei's arm to be disabled.
This will not only affect her work, but also delay her contribution to the shelter, which will affect her own interests.
So she must be cured. And
I'm going to the city hospital today and I can also find some medicine. Medicines are a scarce resource, but Shinny never has too much. Given the current disaster situation, it is almost impossible to resume drug production. Therefore, it is very important to collect more medicines of various types. If we are lucky enough to find a few doctors and nurses to join the shelter, that would be even better.
If you get sick or injured in the future, it will be much easier to deal with it.
So, Shinny set off with Lin Jiwei. Before leaving, he returned to the 20th floor and met with Jiang Nanyan and Su Wanting. He left a batch of supplies for Jiang Nanyan to use to operate the shelter. This batch of materials is considered the first investment in the early stage. Most of them were instant noodles, snacks, and some canned food that he didn't like very much.
Even if it was wasted, Shin Yi wouldn't feel bad. And
in his system space, all kinds of fresh supplies are still accumulating at a rate of +1 per second, and they can never be consumed. After placing the supplies, Shin Yi did not stay long and set off with Lin Jiwei. He didn't care how Jiang Nanyan developed the shelter and how to mobilize the survivors. As long as he can see tangible feedback, he is willing to continue investing. If after a while the shelter still doesn't make progress, change people.
If that doesn't work, let Morong Shui take over.
Although Morong Shui is a very ambitious woman, but her skills and strength are definitely stronger than Jiang Nanyan's. Through the previous conversation in bed, Shini learned that Morong Shui started from scratch before the end of the world and founded a company on her own with a market value of several hundred million.
This is already very awesome for an ordinary person. In fact, if it weren't for the doomsday disaster, her company would still be thriving. The rain outside hasn't stopped yet. But compared to yesterday, it is much smaller. This continuous heavy rain gave many survivors a chance to survive.
As long as we collect more rainwater, we won't die of thirst in the short term. And not only the survivors, but even the mutated animals benefited greatly. When Shenyi and Lin Jiwei went out, they saw Xiaohe drinking rainwater with his head tilted back.
Water is vital to any living thing, even mutant animals.
After feeding Xiaohe, Shenyi and Lin Jiwei went to the underground garage and drove Jiang Nanyan's friend's modified Mercedes-Benz G-Class. The community is 20 to 30 kilometers away from the municipal hospital.
Walking is a waste of time, so driving is more convenient.
Shenyi conveniently stored all the other cars in the underground garage into the system space. Anyway, it's the end of the world, so these cars are assumed to be ownerless. However, when Shani drove out of the community, the road was already blocked before he had gone a few kilometers. There are so many cracks on the road that even the roads without cracks are blocked by abandoned vehicles, making it impossible to pass normally. In addition, the noise of driving is too loud, and even if it is covered by the sound of rain, it can easily attract a large number of mutant animals. Although ordinary mutant animals do not pose a threat to Shani, his main purpose is to go to the hospital, not to kill monsters. There is no need to fight to the death with mutant animals. So, Shani put the car into the system space, took out 2 umbrellas, and he and Lin Jiwei each took one, and walked towards the city hospital. With telepathy, he can also avoid various dangers along the way, as well as many survivors who form teams to search for supplies. Basically, there will be no danger. Through a god's perspective, Shani discovered that the survivors were obviously much bolder than when the apocalypse first began. Most people dare to go out. There are even teams of survivors who dare to fight against mutant animals. However, there are 2 people with special abilities in this team of survivors who dare to fight against the mutant animals. It seems that the existence of supernatural fruits has gradually been known to ordinary people. That's normal. After all, it's been there for half a month. Hey, what is this? Shani watched the battle for a while, but couldn't find a woman who met the system's criteria. So, he looked away and suddenly realized that the main road ahead was blocked by various debris. Only a small passage was reserved. This is obviously man-made. Shani immediately used telepathy to check the houses on both sides of the road. Really? There were no less than 10 people hiding in several of the houses. There are both men and women, but men are the majority. Moreover, there were many backpacks and blood-stained clothes in the house they were in, as if they had been stripped from corpses. This is most likely a robbery gang. Order has collapsed and morality has disappeared. It's really starting to feel more and more like the end of the world. Shani murmured silently, but had no intention of taking a detour. Dare to set up roadblocks and rob, let us see who robs whom. Shani. At this moment, Lin Jiwei suddenly reached out and grabbed Shani's arm very hard. Shani turned around and saw that Lin Jiwei's face was slightly pale. No, it's okay. Lin Jiwei bit her lip, let out a breath, and slowly let go of her hand. Shani glanced at the wound on her arm, which was oozing yellow liquid and staining the white gauze yellow. It looks like the wound infection has worsened. Shani pondered for a moment, then reached out and placed his hand on Lin Jiwei's arm. A deep blue ice quickly condensed and quickly froze her wound. Although freezing the wound in this way does not have a therapeutic effect, it can temporarily relieve pain. What kind of supernatural power is this? It can actually create low-temperature ice quickly? You got a new power again. Lin Jiwei looked at his frozen arm with surprise. Then, she stared at Shani with burning eyes, full of inquiry and curiosity. Very curious. Want to study? Let's go to the hospital first. Shani was too lazy to explain, so he picked up Lin Jiwei and used teleportation to continue on his journey. Lin Jiwei was stunned when she was suddenly picked up. But it soon quieted down. This was her first time having this experience. It feels pretty good. Lin Jiwei leaned her head gently in Shani's arms and closed her eyes obediently. Leaning in the man's broad arms, she didn't know what she was thinking about, and the corners of her mouth curled up unconsciously. Shani originally wanted to take care of a few robbers who were blocking the road. But seeing that Lin Jiwei was not in good condition, he ignored them and directly used teleportation to pass through the obstacle. It took more than 10 minutes to reach the city hospital. Through telepathy, Shani saw that there were many survivors in the hospital. Among them, there are doctors. 105, 2 that meet the system standards. The municipal hospital is the largest Grade A hospital in the mountain city. It is much larger than the affiliated hospital that Shani had visited before, covering an area of more than 150,000 square meters. Usually it is crowded here and you have to wait in line for at least a few hours to see a doctor. There should have been many people in the hospital when the disaster happened. Even though more than 10 days have passed, there are still hundreds of survivors scattered in different buildings. There are so many people. Shani stood outside the city hospital, breathing slightly. I used teleportation frequently along the way, which consumed a lot of my physical strength, but the result was pretty good. He quickly found the doctor and nurse through telepathy. There are quite a few surviving doctors in the municipal hospital, with several in almost every building, especially on the top floor of the outpatient building, where 4 or 5 doctors in white coats and 7 or 8 young female nurses, as well as many patients and their families, gather. However, the situation for these survivors is not optimistic. A group of people armed with weapons were trying to rush to the 6th floor with great momentum.
Shani didn't hesitate and directly chose the outpatient building.
Although there were doctors and nurses in other buildings, 2 women in the outpatient building triggered the system prompt, which forced him to come and find out.
At the same time, in the outpatient building, on the 6th floor, doctors, nurses and survivors were moving various tables, chairs and cabinets to block the stairs to prevent people downstairs from rushing up. Although everyone is a survivor in the hospital, but people have different bottom lines.
The survivors downstairs were the same as the people on the 6th floor, including doctors in the hospital, as well as most of the patients and their families who came to see the doctor. But after the disaster broke out, rescue was delayed, food and water gradually ran out, and some people gradually lost their moral bottom line and no longer abided by the law. They began to steal supplies, threaten men, and assault women. Some men were driven out by them to look for food, and were eaten by the monsters.
A female nurse was raped by them one after another.
So, the bullied survivors who still retained some moral bottom line united, rushed to the 6th floor, used the 6th floor as a shelter, and held on there. They had originally thought about rushing out of the hospital, but there were man-eating monsters outside, and even if they ran out, there was almost no chance of survival.
I can only hide on the 6th floor and survive.
However, the group of thugs downstairs still refused to let them go.
Damn it! We obviously don't have anything on the 6th floor, and we've already finished the food. Why on earth do these bastards have to bother us? A man cursed angrily. We're all human beings, so can't we help each other and survive together?
The other survivors looked terrified, especially the women, who trembled as they recalled what had happened to the female nurses who had been captured earlier. The thugs downstairs are inhumane.
Falling into their hands is more terrifying than death.
Everyone, hurry up and move some more tables and chairs over to block this place.
Hurry! Someone shouted loudly.
The men quickly brought in the furniture, and the women also helped.
None of them wanted to fall into the hands of the thugs.
At this time, most people's attention was attracted. In the corner, the 2 men exchanged glances and whispered, "Let's do as we agreed last night. We'll simultaneously seize Vice President Wang, then clear a passage for the people downstairs to come up."
The young man hesitated and asked in a low voice, "Can you really guarantee that they will let us go?"
"Those guys dare to kill people." "Don't worry, my relatives are downstairs.
Given our relationship, they definitely won't hurt us. Besides, didn't someone sneak downstairs before? I didn't see them killed. If we don't turn to the light now, it will be really dangerous when they attack us. By then, it will be too late even if we want to turn to the light."
The older man whispered soothing words, but also a warning. The young man gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind, "Okay.
In order to survive, this is the only way.
Be a shameless traitor." He looked at the busy people with deep guilt in his eyes. But he had no choice, he didn't want to die. If he continued to be trapped on the 6th floor, even if he was not killed by the thugs downstairs, he would sooner or later die of starvation and thirst. It was because it rained these past 2 days that they collected some rainwater, otherwise they would have collapsed long ago.
He knew it was useless to continue holding on.
The group of thugs below are mostly men. Once a fight starts, the elderly, weak, women and children on the 6th floor will be no match for them. Therefore, in order to survive, one has no choice but to abandon morality and conscience.
I can't die. My wife and children are waiting for me at home. I must go back alive. Even if I have to become a beast.
The young man murmured silently, his eyes gradually becoming firm.
All right.
Brothers, get ready, we're about to start. As the middle-aged man spoke, he turned to look at a man in a white coat who was directing everyone at the stairs.
This older man is the vice president of the hospital and the backbone of the group on the 6th floor.
As long as he is controlled, the others will surely fall apart.
Good.
The young man gritted his teeth, quietly took out a scalpel from his pocket, and his eyes became fierce. The 2 of them slowly approached the vice president from behind. Just when they were only about 1 meter away from Vice President Wang and were about to attack. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared out of nowhere in the corridor, instantly scaring everyone into exclaiming in surprise.
Ghost! There's a ghost! Don't come over here! Please don't come over here! Otherwise, I will kneel down for you! Vice President Wang, help!
The survivors stepped back in fear, looking in horror at the man and woman who suddenly appeared. Even the two men who were planning to attack Vice President Wang were now shocked and dared not move. Who are you? What do you want to do? The only relatively calm person in the crowd was Vice President Wang. Although his hands were shaking, he still stood in front of everyone, staring at Shen Yi warily and asking. That's right. The two people who appeared out of nowhere were Shen Yi and Lin Jiwei. Shen Yi glanced at everyone, casually took out a pistol from the system space, and asked, who can treat external injuries? Don't be afraid, we just want to see a doctor, we won't hurt anyone. See a doctor? You pulled out a gun and said you were treating a doctor. He also said that he didn't want to hurt anyone. Do you think we can believe him? Everyone swallowed their saliva, and their little thoughts were instantly put away. A pistol is more intimidating to people than superpowers. Superpowers only make people surprised, but pistols make people afraid. Especially in Xia, a country that bans guns, pistols with little power are almost regarded as myths. Therefore, no one dared to stand up and be the first to speak out. Why aren't you talking? Is there any living surgeon? Shen Yi frowned and looked at everyone, then asked for the second time. But more than 10 seconds passed, and still no one stood up, and no one even answered. 106, not as good as college students, Zheng Huiman. Are you all fucking deaf? I'm asking if there's a surgeon. If no one says anything, I'll kill you all. Shen Yi pointed his gun directly at the crowd. Prepare to shoot indiscriminately. Suddenly, the crowd became chaotic. There were cries of begging for mercy and crying all at once. Many survivors began to flee to the wards, and a stampede occurred. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Get out of my way. Don't block my way. Ouch. Who the hell stepped on my foot? Oh my god. My shoes were stepped on. Shen Yi frowned speechlessly. Why are they such a bunch of cowardly losers? Compared to the survivors he met on the way here who dared to go out to look for food, these people were so useless. Even worse than college students in school. Although college students are timid and fearful, they are not as bad as this bunch of losers who almost trampled their own people to death. Shen Yi had no intention of accepting them into his shelter. No. Little brother, don't shoot. We have surgeons here. Don't be impulsive. Vice President Wang shouted hurriedly, his voice filled with nervousness and pleading. He quickly turned around and shouted anxiously to the back of the crowd, Dr. Jiang. Please come out for a moment, there is a patient who needs your help. Originally, Vice President Wang did not want to betray Dr. Jiang, but seeing that the man really wanted to kill someone, he dared not hesitate any longer. In an instant, all the survivors' eyes were focused on a woman in a white coat at the back of the crowd. Without any hesitation, the survivors immediately pushed the female doctor out. Some people even complained and cursed in low voices, blaming her for not taking the initiative to stand up. Obviously, if this group of people didn't know that the female doctor was a surgeon, they would have forced her out by violence long ago. The weak often only bully the weaker ones. Can you treat external injuries? Shen Yi looked at the female doctor. She looks to be about 30 years old, with a mature temperament, delicate features, and skin that has a healthy glow. She is like a ripe peach, exuding a unique charm. She wore a stained white coat that was tailored to her body, accentuating her slender figure. Her legs are wrapped in a pair of flesh-colored stockings, which not only do not look vulgar, but add a bit of elegance and intelligence. This female doctor was one of the two women he had seen earlier who met the system's criteria. Bite. A goddess that meets the system standards has been detected, and detailed information has been scanned. Name, Zhang Huiman. Age, 28. Appearance, 92 points. Body, 96 points. Internal, 100 points uninvolved. Total score, 96 points. Evaluation, after taking in a guest, you can unlock a random item. This female doctor has a mature figure. She is not as pale and thin as Su Wanting, but has a little bit of plumpness. Especially the pair of long legs and flesh-colored stockings, which are slightly plump, appear neither too thin nor too bloated, showing a natural sense of fullness just right. It must taste good when pinched. Although I am a surgeon, I am only an intern and lack experience. I cannot guarantee whether I can cure your injuries. Zhang Huiman answered in a trembling voice facing Shen Yi's gun. She didn't want to stand up at first. It's not that she doesn't have confidence in her medical skills, but the current situation makes her feel uneasy. Curing the disease may not be a success, but failing to do so will definitely cause trouble. Come and read it first before you answer. As Shinny spoke, he turned to look at Lin Jiwei's frozen arm, raised his hand and snapped his fingers, and the ice shattered instantly. This scene left the survivors present stunned and shocked. What kind of ability is this? Break the ice with a snap of fingers. It's unbelievable. Is this man really a normal person? Jiang Huimin also swallowed, suppressed the shock in her heart, and hurried forward. When she removed the gauze and saw the rotten flesh and pus oozing wound on Lin Jiwei's arm, even she, who was experienced, couldn't help but frown. Don't you feel any pain? Jiang Huimin looked at the beautiful woman's almost expressionless face and couldn't help asking. She didn't say a word despite having such a serious wound and no anesthesia. Pain. Lin Jiwei answered briefly. But there was no trace of pain in her tone or expression, as if she was just stating a fact. Is this woman really a normal human being? Jiang Huimin muttered to herself, but still mustered up the courage to continue asking, Can I ask you a few questions? For example, how did this injury come about? I was scratched by the spider silk. Lin Jiwei answered concisely. Spider? Jiang Huimin was stunned for a moment, then realized this was definitely not an ordinary spider. The size of the wound alone was far beyond the size of spiders she knew. How long have you been injured? Jiang Huimin continued to ask. 16 hours and 36 minutes. Lin Jiwei answered without hesitation, his memory was very good. Only 16 hours? The infection spread so quickly. Jiang Huimin was a little surprised, and then carefully examined the muscles around Lin Jiwei's arm, gently pressed them with her hands, and asked some details. Although Lin Jiwei didn't talk much, his answers were very accurate, saving a lot of trouble. After an examination, Jiang Huimin turned to Shani and said, The infection is indeed serious, but fortunately it hasn't affected the entire arm, so it can be cured without amputation. However, it requires anesthesia and some auxiliary drugs, and a minor operation. What specific medicine do you need? Shani asked. Jiang Huimin immediately named several medicines. Shani searched the system space and found that they all had it, so he took it out and handed it to her. You can go for the surgery now. If you need an assistant, just choose one from this group. I need to clean up first, then I'll be ready to start right away. Jiang Huimin was shocked by Shinyi's method of taking medicine out of thin air, but she quickly nodded in agreement. The other survivors were even more incredulous when they saw this scene. Who is this man? Not only can it appear out of thin air, it can even produce medicine out of thin air. This is simply beyond their comprehension. What exactly happened in the outside world during this period of time? These survivors, who had hardly ever left the city hospital, were filled with astonishment and confusion. Everyone else, if you're called, please cooperate with Dr. Jiang. After the operation, I'll give you the corresponding compensation. But if anyone dares to play tricks, don't blame me for being rude. Shinny glanced at everyone coldly, his tone carrying an unquestionable threat. No one dared to refute. However, at this moment, there was a noisy sound coming from the stairs. A large number of obstacles were being removed, the people downstairs were already vaguely visible, and the shouting and cursing became clearer and clearer. The survivors on the 6th floor suddenly changed their expressions, and fear quickly spread. Compared to Shani, they were more afraid of the group of thugs downstairs after all. They had seen those people kill and torture people with their own eyes. Some people were panicking, some were sobbing softly, and the scene was in chaos for a while. Shut the fuck up. Shani scolded coldly, then looked at Jiang Huimin, who was also panicking, and said, Take the people to perform the operation, don't worry about anything else. Jiang Huimin was stunned for a moment, then when she saw the gun in Shani's hand, she immediately reacted and nodded quickly. She realized that this was her chance to survive. As long as this man is willing to take action, the thugs downstairs are nothing to be afraid of. The prerequisite is that she must perform the operation well. Otherwise, this man would probably kill himself before the thugs downstairs rushed up. Immediately, Jiang Huimin began to select assistants from the crowd. Dr. Jiang, choose me. Let me help you. Let me do it. Although I'm an internist, I also know some surgical knowledge. Let me do it. Although I'm a pediatrician, I also know a lot about surgery. Me. Choose me. I'm not a doctor, but I'm very good at reading people's expressions. Dr. Jiang, I'm 65 years old this year. You must respect the elderly and love the young. The survivors put aside their previous fear and rushed to help. They realized that this was a chance to survive. However, facing the pairs of eager eyes, Jiang Huimin hesitated for a few seconds, and finally only picked a few female nurses, and then walked into the ward with Lin Jiwei, carrying the medicine.
She knew she couldn't help everyone.
If I ask a bunch of irrelevant people to be my assistants, it might make this man angry and offend him.
That would be terrible. Right now, the only thing she can do is to try her best to complete the operation.
107, just like ordinary people, no evidence to prove their wrongdoing. Seeing that Jiang Huimin had chosen female nurses wearing nurse uniforms, Shenyi nodded with satisfaction. He didn't speak just now because he wanted to see the woman's character and thoughts. If she really dared to pick a bunch of old men and old ladies as assistants, she would be thinking herself a fool.
Shenyi will really get angry.
As Jiang Huimin began the operation, Shenyi pulled a chair and sat at the door, waiting quietly. He also ignored the group of thugs who were carrying obstacles downstairs. The survivors looked at each other, their hearts filled with confusion and anxiety.
Why didn't this man take action in advance to deter the thugs? Isn't he afraid that the mob will rush over? Even if he had a pistol, could one gun really handle the situation when facing 20 or 30 thugs?
Some people are worried, some are anxious, and some have ulterior motives. In the corner, the two men who had originally planned to betray gathered together again and talked in low voices. He has a gun and that kind of magical superpower.
Are we still going to take refuge downstairs? Isn't this courting death?
The young man lowered his voice with fear in his tone. The moment he saw the gun, he gave up the idea of betrayal. But the middle-aged man pulled him hard and insisted on voting.
I admit, his superpowers are terrifying. But that gun, are you sure it's a real gun?
The middle-aged man sneered, glanced at Shenyi quietly, and whispered, you have to know that our Xia country prohibits guns.
How can ordinary people get a gun?
That gun of his was most likely a toy gun, used to scare us.
Otherwise, why didn't he take the opportunity to shoot and intimidate the people downstairs? Besides, even if it's a real gun, what can it do? There are 20 or 30 people downstairs. A pistol only has 10 bullets, right? Can he kill them all?
I'm afraid if all of us rush in and kill him before he can even fire a few shots. The young man was still very scared after hearing this, but he has superpowers.
Can ordinary people really resist that kind of superpower that suddenly disappears? The reason he wanted to betray was just to survive. Now that you have encountered such an inhuman pervert, and you still want to continue to betray him, isn't that courting death? What's wrong with superpowers?
I don't believe his superpowers are that great.
Look, he couldn't even heal that woman's injuries, which means his abilities must have limitations, and they're huge.
The middle-aged man continued to encourage, as long as we seize the opportunity and attack him unexpectedly, he will definitely not be able to react. Brother, you have to think carefully. Even if you don't betray him now, he may not help us. Otherwise, why didn't he fire his gun in advance to deter the people downstairs? Once they rushed up, he would at most protect himself, or only protect the doctors and nurses performing the operation.
He would definitely not care about innocent people like us. So, we actually only have one way to go.
When the young man heard this, he was indeed shaken.
Yes.
Even though the man had superpowers and a gun, he didn't say he wanted to protect us.
If the mob rushes up and he ignores us, what should we do then?
Hesitantly, the young man looked at the middle-aged man who was chattering, and suddenly an idea flashed in his mind.
If I tell the mysterious man the news that this middle-aged man is going to betray me, can I get a chance to survive? It should be possible.
After all, this also concerns his life and death. Thinking of this, the young man quietly stepped back and prepared to go find Shenyi to complain. However, just as he took a step forward, the middle-aged man suddenly stepped forward, covered his mouth fiercely, and then inserted a scalpel directly into his throat. Blood spurted out instantly, staining the walls and floor red. The young man's eyes widened, he struggled in pain, his eyes full of disbelief.
Why did he want to kill me? Boy, don't think I can't see that you want to snitch.
The middle-aged man said this coldly, then pulled out the scalpel, released the man, and pretended to be terrified while covered in blood, and shouted loudly.
This bastard wants to betray us. And he wants to drag me down with him. Everyone be careful.
As he shouted, the survivors in the distance finally noticed what was happening in the corner. The ground was stained red with blood. A man covered his bleeding neck and struggled in pain, but could not make any sound. Suddenly, screams of terror erupted from the crowd, and everyone retreated with fear written all over their faces.
What's going on?
Vice President Wang squeezed through the crowd and walked over quickly. When he saw the young man with a pierced neck, his face turned pale instantly. Then, he looked at the middle-aged man holding the blood-stained scalpel with anger and fear, and shouted, "Zhou Guangyi! How dare you kill someone? Are you crazy? Killing people at this time is simply insane." Vice President Wang, I didn't want to do this either. It was this bastard. He wanted to betray us and join the thugs downstairs, and he wanted to drag me along with him. I said I didn't want to, and he threatened me. He said he would kill me, so I had no choice but to do it. Otherwise, I would be the one to die. Zhou Guangyi looked aggrieved and frightened. He quickly threw the scalpel to the ground and showed great fear. Hearing Zhou Guangyi's words, the young man lying on the ground widened his eyes and stared at him. He whimpered and tried to expose the true face of this beast, but because his throat was pierced, he could not make any sound. It was obviously him. He was the one who instigated me to betray. He is the traitor. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Pain, fear, resentment, unwillingness, all kinds of emotions intertwined in the young man's mind. But in the end, all the complex emotions turned into an unbreakable obsession. Wife, you error, I really want to go home, I really want to see you again. The faces of his wife and daughter flashed through his mind. Gradually, his eyes lost their luster and became completely lifeless. However, he stared at Zhou Guangyi unwillingly until his death. He always thought that Zhou Guangyi would take him alive. But he didn't expect that he would die at the hands of Zhou Guangyi. Before the end of the world, he was just an ordinary man who was honest, without his own opinions and courage. After studying hard for more than 10 years, he finally passed the exam to move from the countryside to the city, found a relatively stable job, met a woman he liked, bought a house with a loan, got married hastily, had a lovely daughter, and his life was getting better, but he never expected that the end of the world would suddenly come. All his efforts came to nothing. He never dared to think about getting rich or becoming a member of the privileged class. He just wanted to survive. Live a peaceful life with your family. When I was in school, I didn't dare to offend the bad students in the class. After I started working, I didn't dare to offend my boss. I didn't dare to fight back when drunk passers-by provoked me. I lived a timid life for half my life. I lived with inferiority and cowardice for more than 20 years. I just want to live an ordinary life. But even such a small wish cannot be fulfilled. Looking at the young man who had lost his breath, Vice President Wang frowned deeply and stared at Zhou Guangyi. Now that he is dead and there is no evidence, who knows if what he said is true? P.S. Ask for gifts every day and take a look at the free ads. 108. Must eat purple eggs. Zhou Guangyi is not a good person. Slippery-tongued, lazy and greedy. Since forming a team with everyone, he has done the least and eaten the most. He never goes out to look for food, and even small things like fetching rain are something he is lazy about and throws to others to do. Although they had only been together for about 10 days, Vice President Wang had a very bad impression of him. On the contrary, the young man named Ma Xiaoming who was killed was a down-to-earth, hard-working young man who never complained. He was courteous to women, cared for the elderly, and even if he himself was not full, he would share some of his food with other hungry people. Therefore, when Zhou Guangyi accused Ma Xiaoming of wanting to betray, Vice President Wang did not believe it at all. Many survivors also don't believe it. But no matter how much they disbelieved it, no one was willing to stand up for a dead person. Even the elderly people that Ma Xiaoming had taken care of did not dare to see his body. This is the end. Most people just want to survive. Zhou Guangyi, I don't care whether what you said is true or false, you are not allowed to touch any weapons now. Otherwise, we have the right to detain unstable elements like you in solitary confinement. Vice President Wang warned coldly. As the leader of these survivors, if he doesn't step up and take charge, these people will soon disperse. Yes. Vice President Wang is right, you are not allowed to take weapons again. Support Vice President Wang. We don't want to stay with a murderer. We old couple will listen to Vice President Wang. The survivors echoed in unison. Although no one spoke up for Ma Xiaoming, they were also afraid of Zhou Guangyi, the murderer. I've already said it before, I was forced into it, and I don't want to kill anyone. Everyone, please rest assured, I promise not to touch any weapons again, and I don't have any weapons on me anymore. If you're worried, you can search me now. Zhou Guangyi looked aggrieved. Naturally, no one dared to come forward and search him. After all, Zhou Guangyi is now covered in blood and looks scary. Since you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. Zhou Guangyi sighed, as if he had suffered a great injustice, and walked towards the stairs sighing.
Everyone quickly made way and didn't dare to touch him. At this time, after leaving the crowd, Zhou Guangyi immediately changed his expression and walked up to Shani with a smile on his face. From beginning to end, Shani had been sitting in a chair, eating snacks to restore his strength, and had not intervened in the infighting among the survivors at all. Although the survivors were drooling at the sight, no one dared to come forward to ask for food. He also enjoys his leisure time. Hey little brother, just now there was a guy over there who told me he wanted to attack you, but I'm not that kind of person. So I helped you kill him. I know you're a very capable person, so I must have seen it a long time ago, right? Zhou Guangyi chuckled, his eyes fixed on the food in Shani's hand. He swallowed several times greedily and continued, Little brother, look, uncle has helped you solve a big problem. Can you give uncle a bite of food? Get out. Don't get close to me. Shani didn't even raise his eyelids, too lazy to pay attention to this mean-looking man. Zhou Guangyi was stunned after being scolded, then frowned, and said unhappily, Little brother, you are a bit unkind. Even if you don't remember the favor of your uncle helping you, at least you should have some basic courtesy and quality, right? Uncle is older than you no matter what. He is your elder. You can't scold an elder like that, right? You still have to have the most basic virtues as a human being, otherwise. He didn't dare to curse Shani back, but he still dared to use moral blackmail. No matter what, I am right. You can't shoot me just because I said I'm your elder, right? So what do you think other people will think? Aren't you afraid that others will feel resentful towards you because of this? There are dozens of people here. I don't believe you dare to shoot. Only. Before he could finish his words, Shani raised his hand and fired a shot. Interrupt spellcasting. Bang! A crisp gunshot. A bloody hole appeared on Zhou Guangyi's forehead, his face still showing an unhappy expression, and his body slowly fell down. He never thought until his death that the young man would shoot him just because he said a few more words. There wasn't even an explanation. You idiot! I told you to stay away from me, but you're looking for death. Shani put away his gun while cursing and continued to eat high-calorie food to replenish his energy. Still want to morally blackmail me? If you want to eat purple eggs, just say it directly, no need to beat around the bush. It was clearly you guys fighting among yourselves, yet you still said you helped me solve a big problem. Do you really think I am still the simple college student when I first entered school? You're looking for death by deceiving me. Shani is not a bloodthirsty person. But if someone runs into him, he won't be polite. Kill someone. When the survivors in the corridor saw this scene, they were immediately filled with horror. Zhou Guangyi is dead. Just because he said a few more words, he was beaten to death. This man is so cruel. Even though Zhou Guangyi is disliked for his smooth talk, he shouldn't be beaten to death for just saying a few words, right? This is too cruel. Everyone looked at Shani with fear, fearing that this petty man would shoot at them as well. Following the gunshot, the thugs who were removing obstacles and trying to rush up the stairs also paused. They looked at each other in confusion. Just now, was that a gunshot? Someone's voice trembled slightly. Although they have all killed people, they only used cold weapons. If the survivor upstairs has a gun, then there's no point in fighting. Rushing forward means seeking death. Suddenly, most people wanted to back out. Impossible. It definitely can't be a gun. Everyone, don't be afraid. At this moment, a middle-aged man with an unshaven beard and wearing a white coat spoke with a confident look on his face. But what else could that sound be other than gunshots? It can't be someone setting off firecrackers. There are no firecrackers in the hospital, someone said fearfully. The male doctor sneered and said, You're right, there can't be firecrackers in the hospital. But can there be guns? This is a hospital, not a police station. Think carefully, how could there be guns in a hospital? If those guys really had guns, why would they hide on the 6th floor? Do you think that's possible? Besides, I'm the director of this hospital. How could I not understand the situation of these doctors and nurses in our hospital? There's no way they have guns. They've never even seen a real gun. As for the others, they're all a bunch of cowards and wimps. It's even more impossible for them to have guns, otherwise they wouldn't have fled before. When everyone heard this, they thought it made sense. If the people on the 6th floor have guns, how could they still be afraid of us? The middle-aged male doctor glanced at the crowd and saw that their emotions had calmed down.
Then he continued to encourage them. I think they must have used bottles or something like that to create a sound similar to gunshots, just to scare us away. Don't be frightened by a mere noise, or you'll fall into a trap. Keep working hard to move these obstacles away. Once we get there, we'll control everyone. The men will go out and help us find food, and the women will line up together to enjoy the food. Believe me, I can definitely help everyone survive this apocalyptic world. Live longer and happier than others. 109, Female Nurse John Uton. Listen to the Dean. Let's do it. The Dean is right, they definitely don't have guns. If they did, they wouldn't have been so scared when I chased them with a knife. Ha 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 ha. The Dean is truly amazing. He saw through these guys' tricks right away. Everyone, come and help, and move this garbage away as quickly as possible. Damn, there's a female doctor on the 6th floor who's really naughty. I've been wanting to fuck her for a long time. Let me be the first in line later. Fuck it. I contributed the most, so I'm the first one in line. The thugs became more and more excited as they talked, and even the speed at which they moved the obstacles increased. The middle-aged Dean looked at this scene and smiled with satisfaction. This feeling of controlling power and doing whatever you want is even better than before the end of the world. Before the end of the world, he was the director of a Class A hospital. He was rich and powerful, but he didn't dare to do whatever he wanted. Just like imprisoning women, enslaving men, and killing them at will, this is absolutely not allowed in Xia country. But now is the end. I can do whatever I want. Who said the end of the world is bad? This end of the world is great. As long as he could recruit more survivors, he might be able to establish his own territory and become a local tyrant in the future. Are kings, princes, generals, and ministers born into different species? What's going on? Why are those thugs downstairs moving things again? Aren't they afraid of guns? A survivor heard the noise coming from the stairs again and shouted in fear. When the others heard the sound, they were also trembling with fear. They originally thought that the thugs downstairs were scared off by the gunfire and gave up the attack. Unexpectedly, the other party just paused for a moment and became even more crazy. As if in a hurry to die. Are they crazy? They're not even afraid of guns. Someone trembled and whispered. Only the more rational Vice President Wang quickly realized that the thugs downstairs might have thought the gunshots were fake, so they dared to continue the attack. However, while the gunshots were real, the guns were not in their hands. If this group of thugs rushed over, I wonder if this man would help. Logically speaking, there is nothing wrong even if others do not take action. But if he really didn't take action, these survivors, including himself, would all die. Vice President Wang hesitated for a moment, mustered up the courage to walk up to Shani, and said cautiously and respectfully, could you please help us? We won't let you help us for nothing. As long as you're willing to help, you can take whatever you want from us. Take whatever you want. The other survivors saw this scene with both worry and anticipation. They were afraid that Vice President Wang would be shot dead by Shani, but they hoped that the president could persuade this man to help. Shani 8 glanced at Vice Dean Wang, then pointed at a beautiful female nurse in the crowd and said lightly, I can help you solve your problem, but now, I want her to sleep with me. If she's willing, I'll do it. This. Vice President Wan was stunned. This request is too much. At this moment, the pretty nurse pointed at by Shani turned pale with fright, shook her head quickly, and wanted to escape, but the other survivors immediately blocked her retreat. Although Shunyi's demands were unconditional, most of the survivors agreed without hesitation. After all, they are not the ones who have to pay the price. It seems like a good deal to sacrifice only one person in exchange for the safety of everyone. Nurse Jiang, I'm sorry. I hope you can sacrifice for everyone, someone whispered. Yeah, Nurse Jiang, you don't want to see the thugs rushing up, do you? If you fall into their hands, you will be in danger of death, another person echoed. Nurse Jiang, this gentleman is handsome and capable, he is more than qualified for you. Someone tried to persuade her with this ridiculous reason. Everyone was talking at once, almost forcing the beautiful nurse to agree. Nurse Jiang's eyes were red, she bit her lip and shook her head desperately, wanting to refuse, but no one was willing to listen to her opinion. Even Vice President Wang, who has a mild personality and still maintains a moral bottom line, could only silently acquiesce to everyone's behavior at this moment. He had no choice but to sacrifice one person to save dozens of others. Not to mention, even if he stood up to oppose it now, others would not agree and might even attack him. At the critical moment of life and death, human nature often becomes extremely cruel.
I really don't want it. I haven't even had a boyfriend yet.
Nurse Jiang cried and shook her head, her voice trembling. However, everyone ignored her feelings and pushed her directly in front of Shani.
Nurse Jiang looked at Shani with tears in her eyes, her body trembling slightly, and she lowered her head, not daring to look him in the eye.
She wanted to run away, but the crowd behind her blocked her retreat. Moreover, she was afraid that if she tried to escape, she would be shot to death. The body of the man who had been beaten to death was still lying on the ground.
Can you let me go?
Please. Nurse Jiang sobbed and begged weakly.
The survivors around held their breath, waiting for the final outcome of the transaction. Shani glanced at the crying female nurse and said calmly, "Okay, you can go now."
The female nurse was stunned for a moment, thinking she had misheard. The others looked incredulous.
You're letting it go just like that?
Big brother. You are a bad guy who kills people without blinking an eye. You can just use force.
No one here will mind. Thank you, thank you.
The female nurse's eyes were red and she thanked him repeatedly, with mixed feelings in her heart. She had never expected that the person she thought she could trust and rely on would betray her, while the person she once feared and dreaded would not force herself. This contrast made her at a loss as to how to express her complex emotions. Shani glanced at the stairs, his expression calm and composed. This beautiful female nurse had also triggered a system prompt before.
So it is definitely a must.
But there was no need for him to be a bad guy and force the female nurse.
Otherwise, what's the point of helping these people?
Bite. A goddess that meets the system standards has been detected, and detailed information has been scanned.
Name, Jiang Yutong.
Age, 22.
Appearance, 90 points.
Body size, 90 points.
Internal, 100 points uninvolved.
Total score, 90 points. Evaluation, after taking in a guest, you can unlock a random item. Shani glanced at the system prompts, then turned his gaze to the leader of the survivors, Vice President Wang. Vice President Wang was stunned for a moment, then seemed to understand something and whispered to the others. So, after Vice President Wang finished speaking, the survivors looked at the young nurse Jiang Yutong with gradually unfriendly eyes, and some female survivors even walked forward and began to blame Jiang Yutong. Other survivors also began to approach Jiang Yutong. In particular, two female colleagues with whom Jiang Yutong had a good relationship before actually started to speak ill of her. As if she had done something unforgivable, as if she was the bad person. Although Vice President Wang felt a little guilty, he remained silent and did not stop it.
110, unlock new supplies. Yutong, what's wrong with that man? Why do you have to reject him?
He's handsome, has a good figure, and even has superpowers.
It's you who's not worthy of him.
That's right, Yutong, you can't be so selfish. If you don't accompany that man, we'll all be in trouble when the thugs rush over.
For the sake of everyone, can't you even make a small sacrifice? Jiang Yutong, you don't want to fall into the hands of thugs, do you? I don't know what's the point of pretending to be noble. Do you really think you have diamonds in your vagina?
The two female nurses attacked Jiang Yutong one after another. They used to have a good relationship with Jiang Yutong, but now, in order to survive, they became the first to attack her. They want to force Jiang Yutong to compromise.
How could you say that to me?
Jiang Yutong's face flushed red with grievance, she felt angry and embarrassed.
If you have the guts, I'll make you stay with a strange man. See if you're willing.
Ha, that's because they look down on me, otherwise I would definitely not refuse. Jiang Yutong, you just don't know how to appreciate your blessings.
The female nurse sneered.
That's right.
Even if it's to protect dozens of innocent people, we won't refuse. Another female nurse also spoke righteously.
The other survivors also began to echo each other.
Nurse Jiang, look at how loving your colleagues are.
How could you be so selfish?
Your colleagues are right. Besides, you're a nurse, an angel in white. How could you ignore us?
Xiao Jiang, just make a sacrifice for the collective.
Everyone will remember your kindness. Nurse Jiang, do you really want to watch me, a 60-something-year-old woman, die here? How can you be so cold-blooded and heartless? Some forced her, some used moral blackmail, and some played the emotional card. Almost half of the survivors were forcing Jiang Yutong to compromise.
The weak female nurse was overwhelmed by the crazy crowd and didn't know how to refute for a moment. She looked at Vice President Wang for help, hoping that the kind vice president could say something for her. But Vice President Wang just remained silent and said nothing. At this time, a middle-aged woman couldn't help but get angry. "Nurse John, what's the point of you pretending to be noble at this hour? Even in peacetime, you're not necessarily that noble. You might sleep with any man just for 1,000 or 2,000 yuan. Anyway, if you're not willing to contribute to our collective, then get out. Get off the 6th floor. We won't tolerate you. We won't protect you." The other survivors also had fierce looks on their faces and tacitly agreed with the woman's words. "How could you say that to me? That's too much." Zhang Yutong was so embarrassed and angry after being scolded that she burst into tears out of grievance. "I didn't do anything wrong. Why are you treating me like this? Why do you force me to do such a shameful thing?" Zhang Yutong squatted down helplessly, holding her head and sobbing in grievance. She missed her family and she wanted to go home. Countless negative emotions completely overwhelmed the girl who was already scared and frightened. "Cry. Why are you crying? If crying was useful, we could just cry together when we encounter danger in the future." "That's right, you selfish guy, all you do is cry. Anyway, think about it carefully. If you are unwilling to accompany a man, then even if the thugs can't rush over today, we will throw you, a selfish woman, down." The survivors looked at the crying Zhang Yutong without any mercy, but instead cursed her even more harshly. "The more you act weak, the more easy it is to bully you." Listening to the constant verbal abuse and insults coming from his ears, Zhang Yutong slowly clenched his fists, suddenly raised his head, and looked at everyone with resentful eyes. These disgusting faces are no better than the group of thugs downstairs. The survivors were startled by Zhang Yutong's eyes, but they quickly calmed down and continued to output. "Compared to staying alive, what's there to be afraid of from a little girl's eyes? If we can't beat the thugs, how can we beat you? Even if this little girl really wants to take revenge later, no one will be afraid. Nurse Jiang, I know this is not right, but, well, I have to inconvenience you." Vice President Wang felt a little reluctant. But he really had no ability to change the situation. Even if we don't consider the thoughts of these survivors, we must also consider the thoughts of that man. If you anger the other party, it might be worse than offending a thug. And Vice President Wang also wants to live. He has a son and a family. Even if you have to stick to your moral bottom line, you must prioritize your own safety. "Haha, okay. I promise you." Zhang Yutong smiled miserably, wiped away her tears vigorously, her eyes firm, as if she had made some decision. Hearing Zhang Yutong's words, the survivors suddenly became excited. "Great, great. Nurse Jiang is indeed worthy of being an angel in white. I admire her. Nurse Jiang, don't worry. As long as you can survive today, my husband and I will definitely repay you in the future. Nurse Jiang, you are a good person. Yutong, wouldn't it be great if you could figure it out sooner? Look how nice everyone is to you." The survivors' attitudes changed 180 degrees. They praised her one by one and promised her various benefits, as if they were very grateful. However, Zhang Yutong, had a blank expression on her face and ignored these people. She turned around and walked to Shani. Looking at the culprit, she was willing to let her man go. She bit her lip, slowly lowered her head, and whispered, "Do you want to stay here?" Shani glanced at Zhang Yutong and felt relieved when he saw that she had no hatred towards him. If this woman takes out her hatred for others on herself and plots against her, then after getting the reward, she can be dealt with. Immediately, Shani did not answer, but reached out to hold Zhang Yutong and directly used teleportation to a cleaner ward. Get the reward first. As for whether the thugs would take the opportunity to rush up, Shani judged through telepathy that it would take at least another 30 or 40 minutes, which was enough time. Moreover, even if they rushed up, there were still dozens of survivors in the corridor to hold them back. Even if there are only dozens of pigs, they will still need some time to kill them. In the short term, it will not affect Jiang Huiman, who is undergoing surgery, let alone themselves. Of course, if it really affects the operation, Shani can also teleport over at the first moment. He will be telepathically watching the ward the entire time while unlocking rewards. He didn't care about the lives of the survivors in the corridor. The agreement you made will only take effect after you receive the reward. He will naturally take action when the time comes. There is no such thing as breaking one's promise. That makes sense. Thus, new supplies are unlocked. During the process of unlocking supplies, Jiang Yutong, the girl who had previously been very resistant to him, cooperated very well. He even did some cooperative behaviors that surprised Shani. But her favorability did not increase as a result. It was like completing a job to please Shani. Shani seemed to understand what the female nurse was thinking. But he didn't care. Anyway, I get a double enjoyment, which is great. P.S. The quantity is not stable and the money is not much. You can take a look at the free ads to support the author or send a gift. Thank you. 111. Jiang Yutong's vicious thoughts. Bite. Detected that you have successfully taken in a survivor, and will start randomly unlocking a resource. Ding. Unlocked successfully. Congratulations on unlocking the item, a tray of freshly baked cabbage and meat buns. 1 tray of cabbage and meat buns plus 1, stored in the system space. 1 tray of cabbage and meat buns plus 1, stored in the system space. Cabbage and meat buns. The reward brought by the female nurse Jiang Yutong was actually buns stuffed with cabbage and meat. Although Shani felt sorry that it was not a supernatural fruit. But the food is pretty good too. Especially cooked food like buns. It contains noodles, vegetables and meat, and its edible value in Doomsday is even higher than roast chicken. Of course, for Shani today, what he values more is the taste of the food. There is no shortage of quantity at all. Then, Shani, who was enjoying the service of the female nurse, took out a tray of buns from the system space. A fragrant aroma wafted into my nose. The thin-skinned buns were still steaming and looked and smelled delicious. Shani counted them and found that there were 9 buns in the tray. Each one was about the size of a Jiangnan cigarette bee mask, which was a bit small. He took out a bun, blew on it and took a bite. The aroma of meat mixed with the aroma of vegetables spread in his mouth, with a little bit of soup. It tasted better than all the buns Shani had eaten so far. Good. Shani chewed the bun and felt even more satisfied. The food produced by the system tastes amazing. Although I don't know where it comes from, it smells really damn good. And the fillings are very generous, most of the buns are filled with meat filling. Jiang Yutong smelled the fragrance and couldn't help but raise her head. When she saw the buns in Shani's hand, she couldn't help swallowing her saliva, her eyes filled with clear desire. It smells so good. I really want to eat. Jiang Yutong couldn't remember how long it had been since she had eaten cooked food. Not to mention cooked food, during this period of time hiding in the hospital, I had to rely on the glucose water and very unpalatable food stored in the hospital to fill my stomach. Moreover, even if the food was very unpalatable, she could only get a little bit and barely survive. So, when she saw the white bread, her eyes turned green. Want to eat? Shani ate a bun and glanced at the well-behaved female nurse. Aha! Why, you haven't eaten yet? Jiang Yutong understood the teasing in the man's words and her face turned red, but she still suppressed her shyness and nodded. How can you possibly get full from eating that kind of stuff? Okay, take it and eat it. Shani stopped teasing her and casually took out a tray of buns and a bottle of mineral water from the system space. Thank you. Jiang Yutong stood up quickly, not even bothering to put on her clothes, and stuffed the bun into her mouth. Maybe he ate too fast and choked, so he quickly turned on the mineral water bottle and drank it down. Shani shook his head helplessly, looking at Jiang Yutong who was wolfing down the food, and said, I gave you the mineral water so that you can wash your hands first and rinse your mouth before eating. It's not too dirty. Wow, no. No need. Jiang Yutong ate the buns and shook her head repeatedly, not caring about hygiene at all. She ate 9 buns in one breath and drank a whole bottle of mineral water, and then she seemed to be completely rejuvenated. Looking at Shani again, Jiang Yutong's eyes showed a little more gratitude. Although this man wanted to get her body, he treated her much better than others. At least he didn't push himself. No threat to myself. And those people? Thinking of the survivors who forced her, a trace of resentment flashed in Jiang Yutong's beautiful eyes. Hubby, let me help you get dressed. When Jiang Yutong saw Shani was about to put on his clothes, she hurried forward and offered to help. Shani glanced at the young nurse. Her favorability more than doubled. He was actually bribed by a tray of buns? If I had known this would happen, why would I have planned this? Just bribe them with buns. Shani found it funny. But I don't mind the service of the young nurse. If you can enjoy it, you should enjoy it. Tell me, what do you need my help with? Shani spoke lightly. For the young nurse's previous cooperation, he didn't mind giving her some rewards. John Yutong was stunned. She didn't expect that her little thoughts could be seen through so easily. But then, she knelt on the floor, put Shini's feet on her legs, helped Shini put on socks and shoes, and said in a deliberately coquettish tone, "My dear husband, could you please not save those people? Those people in the corridor outside. Even if you save those people, they won't remember your kindness. And if they get into danger, they'll definitely betray you or even stab you in the back. I know them very well. There is absolutely no good person among them." That's right. This is Jiang Yutong's vicious idea. You betrayed me, insulted me, forced me, and wanted to sacrifice me to survive, but I will not let you live. I don't believe that I'm no better than you at whispering in a man's ear in bed. This is also the reason why she was still willing to take the initiative and cooperate even though she did not have a good impression of Shini at first. She was trying to please Shini. She wants to use this method to take revenge on those who betrayed her. Well, that's a good analysis. Shini looked at Jiang Yutong and agreed with her words. This group of survivors are like fence-sitters, they go wherever the wind blows. And it pours very quickly. They are not bad people, but they are certainly not good people. Of course, I am not a good person, so I don't care about such trivial matters. Then, husband, do you agree? Jiang Yutong looked at Shini expectantly. Shini shook his head calmly. Since I promised them first, I naturally have to help them deal with the thugs downstairs. As long as there are benefits, Shini's promise is still worth trusting. He won't break the contract for no reason. Unless the other party has threatened you and wants to plot against you. Then Shini wouldn't reason with the other party. Okay. After getting the answer, Jiang Yutong lowered his head in disappointment. Although she was disappointed, she had expected this answer. Because she knew that she and Shini had no feelings for each other. Perhaps. After the transaction was completed, he took his girlfriend and left without caring about me at all. He simply fell in love with her appearance and wanted to have some fun with her. Jiang Yutong knew very well that this was the cruel reality, but she still felt a little uncomfortable. Since Shini is unwilling to help her, she will take revenge on her own. As long as I am alive, I will definitely seek revenge. Although I won't help you, but I can give you something, and you can take revenge on your own. Just when Jiang Yutong was feeling lost, a man's voice suddenly came. She was stunned for a moment, then immediately looked up at Shini. Shini opened his palms, and 2 black pistols appeared in his palms. Gun. There are 16 rounds of ammunition in these 2 guns, which should be enough for you. Shini handed over the big black star. Since this girl is going to turn evil, he doesn't mind giving her a push. If she really dares to kill someone, that would be a good thing. In the apocalypse, those who are too stupid and naive will not live long. Although Shini doesn't mind his woman being a vase, he doesn't mind cultivating a capable and competent woman if he meets one whom he can control. Why not make a small investment and get a big return? Jiang Yutong stared at Shini blankly. She never expected that this man would give her a gun and help her get revenge. She thought she would be easily abandoned. Thank you. Jiang Yutong was inexplicably moved. He was clearly the culprit who brought disaster upon herself, but she just couldn't bring herself to hate him. She even found herself somewhat in love with this mysterious and powerful man. This feeling is really strange. Obviously, I was very scared and afraid of him before. With mixed emotions, Jiang Yutong took the 2 big black star pistols. Her desire for revenge is extremely firm. We must take revenge on those beasts in human form. 112, falling to this point. Okay, get dressed, it's time to go out. Shini glanced at Jiang Yutong and was satisfied to see that her favorability had increased significantly. This wave of investment made a profit. Not only can you get people, but you can also unlock supplies, so you can say you make a lot of money. At this time, through telepathy, he saw that the thugs had also rushed to the 6th floor. It's time to take action yourself. So as not to affect Zhang Huimin, who was undergoing surgery. Jiang Yutong nodded immediately, picked up the white underwear and started to put it on. She also heard the noise coming from the corridor and knew that it was the group of thugs coming up. Jiang Yutong was also very nervous and scared. After all, those thugs were really cruel. But, thinking that her man could easily conjure up a gun and had various superpowers, her fear suddenly dissipated a lot. With my strength as a man, it would be easy to deal with those thugs. Besides, I have a gun. Although she had never used a gun or even seen one. But when she thought of the scene where Shani killed someone with one shot and shocked dozens of people, she felt that she could do it too. At least, self-protection is definitely no problem. At the same time, after unremitting efforts, the thugs downstairs finally cleared the obstacles at the stairwell. If the survivors on the 6th floor hadn't thrown some garbage to block the road, they would have been even faster. Then, the thugs rushed forward and broke into the 6th floor. A few survivors tried to resist, but they were beaten in minutes and ran away crying for mercy. The thugs downstairs are more powerful, and they dare to fight and are not afraid of getting hurt at all. Everyone, be the fuck quiet. If anyone cries, I'll chop him up right now. Women, stand up and let me pick you first. Fuck. Why are there so many missing women? Tell me, where did you hide all the women? If you don't tell me, I'm going to kill someone. Fuck. The other women must be hiding on the 6th floor. Let's go search. I don't believe someone can just disappear out of thin air. After the thugs spent more than 10 minutes to control the survivors in the corridor, they found that there were far fewer female survivors. This made them very unhappy, and they immediately began to search each ward one by one. There were also some hungry thugs who directly dragged the crying middle-aged women into the ward. For a moment, tragic scenes were everywhere. In a doomsday world without rules, the evil of human nature is completely released. Why hasn't that man appeared yet? Did he run away with Jian Yutong? Vice President Wang was forced to kneel in the corridor by the thugs. The first person he thought of was Shani, who had promised to help. However, he did not show up at the critical moment. It is hard not to suspect that he either escaped or was so immersed in that kind of thing that he did not notice what was happening in the corridor. Vice President Wang couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have forced Jian Yutong. I gave up my moral bottom line, but didn't get the due reward. It's so painful. At this moment, a balding man wearing a white coat and glasses came up to Vice President Wang and looked at him with a smile. Old Wang, long time no see. What do you want to say now? Xian Guangming. Do you still have any humanity? How could you allow them to do such beastly things? Vice President Wang stared at the bald man and instantly became furious. This former friend and boss. But now it has fallen to this point. Xian Guangming still had a smile on his face as he answered the question irrelevantly. Old Wang, I am actually very optimistic about your management ability. If you are willing to join my team, I can guarantee that you will at least not starve to death. What about the others? Others? Of course they all have plans. I can't possibly kill them all. What good would killing people do for me? Absolutely not. Xian Guangming shook his head and continued, but if you want to live, you have to pay a price, right? Let's form a team of men and go out together to look for supplies. Anyone who can bring back the supplies will have enough food and drink, and can also enjoy women. As for women, of course they are responsible for taking care of men and letting them vent. This is as it should be. Otherwise, they can't just lie back and enjoy it, right? You are acting like a privileged class. You are disregarding life. Vice President Wang criticized angrily. It was as if it was not him who forced Jian Yutong to compromise in order to survive. Then just tell me whether you want to live or not. Xian Guangming didn't say anything more and threatened directly. It's the end of the world, there's no need to waste your breath. Although I admire Lao Wang's abilities, if he doesn't know what's good for him, I'll kill him directly to avoid affecting my rule. All Xian Guangming needs is a dog, not a political commissar who can give him guidance. Vice President Wang fell silent. He hesitated. He doesn't want to die if he can survive. However, he subconsciously glanced at the survivors who were kneeling and shivering behind him, and felt a little sorry for them. After taking a deep breath, Vice President Wang was about to answer. Suddenly, a crisp sound of footsteps suddenly rang out. Xian Guangming, who was waiting for an answer, was stunned and turned his head subconsciously. Two people suddenly appeared behind him out of nowhere. When? I didn't even notice it. Even his own subordinates seemed to be completely unaware, with a look of confusion and disbelief on their faces. You're finally here. Seeing the person coming, Vice President Wang stood up excitedly. He no longer has to make dirty decisions. The other survivors who were bruised and forced to kneel on the spot were also excited when they saw Shani, as if they had seen a savior. They were no longer afraid of the thugs and began to cry and ask him for help. Seeing this scene, Xian Guangming's expression became solemn. He immediately signaled to his men with his eyes to call back the brothers who were searching the ward and enjoying themselves. This man who suddenly appeared is very strange. There is definitely something wrong with him.
Could it be that he is good at fighting?
Otherwise, why would Lao Wang and these cowardly survivors turn to him for help? And he acted as if he could save them as long as he took action. As for the female nurse next to the man, Chen Guangming simply ignored her.
She's just a woman, what kind of waves can she make? To be on the safe side, Chen Guangming didn't attack Shen Yi right away. Instead, he put on his signature smile and asked gently, "Little brother, would you like to join our shelter? As long as you have the ability, you can enjoy enough respect and status in our shelter. And women."
He said this just to test what abilities this man who suddenly appeared had. At the same time, it also delays time. The dozen or so brothers scattered on the 6th floor will be able to arrive in 1 or 2 minutes at most.
Really?
As the little brother just ran away to call for help, other thugs were gathering. Some thugs were so anxious that they didn't even have time to pull up their pants before rushing out cursing.
"No hurry, wait a little longer."
Shen Yi answered the question irrelevantly, with a calm expression, as if he was waiting for someone. Chen Guangming frowned slightly, and was even more puzzled about what confidence this young man had. Why does he dare to wait for others?
"Are you good at fighting? Even if you can hit me, what's the use? Can you beat more than 20 armed grown men?
But
since you dare to wait, then wait."
At this time, seeing more and more thugs, Vice President Wang and the survivors became a little nervous.
"Although I know that Shen Yi has guns and superpowers, isn't it too risky to deal with so many thugs at once? Can't you just shoot a few people first? This is too arrogant." Dean Chen.
Soon, all the thugs gathered together.
They surrounded Shen Yi and Jiang Yutong aggressively. But more thugs were targeting Jiang Yutong, the beautiful nurse. "Fuck. Dean Chen. This woman is so damn beautiful. I'm going to meet her."
"Yeah. It's much more juicy than the old onion I just used. I don't know how long that old onion hasn't had a bath. It almost made me sick to death."
"Damn it. You still have the nerve to talk nonsense like that. You're snatching even an old onion from your brothers.
And you're not willing to share with your brothers.
Get born. Ha ha ha. This girl is pretty and clean, I want to be the first one in line. Hey, where did this little girl find 2 toy guns? She thinks she can scare me like this?
I'm going to shove these toy guns up your asshole later." The thugs laughed and stared at Jiang Yutong, swearing at him. Chen Guangming also showed a relaxed smile.
"I have more than 20 people now, how can you defeat me in seconds? Let me see you kill me in seconds."
At this time, before Shen Yi could take action, Jiang Yutong could no longer tolerate the men's dirty words. She raised her gun, aimed at the young man who spoke the most obscenities, and pulled the trigger decisively. Just now, Shen Yi also briefly taught her how to use a pistol. So, the shot was fired.
Bang! The crisp sound of gunfire was unusually loud in the corridor.
The man was shot on the left side of his face, and a bloody hole immediately appeared. The intense pain made him scream miserably, but he soon died. In an instant, all the thugs were shocked and stood still, their eyes wide open in horror.
Gun. It's actually a real gun. How come this woman has a real gun?
113, the power of level 7 frost condensation. It was the first time Jiang Yutong shot and killed someone, and his arms were shaking constantly. But it was not because of fear or terror, but because the recoil of the Type 54 pistol was so strong that it made her arm numb.
As for fear?
It seems that there is no such emotion at all.
Killing people doesn't seem as scary as imagined. At most, seeing the scene of blood splattering will cause physical discomfort, nausea, and vomiting. But fear, not at all. In fact, killing is not scary.
The reason why people are afraid is mainly because of the responsibility they have to bear after killing someone. Especially in countries with normal laws, if you kill someone, you will have to pay the same price.
But it's different in the end times.
The rules have completely collapsed and the law does not exist.
There is no need to be punished for killing someone. That's why there are so many murderers.
Even Jiang Yutong, a female nurse who killed someone for the first time, didn't feel scared after killing someone.
Instead, she felt an inexplicable excitement. So, is this what it feels like to have power?
It feels so good to see the man who cursed at you being shot to death. It's so cool to see these people afraid of themselves. Seeing these people afraid of me is so cool. When you encounter injustice, solve it with one shot. No need to compromise or be submissive. This feeling is so refreshing. Jiang Yutong felt that she had never felt so clear-minded in her life. In the past, she always lived cautiously and timidly, afraid of offending her colleagues, afraid of offending her superiors, afraid of being gossiped about. But now, she doesn't care about these things at all. If anyone dares to gossip about me, I will beat her to death. Dead people don't gossip. How do you have a gun? Xian Guangming's face was filled with fear, and he stepped back subconsciously, but he didn't dare to run, for fear of becoming a sitting duck. Facing the black muzzle of a gun, no one dared to be the first to run. The thugs had completely lost their arrogance and domineering attitude. Each one of them is as well behaved as a non-mutated puppy. Escape? Who can outrun a bullet? Shini ignored the thugs' reactions, but tilted his head to look at Jiang Yutong and asked, "Are you feeling better? Do you want to practice firing a few more shots?" "No, that's not necessary. I have no grudge against them." Jiang Yutong quickly shook her head. Her revenge was not against these thugs. There are only 15 bullets left in the gun, and they have to be left for those in need. Listening to the conversation between the couple, the thugs' hearts were beating like a roller coaster, rising and falling continuously. This couple is a piece of shit. Especially this man. He actually encouraged a woman to practice shooting. What the hell do you think of human life? We are living people. You were born. The crowd was extremely angry, but more so, they were terrified. Because no one knows if they will be the next one to be beaten to death. But the one who was more frightened than them was actually Vice President Wang. His heartbeat really was like riding a roller coaster. At first, he almost gave up his moral bottom line and was ready to surrender when Shini appeared. He thought he could finally be saved and no longer have to associate with this group of inhumane thugs. This was indeed the case. Jiang Yutong only fired one shot, and more than 20 thugs surrendered obediently, not daring to fight to the death. Everyone was saved. But what Jiang Yutong said next made him feel cold on his back. "I have no grudge against the thugs, then who do you have a grudge against?" "The enemy, could it be me? Jiang Yutong, are you planning to take revenge on us?" But the survivors who had just been rescued and were in an excited state obviously did not realize this. They now took control and began to insult the thugs. Some even beat up the thugs to vent their anger at their wives being insulted. All the cowards are venting their emotions. Because of the gun in Jiang Yutong's hand, the thugs dared not resist and passively accepted the beating. Then let's not waste time. Shini was too lazy to care about the survivors' emotions. He looked at the thugs in the corridor and snapped his fingers. Suddenly, before the 20 or so thugs could react, the surface of their bodies began to freeze rapidly. Some people screamed in terror, some tried to escape, and some had faces filled with fear. But in just a few seconds, their bodies were completely frozen, and they could no longer make a sound. Quiet. Silence. It was so quiet without a sound. All the survivors widened their eyes in horror and disbelief. In just a few breaths, the lawless thugs turned into ice sculptures, and the temperature in the building dropped a lot. What kind of power is this? With just a snap of his fingers, he froze more than 20 people. Is this something a human can do? Fear, horror, disbelief, all kinds of emotions were intertwined on the faces of the survivors. Jiang Yutong also looked at Shin Yi in shock. She guessed that her man was strong, but she didn't expect him to be so strong. This kind of power is more perverted than many superheroes even in science fiction movies. Freezing over 20 people instantly, what a terrifying ability. In fact, Shin Yi consumed a lot of energy in this wave. In order to deal with all the thugs at once, he used his frost condensation ability with all his strength. With his current level 7 frost condensation, as long as he exerts all his strength, he can accurately freeze dozens of people, but it will be very tiring, so it is better to directly deal area damage. But if you deal area damage, it is easy to freeze everyone except yourself into ice sculptures, including Jiang Yutong. So he held back. However, looking at the 20 or so ice sculptures, Shin Yi was also very satisfied with his work. This is the power of level 7 frost condensation. I don't know if other ice-related abilities have such powerful power, but frost condensation does, and Shin Yi feels that the upper limit of the operation of this ability is more than that. Frost condensation LV7, you can create ice from thin air, controlling its hardness and shape. You can also manipulate ice for ranged attacks or close-range defense, with a current maximum range of 800 meters. You also gain increased resistance to cold temperatures. However, the more ice you create and the larger the area, the more stamina you consume. The maximum distance of 800 meters. Moreover, as the level increases, Xinyi's control over ice becomes stronger. For example, the instantaneous freezing of more than 20 targets just now. If it was level 1 frost condensation, even if Xinyi had enough physical strength, he would not be able to achieve such precision. There will definitely be some accidental injuries or omissions. But as his ability level increased, his control over ice, damage and distance were greatly improved. From this we can see that the level of superpowers is really important. If it is a powerful ability like teleportation, even if it is only level 1, it will still have considerable power. But if the frost condensation ability is not upgraded, its power will be much less. Fortunately, Xinyi can directly eat fruits to raise his level without any worries. Okay, I've fulfilled my promise. The rest is up to you. After Xinyi left a message for Jiang Yutong, he used teleportation to enter the ward where Jiang Huimin was undergoing surgery. This ward was not searched by the mob immediately. This is also the reason why Xinyi is not in a hurry to take action. Husband. Seeing that Xinyi trusted her so much, doted on her, and didn't mind her killing people, Jiang Yutong was very moved, and her favorability towards him soared a lot. She felt her heart beating so fast. This man is so good to me. Maybe, today is not a disaster day for me, but a lucky day. It's great to meet such a good man. Even if I die for him, it's worth it. Slowly retracting her loving gaze, Jiang Yutong looked at the survivors headed by Vice President Wang. It's time to forget your roots. These beastly fellows must pay the price for their previous actions. 114, Loot the Hospital, Large Generator. Among the dozens of people on the 6th floor, only Vice President Wang and some survivors were decent enough, with a certain moral bottom line, and did not participate in forcing Jiang Yutong. Most of the other people are not good people. At most, it's a little better than the thugs who were frozen into ice sculptures. So, Jiang Yutong felt no guilt at all for taking revenge on them. Then, in the corridor, there were cries of begging for mercy, cries, and screams. In the ward. When Xinyi teleported in, the operation had just been completed and 2 young nurses were bandaging Lin Jiwei's wound. There was also a female nurse next to him holding a plate with some rotten and smelly meat on it, which was cut from Lin Jiwei's arm. Xinyi frowned subconsciously. How much meat was cut off? Just looking at it made him feel physically uncomfortable. He felt an inexplicable pain in his arm and goosebumps all over his body. Fortunately, I didn't take the risk of fighting with the black spider at the beginning. If I was accidentally hit by the spider silk, it would be too damn torturous. In about half an hour, the anesthetic will wear off and she will wake up. After that, as long as I rest well for a while, the wound will heal and the flesh will slowly grow back, but it will definitely not grow back to its original state. When Jiang Huimin saw Xinyi appear out of nowhere, she immediately stood up to report to him on the progress of the operation. She had just heard the sounds of fighting and screaming coming from the corridor and was also very scared. But she didn't dare run. She knew she had to get the surgery done well to have a chance of survival. As it turned out, my decision was correct. Even though screams could still be heard in the corridor, no thugs or anyone broke into the ward. In other words, as long as you stay with the woman on the hospital bed, you will be absolutely safe. The young nurses were also very grateful to Jiang Huimin. If Jiang Huimin had not brought them in, they would most likely have died outside. Yeah, not bad. Xinyi checked Lin Jiwei's injuries through telepathy. The wound was treated very well and cleanly. It seems that this female doctor who claimed to be an intern is indeed capable. So, Xinyi casually took out a few bottles of mineral water and a few trays of steamed buns from the system space and said, "You guys should eat something first. When things outside are over, come with me." Go with you? Jiang Huimin and other girls were stunned. This man actually wants to take us away. Where is he taking us? Could it be that he was going to take care of the woman on the hospital bed? That should be the case. Otherwise, why would they bring us along? They can't be here to torture us like the thugs, right? Thinking this way, the girls didn't dare ask any more questions. They looked at the hot buns. Seeing Xinyi agree, they rushed forward and scrambled to eat them like hungry wolves. They haven't had enough to eat these days. It smells so good. A young nurse couldn't help whimpering while eating. Shin Yi didn't care. Since it is confirmed that Jiang Huimin is capable, she must be brought back to the shelter. Of course, even if her medical skills are not good, Shin Yi will not let her go. After all, she can also unlock system supplies, so it will definitely be worth it to take them back. As for these female nurses, I think most of them can help Jiang Huimin and will be of use in the future. According to Shin Yi's idea, he must set up a medical department in his shelter, so that it can be used in the future whether he or his women are sick. By the way, there should be a lot of medicines in the hospital, right? Shin Yi asked, looking at Jiang Huimin who was eating voraciously. Wu, yeah. Yes. There are still a lot in the warehouse, but I don't know if they have been affected by the black fog. Jiang Huimin swallowed the food in her mouth and answered quickly. After answering this question, she drank another sip of mineral water, then took another bun and started eating, not daring to waste any time. I'm really scared of being hungry. I've been hungry more these days than in the first half of my life. Jiang Huimin is sometimes so hungry that she wants to eat grass and chew tree bark. However, she didn't dare leave the hospital because she had nowhere to find tree bark to chew on. Eat a lot. Jiang Huimin and several female nurses were full, or rather, overstuffed. They all showed satisfied expressions, feeling that this was the meaning of life. The women looked at Shin Yi with less fear in their eyes. Judging from the man's behavior, he is not bad. At least he keeps his word and doesn't kill people indiscriminately. Moreover, he is very powerful and can even create food out of thin air. There doesn't seem to be anything wrong with following him back. As long as he and others take good care of the injured woman on the hospital bed, maybe he will have food to eat and water to drink every day in the future. Seeing that the favorability of these nurses had increased significantly, Shin Yi was satisfied and said, Jiang Huimin, take me to where the medicines are stored. The others will stay in the ward to take care of the patients and wait for us to come back. Aha! The nurses nodded quickly. They didn't dare go out. From time to time, there were cries coming from the corridor, and no one knew what kind of tragedy had happened. Then, Shin Yi used teleportation to take Jiang Huimin away. Just now, while the women were eating, Shin Yi's physical strength had recovered a little, and he had no problem using simple teleportation and telepathy. So, under the guidance of Jiang Huimin, he went to the hospital's warehouse where medicines were stored and began to search for them. Most medicines are sealed and naturally do not deteriorate. So, Shin Yi received it all in one go. There are also various medical equipments, he didn't miss any of them. Whether you can use it or not, just collect it first. The inventory of Greta hospitals is abundant, much richer than that of the previous affiliated hospitals. Maybe we couldn't find a warehouse in the affiliated hospital before, so we didn't receive a lot of medicines. By the way, there is a generator in the hospital. Can you take it away with you? Jiang Huimin suddenly said. She was in a state of shock the entire time. Because this man just waved his hand, and countless medicines in the warehouse disappeared. This superpower is simply amazing. And it's so easy to use. If you need something, you can just wave your hand and take it away. It's so convenient. So, she wondered if she could take away large equipment like the generator, as it might be useful in the future. Where's the generator? Shin Yi was not surprised. Most small hospitals have generators, not to mention large hospitals like the tertiary hospitals. Jiang Huimin immediately showed the way, and Shin Yi also went to the location and put away the generator. This generator is really big. It is about the same size as the generator I collected from the Virus Research Institute before. In addition, there are many small generators. As expected, there are plenty of supplies in big hospitals. In other words, there are no large-scale shelters established yet, otherwise they would definitely not miss the opportunity to loot places like hospitals. After collecting the generator, Shin Yi was using telepathy to check if there were any missed items or women who might meet the system's criteria. He suddenly saw a familiar figure appear in his sight. Is it her? Why did she come to this hospital again? 115, Strange People. Through telepathy, Shin Yi saw a woman appear outside the gate of the city hospital. She was struggling with a mutant animal and seemed to want to enter the hospital. This woman was none other than Qin Xiang, the policewoman whom Shin Yi had met and dealt with before in the affiliated hospital. Because this policewoman meets the system standards and has strong combat capabilities, Shin Yi was impressed by her. Unexpectedly, she was not only still alive, but also dared to break into the city hospital alone. The affiliated hospital is 40 to 50 kilometers away from the city hospital. If this woman lives near the affiliated hospital, and now she's coming to the city hospital, she's really brave. She's not afraid of getting into danger. Shani seemed to be lost in thought, considering whether he should recruit this policewoman or unlock her reward. But after thinking about it, he gave up for the time being. Given this policewoman's personality, she will definitely not compromise easily. If you want to unlock her supplies, there is almost no faster way except to use force. So, let us talk about it next time. After all, Shani had just finished a battle and was now in sage mode, so he didn't have such a strong desire. The main purpose today is to heal Lin Jiwei's injuries and plunder supplies from the hospital. Then, after another round of searching, Shani returned with a full load. When I returned to the ward, Lin Jiwei had already woken up. Her face was very pale, and it was obvious that the cutting of flesh was not painful. Eat something first. After we recover some strength, we'll go home. Shani took out a deluxe version of self-heating hot pot, steamed buns and other cooked food from the system space and let Lin Jiwei choose what she liked. The sick still need to be taken care of. Lin Jiwei took a bun and ate a few bites. She really didn't have much of an appetite. If she wasn't so short of energy, she wouldn't want to eat. Just had a simple meal. Shani took Lin Jiwei, Jiang Huiman and several nurses out of the ward. When they saw the situation in the corridor, Jiang Huiman and several female nurses subconsciously covered their mouths with shocked expressions. Lots of ice sculptures and corpses. And there are actually people frozen inside these ice sculptures. Jiang Huiman took a few careful looks before she could vaguely recognize that some of the people in the ice sculptures seemed to be the thugs downstairs. How did they turn into ice sculptures? Jiang Huiman was shocked. But she reacted immediately and thought that it must have been done by Shani. Only this man with superpowers can have such magical and terrifying methods. No wonder he wasn't afraid of the thugs. I didn't expect his superpowers to be so terrifying. Jiang Huiman was secretly shocked. At the same time, she felt inexplicably more curious and expectant. Is it because of this strange black fog that people have superpowers? I wonder if ordinary people like us can acquire superpowers. If I had superpowers, I would be able to survive even without Xingyi's protection. It is normal for Jiang Huiman to have such thoughts, because she is an independent woman with a strong personality and does not like to depend on others. Even before the end of the world, she would not rely on men, nor would she rush to help men just because they were rich or powerful. She graduated from medical school through her own efforts, and later became the chief surgeon in a tertiary hospital with her excellent resume and practical experience. A 28-year-old surgeon is very rare, even in China. That's right, Jiang Huiman wasn't actually an intern, she was the lead surgeon. The reason she told Shani she was an intern was mainly because she was frightened by Shani at the time and had some ulterior motives. If Shani didn't want to use her because she was an intern and was worried about her medical skills, then that would be exactly what she wanted and she wouldn't have to get into any trouble. However, what happened later made her realize that only by showing enough value can she be protected and survive. If I were really just an inexperienced intern, I would probably be dead today. Just look at the corpses in the corridor and you will know. Yes, there were a lot of bodies in the corridor. More than half of the survivors left in the corridor died. But in fact, most of them were not killed by mobs. But it was Jiang Yutong who killed him. This woman took brutal revenge on the survivors who had oppressed her. Shani looked at the corpses, but he didn't feel disgusted. If you want to survive in the apocalypse, you have to be ruthless enough. As long as she doesn't use her ruthlessness on herself, Shani will support her. Husband. When Jiang Yutong saw Shani coming out, she quickly stepped forward to greet him. No more torturing the survivors. Her resentment has been released. However, because she experienced the pleasure of killing, she became addicted to this feeling. Shani glanced at the aura of Jiang Yutong, which was very white and had a very high loyalty, as high as that of Su Wanning and Su Yun. We've only known each other for 2 or 3 hours, and it's already very good that this woman can be so loyal. Let's go. Shani said lightly and walked downstairs. There's no need to teleport on the way home, just use telepathy to find the way. Safety is still no problem. The women followed immediately. Only. The female Dr. Jiang Huiman looked at Jiang Yutong with a very strange look, full of surprise and doubt. Husband? Is this female nurse Xingyi's woman? Jiang Huiman and Jiang Yutong were not familiar with each other, and she didn't even know their names, but after spending more than 10 days together, she had some impression of them, so she was curious. A tertiary hospital is very large and has many positions. Generally, the chief physician is only familiar with the nurses in his own department. As for the nurses in other departments, they may not meet them once every 1 or 2 months. Large hospitals are usually very busy and there is no time for socializing. Since starting work, Jiang Huimin doesn't even have any personal time and space, not even time to talk about her boyfriend. Although the salary is considerable, as the chief surgeon in a tertiary hospital, especially a controversial female surgeon, she wants to show herself and improve herself, so she has several high-intensity operations almost every day and has to work overtime from time to time. I was so tired after get off work that I didn't even feel like going out to see a movie. I just went home and lay down to sleep. Even when I have a holiday, I just want to rest at home and have no energy to go out and play. To be honest, this period after the apocalypse was actually the time when Jiang Huimin had the most free time. Back to the topic, it is precisely because Jiang Huimin and Jiang Yutong are not familiar with each other that she was wondering why Jiang Yutong called Shenyi husband? What exactly happened in the corridor during the time I was undergoing surgery? Moreover, it seemed that the surviving Vice President Wang and other survivors looked at the female nurse Jiang Yutong with fear, even more fear than the way they looked at Shenyi. Yes, Jiang Yutong did not kill Vice President Wang. Although Vice President Wang was not a good person, he was still okay in comparison. At least he did not insult or abuse himself. In addition, there were no bullets left in the gun, so Jiang Yutong was kind enough to let Vice President Wang and the survivors who did not force him go. What's going on with these people? Shenyi walked out of the hospital and was using telepathy to explore the surrounding situation. Suddenly, he saw 4 or 5 strange people. Their hair and skin were soaked green, their eyes were dull, their postures were stiff, and they wandered the streets like zombies, looking very strange. The strangest thing is that these wandering people were not attacked when they encountered mutated plants on the roadside. 116. Mutated humans. These people are not normal. Have they mutated? Shenyi's expression gradually became solemn. Mutated humans. This was the first time he had seen a human mutate. It is almost certain that these guys with green skin and hair and stiff movements are mutants. But, I don't know why it mutated. Moreover, the mutated plants did not attack these mutated humans. This is the weirdest part. If it weren't for the fact that their eyes were dull and they had no independent thoughts, Shenyi would have wanted to go over and ask what was going on. Forget it. I've used up too much energy today, and I'm carrying a bunch of burdens with me. I won't take the risk. Shenyi temporarily suppressed his curiosity. After I've recovered tomorrow, I'll investigate in detail what happened. If humans have the possibility of other mutations besides acquiring superpowers, that might not be a good thing. Walking on the way home. While Shenyi was eating the supernatural fruit, he was constantly observing these wandering mutant humans through telepathy. They seemed to have no purpose, just wandering around the streets. No destination, no goal, no thought. No, if they have no thoughts and are just wandering around aimlessly, then why don't they fall into the cracks? Also, they seem to be able to see the cracks and avoid them in advance every time. After careful observation, Shenyi discovered the first abnormality. Could it be that these mutated people retain a certain level of thinking? But, is this kind of thinking limited to preventing them from committing suicide? While Shenyi was lost in thought, he saw 2 mutant humans who were about to run into a group of survivors who were out looking for food. He immediately became alert and stared at the scene carefully, wanting to see how the mutated humans would react when they met normal humans. At the same time, the other side. After avoiding several mutated animals and plants, policewoman Qin Xiang arrived at the outpatient building in a very dangerous way. She held the gun and carefully began to check the first floor. As soon as she entered the outpatient building, she smelled blood. This proves that someone died in the building not long ago. Although he didn't know what dangers were inside the building, Qin Xiang had to take the risk and go in. Because she needs to see a doctor. Among the survivors he had recently rescued, there were many injured people who needed treatment from experienced doctors. That's why Qin Xiang took the risk to come to the city hospital. She was lucky. When she was rescuing survivors outside yesterday, she accidentally got a supernatural fruit and gained a new supernatural power. The combat effectiveness has also been greatly improved. This is also one of the reasons why she was confident in coming to the city hospital to see a doctor. Otherwise, no matter how righteous Qin Xiang was, he would not come here to die knowing that he would die. You're worse than an animal. Qin Xiang carefully searched around the first floor. No living people were found, but in a ward, she saw the naked bodies of several female nurses. These corpses were all insulted to death, which was very tragic.
Qin Xiang looked very unhappy. She really didn't understand. It would be easy to run out of water in the black fog, so why would there be such a bastard who would torture a woman? Can't you think about how to survive first?
Qin Xiang took a deep breath, closed the ward door, and continued to search upstairs.
She saw many dead bodies along the way.
Some died of thirst, some were killed, and some were mutilated.
Qin Xiang's heart gradually sank. Is there no living person in this building? I don't know if there are any living people in other buildings. If there are no living people in the entire hospital, it will be troublesome. The municipal hospital is the largest hospital nearby.
If there is no doctor here, you have to go to other large hospitals. But hospitals that are farther away are too far to walk to and the risk is too great. Qin Xiang continued to climb the stairs with a heavy heart. Just as she reached the staircase on the 6th floor, she suddenly heard voices.
Is there anyone alive?
Qin Xiang did not let down his guard. He held the pistol tightly and walked up to the 6th floor carefully. As soon as she entered the 6th floor, she felt a chill coming towards her.
So cold.
And there is a strong smell of blood.
What's going on the 6th floor?
Qin Xiang was alert. When he saw the situation on the 6th floor clearly, his face suddenly became solemn.
What's going on?
More than 20 ice sculptures were standing in the corridor in a disorderly manner. Those ice sculptures maintained various expressions and postures of fear, as if they had seen something particularly terrifying in their lifetime and wanted to escape. But judging from the scene, they were frozen almost instantly, without even having time to escape. Is there a powerful psychic in this hospital? Qin Xiang instantly became more alert. The psychic who can do what we see before us must be incredibly powerful.
Police! Just then, a survivor saw Qin Xiang in police uniform. Instantly, he cried.
Officer! Officer, help! There's a murderer.
What the hell? These mutants can actually infect normal people.
Through telepathy, Shini saw the entire process of the interaction between mutant humans and normal humans. When the two of them were about 100 meters apart, the mutant with lifeless eyes suddenly seemed to have noticed his prey and began to rush towards the survivor quickly.
Mutated humans can actually ignore the black fog. The team of survivors had no reaction at all.
They were still groping forward cautiously and vigilantly in the black fog. The average person's field of vision in the black fog is only about 5 or 6 meters, so they cannot detect any danger in the distance. As a result, suddenly two green figures rushed towards them at an extremely fast speed, knocked down the two people directly and accurately, and then opened their mouths to bite them. The other teammates were startled by the sudden attack, and the teammates who reacted quickly used machetes to attack the mutant humans. But the machete sank directly into the mutant human's back and was sucked in tightly, making it impossible to pull it out. The mutant didn't react at all, not even raising his head, but instead tightly bit the man beneath him.
That's just a few tens of seconds. The skin of the man who was bitten quickly began to turn green, as if it was infected. Seeing this scene, Shen Yi's face instantly turned ugly. Damn! How come this thing is infectious like a zombie? If the infection rate is really the same as that of zombies, then ordinary people really won't be able to survive.
It's already difficult for humans to live in the black fog for a long time.
Going out to find supplies is extremely difficult, and now there's a contagious virus. What the hell?
Even ordinary people, let alone ordinary psychics, have no chance of survival.
Shen Yi looked very unhappy. This news is not good for him either.
After all, if the survivors can't survive, there will be too few supplies to unlock in the future.
You can't really wait for the next generation and the next generation in your shelter to grow up, right? Wait, what is this?
Shen Yi suddenly discovered that the infection of this mutated human seemed to be different from what he had imagined.
P.S. I update 3 times a day, feeling a bit tired, please give me a free gift. 117, will viruses evolve? This is, after infecting everyone, they die?
Through telepathy, Shen Yi saw the mutant biting a normal person tightly until it completely assimilated the person, and then it stopped reacting.
His body fell straight down and didn't move anymore. Shen Yi looked at the other mutant again.
After infecting a person, it also fell down, its eyes wide open, motionless, with no breath fluctuations on its body. After being infected, the two people, whose skin and hair turned green, stood up staggeringly. but they did not attack others. Instead, they stood there for a long time, then turned and walked into the black fog, and began to wander aimlessly again. The few survivors who had been prepared to fight desperately were all stunned.
I don't understand what's going on. Shani also showed a puzzled expression. What's going on? Why did the mutant die after infecting 2 people? Also, why didn't the infected people continue to attack others? This scene was completely beyond Shani's expectations. Could it be that this virus is not an infection, but rather a possession similar to the one in fantasy novels? If a new body is taken over, the old body will die? Shani had no idea about this phenomenon. So, he could only roughly describe what he saw to Lin Jiwei beside him. What? You said there are mutated humans? Quick! Quick! Let's go and catch one.
Lin Jiwei spoke quickly in excitement. Her eyes lit up when she heard about the mutant humans.
Really? I knew this woman would go crazy.
This is why Shani didn't want to tell her. This crazy woman is obsessed with studying genes, and she must be even more curious about the cause of this human mutation. First, analyze what happened based on what I saw, and then I will consider whether to arrest him or not,
Shani said.
This was naturally a perfunctory statement. Since he cannot effectively prevent the infection, he is not planning to capture mutant humans for the time being.
Unless, this mutated human can bring great benefits to himself.
Shani is not afraid of infection, but most of the people in the shelter are ordinary people. If this virus is accidentally spread, all my investment in the past 2 days will be wasted.
It would be such a loss. Moreover, Shani was a little worried whether the virus could be transmitted to animals. If it could be transmitted, then he would not be able to catch them. Tell me in detail what you saw.
It would be best if you could tell me word for word. Lin Jiwei stared at Shani with burning eyes. So Shani recounted in detail the entire process from the moment he saw the mutants appear to the moment they attacked the survivors. Zhang Huiman, Zhang Yutong, and other girls were also frightened when they heard that there were mutants. Especially when they heard that the mutant was stabbed several times but still survived, they were scared.
Undead monsters, it's scary just to think about it. You mean, after they infect other people, they become completely motionless, as if they are dead?
Lin Jiwei adjusted his glasses and asked thoughtfully.
Shani continued to use telepathy to look at the 2 motionless mutant human corpses and said, it's not like they're dead, they must be completely dead, because the aura on their bodies has completely disappeared. The aura Shani was talking about was naturally the hostile aura of living beings that he could see. Any living thing, even the flowers and plants on the roadside, will have neutral or hostile aura fluctuations. But the bodies of the 2 mutant humans did not. Therefore, this proves that after they infect people, they will indeed die suddenly. And they didn't infect everyone. It's so fucking weird. Does this virus have a brain? According to what you said, the virus must have been transferred to a new human body. Moreover, this virus must have a certain mind.
Lin Jiwei said with certainty, his eyes shining.
Why?
Shani only guessed that the virus might affect the brain, but Lin Jiwei's tone was very firm.
Because you just said that after the virus infected the new body, it didn't immediately run away or attack people, but just stood there in a daze?
That's right. That's right, it's very likely that the virus is taking over the control and memory of the new body, so it's dazed. Moreover, I suspect that this virus may exist in a mother body. Only when the mother body obtains what it needs will it command them to leave and not continue to infect new people.
Lin Jiwei speculated and analyzed. What can viruses gain from the human body? Nutrition? Or memory? No, if the infection is for nutrition, then there is no reason for it to let other humans go. Then it's highly likely that this is to retrieve memories. Could it be that this matrix is acquiring human memories through cross-infection? What does it need to remember? Could it be that it wants to evolve? Impossible. How could there be such a virus? No, it's possible.
In this world, everything is possible. Lin Jiwei was like a madman, talking to himself, denying himself, and then quickly affirming himself. But there was an unprecedented excitement on her face. It was as if ordinary people were as excited as if they saw a mountain of gold and silver. Shani was also surprised when he heard her analysis.
Do viruses have self-awareness? Can you also obtain human memory evolution? Is this going to go against the will of heaven?
Although this was just Lin Jiwei's one-sided analysis, Shani felt that her analysis did have some possibility. The main reason was that the underlying logic matched the images he saw, so he unconsciously believed it to some extent. Jiang Huimin and the other girls were even more confused. They couldn't understand the conversation between the two. It seems that Shani can see things far away? What is breath? What about viruses that can evolve? It feels like we live in two different worlds. Who is this woman? Jiang Huimin looked at Lin Jiwei carefully. She had a hunch that this woman was no ordinary person. Shen Yi. This virus is definitely not simple. We must capture a mutant and study it thoroughly. Only by studying it yourself can you know whether this virus has thoughts or not. As long as you can help me capture a mutant, 5 days. 5 days at most. I can give you an improved version of the genetic medicine. Or you tell me where it is and I'll catch it myself. Lin Jiwei stared at Shen Yi with burning eyes. If she didn't know the location of the mutants, she would have rushed in now. Lin Jiwei's ability of clairvoyance only has a range of 100 meters, and he cannot see what is happening several kilometers away. Shen Yi thought about it for a moment and finally refused. No need to take risks. However, he suddenly realized something else. Wait, you said you could complete an improved version of the genetic drug in 5 days? If you could do it in 5 days, then why did you tell me it would take 10 days? You deliberately said it would take a long time, trying to play tricks on me? Shen Yi's eyes changed when he looked at Lin Jiwei. There is an element of procrastination, but it's not absolute. Lin Jiwei didn't deny it, but explained, the reason I said it would take 5 days to produce results is because I studied Xiaoha's body again last night. Combining it with some of my previous research data, I gained some new insights, so the research progress can be accelerated a lot. If it was before, it would be difficult to get it out within 5 days. In the past, she disdained to explain the reasons to others. Arguing with people is just a waste of time. But for some reason, when she saw Shen Yi's doubtful look, she wanted to argue with him and didn't want him to misunderstand her. So you went downstairs late last night? Shen Yi frowned immediately. No wonder the crazy woman's wound became more infected. She didn't rest all night and ran around everywhere. It would be strange if she didn't get infected. I don't even let you work overtime, but you still want to make yourself work overtime. It is truly the innate holy body of an ox or horse. 118, Wild Refuge. This is Lin Jiwei's personality. He says whatever he wants and is not afraid of offending anyone. Even when Shen Yi asked her if she was delaying on purpose, she did not deny it. I don't know whether I can't lie or I don't want to lie. In short, as long as Shen Yi asked, she would definitely answer. This also made Shen Yi unable to find any excuse to punish her. After all, this crazy woman really worked very hard and did not slack off. She was injured so badly yesterday and lived on the 15th floor, yet she could actually run downstairs in the middle of the night to work overtime for herself. That's awesome. Shen Yi, tell me the location of the mutants, I'll catch one myself. I don't need your help. Lin Jiwei stared at Shen Yi, his eyes flashing with excitement, and he wanted to catch the mutant. This woman will definitely have a seizure whenever she encounters something that interests her. But Shen Yi will not indulge her. I told you, go home now. We'll come back to catch the mutants after you recover in a couple of days. Be good and don't let me break your legs. Shen Yi reached out and pinched Lin Jiwei's face hard. He wasn't kidding. If Lin Jiwei really dared to turn against him, he would really break Lin Jiwei's legs. Anyway, there is no need to use legs in researching genetic drugs. Shen Yi has a very dictatorial personality. His personality is, I do whatever I want to do, and you do whatever I want you to do. If I don't let you do it, you just have to obey me. The decision is mine. Oh. Lin Jiwei subconsciously touched her cheek that was pinched and hurt, and for a moment she didn't dare to continue to argue. It's not that I'm afraid of Shen Yi's threat, but I have a strange feeling in my heart. Even her clever brain couldn't analyze what this feeling was. It just feels so strange. Even though I was scolded, I felt a little happy. Then, she followed Shen Yi obediently for some unknown reason. The other women were still in shock after listening to the conversation between Lin Jiwei and Shen Yi. This woman actually wants to study a terrifying virus that can evolve. Moreover, it seems that she can also develop some genetic medicine. What are genetic drugs? Could it be something that can give people superpowers, like in science fiction movies? Suddenly, the women looked at Lin Jiwei with different eyes. It's like looking into a treasure cave. Shen-Yi and his companions walked and stopped from time to time, and did not encounter any danger along the way. With Shen-Yi's current level of telepathy, as long as he is not in absolute darkness, he can completely avoid all troubles and dangers. Of course, he usually wouldn't take a detour just to avoid some minor troubles. For example, seeing that someone was blocking the road and robbing people on the way home, Shen-Yi did not take a detour. These highway robbers were the same group of robbers who had placed obstacles on the road when he came to the city hospital before. Shen-Yi was in a hurry before and used teleportation to pass through the obstacles they placed, but now he has plenty of time, so he might as well get rid of them. Honey, the road ahead seems to be blocked. As he walked, Jiang Yutong saw that the road ahead was blocked by many obstacles, leaving only a hole that was barely big enough to get through. These obstacles looked like they were deliberately moved here. They looked very wrong. At this moment, 7 or 8 armed men and women suddenly rushed out from both sides of the road and quickly surrounded the crowd. Jiang Huiman and the other female nurses were all startled and looked frightened. Stop! Don't move! Hand over all your weapons and food immediately. Don't resist. Otherwise, if you offend our boss, the Smiling Tiger, you will be dead. That's right, our boss is really cruel. Those who don't want to be hacked to death, kneel on the ground immediately with your hands on your head. I want this handsome man. I'm going to sleep with him tonight. It was obviously not the first time for these bandits to rob, as they acted very quickly. And the goal is clear, it doesn't matter whether they are men or women, as long as they are human, they will be robbed. Through telepathy, Shen-Yi also saw a fat man hiding in the black fog. The fat man was holding a crossbow in his hand, lurking quietly, preparing to launch a sneak attack. Shen-Yi turned his head and looked in the direction of the fat man, his eyes piercing through the black fog. Then, a red light gathered in his eyes and shot out suddenly. Ah! Suddenly, screams were heard from the black fog. Before the fat man could react, a high-temperature rays pierced his head. The whole head is gone. Full map perspective plus high-temperature rays hit wherever you point. Want to sneak attack me? No way. What the hell? Superman. When the robbers saw that Shen-Yi's eyes could emit light, they were frightened and screamed, turning around and running away. Damn, how could someone in real life shoot lasers from their eyes? Is this person still a human being? However, Shen-Yi was not in a hurry to kill them instantly. Instead, he took this opportunity to start practicing his supernatural proficiency. The higher your proficiency, the easier it is to use. So, he used telepathy to lock onto a fleeing robber, teleported over and shot a high-temperature ray, directly cutting the fleeing robber in half. Then, he continued to do the same thing, using instant movement plus high-temperature rays to kill the robbers one after another. No! Don't kill me! Whoa! Please let me go! Please! I can do anything! A female robber was so frightened by the strange man who suddenly appeared in front of her that she knelt on the ground and cowed out for mercy. Shen-Yi had a blank expression on his face, his eyes focused on high-temperature rays, which shot directly through the female robber's head, killing her to the point of being deader than dead. Then, his figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. In the black fog, only screams and pleas for mercy could be heard. Jiang Huiman and several female nurses were terrified and trembling all over. They are not afraid of the robbers, but of Shen-Yi. This man, is he really a human? It's simply the devil. Another new superpower? How many superpowers does he have now? Lin Jiwei adjusted his glasses and used his X-ray vision to watch Shen-Yi slaughtering the robbers, his eyes full of curiosity. It seems that after not seeing him for one night, Shen-Yi seems to have gained a few more superpowers. How did he acquire new powers? Could he also create a supernatural fruit out of thin air? Or maybe he's hiding some secret that I can't guess. Lin Jiwei, very curious. Husband, you're amazing. Jiang Yutong listened to the screams coming from the black fog, with a look of shock on his face, but more of it was joy and pride. My husband is indeed the most powerful man in the world. Too strong. You're called the Smiling Tiger? I heard people say you can't be touched. Shen-Yi looked down at the last middle-aged male robber kneeling in front of him, his eyes glowing red. He seems to be the leader of this group of robbers, and his name is Smiling Tiger. Smiling Tiger was so frightened that his entire body was shaking. A stream of yellow liquid flowed out from between his legs. He burst into tears. Brother. That's all nonsense, they said. I don't actually have any reverse scales at all. Also, although my nickname is Smiling Tiger, I usually just smile and have no temper at all. Even if you pull out my weak spot, I will just laugh it off. Shani was amused by this guy's answer. You're called a kitty cat, not a smiling tiger. Okay, go ahead. Then, he killed the smiling tiger directly with a high temperature ray. This guy, when his life is in danger, can say anything outrageous. After dealing with all the robbers, Shani used teleportation to return to the women. Okay, let's go home. In less than a minute, he killed 7 or 8 robbers, but Shinyi's emotions did not fluctuate much. He is used to killing people. From the nervousness when I first killed someone to the increasing calmness now. Don't even care. People adapt so quickly. Feeling emotional, Shinyi also used telepathy to scan the building where the robbers lived again to see if there was anything good. But there was only some junk food in it, and not much of it, so he was too lazy to waste time collecting it. Then, on the way home, Shinyi continued to use telepathy to check the surroundings, looking for the supernatural fruit. If you can find one, that's better, but it doesn't matter if you can't. Using telepathy doesn't consume much energy anyway. I just did a rough check and almost got home, but still didn't find anything. But, although the supernatural fruit was not found, Shinyi saw many survivors in a villa community 6 or 7 kilometers away. There are actually hundreds of people. Moreover, they look well organized and there is no chaos at all. Is this a wild sanctuary? 119. A woman who is as good as Morong Shui. There's actually a wild sanctuary. Shinyi looked around the villa complex where hundreds of people gathered. There are people patrolling the community, people standing guard, and many people busy cleaning, cooking, etc. It is like a shelter. Very orderly and well regulated. There's something about the manager of this shelter. Shinyi looked around and couldn't help but admire it. This well-organized shelter was exactly the shelter he expected. If Jiang Nanyan could develop his own shelter so stably, he would be satisfied. How the manager of this shelter is actually a woman? Through the god's perspective, Shinyi saw the top floor of one of the buildings, where several survivors were reporting something to a beautiful woman. Judging from the seating order and everyone's expressions, women clearly have the highest status. The woman crossed her arms and had an indifferent expression, looking like one of those cold and aloof female CEOs in the movies. Her figure, appearance, and temperament are all extremely good. Not worse than Morong Shui. Sure enough, she triggered the system prompt. Bite. A goddess that meets the system standards has been detected, and detailed information has been scanned. Name, Fu Yunxi. Age, 30. Appearance, 95 points. Body, 95 points. Internal, 100 points. Self-defense experience, no real-life experience. Total score, 98 points. Evaluation, after taking in a guest, you can unlock a random item. 98 points? Sure enough, it's almost the same as Morong Shui. At first glance, Shinyi felt that this woman's facial features and figure were very good. Plus, she has the aura of a superior female CEO, which is a big plus. Get it. Must get it. Shinyi noted down the neighborhood where the woman lived. Take a day off today and go see her tomorrow. If we can subdue this woman, we can also get a well-established shelter, which is like killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Moreover, this woman's management ability is definitely better than Jiang Nanyan's, which is just right for her. That's it. Now that I've discovered it, there's no way I'll let it go. As his strength grew, Shinyi's mentality gradually became more liberated. As long as you like something, whether it is a person or an object, you must get it. Then he shifted his focus and continued to look for the supernatural fruit. Boom, boom, boom. At the same time, on the top floor of the villa community. The black fog did not spread to this level. So, the top floor is where they live and work in this shelter. At this time, Fu Yunxi was holding a meeting with the management of his shelter to discuss the next distribution of supplies. Just at this moment, there was a sudden and rapid knock on the door, and it was continuous and seemed very urgent. Fu Yunxi frowned slightly when she was interrupted, looking a little unhappy. She said, "Come in. Sister Fu. Something bad has happened." A cute girl pushed the door open and walked in. She was breathing heavily, her face full of anxiety, and looked like she was about to cry. "What's wrong? Don't be impatient, tell me slowly." When Fu Yunxi saw the girl, he suddenly had a bad feeling. Because this cute girl is one of the few people with special abilities in their shelter. Although her special ability is not used for combat, it can be used for communication, which is very important in the Doomsday. Sister Fu, the second supply team has lost contact. I've tried so many times to get in touch with them, but I just can't. I suspect they might be in danger. Woohoo, my sister is out with the second supply team today. Sister Fu, you must save my sister. When the managers heard what the girl said, their faces changed drastically. An entire supply search team, nearly 20 people, have lost contact. What the hell is going on? Did we encounter some terrible mutant monster? Everyone started talking quietly, and the atmosphere in the room became tense. Quiet. Fu Yunqi slammed the table with a serious expression, then looked at the crying girl and asked calmly, Lin Tu, where was the second supply team last contacted? It's the department store. They said they were going to the department store to search for supplies today, and they were safe along the way, without encountering any danger. But just a few minutes ago, my sister and the others said they were going into the department store, and then, suddenly, all contact was lost. No matter how hard I try, I can't find my sister. Sister Fu, you must save my sister. Lin Tu's eyes were red, and tears as big as beans rolled down her delicate face. Her twin sister is her only relative in the apocalypse. If something happens to her sister, she doesn't know if she has the courage to continue living. Well, don't worry too much. Maybe they're just out of your communication range, so you can't contact them. Hasn't this happened before? Although he said these words to comfort Lin Tu, Fu Yunqi felt a sinking feeling in his heart. If you don't encounter any trouble, it is generally impossible to lose contact. Even if they need to go out of the communication range to search for supplies, under normal circumstances, 2 people will be left within the communication range to ensure timely communication in case of trouble. But now the entire second logistics team cannot be contacted, and there is a high probability that they are in danger. Moreover, it may not be just ordinary danger. But Fu Yunqi is the head of the shelter. She must not panic when encountering problems, and she must also appease her subordinates. Especially Lin Tu, the innocent little girl who just turned 18. If she did something irrational because she was worried about her sister, it would affect the entire shelter. After comforting Lin Tu for a few words, Fu Yunqi immediately made arrangements with everyone, send 2 search and rescue teams to the department store to check. Bring along people with special abilities. Be sure to find out the situation of the second supply team and report back immediately. Lin Tu, you must do a good job of communication from now on. Don't be careless. Whether you can save your sister depends on your ability. Yeah. Lin Tu wiped her tears and nodded quickly. At this time, a middle-aged man sitting to Fu Yunqi's left stood up and said, Miss Fu, I will personally lead the search and rescue team to the department store. If we encounter any problems, I can also report back in time. Well, be careful on the road. Fu Yunqi looked at the man and gave him serious instructions. This middle-aged man also has special abilities, and they are combat abilities, so it is safest to have him lead the search and rescue team. The middle-aged man nodded, then walked up to Lin Tu, exchanged glances with her, and then turned and left. The eye contact just now was Lin Tu leaving a mental mark in the man's mind. With this mark, they can communicate remotely. Therefore, because of the loss of contact with the supply team, this well-organized shelter in the villa community became busy. After arranging all the work, Fu Yunqi stood in front of the French window, quietly looking at the swirling black fog below, with an expressionless face, but with inextricable sorrow and confusion in his eyes. Please don't let anything happen to the second supply team. Otherwise, it will be a huge loss to the entire shelter. Although the shelter seems to be developing well at the moment, it is well organized and there is no internal strife. But supplies are in short supply. Especially water resources. If it hadn't rained heavily in the past 2 days, the shelter would have run out of water long ago. Even if hundreds of people use water very sparingly, their daily water consumption will not be less. Oh, if only there was a person with superpowers who could create water. Fu Yunqi whispered softly. If she didn't have to worry about water resources, her shelter could become even bigger and more stable. Let me explain this in 2 ways. Shani brought the girls back to the community and spent several hours clearing out a building. He installed a generator and various experimental equipment for the crazy woman Lin Jiwei so that she could start working as soon as her injuries healed. Of course, this was not because Shani wanted to exploit Lin Jiwei, but because this beastly woman asked for it herself. If her arm didn't hurt so much, she would have wanted to start working today. Therefore, Shani could only help Lin Jiwei install the generator first, and then he found the time to call Jiang Huiman, a woman who had not yet unlocked the system supplies, to his room.
P.S. There may be fewer updates next month. 120, Jiang Huiman. You're looking for me?
In the bedroom, Jiang Huiman looked at Shin Yi nervously. She possibly guessed that this man had strange thoughts about her. After all, the first thing this man did when he brought her home was to let her take a shower, and he even specifically told her to wash it clean. Jiang Huiman is no longer a naive and innocent girl.
What to do after washing? It's definitely not a good thing.
Jiang Huiman was struggling and hesitating while taking a shower.
If this man really wants to sleep with me, should I refuse? If I refused, would he kill me? Shouldn't he it? After all, I'm a doctor.
If he gets hurt in the future, he'll need me, so he probably won't kill me casually.
That's the truth.
But Jiang Huiman remembered that Shen Yi had just casually killed someone in the hospital and condoned Jiang Yutong's killing, and then he even tortured and killed the robber.
This shows that this man's brain circuit is definitely abnormal. Maybe it has some superhero. If I rejected him, he might kill me in anger, and that would be so unlucky. So, it seems that we can only agree to a shameless request?
Although in today's world, selling one's body in exchange for shelter is nothing. But Jiang Huiman is a person with a strong character, and because she has been trapped in the hospital, she has not experienced too much cruelty of the doomsday, and still retains many of her pre-doomsday values and ideas. It is indeed difficult for her to accept the sudden change of her mind in a short period of time. However, Shen Yi did not consider these things. He also didn't have the time to let Jiang Huiman adapt slowly.
If every woman has to adapt like this, how long will it take to unlock the supplies?
So, he looked at Jiang Huiman and said directly, "Become my woman, and you will be able to live on the 20th floor, with water, electricity, and enough food. Also, as long as you perform well in the future, I can also let you gain superpowers, the same superpowers that I use today."
Hearing such straightforward words, Jiang Huiman was stunned and a little embarrassed. It feels like I'm doing some kind of transaction. Most people would find Shen Yi's straight ball style of play embarrassing.
Shen Yi was also embarrassed at first. But once he adjusted his mindset, he no longer felt embarrassed. As long as I am not embarrassed, then it is others who are embarrassed.
Yes. That's it.
Of course, the main reason for all this is because he has the ability to control Jiang Huiman. When a person has strong enough power and abundant enough capital, he will naturally not feel embarrassed in front of ordinary people. Just like before the end of the world, those wealthy bosses and second-generation rich people were only superior to ordinary people.
Strong people rarely feel embarrassed in front of weak people. Most people are self-aware and will not speak out even if it is embarrassing. Well, have you thought about it? Shen Yi waited for a few minutes before continuing to ask. Jiang Huiman was still a little hesitant.
If it was before the end of the world, with her independent and strong character, she would refuse such a deal even if it allowed her to gain superpowers.
But the current situation.
Not to mention whether Shen Yi would kill him after he refused, even if Shen Yi didn't kill him, as long as he didn't give him food and water, it would be difficult for him to survive.
Can I ask, how many women do you have now?
Jiang Huiman hesitated for a while and suddenly asked this question.
Shen Yi raised his eyebrows. Does this question have anything to do with your choice?
No, I'm just curious. Jiang Huiman just wanted to know what rank she would be if she agreed to be his woman. Because there were already 4 or 5 women that he had just seen.
Not to mention Jiang Yutong and Lin Jiwei. This man is too fickle. Although his strength is worthy of Hua Xin. Since it doesn't matter, then don't waste your time. Bite. Start to randomly unlock a material. Ding. Unlocked successfully.
Congratulations on unlocking the item, a bag of fine table salt. Edible salt +1, stored in the system space. Edible salt +1, stored in the system space. Edible. Jiang Huiman resisted symbolically for a few times, and then nothing happened.
In the end, he was as obedient as a cat. However, the supplies unlocked by Jiang Huiman made Shen Yi's eyes light up. Table salt. This is good stuff.
You can cook without adding other seasonings, but salt is a must. Moreover, salt is an essential mineral for the human body and plays an important role in maintaining the normal physiological functions of the human body. Although roast chicken and buns are cooked foods and contain salt, salt is needed for frying steak and stir-frying leeks. If you unlock other vegetables and raw meat in the future, you will also need salt. The most important thing is that the other survivors will definitely need salt, especially as the apocalypse gets longer. Table salt will become increasingly important. By then, the value of salt will definitely be no less than that of food. Controlling unlimited amounts of salt is equivalent to controlling a top-level material. This bag of salt must weigh at least 1 pound, right? Shinny took out a bag of salt from the system space, weighed it a few times, and made a rough judgment. This is so cool. The system is great. Needless to say, I have to give it a 5-star rating. If there were a way to give rewards, Shinny would have given some rewards to encourage him. You will live here from now on. If you need anything, please contact me. As Shinny spoke, he took out a spiritually connected supernatural fruit from the system space and gave it to Jiang Huimin. Mental connection is a communication ability, at least it can only be used for communication at present, so Shinny gave it casually. The higher the level, the easier it is to contact. Afterwards, he explained to Jiang Huimin how to use the spiritual connection and left the bedroom. At this time, it was probably around 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening. Su Wanting, Jiang Nanyan and other girls have not rested yet. They are discussing the management issues of the shelter in the living room and look very busy. Husband. When the girls saw Shinny, they quickly stood up and greeted him. Shinny walked over and sat on the sofa. Then, he waved his hand, took out a few watermelons from the system space, and said, "Wanting, go cut the watermelons." Good. Su Wanting nodded. Seeing this, Lu Yaya, who was standing by, immediately stepped forward to help. She is the only girl in the family who has not confirmed her relationship with Shinny. Although she hasn't been kicked out yet, Lu Yaya has a feeling that she will be kicked out soon. She doesn't want to be kicked out. Especially in the past few days, after seeing the hard life that other survivors were going through, where they couldn't even get enough food to eat every day, she was really scared. Therefore, she tried hard every day to please women like Su Wanting and Jiang Nanyan. I've also been thinking about how to please Shinny. 121. Shinyi's change of mentality. These supernatural fruits, Jiang Nanyan, Su Wanting, Su Yun, and Bai Sini, the 4 of you can divide them up. Shinny took out 40 frost condensed supernatural fruits from the system space and said, "This is a reward for your hard work over the past 2 days. Several women have been helping to set up the shelter recently, managing the staff and so on. They have to climb up and down the stairs several times a day, and they really work hard. Moreover, the 4 of them are very loyal to me." Therefore, after some consideration, Shinny decided to let them obtain the ability of frost condensation. With this special ability, the combat effectiveness and defense capabilities of the women can be improved, and even if they encounter danger, they will have a certain ability to protect themselves. As his own strength continued to grow, Shinyi's mentality gradually changed. He no longer worried about his woman having power as he did before. At least ordinary force can no longer threaten me. Not to mention, Jiang Nanyan and the other girls are very loyal to him and it is impossible for them to stab him in the back. Therefore, Shin Yi's current idea is to let all his women gain superpowers. Moreover, the level of his woman's supernatural power is higher than that of other supernatural beings, forming a crushing power. Only in this way can women be qualified to manage shelters for hundreds or even thousands of people. Of course, this needs to be done in a certain order. For example, Su Wanting, Jiang Nanyan, Su Yun and Bai Sini, they work the hardest and are the most loyal to themselves, so naturally they should be rewarded first. As for Zhou Wanner, the little green tea girl, although she appears to be very submissive on the surface, her favorability has always remained at an average level. Therefore, Shinny only gave her the spiritual connection fruit and nothing else. Let's wait until she adjusts her mindset. However, as long as the little green tea girl doesn't cause trouble, it doesn't matter if she just lies at home like a waste every day. Anyway, she has enough to eat. Shinny had no intention of forcing little green tea to like him. His attitude towards women has always been clear. As long as you don't cause trouble, I don't care even if you don't like me. I will still make sure you have enough food and drink. But if you cause trouble, that's a way to die. However, what surprised Shinny a little was Zhou Wanner's roommate Lu Yaya. Her favorability towards herself was actually growing higher and higher, almost catching up with Jiang Nanyan. Obviously, she and I have never had any emotional exchanges, so this affection comes out of nowhere. It's a pity that this girl cannot unlock the system rewards. However, Shinny did not drive her away for the time being. If you want to change your taste someday, you can try it. Forget it recently. Too busy. Thank you, husband. Jiang Nanyan took the supernatural fruit with a look of surprise on her face. It feels so good to get rewards for your efforts. I feel more motivated to work. Su Yun and Bai Sini were also very happy and felt warm in their hearts holding the supernatural fruits. The only one who was stunned was Zhou Wanner, who was eating snacks. She is a little unhappy and unbalanced. Obviously, she is Xinyi's woman, but Xinyi is not nice to her at all. Bad man. Zhou Wanner curled her lips and muttered in her heart. However, looking at the supernatural fruit in Jiang Nanyan's hand, she couldn't hide the envy in her eyes. With so many supernatural fruits, they can definitely upgrade the supernatural powers, right? You stinky man, don't even know how many to eat for me. Snort. Snort. Honey, the watermelon is here. Su Wanning and Lu Yeye came out carrying the cut watermelons. Although they were in the kitchen, they also heard what Xinyi said just now. Reward supernatural fruit. Su Wanning tried hard to suppress her excitement. Otherwise she was afraid that she would not be able to hold back and rush out. Well, this exotic fruit can give you new superpowers. Xinyi picked up a piece of watermelon and ate it while explaining how to use the frost power. This is the third superpower of the women and also the last one they can obtain. After careful consideration, Xinyi decided to give them this all-round ability that allows them to both fight and defend. Although frost condensation is not as good as the space and time systems, it can definitely be called omnipotent. Moreover, with the system having unlimited supply, the upper limit in the future will definitely be very high. Hubby! Look, look! I did it! Su Wanting shouted excitedly. A small piece of ice appeared in her palm. Su Wanting was the first one to successfully use the frost condensation ability after obtaining it. It seemed like it only took her a dozen seconds to adapt to this ability. Not bad. Xinyi nodded in approval. Although the abilities are the same, everyone's physique is different. Some people adapt quickly and can unleash the power of their abilities more quickly, while others need time to hone their abilities and become proficient. In short, the same supernatural power, when used by two different people, may produce completely different powers. Then, after some time, Jiang Nanyan, Su Yun, and the other two girls gradually adapted to their new abilities. Lu Yeye and Zhou Wanner watched this scene with envy in their eyes. This new ability looks awesome. Especially after listening to Xinyi's explanation, this ice ability can also attack from a distance and build an ice shield for defense. It's simply amazing. Well, they're all good. Xinyi hugged Su Wanting and looked at the three women who were condensing ice with satisfaction. Then he said, now that the shelter has been initially established, if you send people out to search for supplies, remember to collect the supernatural fruits. This fruit usually grows on plants that haven't mutated. If any of you find it and bring it back to me, you can exchange it for a similar fruit from me. The exchange rate is 1 to 10. 1 to 10. The girls were pleasantly surprised and immediately filled with energy. Even Lu Yeye and Zhou Wanner were moved when they heard Xinyi's words. One supernatural fruit can be exchanged for 10 fruits of the same type. It's hard not to be moved. Xinyi was very satisfied when he saw everyone's reactions. He had made such arrangements long ago. Although his telepathic range is very wide, it is inevitable that there will be omissions when it comes to the supernatural power fruit in the entire mountain city. Moreover, it is impossible for him to waste time looking for supernatural fruits all the time. Unlocking system supplies is his main task. You can only look for supernatural fruits along the way. Moreover, a person's power is limited after all. The right thing to do is to mobilize the entire shelter's power to collect the supernatural fruits. This is also one of the purposes of building a shelter. The more people there are, the faster the collection will be. As for whether any survivors would hide the supernatural fruit or have other intentions after learning that it can gain supernatural powers, there is no need to worry about that at all. Because Xinyi told Jiang Nanyan that they could use supernatural fruits to exchange for supernatural fruits. Use your non-combat capable spirit to connect to the supernatural fruit and exchange it for the unknown supernatural fruit in the hands of other survivors. As long as some food and water are included in the exchange, making other survivors feel that they have made a profit, most people will definitely be happy to exchange. Of course, if there are those unsatisfied and ambitious guys in the shelter, just kill them directly. The current strength of these women is not bad. With the second or third level telepathic ability, coupled with the second level frost condensation ability, their combat power is no weaker than that of several adult men. What's more, they have pistols. Ordinary psychics definitely cannot withstand the damage of a pistol. You can take these spiritual connection supernatural fruits and exchange them, or you can eat them yourself. But remember, don't reveal that they are spiritual connection supernatural fruits when exchanging them. While giving instructions, Shani took out hundreds of supernatural fruits from the system and placed them on the table for the girls to eat. Aha! The girls were not stupid either. They quickly understood the interests involved and agreed seriously. 122, it must be this old woman. Shani didn't show any emotion at all when he took out hundreds of spirit connection fruits at once. It's just a few hundred seconds. Now he is stronger and more generous. If it weren't for the fact that eating too many supernatural fruits could easily cause harm, Shani wouldn't mind giving each of the girls a few hundred of them, allowing them to raise their levels in one go. After all, mental connection doesn't cause much damage, and the higher the level, the more convenient it is. Of course, there is another reason. Shani was not sure whether the picked supernatural fruit would go bad if left outside for a long time. Time stands still in the system space, so there will definitely be no problem, but it may not be the case outside. If you give too much, it would be a waste if it all goes bad. So, just give it to women slowly, there is no need to rush. Thank you, husband. John Nanyan and the other girls were very happy when they saw the table full of supernatural fruits. Because every time their superpowers are upgraded, they feel like they are undergoing a transformation. Very comfortable. Even a non-combat ability like mental connection feels extremely comfortable when upgraded. And there is also a sense of accomplishment. It's just like when you're playing a game and your character's level is increased, it feels so good. Besides that, there is one more thing, it feels great every time I eat a supernatural fruit. That feeling is indescribable. It is a spiritual sense. Okay, it's getting late. You should go to bed early and don't stay up late. After arranging things, Shani and Su Wanting went to another bedroom to rest. Su Wanting is very sensible now, and Shani also likes her. John Nanyan and the other girls looked at Su Wanting's back with some envy in their eyes. With a light sigh, the women had no choice but to eat the supernatural fruits. In fact, the one with the biggest emotional fluctuations is Lu Yaya. Ever since she came back from Shani, she has been feeling uneasy and frightened. She is very afraid of being kicked out. But it seems that Shani does not have this idea. And when he was eating watermelon just now, Shani looked at him several times. Could it be that he meant for me to take the initiative? Lu Yaya thought secretly. No words were spoken that night. Woke up the next day. Shani decided to eat leeks for breakfast today. The aphrodisiac leeks unlocked by the system are indeed effective. But it's not that magical. All I can say is that you can make up for it slowly and improve it slowly. I still need to find some more physical enhancement fruits. Even if they don't allow physical evolution, as long as they can enhance my physical fitness, that's fine. Shani sighed. Otherwise, he felt that if this continued for a long time, his body would be affected to some extent. Level 1 physical evolution is still not strong enough. So, for breakfast, Shani had fried leeks, mixed leeks, and fried steak. After dinner, Shani first went to Building 1 to check on the recovery of Lin Jiwei's wound, and told this crazy woman to rest for the next 2 days and not to let the wound get infected again. Building number 1 was specially cleared out by Shani for Lin Jiwei to use as a laboratory. Xiaohua was lying at the door of building number 1, like a guard dog. When it saw Shani coming out, it wagged its tail like a propeller. After 2 days of continuous feeding, the mutant husky became more and more attached to him. Afterwards, Shani took out a pile of steaks and roast chicken and fed Xiaohua as usual. After feeding Xiaohua, Shani teleported to the 15th floor of building 13. When he reached the 15th floor, he picked up his grandmother and little sister and went to the 18th floor. Morong Shui had no hostility towards him and had a high degree of favorability towards him, so Shani decided to let his grandmother and younger sister live in her house. Morong Shui's house has been renovated and has water and electricity, making it safer and more comfortable to live in. Moving? Brother, you and Sister Morong have only known each other for 1 day, are you already so close? When Shinsu heard that her brother was going to take her and her grandmother to live in Morong Shui's house, she immediately became confused. Well, we fell in love at first sight and are now boyfriend and girlfriend, so I'm relieved that you're living in her house. Shani's face is so thick that even a gun can't penetrate it. He lies without blushing. It means Morong Shui couldn't hear it, otherwise she would definitely roll her eyes non-stop. It was love at first sight. When Grandma heard this, she suddenly looked puzzled. Xiaoi, wasn't the girlfriend you brought back last time the girl named Jiang Nanyan? She quite liked the girl from last time.
Very sensible, good looking. Well, she is also my girlfriend.
Don't be surprised, Grandma. I have more than one girlfriend. Xinyi had never thought of hiding many things about his girlfriend from his grandmother. You'll know sooner or later anyway. Sure enough, Grandma was very surprised after hearing this.
However, after all, he is older and has more experience. When my grandmother was young, she also heard that most landlords would marry several wives, so what her grandson said did not particularly shock her three views. Especially with the current situation outside. There was no water or electricity everywhere. Even the neighbors would come and smash the door from time to time to steal food. In this case, it is normal for the times to regress.
In the end, Grandma sighed lightly and didn't say much.
So, Xinyi brought his family to Morong Shue's house. When Morong Shue learned that Xinyi wanted to let his family live in his house, she was stunned for a moment, but quickly agreed. Because her original idea was to establish a good relationship with Shinsu.
Now that I can openly build a closer relationship with Xinyi as his girlfriend, wouldn't it be more convenient?
Don't let me find out that you use your ability to modify cognition on my family, otherwise, you know the consequences.
Xinyi warned Morong Shue through the mental connection.
As for how to tell whether one's cognition has been modified, according to Lin Jiwei, one can detect it by simply observing the person's aura. If a family member experiences significant changes in their breath, there is most likely a problem. Xinyi checked his grandmother and younger sister, and found that there was nothing wrong with their auras, and their favorability was still at full level.
This proves that Morong Shue has no ulterior motives.
Since I told you I have this ability, I naturally can't touch your family casually.
I'm not stupid. Morong Shue replied to Xinyi.
She really hadn't thought about this kind of thing, for two specific reasons. First, my current ability level is not high enough, so it is difficult to modify a person's cognition. Secondly, she was also worried that Xinyi had some special ability that could detect that his family's cognition had been modified.
If I take action and get caught by Xinyi, it would be more trouble than it is worth.
Therefore, considering the interests and her own safety, Morong Shue prefers to play the role of girlfriend and establish a good relationship with Shinsu's sister-in-law.
With Shinsu's guarantee, many of his plans can be implemented better.
But Morong Shue found that Shinsu seemed to be in a bad mood today. From the moment she walked in, she had been pouting, her unhappiness written all over her face.
Shinsu was indeed very unhappy.
Especially after seeing that Morong Shue was very close to her brother, she almost jumped up and kicked Morong Shue away.
Humph. Stinky old man. Stinky Morong Shue.
You two have only met once, and you've already become boyfriend and girlfriend.
Love at first sight?
I don't believe in love at first sight.
It must be lust at first sight. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have introduced you two to each other. What made Shinsu even more angry was Morong Shue.
It must be this old woman who seduced my brother first. No wonder she suddenly acted strangely when she saw her brother the day before yesterday, and then suddenly left her home. It turns out that I had some bad thoughts.
This woman is so bad.
P.S. This is over 6,000 words, so please ask for gifts, guys.
The items you unlock later will be more interesting.
123, Level 8 Frost Power.
Susu, are you hungry? What do you want to eat? Sister-in-law will make it for you right now. Morong Shue played the role of a gentle sister-in-law and looked at Shinsu with a smile. Who admits that you are my sister-in-law? I don't want to talk to you.
Shinsu puffed up her cheeks, put her hands on her hips, and turned her head away angrily. Morong Shue was stunned for a moment, looking at Shinsu's angry expression, then looking at Xinyi who was busy settling his grandmother on the other side, and seemed to vaguely understand something. This little girl is really silly and cute.
Morong Shue smiled. Is Susu actually a brother Khan?
Ha, your sister-in-law can control you just as easily.
Grandma, you and Susu will live here from now on.
Just tell her if you need anything. Her name is Hanruwashi, and she's my girlfriend. Xinyi introduced Hanruwashi to his grandmother.
Yeah. Grandma, just tell me if you need anything. Hanruwashi smiled and nodded. She was also secretly happy.
As long as I take good care of Xinyi's family, even if Xinyi has no feelings for me, he will still take special care of me because of his family. Moreover, Xinyi arranged for me to take care of his family. Isn't that a sign that he likes me?
The more Han Ruwashi thought about it, the happier she became. As long as I can please Grandma, I can live here peacefully in the future. Grandma responded blankly, her whole body was numb. My grandson is just like the landlord. When Shinsu saw Han Ruwashi, she snorted angrily and ran to the bedroom to sulk. Shinny ignored his angry little sister, arranged for his family, left some food and water, as well as the supernatural fruit, and then left. Before leaving, he remembered the mutant and used mental connection to ask Morong Shui, the reborn person. A mutant covered in green? Morong Shui thought for a while, then replied, I seem to have heard of it in my previous life, but I've never been in contact with it, so I don't know much about it. Shin Yi frowned. Were the mutants not famous enough in their previous lives? Logically speaking, this kind of evolving virus should be very strong and widespread. After thinking for a while, Shin Yi said, Tell me everything you know. Specifically. Morong Shui roughly told Shin Yi about what she had heard, which was similar to what Shin Yi currently knew. This green mutant will attack normal humans, infect people, and will not be attacked by mutant plants. But when mutants infect humans, they will die suddenly. And the infected person will not become aggressive at the first moment. However, I heard that these mutants can infect not only humans but also mutant animals, but they seem to prefer infecting humans. In my past life, these mutants weren't numerous, and they didn't cause too many casualties to humans, so they weren't that scary. They weren't even as dangerous as mutant animals. Morong Shui explained. So that's how it is, it can indeed infect mutant animals. Shin Yi had guessed it before. Since the virus can infect humans, it should also be able to infect animals. Even mutant animals. So, this virus is indeed abnormal. After a while, we must capture a mutant and bring it back for Lin Jiwei to study. It would be best if we could find a way to control this virus. Although the virus is not currently very harmful, it is better to be prepared in advance. Did you encounter a mutant? Morong Shui asked. With your strength, you should be fine. As long as you don't get close to any mutants, it won't be able to infect you. Morong Shui reminded. Although she was angry at Shin Yi's selfish behavior, she still didn't want Shin Yi to die. Yeah. By the way, is the psychic fruit in your room ripe? No. Not even one. What do you want to do? Don't you dare try to get my supernatural fruit again. Morong Shui immediately became alert. This bastard, he should just die. Shin Yi didn't care about Morong Shui's attitude, but said, as long as you have a mature supernatural fruit, you can exchange it with me for an ice supernatural fruit. The exchange rate is 110. Morong Shui is a woman who will not do anything without profit. If you don't give her a little taste of the sweetness, she will definitely not be willing to hand over the supernatural fruit. I understand. Morong Shui was stunned and suddenly felt moved. 110. This ratio is really terrifying. But at the same time, she was even more surprised. Where did Shin Yi steal so many ice-type supernatural fruits? He gave me several before, and he can actually take out 10 in exchange. No, he definitely has more than 10. Given this guy's selfish personality, if there were only 10 fruits, he would at most give one out in exchange for himself. Or even, they may not be willing to give out even one, but just try to get something for nothing. The fact that he could so generously say the ratio was 110 proves that this guy must have made a fortune like a local tycoon, which is why he is so generous. Etc. Wrong. Morong Shui suddenly realized and asked Shin Yi again, when you say 110, it should be that I use 1 for 10 of yours, not you use 1 for 10 of mine, right? Of course. Why would you think of me like that? Shin Yi looked strange. Did I leave such a bad impression on this woman? Heh. Morong Shui sneered and didn't want to talk. Considering Shin Yi's innate personality, it is not surprising that he would exchange 1 supernatural fruit for 10 for others. Even if Shin Yi told her the answer himself, she still remained skeptical. After the call was disconnected, Morong Shui hesitated. How about I try exchanging a fruit with him? She was a little worried that Shin Yi would steal her supernatural fruit. However, risks and rewards are proportional. If Shin Yi is really willing to exchange 10 fruits of the same type, then his frost condensation ability can be upgraded to level 2 immediately. You can even upgrade to level 3 or level 4. If I could quickly raise my ability level, my advantage would be enormous. Thinking of this, Morong Shui decided to give it a try. By the way, let us test whether Shin Yi can produce so many similar supernatural fruits. If so, it proves that this guy has a big secret. However, before that, he had to deal with Shinsu, the rebellious sister-in-law. If I can make my sister-in-law fall in love with me, then I can control Shini. Moreover, Shinsu's abilities are no worse than Xiaobai's. With the help of his sister-in-law Shinsu, he could start his own shelter plan. Let's go to the wild animal shelter we saw yesterday and see if we can capture this woman, Fu Yunxi. Shini had a clear goal and headed straight for the villa shelter. What my shelter lacks most at the moment is management talent. Although Jiang Nanyan is capable, seeing her busy until night every day with Su Wanning and other girls, staying up late every day to think about plans, I think it must be very stressful. Therefore, if he could bring Fu Yunxi back, his shelter would be able to develop better. Of course, Shin Yi's main purpose is to unlock system supplies. Managing a shelter can only be said to be a side skill for Fu Yunxi. Ding! Your frost condensation ability has been upgraded. Frost condensation LV8, you can create ice from thin air, controlling its hardness and shape. You can also manipulate ice for ranged attacks or close-range defense, with a current maximum range of 1,200 meters. You also gain increased resistance to cold temperatures. However, the more ice you create and the larger the area, the more stamina you consume. After eating ice fruits continuously for the past 2 days, the frost condensation ability has been upgraded again. The maximum distance of 1,200 meters. In other words, as long as Shini uses all his strength to activate the frost condensation, he can instantly freeze an area of more than 1 kilometer around him. Terrifying group attack and group control capabilities. Comfortable. Shini put the uneaten supernatural fruit into the system space first, and waited for a while before continuing to eat. Then he released his telepathy to scan the route ahead. Suddenly, his system prompt sounded. This is? 124, Trigger System Prompt, Silly and Sweet Lin Lu. Bite. A goddess that meets the system standards has been detected, and detailed information has been scanned. Name, Lin Lu. Age, 18. Appearance, 92 points. Body size, 92 points. Internal, 100 points uninvolved. Total score, 93 points. When Shini used telepathy to scan the department store in front of him, the system prompt suddenly sounded. Because he looked too fast, he almost didn't see the girl's appearance clearly. Fortunately, the system captured it quickly. Shini immediately looked at the girl who triggered the prompt. In the women's restroom on the 6th floor of the department store, a cute-looking girl was hiding in one of the toilet cubicles. She was sitting on the toilet and using the toilet. There were also a few survivors in the men's restroom next door, but they were not using the restroom, but more like hiding in the restroom. This made Shini feel a little strange. He looked around the entire department store and found a dozen or so survivors, but they were all hiding in the toilets on each floor. 1T the toilet be attacked by mutant spiders? That's right, there are a lot of mutant spiders in this department store. These mutated spiders are about 1 meter in size, with several thin and long legs like disposable chopsticks. No one knows how they can support their bodies, and they look very creepy. Why are there so many spiders gathered here? Shini raised his eyebrows. These spiders with long, thin legs seem to live in groups. A rough count shows that there are at least 100 of them in the entire department store. This is not a department store, it's a spider's nest, with mutant spiders and spider webs everywhere. If he hadn't seen a girl who met the system's standards, he wouldn't have wanted to come in. Forget it, let's take her out and loot some supplies at the same time. Shini thought about it and used teleportation to enter the department store. As soon as he entered the first floor, Shini just touched the spider web, and instantly 3 or 4 long-legged spiders attacked quickly from different directions. No wonder these survivors hid in the toilet and dared not move. Now the entire department store is full of spider webs, and spiders will easily discover you if you are not careful. Ordinary people have no ability to fight against so many mutated spiders. But Shini is no longer the ordinary person he used to be. His eyes gradually turned red, and he instantly shot out high-temperature rays, directly piercing through the 2 spiders rushing towards him. Under the high temperature, most of the mutant spider's body was melted directly. The remaining broken body slowly fell to the ground, struggled a few times and then became motionless. The mutant spider behind also pounced on Shini's back at the same time. But at the moment it pounced, a thick ice shield condensed out of thin air behind Shini. The spider crashed into the ice shield that suddenly appeared and felt dizzy. Then, before the mutant spider could react, the ice shield transformed into a spear and thrust forward, piercing its body directly, causing a pool of foul-smelling liquid to flow out. Although there are many of these long-legged spiders, their defense is not as strong as that of the mutated black spiders. Besides, even if they had the defensive power of the black spider, Shin-Yi could easily kill them with his current means. High-temperature rays can definitely penetrate. Afterwards, Shin-Yi used teleportation to disappear from the spot and headed towards the 6th floor. Soon, he came to the women's restroom on the 6th floor. A strange stench came, making Shin-Yi frown. However, after looking around, he found that in the entire building, only near the toilet were there few spider webs. No wonder the survivors are hiding in the toilet. Immediately, Shin-Yi entered the women's restroom and accurately found the toilet cubicle where the girl was, then raised his hand and knocked on the door. Bang, bang. In the quiet bathroom, the knocking sound was very clear. At this moment, the girl who had just picked up her panties was instantly startled. Her legs were trembling, and she was holding a fruit knife in her hand. She stared at the toilet door in fear, not daring to make a sound. It's over. Spiders can actually knock on the door. Did they find out I'm here? Wow, if I had known I shouldn't have come to the ladies' room alone. The girl was so anxious that she almost cried, but she covered her mouth and didn't make any sound. Is anyone there? Shin-Yi made a deliberate sound. Sure enough, when the girl heard the human voice, her eyes suddenly lit up and her fear was much less. But she still didn't respond immediately. Because she remembered Sister Fu saying that encountering humans outside the shelter is sometimes more dangerous than encountering monsters. Especially a cute pretty girl like her. It's easy to be captured and kept captive by bad men. And you will be severely tortured. No one? Then I'm going to break down the door. The man's voice came again. Don't smash it. There's one. It belongs to someone. The girl responded quickly, then slowly opened a gap and looked at the people outside. A human being, yes. But it was not someone from his own shelter, but a strange man. This reminded her of Sister Fu's words again. Strange men are the most dangerous. How did you get up to the 6th floor? Aren't you afraid of those long-legged spiders? The girl asked cautiously through the door in a soft voice. While speaking, she was secretly looking to see if the strange man had any weapons on him. It seems not. This made the girl feel slightly relieved. I have a fruit knife. Even if the man outside is a bad guy, he will definitely be afraid. Definitely. And as long as I scream, the brothers and sisters in the toilet next door will definitely rush in to save me. Shin-Yi noticed that the girl was quite alert, so he asked, Do you want me to take you out? No need. I can come out on my own. As the girl spoke, she pushed open the toilet door and walked out carefully holding a fruit knife. I just need help going to the toilet? No matter how weak I am, I'm not that weak. I mean, take you out of the department store. Shin-Yi was speechless. Can I leave? The girl's eyes lit up instantly. But soon, as if realizing something, his expression suddenly became alert. He backed away and said vigilantly, You're taking me out. You're not planning to do anything weird to me, are you? No. Absolutely not. Where did this naive person come from? This naive person actually managed to survive for half a month in the apocalypse. Unless someone protects her all the time. Shin-Yi used telepathy to scan the men's restroom opposite, where there were many adults holding weapons. In addition, there are many survivors in the department store, but they are scattered. Could it be that these people are together with this naive person? So why did they separate? Thinking about this, Shin-Yi said directly, I saved you, and you repay me with your body. That's reasonable, right? I believe you're also someone who knows how to repay a favor, right? I'm not. No. I am. I'm a person who knows how to repay a favor. But I will never give myself to you. We don't even know each other yet. The naive girl blushed and finally managed to explain herself clearly. Then she said, As long as you can take me back to the shelter, I will give you plenty of food. Snacks and water too. This should be enough to repay your life-saving grace. After all, these supplies are very important in the apocalypse. She is a silly and innocent girl, but not completely stupid. Shin-Yi looked at the girl's cute face and saw that she was dressed quite cleanly. It was obvious that the environment of the shelter where the girl was staying should be good.
Most survivors would be smelly after half a month.
So, Shin-hee thought of the Western-style house shelter he had seen earlier.
Could it be that this naive girl came out of the villa shelter? 125. Are you playing with abstraction? Is your shelter a residential complex? Shin-hee looked at the girl and asked.
The fact that such a naive person can be protected so well shows that this shelter still retains a certain moral bottom line. Of course, it is not ruled out that the naive person is a relative of the shelter manager and receives even more protection. However, being able to build a shelter with hundreds of people and maintain order in just half a month means he is definitely a very capable manager. You know, before the end of the world, a high school class only had dozens of students, but it was difficult for several teachers to manage them, and bullying incidents occurred from time to time.
But now is the end of the world.
There are no legal rules or moral constraints.
It is not easy to make hundreds of people stick to the bottom line of humanity.
Hey, you've heard of our shelter too?
The naive girl's eyes suddenly lit up, and then as if she had thought of something, she asked excitedly, "Do you want to join our shelter too?"
It's no problem. Let me tell you, our shelter is great. No matter if you have special abilities or not, no matter if you're strong or not, no matter if you're a man or a woman, as long as you're not a bad person, our shelter will accept you. We'll also distribute food and water regularly to ensure you don't starve to death. As long as you can take me back to the shelter, I will tell Sister Fu to let you join our shelter and make you the team leader.
How about it? How about it?
Shin-hee felt like laughing. This silly and innocent girl is quite smart. She even knows how to make promises for me.
She then picked the key point and asked, "Are there any people with special abilities in your shelter?"
Of course.
My sister is a mutant.
The girl looked proud.
Oh?
Then what special abilities does your sister have?
Shin-hee didn't mind asking polite questions.
After all, it will be your own shelter soon, so it is normal to know the scale of your own shelter. You'll find out once you join our shelter. Anyway, my sister's abilities are amazing. Very useful.
The naive girl is not stupid at all. She knows what to say and what not to say. So, do you really want to join our shelter? The girl blinked her cute big eyes and looked at Shin-hee expectantly.
If I could get this man to join the shelter, Sister Fu would definitely praise me. After all, the fact that this man can appear on the 6th floor of the department store proves that he has certain strength.
Otherwise, how could he run around alone in a building full of mutant spiders?
And, most importantly, as long as he agrees to join the shelter, there is no reason for him not to save himself.
Kill two birds with one stone.
Lin Lu is not stupid, he is very smart. Shin-hee naturally saw through the little tricks of this naive person, smiled faintly, and said, "There is no rush to join the shelter.
Let's talk about the reward for saving you first."
Reward?
Didn't I just say it? Food and water. The girl hesitated.
No, I have no shortage of food and water. Shin-hee shook his head, casually took out a bottle of water from the system space, unscrewed it and drank half of it. You do have special abilities.
The girl showed a surprised expression. Watching Shin-hee gulp down the water, she swallowed subconsciously and asked cautiously, "Then, what do you want?" "I want you." Shin-hee threw away the empty mineral water bottle and stared at the girl's cute face.
Ah? The naive girl was stunned and stepped back subconsciously, holding the fruit knife tightly, and said with fear on her face, You want to eat me?
Eating humans will make you sick. Sister Fu said that you can't eat humans, no matter how hungry you are. Don't come over and eat me. Otherwise I'll scream. No, you are sick. Shin-hee sighed helplessly and said, "What I mean is, if you become my girlfriend, I will rescue you."
Ah. Girlfriend? The girl's face suddenly turned red. It turns out that I misunderstood. However, this condition seems much better than being eaten. She secretly looked at Shin-hee's appearance, then her face turned even redder, and she asked in a low voice, "Is she the kind of girlfriend who wants to do embarrassing things with you?"
Yes.
Hearing Shin-hee's answer without hesitation, the girl's cheeks turned even redder.
So embarrassing.
The girl felt like her head was about to smoke.
She didn't dare look at Shin-hee, but quietly asked again, "Then, can we just be in love and not do anything shameful? I just turned 18 yesterday. How about waiting until I'm 24? My mother said that you are an adult at 24, and having a child won't hurt your body." Shin-hee hesitated to speak.
This silly and innocent girl is really, not purely silly, but not purely smart either. However, what she said was actually equivalent to her agreement, so Shin-hee naturally did not refuse. Okay, I'll promise you for now. Shinee agreed to the girl. This doesn't mean that he really wants to wait until the girl is 24 years old. He just says this first and then tricks her into his heart. Once you become my girlfriend, everything will be natural, logical, and legal. Then, the system supplies are unlocked directly. Then we are boyfriend and girlfriend now? The girl looked at Shinee shyly. She is still very satisfied with this boyfriend. He's handsome, young, has a good body, and has special abilities. Even though we just met, he shouldn't be a bad guy. If he was a bad guy, he would definitely not talk to me so much and would just attack me directly. That's right. Shinee smiled and nodded. He has no worries about supplies now, and his own strength is strong enough, so there is naturally no need to use force. Generally speaking, Shinee would not threaten anyone who could be dealt with through a deal. If possible, he naturally hopes that the woman will be loyal and like him enough. Okay, it's time for us to go. Shinee planned to go and plunder some supplies first. Yeah. The girl nodded quickly, picked up her pink bag, and followed Shinee out of the bathroom. Then, she quickly called to the men's bathroom next door, Brother Lu, Sister Wang, I'm done with the bathroom. And I found a boyfriend. Come out quickly, so we can go back. Soon, several men and women armed with weapons came out of the men's restroom. Most of them are men. However, everyone was confused when they heard the girl's words. Found a boyfriend in the bathroom? What the hell? Why is this passage so unpopular? Are you playing with abstraction? However, when they saw that there was indeed a strange man next to Lin Lu, they immediately became nervous and alert. Sister Wang, he is my new boyfriend. And he has superpowers like my sister. So amazing. The girl introduced him to them happily. Everyone was in a state of confusion. What a new boyfriend. I'm afraid I was cheated. A short-haired woman gripped a machete tightly, sized up Shinee warily, and then called out to the girl, Xiaolu. Come here quickly. Sister Wang, don't worry. My boyfriend is not a bad person. He won't hurt us. The girl explained seriously. She thought so too. If my boyfriend with superpowers is really a bad guy, he would have taken action long ago. How could he still be chatting with me? So, he must like me, that's why he didn't do anything to me. Xiaolu, do you know who he is? Just call him your boyfriend. The short-haired woman couldn't help but get anxious. That's my boyfriend. What's your name? Oh, my name is Lin Lu. Lin Lu seemed to react suddenly, blinking his clear and stupid big eyes and looking at Shinee. When the survivors heard this, they were speechless. After all this time, you don't even know the person's name. P.S. Brothers, will you raise your rating? If your rating is high, I will continue to update 3 times this month. 126, even fools are deceived. My name is Shinee. Shinee spoke lightly. Naturally, he didn't mind rescuing these people. It's not to please the naive Lin Lu, but because they will soon become employees of his shelter. As a boss, it's normal to save a few of his younger brothers, right? Although Shinee is an extreme egoist, he is willing to do whatever is necessary as long as it does not harm his own interests. What's more, these rescued people can bring benefits to oneself. Shinee. Everyone murmured about the name, having no impression of it at all. Confirmed. Xiaolu was deceived by this strange man named Shinee. Even fools are deceived. This man is a bit bad. Shinee, it sounds really nice. I'll remember it. Lin Lu said happily. Her current mood is completely different from before. Because, the moment she saw that Shinee had superpowers, her fear of the mutated spiders in the building dissipated a lot, and she inexplicably believed that Shinee could take her back to the shelter. Shinee could appear on the 6th floor of the department store alone and chat with me without any fear. He must be very capable. This is also one of the reasons why she agreed to be Shinee's girlfriend. Lin Lu is not really stupid. She is just not good at thinking and is rather naive. Okay, follow me. Shinee said lightly and walked towards the store. Since I'm here, I might as well loot some items in this department store. Even if I can't use it myself, I can give it to Jiang Nanyan to build a shelter later. Anyway, here we are. Walk. Everyone was stunned, only to see Shinee had already walked out of the toilet. Their expressions suddenly changed. Is this person stupid? Doesn't he know there are a lot of giant mutant spiders in the department store? Walking out like this openly, isn't that courting death? There were more than 20 people who entered the department store yesterday, but today only less than 10 people are left alive. Moreover, if they had not unexpectedly discovered that there were few mutant spiders near the toilet, they might not have survived. But since this man could appear on the 6th floor quietly and was so confident, he must have certain strength, right? Could it be that his supernatural power is very strong? Everyone's expression changed and they became hesitant. Boyfriend. Wait for me. While they were still hesitating, Lin Lu quickly chased after them, fearing that they would be left behind. As she ran, she turned back and called out, "Sister Wang, hurry up and catch up. Otherwise, we'll be too late." Seeing this, everyone looked at each other, gritted their teeth, and mustered up the courage to follow out. They can ignore the life and death of the strange man who deceived the deer, but they cannot ignore the deer. And if he continued to hide in the toilet, he would die sooner or later after the food was finished. If this strange man really has powerful superpowers, then they might have a chance of survival. However, because of their first impression, they always felt that Shani might not be a good person, so they were hesitant. After all, he even deceived a little girl as innocent as Xiaolu. Get out of the toilet area. There were gradually more and more spider webs on the ground and walls. When Shani stepped on the spider web, the mutated spiders on the 6th floor seemed to be alarmed and began to gather quickly. A few. More than a dozen. More than 20. More than 30 of them. More and more. Listening to the dense and strange noises around him, Lin Lu's face changed and he hugged Xingyi's arm tightly in fear. The other survivors also clenched their weapons, gathered in a circle, trembling all over, ready to take action at any time. Xingyi didn't react. Instead, he asked Lin Lu beside him as if it were just a casual chat, "Why were you alone in the women's restroom just now?" "Ah." Lin Lu, who was trembling, was stunned for a moment and subconsciously replied, "Because I was in the toilet." "I mean, you can't use the men's restroom?" "Sure, but since we're staying in the men's room, for cleanliness and hygiene, we all have to go to the women's room. Otherwise, the men's room would be stinking." After listening to Lin Lu's explanation, Shani finally understood the reason. No wonder there's such a strong smell near the women's restroom. The survivors nearby almost couldn't help swearing when listening to the conversation between the two. It's already this late, and you still have the time to talk about going to the toilet. Oh my god. Is this man's strength reliable? But please don't let us get killed. Almost. At this time, Shani saw through telepathy that the mutant spiders around him had basically gathered together. Then, he raised his hand and waved it, and layers of blue frost quickly condensed around his body, spreading out like an overwhelming force. The frost spread in all directions at an alarming speed, freezing everything wherever it passed. What is this? The survivors' eyes widened, their faces filled with shock. This is the ability to create ice. But this ability is too outrageous. What's even more outrageous is that this ice can be precisely controlled. Just as the survivors were preparing to hide, the frost bypassed them and quickly spread to other places. A mutant spider just showed its head and was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. Further away, the gathering group of mutant spiders was also quickly frozen. They even maintained their charging posture, frozen like that. 1, 2, dozens. The entire 6th floor instantly turned into a world of ice. Everyone was stunned watching this scene. Is this a superpower? Are psychics this powerful? There are also people with special abilities in their shelter. Although their abilities are amazing, their strength is just so-so, and they are not even as effective as a gun. But the superpowers used by this man are even more terrifying than any biological weapons. Everyone looked at Shani in shock, with only awe and deep fear in their eyes. Such a powerful psychic actually set his sights on the deer. It's over. There's really no saving this time. At this moment, all the mutant spiders were frozen into ice sculptures. Then, Shani snapped his fingers. Crack! A crisp explosion sounded. All those mutant spiders that had been frozen into ice sculptures exploded instantly, shattering into countless ice cubes. This is level 8 frost condensation, Shani's deeper understanding of the ability to control ice. Precise ice crushing. What was shattered was not only the ice, but also the frozen enemies. The practicality of this ability is naturally beyond doubt. As his level increased, his abilities became stronger and stronger, and he became more adept at using them. Wow! Boyfriend! You're awesome! So handsome! The dazed Lin Lu finally came to his senses and almost jumped up with excitement. This is so cool! Without even moving a muscle, he was able to kill so many terrifying mutant spiders. What a fantastic boyfriend! 127, Mutated Spider King. Looking at Shani, Lin Lu's eyes were full of admiring little stars. My previous choice was so smart. Although she agreed to date Shani in order to save her life, it was hard for her not to be tempted when she saw how powerful Shani was. The other survivors were also stunned. This man, if he wanted to kill us just now, could he have wiped us out in an instant? Thinking of this, they couldn't help but shudder. So scary. But they soon reacted and hurried forward to thank Shani, fearing that he would hold a grudge against them. Thank you, Mr. Shin, for your help. We will definitely remember your life-saving grace. Mr. Shin, if you need anything, just give us your instructions. Several people expressed their gratitude and looked at Shani with eyes full of awe. All the messy thoughts from before disappeared at this moment. Faced with a man who possessed absolute force, they dared not have any other thoughts. I can only be grateful. They hoped that this powerful man would not mind their previous attitude and would be willing to help them again. In fact, everyone's attitude before was not bad. At most, he was worried that Lin Lu would be deceived, so he remained vigilant towards Shani. Compared to those thugs who kill and rob at will in the Doomsday, they really have a bottom line. Even if you ignore the weapons in their hands, their living conditions are not much different from those before the Doomsday. This is also the reason why Shani didn't care. After all, he judged from the aura at the beginning that these people were more neutral and wary of him, with only a small amount of hostility, but not too deep malice. Let's go. Shani didn't say much, walked straight to the store, and began to put the intact items into the system space. Now that he has powerful strength, he no longer needs to hide his special abilities. It doesn't matter if someone sees it. After all, they only saw part of the picture. If someone uses this part of the supernatural power against you, that would be a way to death. He actually has more than one superpower. Everyone was shocked again. Collecting things out of thin air. This is another powerful superpower. They have also seen several people with special abilities, and among them, only Miss Fu was suspected to have 2 special abilities. But even Miss Fu was far less powerful than this man. Shani, what kind of special ability do you have? You can actually take away so many things. Lin Lu hugged Shani's arm, with admiration on his face, and asked questions like a curious baby. Her favorability also soared rapidly from a little bit at the beginning, catching up with Morong Shui. The hero saving the beauty may be cliché, but it really works. As long as it is used properly, its lethality to such adolescent girls is simply invincible. This time, seeing the intimate behavior of the two, the other survivors did not dare to interrupt, nor did they have any opinions. In their hearts, they even hoped that Xiaolu and Shani could become real boyfriend and girlfriend. Having such a strong boyfriend will definitely protect Xiaolu from being bullied. Even they can benefit from it. For example, now, if it weren't for Lin Lu, this man would definitely not save them. This is already a huge bargain. It took Shani more than 10 minutes to search through the supplies in the department store, and he gained a lot. The supplies collected today are enough for hundreds of people to consume for a while. Then, just as he was about to leave, suddenly, through telepathy, Shani saw in the distance a mutant long-legged spider about 4 or 5 meters in size heading towards the department store. Behind it was a long object wrapped in spider webs, and no one knew what it was. This mutant spider is actually about the same size as Xiao Ha. Shani was surprised. Could it be another secondary mutated animal like the mutated black spider in Xiao Ha? In short, this thing doesn't look easy to deal with. If it comes back and sees that all the little spiders in the department store have been killed, it will probably fight me to the death. So, Shani took Lin Lu and the survivors and left the department store first. As for the other scattered people still hiding in the department store, Shani didn't bother to care. If they hadn't escaped while I was cleaning up the spiders, they would have had to rely on themselves now. Finally escaped. Go home. I want to go home. After leaving the department store, Lin Lu and the other survivors were so excited that they quickly invited Shani to go to their shelter with them. Shani's original destination was the villa shelter, so he naturally did not refuse. As for the existence of this larger mutant spider, he did not tell anyone else, nor did he intend to solve it. Anyway, all the supplies in the department store have been collected, so no matter how crazy and angry this mutant spider is, it has nothing to do with me. At the same time, Inside the bungalow shelter, the atmosphere was depressing. This is because the two search and rescue teams sent out yesterday lost several people before they even entered the department store. Even the psychics were seriously injured. People were in panic for a while. All the survivors are speculating that there might be some terrifying mutant monsters near the shelter. This is indeed the case. The managers who knew the details were more nervous than the ordinary survivors who were unaware of the truth. Because there are a lot of mutant spiders in the department store. Moreover, there is an extremely huge mutant spider king among them. The search and rescue team suffered heavy casualties because they encountered the mutant spider king. As for the supply team that disappeared in the department store, I think they were most likely eaten by the mutant spiders and there is no possibility of survival. How could an ordinary person survive against a mutant spider that even people with special abilities couldn't deal with? The second supply team was wiped out, and the search and rescue team suffered heavy losses. This was a huge blow to the shelter. Moreover, there are even more serious problems at present. The department store is very close to the villa community. If the mutant spider king is not eliminated, the community may be attacked at any time. Miss Fu, my suggestion is that we move out of our current neighborhood as soon as possible and find a safer base. Otherwise, the risk is too great. I agree with this proposal. The department store is only about 3 kilometers away from our shelter. If that mutant spider king comes to hunt us, we won't be able to resist. According to Oldley, even if there's no mutant spider king, there are countless mutant spiders in the department store. The danger level is extremely high. This is a huge threat to our shelter. At the meeting, most of the shelter's management suggested moving. There was no way, the department store was too close to their shelter. With such a group of terrifying mutant spiders living next door, plus the mutant spider king, no one can sleep well. Fu Yunxi listened to everyone's opinions and frowned slightly. Migrate? The risk of migration is too great now. There was no telling how many monsters were hiding in the unknown black fog. If they rashly migrated, they would probably be dead before they found a safe place. Miss Fu, I think you can consider the invitation from the Sunshine Community Shelter a while ago. At this time, a middle-aged man wearing glasses made a suggestion. 128. Fu Yunxi's ambition. There are already over 800 people in the Sunshine Community Shelter, and there are dozens of people with special abilities. Their overall strength is no weaker than ours. If our two shelters unite, our ability to protect ourselves will be greatly improved. The middle-aged man with glasses paused and continued, besides, there are no particularly strong mutant monsters near the Sunshine Community, so it is safer to live there. Listening to the words of the man with glasses, everyone was thoughtful and some were moved. However, some people are not optimistic. If our two shelters unite, who will we listen to in the future? You can't let the people in our shelter work for others, right? That's true. So, what you said, we can't just sit here and wait for those mutant spiders to attack us, right? Some are dissatisfied, some are hesitant, and some want to unite. The originally safe refuge began to become unstable due to an external crisis. Be quiet. Fu Yunxi spoke in a cold voice. The conference room suddenly became quiet, and everyone's eyes were focused on the woman in the main seat. Although Fu Yunxi is a woman, she is very skilled and has powerful abilities. She is the real boss of this shelter. Everyone believed in her and listened to her. Fu Yunxi glanced at the crowd and said, "We can't just run away when we encounter monsters. This isn't the end of the world. Simply running away won't solve the problem. This time we moved to the Sunshine residential area because we were afraid of mutant spiders. So where will we move to next time if we encounter a mutant tiger? Furthermore, the mutant monsters hidden in the black fog may be more powerful than the mutant spider king. If we start relocating, who among you is confident that you can guarantee the safety of the elderly and children?" After hearing Fu Yunxi's words, everyone fell silent. They have also considered this, but compared to the crisis that is right in front of them, most people tend to escape. Then, Miss Fu, what should we do? With the current strength of our shelter, it may be difficult to deal with this mutant spider king. Someone asked hesitantly. This is also the question most people want to ask. Fu Yunxi's beautiful eyes swept over the crowd, her expression unchanged as she said, "Since our shelter alone can't deal with the mutant spider king, let's unite with other nearby shelters and survivors. Now that such a powerful mutant monster has appeared, it threatens not only our shelter, but also other survivors. If we can get rid of this mutant spider king, the supplies in the department store will be enough for us to live on for a long time." An entire department store's worth of supplies. Even if most of them are contaminated, there are still many left. Now, more than half a month has passed, and most small supermarkets and convenience stores have long been looted by the survivors. Only large supermarkets like this have supplies. Especially in a place like this where powerful monsters have built their nests, the supplies must not have been looted by other survivors. This is an important supply point. How can we give it up so easily? When everyone heard this, they were also moved. If we can really kill the Spider King, the rewards will be huge. Then, Fu Yunqi gazed at everyone with her beautiful eyes and gave an order: immediately send someone to contact the nearby shelter and explain the situation of the mutant Spider King to them. Now we survivors must unite to eliminate this mutant monster, otherwise when this monster grows stronger, no one will be able to escape. Remember, you must notify all the shelters, especially the Sunshine community, and ask them to send people to help. Otherwise, if they don't help us, don't blame us for leading the mutant Spider King to their shelter. Although this is cruel, for the sake of the children and elderly in our community, I don't mind being a bad guy. Everyone was shocked by Fu Yunqi's cold attitude, and thought to themselves that Miss Fu was really cruel at the critical moment. What a good trick to divert trouble away. But no one thought there was anything vicious about it. In order to survive, they didn't mind following Fu Yunqi's orders. Yes. The management immediately took the order and stood up and left the meeting room. Hearing the sound of the conference room door closing, Fu Yunqi picked up the mineral water on the table and took a sip, then looked at the scenery outside the window with a slightly heavy expression. In fact, a more sensible approach would be to leave the current shelter. But she was a little unwilling. After many sacrifices, we finally cleared out the threats in this community and established a relatively safe living environment. If you move to a new place, you have to start all over again. Not to mention the dangers that may be encountered on the road, a lot of water resources will be consumed during the migration alone. Although a lot of rainwater was collected in the past 2 days, it still can't withstand such a huge consumption. So, considering all factors, it would actually be best if we could eliminate the threat posed by this mutant Spider King. The biggest problem right now is whether other shelters are willing to help. If they are not willing to contribute manpower, then they will definitely not be a match for the mutant Spider King on their own. At that time, we will be forced to move. There are already 800 people in Sunshine community. Fu Yunqi's beautiful eyes flickered as she whispered softly. She had previously thought about finding an opportunity to take over the Sunshine community. Now it is more difficult. I think there must be a powerful psychic or a smart person in the Sunshine community who was able to integrate the survivors so quickly. If he could kill this leader, his annexation plan could still be implemented. This time, several nearby shelters have joined forces to fight against the mutant Spider King. This is an opportunity. After dealing with the mutant Spider King, and then dealing with the leaders of these shelters, we can take the opportunity to integrate all the shelters within dozens of kilometers. By then, my power will be extremely huge. Now that troubled times have arrived, Fu Yunqi naturally doesn't want to be idle. How can it be enough to just defend such a small area? Now that we have done it, we must make it bigger and stronger. Fu Yunqi looked at the clear sky outside the window, with madness flashing in his eyes. She has already started planning how to kill the leaders of other shelters without anyone noticing. Although I can do it with my special abilities, if I do it myself, there will inevitably be the risk of being exposed. Is this the only card I can use? Fu Yunqi was thinking, tapping the table with his fingers, his ambition clearly revealed. No one else in the shelter knew how big Fu Yunqi's ambition was. Because, from beginning to end, this woman showed a very gentle attitude in front of everyone. Only rarely does he show indifference. But even so, no one ever doubted Fu Yunqi's ambitions. Everyone thought that setting up shelters and gathering survivors was just for the purpose of keeping each other warm and surviving longer in the apocalypse. Almost no one thinks about killing people or seizing territory. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, suddenly, there was a rapid knock on the door, interrupting Fu Yunqi's thoughts. P.S. As promised, there are good reviews, so I will start to update 3 times a day. Please give me a gift. 129, curious. Come in. Fu Yunqi spoke lightly. The door was pushed open, and the cute girl Lin Tu walked in with a smile on her face, showing no trace of sadness for having just lost her sister. Sister Fu. I just contacted you. You said they are on their way back. They will be home soon. Lin Tu said excitedly. Just now, just a few minutes ago, she suddenly contacted her sister Lin Lu. My sister is still alive. And will be back soon. What? Fu Yunxi was stunned. Is Lin Lu still alive? And she wasn't the only one who survived? How is this possible? The search and rescue team that went there yesterday lost several people, even the psychic was seriously injured, and was unable to enter the department store. It shows how ferocious the mutated spiders in the building are. With the strength of Lin Lu and the others, how could they possibly survive? Could it be that they didn't go to the department store at all? Otherwise, how could he suddenly return safely after being out of contact for a day and a night? Seeing Sister Fu's skeptical expression, Lin Tu quickly explained, "My sister and the others are really still alive. My sister told me that it was my brother-in-law who single-handedly broke into the department store, killed all the hundreds of mutant spiders in the building, and rescued my sister and the others in a very, very handsome way." Your brother-in-law? Fu Yunxi raised his eyebrows. Lin Lu has a boyfriend? In her impression, these two innocent girls had never been in love. How come such a powerful boyfriend suddenly appeared? Sounds like a made-up story. But Fu Yunxi understood Lin Tu's character. She was not the kind of person who would talk nonsense. Yeah. My sister said that they have just been together for a short time, but I can feel that my sister really likes that man. Lin Tu said with a smile. As sisters, they can sometimes vaguely sense each other's thoughts and feelings. Of course, this only happens occasionally. Most of the time, you don't feel anything. Otherwise, it would be a special ability. Xiaotu, tell me everything you said to your sister without leaving out any words. Fu Yunxi said. Lin Tu then repeated the entire conversation she had just had with her sister. There was very little useful information, most of it was just Lin Lu praising her boyfriend unilaterally, saying how handsome, strong, and amazing he was. After hearing this, Fu Yunxi became more and more confused about the strength of this mysterious man. Why does it sound like a god descending to earth? Is it really that strong? Could it be a little girl's fantasy? She sighed helplessly and then said to Lin Tu, "Since this man saved your sister and the people in our shelter, we should be prepared to welcome him. So, little rabbit, go ask the kitchen to prepare the freshest food and tell them we are welcoming a distinguished guest." Okay. Lin Tu nodded immediately and skipped away happily. The little girl was simple-minded. She was just happy that her sister had returned safely. At the same time, she was also full of curiosity about this brother-in-law who suddenly appeared. Is my brother-in-law really handsome? Isn't it really amazing? Curious. Watching Lin Tu leave, Fu Yunxi's face darkened. She sensed the crisis. One person killed hundreds of mutant spiders. How powerful is this force? At least heavy weapons are needed, right? If there are no heavy weapons, it means that this man's supernatural powers are extremely strong, far surpassing his own. Fu Yunxi suddenly felt the pressure doubled as such a powerful man was about to come to the shelter. Now is the end of the world, there are no laws and no rules to restrain us. If this strong man had evil intentions, they would have no power to resist at all. Thinking of this, Fu Yunxi immediately stood up and walked into the bedroom. After some operations, he took out his trump card from the safe, a silver pistol. That's right, her trump card is a gun. Although superpowers are powerful, pistols are definitely more powerful in terms of deterrence and lethality on people. At least for now. Although Fu Yunxi vaguely felt that her ability could be improved, she didn't know how to improve it, so the pistol was her biggest trump card. Of course, besides these, she also has a few confidants. These confidants are quite powerful and can play unexpected roles at critical moments. However, this man shouldn't be an evil person who does whatever he wants, otherwise he wouldn't be able to save Lin Lu and the others. Fu Yunxi thought as he checked the gun and bullets. As long as he doesn't act recklessly, we can avoid any grudges. If possible, it would be safest to bring this powerful man into our shelter. If this man really likes Lin Lu, perhaps he can be tied down with the help of Lin Lu. As long as a person has a weakness, he can be controlled. Although Fu Yunxi prefers to control his subordinates with absolute power. But it was obvious that this man who could kill hundreds of mutant spiders single-handedly was far stronger than himself. Fu Yunxi believed that it was impossible for him to kill hundreds of mutant spiders by himself. Of course, Fu Yunxi still had some doubts about the information conveyed by Lin Tu. Is there really such a man? Is he really that strong? Without seeing it with his own eyes and without verification from multiple parties, the suspicious Fu Yunxi would not easily believe it. Taking out a pistol is just an extra precaution. If there really is such a man, who is powerful and has evil intentions, then conflict is inevitable. But if this man does not exist, that would naturally be best. If there really was such a person, and he broke into the department store alone, did he also kill the mutant Spider King? If that's the case, then his strength is too strong, definitely stronger than what Lin Tu described. If you want to kill him with a gun, I'm afraid the only way is to catch him by surprise. Fu Yunqi analyzed and made the worst-case scenario plan. It is still unclear whether they are friend or foe, so we must never let our guard down. She immediately conveyed the message to several of her confidants and asked them to prepare for battle. If I take action myself, they will also launch a sneak attack as soon as possible. That's all. In the tense atmosphere, more than 10 minutes passed. Lin Tu ran over to tell Fu Yunqi that her sister and the others were back. 1:30, in the Doomsday World, strength is supreme. Really coming. When Fu Yunqi heard Lin Tu's words, he immediately stood up and went out to greet them in person with the management of the shelter. At the same time, the news that Lin Lu and the second supply team had returned safely spread quickly within the shelter. The survivors were all shocked. After all, the search and rescue team sent out yesterday said that the second logistics team was beyond saving, but they actually returned safely today. The happiest people are the families of the survivors of the second logistics team. They were so sad that their eyes were swollen from crying, but they never expected that they would see their loved ones again. This is nothing short of a miracle. The survivors who returned were reunited with their families. Although most people still didn't make it back, the fact that someone came back alive was already great news for many people. Lin Lu took Shen Yi to the top floor and met the management of the shelter. Fu Yunqi also saw this man who gave her a strong sense of crisis. This man actually exists. Sister. The moment Lin Tu saw Lin Lu, he immediately pounced on her, his eyes instantly red. It's okay, sister is back. Lin Lu hugged her sister and comforted her softly. There was also suppressed emotion in her voice. If it weren't for Shen Yi, she might never see her sister again. Thinking of this, Lin Lu secretly glanced at Shen Yi, with a gleam in his eyes. Mr. Shen, please come in. Fu Yunqi was very friendly to Shen Yi. She was surprised because the man looked very young, only in his early 20s at most. But don't judge a book by its cover. Judging from Lin Lu's reaction just now, this man should be her mysterious boyfriend, the strong man who killed hundreds of mutant spiders alone. Other management members were also looking at Shen Yi curiously. Is this the young man who broke into the department store alone and rescued Lin Lu and others? Is he really as strong as Lin Tu said? Could this be a lie? But no matter how much doubt they had in their hearts, no one dared to show any disrespect. Yeah. Shen Yi walked into the room with a calm expression, not at all intimidated by the scene in front of him. Just a few managers of a small shelter, not enough to put any pressure on him. To put it bluntly, with his current strength, Shen Yi would not take the former mayor, governor, or even high-ranking military officials seriously. In the Doomsday World, strength is everything. This shelter has some strength, but not much. As for Fu Yunqi's various little movements, Shen Yi had already seen them through a god's perspective. It was just a pistol, he didn't care. If this woman really dared to launch a sneak attack, Shen Yi could counterattack and kill her the moment she drew her gun. With Shen Yi's current strength, it is almost impossible for an ordinary psychic to kill him unless he stands still and does not resist. After entering the room and a brief self-introduction, the food was served quickly. The table was filled with all kinds of food and wine. But most of them are vacuum-packed and canned, and there are no fresh ingredients. This is normal. Fresh food has long been contaminated by the black fog, so only these vacuum foods are edible. Shen Yi, eat the meat quickly. Lin Lu happily picked up several pieces of meat for Shen Yi. There are so many delicious foods today. Sister Fu is so generous for once. She hasn't eaten meat for a long time since the apocalypse. Brother-in-law is really handsome. Lin Tu was also secretly looking at the brother-in-law she had just met. Just as my sister said, it's very handsome. No wonder my sister fell in love with this brother-in-law. Mr. Shen, you're welcome. Please help yourself. Fu Yunqi saw that Shen Yi didn't move his chopsticks much and thought he was embarrassed. To be honest, she felt a little distressed to take out so many precious foods to entertain people at one time. They usually don't want to eat these foods casually. No, I'm not hungry. Shen Yi's tone was indifferent. Fu Yunqi was slightly stunned, feeling that this little man was quite reserved. With so many delicious foods, how can you say you are not hungry? Even she couldn't help but want to feast on it. But because of her face, she didn't move her chopsticks much, but turned to ask Lin Lu what happened to the second logistics team. Well, it's like this. Lin Lu swallowed the meat in his mouth and began to explain from the beginning while picking up the meat. The general process was this: some small supermarkets and convenience stores near the shelter had been looted, and there were really no supplies left. Therefore, Captain Wang of the second logistics team suggested going to a department store a little further away to search for supplies. Before going, they also reported to the shelter. Although the distance was a bit far and there would be certain dangers, everyone was prepared to face the danger. Afterwards, when they approached the department store, they deliberately left 2 people outside to provide support and maintain contact with the shelter. Result: when the rest of them entered the department store, they found many spider webs inside the building. At that time, someone noticed something was wrong and wanted to leave. But the others thought that since they were already here, they should at least take some supplies before leaving, otherwise wouldn't it be a waste of several kilometers? So they continued to explore inside. As a result, not long after the exploration, someone was attacked by a mutant spider. While resisting, everyone tried to escape from the department store, but there were even more mutant spiders at the door of the building, and there was a particularly large mutant spider outside, which scared them so much that they hurriedly ran inside. They resisted and ran at the same time, and many people died during this period. It was at this critical moment that Lin Lu discovered that there were no mutant spiders near the bathroom, so everyone ran in, and as a result, they were not attacked by mutant spiders. They guessed that the mutant spiders didn't come because the smell in the bathroom was too strong, or maybe it was for some other reason. In short, as long as they hid in the bathroom and didn't make any noise, they would be safe. So they kept hiding, waiting for people outside the building to notice something was wrong and contact the shelter for help. As a result, after waiting for a whole day and a night, no rescue came. Some people speculated that something might have happened to someone outside the building, or that there were too many mutant spiders and rescue was impossible. In short, everyone was desperate and wanted to give up. Until Shen Yi appeared and saved them. If it weren't for my boyfriend, we would have starved to death in the toilet. Lin Lu cleared his throat when he got here, and then proudly spoke about Shen Yi's bravery and invincibility. One person killed hundreds of mutant spiders in seconds. As she spoke, she even began to exaggerate. Originally, Shen Yi may have killed 200 or 300 mutant spiders, but after Lin Lu's second explanation, the number had become 500 or 600. If I ask her to tell it a few more times, I'm afraid there will be more. It's not that Lin Lu likes to lie. Because she had no idea how many mutant spiders there were in the building, she only saw Shen Yi release frost and instantly kill all the spiders that attacked them, so she thought Shen Yi was very powerful. The more she imagined it, the more she felt that Shen Yi was unfathomable. Lin Lu's detailed description shocked Fu Yunxi and the others.